detected that the host is so poor they can only eat dirt. The crazy money-making experience system has been forcibly activated. This system will assist the host in making money like crazy. Activating this system only requires 3 different dog heads. The crazy money-making system has been successfully activated. Please prepare yourself, host. This system will take the host back to the year 2019. The wealth codes for the next 5 years have already been implanted in the host's mind. Having understood the current situation after the time travel, you light a cigarette and sit on the worn-out sofa in your apartment, puffing away. Having lived 5 years longer than others, you realize that only a rich material life and a steady income can help one escape the endless struggles of the lower class. Only then can one break free from the never-ending struggles of a lower-class life and earn money desperately. Amidst the swirling smoke, your gaze becomes resolute. Since fate has given you this chance at rebirth, it is destined that your future will be entirely different from your past life. In the years following the pandemic, you diligently scroll through short videos after work almost every day, occasionally keeping up with current events and financial news. After all, once you reach your 30s, you need some capital to brag about at the dinner table. At this moment, various economic trends and the wealth codes for the next 5 years are clearly etched in your memory. As long as you seize one opportunity, it will be enough to help you escape your current predicament, not to mention the significant global events and economic trends in the next 5 years. You open your mobile banking app and glance at the balance of over 20,000 on your card, frowning slightly. The startup capital is a bit low. If you want to start a mask-related business now, you'll need to find a way to leverage it. Just as you extinguish the cigarette, you begin to ponder your business plan. Your gaze sweeps across the chaotic apartment room and the scattered lottery tickets in front of your notebook, and your heart suddenly skips a beat. May 6. That's right, it's on this day in 2019 when that bizarre lottery number was drawn. After graduating, you developed the habit of buying a few lottery tickets every month, which has continued for over a decade. Although you don't invest much, spending 10 yuan every few issues has become a form of relief in your troubled life. In your over 10 years of buying lottery tickets, the only number you'll remember for a lifetime is the one drawn at 9:15 p.m. on the day you were reborn. You quickly tidy up your room, change into clean clothes, and rush outside to the commercial street near apartment 9 with an umbrella. The old street is flooded due to demolition and rain, with dark, filthy drainage channels emitting a nauseating stench. In the last 2 days of the Golden Week, many office workers have returned, crowding the simple breakfast shop. Noticing that the 2 nearby lottery shops are temporarily closed, you step through the dirty water and spend 10 yuan on breakfast. Sticky rice with soy milk is the most common breakfast for people in the greenhouse, a meal ingrained in your very being. The flavor is more authentic compared to the sticky rice in the city. You couldn't find this taste during your 3 years in the factory, and you can't help but sigh. By around 9 o'clock, the lottery shop opens as usual. After filling your stomach, you enter the first opened welfare lottery store as you usually do. You're here so early today, not working? The shop owner, a balding middle-aged man with a regional accent, and his wife run both the sports lottery and welfare lottery shops side by side, sitting every day waiting for customers to bring money. After all, the entire Panfong area is filled with workers, especially in the nearby Che Lifan market, where there are at least 2,000 people engaged in used car work, dealing with car sales, loans, insurance, and annual inspection scalpers. The struggling lower class hopes for overnight wealth. With few options, they willingly offer their hard-earned money when passing by the lottery shop. With the accumulated money, you still have 1 day off tomorrow. You return to work on the 8th. You greet the shop owner, both of you being regulars here, and it's normal to chat for a bit when you meet. After finishing your small talk, you take a piece of cardstock and a pencil, writing down the numbers related to 3 that you remember, 030609131619 plus 16. After finalizing the numbers related to 3 for the double color ball, you randomly fill in 4 more numbers in the remaining blank spaces. You vividly remember this set of numbers because after 9:15 p.m. tonight, the welfare lottery double color ball will experience the biggest surge in history. In the double color ball draw number 20190527, there were 153 first prize winners, 2,295 second prize winners, and countless smaller prizes. Winners are spread across the country. It is said that besides the unusual winning numbers, there is also an internet celebrity involved. This internet celebrity predicted this set of numbers before the draw, causing many lottery players to follow suit. Even after the draw, there was a nationwide trend of winners showing their faces to claim their prizes, leading to a reversal in the reputation of Chinese lotteries. You can't buy too many tickets here since there are quite a few people who know you. You think to yourself while trying to recall the details after the draw. Calmly, you hand the completed card to the shop owner and purchase a single 10 yuan ticket. You've been near the Panfong Che Lifan market for several years, and many people know you. To be safe, you only buy one ticket with the first prize number as a backup. As you leave the lottery shop, you feel your heart racing. After being poor for over 30 years, the excitement of potentially becoming rich overnight is more thrilling than a high-stakes gamble in a casino. Of course, after buying this lottery ticket, your speculative actions don't stop here. You know that you need to prepare for the pandemic expected early next year. The over 5 million from winning the double color ball first prize is far from enough as startup capital. Since you've been reborn, you feel you should be bolder. Didn't the former richest person say that no matter how prestigious your education is, it's not as important as having guts? In this era where everything revolves around money, the bold thrive while the timid perish. Small things happen all the time. So you return to apartment 9, pack your clothes and laptop, and go to the apartment management office to handle the lease termination. This place sees workers coming and going every day. The old lady at the management office, munching on sunflower seeds, asks about you. You make an excuse about an urgent family matter, and after chatting for over 10 minutes, you finally get back the remaining 3 months' rent of over 5,000 yuan. You got it back. As for the deposit of over 2,000 yuan and the betting, you simply decide not to take them. You've been reborn, you won't miss these trifles. After checking the utility meters and handing over the keys, you take your wheeled suitcase downstairs, feeling light and refreshed. You glance back at apartment 9, where you've lived for several years. In your eyes, besides the joy of breaking free from a cage, there remains only the memories and reflections of the past. In the urban village of Panfong, although it is a favored and comfortable dwelling for workers and laid-back folks, life is convenient and the cost of living is low. However, staying in such a dirty and chaotic environment for a long time can wear down a person's will, like falling into a quagmire, making it very difficult to escape. With the sky high for birds to fly and the sea vast for fish to leap, from today onward, it's time to say goodbye to your past self. Then, you threw your suitcase into the car's trunk and headed towards the nearby second-hand car market. Panfong Car Square is the largest second-hand car market in the greenhouse, equipped with vehicle inspection and registration services, as well as numerous financial companies offering car loans. Buying and selling vehicles is very convenient for the 7 districts and counties under the greenhouse. Anyone in the second-hand car business will come here to wholesale. You found a dealership, Wang Wang Car Sales, that had a partnership with your former workplace and drove your car to their storefront. Wow, Chen Feng, you're serious about selling the car, exclaimed Hu Lang, the chubby guy standing at the storefront as he saw you. He was taken aback. Hearing this, you pulled out a cigarette and handed it to him, explaining that you had some urgent matters at home and needed cash quickly, asking him to give you a price. You work at a nearby financial company specializing in car loans and had already bought a second-hand Volkswagen La Vida for commuting. Having your own car made it much more convenient for occasional visits back home or outings with your ex-girlfriend compared to using public transport. Hu Lang is a salesman at Wang Wang Car Sales. You had dealings with him during your car loan business, and you've dined together a few times. He's a reliable guy, the type who values friendships over drinks and meals. He took a few puffs of the cigarette, grabbed a paint thickness gauge to do a quick inspection, and then opened the appraisal software to give you a quote. Your car was registered in 2013, it's in decent condition with no major accidents. The highest market price for it is 46,000, and I can't offer more than that. If you give me an extra 500, we can sign the contract right away. Seeing you dragging your luggage and looking anxious to leave, Hu Lang agreed. He got out, called the dealership owner to report the situation, and after signing the contract and transferring the payment, he took the car. Models like the Volkswagen La Vida, which are top sellers in joint ventures, hadn't seen significant price drops in 2019 and have decent resale value. After acquiring the car, with some careful preparation, it could be sold for over 60,000 after sitting in the showroom for a few weeks, making a profit of over 10,000 easily. Unlike the domestic cars that emerged after the pandemic and engaged in price wars, even the legendary resale value of brands like Toyota has been challenged and diminished in recent years. In just 20 minutes, you sold the car, and your bank savings account now had over 70,000. Before you left, Hu Lang even drove you to the south station of the greenhouse in the newly acquired Volkswagen La Vida, a trip that took less than 10 minutes. 2 young men in their late 20s smoked while reflecting on the urban development in the nearby Ojai district, where construction sites with green tarps and cranes were bustling everywhere. Compared to after the pandemic, the high housing prices in the greenhouse faced a catastrophic decline, nearly halving. At this moment, the frantic construction of high-end residential complexes can be seen as the last glory of the greenhouse real estate market. If you find a way to get rich after returning home, don't forget to bring your brother along. Hu Lang parked the car at the entrance, feeling good since he could earn a commission of 1 or 2,000 from the sale, so he chatted with you a bit more before you got out. No problem. If you come across any good opportunities, remember to contact me on WeChat. You smiled slightly, didn't explain much, and quickly went into the high-speed train station, dragging your suitcase. Instead of returning to your hometown in Ruatian next door, you bought a second-class ticket to Hangzhou right there. During the nearly 3-hour journey, you thought a lot and opened your stock market app to recall a few stocks that were about to perform well after the Labor Day in 2019. You added them all to your watch list. You opened your stock account at the end of the bull market in 2015, just shortly after graduating from university, with only a few thousand yuan to invest. As a result, shortly after Labor Day, you experienced a historic stock market crash in your freshman year, wiping out your savings of several thousand yuan. Since then, you vowed to only observe and not buy, at most playing with simulated trading, and promised never to invest in domestic stocks again. Unexpectedly, this second chance at life actually presented you with a very good entry point. Xuanhao shares still have a 7-fold market potential, and the 12 trading halts in April just ended. Next in line are Jinli Permanent Magnet in May, related to rare earth materials, and Jioding New Materials, which is set to be reverse listed with Wang in July. If handled properly, these two stocks could multiply your capital by at least 30 times in the short term. You took a deep breath, glanced at your bank app showing over 70,000 in your account, and thought that the startup capital was still too little. Stocks like continuous limit-up stocks are among the hottest in the market, with daily trading volumes rising from several hundred million to potentially tens of billions in a short time. In the face of such market speculation and volatility, even if your 70,000 yuan multiplied by 30 times, it would only be 1 million, which is enough for an ordinary person to rise from poverty and live a comfortable life. However, for someone like you who has been reborn, this amount of money is simply insufficient to fulfill your ambitions and aspirations. You need to consider borrowing or going for leverage. You murmured to yourself, casually looking into popular online loans like Jibei and Huabei. You downloaded all the apps like JD Baitia and Do Xiaoman onto your phone. If there are any changes in tonight's lottery draw, you might as well go all in, using these external funds to potentially accumulate enough startup capital before the pandemic. Of course, this is also an adventurous step you set for yourself on the high-speed train to Hangzhou. You would prefer not to touch these online loans unless absolutely necessary. If you had quality collateral like real estate, you would rather go to the bank for a loan. Time is of the essence. I might as well take a risk after being reborn, you reassured yourself. After planning your initial money-making strategy for the startup, you put down your phone and turned to look out of the high-speed train window at the scenery rushing by. In your past life, you worked tirelessly for a few pieces of silver, only to end up losing love and not achieving the material life you desired. Since you've been reborn in this life, you feel you should adjust your mindset. Rather than being a poor laborer with your head down, you should look up and appreciate the scenery outside. You should observe the world more with your eyes, rather than spending all day immersed in the virtual world of your phone, relying on fragmented information to fill the void within. Just as you were deep in thought, the train arrived at the next station, where a dense crowd of people awaited. As the train came to a stop, the crowd began to stir. Through the window, you suddenly caught sight of a stunning scenic view. She was a tall, beautiful girl with long hair, dragging a red suitcase. She wore a thin white long-sleeve spring outfit and blue high-waisted jeans that accentuated her proud S-shaped figure perfectly. Even just walking briskly on the platform, many men in the crowd couldn't help but glance at her. When she entered the carriage and approached the spot where Chen Shen was sitting, the soft, melodious Wunong dialect that came from her lips stirred something in his heart. "Hey, handsome, could you help me lift my luggage? It's a bit heavy, and I can't get it up by myself," Baiying said softly. Chen Shen nodded, stood up, and helped her lift the red suitcase onto the luggage rack. "Thank you." Baiying politely expressed her gratitude and then sat down by the window. She took off her crossbody bag and put on her AirPods while glancing at Chen Shen, saying, "Are you going to Hangzhou for work? What a coincidence, we can share a seat." Chen Shen was taken aback. He didn't expect this beautiful girl to strike up a conversation with him. He figured it was just a polite exchange after helping her with her luggage. After all, he was aware of his ordinary looks and didn't harbor any delusions of being a handsome guy just because of a few simple exchanges. So he started chatting with her. "I'm going to Hangzhou for some business. What about you? Studying or working?" Baiying smiled slightly. "I'm still in graduate school and going to Zhejiang University for a few days of further study. I plan to go to West Lake with a few friends when I have time." Chen Shen replied, "You're so beautiful, I thought you were going to Hangzhou to be a model at Staggering." Baiying shook her head. "Being a model at Staggering isn't that easy. I'm not very photogenic. If I could make big money as a model, I wouldn't have to struggle through school." Seeing that this beautiful girl was also a top student surprised Chen Shen. As the saying goes, good-looking faces are a dime a dozen, but interesting souls are rare. Nowadays, there are so many pretty girls. After the rise of Douyin, a little makeup and a few hot dance moves can attract countless followers. Of course, judging by her choice of a second-class seat, she was likely from an ordinary family, just a little more outstanding in looks and temperament, a real-life beauty scoring 8 or 9 out of 10. Whether she was really a graduate student or not, Chen Shen didn't pay much attention to it. Since the beautiful girl was willing to chat with him, it was enough to pass the boring time on the train. The 3-hour journey from Wenzhou to Hangzhou passed in a flash. During their conversation, after learning the girl's name, Chen Shen shamelessly added her on WeChat. Bai Ying didn't refuse, having been the center of attention in school all her life. She was used to being approached by strange men for contact information. She understood that being beautiful sometimes is the greatest survival capital in society. However, since they had just met, they didn't delve too deeply into conversation. The latter part of the journey was mostly spent minding their own business, one resting and thinking about how to make money, the other listening to music and enjoying the scenery. When the vehicle arrived at the station and they parted ways, Chen Shen helped her with her suitcase again. Bye, phone goodbye, Ying called out as she entered the bustling subway. Chen Shen couldn't help but sigh. We had no fate, all thanks to my money. He knew that encountering such a beautiful girl required money. After the bombardment of short videos on Douyin, ordinary people had become accustomed to the extravagant lifestyles of the rich. Girls with a bit of charm would always be on the lookout for well-off partners. Although Chen Shen had regained his confidence thanks to his rebirth experience. But before truly becoming rich overnight, for these beautiful girls, I can only look at them with admiration for now. As for whether anything can happen later, it all depends on personal ability. After leaving Hangzhou East Station, Chen Shen took a taxi to a boutique hotel near the Westlake scenic area where he was staying. It was the May Day Golden Week, and as a popular tourist city, hotel prices in Hangzhou were skyrocketing, doubling compared to usual. Over 400 a night, not too bad. Chen Shen glanced at the hotel environment, dropped off his luggage, and followed the navigation to take a stroll to the nearby lakefront in Tai. It was already past 3 p.m., and his stomach was growling, so he first went to a nearby chain tea restaurant to fill his belly. After that, he squeezed into the crowd and wandered around the densely populated Westlake for a while. As the sky darkened and the entire Westlake business district began to be enveloped in lights, the neon lights sparkled, and the boats swayed. Chen Shen, mingling with the crowd to pass the time, turned into a welfare lottery station in the Westlake scenic area. Nowadays, young people all hope to get rich overnight, and the lottery station was crowded with tourists scratching tickets. Occasional cheers for winning tens or hundreds of yuan echoed in the station. Seeing this, Chen Shen smiled slightly, picked up a double color ball filling card, and filled in that bizarre lottery number related to 3 again. However, this time he changed his strategy. He tried to recall the winning numbers from the double color ball draw of his previous life, issue 201-9052. The prize pool was just over 500 million, so let's empty it. Since it's all a gamble, why not go for the big one? Chen Shen thought to himself. The first 6 red balls 03, 06, 09, 13, 16, 19 foot remained unchanged, and he filled the last blue ball number as a combination ticket from 1 to 16, costing 32 yuan for a single bet. When he handed this filling card to the busy lottery station owner, Chen Shen casually said, "Make it 100 times. 100 times? Going big, young man. One ticket costs 3,200 yuan. Are you sure you want to play?" The lottery station owner was slightly taken aback. Most young tourists buy scratch cards for 10 or 20 yuan here, and it's rare to encounter someone like Chen Shen betting on the double color ball. Unless it's a well-known station that has had live broadcasts or big winners, it's uncommon to see bets in the thousands. Go ahead, I scanned the payment. Chen Shen took out his phone to show the payment receipt. With the sound of the payment notification indicating 3,200 yuan received, the store owner finally printed out the lottery ticket. The tourists busy scratching tickets glanced at Chen Shen when they heard such a large amount. However, their attention was quickly drawn back to the scratch cards in their hands. Lottery tickets can be quite harmful. Countless ordinary people become addicted to them every day. Occasionally, when they see big wins shared online, ordinary people treat it as entertainment, but there are few professional gamblers who dare to risk their lives and fortunes. After receiving the ticket, Chen Shen didn't linger and took a Didi back to the boutique hotel where he was staying as night fell. After a whole day of running around, Chen Shen first took a hot shower to relax. Then he ordered takeout from McDonald's. In the culinary desert of Hangzhou, fried chicken with beer was the last choice for ordinary people. He ate while scrolling through short videos to pass the time. When it was 9:10 p.m., Chen Chen lay on the bed and opened the live broadcast of the lottery draw. The 5 minutes before the draw were extremely torturous. The mixed feelings of anxiety and excitement were hard to describe in words. Even for Chen Chen, who had been reborn, at this moment, he felt his heart racing wildly. When the host finished the introduction, the lottery machine began to start. Starting from the first red ball number 09 falling down, all the way to the blue ball number 16 sealing the deal, the winning number trend was almost identical to the memories from my past life. Until the notary came out to announce the end of the draw, the live broadcast was cut off. Chen Chen looked at the bizarre winning numbers related to 3 that he found on his phone screen and finally let out a long sigh, shaking his fist at the air several times. Yes, the result hasn't changed. In this life, I'm going to take off. The wheels of history rolled forward again along the predetermined track. Watching the moment the double color ball draw was completed, Chen Chen felt his heart was about to leap out of his chest. He jumped several times on the hotel bed, even excitedly shouting for a while. Then he lay back on the bed, staring at the slightly old ceiling light. The numbers drawn are the same as in my past life. Even the order of the drawn balls is exactly the same. It seems that being reborn didn't take me to a parallel world, it's still the same world. Chen Chen's thoughts raced. The excitement and joy of winning did not make him lose his rationality. On the contrary, at this moment, his mind was clearer than ever. No, this place isn't very safe. I must change to a better hotel. Chen Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. The boutique hotel he was staying at now cost only 200 yuan a night. In Hangzhou, a hotel at that price was not much different from an inn or guesthouse in a small town. During the May Day Golden Week, prices doubled, but the actual environment of the hotel was very poor. There might be hidden pinhole cameras somewhere, recording the scene of him shouting excitedly just now. To be safe, Chen Chen quickly packed his luggage, hiding the 2 winning tickets in his wallet close to him. After checking out in the middle of the night, he immediately took a taxi to a 5-star Hilton hotel on Binjiang Road, spending over 5,000 yuan for a high-end suite. If it were before, to gather more capital for the stock market, Chen Chen wouldn't have been willing to spend such extravagant money. Now that he had won the grand prize, it changed his plan for raising capital. Chen Chen simply decided to change his poor, lowly mindset and began to face this high-consumption experience that only wealthy people could enjoy. The plush carpet, the snow-white silk quilt, the high-end mattress that felt as comfortable as a cloud, and the view of Hangzhou's dazzling urban night scene as soon as he opened the curtains allowed Chen Chen, who was used to a life of poverty, to enjoy himself thoroughly. This is the life of the rich. I'll go claim the prize tomorrow morning. This night was destined to have countless people unable to sleep because of the results of the 201-9052 issue of the welfare lottery double color ball. The first prize was won by 254 tickets, and the second prize reached nearly 4,000 tickets. This wasn't just the media's exaggerated explosion, it was more like a TMD avalanche. Due to the overwhelming number of winners, not only was the 1.3 billion yuan prize pool of the double color ball emptied, but the Welfare Lottery Center also announced an emergency allocation of funds to inject into the prize pool. Such an explosive draw that emptied the prize pool had only occurred 3 times in history. However, none had ever received as much attention as this issue. The trending topics on Weibo, Douyin, and Baidu all pushed the term double color ball to the top of the hot search. Good news from many lottery markets across the country. A single ticket in a certain station in the West Lake scenic area of Hangzhou won the grand prize of 560 million. Such self-media news was everywhere in the friend circle. Damn, why are so many people winning this time? Wide-eyed, the director isn't playing with big data this time, he's playing for real. Doghead, the lottery station downstairs is banging drums and hanging banners at midnight. I cried, damn it. This issue's numbers were previously mentioned by a streamer, but I didn't follow, spitting blood. A familiar acquaintance in my group won the first prize, and has already sent over 10,000 yuan in red envelopes in the group. Screenshot. Getting rich overnight. The excitement on the internet social platform reached an unprecedented peak. After all, with over 100 people winning the first prize, lottery markets across the country sparked spontaneous actions of sharing winning tickets. In the comments section, various jokesters chimed in, and many seasoned lottery players were slapping their thighs in disbelief at the bizarre numbers that were multiples of 3, exclaiming that they had missed out. Previously, whenever there was a trending topic about lottery winnings, the comments would often be filled with sarcastic remarks. The lottery is unsold, please help us. But this time was different. With so many winners, all the rumors were washed away overnight. Watching relatives and friends become wealthy overnight, even an ordinary person would feel unbalanced. Thus, netizens eagerly followed suit, allowing the lottery sales, which had been in decline in 2019, to reach a historic high once again. The next morning, Chen Chen, who had tossed and turned in bed while scrolling through his phone until 3 a.m., woke up around 8 without needing an alarm. The feeling of becoming rich overnight was as exhilarating as a primary school student learning they would go on a spring outing the next day. Lying in bed, his mind was filled with fantasies of how to spend his newfound wealth. I only slept for a little over 5 hours. That's enough. Chen Chen took a deep breath, got up, and first took a hot shower to refresh himself and shake off the drowsiness. He headed to the Hilton restaurant for breakfast. Soy milk with fried dough sticks, and a bowl of the unique Hangzhou dish, Pian'erchuan, to fill his stomach. After tidying up a bit, he took his wallet and hailed a taxi straight to the local Jiang Province Welfare Lottery Center. The reason for coming to Hangzhou, aside from the location of the huge prize, was that winnings over 1 million yuan had to be claimed at the provincial lottery center. "Young man, you won too?" asked the middle-aged taxi driver. This morning, he had already seen several colleagues in the taxi group chat taking people to the lottery center to claim their prizes. The morning broadcast in the taxi was also reporting on the explosive results of last night's double color ball lottery. "I only won 2 second prizes. If it were the previous second prize, it would have been at least several 100,000. That issue yesterday was ridiculous. The prize pool was emptied, and a second prize ticket was only worth over 9,000 yuan. Chen Chen fabricated a reason on the spot. "But that's still over 10,000 yuan. Not bad. That's about what I earn running a taxi for a month," the middle-aged driver laughed, chatting about the 560 million yuan jackpot won in the Westlake Scenic area yesterday. That was the third highest single ticket winning amount in history, just slightly less than the 2 previous 110 first prizes won in the capital and Shaoxing. Of course, it was also because the winning amount and the number of winning tickets were incredibly close. The taxi driver was skeptical about the explosive results of last night's double color ball lottery, thinking it was just a trick played by the director to lure new players into the market. Little did he know that the person sitting in the back seat was the very one who had captured the 560 million yuan jackpot. The Jiang Province Welfare Lottery Center is located in Yuhang District, right above the Sisi Wetland and Wuchang Wetland, in a rather remote area. Taxi drivers heading this way could generally guess that they were going to claim their prizes. After all, aside from the 5 million yuan grand prize, anyone winning over 10,000 yuan in Hangzhou also had to come here to claim it. After getting out of the car, Chen Chen didn't wear a mask. He just explained the situation to the security guard and was allowed inside. When he reached the prize claim window, there were indeed a few others like him who had come early to queue for their winnings. "Hey, did you win from last night's draw? How much did you win?" "Just a few tens of thousands. There's an older guy in my group who won the first prize, but I don't know when he'll come to claim it," someone in the crowd whispered. The staff at the lottery center inside the window skillfully issued checks to the winners in line. Chen Chen originally planned to join the queue, but upon seeing the sign that read "First Prize, please go to the second floor office," he immediately lifted his foot and headed up the nearby stairs. Those in the line who had won smaller prizes all turned to look at him frequently. "Wow, did this guy win the first prize?" Yesterday, over 200 first prizes were drawn nationwide, and aside from that 560 million jackpot in Jiang Province, there are still 27 scattered tickets. "So envious. 5 million overnight wealth." Discussions erupted outside the prize claim window. Chen Chen hurried up the stairs in a few quick steps and arrived at the legendary office. When the director of the lottery center learned that this young man was the grand prize winner, a hint of envy appeared on his face. After chatting for a bit, they began the formal prize claim process. Chen Chen donned a mascot costume and held a model check for display, taking a few photos in front of the lottery center's news station, and recorded a simple interview. The audio would be specially processed later, so he wasn't worried about leaking personal information. As for the lottery center staff encouraging him to donate, Chen Chen didn't donate a single cent. It wasn't that he wanted to be stingy, rather, he was aware of the tricks of domestic charitable organizations. Instead of donating to charities like the Red Cross, he preferred to keep the money in the hands of this reborn individual, believing it might create greater social value in the future. After completing the process, 560 million minus 20% personal income tax left him with 448 million. After receiving a large name check from ICBC, Chen Chen hurriedly left the lottery center. The entire prize claim process took no more than half an hour and was very efficient. When he took a taxi to the provincial branch of ICBC in Hangzhou and went to the second-floor VIP room to cash that large check, Vice President Zhang Jijiang, responsible for personal business, was alerted and came out. In the VIP room, he called over several young and beautiful female tellers to assist Chen Chen one-on-one with the exchange process, and they also helped him upgrade his basic debit card to ICBC's highest-level wealth management gold card. During the process, Chen Chen could clearly feel the gazes of those female tellers, filled with a direct and naked desire. With such a young billionaire in front of them, and not looking too shabby, anyone would have wild thoughts. Chen Shen thought that if he were to actively ask them for their WeChat, perhaps he could take a girl back to his hotel to warm his bed tonight. Of course, this ridiculous thought only flashed through his mind. Having been single for 5 years in his previous life, Chen Shen had a bit of a cleanliness obsession regarding his emotions and did not have particularly strong physical desires. Moreover, during the exchange process, the bank president originally wanted to invite Chen Shen to apply for an ICBC Centurion Black Card, but Chen Shen politely declined. Having been reborn, he was about to embark on an entrepreneurial path and understood the risks of borrowing. After all, real estate giants like Evergrande, Country Garden, and Wanda were thriving before 2019, often boasting trillions in assets. However, in the following years, due to high leverage and financial crises, these trillion-dollar commercial empires turned to dust in an instant. In Chen Feng's impression, in the years following the pandemic, only investors like Lei Jun and Buffett, who held large amounts of cash, had the right to laugh last. Since he now had 448 million in cash, Chen Shen decided not to apply for a credit card at all. I have money now, why would I need a credit card? Chen Shen thought to himself. Additionally, he did not plan to invest all his funds into entrepreneurship. Adhering to the investment philosophy of not putting all your eggs in one basket, after cashing the check at ICBC, Chen Shen immediately went next door to Agricultural Bank and Construction Bank to open 2 top-tier savings accounts. After all, in recent years, there have been frequent news reports about bank insiders secretly misappropriating customer funds. This was the first time Chen Shen held such a large amount of cash, and he felt it was unsafe, so he had to be very cautious. He divided the 448 million yuan he had into 4 parts. 3 portions of 100 million yuan each were used as investment funds, which he turned into large denomination time deposits with terms of 10, 20, and 30 years, respectively, at the 3 major banks: industrial, agricultural, and construction. Before the pandemic hit, the country had not yet implemented any cuts to reserve requirements or interest rates, and the interest rates on large denomination time deposits offered by the 4 major banks were still quite good. Due to the large amount of funds, Chen managed to negotiate an annualized interest rate of over 3.75% for all 3 deposits. With 300 million yuan in the bank, he could earn over 10 million yuan in interest income by the end of each year, ensuring that even if he failed in his future entrepreneurial endeavors, he could still live a comfortable life without worries about food and clothing. As for the remaining 148 million yuan, he transferred it to a demand deposit account at the industrial bank for daily expenses and investment in his business. By the time he finished running around the 3 banks and completed all the transactions, it was already past 3 p.m., during which Chen enjoyed a sumptuous working lunch at the construction bank. When he left the bank, he felt a bit lightheaded. Looking up at the nearby CBD buildings on Financial Street, Chen Shen even felt as if he were living in a dream at that moment. I have money now. As long as I don't squander it, I could spend it for a lifetime. Chen Shen sighed inwardly. The regrets and frustrations of his past life burst forth from the depths of his heart at that moment. When he came back to his senses, he realized he had been standing outside a shop in the CBD for over 10 minutes. Turning around, he noticed a boutique car dealership called Mingdu Club was open for business, and without a second thought, he walked in. Sir, are you looking to see some cars? Would you like me to recommend one? My name is Chen Xian, and I'm happy to assist you. The female salesperson at the dealership greeted him with enthusiasm. To be honest, if Chen Shen, dressed in cheap clothes, had entered such a high-end car dealership in the financial CBD on a normal day, he probably wouldn't have attracted much attention. But at this moment, with the exquisite gift bags from the 3 major banks in his hands, the confidence and demeanor he exuded were completely different in the eyes of these sharp-eyed saleswomen. This guy must be wealthy. Otherwise, how could he be carrying VIP client bags from the 4 major banks? I'm just looking around. You can tell me the prices. Chen Shen smiled slightly and went to the showroom to try sitting in a few supercars. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, McLarens, whatever famous supercar you could think of, this dealership had them all in stock. And they were all brand new and had never been registered. The sales positioning of such boutique car dealerships is to serve wealthy clients who don't want to wait in long lines for their cars. Therefore, the prices are usually a few percentage points higher than normal orders. After trying a few, Chen Shen found that he wasn't particularly interested in supercars. The low, oppressive visibility and the hard seats that made his back ache were uncomfortable for someone who was actually over 32 years old. Looks like I don't have the talent for driving supercars. Buying 2 for collection and occasional driving wouldn't be bad. Chen Shen clicked his tongue. Finally, after looking around, he settled on a black and silver 2-tone Range Rover. I'll take this one. Chen Shen sat in the driver's seat and felt it out, quickly making his decision. Ha, Mr. Chen, are you sure you want this? This Range Rover is this year's latest pinnacle long version, with a 5.0 displacement, and the price is 5,636 million yuan. Our dealership will charge you an additional 10% service fee for the car. Qianqian was slightly taken aback, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. She didn't expect to land a wealthy buyer at the end of this golden week. Go prepare the contract and get the card ready. Help me set up the household and insurance before 5 p.m. and make sure it's for the Hangzhou A license plate. Chen Shen took out a black gold savings card from ICBC and his ID card. The ease with which he bought a car, as if it were just a cup of milk tea, left Chen Shen in awe. Is this what a real rich person looks like? When you have money, the world will show you kindness. After spending 2 hours at the Mingdu Club car dealership, Chen Shen finally experienced this feeling. Not only was the female salesperson Xian Xian, who scored an 8 in looks and figure, extremely enthusiastic towards him, but even the other staff members greeted him with smiles while serving. Signing contracts and swiping cards, Chen Shen sat through the entire process, watching the finance and sales staff bustle around him. Of course, a good car must come with a meaningful license plate. After securing the 2019 long-wheelbase Range Rover, Chen Shen spent an additional 1 million to buy a transfer-ready license plate with the ending number 6666. 5 sixes are too ostentatious, 4 sixes are enough, Chen Shen thought to himself. The fuel vehicle quota in Hangzhou was already tight, and with the implementation of the traffic restriction policy, a blue iron plate quota had skyrocketed to 100,000 yuan. Having witnessed the soaring prices of license plates in the capital and the Magic City, Chen Shen felt that the 1 million he spent now would easily multiply several times in the future. Around 5 p.m., the setting sun cast a glow over Hangzhou's skyline. As the workday ended, the traffic on the streets visibly increased. Chen Shen drove the newly plated black and silver Range Rover, leisurely making his way out of the pickup area at Mingdu car dealership, merging into the crowded traffic. Brother Feng, what do you want to eat tonight? Western cuisine or Japanese food? In the passenger seat, Wu Qianxian, now dressed in a casual beige long dress, was searching for high-end restaurants in the Binjiang area. As a qualified female salesperson, it was perfectly normal to accompany a client for a test drive after work and familiarize them with the vehicle's features. However, just thinking about the teasing glances from her colleagues when she got into the passenger seat made Wu Qianxian's face feel hot. Let's find a place that serves seafood. I prefer lighter flavors, Chen Shen said while driving, stealing a glance at the long, slender black stockings of the passenger's legs. It was said online that every time a Porsche 4S store sold a car, a female salesperson would disappear. Today, he finally witnessed it. Okay, Brother Feng, I know a seafood restaurant that has great flavors, Wu Qianxian said, unconsciously closing her legs, feeling the scrutinizing gaze from the driver's seat. As a female salesperson at the dealership, some unspoken rules in the industry didn't need to be explicitly stated. Those who understood, understood. Moreover, the one buying the car this time was a young millionaire in his 20s. Spending over 4 million was no big deal, and accompanying him for a dinner was nothing to worry about. However, when the two entered the DUS seafood restaurant and devoured a table full of lobsters, abalone, and oysters, while toasting with half a bottle of 2006 rare Yassi wine, the pleasant buzz from the alcohol combined with the joy of the food led Wu Qianxian to inexplicably accompany Chen Shen for a stroll in Tianjie afterward. She even played the role of a girlfriend, helping Chen Shen pick out several summer outfits and 2 suits for formal occasions from various men's clothing brands like GXG and Zegna. The total cost for the clothes exceeded 300,000, giving Chen Shen, who had been poor all his life, a taste of high consumption. Of course, Chen Shen was generous with Wu Qianxian, his temporary girlfriend, first buying several high-end cosmetics from Givenchy, then stopping by the neighboring Gucci to splurge over 30,000 yuan on a women's handbag. By the end of their outing, the two were intimately holding hands as they got into the Range Rover, which they had called a chauffeur for. On the way to the Hilton Hotel, Chen Shen mentioned that his hands felt a bit cold after eating seafood. Wu Qianxian, who had already been won over by the allure of money, took the initiative to hold his hand and squeezed it between her 2 smooth, silky legs. The chauffeur dared not look too closely at the movements in the back seat and could only complain to himself, the luxury car's co-pilot really doesn't disappoint. When they arrived at the hotel suite, the two engaged in a deep discussion about life and the future. Until the next morning, Wu Qianxian, in a hurry to clock in at the car dealership, with dark circles under her eyes, took out a spare pair of new black stockings from her bag to cover the reddened knees from last night's discussion about car performance. Brother Feng, I'm off to work. If there are any after-sales issues with the car, remember to contact me on WeChat. I'm on standby 24 hours. Wu Qianxian left a voice message. Chen Shen responded with an OK emoji and casually transferred 10,000 as a life consultation fee. Wu Qianxian replied, "Thank you, Brother Feng. Kisses. Chen Chen smiled slightly. He women. It wasn't until the sunlight outside began to shine brightly that he got up, supporting his somewhat sore waist, to go to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. Yesterday's impulsive spending did not make Chen Chen forget the purpose of his trip to Hangzhou. He had the money, he had the car, and all that was left was to find a suitable place to stay. So after breakfast, Chen Chen drove his big Land Rover, connected his newly purchased 50-year membership to NetEase Cloud Music to CarPlay, and played a vinyl quality track called Ferry Terminal. Enjoying the surround sound from the 29 Meridian speakers in the car, he drove to the Nanjing Sunshine Coast apartment by the Qiantang River. This area featured prime river view apartments in Hangzhou, inhabited by the wealthy and elite. In 2019, the average housing price here was over 70,000, and Sunshine Coast was a standout, with 376 square meters of large flat units once being speculated at over 110,000 per square meter. Chen Chen parked his car at the apartment entrance and explained his purpose to the security guard. Soon, 2 sales staff from the apartment management office jogged over. Upon seeing the Land Rover with the 46's license plate, their pace unconsciously quickened. "Sir, are you looking to view an apartment?" one of the salespeople asked. "Are there any rental units available? They need to be renovated for over a year. If so, I can sign the contract today," Chen Chen replied. "Rental? Yes. Recently, there are a few units listed for rent. Please come in and take a look." The apartment sales staff were very enthusiastic. They opened the access door for Chen Chen and invited him to tour the apartment inside and out. The environment of this popular large flat apartment was impeccable, with a prime riverview community and complete internal facilities. As for why he was renting instead of buying, Chen Chen considered the significant drop in housing prices across the country after the pandemic. Even the luxury homes in Hangzhou had been affected to some extent, with some dropping by over 30%. Spending real money to buy a house now was simply foolish. It was better to rent for a year or two and then pick up a bargain later. He was indeed wealthy now, but being rich didn't mean he could spend recklessly. After viewing 3 rental units, Chen Chen ultimately chose one of the top-floor south-facing apartments. The interior was newly decorated and very high-end, with most of the tiles even featuring Versace's haute couture designs, clearly indicating that a lot of money had been spent on the renovation. Standing behind the floor-to-ceiling windows, he could gaze at the Qiantang River and the Qiantang New City CBD across the way. The rent was slightly on the high side, at 100,000 a month with no room for negotiation. Considering that he would be coming to Hangzhou frequently and needed a suitable place to stay, Chen Chen signed a 3-year lease contract on the spot with the apartment management office, transferring 4 million in rent plus the deposit to the landlord's account, who was living abroad. Ordinary people cannot imagine who would be willing to spend an exorbitant rent of 100,000 a month to rent an apartment. In the conventional mindset, with that kind of money, one could afford a down payment for a mortgage after just a few months of rent, or one could buy a house outright in a 3rd or 4th tier city. However, in reality, the high-end rental market is thriving in major metropolitan areas around the world. In places like Hong Kong, Shanghai, Tokyo, and New York, renting has become mainstream among the wealthy elite. This includes renting private jets, luxury yachts, and even supercars. It's not just a script for internet celebrities. The younger generation of wealthy individuals enjoys excitement, seeks novelty, and is unwilling to confine themselves to long-term living in one city. They often stay in one place for a few months before moving on to other cities or vacation spots to experience life. After all, the rich are not foolish. Spending the least amount of money to enjoy the highest quality experiences is very cost-effective for them. Only those with old money prefer to spend most of their savings on real estate. Former professional league player PPD, worth hundreds of millions, also spends nearly $1 million each year renting in Shanghai. This includes Chen Chen, who has now signed for a large flat in Sunshine Coast. In his previous life, he was long obsessed with short videos on the internet and often came across some real estate vloggers introducing high-end luxury decor brands. Take this large flat he just rented, for instance. The high-end Versace tiles alone cost millions to install. Not to mention the international brand furniture and kitchen appliances. The entire renovation budget easily reached tens of millions. Paying 100,000 a month for rent is already a bargain for him. After signing the contract and making the payment, this large flat in Sunshine Coast became Chen Chen's temporary residence in Hangzhou for the next 3 years. He requested a private housekeeping service from the property management and scheduled a deep cleaning for the entire house in the afternoon. In luxury homes in first-tier cities like this, there are regular cleaners coming in every week, so it's not really dirty. However, since it was newly occupied, Chen felt a bit uneasy and asked the housekeeping company to clean it thoroughly. Previously, Chen drove his large Land Rover to a nearby high-end home goods store to buy some furniture and daily necessities. However, this time he didn't splurge. The most expensive item was a custom-made mattress from Sealy that cost $500,000. Lying on it was even more comfortable than the mattresses at Hilton, ensuring his daily sleep quality. Besides that, he chose bedding from the Fwana brand, spending several thousand on 8 different sets of seasonal bedding. For pots, pans, and other kitchenware, he just bought what he needed, spending less than $600,000 to get all the daily necessities sorted. Finally, considering he would soon be diving into the financial market to start a business and would often be at the computer trading, he went to the nearby digital market to set up a 60,000 Asus ROG gaming system for his study, along with a 20,000 Alienware laptop. For internet access, he signed up for a telecom service with 5 gigabits per second fiber optic, costing $200,000 a month, the same as what Seatsong has. It would be more than enough to run an internet cafe. The internet speed for one person is incredibly fast, with issues like packet loss and lag being almost negligible. It's absolutely sufficient for stock trading. Once he sorted out the various matters at home in Hangzhou, Chen took advantage of the early time to drive to the Guotai Junan Securities branch located on Shuiyuan Road. "Hello, sir. How can I assist you today?" The lobby manager of the branch was originally waiting to finish work. Suddenly, seeing a Land Rover parked at the entrance, he immediately put aside his thoughts of leaving. "Come over and help me upgrade my account permissions, and also open a large client room," Chen said. He was a longtime client of Guotai Junan, having entered the market during the bull market in 2015. He had opened the account for many years, but the operating funds were very minimal. He was one of the most common small retail investors among the big players. "VIP room? Sir, we require a VIP access, and the average daily investment must exceed 2 million. Is it convenient for you to verify your funds?" The lobby manager was very polite. The imported new Range Rover parked at the entrance was enough to indicate the financial strength of the young man who had come. However, the necessary procedures still had to be followed. But when Chen took out his industrial and commercial bank current account balance for the other party to glance at, the lobby manager immediately exclaimed, "Wow!" A 9-digit current deposit was already comparable to those well-known big players stirring up the market in the A-share market. Ordinary people rarely see such a level of cash deposits. After being stunned for a few seconds, the lobby manager immediately invited Chen to the office of the branch manager, Zhang Jiwei. "Mr. Chen, are you planning to play around for a bit or invest long-term?" Zhang Jiwei was somewhat excited to learn that a young wealthy person was entering the market. Currently, the A-share market was relatively sluggish, in a bear market phase, with low market sentiment. The daily trading volume had shrunk to around 300 billion. Compared to the daily trading volume of 2 to 3 trillion during the leveraged bull market of 2015, it had almost dropped by 10 times. The low market sentiment had also affected the performance of securities practitioners like them, which had become very bleak. After all, wealthy people knew that the domestic stock market was deep and required some skills to navigate. Large funds had been flowing into the real estate market for speculation and rental income. At this time, having a big client come in, someone willing to invest 1 million in the market, was rare. Not to mention a super investor like Chen, who held a 9-digit deposit. "I plan to invest long-term. I intend to use 100 million to play around, so please open all permissions for the Chinext and similar markets. By the way, what's the maximum margin financing you can offer at Guotai Junan?" Chen sipped the poor tea brought to him. "What's the maximum?" "Mr. Chen is joking. The village chief is strictly regulating leveraged financing entering the market. Even for a big client like you, our policy at Guotai Junan allows a maximum of only 2.75 times margin financing. However, we can help you reduce the interest to 4.2%, with a monthly interest of just over 0.3% and a handling fee of 0.055% waived for 5. Zhang Jiwei shook his head and explained. Seeing this, Chen pondered for a moment. "Help me apply for 3 times leverage, with a stop-loss line set at 35%. If Guotai Junan can't provide that, then I'll go to another company." Given the current lousy market in A-shares, any firm would welcome someone willing to invest 100 million. Chen only came to Guotai Junan out of habit from using his old account. After all, trades were executed through financial platforms like East Money and Tongwashan, and binding with any securities company wouldn't hinder market entry. 3 times leverage? Well, okay. I'll help you apply to the headquarters. With your qualifications, it should be fine. Zhang Jiwei sighed softly upon hearing this. In a bull market, they were seen as sweethearts by investors. In a bear market, they became the bitter wives. The glory of 2015 was no more, they could only do their best to meet customer demands. Otherwise, when all the clients ran away, who would still care about these securities companies? At Guotai Junan, he completed the upgrade of his account, finalized the transfer of 100 million, and secured the 3 times margin financing. By the time he returned to Nanjing Sunshine Coast, it was already dark. Looking at the furniture and furnishings that had been set up in the house and the computer in the study, Chen Chen had no intention of going out. He had been very tired from the back and forth these days, so he just ordered some McDonald's takeout to eat casually, and after dinner, he took a bath in his new home. Feeling that the house lacked some liveliness, Chen Chen made a video call to his parents who were far away in the countryside of Ruixian, Wenshi. He informed them of his premeditated news about quitting his job to start a business and make a fortune, and casually transferred 1 million yuan as pocket money to each of their bank accounts, helping them book tickets to come to Hangzhou for a few days. Upon learning that their son had suddenly become wealthy, his parents were initially a bit skeptical. His father, Chen Hongmin, even advised over the phone, Xiaofeng, "You must not get involved in any illegal activities. Your mom and I will go to Hangzhou to see you tomorrow." Chen Chen almost couldn't hold back his laughter upon hearing this. When the poor suddenly become rich, they often don't think positively. After all, they had been poor for over a dozen generations since their ancestors, and without a tremendous opportunity, how could one suddenly turn their fortunes around? Moreover, in the past few years, Chen Chen had been muddling through in Wenshi, and every time he returned home, he felt like the one who couldn't hold his head high in front of relatives and friends, leading his parents to subconsciously think he was involved in some shady dealings and had gotten into big trouble to come into so much money. "Don't worry, Dad. I'm in a legitimate industry. You wouldn't understand the finance part. Once you come to Hangzhou, you'll see." Chen Chen reassured them over the phone, and finally managed to convince his parents. Early the next morning, Chen Chen booked a luxury Didi car on his phone to pick his parents up from the village to the station. Having just changed his living environment, he hadn't slept very soundly the night before. He figured that once his parents arrived, the house would feel more lively. Taking advantage of the early morning clarity, Chen Chen ordered breakfast delivery, freshened up, and went to the study to download the desktop version of Tongwashan. After logging in and binding his account, he glanced at his available funds, which had reached 300 million yuan, and his heart began to race with excitement. He first checked the market for a few stocks he had selected. The market was sluggish, with trading volumes shrinking. At this time, making a big bet could easily alert the insiders to a positive sentiment. So, during the bidding phase at 9:15, Chen Chen made a small bet of 10,000 hands on the stock Jinli Yangtze. PS, 1 hand equals 100 shares, target, Jinli Yangtze, 300748, quantity, 1 million shares cost, 6.43 current price, 6.40 yuan market value, 6.4 million yuan daily profit and loss, minus 36,500, 62 yuan, minus 0.1%, floating profit and loss, minus 36,500, 62 yuan, minus 0.1%. He also spread out several 100,000 yuan in advance to mark small positions in stocks like Jinding New Materials, Baoding Technology, Chiangmai Technology, and Saturday, which were expected to start moving after July. Of course, Chen Chen wasn't foolish enough to mark all his positions in speculative stocks. After leveraging his funds, his account was under real-time monitoring by the Risk Control Department of Guotai Junan. Others could see his holdings and cost situation. To be safe, he allocated another 5 million yuan to mark positions in 5 large-cap consumer stocks, Haitian Flavor Industry, Yonghe, Mutai, Wolyangye, and Luzhou Laojia. His current fund size was small, and taking 300 million yuan to gamble on speculative stocks had the potential for doubling. However, once the speculative sentiment faded, he would need the large-cap stocks in the market to absorb the subsequent large funds. Thus, the 5 big stocks, collectively referred to as Haiyang Mutai Wolyangye Luzhou during the short bull market in 2020, became a good refuge for his funds. In Chen Chen's impression, in the coming years, aside from the lithium battery sector collectively gaining momentum, the sauce-flavored technology that people often mocked also became a market hotspot. Mutai alone rose from over 700 yuan per share in 2019 to a peak of 2,599 yuan per share in February 2021, more than tripling while simultaneously creating a domestic trillion-level market for liquor consumption. The prices of other high-end white liquors have also been skyrocketing. At this time, entering to mark the stocks, no matter how many points are lost in the short term, will surely yield multiplied profits in the future. Short-term speculation, long-term value investment in blue chips, Chen Chen thought to himself, setting his investment direction. When the bidding phase ended, and the market officially opened at 9:30, he shifted his attention back to the stock Jinli Yangtze. With a circulating stock of over 500 million shares and a market value barely exceeding 4 billion, its daily trading volume hovered around 40 million, ranking over 3,800 in market popularity, making it a penny stock in the market. There weren't many retail investors lingering in it, and occasionally, some complaints could be seen in the comments. Damn, another low opening. This junk stock is hopeless. It's dropped for 3 days straight. When will it rise? Is it just going to keep oscillating like a loom every day? The big player plays with a penny all day, scaring off all the retail investors. Next time I encounter a rare earth theme, I'll just stand on my head and take a dump, covering face. Since the entire A-share market was in a bear phase, 90% of the investors were primarily losing money and trapped. Thus, the sentiment in stock commentary was quite negative. People only cheer when they make money. It's normal to vent online when they lose. Chen smiled slightly at this, remembering that he was once one of these retail investors. Having been reborn, he intended to use his memories to teach the big players in the market a lesson. He glanced at the sell orders at 6.43 yuan per share with a pressure of 150,000 hands, then tapped the keyboard, gradually buying in by hundreds of shares. The originally red-heavy market began to rise slightly under his influence, moving up from a 2.49% drop. However, due to the low popularity of Jinli Yongxi and the scarcity of retail investors, not many dared to bottom fish at the price above 6 yuan. Soon, the market evolved into Chen continuously buying in, while the big player gradually increased the sell pressure. By the time the breakfast delivery arrived, Chen had bought over 3 million shares, and the K-line on the market maintained a loom-like shape. I need to hire a chef and a nanny, he thought. Having a hot meal in the morning is much more comfortable than ordering takeout. Chen took a sweet bite of a Yiming egg and milk, then bit into a large meat bun, watching as the big player kept replenishing the sell orders. He decided to increase his buying strength, moving from hundreds to thousands of shares. The small red candlestick began to rise. When he quietly bought over 10 million shares, the stock price of Jinli Yongxi turned from red to green, reaching 6.71 yuan per share. Sell orders above this price began to withdraw and raise their prices. This market trend also gave hope to the retail investors who were watching. What the hell? Who is this? Sneaking in over $500 million in the early session, showing capital inflow? Quick, follow. This stock seems to have potential. Buy. My salary just came in, let's gamble and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Various discussions filled the comments, and the bullish sentiment began to brew. On a normal day, the trading volume was only around 40 million, but this early session had already exceeded 70 million, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell something was off. Retail investors began to follow suit, with small orders of dozens and hundreds increasing. Even the big player inside sensed something was wrong and started to cut the number of sell orders in half to see if that mysterious capital would continue to buy in. Unexpectedly, after just a 2% rise in the early session, by 1 p.m. when the market opened again, the buying power had vanished. In reality, Chen had already stopped trading and left to pick up his parents at the East Station in Hangzhou. He also found a seafood restaurant to treat his parents. Without Chen as the main force, the K-line of Jinli Yongxi, which had been surging, once again faced downward pressure, leaving the retail investors who had jumped in dumbfounded. What the hell? What a load of crap. It's clearly the big players pulling up the price to lure in more buyers. The big players are trapped. Run. Cut losses. I bought at the highest point this morning. I'm done for, crying hard. By the time the market closed at 3 p.m., Jinli Permanent Magnet was back to its original state, closing at 6.44 yuan per share. It only rose by 1 cent all day, a total waste of time. However, the turnover rate surprisingly broke 5% today, giving the retail investors trapped at high prices a glimmer of hope, making them feel that there might be a small rally ahead. In the following 2 trading days, Chen continued to buy Jinli Permanent Magnet using similar trading strategies. He would stop after accumulating around 10 million shares each morning. His available funds were limited, and he wasn't greedy. Plus, the market for Jinli Permanent Magnet was too small. He stopped accumulating after reaching 25 million shares. If he bought more, he would hit the 5% mandatory disclosure threshold. At that point, trading restrictions would kick in, and he would have to wait 6 months to sell. This was contrary to his short-term profit-seeking strategy, so he quickly hit the brakes. However, after 3 consecutive days of large purchases, the stock price of Jinli Permanent Magnet rose from 6.43 yuan per share when Chen first entered the market to 7.01 yuan per share after 3 days of gains. Target, Jinli Permanent Magnet, 300748, quantity, 25.0372 million shares, cost, 6.66 yuan, current price, 7.01 yuan, market value, 175. 5,107 million yuan, daily profit and loss, plus 4. 6,522 million yuan, plus 2. 79%, floating profit and loss, plus 8. 7,542 million yuan, plus 5. 25%. It seemed that the speculative funds and institutions in the market had caught the scent of money. On the Friday after 3 consecutive days of gains, Jinli Permanent Magnet saw a massive surge in volume within 10 minutes of opening. Large orders of 10,000 and 20,000 shares were continuously sweeping the market. Originally up 2%, it was suddenly pushed to the limit. With a red surge, news of unusual market activity began to spread throughout the city. The entire stock forum was in an uproar. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? It's hit the limit. This junk stock actually reached the ceiling. Net inflow of over 500 million in 3 days. This is about to take off. I sold too early this morning. I thought it would only rise a little today. Slapping thigh. The big players were accumulating shares a few days ago. Didn't expect them to start pushing today. Spitting blood. The market for Jinli Permanent Magnet has started, and now it's all about the limit up rhythm. It reached a peak of over 75 yuan and seemed to last for 2 months, a total increase of 12 times. With my current holdings, I can be considered a small player. I need to start reducing my position around 60 yuan. Chen Chen looked at the lively atmosphere in the stock forum and his own holdings, trying hard to recall the K-line trends from his past life, setting his trading strategy for the future. Since his memories of his past life were only a vague impression, he couldn't recall all the details accurately. Moreover, since it was his first time dealing with such a large amount of capital, Chen Chen could only ensure that he followed the market's main upward trend, trying to profit as much as possible. As for finding the best buying and selling points during trading, as a novice investor, he couldn't manage that. His experience and speed were insufficient, so he could only rely on his past life memories to reduce his holdings in advance. Target, Jinli Permanent Magnet, 300748, quantity, 25. 0372 million shares cost, 6. 66 yuan current price, 7. 70 yuan market value, 205. 6,977 million yuan daily profit and loss, plus 17. 5,335 million yuan, plus 9. 99%. Floating profit and loss, plus 30. 18,772 million yuan, plus 17. 25%. Due to the limited circulation of Jinli Permanent Magnet's shares, he holds 98% of the total share capital, which is more than several previous company founders and executives. Excluding those institutions that have been lurking inside, Chen Chen now feels he is the largest retail investor in terms of capital volume. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a big bull retail investor. Of course, after the May Day holiday, in just 5 trading days, Chen Chen's profit reached over 30 million yuan. Although it was just paper wealth, seeing his account turn completely red made Chen Chen's heart race with excitement. Indeed, only by relying on capital compounding can one truly make big money. No one gets rich without windfall. With my current situation, just a fluctuation of 1 or 2 points in stocks is enough for an ordinary person to work a lifetime. Chen Chen sighed inwardly. Compared to the rich, ordinary people lack the widely circulated first pot of gold. Because from Chen Feng's perspective, the difficulty for an ordinary person to earn 1 million from 1 yuan is much greater than earning 100 million from 1 million. Not to mention environmental factors, just analyzing the simple mathematical logic involved. The poor need to continuously earn 1 million times to make their first pot of gold, while the rich only need to earn 100 times. Different starting points and choices lead to different cognitions. This is also why most ordinary people in the world struggle at the bottom, unable to touch the material life they desire, only able to watch themselves waste half their lives. In the first week of entering the market, besides completing the position in Jinli Permanent Magnet, Chen Chen also invested the remaining 110 million yuan in his account in batches at a cost of around 3 yuan into Jioding New Materials, 002201, a stock that is about to start a restructuring trend in August. Lacking short-term trading experience, he could only rely on memories from his past life to lay out 3 months in advance. It didn't matter if the time was a bit longer, as Jioding New Materials stock price was very stable in the short term, with no risk of a crash. As a reborn person, Chen Chen only needed to remember the highest cash-out price in time to complete the baton operation of the funds. After filling his stock account with 300 million yuan, Chen Chen took his parents, who had come to Hangzhou, to start a shopping spree. His parents initially did not believe that Chen Chen could become rich overnight. After all, he was their own child, with a temperament somewhat like his father. Chen Hongmin's honest and simple nature, and also carrying the unique inferiority complex of a rural person. The only advantage was that he inherited his mother Li Yuan's intelligence. However, after staying at Nanjing Sunshine Coast for a few days and watching their son stare at the computer screen every day, fixated on the strange K-lines and fluctuating numbers, the two elders finally accepted the fact that Chen Shen had made a fortune. Of course, Chen Shen also kept some small secrets from his parents. He didn't mention the lottery matter, and he also told them that the house they were renting was one he bought. If they found out that he spent millions to rent a house, their blood pressure would probably skyrocket. They hadn't even bought a house back home, and here he was, spending millions to pay the landlord. What a joke! So, during his free time after watching the market, Chen Shen did his best to show filial piety, first taking his parents to the nearby Tianjia Mall's Hailan home to buy a few sets of clothes. They were already in their 50s, having worked in the county town when they were young, and after returning to the countryside, they had never enjoyed any real comfort in their lives. Buying a few sets of clothes and shoes worth 3 or 4,000 yuan, Chen Hongmin and Li Yuan felt heartbroken. They said that online shopping only cost a few hundred yuan per item, and that the consumption in Hangzhou was too expensive. However, despite their words of regret, their actions were quite honest. When leaving Hailan home, the elderly couple simply threw away their old clothes and shoes to avoid embarrassing their son in that upscale community. Besides buying clothes, Chen Shen also took his parents to browse high-end brands on the first floor, getting his father a gold Rolex watch worth over 90,000 yuan, and buying his mother a jade bracelet and gold jewelry worth over 300,000 yuan. After spending all that money, the old couple walked with their backs straighter, and when they encountered shop assistants, they praised their son for being successful. This made Chen Shen carry the bags with a smile behind them. Of course, aside from shopping, Chen Shen also took his parents on a self-driving tour of famous attractions like West Lake and CC Wetland in Hangzhou. However, unexpectedly, while strolling around Leifeng Pagoda by West Lake on the weekend, they ran into Bai Ying, whom they had met briefly on the high-speed train. Bai Ying was dressed in a snow-white long dress, wearing a very elegant women's sun hat, and under the bright sun, her fair skin and outstanding temperament stood out. Accompanying her were two college friends, both of whom had good looks and charm. The three girls explored West Lake together, taking photos along the way, their beautiful figures and youthful aura often catching the attention of passing men. Bai Ying. Chen Shen rolled down the window of the Range Rover and greeted the three girls by the roadside. "Ah, you are Feng Ge?" Bai Ying turned around in surprise upon hearing someone call her name. Previously, on the second-class seat of the high-speed train, seeing Chen Feng dragging a shabby suitcase and dressed in cheap taobao clothes that couldn't hide his poor demeanor, Bai Ying thought he was an ordinary person. Aside from chatting for a while on the train and adding each other on WeChat, they had little interaction. Unexpectedly, just a week later, he had transformed and was driving such an impressive luxury car. The confidence radiating from him made both Bai Ying and her two friends take notice. "Where are you going to shop? If you don't mind, I can give you a ride, so you won't have to walk so much. I'm just taking my parents to see Leifeng Pagoda ahead," Chen Shen said, stopping the car and getting out to open the door. This top-of-the-line Range Rover is a long version with 7 seats, measuring 5.2 meters in length, with a seating layout of 2+3+2, providing a better driving experience than an ordinary MPV. Seeing Chen Shen's invitation, Bai Ying and her two friends were a bit tempted. After all, the entire West Lake scenic area is over 10 kilometers around, which could really tire their legs. Having walked for a while and feeling a bit tired, the three girls whispered among themselves and got into the car amidst their grateful "thank you, Feng Ge." Inside the Range Rover, Bai Ying was chatting with Li Yuan about the scenery of West Lake along with her two friends. It is said that 3 women make a play, and with 4 women together, there was no shortage of topics to discuss. "Xiaoying, how did you meet my son, Feng?" Li Yuan asked, looking at the 3 girls, each with their own charm, unable to hide her fondness. Previously, when Chen Shen was working in Wenshur, their relatives had helped arrange a few blind dates with girls from nearby towns. However, when they inquired about the blind date candidates, they either had unattractive looks or were divorced with children. After all, in the area around Ruixian and Wenshur, there is a strong marriage hierarchy, where the county town looks down on those from suburban towns, and those from towns look down on those from rural areas. If there was a daughter in the family waiting to marry, they would generally choose someone from a similar background. If the man's family didn't have a house in the city, some savings, or a good job as a civil servant, they wouldn't even qualify to be chosen for a blind date. Why marry into the countryside? To help with poverty alleviation? Looking back at the 3 young girls, Bai Ying and her friends were all high achievers preparing for graduate school. Their conversation exuded a cleverness and an elegance and confidence rarely seen in girls from rural towns. This made Bai Ying's mother, Li Yuan, quite eager to play matchmaker. "Auntie, I met Brother Foam on the high-speed train," Bai Ying replied with a smile. She was more extroverted and cheerful, serving as the leader among the three girls. Although her family was of average means, with both parents working as employees at a small local bank, she had been cherished by them since childhood and had a broad perspective, especially as she observed the luxurious interior of the Range Rover, the stylish attire of Chun Chen and his family, and the large brand shopping bags scattered around the car. Bai Ying realized she had definitely underestimated the situation before. As for her two close friends, Lin Xianxian was petite and charming, speaking softly, while Zhou Qiong was more boisterous with a slightly hoarse voice. The two friends occasionally chimed in, trying to leave a good impression on the family they were meeting for the first time. They were all around 24 or 25 years old. Although they were still in school for their master's degrees, girls often had a better grasp of social nuances than boys. It was perfectly normal to be a bit more enthusiastic when encountering a family with such favorable conditions. So, when the vehicle arrived at the nearby Leifeng Pagoda scenic area, the three girls got out and led Li Yuan to take photos, sweetly calling her auntie, showing no signs of being strangers. In contrast, Chun Chen and his father lagged behind, either carrying bags or paying for tickets, snacks, and small cultural souvenirs from the scenic area stalls. By the time they finished visiting Leifeng Pagoda, it was already evening. Chen Chen found a restaurant called Li Yuan nearby, treating Bai Ying and her friends to a meal of homestyle dishes averaging over 300 yuan per person. The portions were small, but the dishes were exquisite, and the flavors were much better than those of the so-called authentic Hangzhou cuisine around the West Lake scenic area. Additionally, the restaurant's environment was very elegant, and everyone enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere while taking photos for their social media. After dinner, since it wasn't on the way, Chen Chen helped Bai Ying and her friends call a luxury Didi car, conveniently placing the souvenirs they had bought during the afternoon in the trunk. On the way back to school, looking at the dazzling neon lights of Hangzhou outside the car window and enjoying the comfortable ride in the business vehicle, Bai Ying's two friends, who had been reserved in front of Auntie Li all afternoon, could no longer contain their burning curiosity and began to gossip in the car. Wow! Our college's business management second-year flower actually managed to get close to the legendary rich guy without saying a word. Big White Bear, nickname, spill the beans. Otherwise, you'll face severe punishment when we get back to the dorm. Zhou Qiong rolled up her sleeves and snatched the exquisite Bai Suzhen doll from Bai Ying's hands, exclaiming. Lin Xianxian, sitting in the third row, also curiously chimed in, Yingjia, just confess. You and Brother Feng were exchanging glances at the table. There must be a story there. After spending the afternoon together, the three girls had witnessed Chun Chen's financial power, not to mention the large Land Rover with a local license plate of 46s. Just accompanying them to the scenic area and paying for a meal without even furrowing his brow was something ordinary people couldn't do. Although the ticket for Leifeng Pagoda didn't cost much, the exquisite small cultural souvenirs added up, and they received several. Take the Bai Suzhen doll that Bai Ying received, which was said to be a limited edition cartoon collectible launched in collaboration with Mudman Zhang, priced at 26,000 yuan in the small shop. In the end, Chen Chen didn't even ask the price. Under his mother's encouragement, he let Bai Ying and her friends choose whichever they liked, treating it as a keepsake. After visiting all the attractions, Zhou Qiong and Lin Xianxian also benefited, receiving souvenirs worth several thousand yuan. If there isn't a story behind it, why would someone be so generous? Brother Feng and I really just met by chance. Today is only our second meeting. Bai Ying was a bit overwhelmed by her friend's relentless teasing and quickly began to plead for mercy in the car. She also snatched back the Bai Suzhen doll she had her eye on. There were quite a few boys pursuing her at school, including several rich second-generation kids who drove luxury cars to class. However, students who haven't entered society yet often carry a bit of naivety and innocence, enjoying the competition and jealousy in school. Compared to a steady young man like Chen Chen, the impression and sensation are entirely different. If their first encounter on the high-speed train had given Bai Ying a mere 50 points of goodwill towards Chen Chen, viewing him as just a passerby, after spending time together today and getting to know each other a bit, that score had definitely risen to 80 points or even higher. Moreover, listening to Aunt Li talk about her precious son, who had built his success entirely on his own abilities, Bai Ying learned that at just 27 years old, he had already bought a house in the Binjiang area of Hangzhou. With this useful information, Bai Ying's eyes began to sparkle as she hugged the doll, and her thoughts started to race. After all, she was already 25, and her family was urging her to date. There were no suitable men her age around her. Suddenly encountering a boy who seemed excellent in every aspect, and having unexpectedly met him twice, it was only natural for her to let her imagination run wild. In such a large city like Hangzhou, with millions of people, to meet someone by chance twice in the vast sea of humanity was undoubtedly fate. So, as soon as she stepped into the dormitory, unable to withstand the harassment from her two friends, Bai Ying sneaked into the bathroom and quietly sent Chen Chen a WeChat message. We arrived at school safely, blushing. At that moment, Chen Chen was accompanying his parents at a high-end foot massage center near their community. He had been running around Hangzhou with his parents for the past few days and was indeed exhausted. A little massage to relieve his sore muscles was just what he needed. Seeing the message from the girl, Chen Chen replied generously, "Thank you. My mom had a great time today. She even said to invite you over sometime, and she'll cook for you herself," grinning. Because on the way back, his mother had mentioned the girl named Bai Ying several times, saying she looked very pleasing and had a good personality, clearly a gem raised by an excellent family in the city. So she kept encouraging Chen Chen to take the time to chat with her more. If she wasn't in a relationship, he should give it a try. Bai Ying, on the other hand, was also lost in thought as she looked at the strongly implied message. After thinking for a moment, she typed and deleted her response several times, finally giving herself a pep talk in front of the mirror and shamelessly replying, "Sure," without noticing that her pretty face was already flushed. Having lived two lives, Chen Chen had more rationality when it came to choosing a partner, lacking the emotional impulsiveness of his previous life. In his view, all relationships must be built on a material foundation. While a platonic love might exist, he didn't believe he would be so lucky to encounter it. If it weren't for that bizarre lottery win that had made him suddenly wealthy, breaking through the class ceiling, he guessed Bai Ying's attitude towards him would still be as indifferent as it had been on the high-speed train. Meeting twice counts as a bit of fate. I'll observe further and see what happens later, Chen Chen thought to himself. His impression of Bai Ying was currently quite good. Her looks, figure, and, most importantly, her personality were all his type. However, the time spent together was too short. Many things would only reveal themselves after deeper interactions. Many couples in love make all sorts of promises. Once they truly live together or enter marriage, they often discover each other's contradictions and issues. In the days that followed, Chen Chen took his parents on a tour of the famous attractions in Hangzhou. When his parents felt they had thoroughly explored the city, Chen Chen finally bought high-speed train tickets to send them back to Ruixian. Of course, after witnessing their son's successful career, Chen Hongmin and Li Yuan gradually held their heads high. After returning to the village, they began to boast to everyone about their son's achievements in Hangzhou and started planning to tear down their old house, intending to build a grand villa on the original site. Ruixian, located in southern Zhejiang, is adjacent to Fujian province, and some customs and practices are quite similar to those in Fujian. Especially in the countryside of Fujian, the wealthy have built large villas resembling castles, which are also very popular in the rural areas of Wenshi. Thus, Chen Chen entrusted his uncle Chen Hongye, who was involved in renovations in the county, through WeChat to help his parents with the villa project. When his uncle learned that Chen Chen could allocate a budget of 5 million to build a rural villa of over 300 square meters, he was also taken aback. Everyone in the family knew the situation of the old family. The 3 dilapidated old tile-roofed houses passed down from their grandfather had been inherited by the eldest brother Chen Hongmin, who had lived there with his wife and children for decades. Not only had they not been able to buy a house in the city, but they couldn't even afford a 3-bedroom apartment in the town. During the holidays, when visiting relatives, Chen Chen's family was considered the most isolated in the village. Due to their poverty, hardly anyone interacted with them. Only a few of his father's siblings would invite them over for a meal during the new year. Usually, when discussing Chen Chen's job at the dinner table, the eldest brother's family would mostly shake their heads and sigh. Who would have thought that just a few months after the spring festival, their nephew would suddenly become successful? Chen Hongye felt that something was off. "Uncle, my dad knows nothing about building houses. Please help out and run some errands. I'll make sure to add a bit more to your project fee. The new house should be a bit grander, so that when the whole family gathers during the new year, we have a nice place in the countryside." Chen Chen sent several voice messages on WeChat, saying some nice things, and also found a villa style he liked online to send over. He then called his father, reminding him to give his uncle a 100,000 yuan advance payment to motivate him. Although these days, those in the construction and renovation business often take advantage of acquaintances, after all, he was a close uncle, and with his parents keeping an eye on things in the countryside, the quality of the house probably wouldn't be too far off even if it was extravagant. After sending his parents back to their hometown, Chen Chen finally had some personal time in Hangzhou. After accompanying them for half a month, indulging in food and massages every day, he had gained some weight. So, Chen Chen went to find a gym near Nanjing Sunshine Coast, paid 20,000 for a personal trainer, and planned to take some time to work out. To go far on the entrepreneurial path, besides ample funds and a clever mind, an entrepreneurial leader must also have a strong physique like an ox. Even the wealthy like Pang Ma and Xiaomi Lei often held meetings until after midnight while striving for their careers. As a 27-year-old young man and a newcomer on the entrepreneurial path, Chen Chen should learn from these big shots. Returning to the study that had been idle for a few days, he opened his computer and resumed monitoring the market. Target, Geely Permanent Magnet, 300748, quantity, 25,037,200 shares cost, 66 yuan current price, 18.98 yuan market value, 475. 32 million yuan daily profit and loss, plus 36. 93 million yuan, plus 10.0%, floating profit and loss, plus 299. 72 million yuan, plus 185. 65%, the stocks are really fierce. Looking at the profit margins on the market, even Chen Chen, who had been reborn, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. With just this financial data, it's almost catching up to the 101 lottery tickets he bought for the double colorball jackpot. After the Golden Week holiday, in 3 weeks and 15 trading days, Geely Permanent Magnet, this little demon, has achieved an impressive record of 12 days with 7 consecutive boards and 10 limit-ups. Since Chen Chen invested heavily to enter the market, the increase has reached 185.65%. Due to the strength of this little demon, the entire A-share market has even come up with a brand new rare earth permanent magnet label concept, making the rare earth permanent magnet sector the hottest topic in the entire A-share market. A large amount of capital has flowed in, and retail investors and institutions are celebrating every night. Anyone who bought at the bottom opens their stock account every day to find either a limit up or a high opening in the red. How can this not excite the stockholders? What the hell? It actually hit the limit again? This is the 7th limit up. I couldn't buy in during the bidding phase, envying the brothers inside. Geely Permanent Magnet, forever a god. YYDS, in May, you are the brightest star in the A-share market. A bunch of small investors in the stock forum are flaunting their profits, especially those who were previously trapped by new stocks. Each one is shouting, the sky is the limit. I won't get off this stock until it hits 50. Little do they know, the real big money earners, besides the old major shareholders inside, also includes Chen Chen, this newly emerged super retail investor. There are still 3 months until the end of August at 75 yuan per share. I need to make good use of my time. Chen Chen glanced at the market. Another stock, Jioding New Materials, which has already completed its position, has not yet started to rise, and its daily fluctuations are not significant, so there's no need to pay special attention. Geely Permanent Magnet has not yet reached its peak, so there's no need for any operation for now. Thus, Chen Chen turned off his computer, changed into a business outfit, and drove to the Kunhe Center on Tianmishan Road. The Kunhe Center is located at a unique corner of the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal, surrounded by high-end Grade A office buildings and large shopping malls. Before the supporting facilities of Qianzhong New City matured, this area was the leader in Hangzhou's CBD. After parking his car in the basement, Chen Chen went straight to the property management office of the office building. He asked the front desk if there were any vacant offices for rent. The other party immediately called over a plump-looking property manager, who enthusiastically led Chen Chen to tour the vacant offices inside the building. However, after showing a few empty offices, Manager Zhang noticed that this boss seemed to be dissatisfied. So, Manager Zhang cautiously probed, Mr. Chen, the offices are all pretty much square-shaped. The decoration isn't much different. The only difference is the floor and lighting. Chen Chen chuckled, knowing that the property manager misunderstood his intention. So he got straight to the point. The offices you just showed me are too small. I want an entire floor for future business expansion. Manager Zhang was immediately stunned. An entire floor? Mr. Chen, are you sure? Our Kunhe Center is an international Grade A office building, and the rent and property management fees are quite high. Manager Zhang's voice rose a few notches. How high can it be? Chen Chen asked with a teasing expression. The rent is 9 yuan per square meter per day, and the property management fee is 12 yuan per square meter per month. If you rent an entire floor, it will cost at least over 400,000 yuan a month after excluding utilities. Manager Zhang quoted a figure, hoping to scare off this young boss in front of him. He had received many inquiries from young entrepreneurs about office rentals. Most would back off upon hearing the exaggerated rent of Kunhe Center. After all, at this time in 2019, it was the most expensive office building in Hangzhou. Even if a young entrepreneur stubbornly insisted on renting, they would at most rent a small partition of about 80 square meters, enough for a small company. However, to Chen Chen's surprise, upon hearing this quote, he not only did not show any signs of retreat but instead disdainfully remarked, "Is 5 million a year considered expensive? Quickly find me 2 floors. No, wait. Let's rent 3 floors, preferably close to each other, so my employees can visit each other conveniently in the future." Faced with Chen Chen's unconventional leasing demands, manager Zhang from the Kunhi Center was left dumbfounded. In this day and age, someone actually thought their office rental prices were cheap? This was truly a sight to behold. However, since the boss had made such a request, manager Zhang suppressed his anxious feelings and took Chen Chen to tour the vacant 24th and 25th floors. Due to its prime location, Kunhi Center was the most expensive office building in Hangzhou. With its prestige, many companies sought it out, keeping the vacancy rate consistently below 20%. After touring around, Chen Chen saw that the 26th floor was already occupied by a foreign company, and the 23rd floor was not available for rent as a whole. He had no choice but to settle for a bundled price of 9.8 million a year for the office spaces on the 24th and 25th floors. Both floors had a square layout, and since they were vacant, there was no furniture or office equipment inside for the time being. Chen Chen found a nearby decoration studio, Qingmu Decoration, to handle the soft furnishings. Since it was a temporary office space, he didn't plan to spend a fortune on renovations. However, considering the need to host clients in the future, he opted for solid wood tables and uniform genuine leather sofas. The entire business-style soft decoration plan cost him around 2 million. As for office equipment, he contacted vendors in Hangzhou's computer market to procure a complete set of high-spec 2060 office computers and 4 printers along with a company server. After equipping over 200 workstations, he invested another 3 million. Running a business really burns money. I haven't even started hiring yet, and I've already spent 15 million. Looking at the office space gradually taking shape, Chen Chen couldn't help but sigh. In the following days, Chen Chen took some time to keep an eye on things. Most of his time was spent managing the new site at Kunhi Center. He also took time to go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to obtain 2 business licenses for the 2 office floors. The 24th floor was for Blue Guard Technology Company, Ltd., which Chen Chen planned to use for his entrepreneurial layout in medical devices after next year's pandemic. The 25th floor was for Dingfeng Asset Management Company, Ltd., responsible for financial investment. Both companies had a registered capital of 100 million, with a 1-year grace period for actual payment. The intermediary who was running errands was initially stunned when he saw this registered capital. It wasn't until he saw that the registered address for both companies was the renowned Kunhi Center in Hangzhou that he realized he was dealing with a wealthy entrepreneur. After collecting a 20,000 service fee, he added all the relevant business scopes as per Chen Chen's request. With the premises and formal business licenses in hand, Chen Chen began the recruitment process. However, he did not post job openings directly on job apps like BossGPin, 58, or Lipin, but instead approached one of the top 10 headhunting companies in the country, Southern Xinhua. After paying a hefty service fee, he asked Southern Xinhua to help find candidates for the position of general manager with over 10 years of experience in large listed medical device companies, as well as a strong HRD director and CFO. This was a highly targeted foundational structure for the company, which could quickly lead to a rapid increase in employee numbers once established. Soon, Southern Xinhua provided Chen Chen with several resumes that met his criteria. After reviewing the resumes, Chen Chen instructed Southern Xinhua to start sending interview invitations to these candidates. On a morning in early June, Xia Zhikong drove a BMW 740 to the parking area of the Kunhi Center. He was originally the vice president of Stable Medical Winner, responsible for sales and business development in the entire East China region. However, he had recently had a minor disagreement with the company's board of directors, and feeling undervalued, Xia Zhikong began to consider changing jobs. Just then, a senior headhunter from Southern Xinhua extended an olive branch, prompting Xia Zhikong to check out the company Blue Guard Technology. However, as soon as he arrived on the 24th floor via the elevator, he was captivated by a striking bilingual slogan advertisement posted at the front desk of Blue Guard Technology. Strive to be a blue safety guardian, using technology to protect human life and health? So that's what Blue Guard Technology means. Xia Zhikong thought to himself. He walked through the automatic sensor door of the company. Since he was there for a job interview and wanted to make a good impression on the new HR, Xia Zhikong arrived half an hour earlier than the scheduled time. However, upon entering, he found the entire Blue Guard Technology office empty. Only a young man in his 20s was sitting at the front desk, engrossed in a new anime while enjoying a fresh, hot breakfast. After surveying the company's interior, Xia Zhikong approached the white marble front desk and asked, "Hey, are you not on duty yet? May I ask which room the interview is in? I'm here for a job application." Chen Chen took a sip of hot soy milk, paused the anime, and looked up to assess the calm and composed middle-aged job seeker. "Are you Xia Zhikong?" Chen Chen asked. "Yes. Do I need to register for the interview?" Xia Zhikong replied, puzzled. Chen Chen shook his head, put down the soy milk, and reached out a hand across the bar. No need to register, welcome to Blue Guard Technology. You've been hired. Ha! Xia Zhikong was taken aback by this sudden announcement. He hadn't even properly attended the interview yet. How could he be hired? Seeing his reaction, Chen Chen patiently explained, I am Chen Chen, the investor of this company. For the position of general manager, I had Southern Xinhua send out invitations to 3 candidates. To be honest, your resumes are all very similar, and it's hard to distinguish between you just by looking at them. As for your personalities, one interview isn't enough to reveal much. It takes long-term interaction with me, the investor, to truly show your true colors. In short, all 3 of you are on the same starting line in my eyes, and choosing any of you would be about the same. But you, Xia Zhikong, are different. You were the first to arrive at our company, and you came half an hour early. Just from that, it's clear that you are more punctual, more responsible, and value this job opportunity more than the other 2 candidates. So, I won't send you the general manager offer via email. I'll inform you of your acceptance in person. Listening to Chen Chen's rambling, Xie Zhikong's expression began to change, thinking, this is interesting. He didn't expect that this unassuming young front desk worker was actually the investor of the new company he was interviewing for. Moreover, what the other party said made a lot of sense and completely aligned with his persona. After working at Stable Medical for over a decade, Xie Zhikong had always led by example, arriving earlier than the front desk staff and leaving later than the cleaners. Otherwise, at just over 40 years old, he wouldn't have been able to achieve the position of vice president in a listed company. Besides his excellent personal abilities, this diligent personality was also a key reason why his previous employer valued him and continuously promoted him. It was rare to encounter such a unique and perceptive young boss. After being stunned for a few seconds outside the bar, Xie Zhikong solemnly shook hands with Chen Chen and said, Thank you, Director Chen, for the offer. I am willing to join Blue Guard Technology. Little did he know that this impulsive decision would bring about a tremendous change in his career trajectory for the rest of his life. With the addition of Xie Zhikong, the 2 latecomers were politely turned down by Chen Chen. After all, a position at the level of vice president in a publicly listed company usually comes with its own team and staff when someone makes a move. Hiring 2 others for similar positions would only constrain his work, which would not be beneficial for the development of a startup. So, after completing the recruitment of the first employee at Blue Guard Technology and the onboarding of the second HR director, Lin Qin, the entire company officially began its operations. Recruitment efforts through social hiring, headhunting, and internal referrals were all in full swing, leading to a rapid expansion of the 6 major departments: finance, human resources, marketing, operations, procurement, and sales. In less than half a month, the once quiet 24th floor of Blue Guard Technology began to buzz with activity. The influx of new faces also helped Chen Chen shake off the feeling of being a lone commander. Chairman Chen, the company now has 52 employees, and we have completed 62% of the recruitment plan you previously outlined. The framework for each department has also been initially established. Should we proceed with the first step of business now? In the conference room of Blue Guard Technology, Xie Zhikong, along with several directors, began the weekly routine report. As a startup, after sorting out internal affairs, the first priority was to determine the direction of business development. After all, the categories involved in medical devices are numerous, with thousands of types circulating in the market. Without Chen Chen, the investor, making the final decision, the newly hired management team was still somewhat in the dark about the company's business. Although everyone knew the new company had money, they spent their days idly, either interviewing new hires or engaging in team-building activities to foster relationships. Thus, they muddled through 2 weeks, feeling more comfortable than on an extended vacation. If this continued, Xie Zhikong feared that the group of elites he had brought in would develop bad habits of slacking off in the workplace. Just so happens, I want to talk about this today. Chen Chen nodded from the main seat and began to introduce, the main business direction for the company's development is all on this, so the marketing, sales, and procurement departments should take note. This includes the recruitment advertisements from human resources, which will also target groups engaged in these industries. After saying this, he projected some data he had previously collected online onto the conference room screen through a hastily prepared PPT. As soon as the people in the conference room saw the meat of the matter, they immediately sat up straight. Medical masks, fever patches, blood oxygen monitors, thermometers, small ventilators, protective clothing, these 6 are all medical devices related to respiratory infections, and they all seem to be a mix of medical and home use types. So, will the company's main direction only focus on these specific small items? Marketing Director Li Liang and Sales Director Zhou Tong began to whisper to each other. Both were Xie Zhikong's right-hand women, having been poached from their previous company, and had over a decade of experience in the medical device industry. They were highly capable and led very dynamic teams. Together, they had previously helped a stable medical company achieve annual sales of 2 billion in the East China region. This time, they joined Xie Zhikang at the new company not only for the high salary offered by Blue Guard Technology but also for their personal career prospects, hoping to leverage the new platform to fulfill their professional ambitions. However, upon seeing the business direction proposed by the investor, Li Liang and Zhou Tong began to have their doubts. With just these 6 small categories, the total sales across the country wouldn't be high. Moreover, the entry barrier for manufacturing processes was very low, and there were many similar competing products on the market. Who knew what waves a new brand could make in such a niche market? Including Xie Zhikang, looking at the 6 products displayed on the screen, his expression became a bit awkward. Chairman Chen, are we really only going to focus on these 6 small items? Shouldn't we add some larger consumables like infusion sets and syringes? Seeing that the people under him were somewhat unconvinced, Shen Shen, who had returned with memories of the next 5 years, smiled playfully. What's wrong? Do you look down on small items like medical masks? Xie Zhikang shrugged. It's not that we look down on them, but the market is too small. With just these 6 items, a small team of 6 could manage easily. With our strength at Blue Shield, there's no need to enter such a small market to fight for a small piece of the pie. Chen Chen didn't say much in response, but clicked the mouse to display the market share of these 6 products. In 2019, when the COVID-19 virus had not yet ravaged the world, the annual production of medical masks worldwide was only 5 billion, with a total value barely reaching 235 billion yuan. As for the other small items, like fever patches and thermometers, they were also very niche, with a combined scale of only a few billion. The only product that could slightly catch the attention of Xie Zhikang and the others was the ventilator. If it were a multifunctional ventilator purchased by hospitals, the price for one could be tens of thousands or even over 100,000, with profit margins usually above 50%. However, most ventilators were firmly dominated by imported brands like ResMed, Bird, and Philips, making it difficult for domestic brands to break in. Seeing that the people under him were not very interested in the 6 main products he had carefully selected, Chen Chen began to persuade them. How about this? We are a brand new team. We need to be down to earth and take it step by step. All departments in the company need to work together, and let's set our initial goal on these 6 main products. I want self-production and self-sales, whether by acquiring existing factories or building our own production base. We need to get Blue Shield Technologies business on track first, and then seek further development. Seeing that the boss had said so, Xie Zhikang could only nod in agreement. Self-production and self-sales are fine. These are all medical small items with low technical barriers, so the investment for acquisition or building processing plants is not large. I just wonder what production capacity you expect, Chairman Chen. Noticing that the people present had been convinced by his persuasion, Shen Chen revealed, as for production capacity, let me think. For hospital masks, let's aim for the scale of the world's #1 brand, producing disposable medical masks and N95 masks at a daily rate of 30 million units, and we can set up several production lines and equipment for capacity reserves, ensuring that our processes are the best in the industry. As for the other small items, I can lower my expectations a bit. Achieving the top level in the domestic market will suffice. After Chen Chen finished speaking, he calmly scanned Xie Zhikang and the others. Their expressions shifted from initial disdain to rapid breathing and visible agitation. The announcement of these 2 targets left them stunned. They had just begun to define their main business direction, and now they were aiming for 2 industry firsts. One was the world's #1, while the others were the domestic firsts. Were they not afraid of overreaching? Or was it that post-90s investors were so passionate now, wanting to compete directly with international giants like 3M and Honeywell in the mask industry? What if they produced so many masks and couldn't sell them? They couldn't have the whole company wearing masks to work every day, could they? Countless doubts began to spring from the mouths of various directors. Even General Manager Xie Zhikang was stunned by the targets Chen Chen had proposed. Fearing that the boss might lose face for the sake of pride, he lowered his voice to ask, Chairman Chen, do we really want to go this big? Chen Chen shrugged, mimicking Xie Zhikang's earlier gesture. Since it's a startup, we should definitely aim for the industry first. Otherwise, why would I spend a high salary to hire you elites and pay tens of millions to rent such a good office space? Chen Chen's meaning was very simple. As the company's investor, once he set the business direction, he only looked at the results regardless of the process. If it couldn't be done, then this group of management would leave on their own. This was also the first time he had actively proposed KPI requirements for the overall direction after recruiting these workplace elites with annual salaries of millions. Chairman Chen is indeed an investor. His vision is truly extraordinary. It's also a great challenge for our entire team. Being the industry leader in a small category, the base is large enough, and once it's done, the profits shouldn't be too bad. Xia Jikong rubbed his hands excitedly, looking at the 6 mask products that he previously didn't think much of, and unexpectedly found them a bit pleasing to the eye. Under Qin Shen's leadership as a reborn individual, the main direction of Blue Wei Technology was officially set. After Xia Jikong and a few others announced this result in their respective departments, over 50 people in the company were shaken. The slogan of being the industry leader indeed had a motivational effect. Especially in the marketing and sales departments, everyone began to roll up their sleeves to conduct market research, just waiting for the company's samples to come out for promotion. The other departments, after receiving their tasks, also began initial work around these 6 products. Project initiation, product design, acquisitions and formations in the production department, and establishing relationships in the mid and downstream supply chain all required people to handle. If all these trivial matters were left to Chun Chun alone, he would probably be exhausted and still wouldn't be able to produce masks, not to mention launching 6 products at once. To grow a business, having a reliable team and employees is extremely important. Fortunately, the first pot of gold is enough to support the upcoming expenditures. Otherwise, it would be hard to see such a big market for masks, Chen Shen thought to himself. Of course, after outlining the main direction, he didn't remain idle. Besides occasionally checking work reports and progress in the company group, he personally took charge of the core financial department. He conducted daily financial data connections to prevent a group of outsiders from undermining his position as chairman and depleting his invested assets. Chairman Chen, there are still 23 million in operating funds on the company's books. I saw the proposal from General Manager Xie. The initial funding for the 6 major projects requires at least 200 million. How do you plan to address the funding gap, through bank financing or by bringing in strategic investors? Asked Financial Director Li Mei. Li Mei, in her 40s, was originally the financial supervisor of a local state-owned enterprise in Hangzhou, with extensive work experience. She could handle all the financial-related matters, such as transactions, reimbursements, and tax reporting, in an orderly manner. After being recruited by Southern Xinhua, she had been working closely with Chun Chen. Only small expenditures that didn't require reporting were exempt, while large amounts involving the company's strategic direction had to be clarified. The company currently won't lack funds. We won't consider external financing for now. Starting in mid-next month, I will personally inject the first 300 million into the company, so let old Xie and the others spend carefully. For external contracts, we can use installment payments to postpone the payment time by 2 to 3 months. Ensure that the operating funds cover internal expenses first, and report back to me once they are used up, Chen Shen replied. Nowadays, Chen Shen came to Blue Wei Technology mainly to make an appearance, showcasing his position as chairman and observing the internal atmosphere of the new company. Most of the time, he stayed in the 25th floor Dingfeng assets, monitoring the market, or took time to work out at the gym. The people at Blue Wei Technology privately knew that investor Chairman Chen was very wealthy, having rented 2 floors in the Kuni Center. Usually, only their boss, General Manager Xie, and Sister Mei would go upstairs to report the situation, while the other directors were busy with their respective duties. I just didn't expect the first investment to reach 300 million, which made Li Mei, the financial director, feel that she had truly come to the right place. Understood, Chairman Chen, I'll go and discuss it with General Manager Xie and the others right away. After reporting, Li Mei took a few signed documents and went downstairs with the revised project funding plan. As for Chen Shen, he was focused on the A-share market, watching the floating profit situation in his account. Target, Geely Yangtze, 300748, quantity, 25,037,200 shares, cost, 6.66 yuan, current price, 37.98 yuan, market value, 950,912,800 yuan, daily profit and loss, negative 5,213,600 yuan, minus 0.62%, floating profit and loss, plus 78,091,820 yuan, plus 570, 27%. Watching the fluctuations in the stock values, Xin Chen remained calm. Since building his position in early May, this little stock had already achieved an astonishing increase of more than 5 times by mid-July. Occasionally dropping a few points was something Chen Shen had grown accustomed to. He didn't even have the thought of making a quick trade. His capital was too large, and if he followed the retail investors to make quick trades, it would easily suppress the stock's upward momentum. He knew it would rise to around 75 yuan by the end of August, so he just needed to hold on without making any moves. Sell high and buy low, locking in all the profits from the main upward wave. When I cash out, the insiders and retail investors will probably be stuck for over 10 years. Chen smiled slightly. The securities and futures market does not create wealth. If someone profits, someone else must lose. He hoped to always be the one who profits in the future. After watching the morning session at the company, he invited a few directors to have a working lunch together. Chen went home and took a nap for over an hour. When it was almost 3 o'clock, he drove to the nearby Weisher Fitness Club. He had been a regular here for over a month, and the young lady at the front desk recognized him. As soon as he appeared, she greeted him enthusiastically. "Brother Phone, Coach Pan has already arrived, just waiting for you to start the class." Chen nodded and went in to change into workout clothes. However, not long after he entered the changing room, a few young ladies at the front desk began to gossip. "Do you think Brother Phone can win over Coach Pan? He's been spending over 400,000 on Coach Pan. If it were me meeting such a rich person, I would definitely agree. I heard from a few members that Brother Phone lives in Nanjing Sunshine Coast, definitely a super rich second generation. He usually looks very low-key, just drives a Land Rover, didn't expect him to be so wealthy." Weisher is an old brand fitness club that has been deeply rooted in the domestic market for many years, with a large internal layout, including a professional swimming pool and yoga room. After changing into his sportswear, Chen arrived at the yoga room deep inside, glancing at Panyu, who was doing yoga in front of the mirror, his eyes unconsciously scanning her figure in the tight yoga outfit. The S-shaped curves of her athletic body, her full and rounded chest and perky butt, along with her youthful appearance that could score an 8 out of 10, made Panyu a star coach at Weisher. It was said that she started practicing gymnastics in her teens and participated in various domestic and international competitions, although she retired without winning a gold medal. However, a quick search on Baidu could still find reports of her early fame in sports. Among the male members who came to work out, many pursued Panyu, but there had been no rumors about her. "Brother Feng, you're here." After finishing her last set of yoga poses, Panyu stood up and greeted Chen. Beads of sweat glistened on her exposed skin, and she radiated the youthful and healthy aura of someone in their 20s. This was also why Chen had spent over 400,000 on her. After all, if he was going to find a personal trainer, why not choose a beautiful one that he liked and found pleasing to the eye? "There's nothing going on at the company today, just came to practice a bit." Chen smiled slightly. He took a clean towel hanging on the wall next to the yoga clothes and handed it to the other person. "Thank you." Panyu's eyes squinted into crescent shapes. After doing a few sets of warm-ups in front of the large mirror with Chen, she led him to the equipment area to practice for half an hour. Any incorrect postures were corrected one by one, and occasional physical contact was very normal. However, today's lesson was a bit different. After finishing with the equipment, Panyu had Chen change into swim trunks and followed her to the indoor pool to swim. As the saying goes, Mandarin ducks play in the water, butterflies fly together. As they spent more time together, the topics they chatted about gradually increased. From celebrity gossip to daily work, there were also quite a few sports-related topics. "Coach Pan, are you free in the next few days? I want to go to Sanya for a beach vacation for a few days. Swimming in this pool isn't enough, I want to splash around in the sea. How about you come with me? I'll cover all your classes for the next week, and we can relax together. What do you think?" Chen suggested as he watched Panyu swim by. Panyu looked at Chen, who seemed to have ulterior motives, and quietly asked, "Just going to teach you how to swim?" Chen nodded. "The sea is definitely different from the pool. My swimming skills are too poor. I definitely need your close guidance." Panyu thought for a moment, looking at the club environment she had grown tired of after clocking in every day, and simply nodded in agreement, getting on Chen's pirate ship. Panyu didn't even know how she had so confusedly agreed to Chen's disguised date request. She said it was just to guide him in swimming and fitness, but they were both adults, and they both knew what the other was thinking. The reason she gave Chen this opportunity was also because he appeared relatively calm and gentlemanly in his words and actions. He wasn't like those frivolous young men. After more than a month of personal training, they had treated each other with respect. Even when there was physical contact during teaching, Chen's performance was commendable. He wasn't like those greasy middle-aged men who were overly eager, making crude jokes that were quite off-putting. So, on the morning after agreeing to go out for teaching, Panyu packed some clothes and skincare products for the beach, carrying a small silver suitcase while waiting at the entrance of her new apartment complex in Xintang. This place was an old community in the center of Hangzhou City, close to the CBD areas like Qingchun Road, with many working tenants. Standing there with her graceful demeanor, Panyu naturally attracted quite a few early risers heading to work. Among them were several members of the Weisher Fitness Club, and seeing a beautiful personal trainer standing at the entrance, a few members enthusiastically approached to greet her. "Are you going to work, Coach Pan? Do you need a ride? I'm just heading to the bank to run some errands." A young male member, driving a Cadillac CT6, stopped by the roadside. This person was Joe Kai, a regular at Weisher. He had initially signed up for this gym because of the beautiful personal trainer team. However, despite his success with college girls, the Cadillac, along with his somewhat decent looks, had repeatedly hit walls at Weisher. After failing to win over a few beautiful trainers, Joe Kai felt quite frustrated. So, seeing Pan Yu seemingly waiting for a ride, he took the initiative to strike up a conversation, hoping to leave a good impression. Who would have thought Pan Yu waved her hand and said, "No need, my friend is here to pick me up." Just then, a long-wheelbase Range Rover pulled up next to the Cadillac. The overwhelming presence and the wealthy aura of the man who got out to help carry the suitcase left Joe Kai momentarily stunned. Damn! Who is this guy? He actually managed to win over the hardest to pursue Coach Pan? And that Range Rover. Joe Kai took out his phone to snap a picture of the Range Rover as it was about to drive away. Then he sent the photo to a car enthusiast group called Emperor of the Bath, asking the group members about this model. As soon as he posted it, the number of people that in the group suddenly increased. Did the goddess run off with someone driving a Land Rover? Damn! The badge says 50SC plus V8. I just checked, this car is the latest version of the Range Rover SV Autobiography long wheelbase, and it costs over $3.5 million, facepalm. Anyone driving this kind of car is definitely a big shot. It looks low-key, but the aura is no less than that of a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Hug you, brother Kai, give up on that thought. One of their cars can buy 10 CT6S, sympathy. The group erupted in chaos. They started to imagine little stories about Joe Kai and that fitness goddess. Some even posted screenshots of the chat on the Hupu forum. In short, the story of a loser's goddess being taken away by a rich person has always been a favorite topic on the internet. The speed of dissemination was quick, and it could evoke countless losers' empathy. Of course, for Chen Chen, he was currently enjoying a leisurely vacation with a girl. The Land Rover Range Rover climbed onto the elevated road and soon arrived at Shaoshan International Airport. Originally, Pan Yu was still asking from the passenger seat, "Don't we need to buy tickets to Sanya?" It wasn't until they arrived that she realized Chen Chen had actually chartered a Gulfstream G650 private jet for the trip. No need to queue for security checks or buy tickets. They took a special VIP passage and quickly boarded the luxuriously decorated private jet. "Brother Fong, is this private jet yours?" Pan Yu asked curiously, looking at the elegant flight attendants in the cabin. Chen Chen smiled slightly and casually said, "It's a temporary rental. My own is still in line at the Gulfstream factory, and I won't get it for at least another year." "You can actually afford a private jet. I heard one costs several $100 million. What does your family do?" Pan Yu was clearly taken aback. She had thought this young guy pursuing her was just a second-generation rich kid with a bit of family wealth in Hangzhou. She didn't expect him to have such a big background. Being able to afford a private jet was truly beyond her expectations. "I don't rely on my family. My parents are farmers in the countryside, and I built everything from scratch to get to where I am today," Chen Chen explained, casually taking out a notebook from his bag and connecting to the plane's Wi-Fi. It was actually possible to make calls and connect to the internet on the plane. It was just that on commercial flights, passengers were asked to switch to flight mode to avoid signal interference. Just in time for the market to open at 9:30, Chen Chen logged into his stock account and took a look at his current account gains. Target, Geely Permanent Magnet, 300748, quantity, 25,037,200 shares cost, 6.66 yuan current price, 40.01 yuan market value, 1,001,738,300 yuan daily profit and loss, plus 67,214,200 yuan, plus 90% floating profit and loss, plus 831,735,200 yuan, plus 591, 11%, not bad, made over 60 million in half an hour since the market opened. The wings of the private jet are considered earned. Chen Chen looked at the screen and smiled playfully. Over 60 million in half an hour? God! Pan Yu, sitting closely beside him, couldn't help but lean over to take a look at the laptop. The red numbers in the account and the K-line chart reaching the top made her a bit dizzy. Even the two beautiful flight attendants serving tea and water on the private jet were eavesdropping on the conversation of the young passengers. After all, money is enticing. Not to mention 60 million, even if you took away 2 zeros, it would be enough for them to work hard for a year. "Are you trading stocks?" Pan Yu asked curiously, staring at the screen. Chen Chen laughed heartily, casually wrapping his arm around the other person's elastic waist. "This isn't stock trading. That's what ordinary small investors do. What I'm doing is long-term value investment. I won't cash out unless it multiplies several times." I don't understand, but it sounds like it's very profitable, Pan Yu pouted, not rejecting Chen Shen's bold move. She was a retired athlete, having gone abroad for competitions in her youth, and occasionally met with big shots, so her perspective was quite good. On a regular basis, she earned a few $100,000 a year working at Weisher. With the savings accumulated from being an athlete and her job, she bought an old, small apartment in Hangzhou, with enough savings to live a comfortable life for a lifetime. But human nature is always greedy, unconsciously yearning for a better and more affluent material life. After getting to know Chen Shen's financial power, Pan Yu realized she had definitely encountered a true wealthy big shot this time. So she proactively snuggled closer to Chen Shen and began to whisper in his ear, "I have some savings. Can I invest with you, brother Fo?" Chen Shen revealed a triumphant smile. "No problem making you some pocket money, but it depends on your performance these days." At the Sanya Yalang Bay yacht dock, dressed in beachwear and wearing sunglasses, Chen Shen, amidst the envious gazes of a group of tourists, held hands with the curvaceous Pan Yu as they boarded a luxurious azimuth yacht. Upon learning that her generous student was a super-rich tycoon dominating the domestic share market, Pan Yu's attitude towards Chen Shen shifted from initially wanting to meet and see if their personalities and conditions matched, to becoming proactive and even passionately enthusiastic. The bedroom on this luxury yacht, along with a high-end suite at the Ritz-Carlton, became their temporary cozy nest for the next few days of intimate joy. As a fitness coach and former gymnast, Pan Yu's physique was undoubtedly the best among all the women Chen Shen had encountered in 2 lifetimes. The places that should be slim were slim, and the places that should have curves were full and prominent, a perfect 10 out of 10. Just her healthy and vibrant figure elevated Pan Yu's beauty and temperament by several notches, allowing Chen Shen to completely indulge in the pleasures of physical connection and relaxation by the sea during the upcoming holiday. Of course, Chen Shen prided himself on not being a fickle playboy. It was just that after acquiring a fortune that ordinary people could hardly touch in several lifetimes, he intended to try a life journey he had never experienced in his past life. As a newly minted billionaire, isn't it normal to have a few close female friends? Don't be fooled by the large number of losers online who mock the son of the Wangda tycoon for frequently changing to younger model girlfriends. In reality, they were already envious of him to the core. There were even big shots on Jihu asserting that if ordinary people had the same financial conditions as Seat Song, they would definitely spend even more extravagantly. Moreover, what Chen Shen offered Pan Yu was not just physical pleasure, but also emotional and material support. During their half-month vacation in Sanya, he first guided Pan Yu step by step to open an account and enter the market. He helped her invest her savings of over 500,000 into a small stock called Giant Permanent Magnet, successfully turning that 500,000 into over 900,000 by riding the wave of a bullish market. Brother Fong is so amazing. Unlike those guys online who love to flirt, always shouting for rich women to support them, wanting to spend women's money, I must hold on to such a good man tightly. Looking at her stock account, which had nearly doubled in just a few days, Pan Yu felt that her long-established concept of money had been completely shattered in a short time. Adding to that was the high spending during their continuous half-month vacation. The two of them spent no less than tens of thousands just on food, clothing, and transportation to stay comfortable in Yalong Bay. Under such a lavish material onslaught, Pan Yu had completely sunk. By the time she communicated with Chen Shen at night, she had gradually become bolder and more proactive, starting from the awkwardness of the night before their private jet landed in Sanya. Even in the last few days before returning to Hangzhou, Pan Yu transformed into the role of a virtuous wife and mother. She took the initiative to go to the market to buy ingredients like sea cucumbers, roosters, and goji berries, returning to try making soup for Chen Shen to nourish his body. Not to mention the Tasmanian oysters airlifted from Australia that were a staple at every meal. Otherwise, Chen Shen would wake up the next day with sore legs. After relaxing in Sanya for more than half a month, Chen Shen reined in his playful thoughts. After flying back to Hangzhou on a private jet, he first went to the Kunhi Center to check on the operations of Lanwei Technology. He saw Xie Zhikong leading a team conducting surveys and drafting plans, busy with the 6 products Chen Shen had previously proposed. Chen Shen didn't interfere much. He just encouraged the team a bit before heading up to the 25th floor of Dingfeng Asset Management Company. Since Dingfeng Asset Management was positioned as a comprehensive private equity investment fund company, all investment decisions were currently solely Chen Shen's. Therefore, compared to the bustling scene on the 24th floor, the 25th floor felt somewhat deserted. Aside from a young woman at the front desk who sat there bored every day, occasionally going downstairs to clock in and out, most offices and workstations were empty. If it weren't for Chen Shen giving orders in the group during his vacation for the finance department to move up from downstairs, there probably wouldn't have been a single soul in Dingfeng's office. The 6 projects related to the pandemic can almost start formal investment. If we continue to maximize arbitrage in the A-share market, we might miss the outbreak at the end of the year. Chen Shan strolled around the office. After reaching his chairman's office, he immediately opened his securities account. Target, Jinli Permanent Magnet, 300748, quantity, 25,037,200 shares, cost, 66 yuan, current price, 69.47 yuan, market value, 1,739,334,200 yuan, daily profit and loss, plus 82,326,700 yuan, plus 0%, floating profit and loss, plus 1,572,586,500 yuan, plus 923.52%. It had only been 3 months since he entered the market on the first trading day after the May Golden Week, and now in early August, his 170 million stock investment account had nearly multiplied tenfold. Considering Lanwei Technology's upcoming investment layout and to temporarily solve the liquidity shortage at hand, Chen Shen began to sell off large amounts after spotting another limit up on Jinli Permanent Magnet. After the market opened at 9:30, Jinli Permanent Magnet's limit up board was almost filled with over 1 million buy orders. As the number one super hot stock for 3 consecutive months in May, June, and July, the market's enthusiasm for this tenfold bull stock would never wane. After all, at this stage, no one considered the fundamentals of individual stocks, K-line trends, or policies. It was all about judging based on market sentiment. As long as it could continue to hit the limit, there would always be retail investors blindly chasing in with their cash. Chasing highs and cutting losses was the inevitable path for every qualified retail investor in the A-share market. So when Chen Feng quietly started selling off thousands and hundreds of hands on the board, the over 1 million buy orders below hardly budged. In the comments and dynamic bullet screens of the stock forum, people were even predicting when this summer's big stock would peak and then retreat. Drop my ass. Jinli Yaowang has just crossed the 3-month watershed, and today, in early August, it can still hit the limit up, indicating that there is still a market ahead. Over 1 million hands of sealed orders, a total of over 7 billion funds want to take over. If the big player dares to smash it, they will definitely get washed out. Afraid of heights? Then you are also a miserable person. If you want to make money by trading stocks, you must be bold. Just go all in. The sky is the limit for Jinli Yaowang. The stockholders were discussing fervently. Some were analyzing, while others were flaunting their successful trades, making intraday profits of several points. They didn't notice at all that the selling orders on the market were gradually increasing. When Chen Feng started selling over 200,000 hands in units of 10,000, accompanied by a large green candlestick shooting up, it created a significant gap by smashing down over 1 million sealed orders. The Jinli Yongxi market, which had been shouting "the sky is the limit," suddenly took a sharp turn downwards. The speculative funds, institutions, and retail investors all sensed something was wrong and began to withdraw their orders. 700,000 hands, 600,000 hands, 300,000 hands, 2,301 hands. Until the ceiling line was completely smashed open, a visible high-level plunge occurred. From originally plus 0%, it plummeted to plus 33%. Retail investors who had chased in during the bidding phase began to curse in the stock forum and on the bullet screen. What the hell? What's going on? Where's the Jinli Yaowang we talked about? Over 200,000 hands traded on the list. The old big player inside is about to run, trembling with fear. The dark market has run away with nearly 1.4 billion. The main force has struck. Brothers, run fast. Turn off the lights and eat noodles. The sudden flash crash of Jinli Yongxi poured cold water on the originally hot market sentiment. The K-line trend on the market changed from a straight line to a Z-shaped pattern, commonly known as the soul-cutting sickle in the A-share market. Panic spread within, and the number of sell orders increased. Even a few big speculators playing past the flower in this stock couldn't help but curse. Which bastard did this? We agreed to pull out after hitting over 70. Damn it! Forget it. If we die together. Speculative funds and institutions followed the market sentiment and pressed the nuclear button. This caused the already plummeting Jinli Yongxi stock price to dive down again. 33%. 14%. Don't be afraid, it's just a technical adjustment. After a rise, there must be a fall. This is a good time to buy the dip. The bottom has been established, and there is still a market ahead. Don't run, brothers. A group of retail investors in the stock forum and on the bullet screen cheered themselves on. When they saw that Z-shaped sickle coming down, no one could remain calm, until the entire market turned from red to green, and the stock price began to plunge from 69.47 yuan per share to 62.51 yuan. The upward support was shattered in one blow. -4. 66%, -10. 0%. In just a few minutes, the K-line of Jinli Yongxi fell from heaven to earth, plummeting 20% intraday. It buried everyone who had chased high during the morning bidding. The sell orders piled up like a killing book, increasing by 10,000 hands continuously, until over 1 million hands piled up. It scared the trapped retail investors so much that their faces turned green. No, let me run first. It's over, there's a big divergence. This time, even the gods can't save Jinli Yao Wang, covering face. The stock forum was completely boiling over. Even securities software like Tonghuashan and Dongfang Saifu pushed out the news immediately. Jinli Yongxi experiences abnormal fluctuations. Within 10 minutes of opening, it hits the limit down, intraday plummeting 20%. The already heated market sentiment was doused with cold oil, attracting the attention of the entire A-share market. Even the instigator Chen Shen was left dumbfounded upon seeing the trend of the limit drop. Am I really this fierce now? He then glanced at his recent operations, which had brought his available funds to 1.47 billion. The remaining 5 million shares were firmly locked on the limit down. Unless significant funds came in to ignite the market, it was estimated that the stock price of Jinli Permanent Magnet would continue to fall for a few more days. This market trend is a bit different from my impression in my previous life. Is it because of my rebirth that the profits of the insiders have been squeezed out? So before the end of August, when it reaches 75 yuan per share, the main forces inside started cashing out? Chen Shen thought to himself. For the cash he had just realized from arbitrage, he planned to transfer 470 million to the account of Lanwei Technology once the funds became transferable the next day. Without sufficient project funds to support them, Xia Zhikong's team could only conduct superficial research work. To acquire or build a medical device factory, it was nearly impossible to make any noise without investing a few hundred million. As for the remaining 1 billion, Chen Shen turned around and invested it into the previously marked low-position stock, Jioding New Materials. As a stock that was said to be backdoor listed by the Copper King of the World, Zhangwei Group, Jioding New Materials had already welcomed several limit-ups since the announcement of changes in equity and control on July 17. However, due to a trip to Sanya for vacation and the fact that the stock price of Jinli Permanent Magnet had not yet peaked, Chen Feng missed the initial surge of Jioding New Materials at the end of July. By the time the 1 billion flowed in, he bought in batches following the stock price fluctuations of this restructured giant. The influx of this 1 billion even pushed the previously volatile Jioding New Materials to the limit up. Chen Shen's A-share holdings had reached the following situation through this quick in and out short-term speculation. Target, Jioding New Materials, 002201, quantity, 14,450,860 shares, cost, 6.92 yuan, current price, 7.07 yuan, market value, 1,021,675,800 yuan, daily profit and loss, plus 21,676,300 yuan, plus 1%, floating profit and loss, plus 26,554,200 yuan, plus 31%, looking at how he had just bought in and already raised the stock price of Jioding New Materials by more than 2 points, Chen Shen even had the illusion that he had become the main force. Originally, his expectation was to leverage his previous life's memories to use the funds from Jinli Permanent Magnet and Jioding New Materials to multiply his initial capital of 100 million by 30 times. However, plans could not keep up with changes. In the actual operation process, it was very difficult to truly maximize the theory. Especially when the capital volume exceeded 1 billion yuan, it became extremely challenging to maneuver in and out of small-cap stocks. Because the circulating shares in the entire market were too few, casually buying a few hundred million would push the stock to the limit and make one the main force. In his current situation, he could only rely on market trends, following large funds in and out of stocks like Jioding New Materials or large blue-chip stocks like Kuaichao Matai. Otherwise, he would end up like Jinli Permanent Magnet, being trapped with over 5 million shares on the limit down, and would have to endure several limit downs to cash out. Of course, this kind of situation of being trapped by limit downs was almost a daily occurrence for retail investors and institutional main forces in the A-share market. So when Jinli Permanent Magnet was pressed down on the limit for more than an hour, approaching 11:30 a.m. when the market paused for lunch, a soaring bullish candle directly consumed more than half of the 1 million hand limit order on the limit down. The sudden scene made the originally panicked small retail investors immediately withdraw their orders and place them higher upon seeing the main force coming in. The market, which had been clamoring for "let me run first," suddenly showed signs of a rebound. It's rebounding. I told you the king of gold power wouldn't die. Hands on hips, smug. Charge. Fire up and buy the dip. Buying now is making a profit. Accompanied by the shifting opinions on the stock forum and bullet comments, the stock price of Jinli Permanent Magnet soared once again like a rocket from 62 51 yuan. In the last half minute before the lunch break, the market turned red again and surged to the limit of 69.47 yuan. This made Jinli Permanent Magnet, this little demon stock, exhibit an extremely rare heaven and earth heaven N-shaped K-line trend. Chen Chen, who was nervously watching the market, muttered, raising the price to unload? No, this should be some main force gathering funds to save themselves. After seeing through this K-line trend, Chen Chen quickly took advantage of the order on the board gathering to over 500,000 hands and sold all his remaining 5 million shares. He once again performed the bold operation of unloading 50,000 hands on the board for a profit of 350 million. Of course, it was also this single-day transaction of 1.73 billion that made Chen Chen, who was originally an unknown retail investor in the A-share market, appear for the first time at the top of the famous Dragon and Tiger list after the market closed at 5 p.m. that afternoon. Jinli Permanent Magnet, Hangzhou Gongshu District Shuiyuan Road Business Department net sold 1.73 billion in a single day. Joding New Materials, Hangzhou Gongshu District Shuiyuan Road Business Department net bought 1.002 billion in a single day. With the announcement of the Dragon and Tiger list, the entire A-share market was abuzz. Even the stock forums for Jinli Permanent Magnet and Joding New Materials erupted in heated discussions. Damn, the main force really ran this time. They even made it to the Dragon and Tiger list. It's over, it should be that one who dumped 200,000 hands at the limit down in the morning, spitting blood. Gongshu Shuiyuan Road? This address sounds so unfamiliar. It's not Liui Road or the Lesa team, but the newly emerged big speculators in Hangzhou. The big shot has entered Joding New Materials. Definitely good news for tomorrow. Charge. In the magical A-share market, there are some well-known big retail investors and speculators. For example, the past famous Limit Up Death Squad led by the Ningbo Liberation South Road branch of Galaxy Securities, and the recently risen Lasa team, Liui Middle Road, etc. Every time the Dragon and Tiger list is announced around 4 p.m., it is these big retail investors and speculators stirring up the market. Because these speculators hold large amounts of cash flow and have a very strong market recognition, they can quickly gather a group of retail investors to push the previously unpopular ferry stocks onto the hot stock list. By continuously lifting the stocks and passing the flour, they can achieve several times or even 10 times the returns in a short period by leveraging market sentiment. Most of the big speculators in Jiang province are concentrated in Ningbo. Although there are many speculators in Hangzhou like Brother Sun, Brother Zhao, and Fang Xinxia, these few are not highly recognized in the A-share market and can at most be considered second-tier speculators. Their trading volumes are mostly in the tens of millions to several billion. However, someone like Chen Chen, who suddenly made a single-day transaction of 2 billion, is not only the brightest in Hangzhou but even in the A-share market of 2019. Thus, the Guotai Junan Hangzhou Gongshu District Shuiyuan Road Business Department was remembered by the market. There were even many well-connected private equity and institutions starting to inquire about this top speculator holding over $1 billion cash and wildly trading in the A-share market. However, due to Chen Chen's low-key behavior and Guotai Junan's thorough confidentiality regarding major clients' information, so far, no one has been able to trace Chen Chen and his newly established Dingfeng Asset Management Company. They actually made it onto the Dragon and Tiger list? I can now be considered a top speculator in the A-share market. Chen Chen stroked his chin, feeling emotional. In his past life, he was just a leak at the mercy of the market. Reborn, he finally managed to turn the tables on those institutions and speculators with the memories of his previous trading experiences. Looking at the stock of Jinli Yongxi, which was nearing its historical peak of over 70 yuan, Chen Chen knew that after tomorrow, there would be a lot of retail investors and institutions trapped at high positions, completely buried under the sharp peak of that candlestick chart. Speculation in the stock market is like this: 1 profit, 3 break-evens, and 6 losses. As the 1 profit in the A-share market, Chen Chen felt that he had successfully made it ashore, while also coming up with many new ideas for the future development of Dingfeng Asset Management. It's better to enjoy together than alone. The rich should help the less fortunate, achieving common prosperity. Since I've entered the Big A, I should help other investors make money too. Chen Chen muttered, logging onto the Tongwashan and East Money Stock Forum to change his garbled stock forum ID to the peak is high. He then posted a message with a screenshot of his account's profits. 10 billion. 10 billion. A lifetime's worth of spending? Initially, this post, like countless new posts, went unnoticed. But when a retail investor clicked on the post and took a glance, discovering that the account screenshot of the peak is high was not a simulated account and showed no signs of being photoshopped, the entire forum erupted. Holy crap! Is it that big shot from the Academy Road branch in Hangzhou? The IP shows Jiang province, it must be him. With 10 billion, why are you still trading in the Big A? Aren't you afraid of being targeted by the big players? Doghead, daily profit of over 21 million, my goodness. I wouldn't earn that much even if I worked since the Qin dynasty. Category, the big shot is keeping his positions hidden. It seems he just wants to show off his profits. Cover face, with that amount of capital, he must frequently make it onto the Dragon and Tiger list. Following his stock picks is bound to be accurate. Smile, 10 billion. Awesome. As the number of clicks and replies increased, almost all the retail investors in the forum saw this post. Many even referred to him directly as Brother Peak in the comments. Chen Shen saw a few jokesters replying and, feeling bored, responded a few times, I will share my capital situation after the market closes when I have time, but I won't share any operations or stock recommendations. This statement left many retail investors who clicked in feeling quite disappointed. They had thought it was just another big shot who liked to show off their trades, but unexpectedly, this big shot, no, this giant, was so low-key. However, upon reflection, the retail investors understood Brother Peak. After all, with over 10 billion in capital, he was already considered a top speculator in the Big A. If he shared his operations every day, he would easily attract the attention of some malicious institutions. Moreover, since Chun Chen only shared profits and interacted playfully with investors in the forum, avoiding the stock recommendation activities of those expert teachers, he quickly gained a lot of goodwill from retail investors. His follower count surged, gaining over 20,000 new fans in just one night. Of course, Chen Chen's decision to step into the spotlight was also driven by multiple considerations. Firstly, it was to create momentum for himself, preparing Dingfeng Asset Management to transition from a privately owned asset management company to a large fund institution capable of public fundraising in the future. As long as he achieved significant profits in the capital market, he believed that many investment PRs would extend olive branches to him. In addition, once one establishes their personal label in the capital market and creates the persona of the rich helping the richer, it can provide a layer of protection. After all, in the domestic market, sometimes being too wealthy isn't necessarily a good thing. One must first learn to protect oneself. If one truly wants to remain an invisible rich person, without particularly deep connections or background, it's uncertain if they might end up confused like General Su one day. With Brother Feng's significant investment and the major restructuring news disclosed by Jioding New Materials, the stock price of Jioding New Materials officially began its main upward trend in August. Starting from early August when Chen Chen heavily invested at a cost of 6.92 yuan, until the end of August, the stock price of Jioding New Materials kept soaring. In just 26 trading days, the stock price experienced 14 limit-up days, skyrocketing to 15.23 yuan per share. Speculative funds and institutions, including retail investors who had previously suffered heavy losses, were caught up in a frenzy in August. After all, compared to Jinli Permanent Magnet, Jioding New Materials had a larger market size and more dispersed chips, allowing more retail investors to join in. If Jinli Permanent Magnet was previously dubbed the King of Jinli by stockholders, then Jioding New Materials was undoubtedly the Emperor of Jioding. Some retail investors who couldn't pick stocks stopped randomly choosing junk stocks at this time. They simply followed Brother Feng's label on the leaderboard. After all, Brother Feng shared his account profits daily in stock forums and communities, often boasting about plus 100 million in daily gains, making the entire market envious. Through sharing pictures and the leaderboard entries, everyone knew that Brother Feng from the Hangzhou Gongshu District Academy Road Trading Department had not left, so they all held their positions, unanimously bullish, pushing the stock price up. Even some large institutions and speculative funds were envious, rushing in to lift Jioding New Materials stock, sharing in the festive feast of the Emperor of Jioding. Meanwhile, Chen Chen, who completed the relay of his account funds and adjusted his stock holdings, reasonably allocated the 470 million he withdrew from the A-share market at the beginning of August. He allocated 300 million to Lanwei Technology, urging Xie Zhikang and others to accelerate the production projects of 6 major medical device products. As for himself, he took the remaining 170 million back to his hometown, Ruyan County, under Wenzhou City. Because there, a tremendous fortune awaited him. Ruyan County is located at the southernmost tip of Jiang Province, adjacent to northern Fujian. In the past, it ranked among the top 100 counties in the country due to the development of light industrial goods and the automotive parts industry. However, in the past 20 years, due to industrial chain upgrades and the rise of e-commerce, a large number of migrant workers returned home or were siphoned off to new first-tier cities like Hangzhou, leading to a deteriorating economic situation in Ruyan County in recent years. The entire city's development has stagnated under the waves of the Great Era. At the estuary of the Feiyun River in Ruyan County, a place called the Coastal High-Tech Industrial Zone welcomed an unexpected guest today. A Mercedes-Benz Maybach led the way, followed by a V260 business vehicle of the same brand. At the same time, a Passat official vehicle from the Industrial Park office also trailed the convoy, eventually circling and stopping in a vacant factory area in the corner of the park. Director Chen, there are a total of 8 vacant plots nearby. The factories on them are newly built, less than 2 years old, and can be transformed into dust-free and sterile workshops within a month at the fastest, Xie Zhikong said after getting out of the car, pointing to several factories. After receiving the project funding from Chenzhou, the marketing team of Lanwei Technology was energized, scouring Jiang province for suitable factory land. After all, to secure the industry's top position for 6 small products, such a large-scale production base was essential. Of course, this production base was not chosen randomly. It not only requires a supporting production supply chain upstream and downstream but also needs to be suitable for large-scale recruitment. Just to produce 50 million medical masks daily, the number of workers needed would not be less than 1,000. Moreover, this 50 million foot target was merely a casual suggestion from Chun Chen. In the face of the pandemic arriving next year, 50 million masks would be just a drop in the bucket. If the production capacity is not expanded to a scale of hundreds of millions per day, it would not do justice to Chen Shen's identity as a reborn person. What is the approximate area? Chen Shen glanced at the several 8-story standard factory buildings. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a mature appearance got out of a Passat. Chairman Chen, Mr. Xia brought a team to inspect before. These 8 factory areas cover a total of 462 acres, with 21 completed mixed-type factory buildings, and the workshop area reaches 195 million square meters, fully meeting your company's pharmaceutical manufacturing needs. This man, named Zhao Chengyi, is the deputy director of the park's office. Although he is just a small cadre at the departmental level, he manages all the affairs of the entire Binhai industrial zone. Upon hearing that an investor from Hangcheng was coming to inspect the park, Zhao Chengyi was so excited that he couldn't sleep for several nights. This Binhai industrial zone has been established for over a decade. Due to the lack of supporting facilities nearby and its location on a remote enclave at the estuary of Ruixian, the geographical environment is very isolated. It takes more than half an hour to drive from here to the urban area of Ruixian, and most migrant workers are unwilling to come here to work. As a result, even after more than a decade of operation, the occupancy rate of enterprises in the park is still less than 30%. Of course, the reason Chen Shen chose this unpopular park for the production base is also because he was familiar with the Binhai Industrial Park from his previous life. When the pandemic arrives in 2020, this seemingly remote estuary enclave will unexpectedly become extremely sought after due to the opening of the Ring City Expressway. The rental price will soar from the original 1 yuan per square meter, with half a year of free rent for the first 6 months, to over 10 yuan per square meter later. Many small business owners who seized the opportunity to settle in this Binhai Park for machinery manufacturing also made a fortune by producing mask machines and melt-blown fabric. Now that he has been reborn, Chen Shen naturally wants to seize this great opportunity. As long as he secures these 8 standard plots of factory space as support, he will have a stable backing for his mask business in the future. However, although he was excited inside, Chen Shen still asked calmly, Director Zhao, the area here is indeed very suitable. Are these 8 factory areas for rent and sale together, or just for rent? Zhao Chengyi quickly explained, the park is a county-level industry, and there is currently no intention to sell. If Chairman Chen needs it, you can submit a report to the county. As for the rent, it is priced at 1 yuan per square meter. Your company's area is large enough to apply for a 20% discount, and you can also have half a year of free rent. Upon hearing this bargain rent, Chen Shen felt overjoyed. It is known that the suburban factory buildings around Hangcheng, Xie Zhikong had taken people to inspect before. The rents there had risen to 10 or even 20 yuan or more expensive than some office buildings. Ruixian is at least one of the top manufacturing counties in the country, and being able to obtain factory space at a price of 0.8 yuan per square meter is almost like picking it up for free. So while leading the team to tour those bare factory buildings, Chen Shen continued to discuss rent and discounts with Director Zhao. Although the 20% discount offered by this old fellow was already very favorable, Chen Shen knew that due to the low occupancy rate of the Binhai Park, there had even been support policies in his previous life that involved half selling and half giving away. As long as there are enterprises settling in to boost the GDP of this place, it's even possible to give Chen Shen the land and factory for free. Director Zhao, the incentives you can offer here are still too small. Our Blue Guard technology plans to introduce strategic investment in this area, with an initial scale of no less than 2 billion, and we expect to recruit no fewer than 3,000 industrial workers. Why don't you contact the county and send a credible leader over? Chen Shen began to assert himself. Upon hearing about such a large-scale investment, Zhao Qingyi started to breathe heavily. Before coming, he had checked the Blue Guard technology and the backing Dingfeng Capital through an internet app. He only knew that these were two large enterprises from Hangzhou, with registered capital amounting to several billion. He didn't expect that the young chairman would come over and immediately mention an investment scale of 2 billion, which left Zhao Qingyi, a small park director, quite shocked. It's worth noting that in recent years, the scale of investment attraction in Ruixian had never exceeded 10 billion. The county's GDP was only a little over 100 billion. This was still achieved by forcibly tying local listed companies like Huafeng, Ruili, and Linhua to the area for annual output value. If he could serve this large enterprise from the provincial capital well and casually attract a few billion in investment to their coastal park, Zhao Qingyi felt that he could smoothly move up from his position as park director after 10 years. After showing Chen Chen and others around the 8 factories, Zhao Qingyi immediately contacted Deputy County Head Wang, who was in charge of investment attraction, to report the situation. That's how leaders are made, right? Once Deputy County Head Wang learned that there was significant capital from Hangzhou planning to establish a medical device production base in the coastal industrial park, and that the investment scale was 2 billion, he immediately treated Chen Chen and his group as honored guests, inviting them to have a meal at the county cafeteria. When he found out that Chen Chen was only 26 this year and had already built a fortune of several billion from scratch in the capital market, Deputy County Head Wang was also taken aback. Is Chairman Chen planning to enter the medical device industry long-term, or is the investment aimed at incubating projects? Deputy County Head Wang asked seriously while reviewing the project proposal submitted by Blue Guard Technology. Because attracting investment these days is very challenging. Under the impact of short videos and fragmented information, investors have become increasingly restless. Establishing a suitable project to play a game of musical chairs, starting from the angel round, then going through rounds A, B, and finally packaging it for IPO to raise funds, has almost become a recognized profit-doubling model in the capital market. Even those well-known venture capital firms, like Sequoia, IDG, and Hillhouse Capital, are playing this game. However, this quick money approach often does not significantly benefit the real economy. In fact, after completing an IPO, it often leaves a mess for shareholders and localities to clean up. Perhaps sensing Deputy County Head Wang's concerns, Chen Chen laughed heartily. Rest assured, County Head, I am a native of Ruixian. Since I am returning to start a business, I am definitely here with the intention of giving back to my hometown. We will consistently maintain our enthusiasm and investment in the Blue Guard technology project, striving to build a century-old brand. In the future, we will also compete with the internationally renowned 3M company. Upon hearing this, Deputy County Head Wang finally felt a bit more at ease. After lunch, he called in a secretary and some civil servants to help discuss and negotiate. Ultimately, they accepted Blue Guard Technology's entry under the conditions of 0.6 yuan per square meter, 1 year rent-free, and a 30% tax reduction for 10 years. Of course, this was also considering the fluctuations in the real estate market 3 years after the pandemic and the skyrocketing appreciation of the coastal industrial park. Chen Chen specifically proposed a long-term lease agreement for the next 20 years, with an annual rent increase not exceeding 5%. This way, he only needs to pay 14.4 million in rent to secure the usage rights of nearly 2 million square meters of comprehensive factory space. However, since this is a gamble with benefits, Dingfeng Capital also has to pay a considerable price. The primary condition is to commit that the usage rate of the leased factory will reach over 50% within the next 3 years, and it must not be left vacant for subleasing or resale. In addition, Chen Chen also needs to recruit over 2,000 employees for various positions in Rui County within 3 years to address some local employment issues. If these two gambling conditions are not met, the 200 million deposit held by Dingfeng Capital in Rui County's account will be deducted and transferred by the county. For such a gambling agreement, Chen Chen naturally signed it with his eyes closed. As a reborn person, he clearly remembers how crazy mask manufacturers across the country were when the pandemic hit next year. Even large manufacturing enterprises like Gree and BYD, with over 100,000 employees, were envious of the profits generated by masks. In the early stages of the pandemic, these two industry giants led their teams to conquer automated mask machines for large-scale self-production, then frantically made quick money in the market. They even recruited more employees to meet the demand for mask production. Chen Chen felt that the mere 2,000 positions did not even need to wait for the pandemic to explode in orders. He could meet the demand just by relying on the production of the 6 medical devices he originally planned. Thus, under the bargaining between both parties, this gambling agreement was quickly finalized. To create momentum for Blue Guard Technology's entry into Rui County, Deputy County Mayor Wang specially arranged a grand signing ceremony, inviting all the major media from Rue County and even the Wonshur area. Although the influence of these local media is negligible on a national scale, they can at least reach hundreds of thousands of people in the county. After a signing ceremony, Rue County, which had nearly stagnated in development for over a decade, welcomed a significant sensation and new vitality. After spending nearly a week finalizing the details of Blue Guard Technologies' entry and making a brief appearance on the local TV station, Chen Chen became a hands-off manager. Aside from holding on to the daily large financial approvals, he handed over the subsequent project developments to Xie Zhikang and others. As a qualified business leader, he only needed to keep the finances and main direction in hand. The remaining business expansion was left to his subordinates, learning to delegate appropriately to allow a large enterprise to go far. I haven't been back to Rue County for a long time. This place really hasn't changed much, Chen Chen said, driving his Range Rover around the county town. He studied in Rue County during his youth, and at that time, the economic development was on the fast track. The housing prices in the entire county also rose year after year due to the speculation from the Wonshur real estate group. As early as before 2005, the housing prices in Rue County had already soared above 10,000. Back then, a property in the county town could be compared to those in major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, illustrating how crazy that era was. However, by now, in 2019, the average housing market in the county has remained around 20,000. After more than a decade, housing prices have only doubled, which is unimaginable nationwide. Due to early speculation in real estate, the entire private economy of Rue County has completely lost its vitality. Take the Heinqiao Road Women's Street that Chen Chen is currently strolling through. It used to be the most prosperous area in the county. A storefront could easily command an annual rent of 300,000, and as long as someone who knows how to do business opened a shoe, clothing, or bag store here, they would earn tens or even hundreds of thousands without much risk of loss in a year. Under such prosperity, it was extremely difficult to find a shop back then. But now, with the arrival of large commercial properties like Wuyue and Wanda, the once bustling Heinqiao Road Women's Street has long lost its former glory in foot traffic. Instead, the small food stalls on the back street have become increasingly popular, with various creative street snacks attracting the financially constrained common folks and young people from Ruixian. Time changes everything. Chen Chen sighed softly upon seeing this. He parked his Land Rover along the roadside and went to order a few of his favorite fried skewers at the first bubble of Jiangnan, hoping to sit and reminisce about his student days. However, he didn't expect that less than 5 minutes after sitting down, he would see two very familiar girls sitting at the neighboring table. One of the girls had fair skin, serene features, and wore a simple ponytail along with a bank uniform, exuding a vibe reminiscent of the big star Lu Tianxian. The other girl, who looked slightly more ordinary, was dressed in a somewhat worn white coat, clearly a nurse just off duty from the nearby People's Hospital. As soon as they sat down, the nurse in the white coat curiously sized up Chen Chen and bluntly asked, "Handsome guy, are you Chen Chen?" Chen Chen smiled slightly. "That's me. Huang Yingying and Zhu Yao. It's been a long time since we last met." "It really is you. Chen Chen. It's been so many years. You've changed so much. I almost didn't recognize you," Huang Yingying exclaimed in surprise. The more reserved Zhu Yao was carefully observing Chen Chen. They were both classmates of Chen Chen at Ruixian No. 2 middle school, and it had been 7 or 8 years since they graduated, with only one class reunion during their university days. Now, unexpectedly meeting in this food street, both sides exchanged glances filled with a hint of scrutiny. Huang Yingying remained as bold as ever, her extroverted personality not having changed much since high school. In contrast, Zhu Yao, dressed in a bank uniform, had become even more graceful. Once half of the school beauty, Chen Chen sighed inwardly. Zhu Yao's features were exquisite, her skin fair with a rosy tint, and her long, thick black ponytail added to her quiet elegance, combining to create a classical charm that could rival internet celebrities and stars from the Jiangnan water towns. If one were to find a similar type, perhaps only a female star from Ruixian, who once played Lin Daiyu and Xiao Bai, could be compared to her in her youth. Of course, the reason she was referred to as half of the school beauty was due to her height, which was a significant drawback, standing only a little over 1.50 meters, not fitting into the mainstream aesthetic of high school. As a result, the title of school beauty was taken by a senior from another grade. Now, time has passed, and it seemed she had grown quite a bit since graduation, which highlighted her delicate features. "Chen Chen, where have you been since you graduated? I haven't seen you in years, and you don't post much on your social media," Huang Yingying asked curiously. In the eyes of the two girls, Chen Chen's transformation was quite remarkable. The once inconspicuous background character in class had turned into a figure of social elite. His outfit didn't show any obvious brand, but the luxurious and exquisite feel of his clothes and accessories made it clear they were not cheap. Plus, Chen Chen had been spending a lot of time at the gym lately, which added several points to his ordinary appearance, making Zhu Yao and Huang Yingying hesitant to recognize him upon their first meeting. Of course, the most important factor was that Chun Chen had become successful. A man with money can easily add at least 10 points to his confidence. Even someone as unattractive as Ma Huateng from Alibaba, under the halo of his status, can appear quite decent to ordinary people. This is the change that money brings. I was working in the main city of Winshur before, and I just returned a few days ago after spending the last 6 months in Hangzhou. Chen Chen simply stated his whereabouts without revealing that he had been starting a business outside. After all, given his current situation, he no longer needed to rely on some lowly things to maintain appearances. Talking about starting a business and making big money to attract women felt too trivial for him. Maintaining an appropriate sense of mystery was far more suitable. You went to Hangzhou. Huang Yingying expressed her enthusiasm. As an ordinary woman from a small county, she certainly had some longing for the provincial capital. Nowadays, young people in Wenshur, if they don't have some assets locally, basically all go to Hangzhou to strive as Hangzhou drifters. After all, this small Ruixian, in terms of infrastructure and job benefits, could not compare to the new first-tier cities at all. However, as they chatted, the three of them gathered around a table and started showing off. They even gossiped about the recent situations of their classmates. When they learned that Chen Chen had broken up with his ex-girlfriend, both women showed some surprise. From the snippets of conversation and their observations, Huang Yingying and Zhu Yao could tell that Chen Chen was doing quite well in Hangzhou. Otherwise, the aura of wealth he exuded couldn't be hidden. It was hard to imagine that such an outstanding young man had been dumped. One could only guess that there must be a big story behind it. Chen Chen, why don't you take a look at our Zhu Yao? She's quite the flower at the industrial and commercial bank now. There are many pursuing her and wanting to set up blind dates. Huang Yingying offered her support at this moment. Yingying, if you keep talking nonsense, our friendship will be over. Zhu Yao shot her a glare. Although there are jokes online about the three major professions that shouldn't be discussed, nurses, bankers, and kindergarten teachers having the most chaotic private lives, Chen Chen, as a reborn person, knew that Zhu Yao, his high school classmate, was an extremely rare girl even 3 years after the pandemic. She had never been in a relationship from childhood to adulthood, pure as a blank sheet of paper. In fact, at a future class reunion, Zhu Yao would even cry to their homeroom teacher, Olju, about being an older leftover woman without finding a suitable partner. By then, she would be 30 years old, while her peers were either married or already had children. When asked about the reason, she surprisingly said it was because she was a homebody, obsessed with games and female-oriented novels, lost in the world of anime, and thus neglected the romantic relationships in real life. This left many male classmates at the reunion quite shocked. If you were a homebody and a fujoshi, you should have said so earlier. As a result, many who had a crush on her lamented, feeling they had wasted their youth and missed out on such a beautiful girl. Now that he had been reborn, Chen Chen naturally had many new thoughts about Zhu Yao. This girl looks more and more pleasing, and she's from my hometown. Communication in terms of language, culture, and food wouldn't be a problem at all. My parents would definitely be 100% satisfied if I brought her back as a daughter-in-law. Chen Chen scrutinized Zhu Yao, even comparing her to the girls he met in Hangzhou. The conclusion he reached was that whether for a sweet romance or marriage, Zhu Yao was an excellent choice. So after finishing the first meal in Jiangnan, Chen Chen subtly showcased his financial power. How about I give you a ride home? It's just on the way. Chen Chen generously paid the bill and took out his car keys, unlocking the Range Rover parked by the roadside in the distance. Wow, a luxury car. Chen Chen, you're doing quite well in Hangzhou. Huang Yingying's eyes sparkled. Ruixian, having started its development earlier, had ordinary people who were influenced by luxury cars and houses from a young age, making them very clear about material pursuits. Especially for young women in their 20s of marriageable age, they generally viewed marriage as a means to quickly achieve a class leap. So when they saw such a $1 million luxury car, even ordinary passers-by would take a few extra glances. Not to mention young girls like Huang Yingying. Doing all right, with a car and a house, I could retire early and take it easy. Chen Chen joked as he invited the two women into the back seat. Compared to Huang Yingying's exuberance, Zhu Yao's demeanor was much calmer. It is estimated that after years of being immersed in the two-dimensional world, combined with seeing wealthy clients at the bank, Zhu Yao's attitude towards luxury cars is basically no different from taking a taxi. After dropping the two girls off at an old community nearby and saying goodbye to Chen Chen, Huang Yingying pulled her friend along, chattering away. I didn't notice it when Chen Chen was in high school, but I didn't expect him to be doing so well now. That Land Rover isn't cheap, our dean drives the same model, and I heard it costs 2 to 3 million when it's all said and done. Zhu Yao tilted her head in surprise. Ah, it's that expensive? With that money, you could buy a new house in Ruixian New District. Huang Yingying, seeing her friend's dazed expression, was quite speechless. Yao Yao, you should watch less anime and read fewer novels. If you don't open your eyes to the world, where will we find such excellent boys when we grow old and lose our looks? Zhu Yao shrugged nonchalantly. So what if I don't get married? There are so many people who choose not to marry now. There are plenty of people who are 30 and still single. Huang Yingying looked at her in frustration. Oh, heaven gave you beauty but didn't give you normal emotional intelligence. I think Shin Shin is quite interested in you. How about I help you set up a date? Otherwise, when the new year comes, your parents will say you didn't bring a boyfriend home. You go ask him yourself. I still want to go home and catch up on my shows. As soon as Zhu Yao heard this was about matchmaking, she immediately clutched her phone and fled. When she got home, her mother, with a change in attitude, grabbed her hand and asked, Yao Yao, who did you ride back with just now? Zhu Yao, without any ulterior motives, honestly replied, I ran into an old classmate at the snack street, and they gave us a ride. Upon hearing this, Zhu's mother immediately became curious. Old classmate? Male or female? This family was genuinely worried about their daughter dating. None of the well-off young people introduced by relatives and friends had caught Zhu Yao's eye. Now, as she approached 26 or 27, heading towards 30, they still hadn't seen her bring a boyfriend home. During the holidays, when asked, she felt embarrassed to sit at the table for the New Year's Eve dinner. So, seeing her daughter with a new social circle, Zhu's mother was more excited than anyone. Oh, Mom, just stop asking, they just gave us a ride. Zhu Yao impatiently slipped into her bedroom. This flustered reaction only made Zhu's mother more determined. If you won't say, I'll ask Yingying. That girl is much more sensible than you. Regarding marriage, Chen Shen, who had been reborn, had his own views on choosing a partner. Despite suddenly becoming wealthy overnight, with a fortune of tens of billions, if you listen to the internet trolls, you might think he was out every night partying and playing the groom at nightclubs. At the very least, he could be like the son of the richest man in Wanda, Seetsong, changing girlfriends every few days, each one a remarkably consistent young model. However, Chen Shen came from a small place and carried a bit of tradition in his bones. He could flaunt his wealth and career outside, but at home, he still needed a gentle and virtuous wife to help manage things. Take his new acquaintance Pan Yu in Hangzhou, for example. She could only be considered a casual fling, and bringing her home as a wife would definitely cause trouble. Unknowingly turned into a scumbag. Indeed, a full stomach leads to lust. Men turn bad as soon as they have money. Chen Shen self-deprecated a few times, still thinking about the pure feeling Zhu Yao gave him, reminiscent of a hazy first love. By the time he drove to Chen Village in the outskirts of Ruixian County, it was already evening. Having not returned for a long time, his hometown hadn't changed much. However, as soon as he parked in front of his house, he saw many neighbors chatting around the yard. It seems Hongmin's family has really prospered. Look at the foundation they're digging. It seems they can't build anything less than 1,000 square meters. Of course, the county sent someone personally to deliver the approval documents. Which family in our town could manage such treatment? I heard his son made a fortune in Hangzhou and has recently invested in a factory over by Guali. Even the county head personally came to greet him. Various bits of gossip spread quickly among this group of village informants. From a distance, Chen Shen saw his father distributing cigarettes and water to the workers at their construction site. Chen Shen parked the car at the entrance and was immediately surrounded by neighbors greeting him. Oh, Xiao Feng is back. Haven't seen you in a while, Xiao Feng, you're getting more handsome. This young man has made a name for himself outside. His parents are basking in his glory too. The neighbors chattered away. Chen Shen politely greeted everyone, and once inside his yard, he pulled Chen Hongman aside and asked, Dad, isn't this a bit much? It feels like half the village is here to watch. Chen Hongman wore a proud expression. Isn't it the usual spectacle when someone builds a new house? Little did he know, he had a part in this. Since returning from Hangzhou, the old couple had been boasting about their son's success to anyone they met. No matter if they encountered familiar faces or strangers, Chen Hongman was willing to hand out a few cigarettes. With such a generous display, when the old house was torn down, many neighbors naturally came to show their support. Seeing his father so pleased, Chen Shen didn't try to stop or advise him. As the saying goes, returning home in wealth is like wearing fine clothes at night. Since his wealth was now too great to hide, he might as well be a bit more generous, giving his parents some face when they were out. After all, they all came from humble beginnings and inherently enjoyed this kind of lowbrow, down-to-earth atmosphere. After wandering around the construction site in his yard and asking about the design of the new villa, Chen Shen went with his father to his uncle's house nearby for dinner. With the old house in the village demolished, his parents had nowhere to stay and were temporarily living in his uncle's old house. Of course, the table was filled with various seafood dishes that his parents had prepared, quite lavishly. Having grown accustomed to the delicacies from outside, Chen Chen found that home-cooked meals suited his taste even more. Just as they were eating, his uncle's family arrived from town to mooch a meal. Ever since Chen Chen became successful, the family gatherings had become unusually lively. Every few days, someone would come over to mooch a meal and get closer. This included several of his father's brothers, who also came under the pretext of strengthening family ties, occasionally bringing gifts of cigarettes, alcohol, and ingredients. Naturally, as the conversation flowed midway through the meal, Chen Hongye's little schemes did not escape Chen Chen's notice. Xiaofeng, I heard the factory in the Binhai industrial zone has 200,000 square meters? All raw space. It should require quite a bit of investment to renovate, right? Chen Hongye's face was flushed from a few drinks of Mao Tai. Ever since his nephew's overnight rise to success, even their close relatives had benefited from it. After all, with a 2 billion project being invested in the small Rue County, it was bound to stir up quite a commotion. People like Chen Hongye, who were small renovation contractors, had unexpectedly received numerous renovation orders from acquaintances, and by the end of the year, he would likely earn a good sum. The budget for the production base is probably over 200 million, right? Chen Chen said, taking a sip of juice, maintaining a calm demeanor. As the backbone of the family now, he carried an air of authority that made even his uncle's family feel a bit distant. Over 200 million? Hiss. Shouldn't you hire a big construction company for that? Chen Hongye inhaled sharply. Having worked in renovations for half his life, it was the first time he had heard of spending over 100 million on industrial construction. For now, we've tendered the project to a construction team from China State Construction. What? Uncle, are you interested in taking on some work at my factory? Chen Chen smiled slightly. Chen Hongye didn't beat around the bush, relying on his familial ties to say, having a way out is definitely the best. I have dozens of people under me. Taking on some small jobs is no problem. However, Chen Chen shook his head. My factory needs to set up a dust-free and sterile workshop. The standards are very high. A small construction team coming in would cause trouble. Uncle, you just focus on getting the new house built. Upon hearing that he couldn't get a share, Chen Hongye's face fell, and he awkwardly gulped down a few sips of his drink. For a blood relative like his uncle, Chen Chen naturally thought about supporting them. However, a favor for a favor meant he couldn't let familial ties be used to calculate against him. He could offer help, but others couldn't ask for it. Otherwise, when this whole family branches out in the future, there would be no one to make the final decisions. Although he rejected his uncle's idea of taking on construction work, he still had to save face to avoid gossip among relatives, saying he had become successful and didn't know how to support his family. So, Chin Chin proactively poured his uncle a drink. Xiao Xiao, I remember you're about to graduate, right? How about coming to work at my company in Hangzhou? It would be better for him to settle down there than to stay in Ruixian. As soon as these words were spoken, both Chen Hongye and his wife were filled with joy. Xiao Xiao was Chen Fei's cousin, and they were about 7 or 8 years apart. He was currently still in college in Hangzhou. If he could graduate and stay in Hangzhou to develop, it would definitely be more promising than returning to their hometown. If he were to buy a house and settle down in Hangzhou in the future, Chen Fei, as the older brother, would surely lend a helping hand. Thinking of this, the couple's brows relaxed. Xiaofeng, can you really help your brother get a household registration in Hangzhou? Do we need to send some gifts or something? Chen Hongye hurriedly asked. No need. My company has quotas for household registration. Once Xiao Xiao graduates, we just need to handle some paperwork. It's very simple, Chen Chen said, unable to suppress a smile as he saw his uncle's family easily swayed by him. Perhaps this was the charm of money. After comfortably staying in his hometown for 2 days, more and more relatives came to visit. For this reason, Chen Chen even specially arranged a few tables of the unique rural banquet to entertain the guests. In addition, Chen Chen took the initiative to create a family WeChat group. The clan culture is prevalent in the south. Chen Village in Panlong Town originally migrated from Fujian to escape the wars during the late Ming Dynasty, branching out in this small rural area on the hillside. For hundreds of years, they have been passed down from one ancestor, and the village has over 100 households, mostly surnamed Chen, with both rich and poor. It is said that a few families in the village that have done well outside have assets worth tens of millions or even over 100 million. However, there wasn't a single billionaire like Chen Chen. This is also why, as soon as the old house was demolished and the new one began to be built, the villagers showed such enthusiasm. Of course, after seeing Chen Chen's family prosper, quite a few distant relatives came to borrow money. However, they were all fended off by Chen Hongmin and Li Yuan with the good food and drink at the banquet. After all, making money these days isn't easy, and Wensher has been through several rounds of private lending troubles, so ordinary families are wary about borrowing money. Unless it was a relative truly in difficulty, like someone in the family suffering from cancer or a serious illness, making it hard to eat or send children to school, the elderly couple would only soften and lend out a few tens of thousands. For such situations, Chen naturally welcomed it. Since he would be settling down in Hangzhou for many years, he would basically only return to visit his hometown during holidays. Spending a little money to build a good reputation and image for the family could be seen as a gesture of goodwill from the younger generation. During the latter half of August to early September, Chen's time spent in his hometown was quite fulfilling. He accompanied his parents to travel around Wensher, while also taking time to visit the production base of Lanwei Technology to check on the construction progress. Nearly 2 million square meters of renovation work, after leveraging connections in the county, was unified and contracted to a construction team under China State Construction Engineering Corporation's 8th Bureau. After all, being a state-owned enterprise, the construction quality is guaranteed compared to those private engineering teams. To meet the future production of 6 types of medical devices related to the pandemic, the cleanliness level of Blue Guard Technologies workshop must be controlled at Class 100, also known in the industry as sterile room or clean room. This level of workshop is sufficient for pharmaceutical production. However, using it solely for manufacturing masks, a civilian medical device, is akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Chen's original intention was to aim for the world's #1 mask brand, spending a bit more money to raise the specifications to avoid future criticism. Of course, in addition to these cleanroom workshops, the employees' dormitories, management offices, and so on are also undergoing standardized renovations. According to the project schedule provided by China State Construction Engineering Corporation's 8th Bureau, and with Chen's unlimited construction budget allowing for more personnel, the entire production base is expected to be fully completed and delivered for use by December at the earliest. This is very fast for the home decoration industry, but in the field of industrial construction, it is actually not much. Typically, for some bare factory buildings, from the time they are rented to when they are officially put into use, the landlord usually offers a rent-free period of only 1 or 2 months for renovations. If time is tight, Blue Guard Technology can even train employees while construction is ongoing. As for production equipment and raw materials, Chen also provided a few suggestions to Xie Zhikong's team. First, regarding the mask machine production line, this was not valued before the pandemic hit in 2020. The mask machines on the market used the traditional 1-to-2 inner ear strap mask process, which had low technical content, producing only tens of thousands of masks per day per machine. The equipment was not expensive, selling for around 8,000 to 9,000 yuan each. Many small manufacturers in Dongguan of Guangdong Province and Wenzhou of Jiangsu Province were making such machines. It wasn't until the pandemic hit next year that major machinery manufacturers began to invest manpower and resources to tackle research and development, creating high-speed mask machines that significantly increased mask production speed. Even super-large manufacturers like BYD and Gree developed fully automatic mask packaging processes, producing over 1 million masks per day on a single line. The entire factory could produce tens of millions of medical masks daily, with the cost of a single mask dropping below 3 cents, making profits soar like a money printing machine. If it weren't for the supply issues with melt-blown fabric, these large manufacturers could easily achieve daily production of over 100 million masks. Therefore, with the perspective of a reborn individual, Chen suggested that Xie Zhikong send someone to contact these large manufacturers like BYD to see if they could spend money to customize 10 high-speed mask machine production lines. They could also procure production lines for melt-blown fabric and ear strap lines. This way, Blue Guard Technology could complete the entire industrial closed loop from raw materials to mask production. Naturally, Xie Zhikong was fully supportive of the boss's proposal. He mentioned that they would also learn from the advanced experiences of manufacturing giants like BYD and Gree, and sent a small team to start connecting with their sales departments. Of course, having the site, equipment, and project startup funds is not enough. Recruiting personnel is also a troublesome matter. Since Blue Guard Technology was just established not long ago, the entire team had fewer than 100 people. Managing a future workforce that could exceed several thousand or even tens of thousands in a large factory was clearly beyond their capacity. So during this period of relaxation back home, Chen had the HR department expedite talent recruitment while he himself took time every day to monitor the A-share account. Target, Joding new materials, 002201, quantity, 14,450. 86 million shares cost, 6. 92 yuan current price, 15. 23 yuan market value, 2,200,865. 9 million yuan daily profit and loss, minus 28,792. 1 million, minus 1. 30%, floating profit and loss, plus 120,086. 64 million, plus 120. 8%, the profit has retreated by nearly 30 million again. It seems this stocks market is about to reach its peak. Chen Shen looked at the fluctuations in his account, a pained expression crossing his face. Although he knew that stocks couldn't keep rising indefinitely, watching the equivalent of a large flat in Hangzhou evaporate into thin air was enough to make anyone feel the sting. Fortunately, Jiuding New Materials would officially be backdoor listed by the Copper King and renamed Zhongwei New Materials in a few months. Chen Shen wasn't too worried about most of his profits being wiped out. In less than a month, doubling his funds was already quite an achievement for him. If it weren't for seizing the opportunity to position himself in such a market monster, it wouldn't have been so easy to quickly cash out over 2 billion. I remember the high point in September was just over 16 yuan. Riding this wave will be enough. Chen Shen analyzed as he began to slowly sell off shares during the early morning bidding at 9:15. Initially, he started with a few hundred, then thousands of shares being sold off. Seeing the market's strong absorption, he estimated that many institutions and retail investors were lured in by the news of the Copper King backdoor listing. So, once the market officially opened, Chen Shen began to sell in large quantities. Tens of thousands of shares were traded back and forth with buy orders, and by the time the market closed in the afternoon, nearly 1.45 million sell orders were completely digested by the market. In fact, the stock price didn't drop. Instead, it rose by 3.21% during the day, leaving Chen Shen quite shocked. Is this the power of a big monster stock? The daily trading volume actually reached over 10 billion, with a turnover rate exceeding 30%. Is there anyone brave enough to chase it now? Chen Shen's face twitched as he looked at the post-closing market. Checking the situation in the stock forum, he found retail investors shouting, "Charge! Go all in and that's it. Rise!" The Copper King's backdoor listing is likely to keep this momentum going until the end of the year. Even if trapped, there's no need to panic. Old man waves hand. In August, it rose for a whole month. With 10 limit-up days, how can it still be so fierce in September? No technical analysis, only emotional. The market sentiment was hot, and the stock forum was filled with retail investors flaunting their intraday trading profits. Stock software like Tongwashan and Dongfang Saifu had Jiuding New Materials firmly occupying the top spot on their popularity charts. However, after 5:30 p.m., with the update of the Dragon and Tiger list, the small retail investors who had been shouting to keep going were left dumbfounded. Jiuding New Materials, Hangzhou Gongshu District Shuiyuan Road Business Department net sold 2 billion in a single day. Damn. What the hell? Tomorrow is going to be a disaster. Did Brother Feng secretly clear out and run away today? With the appearance of the Dragon and Tiger list, the small investors in Jiuding New Materials could no longer sit still. If there was any retail investor who stood out in the A-share market of 2019, it was undoubtedly Brother Feng from the Hangzhou Gongshu District Shuiyuan Road Business Department. Since entering the market in May, Brother Feng's account had nearly achieved tenfold profits in just one summer. This guy first capitalized on the wave of speculation in Jinli Permanent Magnet from May to July, then precisely seized the opportunity of Jiuding New Materials' Copper King backdoor listing during the transition. Both the small and large waves of monster stocks were firmly grasped by Brother Feng, and whether it was timing his entry and exit or holding steady like a calm old dog after buying in, his level of skill was remarkable. Everyone in the A-share market is talking about it, from retail investors to institutions, and even speculative funds. Various K-line analysis videos reviewing Brother Feng's trading methods, along with those sensational articles from Self Media, are flooding major financial media outlets, highly praised by all A-share investors. Take Chen Shen's post titled 10 billion. 10 billion. Can it be spent in a lifetime? Since it was published showcasing his profits, the click rate has exceeded 10 million. With comments from investors reaching over 100,000. One can imagine how fervently this top-tier speculative fund is being pursued under the miracle of wealth creation in the stock market. Even when some speculative funds appear on the leaderboard, they can influence the stock's performance the next day. So, when this adept short to medium-term trader, Brother Feng, sold off all his shares in Jiuding New Materials, the retail investors who were holding onto their positions could no longer sit still. Just a few hours after the market closed, everyone was still smiling and sharing their profits. Now, seeing the leaderboard, they immediately started cursing. It's over, with Brother Feng gone, even the Copper King can't rise again, facepalm. Tomorrow's opening will definitely see a soul-crushing drop, cutting leaks, I'm placing overnight orders. The brothers left behind will get rich, crying loudly, the fear of being controlled by the Golden Demon King returns. a month of continuous decline in August and still not breaking even. Shivering, the stock forum for Jioding New Materials was in complete chaos. When they saw Chen Chen casually flaunting his recent cumulative profit of over 1 billion in the post, the entire A-share market couldn't remain calm. Oh my, another 1 billion in less than a month? The A-share market is almost becoming Brother Feng's ATM, facepalm, A-share. Please turn green for Brother Feng just once. Why is everyone losing money while this kid is making it? I want to kill him. A model for capturing dragons and demons. Feels even more impressive than the peak of the Daredevil team's leader back in the day. Awesome. The number of comments and likes under the post kept refreshing and rising. By the time the next day's morning session began, the stock price of Jioding New Materials indeed opened as expected, being pressed down to the limit by over 1 million sell orders. This not only made the trapped retail investors curse loudly but also caused the institutions and speculative funds that had followed this shell game to spit blood in frustration. If it weren't for large funds coming in during the lunch break to bottom fish and pry open the green limit, probably only 1 in 10 retail investors could escape with their losses. This kind of market trend the next day further elevated the admiration of retail investors for Brother Feng to an extreme. Many fervent fans hoping to get rich by copying his trades even summarized and analyzed his trading methods, coining a new humorous term, Brother Feng's 10 billion flip card strategy. What does this strategy mean? Back in 2015, during the leveraged bull market, a SB leading strategy emerged in the A-share market, specifically targeting the speculative stocks in a bull market. However, now it is the 2019 bear market, and any stock flipped by Brother Feng is bound to experience wild rises and falls. It's akin to the concubines in the ancient emperor's harem. If the emperor selects a concubine, and she serves him well at night, she can expect rewards and promotions after he pulls up his pants. If she gets pregnant and bears a dragon child, she has a great chance of becoming the empress. But once the passion ends, and the emperor is heartless, the selected concubine is cast into the cold palace, leaving her future bleak. This is just like stock fluctuations, containing profound historical philosophical truths. Thus, when this Brother Feng's 10 billion flip card strategy was announced, it was widely liked and shared by retail investors in the A-share market. Even Chen Chen himself was amused by the fans' self-comforting meme-making. Of course, the reason Chen Chen decided to eliminate the stock of Jioding New Materials, which still had room to grow, was also due to his own business layout considerations. Relying on the memories from his rebirth, the A-share market indeed felt like an ATM that allowed him to come and go as he pleased. However, the big A is ultimately the village chief's territory. One cannot wield a sickle in hand and treat everyone like leeks, cutting them down indiscriminately. If he accidentally cuts into some untouchable institutions or speculative funds, Chen Chen's fate would not be much better than that of the main leader. Therefore, when the funds in his account climbed back up to 2 billion, Chen Chen began to make new adjustments around the production base of Blue Guard technology in the following days. First, he split the 2 billion in liquid funds. He withdrew 1 billion from the A-share market and deposited it into the account of Dingfeng Asset Management as a reserve fund. Once the production base in Ruotian was officially renovated and began production, this 1 billion reserve would serve as a backup for large-scale stockpiling of raw materials like masks and thermometers. In addition, the remaining 2 billion in the account was used by Chen Chen to contact the Guotai Junan brokerage for a 3x leverage on his funds. Given his current capital size, margin trading regulations were very strict, and securities companies typically offered a maximum leverage of 1.5 to 2 times. However, considering the celebrity effect of Brother Feng and the 2 successful captures of stocks, which had completely drained the profits from 2 stocks, such an exaggerated trading record established Chen Chen's reputation at Dingfeng Asset Management with Guotai Junan. After a remote phone conversation with the head of the brokerage, they applied to the headquarters for a 3x leverage permission for Chen Chen to operate. The available funds in the account have reached 3.6 billion. Next, we need to address the issue of expanding the management team of Blue Guard Technology. Chen Chen felt a surge of excitement. When the market opened on a Monday morning at the beginning of September, he set his sights on the 2 stocks, Baoding Technology and Maiching Technology, which were about to take off. The former was controlled by the local state-owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission in Jiaoyuan, Dongshan Province, and announced a suspension of trading starting September 18. After resuming trading the next day, Baoding Technology achieved 10 consecutive, limit up, in just 12 trading days. The latter began to explode after the National Day holiday, achieving 9 limit ups in 11 trading days, skyrocketing until the end of the year, only to collapse before the new year. However, due to the small size of these 2 stocks, Chen Chen only bought 500 million and 300 million respectively in his operations at the beginning of September, avoiding the 5% shareholding rule. He planned to use these two small stocks to capitalize on the profit fluctuations before the pandemic hit in 2019. As for the remaining $2.8 billion in the account, he intended to use it for a backdoor listing. You read that right. After gathering sufficient liquid funds as ammunition to expand in the A-share market, Chen was no longer satisfied with short-term speculative profits but planned to find a similarly business-oriented listed company for restructuring and acquisition in conjunction with the advancement of Blue Guard technology. 37 yuan per share for Jiangnan High Fiber, with a total market value of only 3.5 billion, and 34 yuan per share for Dayan shares, with a market value of over 5 billion. Which shell should we use for the restructuring? Chen focused on the more than a dozen listed companies related to medical devices and masks that he filtered from the market. He also considered geographical environment, dietary culture, the dispersion of shareholders, and transportation convenience, ultimately setting his sights on Jiangnan High Fiber. Jiangnan High Fiber is an established listed textile enterprise in Su Province. The company mainly produces composite short fibers and polyester wool, making it an upstream manufacturer in the textile supply chain. It was listed as early as 2003 and is a leading enterprise in a small locality. The province of Su has been a weaving center in the Jiangnan region since ancient times, with a developed textile industry, and the reputation of Nanguang Su has been renowned worldwide since the Ming and Qing dynasties. Even Chao Shuoqin was born into a family of weavers from Jiangning in this area, and in his later years, impoverished, he wrote one of the 4 great classical novels, Dream of the Red Chamber. The reason Chen focused on Jiangnan High Fiber was that this enterprise specialized in the field, possessing a mature textile process system and skilled workers, capable of quickly supplying the melt-blown fabric needed for mass production in large quantities. Additionally, the shareholders of Jiangnan High Fiber were relatively scattered, lacking strong backgrounds and not very adept at capital operations. They belonged to that type of company that, after raising funds through an IPO, would retreat to a small place to focus on their own industry. As for the fluctuations in stock prices in the A-share market, they rarely paid attention. As a result, the stock price of Jiangnan High Fiber, 600527, had been fluctuating around 1 yuan, and in terms of popularity, heat, or trading volume, it was one of the lowest-tier zombie stocks in the A-share market. This is a weak stock. Looking at the K-line trend in the market, it's clear that it's being manipulated by quant trading. Chen glanced at the recent K-line trend of Jiangnan High Fiber and noticed that the selling pressure was very high. Basically, if a retail investor dared to buy such a low-priced stock, the insiders would use 1 cent to trade, eating up all the incoming funds' profits. Such junk stocks were everywhere in the A-share market, and those who dared to speculate were mostly novices or broke retail investors, hoping to double their money by waiting for a bull market. Of course, there were instances of success. Take Jiangnan High Fiber, for example. During the leveraged bull market in 2015, it had once surged above 7 yuan, allowing many shareholders and speculative small investors to reap benefits. Consequently, once the bull market passed, the stock price fell steadily. In 2019, it hovered below 1.5 yuan for nearly a year. Therefore, after studying the fundamentals of Jiangnan High Fiber, the composition of its shareholders, the number of employees, and the profitability of its main business, Chen waited for the next day's market opening to start slowly accumulating shares of this stock with small orders of dozens at a time. After all, this junk stock had a total market capitalization of only 3 billion, with a daily turnover rate of less than 1% and a trading volume so low it was only in the tens of millions. If he acted too aggressively, it would be easy for the insiders to detect his intentions. At that point, if the insiders withdrew their quantitative trading and cancelled the sell orders, even if Chen had money, he wouldn't be able to buy the shares he wanted. Therefore, this time, the acquisition of Jiangnan High Fiber had to be carried out with the strategy of sneaking into the village quietly, shooting without alerting. He couldn't be as high profile as before when speculating on hot stocks. On the first day, Chen placed orders every minute, buying dozens of hands at a time, and at most over 100 hands, spending 2 hours quietly accumulating over 1 million shares. After finishing the morning market, he closed the securities software, played games, and went out to enjoy life. The next day, he continued this cautious operation, disguising himself as an ordinary investor. Seeing that the market for Jiangnan High Fiber had no significant changes, with quantitative trading controlling the stock price to fluctuate within 1 cent daily, Chen finally felt at ease. On the third day, he bought 3 million shares, and just before the market closed on Friday, he quietly acquired another 5 million shares. Until the end of the first trading week in September, his holding account reached the following situation. Target, Jiangnan High Fiber, 600527, quantity, 10,023,400 shares, cost, 1. 36 yuan, current price, 1. 35 yuan, market value, 13,631,800 yuan, daily profit and loss, negative 104,100 yuan, minus 1. 1%, floating profit and loss, negative 309,900 yuan, minus 2. 89%. No wonder it's the bottom-ranked stock. I invested over 10 million, and the stock price didn't budge, instead it dropped by a cent. Chen Shen looked at the holding situation after the market closed, feeling both amused and helpless. Fortunately, his quiet entry into the market made him almost invisible to the more than 60,000 retail investors inside. Everyone thought it was just the big players using quantitative trading to manipulate the market, making the price fluctuate like a weaving machine, going up and down endlessly. After all, those who dared to stay in such a stock were mostly very patient people in reality. Either they didn't watch the market, or they simply uninstalled apps like Huasheng and Dongfang Saifu. They would log back in when the next bull market came, hoping to make some unexpected profits. This could be seen from the number of posts in the Jiangnan High Fiber Stock Forum. On a typical day, only 2 or 3 new posts would appear, and even the replies were few and far between. As for the live comments on the K-line chart, they were pitifully sparse, with many being automated messages from bots. Thus, in this calm atmosphere, the A-share market reopened for the second week of September. After a relaxing weekend back home, Chen Chen eagerly opened his Huawei ultra-thin laptop. He began to quickly buy shares of Jiangnan High Fiber in units of hundreds. His current holding was nearing the 5% threshold for a stake, and hiding any longer didn't make much sense. So, taking advantage of the early market opening, he splurged over 30 million to clear the quantitative sell orders on the market. What's going on? Where did this big buyer come from? Damn! The main force has entered? The previously low-spirited Jiangnan High Fiber Stock Forum suddenly became active. A few new posts and dynamic comments began to flash by. Usually, everyone was used to watching this junk stock play out like a weaving machine every day. Who would have thought that on this Monday, right after the market opened, a big player from outside would come in and start buying? However, what Chen Chen didn't expect was that after he poured in 30 million, raising the stock price by 3%, the insiders still hadn't realized something was off. The quantitative trading didn't stop, and thousands, even tens of thousands of large sell orders continued to be thrown out. Chen Chen, who was squatting in front of his laptop, planning to have a fierce battle with the insiders, was dumbfounded. Is this completely managed by quantitative software, with no oversight at all? Chen Chen's mouth was almost splitting from laughter. He kept hitting the keyboard, making large purchases. By the end, he even lost track of his hidden thoughts, going from hundreds of shares to continuously buying tens of thousands. No matter how much the quantitative software threw out, he kept placing orders that got filled. Until nearly 11:30 before the market closed, his holdings had skyrocketed to 24,262,700 shares, accounting for more than 16% of the entire circulating stock. At this time, the stock price of Jiangnan High Fiber had risen from the opening price of 1.36 yuan per share, boosted by Chen Chen's investment to 1.44 yuan, a half-day increase of 5.8%. The stock's popularity and attention jumped from the bottom of over 5,000 stocks in the market to the top 200. Did this junk take Viagra today? It's actually so strong. The trading volume has expanded to over 400 million. A big player has come in to lift the stock. Retail investors in the forum began to spread the news. Even the securities software like Tonghuashan and Dongfang Saifu sent out temporary alerts about the stock price fluctuations, attracting speculative funds and institutions in the market to pay attention. This junk stock was tagged with fluctuation, and they were waiting to see if there would be an opportunity to enter the market when it opened in the afternoon. Meanwhile, the major shareholder inside, Boss Taoji of Jiangnan High Fiber, was completely unaware of it. At that moment, he was sound asleep in the bedroom of his villa at home. Last night, he had accompanied several clients for a sauna and bath, drank a few bottles of imported red wine, and cuddled with 2 beautiful girls, which left him quite exhausted. He only got home around 2 a.m., and on a regular day, if he had such a vigorous social engagement, it would be hard for him to wake up before the afternoon. However, today was a bit unusual. Just around lunchtime, his phone on the bedside table buzzed incessantly. Who? Taoji groggily answered the phone, his voice hoarse. The anxious voice on the other end reminded him, Mr. Tao, this is Xiao Wu from Galaxy Securities, the one who helps you with your stock operations. There's an emergency. If you have time, please rush to our trading hall. It's urgent. Originally, Taoji wanted to curse at the phone. After all, he had worked hard to entertain clients until after 2 a.m. last night and had specifically told his subordinates not to wake him unless it was something major. But upon hearing it was a call from the securities company, Tao Ji immediately fought off his drowsiness, hastily washed his face in the bathroom, and without having lunch, hurriedly drove his BMW 760 straight to the Galaxy Securities trading hall. Since he was usually busy managing the production business of Jiangnan High Fiber, Tao Ji had hardly paid attention to his stock account. Like many of the industrial CEOs, he generally couldn't navigate the financial world, so he entrusted his account to the securities company's operators for management. Most of the low-priced junk stocks and those perennial bottom-dwelling ST stocks were basically entrusted to institutions for operation and control. He paid a service fee every year, and it was mostly about earning more and losing less. After all, the major shareholders held most of the chips, giving them an inherent advantage in the A-share market. Moreover, with the prevalence of quantitative trading software in the current securities and futures market, any retail investor entering a junk stock like Jiangnan High Fiber would likely be taken advantage of. However, as soon as Tao Ji entered the large client room of the trading hall, he saw that several small shareholders from the company were actually present. These local small shareholders were his partners from when he started his business. Aside from the annual shareholder meetings to discuss dividends, they rarely met. He didn't expect to run into them here. It seemed something significant had indeed happened in the stock market. Old Wu, how can you still have time to sleep? Others are knocking at your door, trying to take your assets. Usually, I tell you to delegate some power and distribute more shares to everyone. Now look, the company is about to become someone else's. The second shareholder, Yi Jinyu, scolded angrily. What are you talking about, old Ji? Tao Ji was completely confused. Then, Xiao Wu, the operator from Galaxy Securities, came out to explain, Mr. Tao, in the morning session, speculative funds bought over 200 million shares of our stock. It seems it's not just a short-term play. There's a high probability they are eyeing our fundamentals and want to take a stake. Are you saying someone wants to buy Jiangnan High Fiber? After hearing this, Tao Ji finally understood what was going on, and the effects of his hangover began to fade significantly. After all, no matter how little he paid attention to the A-share market, he still understood the basics of stock trading. Because Jiangnan High Fiber had a total circulating stock of only about 1.44 billion shares in the market. Once a certain institution or individual holds more than 22% of the shares, they can announce a suspension of trading as a major shareholder and kick the founder out of the board. So, what do we do now? Tao Ji was at a loss in this situation, flustered as he pulled out a few cigarettes to share with some small shareholders. What else can we do? We need to find a way to raise some money to buy shares in the market. Are you just going to sit back and watch your hard-earned business get taken away by others? Yi Jinyu shot him a glare. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, who was in charge of the trading, reminded him, President Tao, our group can achieve a shareholding ratio of over 36% if we stick together. As long as we act in concert and invest more to buy some shares from retail investors in the market, we should be able to stabilize the situation. But this action needs to be quick. There's less than an hour until the market opens this afternoon. We must hurry to gather funds to enter. Upon hearing that he needed to spend money, and a significant amount at that, Tao Ji's expression turned sour. How much do we need? Xiao Wu took out a calculator and pressed a few buttons. It would be best to prepare 300 to 500 million in funds. Only then do we have a chance to control the shareholding ratio to over 50%. 500 million? And you give me just 1 hour? My family doesn't run a bank. Where am I supposed to get that much money? The company only has a little over 40 million left on the books, and that still needs to be paid to suppliers. As soon as Tao Ji heard how much money was needed to buy shares, he shook his head vigorously. Xiao Wu, seeing that President Tao was not even clear about the securities trading rules, awkwardly reminded him, President Tao, the money on the company's books cannot be touched. That would violate securities laws. You must find a way to come up with this money yourself. Once those words were spoken, Tao Ji completely lost his temper. He indeed had quite a bit of savings in his personal account, amounting to over 300 million when including real estate. But that was what he had painstakingly saved over the years. How could he just throw it into the stock market to buy shares? After all, Jiangnan High Fiber was originally the Wuxin's second chemical fiber plant, a state-owned unit. It was only after a gradual transformation into a shareholding system that it was slowly divided up by Tao Ji and his old management team. In Tao Ji's mindset, the company's assets belonged to the company, and his assets were his. They had to be accounted for separately. If he used his own money to buy company stock, it would be more painful than killing him. Of course, the small shareholders left in the big client room were reveling in his misfortune. Because Tao Ji had the final say in the company, and all matters that could benefit him had to go through him, the profits shared with shareholders were very minimal. To put it bluntly, the boss was too stingy. So stingy that even the employees hardly supported him in continuing to hold the reins. At this moment, asking these small shareholders to pool money to support Tao Ji was even more impossible. Thus, everyone in the big client room discussed for quite a while, smoking several packs of cigarettes without coming up with a concrete action plan. Until 1 p.m. when the market opened, a large-scale buying action appeared again on the Jiangnan High Fiber stock. Not only was Chen Chen, the instigator, buying in large quantities, but various institutions and speculative funds also planned to enter the fray and make some short-term trades. In less than 2 minutes, the stock price, which had already risen by 5.8%, was pushed up to the ceiling. The large 9.99% limit up notice made Tao Ji and the others' thoughts diverge. It's limit up. The main force, awesome. 666, I bought a hand in the afternoon following the wave, and it really sealed the board. Is this wave about to take off? The popularity list has surged into the top 100. The bull is here. The barrage of comments was in a frenzy. Institutions and speculative funds, drawn by the scent of profit, began to gather. When Tao Ji and the others saw that the turnover rate had actually reached 20%, they were all calculating how much profit they would make. They didn't even think about how to raise funds to save the situation. Xiao Wu, today it hit the limit, so will it continue to rise? Tao Ji asked with a complicated expression. Seeing that this major shareholder was already in a state of despair, Xiao Wu replied honestly, in cases like this where funds are rushing in, it's highly likely that it will continue to hit the limit for a few more days, depending on whether the regulatory commission announces that someone has taken a stake in 3 days. The A-share market stake acquisition mechanism has a 5% control line, but there is a small bug that can be exploited. Once a shareholder exceeds 5%, they must report this stake acquisition to the regulatory commission within 3 days. However, there is no mandatory requirement for the shareholder to publicly announce it on the same day. This means Chen Zhu still has 2 days of flexibility to accumulate shares in the market. Once more than 3 days pass, regardless of how many shares Chen Zhu holds, he must disclose it to the public. Of course, only Chen Zhu, Junan Securities, and the village chief know about his holdings, which is an absolute blind spot for Tao Ji and his group. These small business owners, who are focused on real industries, cannot figure out whether it's just speculative funds coming in for a quick trade or someone taking a stake to seize the company. They can only wait anxiously for 3 days to see the specific situation. However, after 5:30 p.m., with the release of the day's Dragon and Tiger list, the entire A-share market began to boil over due to the unusual activity of Jiangnan High Fiber. The Dragon and Tiger list showed Jiangnan High Fiber, Hangzhou Gongshu District College Road Business Department net purchase of 498 million in a single day. Once this news was disclosed, the small retail investors in the stock forum were all ecstatic as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Brother Feng. It's Brother Feng who made the move. Brothers inside, hold on tight. With Brother Feng's backing, it's going to be a bull market from here on out. Envy, what is Brother Feng trying to do? Is he going to go all in on a low-priced junk stock? The announcement doesn't show any major business direction adjustments. This purchase amount has already exceeded the stake acquisition line, and it can't be liquidated for profit within 6 months. Is Brother Feng not playing short-term speculation and starting to invest for value? What the hell is value investing? The fundamentals of Jiangnan High Fiber are so poor. What good news is worth investing in? I think Brother Feng is just after little Nan Nan's body, wanting to take her under his wing. Funny. With the release of the Dragon and Tiger list, the entire A-share market was basically in a frenzy. After all, in 2019, the domestic stock market was pitifully sluggish, with daily trading volume barely exceeding 500 billion. Compared to the peak data during the leveraged bull market in 2015, the total volume of the current A-share market had basically dropped to a quarter. So whenever there was a good news trend disclosed, the entire market would react immediately. Speculation, short-term trading, insider information, everyone would rush in with their eyes closed if there was money to be made. Sure enough, when the market opened the next morning, Jiangnan High Fiber was capped at the ceiling with over 2 million hands of buy orders at 9:15 a.m. That bright red plus 10.0% limit up board made the retail investors who hadn't entered yet curse in frustration. Open the door. Let me in. Brothers inside, run. Just making a little profit is enough. Don't be greedy. Damn it, seeing you all make money is worse than being killed. Jealous tears streaming down. Wow. United we stand. 10 million hands of orders. Is this a bear turning into a bull? The stock forum was filled with all kinds of jokes, and the comedians and fun seekers flocked together like bees to honey. Unfortunately, the market sentiment was now unanimous. After seeing Brother Feng's big purchase of Jiangnan High Fiber, both the institutions and retail investors inside were all frozen in place. Not only were the sell orders on the trading board pitifully few, but even Chen Chen, the instigator of it all, could hardly buy any chips. Such a trend of starting the market and then clocking out made everyone envious of the old investors who were already lying in wait. This garbage actually took off? I've been stuck here for over 4 years, and I never expected there would be a day of limit up. My cost is over 7 yuan. How long will it take to break even? Wailing, watching the various discussions in the stock forum, Chen closed the stock trading software and ignored this stock. Because with the release of the Dragon and Tiger list, all the hot money in the entire A-share market would converge here. Not to mention the transactions, there wasn't even a single hand of sell orders visible. Unknowingly, my ID account is almost becoming a market barometer, Chen said helplessly, pouting. In the following 2 days, the trend of Jiangnan High Fiber remained strong. With 3 consecutive 10.0% limit UPS, retail investors across the entire A-share market were buzzing with excitement. The popularity of this stock jumped from the top 100 on Monday to the 9th position in the entire market. If it weren't for its small size and low historical trading volume, it might even have a chance to reach the top spot in popularity. And just after this 3rd day of start work and clock out limit up trend, the village chief's side began to intervene, issuing a notice regarding the price fluctuations of Jiangnan High Fiber to the entire market. Village chief, this stock has recently undergone significant adjustments among shareholders, with individual shareholder Chen entering the top 10 shareholders with 12.1% of the total share capital. According to Article 63 of the Securities Law, this new shareholder is prohibited from selling shares in the secondary market within 6 months of trading days. With the disclosure of this announcement, the netizens in the stock forum became even more excited. It's a stake. Brother Fong has made a stake. Second board explodes, third board becomes a monster. Where there are 3, there must be 5. Where there are 5, there must be 7. Top, the stock price is so low, I won't get off until it's under 10 yuan, charge, retail investors discussed animatedly. Because the stock price of Jiangnan High Fiber was very low, even after 3 consecutive limit ups, the price only reached 1.94 yuan per share. Such high popularity and such a low stock price made countless retail investors, hot money, and institutions feel that this stock had the potential to soar. Thus, the volume of buy orders surged again, piling up like a deadly book, rising from several million hands to over 10 million hands. A full 2 billion yuan was queuing outside wanting to get in, but they just couldn't buy the stock. Such a magical scene also drew the attention of the entire A-share market. Even some stock experts began to analyze the screenshots of these buy orders and started to hype it up externally. The bull market is back. This made many retail investors who had been cut off in 2015 eager to act, planning to come back in with the little capital they had earned from odd jobs. However, such a carnival was destined not to last long. Just on the night the stake announcement was disclosed, retail investors hadn't even had the chance to finish enjoying themselves with young models at the KTV club. Jiangnan High Fiber suddenly disclosed a new announcement around 10 p.m. Due to recent price fluctuations, the company has decided to hold a board meeting ahead of schedule. During the board meeting, the company will suspend trading in the circulation market for 10 trading days. Once this suspension announcement was made, it felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over the originally fiery stock forum. Everyone was waiting for Friday's opening to continue counting limit UPS, or to see if they could pry open the limit and attract more hot money and retail investors to come in. But once the suspension was announced, the Jiangnan High Fiber stocks in everyone's hands could no longer be traded. What was worse was that the suspension period was a bit too strange. If it were a normal price fluctuation, a suspension for a few hours could be resolved within the same day. But this suspension lasted for 10 trading days, a full 2 weeks. For a stock, that uncertainty begins to amplify infinitely. The retail investors who originally had a consistent bullish outlook on Jiangnan High Fiber now caught wind of the situation and rushed to the stock forum to discuss heatedly. Can someone explain this announcement? How can it be suspended for 10 trading days? What will happen to Jiangnan High Fiber's trend afterward? Should we place orders and run? Anyway, we've already made 30%, outpacing 5 years of bank interest. I feel like we can sell. I've looked at the company's fundamentals. It only makes a few million in profit each year. It had losses for several years before, so it can't support a large market value. I estimate that once the suspension ends, it will explode. The previously unified sentiment began to show divergence here. The mood of all the retail investors holding shares plummeted from heaven to hell. Of course, there was also a group of people who blindly believed in Brother Feng's track record. They felt that with Brother Feng's impressive achievements of capturing dragons and catching monsters twice, he certainly wouldn't let this stock go bad. Thus, in the following period, various rumors about Jiangnan High Fiber began to spread wildly in the market. As the instigator of this stock's listing, Chen, on the second day after the suspension announcement, took a private jet to Wuxian, where Jiangnan High Fiber is located, and had a private meeting with the company's board of directors. Upon learning that Chen Chen's purpose for coming was to inspect Jiangnan High Fiber's production situation and to buy up most of the shares held by the shareholders, the two major shareholders, Tao Ji and Yi Jinyu, who were in cahoots, naturally did not give Chen Chen a good face. After all, this listed company had been their business for over 20 years, and as long as the business was stable, there would be a continuous stream of profits every year. Even if they encountered some crisis, they could still manage to keep the meat in the pot. On their own turf, these big shots in Wuxian had no reason to fear a young man like Chen Chen. Of course, Chen Chen was well aware of Tao Ji and the others' rejection. They were originally the local emperors at Jiangnan High Fiber. Suddenly, someone came to seize power and turn them into princes. Anyone would lead the resistance. So, taking advantage of the presence of the top 10 shareholders, Chen Chen extended an olive branch during the welcome banquet. General Manager Tao, General Manager Yi, and all the shareholders present, I believe you know Jiangnan High Fiber's profitability better than I do as an outsider. This is a traditional enterprise on the decline, and the business it operates is in a sunset industry. The total annual output value of the entire company is only about 1 billion, and the profit it can bring you is at most just over 100 million. Moreover, with so many shareholders, how much can everyone take home each year? It's only about 18 million at most. To put it bluntly, the money each shareholder earns every year is even less than what some small business owners in Wunshe make. As soon as Chen Chen said this, the small shareholders present became more alert, because what he said was indeed the basic situation of Jiangnan High Fiber, a large listed company with thousands of employees, yet it could only barely create a profit of over 100 million. In previous years, when the market was bad, they could only distribute a few tens of millions in cash as dividends each year. Even if they stopped distributing dividends on the circulating shares of A shares, the benefits this group of small shareholders could take home each year were still considered small. The most they could get was over 1 million, while the least was only a few 100,000. Shareholders of a listed company? It sounds impressive, but in reality, they earn less than some executives of large enterprises. If they could really make big money every year, Jiangnan High Fiber's stock price wouldn't be so low, almost falling below the delisting price of 1 yuan. Of course, Chen Chen's bluntness made Tao Ji and Yi Jinyu's faces turn sour. Young Master Phone, you may not know, but it's not easy to do real business now. Last year, when that big leader across the Pacific started the trade war, our textile business was affected. Tao Ji immediately stood up to complain as he sensed the atmosphere was off. Yi Jinyu chimed in. What old Tao said makes sense. Young Master Phone, you are a master in the financial industry, of course, making money quickly in the capital market. The return on real industry is very slow. This is a well-known fact. These two were the largest shareholders of Jiangnan High Fiber, and the company's operational issues were basically managed by them. Tao Ji, as the chairman, was responsible for business development, while Yi Jinyu, as the general manager, handled production management. If the company didn't grow and the revenue was poor, the responsibility fell entirely on them. So, complaining at the dinner table was a way to let the small shareholders understand their difficulties, to avoid embarrassing themselves in front of the outsider Chen Chen. Seeing these two putting on a show of suffering in front of him, Chen Chen said sternly, since it's hard to do, why not sell Jiangnan High Fiber to me? I have a way to increase the company's revenue by more than 10 times within a year. 10 times? Isn't that an annual output value of over 10 billion? Young Master Phone, that's quite a big joke. Our factory is too small, with just over 1,000 people. Even at our best, we only achieved over 2 billion in output value. Moreover, the short fiber industry in Jiangsu province is highly competitive. Even if we had the capacity to produce, there would be no place to digest it. Once this growth target was thrown out, the small shareholders present began to discuss among themselves. They didn't care how bad Tao Ji and Yi Jinyu looked, lost in their own analysis. After all, in the face of huge profits, even brothers could turn against each other, let alone a group of shareholders who had gathered for profit. Who says there's no place to digest? If everyone is willing to sell their shares and hand over the company's operational decision-making power to our Lanwei technology team, I can personally sign a betting agreement with the company. If I can't lead Jiangnan High Fiber to achieve 10 times the profit growth next year, I am willing to give away my shares worth over 500 million for free, Chen Chen assured with a serious face. His meaning was simple. That was to enlarge the cake of Jiangnan High Fiber, allowing everyone to gain more benefits. However, to achieve his envisioned tenfold growth, he needed Tao and Yi, the two largest shareholders, to hand over their power. Young Master Phone, is what you said true? Are you really willing to sign a betting agreement with the company? Over 500 million in shares is not a small amount, it's almost equivalent to 5 years of revenue profit. The private room erupted in excitement. Seeing the small shareholders swayed by Qin Shen's few words, Tao Ji and Yi Jinyu were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They had just had their first meal, and now their own people were about to turn against them in favor of an outsider. If a shareholders' meeting were to be held, they would probably lose their positions as chairman and general manager on the spot. The loss would be too great for Tao Ji and Yi Jinyu. After all, there were a lot of their relatives and friends in Jiangnan High Fiber, and the relationships were complex. Even in the annual revenue of 1 billion, there were many muddled accounts they had privately created outside, involving left-hand to right-hand transactions. They would set up a small supplier to assist the listed company with some subcontracting business. It wasn't much more sophisticated than simply cooking the books. If they were to lose power, it would mean that their 20-plus years of hard work would be in vain. Thus, Tao Ji's face turned ugly as he said, "Mr. Chen, our Jiangnan High Fiber is too small to accommodate a great god like you. Please, Mr. Chen, have mercy and don't stir up our existing business. The more than 1,000 employees in the factory rely on that meager profit to make a living. If it really gets stirred up and goes bankrupt, no one will have a good outcome." Seeing the other party's outright rejection, Qin Shen picked up his wine glass and said with an unhappy expression, "Does President Tao really think that just because I invested over 500 million, I'm here to help you raise your stock price? I'm sitting here calmly and politely talking to you. If I really wanted to tear the mask off, with your little worth, I could settle it in no time." As soon as these words were spoken, the small shareholders all gasped, their faces showing expressions of watching a show. Before coming here, everyone had learned about this young master phone who was making waves in the A-share market. He had made over 3 billion in profits from the stock market in just one summer. In terms of strength and that unclear background, he was indeed not someone that Tao Ji and Yi Jinyu, two local billionaires, could compare to. So when everyone sat down, they all called Chun young master phone. At such a young age, possessing a net worth of hundreds of billions, if he didn't have some solid background, no one would believe it. Young master phone, do you really want to make it so ugly? Don't think that just because you have money, we are afraid of you. I've been in Wu County for over 30 years. Before Tao Ji could finish his words, a middle-aged man who had been silent in the corner of the table interrupted, "Old Tao, you and Old Yi should stop arguing. You're both nearing retirement age, it's time to step aside." This middle-aged man was Shang Dongshang, a representative among the small and medium shareholders of Jiangnan High Fiber, and he was also the former factory director of Jiangnan High Fiber's predecessor. With his statement, the remaining small shareholders quickly turned to support him. "Yes, President Tao, you and President Yi have been tossing around for over a decade, and the factory's performance is getting worse every year. You might as well retire early and let young Master Feng's team take over. Anyway, young Master Feng has promised that as long as we sign the betting agreement, he will definitely help us make money. Our group holds 32% of the shares, and with young Master Feng's 20%, we can achieve absolute control. If you two don't sign, it will be too embarrassing when it comes to the board meeting." These small shareholders had all been visited by Qin Shen beforehand. The entire process could be described as reasoning with them and enticing them with benefits. Plus, with the help of the former factory director Shang, this intimidating welcome banquet turned into a reverse hongmen banquet. On the other hand, Tao Ji, who had been kept in the dark, was furious when he saw his subordinates all siding with the outsider, shouting angrily, "You fools! How can an outsider understand management?" Beside him, Yi Jinyu, seeing the situation had turned against them, quickly covered Tao Ji's mouth and softened his tone. "All right, old Tao, just say a few less words. Our little arms and legs are indeed no match for young Master Phone. He is more capable than you." Seeing that his biggest ally had turned against him, Tao Ji could only drink the red wine in front of him in frustration. Watching Chen Chen at the head of the table eloquently discussing the future blueprint of Jiangnan High Fiber, he sighed inwardly, "Sigh. If I hadn't been so greedy before, how could I have ended up like this, with everyone turning against me?" With the support of the former factory director Shang and a bunch of small shareholders who had been turned, Chen Chen's takeover of Jiangnan High Fiber Company, Ltd., became exceptionally smooth. He first convened the annual board meeting ahead of schedule, where the betting agreement promised at the banquet was signed. For the next year, if the management team sent by Qin Shen could not lead Jiangnan High Fiber out of its predicament, achieving tenfold output and threefold profit growth, then the shares worth over 500 million in his hands would be donated to the shareholders present without compensation. To sign this agreement, both parties sent professional legal advisors to audit it clause by clause. Once the agreement was signed, with this betting agreement serving as a ballast for mutual trust, the board officially moved on to the next agenda item, which was for Tao Ji and Yi Jinyu to voluntarily resign from their positions as chairman and general manager. After that, Jiangnan High Fiber would no longer have a chairman. As for the position of general manager, it was handed over to Xie Zhikong from Lanwei Technology as an additional role. The former factory director, Shang Dongsheng, who led the uprising, was also promoted from his previous idle position back to factory director. In addition, a large number of senior management personnel involved in finance and human resources were transferred from Lanwei Technology by Chen Chen to take on concurrent roles. The remaining middle and lower level positions would not undergo major adjustments for the time being. In Chen Chen's view, Jiangnanhai Fiber, a small factory with 1,000 employees, had a very singular business, and managing it was not particularly difficult. The real challenge lay in business expansion. After all, it had been discussed at the welcome banquet that the current economic environment was bleak, and the textile industry was hit just as hard as the real estate sector. Therefore, after making personnel adjustments at the board meeting, Chen Chen initiated a proposal for share buybacks and a secondary market restructuring for listing. The share buyback aimed to increase his personal shareholding from the original 20% to over 31% and to raise Dingfeng Asset Management's shareholding to 20% to achieve true absolute control. The vacant shares would be acquired from Taoji, Yi Jinyu, and small shareholders. Of course, the price offered by Chen Chen was not low. He spent over 800 million in total at a premium of 2 yuan per share to secure absolute control, diluting the shares held by the original shareholders. With a 10-fold output value and a 3-fold profit guarantee backing it, major shareholders like Taoji and Yi Jinyu, no matter how much they resisted, had no choice but to accept it. The trend was already set. Although their shares were diluted, the dividends they would receive each year would increase. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to get these penny-pinching individuals to willingly part with their shares. After completing these steps, Jiangnanhai Fiber was truly under Chen Chen's control. To acquire the controlling stake in this listed company, Chen Chen had spent over 1.3 billion in cash flow. However, forcibly diluting the shares held by others would inevitably cause some discomfort among small shareholders and employees. To soothe this panic, Xie Zhikong, in his capacity as the new general manager, made a significant strategic business adjustment for Jiangnanhai Fiber and signed a long-term supply agreement with Lanwei Technology, located far away in Jiang Province. The content of the agreement was simple: to cancel Jiangnanhai Fiber's original short fiber textile business. All existing orders would be transferred or rendered void, and an immediate overhaul of the entire production line would take place. For the next 3 years, Jiangnanhai Fiber would focus on melt-blown fabric and mass-gear straplines as its flagship products, supplying no less than 100,000 tons of raw materials annually to the mass production base in Ruixian. When Shang Dongsheng, the new factory director, learned that the original short fiber business would be completely cut, he initially wanted to voice some opposition. However, upon hearing about the 100,000-ton melt-blown fabric order, his eyes lit up. Because the technology for melt-blown fabric and mass-gear straplines was not complex, any textile factory could easily modify its production line to produce them, making the entry barrier very low. But achieving an annual output of 100,000 tons was something that could hardly be found elsewhere in the country. After all, Jiangnanhai Fiber's original capacity was only 15,000 tons of short fiber fabric per year, and this would explode to 6 times that capacity, leaving no room for complaints from the employees. The more they produced, the busier the factory became, and the more bonuses everyone could share. In the future, Lanwei Technology will create the world's leading brand of medical masks and protective clothing. As the sole supplier, Jiangnanhai Fiber must expand its production capacity within the next year. An annual output of 100,000 tons is just the beginning. I hope Director Shang can leverage his experience and motivate the employees. I will arrange for the finance department to appropriately adjust salaries for various grassroots positions, Chen Chen decided at the board meeting. As a reborn person, Chen Chen was well aware that every ton of melt-blown fabric, as a raw material for masks, could produce between 1 million to 1.2 million masks. By the time the pandemic hit in 2020, global mask consumption reached an astronomical 125 billion pieces per month. Converted, the monthly consumption of melt-blown fabric amounted to 100,000 tons. Even if Jiangnanhai Fiber achieved an annual production of 100,000 tons of melt-blown fabric, it would barely meet the global monthly consumption. For Chen Chen, who wanted to make a fortune from the pandemic, this production capacity was merely a drop in the bucket. However, considering the number of employees and the scale of the production lines at Jiangnanhai Fiber, 100,000 tons was about the limit. The money from the pandemic was indeed easy to make, but Chen Chen's foundation was too weak, and he had started too late, so it was impossible to take the whole cake. Securing 1/10 of the global capacity was already quite difficult. Of course, as the factory director, Shang Dongsheng showed some joy upon hearing that the parent company was placing large orders and increasing salaries for the grassroots. "I've put my old bones on the line," ensuring the completion of the parent company's supply tasks. Since the company went public, Jiangnan High Fiber had rarely increased salaries. Now that a young boss had taken over and immediately raised employees' salaries, it naturally provided reassurance to the lower-level employees. When it came time to push for business adjustments, the resistance would be much less. After a board meeting, aside from the discontent of Tao Ji and Yi Jinyu, who were removed, the rest were all smiles. Everyone had received corresponding benefits, and each person's face bore a hint of joy after the meeting. Even the A-share market was buzzing with relatively positive news. On the fifth day of Jiangnan High Fiber's suspension, a more significant announcement began to be disclosed to the market. After the board's resolution, our company will undergo major reforms in the near future, with the following contents: 1. Some personnel adjustments. 2. Change in business direction. 3. Adjustment of existing shares. Jiangnan High Fiber, a major adjustment to the existing circulating capital of 144 million shares in the Shanghai market is expected to be completed in 10 trading days. As soon as this news broke, the entire A-share market was in an uproar. Retail investors who had been waiting on Jiangnan High Fiber thought this suspension was merely pressure from the village chief to cool down the overheated market. Everyone believed that when trading resumed in a few days, it would surely fluctuate like other speculative stocks. Who would have thought that after just one board meeting, Jiangnan High Fiber would actually change its boss? Not only had the original top 10 shareholders changed, but even the management had been replaced with a batch of unfamiliar newcomers. Big shots. Can anyone analyze this announcement? Is the future market good or bad? I'm very anxious. It seems from the announcement that Brother Feng has successfully acquired it. But Brother Feng's actions don't look like he wants to continue in finance. Instead, he seems to be studying real industry? Wow! Brother Feng isn't trading stocks anymore, he's turning to real business? I'm so emotional. The stock forum was abuzz with discussions, and most people couldn't understand Chen Chen's bold move. Instead, some well-informed institutions and speculative funds quickly traced the business layout of the famous Brother Feng through equity penetration tracking and corporate relationship networks. Just checked on Kichacha, Brother Feng should be managing both industry and finance, posting a picture. Turns out Brother Feng has real industry in one share. Investing $2 billion to build a medical enterprise production base, linked to news, good news, absolutely great news. This time it's not just a change of boss, there's also a significant adjustment in business. Posting chat screenshots, it turned out that at the very moment the announcement was released, insiders had already begun to leak information about the movements within Jiangnan High Fiber. Not only has the management undergone a major overhaul, but even the production lines are undergoing accelerated transformation. By the time the new orders for 100,000 tons of melt-blown fabric and mask production lines were leaked by insiders, the entire stock forum was buzzing with excitement. What the hell? Brother Feng is actually serious. It's not just a scam to get laid and leave? Black man ? One order has boosted Jiangnan High Fiber's production capacity. Awesome, production capacity is expected to increase sixfold? This is definitely a major positive. By the way, what is melt-blown fabric? The forum was filled with discussions, and some knowledgeable big shots began to post analyses frequently. On the last day before the suspension, the details regarding the share reform were also announced. Jiangnan High Fiber, following the latest resolution of the Board of Directors and the approval of the Supervisory Committee, this round of share reform will consolidate the 144 million shares circulating in the Shanghai market into one share for every 100. After the consolidation, the company will change its name to Jiangnan High Fiber, New, and the original stock code will not be restructured. To meet the needs of production expansion, the company will reissue 85.6 million circulating shares for fundraising. According to the requirements of the Securities Regulatory Commission, there will be no limit on the price increase on the first day after the suspension ends. As soon as this news broke, the entire A-share market was in an uproar, because this announcement indicated that the previous insider information was indeed true. Originally, the total assets of Jiangnan High Fiber, were barely 3 billion. But after such a maneuver, the asset scale ballooned to more than 7 times. Even more exaggerated, after the consolidation, the stock price of Jiangnan High Fiber, New, immediately reached over 200 yuan per share. Buying a single lot would require more than 20,000 yuan, which was absolutely too expensive for those small retail investors looking to trade low-priced stocks. This is outrageous. A single lot costs over 20,000? Is Brother Feng trying to drive us small investors out? It's just a business adjustment, setting high prices, and issuing new shares. Can we be sure the market will buy it? Feels like this is a major negative. A sense of inexplicable panic began to spread in the stock forum. By the second day after the announcement, Jiangnan High Fiber, new, officially started trading. Various speculative funds and institutions began to take action, and even retail investors from the entire market followed suit. At 9:15 a.m., the bidding began, and the stock price showed an astonishing upward trend. Current quote, 362.92 yuan per share, price increase plus 46%. When this bidding popped up, everyone was stunned. What the hell? High opening, absolutely high opening. This junk stock actually has its day? We're taking off, brothers. Awesome, sold one lot at bidding. Those who bought before the suspension have more than doubled. Exciting, the barrage was filled with all kinds of chaos. The K-line trend of the bidding started with a soaring bullish line, turning from red to green. The initial opening price of 362.92 yuan per share began to plunge like a bungee jump. Due to weak support, the stock price retreated all the way to 272 yuan per share. The price increase percentage dropped from plus 46% continuously, stimulating everyone's nerves. It's important to know that the A-share market implements a T+1 trading rule, which has a 10% limit on price fluctuations for circulating stocks. However, this newly issued stock is different. There are no limits on price fluctuations on the first day of listing. Everything depends on market trading. The reason for such a high opening was also due to the numerous positive messages contained in the announcement from Jiangnan High Fiber, new. Not only did the order volume surge sixfold, but profit expectations also skyrocketed. What is stock trading about? It's not about profit dividends, but about speculation on expectations. Once the year-end financial report is released and the dust settles, even the biggest positives can turn into negatives. After Qin Shen took over this listed company, a series of reform measures not only brought new orders to Jiangnan High Fiber Factory but also pushed the market's positive expectations to their peak. Under such significant expectations, the issuance of 85.6 million circulating shares was easily accepted by the market. Moreover, it wasn't just retail investors buying in. Most of those who came in to scoop up bargains were institutions and large capital speculators. By the end of the bidding, the stock price of Jiangnan High Fiber, new, was stabilized around 254 yuan per share and began to fluctuate. Although the number of circulating shares had decreased, the battle between buyers and sellers was exceptionally fierce. One moment a large bullish candlestick shot up, and the next moment it was all green. With no limits on price fluctuations, various players were fighting over this restructuring stock. On the first trading day after the suspension, the trading volume surged to over 18 billion, with a turnover rate reaching an astonishing 50%, and the closing price ultimately settled at 302 yuan per share, an increase of plus 21%. The popularity of Jiangnan High Fiber, new, surged to the top position among over 5,000 stocks in the market, thanks to this wave of unrestricted resumption. So exciting! It's a battle of the gods. Is this the charm of new stocks? Brother Feng, I would call you the strongest. The stock forum was abuzz with discussions. Both those who bought in at the bottom and those who had invested earlier made profits. Only a portion of the stubborn retail investors who chased in during the morning bidding were left stranded at the peak. Of course, after such turmoil following the resumption, the small shareholders of Jiangnan High Fiber, who were forced to dilute their shares, became incredibly convinced of their new boss, Qin Shen. With just a flick of his finger in the capital market, he had increased the value of their stocks by more than 10 times. This doesn't even account for the subsequent growth in production capacity and annual dividends. As a result, the internal reforms of Jiangnan High Fiber and its business integration with Lanwei technology became incredibly smooth. Naturally, Qin Shen dared to boldly seize control of a listed textile enterprise to provide Lanwei technology with the melt-blown fabric and mask ear straps needed for mass production because he knew that these two raw materials would experience unimaginable growth in 6 months. Take melt-blown fabric, for example. It is a core material essential for manufacturing medical masks. Its raw material is polypropylene, with fiber diameters reaching 1 to 5 microns. Melt-blown fabric has many voids, a fluffy structure, good wrinkle resistance, and a unique capillary structure of ultrafine fibers that increases the number and surface area of fibers per unit area, giving it excellent filtering, shielding, thermal insulation, and oil absorption properties. Initially, people had not recognized the value of this material. Before the pandemic, the global annual production of masks was less than 10 billion. The domestic production capacity of melt-blown fabric was only a few dozen tons per day, with prices as low as less than 3,000 yuan per ton. To put it bluntly, the total output value of the melt-blown fabric industry in 2019 was only a few billion, something that small family workshops could produce. However, by the following year, when the pandemic hit, this material, crucial to humanity's fate, began to grow at a terrifying speed, even more frightening than stock prices. Chen vaguely remembered that after March 2020, the market transaction price of melt-blown fabric reached over 900,000 yuan per ton, increasing by more than 300 times in just over a month. Even with such a price surge, it was still in short supply, with large enterprises waving cash nationwide to purchase melt-blown fabric. With the raw material price soaring 300 times and still being bought, one can imagine how exaggerated the profits from mask manufacturing were. Therefore, after taking over Jiangnan High Fiber, Chen instructed Xie Zhikong to contact several reliable suppliers of polypropylene and cotton fibers to sign large-scale supply orders in advance. Once the production line at Jiangnan High Fiber factory is renovated next month, it will be immediately put into production. In addition, Chen had Dingfeng Asset Management establish an independent Lanwei transportation company, purchasing 200 heavy-duty trucks from Hao Dushan at a price of 520,000 yuan each. These are the kind of trucks that can haul containers on the road. The trucks and containers were all painted white, with the Lanwei Technology Shield logo prominently sprayed on the surface of the containers. As for the more than 200 truck drivers, they were recruited nationwide with high salaries. The recruitment criteria were set quite high. Applicants must be young drivers under 45 with no criminal record. Drivers who are veterans would receive an additional 2,000 yuan in benefits. Of course, due to the urgent hiring, the base salary offered by Lanwei Transportation reached 15,000 yuan per month. Meals and accommodation were provided, and drivers were given free social insurance without any deductions from their salaries. Performance bonuses were assessed based on the accumulated mileage of transportation according to market conditions. Once these recruitment conditions were announced, it caused a stir among heavy truck drivers in the entire Jiang province. Especially on the Truck Home Forum, many truck drivers were privately discussing the benefits offered by this Lanwei transportation. Is this recruitment for real? The benefits are too good. Calculating this way, I could take home at least 20,000 to 30,000 a month, more than what I earn with my own truck. I looked into the investors of this logistics company. They are very impressive. The investors just bought a listed company, so they definitely have money. I just wonder if they can keep up with the cargo supply. Do they really need over 200 big trucks just to haul their own goods? The truck drivers were buzzing with discussion. Many of these private truck drivers are couples, living and working together in the truck. They can easily rack up 1 million kilometers a year. However, driving big trucks is very tough. They are not only bound to the road but often drive overnight, leading to fatigue. Accidents are also quite frequent, making it a high-risk industry. Now that a financially strong company is recruiting on a large scale, and the benefits look top-notch, it's natural that more people are coming to submit their resumes. After returning to Ruixian from Su Province, Chen specifically monitored 2 large-scale recruitment interviews at the production base. As for the truck drivers who came from out of town, upon entering the Lanwei Technology Park and seeing the row of Hao Dushan trucks, their eyes widened. A total of 200 newly painted trucks parked in the open space of the park were enough to catch anyone's attention. Moreover, for these drivers who have spent half their lives dealing with trucks, who wouldn't want to earn more while driving a beautiful and comfortable new truck? Thus, the recruitment scene was exceptionally lively. Over 1,000 drivers lined up for interviews, keeping Chen, who was temporarily acting as HR while monitoring the front line, extremely busy. Due to the company's large-scale expansion and the recent acquisition of Jiangnan High Fiber, Lanwei Technology was exceptionally busy in September, continuously recruiting personnel while simultaneously procuring and debugging production lines and renovating workshops. With so many tasks, problems were bound to arise. Especially for a newly established startup, the team needed time to gradually adjust. As the chairman, Chen had to be on site for various impromptu commands. Of course, as long as the overall direction was correct, a delay of a day or two in the mass production line wasn't a big issue. Besides that, during his free time, Chen would tease Baiying, who was still in school, on WeChat. Occasionally, he would chat with Zhuya to strengthen their relationship. From strangers to lovers, it always requires a process. When Chen learned from Huang Yingying that Zhuya was still single, the heart of this reserved man, who had been calm for 2 lifetimes, began to stir. How could he let such an exceptional girl go unpursued? Was he just going to watch her waste her youth like in his past life? As for his physiological needs, they were entrusted to Coach Panyu, who occasionally took the train to Ruixian to visit. As Chen personal trainer, it was perfectly normal for her to go out for training sessions. However, the content of these sessions was a bit explosive. Chen specifically rented a riverside apartment in Ruixian to live separately from his parents. As soon as Panyu arrived, she transformed into the hostess, not only tidying up the room but also preparing 3 meals a day. At night, they would start their regular training, practicing yoga and fitness moves in the bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. As a result, Chen Shen, busy with work during the day and training at night, found it hard to keep up. If Coach Pan only came to Relocation for 2 nights a week, his ironclad waist would probably collapse completely. I've become a master of time management, truly. Chen Shen sighed inwardly. In his past life, he was submissive to women, but now he found himself juggling 3 women. One could only say that a man changes when he has money. This is an unchanging truth. So, after feeding Pan Yu well in the morning and personally driving her to the train station to return to Hangzhou for work, Chen Shen drove his Range Rover to the Industrial and Commercial Bank branch on Wansong Road in Ruixian. This was an old bank in Ruixian. When Chen Shen entered elementary school in the county, he remembered this bank being there. After parking, he entered without taking a ticket, instead waving at Zhu Yao, who was busy at the counter, greeting her amidst her astonishment. Then, Chen Shen took his briefcase and went up to the second-floor VIP room. In the VIP room on the second floor, a group of client managers responsible for loans and major clients were chatting and laughing. The banking industry is quite different from others. The golden September and silver October do not exist for them. Instead, as the year-end and spring festival approach, the number of clients needing financing increases. Usually, there are hardly any visitors in this VIP room. As soon as Chen Shen, this young man, appeared, the group of client managers cast scrutinizing glances at him. Xiao Ji, did you schedule any clients? No, brother Bao. Recently, the orders have been pitifully few, and I'm still worrying about where to find clients to meet the targets. Came here to borrow the restroom, huh? A few younger client managers whispered. They were glued to their seats, unwilling to move an inch. Instead, a middle-aged man with graying hair stood up to attend to him. Young man, do you need something? This area is for loans and currency exchange. Chen Shen glanced at the middle-aged man and then at his work ID on the desk, immediately smiling broadly. You must be Uncle Zhu. I'm Chen Shen, Zhu Yao's high school classmate. I met you at a class reunion before. In Jiang province, it's common to call one's future father-in-law uncle, and even after marriage, many find it hard to change. Calling someone uncle right off the bat is a plot from an old-fashioned novel. Yao Yao's classmate? Xu Qingfeng was slightly taken aback. As an old banker at the Industrial and Commercial Bank, Zhu Qingfeng had been building connections since his daughter graduated. It took him a year or two to arrange for Zhu Yao, who had the same finance-related major, to work as a teller at the Wansong branch where he was. The reason for arranging his daughter's career this way was not only because the bank offered good benefits and stable work but also so he could keep an eye on her while she worked under his nose. Just like when Zhu Yao was in school, she was picked up and dropped off by Zhu Qingfeng every day. Having her father take care of her daily work was certainly better than those girls who drifted away to face the harsh realities of society. However, over time, this overly pampering behavior became a barrier in Zhu Yao's romantic history. Because of Zhu Qingfeng's presence, Zhu Yaoyao found it very difficult to develop social relationships in this bank. Even if there were outstanding young talents in the bank who were interested in Zhu Yaoyao, they would consider this complex relationship. Wanting to date Zhu Yaoyao, but just thinking about working in the same unit as their future father-in-law made it incredibly awkward. So Zhu Qingfeng was very anxious about his daughter's romantic development. Whenever he encountered some young men related to him, he would scrutinize them with a father-in-law's perspective, checking if they were a good match for his precious daughter. Just after learning that the young man in front of him, who came to handle business, was actually his daughter's high school classmate, Zhu Qingfeng showed a bit of enthusiasm on his face. Xiao Feng, right? What business are you here for? Chen Shen smiled slightly, opened his briefcase, and took out a stack of materials. Uncle Zhu, I'm here to apply for a pledge loan. My company needs working capital, and the gap is quite large. You and my Yaoyao are classmates. You should be around 25 or 26, right? So young and already running a company. Today's young people are really impressive. Xu Qingfeng first praised him a few times. At this age, most people are just college students or recent graduates, and those who start a business right after entering society usually get a harsh lesson from reality. If things go wrong, they might end up in debt and drag their parents down with them. So Xu Qingfeng's first impression of this daughter's classmate was somewhat lowered. He felt that this young man was not very grounded and should work for a while before starting a business again when he was closer to 30 and more mature. After all, as a credit manager, old Zhu had seen too many cases of young people starting businesses. However, as soon as he took the materials handed over by Chen Shen, a look of confusion appeared on Xu Qingfeng's face. You said you want to apply for a pledge loan? Not a large deposit certificate, or a commercial bill. These are, Uncle Zhu, I want to pledge stock assets. This is all proof of my shares in a listed company. Chen Shen patiently explained, behaving very politely in front of his future father-in-law. Just like attending a parent-teacher meeting in high school and meeting the parents of those pretty classmates, he had to leave a good impression. Stock assets. How much do you want to finance? Xu Qingfeng almost couldn't react, because ordinary credit managers like them usually deal with mortgage loans, business loans, or personal guarantee loans based on customer qualifications. They rarely encounter someone like Chen Chen, who uses stock rights to apply for a pledge loan. The market value of these shares is about 6 billion, and I can pledge 60% of that. As for the interest, I hope Uncle Zhu can help me apply for a lower rate. The less interest the better. Chen Chen said truthfully. You said how much? This pile of stocks is worth 6 billion. Xu Qingfeng exclaimed. Along with him, a group of client managers nearby all craned their necks to watch. In this Wansong branch, after working for decades, Xu Qingfeng had never seen a client with such a level of assets. The richest client he had seen barely exceeded 100 million. And the fact that this priceless stock was being presented by his precious daughter's high school classmate was simply surreal, delivering a shock comparable to winning the lottery. It really is 6 billion. And there are detailed documents from the audit committee that can be verified at the securities company. Chen Chen nodded seriously. Xu Qingfeng felt his heart racing and quickly flipped through the materials. He saw that the marked stock market value and the ownership of the stocks were all very clear. Xu Qingfeng finally reacted, hurriedly getting up with the materials in hand. Xiaofeng, your financing amount is too large. My authority is too low to handle this. You need to come with me to meet our bank president. With that, Xu Qingfeng led Chen Chen into the deeper office of the bank president. This left a group of client managers who had just been chatting, exchanging glances in confusion. Did you all hear what old Zhu was talking about just now? That handsome guy seems to be applying for a 6 billion stock pledge loan. This is unbelievable. Just randomly encountering a visiting client with such a big order? I've been begging everywhere for a loan, and I can't even complete a 10 million quota in a month. 6 billion. Even if half is pledged, that's over 3 billion. If this deal goes through, old Zhu will surely be promoted to vice president immediately. As soon as this was said, the young client managers, who had their eyes on the top of their heads, were filled with regret. They all lamented in their hearts, wishing they had been the ones to meet that big boss. You see, bank client managers usually have a low base salary, relying heavily on commissions from business to make ends meet. Credit managers like Xu Qingfeng calculate bonuses and performance based on the total amount of loans issued each month and the client's repayment defaults. Some commercial banks even have KPI indicators. For example, bank tellers are assessed on their average daily deposits, while loan officers are evaluated based on the amount of loans issued and credit card limits. The more loans issued, the more interest income generated, leading to higher bonuses and performance. Some skilled client managers can earn tens of thousands or even over 100,000 in commissions in a month. Of course, it's not just about blindly issuing loans and credit cards. Various loan financial products have their own review rules, with very high requirements for client qualifications. For instance, employees of state-owned enterprises or large companies with stable incomes can ensure repayment sources. Some small private business owners need fixed assets like real estate as collateral. Even if a default occurs, they aren't worried. They can directly auction off the property to offset the debt. And then there's Chen Chen, a super client who can pledge 6 billion in stock financial assets at once. Not to mention Xu Qingfeng has never seen such a thing. Even the bank president Dai Wentao of Wansong branch has never encountered it. In the second floor office of the Wansong branch, Dai Wentao, originally displeased, was covering the landline phone, and when he saw Xu Qingfeng unexpectedly barging in, he frowned and said, "Old Zhu, what's the matter? Can we talk later? I'm currently reporting work to President Chao from the city branch." From his expression, it was clear that this call was very important. But when Xu Qingfeng muttered, old Dai, you're so busy. Well, okay. I have a client looking to borrow over 3 billion. I'll go ask old Lu. Dai Wentao was stunned. How much did you say you want to borrow? Dai Wentao covered the phone, his voice sharp, thinking he had misheard. Over 3 billion. It's a stock pledge loan, and all the materials are ready. Xu Qingfeng feigned innocence at this moment. He was considered a marginalized elder in this branch. After all, he was over 50 and nearing retirement, and he couldn't compete with the younger credit managers in business. Usually, any internal activities aimed at exploring new clients didn't involve him. Now, holding a deal worth billions, Xu Qingfeng couldn't help but feel a sense of inflated confidence. This was a deal from his precious daughter's classmate. How could it slip through his fingers? Seeing the old credit officer looking so determined, Dai Wentao, holding the phone, also showed a hint of embarrassment. He quietly apologized a few words into the phone, then stood up to invite Xu Qingfeng and the other person into the office to take a seat. Old Zhu, you're impressive. Usually, you don't show much, but where did you find such a big client like General Chen? Dai Wentao's face was full of apologies. After looking at Chen Chen's materials, he no longer had the blameful expression he had just moments ago. He was practically eager to elevate Zhu Qingfeng, because the relevant information about Chun Chen, the behind-the-scenes big boss of Lanwei Technology, had already been distributed to the heads of major banks in Ruixian since the day the company settled in the Ruixian Binhai Industrial Park. Why? It was all for the sake of business cooperation. What kind of company is Lanwei Technology? This is a large enterprise with the strength of a publicly listed company. They have acquired over 300 acres of industrial land in Ruixian and announced plans to recruit over 2,000 formal employees in the first batch across the county. Such a level of strength can only be compared to leading enterprises like Huafeng, Ruili, and Linhua in the entire Ruixian. If they could connect with such a county-level enterprise, let alone loans being approved with eyes closed, just the payroll cards for over 2,000 employees in various corporate fund movements would be significant business for Dai Wentao, the branch manager. Unfortunately, after asking around, all the major banks in Ruixian had exhausted their efforts and spent nearly 2 months without making contact with the mysterious General Chen. Now, this monumental achievement had come knocking at his door. How could Dai Wentao not feel excited? As for reporting work to the branch leaders, that was trivial. The main thing was to serve this young big boss in front of him well. Xiaofeng and my daughter Yao Yao are high school classmates. I'm also benefiting from my daughter, Zhu Qingfeng chuckled, unceremoniously taking the hot tea brewed from the premium Taiping Hokue. Usually, when coming to report work in the branch manager's office, it was already good enough to be greeted with those cheap tea bags on the coffee table. If it weren't for Chen Chen's strength, where would there be such a special grade Hokue worth over 5,000 a pound to drink? So General Chen is Yao Yao's high school classmate. That's great, we're all family now. Any business can be handled best at our industrial and commercial bank, Dai Wentao said with a thick face. This made Zhu Qingfeng roll his eyes, thinking wildly, when did my daughter become your niece, old Dai? I didn't know. Chen Chen, who had been mostly silent, smiled in agreement, feeling that Dai's remark about we're all family now really struck a chord with him. He had come to the industrial and commercial bank to handle a pledge loan, but he had several purposes. The first was to convert the stocks of Jiangnan Gaoxian, New, he held into cash to obtain some liquidity for business expansion. After all, since Chun Chen took a stake, the stocks of Jiangnan Gaoxian, New, had a 6-month restriction on selling. Seeing the stock value soar tenfold after the merger and restructuring, Chen Chen could not just watch this huge profit rot in his hands. Who knows what the stock situation would be like after the 6-month ban was lifted. Moreover, the pandemic would arrive in just over 4 months. To accelerate the expansion of Lanwei Technology and stockpile production materials on a large scale, Chen Chen needed to have sufficient operating funds as a support. As for the second purpose, it concerned a major event in Chen Chen's life. After chatting with Zhu Yaoyao for a while, he found that this exceptional high school classmate had a somewhat lukewarm attitude towards him. Combined with the information he had from his previous life, it seemed that she was currently immersed in the two-dimensional world and was quite dull in dealing with male peers. So Chen Chen planned to adopt a more roundabout approach to pursue Zhu Yaoyao. If he couldn't break through her defenses for now, he would first conquer the family of this obedient girl. Thus, the current situation arose, with Chen Chen taking the initiative to visit his future father-in-law to deliver some impressive performance results. However, while watching the show was one thing, the main business still needed to be addressed. After sipping a few cups of hot tea on the sofa, Chen Chen got straight to the point and asked, President Dai, how much credit and what interest rate can your bank provide for my stock pledge? I plan to borrow a sum short-term, for a maximum of 1 year. Dai Wentao, seeing the juicy part of the conversation coming, quickly put down the teapot. To be honest, Mr. Chen, stock pledges are considered high-risk loans. Unlike large deposits or real estate, stocks are not stable as collateral. The secondary market fluctuates, and even the stock god Buffett can't predict stock prices accurately. Therefore, our bank can only offer up to 50% of the market value, and the interest is relatively high, around 8.5% per annum. However, as a quality client with a solid business background like Mr. Chen, I personally assure you that I can apply for some interest rate discounts from the branch. At this point, Zhu Qingfeng interjected, Old Dai, that's not right. I remember the latest policy in the bank allows for a 60% limit, right? The interest can also be reduced to about 5%. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen almost burst out laughing. His future father-in-law, as a client manager at the bank, was actually helping an outsider like him to undermine the interests of his own employer. This wasn't just bending the rules, it could be considered eating from both sides. Dai Wentao, realizing that his position was being undermined by this traitor Zhu, felt a bit embarrassed. 60% is for small clients with loans under 1 million. Mr. Chen's amount is too large, even the OneSure branch can't handle such a big sum. It must be reported to the provincial branch for approval. I see. Xu Qingfeng looked enlightened. As a small credit officer, he had no connections to the provincial level. Therefore, the processing of this pledge loan was primarily handled by President Dai himself, filling out forms, collecting data, checking credit, and verifying the value and authenticity of the stock assets. By the time the entire process was completed and the data uploaded to the system for reporting to the provincial branch, nearly half an hour had passed. Mr. Chen, I have submitted your pledge business. If everything goes smoothly, the funds should be dispersed by the end of tomorrow. Dai Wentao wiped the sweat from his forehead. A loan application of 3 billion was something he had never encountered before. For this reason, he had been constantly confirming with the leaders of the Wenshe branch via WeChat during the process. Will it really be done by tomorrow? That's quite fast. Chen Shen nodded in satisfaction. In his previous life, he had also applied for similar bank loans, and just gathering the necessary documents would take half a day. How could it be like now, with the bank president personally providing service? This was also a reflection of Chen Shen's elevated social status after amassing a fortune, or he encountered good people wherever he went. Of course, after completing these procedures, Chen Shen did not forget his main purpose for this visit. President Dai, this business performance should be credited to my uncle Zhu, right? Upon hearing this, Dai Wentao immediately sensed something was off, thinking, what kind of luck is old Zhu having? Such a big deal is being handed to him? Could it be that this kid has his eyes on Zhu Yao? As the branch president, he was very familiar with the tellers under him. Despite Zhu Yao usually coming to work without makeup, she was definitely among the more attractive ones among the bank tellers. When she first joined their bank, many had come to him to inquire about her. After all, the bank is a service industry aimed at the public, and hiring tellers has similar height and appearance requirements as hiring flight attendants for airlines. Moreover, after joining the company, there is also strict training on workplace etiquette. Those who can work as tellers at the bank are generally not unattractive. Looking at Chen Shen's youthful appearance, Dai Wentao felt even more convinced that there was a story behind it. So he patted his chest and assured, as long as the loan is approved smoothly, the performance will definitely be attributed to old Zhu. I guarantee it won't run away. Upon hearing this, Xu Qingfeng was also somewhat pleasantly surprised. He was calculating how much his bonus would be after this performance came through. After all, this was a single loan amount of 3 billion, enough to take him 10 years to accumulate. Of course, after seeing his future father-in-law's beaming expression, Chen Shen decided to go all out. After sipping a couple of cups of tea, he continued, your bank should still have deposit business, right? Our Blue Guard technology is currently recruiting on a large scale. Once the 3 billion loan is approved tomorrow, President Dai might as well send a few tellers to our company to set up a point and help new employees open salary accounts. In the future, our Blue Guard Technologies corporate account can also be placed at Wansong branch. As soon as these words were spoken, Dai Wentao's eyes lit up. Thank you so much for your consideration, President Chen. I'll arrange for someone to go over and coordinate with your company's finance tomorrow, ensuring that everything is handled beautifully and that it won't delay your company's normal operations. The three men discussing the business each had their own thoughts. After the two middle-aged men personally escorted Chen Shen to the car and watched him drive away, Dai Wentao punched Xu Qingfeng on the shoulder and said, "Good job, old Zhu. You really kept this under wraps. How come you didn't bring such a strong client over sooner?" Xu Qingfeng immediately looked speechless. How was I supposed to know Yao Yao had such a wealthy old classmate? But speaking of which, when we go to Blue Guard Technology tomorrow for the deposit account opening, old Dai, you can't take it all for yourself. You have to credit half to my daughter. Seeing this old guy daring to ask for benefits right in front of him, Dai Wentao lost his temper. All right, all for your daughter. Once the 3 billion limit is approved, I'll submit a personnel report to the branch. Old Zhu, you've worked hard in our bank for so many years. It's time for you to move up, just in time for next year when old Lu retires. That vice president position should be yours. Xu Qingfeng was surprised to hear he was getting promoted, and jumping straight from client manager to vice president of the branch was quite shocking. However, upon reflection, old Zhu felt that this personnel change was very reasonable. With his qualifications, if it weren't for his lack of background and connections, he would have been promoted to vice president long ago. Unlike now, where he had been stuck in a grassroots position for over 20 years. If it were any other bank employee, bringing in 3 billion in business would easily get them a position as a bank president. It's just that in a giant bank like ICBC, the competition is fierce, and there's one position for each person. Without some backing and strength, it's basically impossible to rise up. Looks like I still have to thank Yao Yao's classmate, Xu Qingfeng thought to himself, pondering how to express his gratitude for Chen Shen's righteous assistance. However, when he recalled the Land Rover Chen Shen drove before leaving, Xu Qingfeng immediately realized something was off. because just 2 weeks ago, he seemed to have heard his wife mention that their precious daughter was dropped off at the door by a young man driving a Land Rover. Initially, Zhu Yao had insisted it was just a classmate relationship, that they went out to eat and he conveniently brought her home. Now, upon further reflection, Zhu Qingfeng could no longer guess that this was the big boss taking a liking to his daughter. I knew it. There's no way this could be such a good deal. Not only a loan but also a deposit business. Zhu Qingfeng slapped his thigh, revealing a look of sudden realization. But just thinking about his beautiful daughter Zhu Yao being taken away by the Chen kid made Zhu Qingfeng a bit alert. No way. After work, I must ask Yao Yao and see if that brat is really serious about pursuing her. Because the rumors about rich second-generation kids online are quite fantastical. The wealthier the young masters, the more chaotic their romantic histories tend to be. It's normal for parents to worry a bit more. However, when she learned from her father that her old classmate Chen Shen had actually secured a loan of 3 billion at the bank where she worked, Zhu Yao's entire worldview nearly collapsed. Dad, what did you say? My classmate is a billionaire? Listening to her father excitedly describe the scene when Chen Shen came to the bank to handle the pledge loan business, Zhu Yao felt increasingly dazed. Recently, this classmate of hers from high school, who was just an ordinary boy in her class, had been intruding into her daily life quite a bit, whether it was chatting on WeChat or running into each other at the snack street. On weekends, Chen Shen would even take the initiative to invite her and her best friend Huang Yingying out for a meal, chatting about gossip and life ideals. From this, it was clear that Chen Shen was a bit crafty in pursuing girls. He didn't invite her out alone but brought Zhu Yao's friend along as a third wheel. Chen Shen knew that with Zhu Yao's introverted, otaku personality, she was very resistant to the idea of single men and women dating. Moreover, every time Chen Shen suggested going out, it was never to an expensive restaurant, but rather to those well-reviewed, down-to-earth old shops. He also didn't insist on paying the bill to show off his masculinity but opted for splitting the costs. This gradually eased Zhu Yao's guard against Chen Shen. She felt that this old classmate from high school was someone she could get along with comfortably. Unlike some of the suitors her mother had introduced before, who liked to show off and created a sense of distance but were not entirely unfamiliar. The more they interacted, the more Zhu Yao discovered how unique her old classmate was. Although he could only be considered average in appearance, his mysterious confidence and easygoing attitude made it impossible for any girl to dislike him. So, Zhu Yao simply accepted the current situation and decided to treat Chen Shen as a close friend in her daily life. Sometimes, she even felt inexplicably curious about him. Privately, she would gossip with her friend Huang Yingying about Chen Shen's romantic history, his family situation, work situation, and so on. She would also compare Chen Shen with those outstanding boys in their high school class. After spending some time together, Zhu Yao felt she had gotten to know Chen Shen well enough. She never expected that this high school classmate was hiding such a billionaire identity. And not just an ordinary character barely squeezing into the billion-dollar club, but a real tough guy who could take out tens of billions in stocks to secure a bank loan. So, after repeatedly confirming with her father, Zhu Yao, without thinking, typed out a complaint on WeChat. Chen Shen, you hid it so well. Staring, Chen Shen replied almost instantly, sorry, I won't pretend anymore, I'm coming clean. Wang Duoyu JPG, Zhu Yao, a billionaire. You won't have to work for the rest of your life, right? Salivating with envy, Chen Shen, shoo. Keep it low-key, Zhu Yao, crying with her head in her hands. The two of them exchanged a flurry of emojis on WeChat. After discovering Zhu Yao's silly otaku personality, Chen Shen was very willing to tease her. After all, they were young, and their way of communicating was quite novel. Plus, in his previous life, Chen Shen had achieved nothing, spending all his time online, not making much money, but accumulating a lot of silly jokes in comment sections. He thought they were useless, just something to smile at occasionally. He never expected that in this new life, they could be used to win over the white moonlight of his past. Of course, after chatting and joking with Chen Shen for a while, Zhu Yao, not yet realizing that she had fallen into a trap of emotions set by a reincarnator, as soon as she got home from work, Zhu Yao was put on the hot seat by her parents. Yao, are you and that Xiaofeng really just classmates? Zhu's mother asked with curiosity. Because when Chen Shen first drove his big Land Rover to drop Zhu Yao off at the community entrance, Zhu's mother had learned quite a bit about Chen Shen from her daughter's good friend, Huang Yingying. Later, she even dug out her daughter's high school graduation photo and took a look at how Chen Shen looked back in high school next to the name list on the back of the photo. Chen Shen in the high school graduation photo was unremarkable, easily blending in as just another face in the crowd. How could such a boy now afford a luxury car worth millions? This huge transformation piqued Zhu's mother's interest. The second high school Zhu Yao attended was quite ordinary in Ruwei County, and most of the students who got in were of mixed backgrounds, with only a few coming from particularly wealthy families. Therefore, she even contacted their former homeroom teacher, Old Yu, to inquire about Chen Shen's background. Upon learning that Chen Shen was once a rural child and had been a very poor boarding student in high school, Zhu's mother thought that this boy must have grown up to be very sensible, probably having worked hard outside for many years to realize his life's value. However, when she found out that her husband was actually going to get a promotion because of this boy's appearance, a position that had not been moved for a long time, Zhu's mother was completely stunned. A single move worth 6 billion in stocks, could this possibly be from an ordinary rural family? There was no second one like him in the entire Rue County. He was definitely a golden son-in-law. More importantly, recently, Zhu's mother had learned from the information station at the community entrance that her precious daughter had been sent back several times by that Land Rover worth over 3 million. With the intuition of someone who had been through it, Zhu's mother felt that this Chen Shen definitely had feelings for her daughter. Otherwise, why would he keep asking Zhu Yao out? So, while celebrating her husband's big deal with a feast, Zhu's mother decided to lay all her cards on the table with her daughter. "Mom, we really are just classmates, at most just good friends." Zhu Yao's face turned crimson under her mother's scrutiny. It was normal for a girl who had never been in a relationship to be shy. Xu Qingfeng, having had a bit to drink at the dinner table, also started to feel a bit tipsy. There's no such thing as good friends between people of the opposite sex. I see that boy definitely has his eyes on Yao Yao. Otherwise, why would he send such a big gift to me? Exactly. Zhu's mother nodded in agreement. Boys should marry and girls should marry. Yao Yao, you're not young anymore. In our small place, once you're over 25, you're considered an old maid. I think this Xiaofeng is quite good, and he's your high school classmate, so you know him well. You need to seize the opportunity. Such an outstanding boy, who knows how many girls are chasing after him. Upon hearing her parents teaming up, Zhu Yao immediately buried her head in her bowl and fell silent. However, seeing her flushed ears, it was clear that her heart was already stirred up. Although she was usually immersed in the two-dimensional world and enjoyed reading various otaku romance novels, it didn't mean Zhu Yao had low emotional intelligence. Whether someone liked her, she could generally tell at a glance. But since she had never been in a relationship, Zhu Yao was like someone with maxed out skill points but zero practical experience. She felt a bit intimidated by the affection Chen Shen had shown. Moreover, with the revelation of his billionaire status, Zhu Yao felt even more confused and uncertain about the development of this relationship. If it were another girl who learned that the boy pursuing her was worth over 1 billion, she would probably be overjoyed, eager to go on dates and jump into bed. But at this moment, Zhu Yao felt a bit insecure. Do I really deserve someone like Chen Shen? 2 days later, at the production base of Blue Guard Technology in the Coastal Industrial Park, Chen Shen was busy handling some documents in his temporary office. The larger the scale of the enterprise, the more complex the management becomes. Even though Chen Shen only held the authority for large financial approvals, grasping the economic lifeline of the entire company, there were still some significant resolutions between departments that would occasionally come through DingTalk and WeChat. It's not easy to be a hands-off manager. It seems I need to hire a few secretarial assistants, Chen Shen muttered to himself. He thought of the big shots on the rich lists, who were usually accompanied by a large team when they went out. Besides bodyguards and drivers, there were quite a few dedicated secretaries among them. Some wealthy individuals even hired professional managers to help manage their assets. Of course, it was also necessary to give appropriate power to the employees below. However, Blue Guard Technology and Dingfeng Asset Management had only been established for a short time, and Chen Shen was still unsure about the temperament of several executives. Especially in finance, which is crucial to a company's lifeline, it couldn't be easily delegated. If collusion from within and outside were to hollow out the company's funds, it would be a huge problem. While he was pondering, Xie Zhikang burst in energetically, knocking on the door. Chairman Chen, the 32 production lines we negotiated with BYD have arrived and are currently being installed and debugged in the workshop. Do you want to go take a look? Let's go take a look. Upon hearing that the equipment had arrived, Chen Shen immediately dropped everything and planned to review those trivial internal documents later. As the two of them left the office and walked into a sterile, dust-free workshop painted with blue epoxy flooring, a team of technicians in BYD uniforms was busy setting up some large machinery. What's the maximum daily output for this line? Chen Shen asked curiously. The mask production line before him was much more advanced than the mask machines he remembered from his previous life. With a generous reward from Blue Guard Technology, BYD had taken on this project and even sent a technical team to improve the traditional mask machines. The current version of the production line was the final model after iterations, equipped with a series of functions such as automated production and packaging. As long as the melt-blown fabric, mask ear straps, and plastic bags were placed in the preparation area, it could continuously produce medical masks ready for market sale. Ordinary disposable masks can reach a daily output of 2 3 million, while N95 masks are a bit less, around 1.2 million, Staggering introduced, holding a document. With 32 lines, that's about 73 million a day. Chen thought this quantity was barely sufficient, so during the inspection of the mask workshop, he suggested that Staggering request an additional 18 backup production lines from BYD. The 3 billion loan limit from the Industrial and Commercial Bank had just come through, and it would be a waste not to utilize such a large operational loan. After all, the interest on stock pledge loans was quite high, at 6% annually, which amounted to 180 million in interest over a year. If this money wasn't converted into production capacity in advance, Chen couldn't settle down in his heart. 18 backup lines? Chairman Chen, do we really need that many? Staggering looked doubtful. The current capacity of 32 lines was already enough to rank among the world's top mask manufacturers. Although introducing a few more production lines wouldn't cost much, each line was quoted at just over 8 million, there was limited consumption of masks in 2019. And producing too many without buyers would also be a troublesome issue. It wouldn't make sense to have production lines sitting idle, right? That would be a waste of resources. Chen didn't waste much time and directly countered his trusted subordinate. Have you found any results from the investigation into the vaping pneumonia in Wisconsin that I asked you to look into? Staggering nodded, his expression suddenly serious. There are results. This electronic cigarette pneumonia is causing quite a stir in America, with a very high infection and death rate. Could it be? After taking over the production base at the Coastal Industrial Park, Chen specifically instructed Staggering to pay attention to any information related to infectious diseases from America. Thinking again about the chairman's order to prepare more production lines, Staggering felt that there was a significant insider story behind this. The electronic cigarette pneumonia in Wisconsin broke out in July, and it's quite severe. I have a few relatives working there who say this pneumonia might be even worse than SARS back in the day. It spreads through droplets between infected individuals, and once it spreads, I estimate our 32 production lines won't be enough, Chen patiently explained. In his past life, the debate over the origins of the COVID-19 virus had long been settled. It leaked from an American biological laboratory, and this electronic cigarette pneumonia appearing in Wisconsin was a precursor to the outbreak of COVID-19. However, in 2019, the American CDC was heavily censoring information about electronic cigarette pneumonia, and the initial outbreak was in the domestic Hubei province. To tarnish the image of China, the Americans launched a propaganda machine to create fake news, slandering that the source of COVID-19 came from people eating wild animals, just like the civet cat was blamed during SARS. As an ordinary reborn individual, Chen had no ability to stop the outbreak of COVID-19. That thing was a biological warfare created by the Americans, aimed at containing China's economic development. The Americans couldn't even control it internally, and it had already spread to several states. What power did Chen, a civilian businessman, have to control it? However, alleviating the troubles for his country and uncovering the truth behind the pandemic was something that came easily to Chen as a reborn individual. Because in Chen's memory, during the pandemic, the internet in the country was chaotic. Various paid internet trolls and public intellectuals emerged, pointing the finger at China for the pandemic. To cope with this situation, Chen specifically had the newly established Public Relations Department of Lanwei Technology create accounts on major domestic and international social media apps. He was just waiting for the outbreak of the pandemic over 3 months later to step forward and speak out. As for the American relatives Chen mentioned, he was not lying. The area of Wenzhou's Ruwei County is filled with overseas Chinese, and as early as the late Qing dynasty, a large number of scholars and students went to study in Europe and America with funds from the self-strengthening movement. After the reform and opening up, in the 80s and 90s, Wenzhou's economy rose, with half of the credit going to these overseas Chinese who sent back the hard-earned foreign exchange to support their hometown's industry. So when Chen Feng said, "I have a few relatives in America," Staggering, an outsider, not only felt it was not surprising but found it very reasonable. More serious than SARS? It spreads through droplets? A respiratory infection virus that spreads from person to person? Staggering frowned. The business investigation report he received was all in English, and he had only skimmed through it while busy consolidating the business from Jiangnan Gaoxian. Hearing Chairman Chen mention it now, Staggering immediately realized the seriousness of this electronic cigarette pneumonia. No wonder Chairman Chen dared to invest so heavily in masks before. He even bought a listed company in advance to manufacture masks, pouring in over 3 billion in total. It seems he was betting on the market reaction after the outbreak of this electronic cigarette pneumonia, Staggering thought to himself. Without saying a word, he contacted the vice president in charge of sales at BYD and reordered 18 of these improved production lines. In Chen's memories from his past life, the American CDC had actually received wind of the evolution of the COVID-19 pandemic long in advance. Some American pharmaceutical companies involved in respiratory infection business began relevant arrangements as early as July after the outbreak of vaping pneumonia. They not only preemptively purchased most of the medical equipment in China, such as protective clothing and masks, but also showed a trend of large-scale exports in the second half of 2019. By the early stages of the pandemic, when Hubei province and even the entire country were under lockdown, masks and protective clothing were in short supply domestically, and what could be used had to be repurchased at high prices from abroad. It wasn't until several months after the outbreak that China's textile and medical equipment industries worked together to gradually increase the supply of consumable materials like masks. As for automobile manufacturers like BYD, the reason they are now engaging in mass production is also because, at this time in 2019, domestic new energy vehicles had not yet truly risen. BYD's annual sales were stuck at 450,000 units, in a state of limbo. Compared to a few years later, when selling 500,000 units in a month became common, there was still a significant gap. With a weak foundation in their main business, BYD's boatmen engaged in various operations, taking on any profitable business related to manufacturing. They are now involved in electronic products that ordinary people wouldn't think of, such as mobile phones and tablets. Even Apple's company in the U.S. is a long-term partner of BYD, with over 30% of iPads being produced by BYD as an OEM. The one who has truly excelled in the side businesses is probably the boatman. Of course, the reason the boatman is putting so much effort into side businesses is to generate more profits to fund the research and development of their electric vehicles and power batteries. It wasn't until 3 years after the pandemic that BYD's production and sales took off, and during a media interview, the boatman finally revealed the difficult entrepreneurial history from before the pandemic. At this time, Chen continuously fed BYD orders, which can be seen as a way to build a good relationship with the boatman in advance. In the future, when the mask boom ends after 3 years, his traditional industries will upgrade and transform, and he will have a good teammate when entering the car manufacturing industry. However, these are all big secrets hidden in the heart of Chen, the reborn individual. Bringing up vaping pneumonia in advance was merely to appease his trusted subordinates led by Xie Zhikang. After visiting several workshops that were installing production lines, Chen let Xie Zhikang get back to work. Currently, the production base in Ruixian has completed more than half of the clean room renovations, and various supporting production lines are being urgently installed and debugged. In addition, the recruitment site in Zone 1 has become exceptionally busy due to several recent major actions by Blue Guard Technology. Every day, job seekers from all over one city and even from across the country come to apply. From general managers to middle and lower level management, everyone is busy with team integration and training new employees. As the head of Blue Guard Technology, Xie Zhikang naturally didn't have much time to chat with Chen. As for Chen, after a brief inspection of the 8 factory areas, he slipped into the comprehensive building of Zone 1 to check the recruitment situation. Job seekers from all walks of life, holding resumes and health check reports, were queuing to enter various offices for interviews under the guidance of HR staff. Since the production base has set up project teams for 6 products, including medical masks, fever patches, blood oxygen monitors, thermometers, temperature guns, small ventilators, and protective clothing, the technical workers being recruited are quite diverse. From textile assembly line workers to electronic product quality inspectors, each position requires a certain level of work experience. In addition, the health requirements for employees in medical device manufacturing are very high, and some applicants related to infectious diseases and genetic diseases must be screened out. Those who can pass the online job invitations are mostly young and strong. There were even quite a few students from various provinces, including Jiang and Fujian, coming to seek jobs. Watching the long line of applicants for the company he had founded, and seeing those job seekers who were about the same age as him, Chen couldn't help but sigh. In my past life, I was just like them, struggling to make a living, and ended up working in a factory tightening screws. If it weren't for that lottery ticket, I'd probably still be struggling in the stock market trying to earn my first pot of gold. Of course, Chen wasn't here to flaunt his status as chairman. After observing the recruitment scene, he turned into a makeshift tent next to the security room. Inside the tent, there was a large pile of daily toiletries, and a dozen bank tellers in their uniforms were busy helping successful applicants set up salary cards or apply for credit cards. Anyone who came to apply for a card could participate in a lottery for daily necessities. From a pack of tissues to a suitcase, these were essentials for the new employees, so no one would refuse such a card application event. In the bustling crowd, Chen spotted Zhu Yao, who had her hair tied with a red scrunchie, holding a bank pad and recording information for someone. Once the previous business was completed, Chen Chen followed the line and sat in front of Zhu Yao, winking at her. "Help me open a salary card too." Zhu Yao blushed immediately upon seeing Chen Chen teasing her, and said with annoyance, "You're the chairman of this company, do you still need a salary card?" As soon as she said this, all the new employees in the tent, including the bank tellers, turned to look at the two. After all, this Chairman Chen was currently a big shot in the entire Binhai Industrial Park. At under 30 years old, he had already built a business worth hundreds of billions. If they could get a chance to show their faces in front of this young chairman, it might help them in future promotions and salary increases. So a bunch of people greeted Chen Chen. After signaling the new employees to get back to their tasks, Chen Chen calmly took out his ID card from his pocket. "Who said the chairman doesn't get a salary? My monthly base salary is 688 yuan. Saving for a year would be enough to buy my girlfriend a phone." Zhu Yao's expression changed immediately, feeling a pang in her heart. "You have a girlfriend?" Chen Chen laughed heartily. "It's almost official." "Why? Are you jealous, Yao Yao? Really?" Zhu Yao looked dejected, and after taking Chen Chen's ID card, she unconsciously started to grip it tightly, bending it. He was dating someone and still flirting with her? Wasn't that a scumbag? She tightened her grip, ready to break it, to prevent this scumbag from going out with his girlfriend. Chen Chen noticed he had gone a bit too far and quickly snatched the ID card back. "Don't bend it. This ID card is precious. The only ones who can bend my ID card, besides my mom, are my future girlfriend." Zhu Yao was taken aback by this sudden confession, then her ears turned red, and she broke into a smile. "Hurry up, give it to me. I'll help you open the salary card. But this card has to be kept by me." Chen Chen leaned in and asked, "Do you want an Apple or Huawei? If it's not enough, I can deposit more." Zhu Yao mumbled in a voice barely above a whisper, "I won't buy a phone, I'll save it for you to marry a wife." As soon as she finished speaking, her entire face turned crimson, and she nearly buried her head in the bank pad she was using to record information. The new employees nearby, who were applying for cards, couldn't help but think, "Wow, their chairman came to the security room to flirt in front of everyone, and he even successfully confessed." Even Zhu Yao's colleagues from the bank, after witnessing this grand display of mutual affection, all showed expressions of extreme envy. The young chairman with a net worth of billions was taken down by his own colleague? This situation is truly outrageous. After this uniquely creative confession succeeded, Chen Chen felt as happy as if he had eaten honeybee droppings. Don't be fooled by the fact that in his previous life he was a greasy middle-aged man in his 30s, having been reborn. He now flaunted his wealth and began to act like a sea king. Who wouldn't want to experience a sweet romance in their 20s, during their prime years? Moreover, the object of Chen Chen's affection was his high school classmate Bai Yueguan, someone he knew well from his past life, sharing overlapping interests and life paths. Such deep emotional communication is far more touching than mere physical pleasure. Zhu Yao, in this life, I won't miss out on you, my treasure girl. Chen Chen's gaze softened. When the card event ended in the evening, Chen Chen invited Zhu Yao and her group of colleagues to a seafood restaurant called Ipin Xian near the Binhai Industrial Park, under the pretext of treating his industrial and commercial bank partners. This place, located at the estuary, had a large number of fishermen from nearby Guxiang village, with fishing boats docking daily, ensuring the seafood was incredibly fresh. Especially these seafood restaurants near the industrial area, frequented by various bosses from nearby companies and local foodies, were bustling with business. Chen Chen drove a large Land Rover, taking Zhu Yao directly to the first floor's ingredients stall to order. Steamed grouper, lobster with scallion and vermicelli. Let's have a portion of clams, abalone, and sea cucumber. Chen Chen turned back and asked, "By the way, Yao Yao, what do you want to eat?" Zhu Yao's pretty face flushed slightly. I like fried ribbon fish and crispy fried ribs." Upon hearing this, Chen Chen couldn't help but think that she was indeed a typical two-dimensional girl, with tastes leaning towards the childish meals one would order at KFC or McDonald's. So he added a few fried dishes, like fried butterfly shrimp and fried calamari rings. Of course, when Chen Chen ordered, he only chose the expensive and delicious items, completely ignoring the prices. His net worth had already surpassed billions, and he no longer needed to consider costs for food and clothing. Money had become just a string of numbers to him. As long as he liked something, he would buy it without hesitation. However, such a generous gesture made the group of chattering female tellers from the bank around Zhu Yao envious. Having such a wealthy boyfriend to pamper her would make any girl feel happy, especially when they entered the private room on the second floor. Chen Chen even took the initiative to hold Zhu Yao's hand. Holding her chubby little hand, which still had a bit of baby fat, Chen Chen couldn't help but show a mischievous smile. 3 parts bone, 7 parts meat, this is the best. Chen Chen felt overjoyed, thinking he had struck gold. Zhu Yao, experiencing her first romance, didn't know how to refuse Chen Chen's intimate gestures. She could only let him hold her hand, her face burning as she lowered her head. The female tellers at the same table couldn't help but tease them as they witnessed the display of affection under the table. Fortunately, the hot dishes were quickly served, and everyone began to eat while chatting about other interesting topics. Of course, Chen Chen treated this meal to get familiar with Zhu Yao's colleagues. Even though he was now a billionaire, a little money spent would be enough for an ordinary woman to live without working for a lifetime. However, considering that he and Zhu Yao were mutually in love, he wanted their relationship to be free of any interests, focusing solely on a pure romance. Therefore, Chen Chen respected Zhu Yao's choices and did not look down on her colleagues just because she was a bank clerk. Everyone enjoyed a sumptuous seafood feast, exclaiming how satisfying it was. Due to his youth and being a reborn person, Chen Chen was quite familiar with various internet slang and jokes from his previous life. In such a gathering of young people, it was easy for him to liven up the atmosphere. After a table full of dishes was finished, everyone drove home. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Chen Chen took the initiative to invite Zhu Yao to sit in the passenger seat and drive her home. One of the old tellers from the Industrial and Commercial Bank, Sister Wang, sighed after seeing the impressive Land Rover drive away. Yao Yao has been single for so many years, and she finally gets it. Yeah, and when it comes to boyfriends, she found such an outstanding guy. The chairman of Lanwei Technology. It's said online that his net worth exceeds 10 billion. A few colleagues stood in the parking lot, expressing their amazement. Sister Wang continued, "Just now, I went to the bathroom and took the opportunity to ask for the bill at Yipingxian's front desk. Can you guess how much this meal cost? How much?" Everyone was curious. Just the seafood alone was over 10,000 yuan, and with drinks, it exceeded 20,000. And no cash was needed. The boss lady said that Mr. Chen always signs for it, and later, the finance department will come to settle the account. Sister Wang clicked her tongue. A meal cost over 20,000? My goodness. I worked my fingers to the bone for a month, and with commission, I haven't even made 10,000. Truly wealthy people, spending that much money is probably as easy for them as buying a bottle of mineral water from a convenience store. The tellers from the Industrial and Commercial Bank were all lamenting. Watching the Land Rover disappear at the intersection, they wished they could climb into the passenger seat in place of Zhu Yao. Of course, since it was the first day of their relationship, Chen Chen didn't dare to be too forward on the way home. He dropped Zhu Yao off downstairs and then mustered the courage to give the adorable homebody a hug. Zhu Yao, on the other hand, was stiff all over. Once the hug ended, she nearly smoked from embarrassment and mumbled, "I'm going home." Then she hurriedly bid farewell to Chen Chen and disappeared into the hallway. Seeing this, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile, feeling, sweet love is truly wonderful. In the following days, Zhu Yao often stayed at the production base of Lanwei Technology during the day due to a card promotion event. Their relationship began to heat up quickly as they spent more time together. From the initial handholding and hugging to a domineering kiss in the community hallway, Zhu Yao, who was clearly experiencing her first love, became increasingly clingy under Chen Chen's guidance. Of course, the smooth development of their relationship did not affect Chen Chen's focus on his career. During this time at the production base, Chen Chen frequently visited various workshops, personally overseeing the progress of 6 medical device projects. Fortunately, with the injection of 3 billion yuan in loan funds and the transfer of some mid-level management from Jiangnan Gaoxian, aside from the masks that were about to go into production, projects like fever patches, blood oxygen monitors, thermometers, small ventilators, and protective clothing were all accelerating towards completion. Some production lines and raw materials related to electronic products could not find suppliers in the Wenzhou area, so they temporarily sourced from Yiwu or Shenzhen. To prepare for the impending pandemic, Shenzhen specifically instructed Xie Zhikong to stockpile raw materials in the warehouses of 8 factories. He advised signing long-term agreements with suppliers whenever possible and increasing the penalty for breach of contract. This was to prevent the surge in prices of various raw materials from affecting subsequent production when the pandemic hit. Naturally, Xie Zhikong did not dare to oppose the boss's suggestions. Moreover, after privately investigating the vaping pneumonia in the United States, he understood that this new virus was highly contagious and had a significant chance of causing a pandemic. Thus, he adopted a broad approach, dispatching his subordinates to various provinces to find suitable and stable raw material suppliers. After spending more than a week so productively, Chen Chen, who was organizing a small meeting for his senior executives, suddenly saw Wang Chang, the leader of the mask project team, hurriedly knocking on the door while holding a beautifully packaged box with the Blue Guard Technology logo. "Chairman Chen, the first batch of medical masks is ready. The masks are off the production line?" Chen Shen's face showed a hint of joy as he quickly took the packaging box from Wang Chang's hands and examined it. The box had a white background with blue lettering, and its dimensions resembled those of disposable tissue boxes distributed at gas stations, featuring a prominent Blue Shield logo. Upon opening the box, he found a thick stack of disposable masks inside. Chen pulled out one mask, skillfully tore open the plastic packaging, and held the newly produced mask in his hand, rubbing it repeatedly. The familiar blue and white fabric, along with the two elastic ear straps, immediately reminded Chen of the difficult days during the pandemic when he had to wear a mask every day. Additionally, the upper right corner of the disposable medical mask had a very noticeable Blue Shield watermark. Both the size specifications and the style were almost identical to the masks circulating in his previous life. The product is well made. Hurry up and send the samples for inspection. Once we get the approval documents, we need to start mass production immediately. Time waits for no one. And remember to send a box of N95 masks to my office once they're ready, Chen said, satisfied as he set the mask down. After giving a few more instructions, he distributed the remaining masks in the box for the executives present to examine the quality. Since his rebirth during the Labor Day in May, he had been meticulously planning for business opportunities during the pandemic. He first signed a betting agreement with Rebirth and secured a production base of nearly 2 million square meters in the coastal industrial zone. To ensure a stable supply of melt-blown fabric and mask ear straps, he also acquired a listed company, Jiangnan High Fiber. Recently, he pledged a loan of 3 billion yuan with the Industrial and Commercial Bank to invest in production operations. According to Chen's calculations, to produce this mask in a short time, he had leveraged and invested a total of 5 billion yuan. If an ordinary person had that kind of money, they wouldn't need to struggle to start a business. They could just buy a few office buildings or shops in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen and live off the rent, or deposit it in the bank to earn interest, enough to live a worry-free life for 3 generations. Seeing his planned project finally bear fruit with the first batch of qualified masks produced, Chen naturally couldn't hide his joy. Wang Chang, noticing that the first batch of masks was highly valued by the boss, felt equally pleased, thinking that his visit to claim credit had indeed paid off. Although he was part of Xie Zhikong's team, Wang Chang knew that in the company, the real decision-maker was the young Chairman Chen. Receiving praise from Chairman Chen would mean he could establish a foothold in Blue Guard technology. After receiving the order, Wang Chang responded, "Chairman Chen, rest assured. I've already urged my colleagues in the Market Public Relations Department to send the first batch of samples for inspection. The domestic approval documents can be obtained in as little as half a month. As for the foreign qualifications, it's a bit more complicated. Even if we pay for an intermediary, it will take 2 to 3 months." The approval documents mentioned by the two were the production qualification procedures for medical devices in China. These procedures are divided into Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3. According to the regulations of the Drug Administration, medical masks fall under Class 2 medical devices, which cannot be produced casually by small workshops. To produce and sell them normally, one must obtain the corresponding qualification approval documents. The most common blue or white disposable medical masks during the pandemic, which are ordinary medical masks, adhere to the standard YY/TO 969-2013. Of course, Chen had a high positioning for Blue Guard technology. The simple Class 2 medical device approval can no longer meet his needs, so he plans to also obtain the highest level Class 3 procedures and import-export qualifications at the same time. 3 months later, the pandemic hit, causing a standstill and a massive strike across various industries. By then, rushing to handle these crucial approval procedures would only waste time. Hurry up with the intermediary, and make sure to get the export qualifications within a month. If the budget is insufficient, just submit a DingTalk report. Medical masks will be our flagship product at Blue Shield Technology, so we must be willing to spend money, Chen reminded. Okay, Chairman Chen, I'll urge them right away. Wang Chang understood and even took out a small notebook to jot down a few points of attention. Seeing his eagerness, Chen took the mask packaging box that had been circulated in the conference room and commented, "The printing quality of this box is a bit subpar. Find a better printing factory to collaborate with. The product needs to look more appealing." The industrial support in the Wenshu area is very complete, ranging from heavy industries like automotive parts to light industries like bags, clothing, and dyeing. For instance, Sangnan County next to Ruixian is a nationally renowned hometown for packaging box production, with small family workshops and various printing enterprises flourishing everywhere. Whenever one opens Taobao to order packaging boxes online, the cheap and affordable sellers are mostly located in Sangnan. Chen, currently returning to his hometown to start a business with a large sum of money, not only covets the land in the coastal industrial zone but also genuinely intends to give back to his hometown. He cannot consume the commercial dividends from the pandemic alone. Therefore, allocating some orders for packaging boxes and bags to nearby enterprises is also a way to contribute to the development of his hometown. However, after commenting on the packaging box style, Chen turned to the sales director, who had fiery red lips, big waves in her hair, and exuded a glamorous aura, and asked, "By the way, Tong Jia, has your sales department calculated the cost of a single mask?" Zhou Tong's face showed a hint of excitement. According to the data feedback from the technical department and the supply costs from Jiangnan High Fiber, our disposable medical masks can have a factory cost as low as 4 cents each. That's 2/3 lower than the cost of ordinary masks on the market. This is also thanks to Chairman Chen's foresight, using the most advanced equipment and securing the raw material suppliers. While Zhou Tong spoke confidently, she also threw a few compliments Chen's way. At this moment, the pandemic had not yet arrived, and the domestic mask industry had not truly exploded. Mainstream companies like 3M in the United States were still outsourcing to small factories. Anyone who has worked in manufacturing knows that the larger the production volume of a single product, the thinner the cost can be spread. Those small mask processing factories have outdated equipment, and the supply of melt-blown fabric is unstable. Achieving a factory cost of 15 cents for a disposable medical mask is already impressive. Unlike Chen, who, leveraging the advantage of being a reborn individual, directly moved BYD's improved production line and Jiangnan High Fiber's raw material supply ahead of time, forming a cost advantage with a dimensionality reduction strike. Of course, Zhou Tong's excitement was also because her group of medical device sales representatives relied on the profit margin between the product's cost and retail price to penetrate the market. The larger the profit margin, the greater the operational space, and the higher the rebates that could be offered to distributors, making it easier for Zhou Tong's sales representatives to negotiate business cooperation in the market. After all, the mask business is not like the internet industry. Anyone in the physical industry cannot bypass the sales channels below. Unless Chen is willing to invest to support a chain of pharmacies and hospitals, connecting the upstream manufacturing to downstream terminal sales, he can only follow the traditional sales rebate route. Tong Jia, don't rush to flatter me. Now that the first batch of masks has officially come off the production line, I have a few points to make that you and the sales department need to implement when you return. Chen was a decisive person who didn't like to joke around when it came to serious matters. As soon as he spoke, Zhou Tong immediately sat up straight. "Chairman Chen, please go ahead." After surveying the management team and seeing everyone diligently taking notes, Chen instructed, "First, we need to categorize our masks into 3 specifications: high-end, mid-range, and low-end. This can be achieved through packaging, from ordinary plastic bag packaging to high-end exquisite paper boxes. We can also engrave logos in different fashionable patterns on the masks according to the 3 specifications. We must make these masks stand out." As a reborn individual, Chen had a profound impression of the chaotic mask market in the future. It wasn't just about the common blue masks, there were also cartoon and anime designs printed on masks, custom celebrity posters, and even high-end masks with the Huaxia logo worn by Olympic athletes during international competitions. Although the manufacturing processes varied in difficulty, the profit margins were substantial. With proper operation, the profit from a custom mask could even exceed that of selling a box of disposable medical masks. Of course, in addition to these 3 sales specifications, we also need to segment medical surgical masks, medical protective masks, N95 masks, and high-end N98 masks with exhalation valve designs specifically tailored for wealthy clients. The retail prices at the terminal will need to be finalized by Zhou Tong's sales department in collaboration with the marketing department. As for how to realize these mask styles, that will be left to Wang Chang, the leader of the mask project team, to figure out. As the saying goes, the boss speaks, and the subordinates run around. Having been reborn and now at the chairman level, Chen naturally wouldn't concern himself with these production process issues. In the conference room, Chen's arrangements for Zhou Tong were not yet finished. In addition to distinguishing the medical masks into high, mid, and low specifications, other products like fever patches, blood oxygen monitors, thermometers, and small ventilators also needed to be segmented. As for protective clothing, it would be uniformly priced, as it was currently the only product not involving civilian use, primarily utilized within hospitals. Before the pandemic, if protective clothing had been categorized, the management team present, who were in the dark, would have been puzzled. Of course, all of the above were sales strategies and product pricing arrangements, part of Blue Shield Technologies' business operations. Chen's next proposal was the crux of the meeting. Since the first product has officially come off the production line, we also need to establish the sales channels on the internet. I plan to set up a separate B2C project outside the sales department, tentatively named Blue Shield Mall. In the future, all online sales involving platforms like Taobao, WeChat mini programs, and Douyin e-commerce will be operated under Blue Shield Mall. As soon as this was said, all the executives present at the meeting were energized. Even Lin Qin, the HR director who had hardly spoken, interjected to ask, "Chairman Chen, do we need the HR department to cooperate in recruiting e-commerce professionals for advanced preparation?" Chen nodded. "In addition to e-commerce specialists, we also need to hire skilled programmers responsible for developing the front-end app, database, and servers." In Chen's vision, e-commerce retail would become the mainstream for masks, thermometers, and other pandemic-related products. During the initial strict lockdown phase of the pandemic, it was extremely inconvenient to go out for supplies. To sell Blue Shield Technologies masks to 1.4 billion people, online shopping was an absolute necessity, in addition to channels like chain pharmacies. He previously spent over $200 million to establish the Blue Guard Transportation Company, purchasing more than 200 semi-trailer heavy trucks and recruiting drivers on a large scale. In addition to needing to transport raw materials such as melt-blown fabric and mask wires back and forth between Wuxian and Ruixian, there was another significant purpose: to prepare in advance for the upcoming logistics and warehousing. As a Huaxiao person, after enjoying the benefits of Rebirth, Chen not only wanted to make a lot of money during the pandemic but also wanted to contribute to alleviating the material shortages and difficulties at the early stage of the pandemic with his own strength. As long as the warehousing centers of Blue Guard Mall and various provincial capitals were established, and cooperation with express companies like SF Express, Postal Service, JD, and the 3 links and 1 reach was achieved to solve the last-mile delivery challenges, medical supplies like masks could be quickly distributed nationwide. By then, not to mention the material black hole in Wuhanshire, even major cities like Modu, Wudu, and Daidu, with populations of millions, could be satisfied. In addition, Blue Guard Technology, such a large company, had already surpassed 3,000 employees. So far, they were still using DingTalk provided by Alibaba as their OA office software system, which was quite troublesome. Although DingTalk was very useful and feature-rich, the database was ultimately controlled by others. Small companies could barely manage with it, but medium to large companies would generally build their own OA systems. At this time, establishing Blue Guard Mall to recruit programmers on a large scale from society, Chen could also conveniently resolve the OA system issue. Even if they were to venture into AI or new energy sectors in the future, this group of programmers would still be useful. It was truly a win-win situation. As for Zhou Tong, the sales director, when she heard that Chen wanted to establish a separate e-commerce department outside the sales department, she remained quite calm. After all, it was only early November 2019, and there were still more than 3 months until the pandemic arrived. The mainstream sales of the 6 medical device products Chen had finalized were concentrated in hospitals. There were hardly any people buying masks in pharmacies or clinics. The small orders generated from e-commerce were not even enough to satisfy the thirsty sales representatives in the sales department. Therefore, Zhou Tong had no thoughts of vying for power and cooperated fully with Chen's statements throughout the meeting. It wasn't until the meeting ended that this woman in her 30s put away her notebook, stepped out in her Jimmy Choo high heels, and left with a graceful wave of her big waves, attracting the attention of a group of male executives. Sister Tong's queenly aura is truly unbeatable. No wonder she came from the frontline pharmaceutical representatives. Which hospital director or pharmacy owner could resist such temptation? Chen thought to himself upon seeing this. Among the team brought by Xie Zhikang, Zhou Tong was the only one he could appreciate. The remaining directors were barely acceptable, and as the company grew in the future, some would surely be filtered out by more capable individuals. Survival of the fittest was an unavoidable trial in the process of corporate development. After the meeting, all the supervisors and project leaders went back to their respective duties. Instead, Lin Qin from the HR department stayed behind for a moment with a few resumes. "Chairman Chen, regarding the secretary assistant you mentioned earlier, I have found a few suitable candidates for you. Please take a look at the resumes, and when you have time, I will arrange for interviews." Upon hearing that a secretary was to be recruited for him, Chen's heart stirred. As the saying goes, secretaries handle tasks when there are matters, and they are idle when there are none. He was not hiring a secretary for the sake of beauty. It was purely because the investment had grown large, and there were too many people and matters to manage. He urgently needed a capable assistant to help share some of the work pressure. Business tycoons like Li Chaoran and Buffett generally had a team of secretaries to serve them. From daily schedules and living arrangements to various investments and operations, everything can be handled comprehensively. As the boss, one only needs to be responsible for major directional decisions. After briefly glancing at a few resumes, Chen picked out 2 that caught his eye. "Arrange for this one named Lin Yuetong, and this one named Tang Jingjing. I have some free time in the next few days." "Okay, Chairman Chen, I'll arrange it right away." Lin Qin, seeing this, discreetly took the two resumes, a hint of success hidden beneath her eyelids. Although she was the HR director at Lanwei Technology, managing the personnel movements of over 3,000 employees, Lin Qin knew very well that her current power and status were entirely due to Chen Chen's support. Therefore, to hold onto the leg of this young billionaire, Lin Qin secretly pulled some strings in this secretary recruitment. That is, she internally recommended her distant niece Lin Yuetong, who was separated by countless generations. It is very common in corporate talent recruitment to not avoid relatives when selecting capable individuals. Moreover, her distant niece was indeed outstanding, having already obtained degrees from both Fudan University and the University of Pennsylvania, two world-class institutions, at a young age. After graduation, she also interned at a globally renowned investment bank. With this resume, she could easily secure a position in any major company. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Yuetong's temperament was very striking. Even a 1-inch ID photo couldn't hide her beauty. Considering that Chairman Chen was still single, although he had just started dating a young lady from a bank, Lin Qin knew that no man could resist a beautiful woman. Her distant niece was not only good-looking but also had a pleasant personality. As long as she could successfully be selected as a secretary and work closely with Chen Chen, a story was bound to unfold between the young man and woman. So what if he had a girlfriend? For a wealthy man like Chen Chen, who didn't live like an ancient emperor with multiple palaces and numerous wives and concubines, young people, full of vigor, often enjoyed playing around privately. If something were to happen, the mother would hold the power. Then Lin Qin, as a distant aunt, would surely be secure on the ship of Lanwei Technology. However, upon seeing the ID photo on another resume pulled out by Qin Chen, that of Tang Jingjing, Lin Qin couldn't help but smirk. What's wrong with being young? Does being young mean you're not a man? Just as the production projects at Lanwei Technology were progressing smoothly and rapidly, the A-share market in November was mirroring the similar trends of the past. Due to Chen Chen's stake in Jiangnan High Fiber in October, which sparked a heated response, the atmosphere of the stagnant domestic stock market began to thaw after the 2015 stock market crash, with trading volume continuously increasing. The Shanghai Composite Index surged from 2732.92 points during the summer to a high of 3,371.09 points in October, before starting to retract and fluctuate around 2,900 points. After the National Day holiday, a stock that Chen Chen had previously laid out lightly, Shanghai Technology, began to gain momentum, hitting the limit up on 9 out of 11 trading days. Even though there was a pullback in November, it still showed a spiral upward trend, with the stock price rising like a bull's horn. Target, Shanghai Technology, 300598, quantity, 23,582, 94 million shares, cost, 17.20 yuan, current price, 36.09 yuan, market value, 84,917, 64 million yuan, daily profit and loss, plus 7, 4,633 million, plus 0.8%, floating profit and loss, plus 445,481, 73 million, plus 109, 8%. I remember that after the pandemic hit, Shanghai Technology's stock could rise to 180 yuan at its peak. Considered the true New Year's of 2019, it started rising in October and the market will only end by the end of March next year. Unfortunately, the market cap is too small. The 400 million base has already reached its limit, and buying more would force a mandatory stake. Chen Chen analyzed the K-line chart in the office. He had been frequently clocking in at Blue Guard Technology, not only to keep an eye on the progress of the production base but also to occasionally check the morning and afternoon sessions of the A-share market. Among the top 10 stocks of 2019 in his previous life, Shanghai Technology was undoubtedly full of, ranking second with an annual increase of 482.90%. The first place was taken by the New Year's King of 2018, Oriental Communication, with a tenfold increase. Currently, the global capital market is still in a long bear and slow bull phase, with all major stock markets, except for the U.S. stock market, continuing to fluctuate. Especially in the domestic stock market, any slight movement sparks speculation and confidence in stocks. It wasn't until September 2024, just before Qin Chen was reborn, that a wave of policy-driven fast bulls emerged. Of course, among the chaotic A-shares, besides Shanghai Technology, which stood out slightly, Qin Chen also invested another 300 million in a light position in Baoding Technology, a small relying on equity transfer plus performance increase. Target, Baoding Technology, 002552, quantity, 37. 4,531 million shares, cost, 8.01 yuan, current price, 28. 30 yuan, market value, 1,059,925,000 yuan, daily profit and loss, negative 8,762,200 yuan, minus 0.8%, floating profit and loss, plus 759,923,300 yuan, plus 253.3%. The logic of this stock, Baoding Technology, is the same as that of Jiangnanhai Fiber, both relying on restructuring expectations to create short-term market trends. In a few days, when Zhaojin Group becomes the largest shareholder of Baoding Technology, the stock price will basically peak at 30 yuan. Chen Chen glanced at the market and his holdings. The 3 billion funds borrowed from Guotai Junan Securities mostly went into Jiangnanhai Fiber, while the remaining small funds were lightly invested in the two stocks, Chiangmai and Baoding. Chiangmai Technology could still be held onto, and selling after the Spring Festival pandemic would not be too late. However, this, Baoding Technology, had already turned raw rice into cooked rice. If he didn't sell now, once the equity transfer market expectations materialized on November 20th, this small would revert to its original form. Therefore, Chen Chen didn't wait for it to rise to the peak price of 30 yuan per share from his previous life. He directly initiated a steady selling mode. In Chen Chen's view, he was not a top trader. Relying on memories from his previous life to ride the major trends and capture the main rising waves for profits was enough. Making 750 million in profit was completely sufficient. So starting with a few hundred lots, Chen Chen continuously typed on the keyboard to place sell orders, until he was unloading thousands of lots non-stop. It was early November, and the market for Baoding Technology had very strong support, ranking 9th in market popularity, with daily trading volume exceeding 3 billion. With over 1 billion in trading volume, Chen Chen took 3 trading days to gradually clear out his position. He didn't even make it onto the Dragon and Tiger list. Once he cleared out this small, the only stock asset he had left that could be traded was Chiangmai Technology. As for the more than 1 billion he just cashed out, he had dispersed it at ultra-low prices into big blue chips like Wolianye, Mutai, Ningda Times, and Northern Rare Earth, which only rose in 2020. The 2 billion principal borrowed from Guotai Junan will rely on Chiangmai Technology, this New Year's, to balance the accounts after the pandemic. Unfortunately, the funds from the securities market can only be used for trading A-shares, otherwise, the operational space could be larger, Chen Chen sighed inwardly. After spending a few days managing the trades, Chen Chen had the financial director Li Mei from Dingfeng Asset Management, who was far away in Hangzhou, send over a quarterly summary financial report. This report clearly listed all the assets under Chen Chen's name and the liquidity of each enterprise so far. Stock holdings market value, Jiangnanhai Fiber, new, 14.222 billion plus personal circulating shares 1.841 billion, external investments, Lanwei Technology 4.521 billion plus Lanwei Transportation 500 million plus Lanwei Mall 200 million plus Jiangnanhai Fiber 1.3 billion, overall debt situation, ICBC pledged loan minus 3 billion, Guotai Junan Securities minus 2 billion, monthly employees salary expenditure, minus 57 million, fixed assets, negligible, book liquid funds, 3.873 billion, total asset package scale, 21.457 billion, adding it all up, after deducting the debts, I still have over 300 million in personal savings, so my net worth has surpassed 20 billion. Chen Chen said as he pressed the calculator while looking at the financial report. Since his rebirth on Labor Day in May, relying on the 500 million grand prize from the double color ball to kickstart the market, Chen Chen had multiplied his cash assets by 40 times in just half a year. This terrifying speed of making money felt like he was using a cheat code. Of course, the bulk of this over 20 billion fortune still came from the stock market value fluctuations after the backdoor listing of Jiangnanhai Fiber. If calculated based on real industrial assets, the physical resources he could mobilize were probably only worth around 8 billion. Next, I'll wait for the pandemic to come and see how much profit this cash cow of masks can bring me, Chen Chen scribbled on the paper. At that moment, the HR director Lin Qin knocked on the chairman's office door with 2 resumes in hand. Chairman Chen, both secretary candidates are here. Do you want to interview them now? Lin Qin asked. Chen Chen put down the report and nodded. Let them in one by one. I'll interview them personally. Upon hearing this, Lin Qin went out to relay the message, and soon the first interviewee, Tang Jingjing, walked in from outside. Tang Jingjing had an oval face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, with very striking features, somewhat resembling Nualan from the sitcom Apartment. Standing over 168 centimeters tall, she was dressed in a beige professional outfit, cinched at the waist with a striking red belt. Looking down, she wore a very alluring fitted skirt suit. Further down were her long, shapely legs, straight and slender, which appeared even more charming against the backdrop of flesh-colored stockings. Chen Shen had just been looking down at the resume when he heard a pleasant voice say, "Chairman Chen, hello, I'm Tang Jingjing, here for the interview." Looking up, a term from the infamous internet LSP comments section flashed through his mind: legs for days. Those legs. As Chen Shen assessed her from bottom to top, his eyes involuntarily lingered on those extremely tempting long legs for 2 seconds. In the entertainment circle over in Hong Kong, there was a saying about 9-head beauties. What is a 9-head body? It means that the height is 9 times the length of the head. With such a body proportion comparable to the golden ratio, women can appear tall and possess a very unique beauty. For example, the sweet-voiced Lin Qiling and the so-called wealthy man's seductress Li Jiasun are both exemplars of 9-head beauties. Chen Shen believed that having lived 2 lives, he had seen many beautiful women both in reality and on the internet. However, this 9-head was indeed the first time he encountered. Nevertheless, as the chairman of a large enterprise with 4,000 employees, Chen Shen did not show any lewdness in front of others and calmly said, "So, you are Tang Jingjing? Please sit down, don't be too formal with me, just treat this interview as a casual chat between friends." "Alright, Chairman Chen." Tang Jingjing felt a surge of joy when she saw that the boss she was interviewing with was not a greasy middle-aged man or an old man, but rather a young peer who seemed a bit out of place. Being a secretary is a very meticulous job. Encountering an old-fashioned person or a clumsy, greasy middle-aged man could be quite off-putting for a young girl. Of course, before coming for the interview, Tang Jingjing had done some online research about the company called Blue Guard Technology. Unfortunately, the company was established too recently, and much of the information available online was not detailed enough, especially regarding Chairman Chen Shen, as he preferred to keep a low profile. There were no photos or introductions of him even on the official website or in the production base. This contrast made Tang Jingjing feel much more at ease, and she confidently sat down in the office chair across the desk with her folder. "I won't go into the basic information on your resume, there's no point in discussing that. Let's talk about your previous work experience and your views on the secretary position." Chen Shen leaned back in his chair, adopting a very relaxed posture as he chatted with her. Tang Jingjing thought for a moment and said, "In my last job at a listed company, I was a secretary, mainly handling coordination between the boss and various departments, as well as some daily scheduling. In the workplace, I was like a messenger, and occasionally I also acted as a part-time nanny for the boss, dealing with some personal matters." Messenger and nanny? Chen Shen's eyes lit up upon hearing her work experience and personal insights. His current investment portfolio was gradually expanding, and he had over 4,000 employees under him. Just the daily work matters kept him extremely busy. If he could have a qualified secretary to assist him, it would at least save him over 90% of his worries. After a brief exchange, Chen Shen had already made up his mind. "Jingjing, you can go report to Sister Qin later. I'll give you half a day to handle your onboarding. Your position will temporarily be in the secretary's office at Blue Guard Technology, and you can start tomorrow morning, okay?" Upon hearing that she had easily received an offer from this young chairman, Tang Jingjing's face immediately broke into a confident smile. "Thank you, Chairman Chen, for this opportunity. I brought my luggage, and I can start the formal onboarding training tomorrow." After saying that, Tang Jingjing immediately stood up, bent down, and extended her hand to Chen Shen to express her gratitude. Chen Shen politely shook her hand and encouraged her to work hard after starting. However, his eyes inadvertently swept across the desk. Those exceptionally beautiful skin-tone long legs, under the pressure of the desk edge, revealed an astonishing elasticity. Those legs are truly something. Chen Shen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Tang Jingjing, feeling a bit elated, left the office holding her folder. The salary for this secretary position was quite good, with a guaranteed base salary of 12,000, not including the 5 insurances and 1 fund, as well as performance bonuses. This was more than a 30% increase compared to her previous job. Although she had come from Hangzhou to Ruixian, knowing that the company headquarters was temporarily located in Hangzhou eased her worries significantly. However, just before closing the door to the chairman's office, Tang Jingjing couldn't help but mutter, "It seemed like he deliberately paused for a few seconds when he saw my legs." The ancient sage said, "Food and sex are nature." Just as Chen Shen was reminiscing about that moment by the desk edge, a well-dressed girl with a hint of a professional elite aura knocked and entered. "Hello, Chairman Chen. I'm Lin Yueran, here for an interview." Chen Shen quickly snapped back to attention and carefully examined her. All I could see was that this candidate for the secretary position had fair skin, and her features were somewhat reminiscent of the Ice Mountain beauty Yi Chuanjin, who was at the peak of her beauty in the old movie Legend of the Fire Cloud. She gave off a cold aura that suggested she was not to be approached lightly. This temperament completely outshines the current aesthetic of the entertainment industry. She's several points more attractive than the ID photo on her resume, definitely a campus beauty, Chen Chen thought to himself in admiration. Previously, Lin Qin had brought several resumes, and Chen Chen ultimately chose only two, Tang Jingjing and this Lin Yueran, purely based on first impressions. After all, a secretary in the workplace would have to spend day and night with him, the big boss, always on call. If he found her appearance unappealing, it would be somewhat uncomfortable to interact with her every day. As for Lin Yueran, after taking a seat gracefully, she was also assessing Chen Chen and the arrangement of his office. A desk, a computer displaying stock market dynamics, and aside from a few documents, there were no other miscellaneous items on the desk. Not even a single book on self-improvement, business management, or philosophy to showcase personal cultivation was placed on the shelf. Lin Yueran knew that this Chairman Chen before her was already a representative figure in the realm of success. Starting from scratch at 26, he made billions in the domestic secondary market within 6 months. He even successfully backdoor listed a company. I didn't expect that the most popular retail investor Brother Fong in the stock forum would be so young. Lin Yueran's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration when looking at Chen Chen. She had always been exceptionally intelligent, excelling in both academics and her career start compared to ordinary people. Even after entering society, most of the connections she made were with social elites. However, upon careful reflection, it seemed that there had never been anyone like Chen Chen among her peers of the same age. Moreover, according to her distant aunt, this young chairman apparently only had a college diploma. A mere college student, not even a third-rate undergraduate, could outperform a group of highly educated elites in making money. How could this not astonish Lin Yueran? Therefore, when Lin Yueran received the interview invitation, she prepared thoroughly. Not only did she investigate Blue Guard Technologies' business layout, but she also gathered quite a bit of information about the behind-the-scenes operations of Dingfeng Asset Management. After Chen Chen finished admiring the stunningly beautiful face of the Ice Mountain Beauty, he got straight to the point. Lin Yueran, I have a basic understanding of your situation from your resume. With your work experience and education, you should be working at one of the major investment banks in the country. To be honest, being my secretary is a bit of a waste of your talent. Lin Yueran replied, Chairman Chen, you are being modest. Your previous achievement in the backdoor restructuring of Jiangnan High Fiber is said to be close to being included in next year's new textbook at our Fudan International Finance Institute. It would be an absolute honor to work and learn beside such a great figure like you. Seeing that this girl was very knowledgeable about the trends in the financial field, Chen Chen decided to skip the interview script and began steering the conversation towards some economic trends both domestically and internationally. From discussing international situations to the domestic capital market, Lin Yueran was able to offer many of her own insights. Her views on the foreign trade industry and the live streaming sector were particularly novel, completely different from the pessimistic narratives of public intellectuals and naysayers on social media regarding the domestic economic situation. She even predicted that China's economy would stabilize and improve in the coming years, basically unaffected by the trade war, which immediately brought a look of appreciation to Chen Chen's face. Because her predictions closely matched the trends he remembered from his past life, this was quite rare for someone with an academic background. After chatting for more than half an hour, Chen Chen suggested, Yueran, with your qualifications, it would be a waste for you to be my personal secretary at Blue Guard Technology. That's settled then. I plan to set up a separate venture capital project team at Dingfeng Asset Management, and you'll be the team leader. Utilize your networking advantages to strengthen the team and align with my subsequent investment strategy. Lin Yuetong was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, then her face lit up with joy as she said, Thank you for your trust, Chairman Chen. Young people like her, coming from investment banking, typically start as venture capital associates. They gradually work their way up to mid-level and senior positions in investment firms by accumulating experience and project returns. It's not often that one starts off leading a team right away. Although the decision-making direction for the venture capital will be controlled by Chen Chen, for the 27-year-old Lin Yuetong, this offer is like a career springboard. Even if she can't make it at Dingfeng in the future, she can take her experience to find a better position elsewhere. So when Lin Yuetong finished her interview and went out to meet her distant aunt Lin Qin to handle her onboarding, Lin Qin's face also showed a hint of delight. Yuetong, you've really made your aunt proud. Initially, when Tang Jingjing came to report for her position, Lin Qin was worried about her niece's performance in the upcoming interview, fearing that the coveted secretary position would be taken by someone else. Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn. Chen Chen actually assigned Lin Yuetong to be the venture capital manager at Dingfeng Asset Management, rather than keeping her as a secretary at Lanwei Technology. After all, everyone under Chen Chen knows that Dingfeng Asset Management, located on the 25th floor of the Kunhi Center in Hangzhou, is the real money-making direct line next to the boss. The others, whether from the Lanwei system or Jiangnan High Fiber, belong to the peripheral branches. If the physical business doesn't perform well in the future, this group of people will be the first to be packaged and sold off. Working at Dingfeng Asset Management and having one-on-one interactions with Chairman Shen is the true way to get ahead. Of course, after the interview, Lin Qin took the initiative to go to the chairman's office and revealed her distant relative relationship with Lin Yuetong. According to Lin Qin, she also accidentally learned that Lin Yuetong is her distant relative, 5 degrees removed. They hadn't interacted much during holidays, and it was only after this interview invitation that they recognized each other. Chen Shen didn't show any dissatisfaction with this. As a chairman with a net worth of billions, it's normal for him to gauge the thoughts and preferences of his subordinates. He gave a gentle reprimand to the HR director, no violations. This minor issue was thus put to rest. In the following days, Chen Shen mostly accompanied the new secretary Tang Jingjing around the various departments of Lanwei Technology. This was to let Tang Jingjing, the newcomer, make an appearance before the management of each department, showcasing his authority as chairman. Additionally, it was to familiarize her with the business situation of the Lanwei system for smoother future coordination with the departments. Once he had introduced Tang Jingjing, Chen Shen could delegate authority again, passing on some less important but still necessary tasks that required his signature and approval to this female secretary. Besides that, Chen Shen didn't delay with Lin Yuetong either. After promoting this ice-cold beauty from investment banking to be the first venture capital manager under Dingfeng Asset Management, he provided her with a list of major investment directions. He tasked her with building the venture capital team while also getting a head start on understanding these sectors that began to gain momentum post-pandemic: medical beauty, short videos, live e-commerce, new energy vehicles, community group buying, domestic web dramas, domestic games. Chairman Chen's focus industries are quite avant-garde. Lin Yuetong looked at the venture capital sectors on the list. She secretly thought that her new boss was young and ambitious while also having a forward-looking perspective, which gave her a bit more confidence before heading to Dingfeng Asset Management in Hangzhou. After all, with these major investment directions provided by the boss, she wouldn't feel like a headless chicken when she started her job. Of course, the tracks that Chen Shun provided are all golden tracks tested by the pandemic, capable of generating high returns during the 3 years of the pandemic. At present, the venture capital department has not yet officially formed, and those unicorn companies that rose during the pandemic are still in the startup or incubation stage. At this time, it's best to let Lin Yuetong take the lead and understand the situation of these tracks. When the pandemic arrives, various industries will be impacted, and Chen Shen can take the opportunity to step in. At night, in the Impression Bund community, this is one of the few high-end low-density villa areas in Ruixian. Located along the Feiyan River, it belongs to the first-tier Riverview Properties, and by 2019, the housing prices had already risen to over 40,000 per square meter. In a small 4th or 5th-tier county, having such high housing prices is quite rare. Of course, Chen Shen has not bought a house in his hometown county for the time being. Instead, he rented a row villa of over 300 square meters in the Impression Bund community for more than 30,000 a month as a temporary residence. In Chen Shen's memory, when the pandemic arrives next year, not to mention Ruixian, the entire Wenshur area will face a price correction. Especially for high-end residences like Impression Bund, the prices have already corrected by more than 2/3 from their peak. The reason for such a significant price drop is quite simple. After the pandemic hit, the transaction volume of second-hand houses declined, and the wealthy were desperately trying to ensure their assets did not shrink, so naturally, no one was willing to buy at high prices. As for the manor-style villa in Chen Shen's hometown, although it is being rushed to complete, several construction teams are working in shifts under his financial power, and the construction speed is already quite fast. However, it will be the fastest until the new year before anyone can truly move in. Therefore, having a suitable temporary residence that matches his status is essential. In addition, the row villa in Impression Bund is also a secret place for Chen Shen to hide his beauty. Brother Feng, I want to open a gym in Hangzhou. In the master bedroom on the 3rd floor of the villa, Chen Shen was playing poker with Pan Yu. Although the autumn night in the coastal city carried a hint of chill, the bedroom, warmed by the air conditioning, was filled with a hot atmosphere. Open a gym? Are you planning not to work anymore? Chen Shen had just played a bomb from his hand and, not resting long, pulled out 4 twos to continue the game. However, looking at Pan Yu's muscular, long legs, Chen Shen always felt something was missing, to the point that he was somewhat distracted while playing. Of course, the reason Pan Yu, who was at a disadvantage in the game and frequently screaming, proposed to open a gym was not only because it aligned with her profession but also because this girl had made quite a bit of money following Chen Chen in stock trading recently. Originally, the hundreds of thousands Pan Yu had saved had multiplied several times after being invested in the stock market. After tasting the flavor of making big money with Chen Chen, anyone would look down on the meager salary from a job. Brother Feng, I think the returns from Weisher are pretty good. Our boss invested over 8 million in the early stage, and it took about a year to break even, Pan Yu calculated in her heart. She knew that her relationship with Chen Chen was not that of lovers but was based on the exchange of physical and material benefits. If she didn't take advantage of her youth to accumulate some wealth, when she grew old and was kicked aside by Chen Chen, her youthful sacrifices would have been in vain. Of course, this kind of small business operation was very popular in Hong Kong and Macau in the past. Many beautiful girls from the mainland who went to Hong Kong to be mistresses of older men liked to extract money from those old men and then return to the mainland to open a beauty salon or set up a KTV or bar to earn some extra cash. This kind of slightly grayish small investment can both make money and accumulate connections. As a result, in the past, many beauty salon owners appeared on camera looking surprisingly beautiful and attractive. I don't mind you starting a small business, but for now, don't touch the gym business. I don't like my woman going out and showing her face. After the new year, I'll go to Hangzhou to find a suitable apartment for you to experience the life of a landlord. At that time, you can hire a few people to help you manage it, collect rent every month, and ensure your family will have no worries for the rest of their lives. Chen Chen smiled slightly. After the pandemic hit, all industries involving physical storefronts faced a reshuffling impact. By then, not to mention gyms, even small roadside restaurants would struggle to stay open. So, while playing cards, Chen Chen proposed a new idea to Pan Yu. Let me be a landlord? Pan Yu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. As a seasoned fitness coach with a large number of female landlord clients, she knew well the joy of being a landlord. Because in Hangzhou, this new first-tier city, the most stable money-making industry, aside from those in medical beauty and finance, was being a landlord. It is common for a family to be allocated several apartments due to demolition. Each apartment can be divided into 3 or 4 single rooms, and even in the corners of Shaoshan, a small single room can rent for 2,000 yuan. There are plenty of young people eager to rent. If she could manage a few hundred apartments, just lying back and collecting rent every month could earn her hundreds of thousands. This is countless times easier than the hard work of running a gym, pulling people in to sign up for memberships and buy personal training sessions. So after hearing Chen Chen's investment suggestion, Pan Yu, like Chun-Li from Street Fighter, turned the tables and became proactive in the card game. By the next day, when Chen Chen went downstairs, he felt a bit sore in his waist and legs, leaning against the spiral staircase in the villa, still feeling unsatisfied. A knife hangs over the word sex. Young people should exercise some restraint. In November, all projects under the Blue Guard system were progressing rapidly and orderly. With the arrival and installation of 50 improved production lines provided by BYD, and the stable supply of melt-blown fabric and ear straps produced by Jiangnan High Fiber, Blue Guard Technologies' disposable medical masks, as the flagship product, officially entered the mass production phase under Chen Chen's leadership. Masks of different packaging specifications were continuously rolling off the production line after a series of design adjustments. With 2 months left before the pandemic hit, the nationwide demand for masks was not particularly high. According to the sales department led by Zhou Tong, which had already negotiated with distributors, only about 25% of the capacity of the 50 improved production lines was being utilized. The reason for only utilizing 25% was that the newly hired technical workers were not yet skilled enough. The more than 2,000 newly recruited employees for the oral project were still familiarizing themselves with this new production line, and it would take some time for training and practice to fully achieve 100% capacity. Nevertheless, the entire production base was still producing masks at a terrifying speed of 30 million per day, continuously sending those masks off on semi-trailers bearing the Blue Shield logo. These newly purchased heavy-duty trucks would transport 600,000 masks packed in containers across provinces to newly established logistics warehouses in provincial capitals for early storage. It is worth noting that there are a total of 34 provincial-level administrative units in the country, including 23 provinces, 5 autonomous regions, 4 municipalities directly under the central government, and 2 special administrative regions, with a population of up to 1.4 billion. After the pandemic hit, even in the initial stage, the daily consumption of masks nationwide reached as high as 730 million. This was still due to the impact of lockdowns, with a large number of people staying home and not going out. By the time the lockdown ended and work resumed, the national consumption of masks was reaching an astonishing 1 billion per day. Thus, the newly established Lanwei Transportation Company became the busiest subsidiary in the entire Lanwei system. Following the request of Chen Chen, a reborn individual, each provincial capital's transit warehouse was required to stockpile 500 million masks as a baseline, leading to a frenetic pace of shipments with no breaks for the workers. 200 semi-trucks were tirelessly traveling across highways day and night. As the freight orders from the parent company seemed like a bottomless pit, the more than 400 newly hired temporary truck drivers were overjoyed. Those in the freight business know that trucks are not afraid of long distances. They fear running empty without orders. As long as there was cargo to transport every day, these drivers would gladly spend 24 hours a day at the steering wheel. After joining Lanwei Transportation, not only did they receive a salary far above industry standards, but the performance bonuses were also very generous. With a subsidy of 30 cents per kilometer, it was easy to earn an extra 300 yuan a day by driving 800 or 900 kilometers. Compared to drivers relying on internet platforms like Hualala and Zhuanzhuan to make a living, the drivers at Lanwei Transportation were truly living in bliss. Of course, in addition to medical disposable masks, small batches of other items like fever patches, thermometers, and protective suits also began to be shipped. Since the market for these items had not yet fully opened, the first batch of quality-checked products would be sent to various storage centers to be stocked up. Throughout November, in addition to accelerating the production and stockpiling of epidemic prevention materials, Chen Chen, as the helm of Lanwei Technology, was also busy. Besides frequently selling shares in the A-share market, he held a bidding conference for the printing industry in the entire One City at the production base in the Binhai Industrial Park. On a Saturday morning at the end of November, outside the newly renovated auditorium of Lanwei Technology, hundreds of various high-end cars, SUVs, and business vehicles gathered in the parking lot. Among them, German luxury brands like BMW and Mercedes-Benz were predominant, with many Porsche Cayennes and Land Rover Range Rovers, and occasionally a few Rolls-Royces and Bentleys mixed in. The One City area, having developed earlier, had a strong culture of comparing wealth, and by 2019, even rural families generally owned private cars. Especially for those factory and business owners, if they didn't have a decent vehicle when going out, no one would take them seriously in business discussions. The gathering of so many imported luxury cars was a rare sight since the opening of the Lanwei Technology production base. Old Wu, you dog, you're here to bid too? Mr. Lee, that's a harsh thing to say. It's almost the end of the year, and business outside is hard to come by. I heard Lanwei Technology is releasing a lot of big orders. We small factories need to eat too. Exactly, Mr. Lee, you big bosses are living the good life. Can't we small factories just have a little soup? A few small business owners who got out of their luxury cars began to argue. The printing and packaging industry in One City was quite small, and many attending the bidding were familiar faces from the industry. Regardless of past grievances, they first exchanged pleasantries with shoulder-to-shoulder greetings. Some small business owners were busy in the parking lot, pulling out cigarettes and offering them to the big shots. Once the pleasantries were done, this group of One City bosses, dressed in various styles, surged into the nearby auditorium. At the entrance of the auditorium, a prominent electronic LED screen displayed a rolling message, warmly welcomed the bosses of the printing industry to discuss the path of development together. As soon as they entered the auditorium, the tiered circular seats were covered with numbered tags and bidding devices with buttons. It looks like Blue Guard Technology wants to hold a public bidding. Is it like an auction, directly quoting the price? Seeing this setup, everyone quickly called a few familiar friends to form a group and find seats. With familiar faces to support them, they could negotiate the bidding price together later. Once the front few hundred seats were filled, Lin Jichao, the director of the procurement department responsible for hosting the bidding conference, took the microphone and began to introduce, "Thank you to all the executives from the printing industry for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend our bidding conference. Our chairman Chen places great importance on this bidding conference and has even given prior notice, saying that we, who are engaged in industry, should try to talk less and do more, focus on business, and make more money. So I won't waste any more time. I'll give everyone 5 minutes to study the bidding rules, and then we'll immediately enter the formal bidding phase." As soon as Lin Jichao finished speaking, the large backdrop on stage switched to the bidding content. Blue Guard Technology truly lives up to its reputation as a big enterprise. This is all about efficiency. The opening remarks were over in just a few sentences, unlike those other bidding conferences where all sorts of leaders go on, sitting until their butts are sore. A group of small business owners below saw this decisive atmosphere and immediately nodded and applauded. They were all out here running businesses for a living, and they dreaded encountering formalism. If every business negotiation could be as efficient as Blue Guard Technology, what business in the world would be impossible to close? Of course, this flattery rose quickly and fell just as fast. Once the applause settled and they finished studying the brief bidding rules, the hundreds of small business owners present looked at the bidding content displayed on the large backdrop, and the entire auditorium boiled over like water reaching 100 degrees Celsius. 300 million high-end printed paper packaging boxes? 500 million PVC plastic bags? My God! This quantity is too large. If it were ordinary PP plastic bags, it would be fine. Those are the common transparent plastic bags found in small supermarkets, convenience stores, and vegetable markets, with a factory price of only 4 to 5 cents each. With a population of over 9 million in Wonjo, the daily consumption of PP plastic bags alone could reach several million, translating to a value of several hundred million a year. But PVC plastic bags are different. These are tear-resistant and tough, akin to craft paper, and are considered luxury goods among plastic bags. Not only can they have patterns printed on the surface, but their texture is also significantly better than ordinary PP plastic bags. Moreover, the manufacturing process is more complex, requiring high-pressure reaction kettles to produce them. Small factories simply do not have the capital to purchase such expensive reaction equipment, which can cost millions each. A PVC plastic bag starts at a thickness of 9 microns, with individual costs reaching several dimes or even over $1. To demand 500 million units in one go is undoubtedly the largest procurement amount ever seen in the Wonjo area. Among the bosses present, many made a living from producing plastic bags. Upon seeing the astonishing procurement quantity displayed on the large backdrop, many were so excited they nearly jumped out of their seats. If they could secure this order, even just once, it would be enough to make them wake up smiling in their dreams. The profits generated from this could easily start from tens of millions. However, there were also some wealthier bosses who, upon seeing the technical requirements and delivery schedule displayed on the screen, couldn't help but frown. 500 million 14-micron PVC bags, all in small packaging, must be delivered within 2 months after the order is placed. This timeline is too tight. Even if the machines run 24 hours a day, with 3 shifts and 10 factories, we still can't produce it. Several big bosses from Seongnan County in the bag-making industry were discussing privately. Because plastic bag machines are not like mask machines, the process involved is quite complex. To determine the specifications and printing content of the packaging bags, one must first blow the film, print, and seal. For a PVC plastic bag production line, producing over 300 bags per minute is the maximum. Even for a large factory with hundreds of employees, equipped with several lines, the daily output can only reach over 1 million. To gather a total of 500 million bags in a short period, dozens of large factories must cooperate. Besides that, the 300 million high-end printed paper packaging boxes are equally complicated. The procurement requirements from Blue Guard Technology demand thick corrugated paper boxes that must be moisture-proof and have beautifully printed custom logos on the outside. For this level of complex printed paper boxes, each box costs no less than 2 yuan. Even if they rely on large quantities to standardize the design, the cost can only be reduced by a few cents at most. However, for these small bosses attending the bidding meeting, the most critical issue was the timeline and quantity displayed on the big screen. Delivery must be made as required within 60 days, and late deliveries will incur penalties based on a percentage of the payment. If the order was for a few million, it could still be managed, but starting from 300 million, none of the printing factories present could handle such a large order. Of course, the reason Chen was so anxious for such a large batch of packaging bags and boxes was not only because he knew the pandemic was coming and needed to stockpile materials and production raw materials in advance. He was also considering supporting the physical industries back in his hometown, to facilitate Blue Guard Technology's subsequent larger-scale medical equipment production and to nurture a batch of suitable packaging suppliers. After all, human energy is limited. No matter how prescient Chen was, he couldn't involve himself in every profitable industry during the pandemic. Firstly, there wasn't enough time, and secondly, if he earned too much money, he had to give back a portion to society. If he behaved too greedily during the pandemic, he wouldn't know how he might perish in this domestic environment in the future. It seemed that Lin Jichao, who was in charge of hosting, noticed the difficulties faced by the bosses below and tapped the microphone to explain. Our chairman Chen has stated that this initial procurement of packaging materials will be split into 3 specifications: large, medium, and small for bidding. Once the bidding starts, everyone should quote according to their factory's production capacity. To prevent large factories from monopolizing, each factory is only allowed to bid for 1 material order. If you exceed your production capacity, delays in delivery will incur fines. Furthermore, you will be blacklisted by our procurement department and prohibited from participating in the next round of material bidding. Upon hearing this, the small factory and workshop bosses present finally breathed a sigh of relief. The big factory bosses also showed expressions of realization. However, there were a few big bosses, like General Manager Lee, who arrived in a Rolls-Royce. Upon hearing that this oversized bidding meeting was only the first round held by Blue Guard Technology, and that there would likely be several more rounds to come, many people's minds began to stir. They had gathered together not just to build a good relationship with this newly emerging Blue Guard Technology company, which was making large investments in the tens of billions, a unique presence in the entire Wenzhou area. Even a small amount of material orders slipping out from Blue Guard Technology each year would be enough for these small and medium-sized business owners to thrive. So when Lin Jichao announced the start of the bidding, the material orders displayed on the backdrop began to be frantically snatched up every 2 minutes. Due to the public bidding, the bids from participants are displayed alongside the seat numbers. When the first small order of 5 million packaging boxes was just auctioned off, a group of small bosses at the back of the auditorium erupted in curses. Number 136 won the bid. Isn't that the seat number of Old Wu? Old Wu, you fool! Bidding 183 yuan per box? At such a low price, does your old equipment at home even make a profit? The cost of making such a premium box is already more than 180. Hearing the ridicule around him, the small boss named Old Wu blushed and said, "Opportunities are fleeting. Even if I lose money on this order, I'm not afraid. Didn't President Lin say there are more orders like this coming? I just want to familiarize myself with the procurement process first, and once I get the hang of it, I'll definitely make money later." As soon as he said this, those who mocked him immediately shut their mouths, because what he said was indeed reasonable. Some small factories, due to substandard equipment, often have to invest money upfront to build relationships with large enterprises. When encountering some unscrupulous purchasers, they even have to be extorted, squeezing out the hard-earned profits to give kickbacks. The public bidding by Blue Way Technology not only aimed to help everyone make money but also to break the information barriers in the printing and packaging industry and reduce the profits of middlemen. So when the second 5 million packaging boxes material order rolled out, this group of small bosses racked their brains to calculate prices below, trying to see if they could grab the order without losing money or at least minimize their losses. As long as they establish a preliminary cooperative relationship with Blue Way Technology, wouldn't they have to worry about such material orders in the future? In this bizarrely competitive atmosphere, the unit price of the packaging boxes kept getting lower. By the time the last few 5 million small orders were finalized, the unit price had dropped to a cost of 165 yuan, causing an uproar in the entire auditorium. Of course, this was just a small scene. When it was time for representatives from large factories like President Lee to participate in the bidding for tens of millions of large orders, the unit price of a premium packaging box was directly slashed to a bargain price of 160 yuan each. At this cost, even these large factories, relying on advanced equipment and high output, had almost no profit to speak of. In the front row of the auditorium, Tang Jingjing, who was helping Chen Chen tally the procurement price list, looked at the group of bosses participating in the bidding, who were almost at each other's throats to grab a material order, and immediately expressed her admiration. "President Chen, you are amazing. The procurement price is almost the same as your previous expectations. Can you teach me how you calculated it?" Chen Chen glanced at Tang Jingjing, who was wearing black stockings, her long legs almost pressed against his, and with a slight smile, said, "Sure. Come to my office during the lunch break, and I'll teach you step by step. This is a rare opportunity, so you better seize it." Hearing his suggestive words, Tang Jingjing's face flushed. Taking advantage of the dim light in the auditorium, she actively pressed her long black-stockinged legs against Chen Chen's thigh. "Thank you, President Chen. I will definitely seize this learning opportunity." Chen Chen had put a lot of thought into holding this procurement bidding meeting. As a reborn person, having worked in a factory for many years in his past life, he knew that corruption was serious in large enterprises. From a security guard to finance and human resources, even if a position didn't deal with money directly, the employees would find ways to make some extra cash. Especially in the procurement department, which held the power of material purchasing, it was a hotspot for corruption in all enterprises. Kickbacks, rebates, gifts, any relationship involving external material transactions would tempt every employee. After all, in the eyes of employees, the money earned by the enterprise belonged to the boss. The money that ended up in their own pockets was the real money. Therefore, large companies like Alibaba, Huawei, Xiaomi, and Tencent all have their own regulatory departments, and every year they expose a batch of corruption cases internally that make it to trending news. On the other hand, Blue Guard Technology, having just been established, has a workforce composed mostly of unfamiliar newcomers, and the atmosphere among employees is relatively decent. However, Chen has now entered a mode of lavish spending, aggressively purchasing and stockpiling supplies to combat the pandemic. With billions of funds flowing on the books, it's hard to ensure that no one develops greedy thoughts. To prevent such situations, Chen proposed holding an open bidding conference to strictly guard against large-scale corruption. As for the regulatory department targeting employee corruption, due to a lack of trusted personnel available, Chen plans to wait until next year when the pandemic arrives to find an opportunity to establish it. In a large forest, there will be all kinds of people. Corruption in enterprises cannot be completely eradicated, it can only be mitigated by high salaries to promote integrity. Only after establishing some typical cases and using them as a warning can we hope to curb the atmosphere of corruption within the enterprise, Chen thought to himself. A bidding conference for external packaging materials concluded amidst the applause of numerous bosses. The purchasing power released by Blue Guard technology this time can be said to be quite substantial, with almost every boss participating in the bidding having at least one order. The total transaction amount of the entire bidding conference reached over 600 million. As long as the supply is completed within the required 60 days, it is enough for these small bosses to return home for a prosperous year. Of course, many factories are busy and unable to complete all the packaging, so they can also share some of the work with family workshops set up by relatives and friends after returning home. The small and micro enterprises in Wenzhou are very vibrant, which is related to the local clan culture and its proximity to Fujian province. In the past, as long as someone in the family took the lead in setting up a factory, a large number of relatives would quickly follow suit to help out. Take this printing and packaging business as an example. Just the printing of a cardboard box can involve many tricks. For instance, the supply of raw materials for corrugated paper, solid mold forming, and subsequent printing and cutting. Each step on the assembly line can be split off to set up a small workshop to handle it. In the past, a whole family with several brothers and sisters could rely on a single business order to fill their stomachs. If not, collecting delivery boxes or recycling corrugated paper could also earn some money. Essentially, the 600 million business that Chen has thrown out can benefit hundreds of printing factories in Wenzhou and thousands of households behind them. Of course, his gains are not small either. After this bidding conference, not only can it ensure the supply of packaging for medical products like masks during the pandemic, but it can also support a batch of packaging partners around Blue Guard technology through initial cooperation. As long as the products are well made and the delivery time is stable, Blue Guard technology will not worry about lacking orders to distribute in the future. Therefore, after the bidding conference ended, Chen, as the chairman, invited these local bosses to the cafeteria for a meal. It was a local seafood banquet, and the chefs hired by the cafeteria were no less skilled than those in hotel restaurants. Of course, there were also many big bosses like Mr. Li, who, upon seeing the scale of Blue Guard Technology's cafeteria, privately expressed their admiration. My goodness, thousands of employees dining at the same time? This big enterprise is truly different. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement, insiders see the subtleties. Those present were all savvy factory owners who understood the challenges of managing a business. Just the 3 meals a day for employees would be enough to give many bosses a headache. Although Blue Guard technology was newly established, the cafeteria in the park was not only grandly decorated but also operated in an orderly manner, comparable to the cafeterias of those key 985 universities. With this scale and speed of serving dishes, even if the number of employees later multiplied to tens of thousands, they would still be able to handle it. After putting so much thought into ensuring the employees eat well and are full, the future development of this company will definitely not be lacking. Thus, various figures began to frequently come to toast to Chen, the young chairman. Once the banquet was over, Chen, having quenched his thirst with a few beers, returned to his chairman's office, satisfied in full. He planned to take a short nap and then check on the stockpiling situation of the warehouses before going to find his girlfriend to talk about love. After all, he had just confirmed his relationship with Zhu Yao not long ago, and the two young lovers were deeply engrossed in their passionate conversations. Who would have thought that just as he leaned back in his office chair, the door was knocked open. Wearing a black bodycon dress, Tang Jingjing timidly said, "Chairman Chen, you haven't rested yet, have you? I'm coming in." Then she locked the office door behind her, swaying her long legs in black stockings, gracefully approaching Chen, and leaned against the solid wood desk. The soft flesh between her curvy hips and long legs was pressed against the desk, revealing an astonishing elasticity that immediately roused the slightly tipsy Chen. "It was a bit noisy in the auditorium just now, I couldn't hear clearly. By the way, Jingjing, what did you say you wanted to learn? Chen Shen looked at the workplace beauty before him with an appreciative gaze. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, reminiscent of titles like office secretary from Japanese adult films. After spending some time together, he had already learned about Tang Jingjing's background. At 25, she was unmarried and single, having dated a boyfriend in college but broke up after graduation. In the prime of her youth and eager to learn, she seemed to be a good girl seeking progress. Chairman Chen, didn't you just say that opportunities are fleeting? I want to learn about procurement accounting from you, so I can help share some of the pressure with you when coordinating with the procurement department. After saying this, Tang Jingjing lightly laughed, shifting her waist from the desk, turning her back to Chen Shen, fully displaying her voluptuous curves. She gently sat back, leaning into Chen Shen's embrace. Seeing this, Chen Shen immediately laughed heartily and wrapped his arms around her soft figure, saying, "A promising student indeed." Soon, the sound of poker being played, inaudible to outsiders, echoed in the soundproof office. Knock 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 knock. Around 2 p.m., someone knocked on the office door from the outside. Lin Jichao, who had just finished organizing the material list, was about to go in to report to the chairman about the summary of the bidding meeting after the lunch break. He suddenly noticed that the new secretary, who had just joined, was coming out of the room with a somewhat unnatural expression. "Secretary Tang, Chairman Chen is." Lin Jichao was about to greet her. The secretary quickly replied, "Chairman Chen is inside, you can just go in, General Manager Lin." After saying this, Tang Jingjing hurriedly fled with a thick notebook, her walking posture carrying an indescribable oddity. Lin Jichao felt a wave of suspicion. Wasn't Secretary Tang wearing black stockings during lunch? How did she change outfits in just a short break? Not daring to ask further, he thought it was more important to handle business. So, straightening his collar at the door, Lin Jichao went in to report on his work. However, as soon as he entered the office, he noticed something was off. Chairman Chen, who had been toasting with those small bosses at the table during lunch, was now slumped in his office chair like a wilted eggplant, staring blankly at the ceiling. It was unclear whether he hadn't rested well during lunch or had drunk too much with those small bosses. "Chairman Chen, this is the summary of the morning's bidding. There's also a procurement list for thermometers and fever-reducing patches for your review." Lin Jichao hurriedly approached and placed the documents in front of him. Chen Shen came back to his senses when he saw his subordinate approaching to report on work, pulling himself out of the sage time. After glancing over several reports handed to him by the procurement department, he picked up a signature pen from the desk and began to circle and draw on some areas, instructing, "The temperature guns, fever patches, and protective clothing materials are too few. Purchase 5 times the amount based on this baseline. Before the spring festival holiday, make sure to fill up all the warehouses in the park." Of course, while Chen Shen was giving business instructions, his feet were not idle. He hooked his foot, still in slippers, to pull a crumpled tissue and a pair of torn black stockings into the trash can, so that these learning materials from the training secretary wouldn't be seen by his subordinates. Lin Jichao immediately nodded in agreement when he heard the chairman's suggestion, but he couldn't help but ask, "Chairman Chen, isn't it a bit wasteful to stockpile so many raw materials when we haven't opened up our sales channels yet?" Chen Shen smiled slightly. "The trade war has been so intense these past 2 years, and raw materials are getting more expensive year by year. The earlier we stock up, the more we can save. After the new year, this batch of raw materials won't be at this price." Lin Jichao's expression changed to one of sudden realization upon hearing this. Since the trade dispute initiated by the leader across the ocean in 2018, the prices of various raw materials have been soaring, especially in the medical equipment sector. From a small infusion needle to a large MRI machine, none have escaped price increases. So after Chen Shen finished modifying the procurement report, Lin Jichao began showering him with all sorts of flattery about how Chairman Chen is far-sighted, and took the newly revised form back to assign new procurement tasks to his team. As for Chen Shen, after savoring the leg play he had been longing for half a month, he leaned back in his office chair, a look of indescribable satisfaction on his face. Men, after all, like to indulge in a bit of fun. In his past life, he had missed out on many things due to poverty and oppression, and now that he was reborn, he wanted to try every new trick. However, just thinking about having to pick up his girlfriend from work at the industrial and commercial bank later, Chen Shen couldn't help but self-mockingly think, "Even rabbits know not to eat the grass by their burrow. I really am getting worse." The Blue Guard Technology production base was bustling on Saturday, with training taking place where needed and work being done where required, everyone fulfilling their roles. Whether in the production workshop or management, everyone was busy pushing forward the production tasks assigned by Chen Shen. For the grassroots employees, this busyness brought a sense of stability, because factory workers earn money either by counting hours or by piecework. Those who have worked in factories know that in some small factories without 5 insurances and 1 fund, being able to take 2 days off in a month once things get busy is considered good. Large factories like Blue Guard Technology not only offer high benefits and wages but also provide a stable 4 days off each month without rescheduling or encroaching on holiday rest time. This was quite rare in the challenging environment affected by the trade war in 2019. There are only 2 months left until the pandemic. The layout is almost complete. Next, let's just relax for a while, Chen Shen said after approving the last document that needed his attention in the office. After delegating some trivial matters to Tang Jingjing, he took a stroll around the park. Since he couldn't drive after drinking, he called a young person from the public relations department to be his designated driver, first heading to the impression bun to take a shower and wash off the scent of perfume. After regaining some energy, he then took a taxi to the Industrial and Commercial Bank on Wansong Road. Xu Yao, who had just finished her shift, beamed with happiness when she saw her boyfriend come to pick her up, immediately embracing him. However, upon smelling the alcohol on Chen Shen, Xu Yao couldn't help but scold him a bit. Out drinking again? Chen Shen chuckled, had a bidding meeting at noon and drank a few beers with the partners. Although Xu Yao was experiencing her first love, she was inherently very gentle and virtuous. She wrapped her arm around Chen Shen's and expressed her concern. You should drink less. You're already such a big boss. In the future, let your subordinates help you with the drinking. Don't always try to show off at the table. Chen Shen repeatedly agreed. He had to listen to his future wife's words. So, as night fell, Chen Shen took Xu Yao to a nearby Western restaurant for steak. However, since Chen Shen didn't drive, their date was somewhat inconvenient. Xu Yao suggested at the dinner table, how about I buy a car too? That way, when you have social gatherings, I can be your designated driver. Chen Shen felt warm inside. Having a considerate girlfriend made life as sweet as honey. Yao Yao, which car do you like? In a couple of days, I need to go to Hangzhou for some business, and I can help you look for a car at the dealership. There are some limited edition supercars, like the Ferrari LaFerrari and McLaren P1, available in Hangzhou. You can just pay and take them home, Chen Shen asked, following the topic. Xu Yao shook her head. Supercars are too flashy. I still have to go to work. Despite having a wealthy boyfriend, if she were to marry Chen Shen in the future, it was certain she would live a materially comfortable life. However, Xu Yao had a strong sense of self and a clear plan for her work and life. She didn't want to enter a wealthy family at a young age and live the life of a rich wife who doesn't lift a finger. Influenced by the local culture in Ruixian, most girls here could manage both the hall and the kitchen and earn their own money to support their families. So when Chen Shen suggested buying a sports car, Xu Yao shook her head in strong opposition. Seeing this, Chen Shen had to change his approach. Then I'll have HR hire a bodyguard and a driver. That way, even if we go out and drink, someone can help us get home. As he spoke, Chen Shen raised his wine glass and toasted with his girlfriend. However, he was secretly planning what Christmas gift to prepare for Xu Yao when the holiday arrived. Time flew by, and November passed in a blink. Since returning to Ruixian in September to oversee the construction of the Lanwei technology production base and the progress of various medical products, Chen Shen had spent over 3 months on this. After working hard for more than 100 days on the front lines, he finally managed to stockpile various raw materials before the arrival of 2020. As for the 3 billion operational loan pledged from the Industrial and Commercial Bank, it was also used for extensive procurement during this period, either converted into production lines for temperature guns and fever patches or spent on raw material costs, with almost every penny invested in the warehouses of the 8 parks in the Binhai Industrial Park. The number of employees at Lanwei Technology also surged to over 4,000 due to continuous recruitment and expansion over the past 3 months. With so many new hires and busy operations, management issues began to surface. Fortunately, Xia Zhikong sent a mature management team from Jiangnan Gaoxian to streamline the operations at the Lanwei base. Otherwise, just the employee integration issues would have been enough to give Chen Shen a headache. At the beginning of December, after spending time with his girlfriend and parents in his hometown, Chen Shen took advantage of the last bit of time at the end of 2019 to head back to Hangzhou. After 3 months, the Kunyi Center still looked grand, with well-dressed white-collar workers coming and going every day. However, the 24th floor of the Lanwei Technology headquarters had changed dramatically in just 3 months. In addition to the team expanding rapidly, the cumulative procurement contracts exceeding 5 billion in cash in a short period had also made this startup medical device company start to gain a reputation in the industry. This kind of large-scale spending was like giving out red envelopes during the new year, with suppliers and distributors almost trampling over each other to get in. In contrast, the 25th floor of Dingfeng Asset Management felt somewhat quiet. Before Chen Shen left Hangzhou, there wasn't much change. It was still the state of having a few kittens around. Even though Lin Yuetong had come over to set up a venture capital department, the number of permanent employees on the 25th floor still hadn't exceeded 20. Chairman Chen, these are a few potential startups I've temporarily sorted out based on the investment direction you provided, Lin Yuetong said as she entered the office with a stack of project documents. After not seeing her for a while, the ice queen from the investment banking background had become even more prominent in her demeanor. Especially after leading a small venture capital team of over 10 people, Lin Yuetong was no longer the inexperienced candidate from the interview. She exuded the aura of a workplace elite. As for the team of women under her, they were all recruited through Lin Yuetong's previous connections from various peer companies and circles. The oldest venture capital specialist among them was not yet 30, and in terms of industry experience, they were all workplace rookies with high academic qualifications. Fortunately, Qin Shen did not underestimate this small team because of their age. Sometimes, it was these vibrant, ambitious peers with a keen sense of the young consumer market that could create investment miracles. Wuyo Media? Isn't this the largest MCN company under Douyin after the pandemic? Chen Shen flipped through a few pages of the earlier venture capital projects, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. As the internet jokes say, the ones who understand women best are still women. Most of the venture capital projects Lin Yuetong organized were geared towards the female consumer market. Take Wuyo Media, for example. Back in 2019, it was still relatively unknown in the investment circle. But after the pandemic, as Douyin e-commerce truly rose, the 100,000 plus influencers incubated by Wuyo Media almost completely dominated the mainstream of Douyin's live commerce. When Chen Chen returned to life, he had also considered investing some funds in the live commerce that netizens criticized the most. Or perhaps, using his memories from his past life to intercept a few top streamers who would explode in popularity after the pandemic. For instance, the teacher Dong who emerged from New Oriental, standing out in the live commerce arena with his bilingual style, and the crazy three sheep who only started venturing into live commerce after 2020. Despite these top streamers frequently trending due to negative news, their sales volume and GMV, total sales within a certain period, were among the most profitable after the pandemic. The revenue-generating ability of a top streamer could sometimes easily surpass the total revenue of several A-share-listed companies. Chen Chen had been hesitant to act and lay out plans for the MCN sector, considering his limited energy and the impossibility of covering all profitable industries alone. Additionally, he was concerned that intercepting those top streamers who would become popular after 2020 might disrupt their original growth trajectories. After all, the phenomenon of internet celebrities becoming famous could sometimes be quite mystical. As the ancients said, timing and fate. If Qin Shen were to poach the teacher Dong from New Oriental now, without the tempering during the pandemic, he might just blend in with the crowd in the live commerce arena. However, not being able to intercept the streamer didn't matter much if he could secure the MCN company behind them in advance. Even if Qin Shen didn't take action now, other investment institutions would step in to take over. We can look into this Wuyo Media. According to the information, they should be seeking a second round of financing, and I'll approve a budget of 200 million for you. How much equity you can secure depends on your abilities. Chen Shen was very satisfied as he approved the budget for the first project. As for the subsequent venture capital projects, most of them were startups involved in medical beauty, maternal and infant products, and fast-moving consumer goods. One of the maternal and infant brands called BabyCare just received a Series A investment of 300 million renminbi for 10% equity from Sequoia Capital this August. In 2 years, when the country fully opens up to a third child, these domestic maternal and infant brands will experience a wave of growth. Thus, Chen Shen was both operating and making notes on projects he remembered from his past life. In his vision, Dingfeng Capital aimed to truly develop into an international investment consortium, like Sequoia, BlackRock, Blackstone, or a giant company like Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway, where a diversified strategic layout is essential. Although these domestic startups seem small at the moment, once they truly gain momentum and begin to penetrate every aspect of the consumer market, the returns will not be much worse than Chen Chen making quick money in the A-share market. Of course, seeing the new boss trust him so much, approving budget after budget for the venture capital projects he organized, Lin Yuetong's icy face revealed a rare smile. As the saying goes, a scholar dies for a confidant, a woman beautifies herself for a suitor. Having such a trusted investment idol as a boss made Lin Yuetong feel that her motivation to work hard had significantly increased. However, when she saw the secretary, Tang Jingjing, come in with an invitation, Lin Yuetong clearly sensed some unusual gazes. Chairman Shen, this is an invitation from the Zhujiang Business Association. The organizer specially invites you to represent Dingfeng Investment at the conference on the 20th, which will be held at the Expo Center. Tang Jingjing placed the invitation on the table. As the boss's personal secretary, Tang Jingjing naturally followed Chen Chen back to Hangzhou. Zhujiang Business Conference? So, does that mean I'll get to meet Jack Ma from Alibaba and the others? Chen Chen picked up the luxurious invitation with gold embossing. His interest peaked. After laying out plans for so long since his rebirth, he was finally going to engage with these renowned business tycoons as an investor. It was impossible not to feel excited. After glancing through the invitation, Chen Chen instructed Lin Yuetong, attending such a conference is a great external communication platform for us at Dingfeng Investment. Dress up a bit and accompany me on the 20th. I'll introduce you to some veterans in the investment field. Tang Jingjing nodded eagerly. For someone like her, a small player in the venture capital circle, attending such a conference to mingle with big shots was one of the few opportunities to broaden her horizons and expand her network. Even if Aunt Flo came that day, she would still charge in. After giving the instructions, Chen Chen turned to Tang Jingjing and said, "Help me contact General Zhao from Mingdu Club Car Rental and have him arrange a Maybach 62S Landaulet for me. No matter the cost. I want to see the car in half a month." Before the Maybach brand was fully integrated into the Mercedes S-Class and GLS Class, its positioning was comparable to that of the handcrafted Rolls-Royce. The Maybach 62S Landaulet that Chen Chen mentioned was the pinnacle of the Maybach 62S series. This car was unveiled at the 2007 Dubai Auto Show, equipped with a V12 twin-turbocharged engine, boasting a power of 612 horsepower, making it the top-tier D-plus luxury convertible executive sedan. Most importantly, there are only 20 units globally, with only 6 allocated to the domestic market. Jack Ma's vehicle is this Maybach 62S Landaulet, which has a retail price of 25.48 million renminbi in the country. Compared to the ubiquitous Rolls-Royce in internet short videos, being able to sit in a Maybach 62S Landaulet with a yellow plate or a Hong Kong Macau plate is the true mark of being at the top of the car enthusiast circle. As for those Mercedes S-Class cars with a Maybach badge and an English character on the back, they are even more like little brothers in front of it. Chen Chen's expectation for Dingfeng Investment is to hope it can become the BlackRock or Blackstone of Huaxia, competing fiercely with those top capital consortiums and financial players in the international market in the future. In Chen Chen's view as a reborn person, there is actually nothing too profound in the financial capital industry. It's all about the tricks of deception. To make it in this industry, appearances are very important. Even if you don't have much money in your pocket, you must act like you are very wealthy. Even if your behind is in tatters, you must appear glamorous on the surface. Otherwise, if you drive a black high-end Durang to attend those conferences, which VC or PE investor would pay you any attention? As for Zhao Mingwang from Mingdu Club Car Dealership, he is a drinking buddy that Chen Chen got to know after frequently buying cars from him in Hangzhou. Since the previously mentioned extended version of the Land Rover Range Rover was quite good to drive, the subsequent maintenance and repair services were also very satisfactory. Chen Chen later procured business vehicles for Lanwei Technology and Dingfeng Investment mainly from Zhao Mingwang, and the commission for buying the cars was given to Wu Qianqian, with whom he had a brief fling. So far, he has procured no less than 10 modified Mercedes Vito and Buick GL8 Athena versions, all allocated for the use of department directors below. Now, when he mentioned wanting to buy a rarer Maybach 62S Landaulet, Zhao Mingwang found himself in a bit of a dilemma. "Young Master Feng, this car you want is too top-notch. I asked around among industry friends, and not one knows its whereabouts. The only remaining ones are 2 ordinary 62S models available. How about those?" Zhao Mingwang replied on WeChat. When Chen Chen saw that even old Zhao, a top player in the car circle, couldn't get a Maybach 62S Landaulet, he figured it was either taken by business tycoons like Jack Ma as a vehicle or stored in some private garage. It seemed unlikely to see such a rare luxury car circulating in the market, so Chen Chen changed his target. "Forget about that, then help me get a Hongqi L5, there must be some available, right?" Zhao Mingwang immediately replied upon seeing the message. "There is one L5 available, a 2018 limited edition, priced at 9.88 million. However, the transfer requires cooperation from Hongqi for qualification review. Young Master Feng, you haven't been in jail or anything, right?" Chen Chen saw that the jokes on the internet were actually true, and with a smirk, he quickly replied, "My ancestors were 3 generations of poor peasants. My grandfather fought against the Japanese with a big knife, and my maternal grandfather roamed the 38th parallel. Definitely a true red bloodline." Zhao Mingwang, impressive. Salute to the 2 old gentlemen, awesome. After securing his exclusive vehicle, Chen Chen also had the HR department recruit a bodyguard who could drive. Although he needed to maintain appearances when going out, he didn't like to be followed by a large crowd everywhere. Moreover, with the domestic security environment being very good, having a bodyguard who could drive was already sufficient. The newly hired bodyguard, named Gao Lei, is 38 years old and a retired reconnaissance soldier from the army, very capable. After retiring, he worked for a boss in Hangzhou, and when the previous company went bankrupt, he applied to Dingfeng Investment. With over 10 years of work experience and a seemingly honest demeanor, Chen Shen became familiar with this Master Gao after a few days of interaction. A few days later, after passing the qualification review from the Hongqi manufacturer, he went to Mingdu Club to pick up the Hongqi L5 together with Master Gao. "Chairman Chen, this car is amazing. It's so much better than the Mercedes S I drove at my last job," Cao Lei couldn't help but exclaim while touching the golden sunflower on the steering wheel. After all, being a veteran, he had no resistance to the prestige of this Hongqi car. Sitting in the back seat, Chen Shen smiled slightly upon seeing this, gave the other party an address, and arrived at Zhejiang University City College in this newly registered car. "I never expected that as a college dropout, I would be invited to such a prestigious institution as a guest." After getting out of the car, Chen Shen sighed, holding the invitation letter as he passed through the security inquiry at the gate. As for the impressive Hongqi car, it was parked by Master Gao in the outdoor parking lot outside the college. Tonight, there was a top 10 singer gala at Zhejiang University City College, and as the only sponsor of the event, Chen Shen naturally received a guest invitation for the gala. After wandering around the campus for a while, looking at the young college students clutching their textbooks and carrying their backpacks, he reminisced about his own youthful school days. Suddenly, Bai Ying, wrapped in a white suede coat, hurriedly jogged over. "Brother Feng," Bai Ying called out sweetly, her voice slightly breathless. Seeing her wearing a long, shiny silver evening gown underneath her coat and a pair of sequined high heels, it was clear she was going to perform tonight. "Which number are you performing as?" Chen Shen asked, his gaze fixed, unabashedly admiring Bai Ying's figure beneath her coat. Although they hadn't seen each other in reality for over 3 months, they had been in frequent contact on WeChat. As their conversations grew longer, they occasionally played games online together, gradually developing a sense of online romance that was about to become reality. As soon as he heard Bai Ying was participating in the school's top 10 singer competition, Chen Shen seized the opportunity to contact the teacher in charge of the gala at the city college, offering a sponsorship of 1 million to make the event a bit more grand. To earn a smile from the beauty, Chen Shen wouldn't even bat an eye at spending such a small amount of money. "I'm number 8. Tonight is the finals, and I only get to sing once," Bai Ying explained. She was already surprised to be pushed into the competition by a few of her roommates, but even more surprising was that the sponsor of the finals gala was actually a company run by Brother Feng. Upon hearing that Brother Feng was coming to the city college for a visit, Bai Ying rushed over without even finishing her stage makeup, leading Chen Shen around her school. The two chatted and laughed, even taking time to grab a simple meal at the campus cafeteria. If it weren't for his rebirth, which had given him a bit of an authoritative aura, Chen Shen, at 26, would likely blend in with the crowd of college students without much distinction. After dinner, Chen Shen followed Bai Ying to the main venue of the gala. Not only did he meet her two friends, Lin Shanshan and Zhou Qiong, who had come to cheer her on, but he was also invited by the event coordinator, Teacher Lin, to take a seat in the guest area. "Thank you, Mr. Chen, for sponsoring the event funds. If your company needs to recruit talent in the future, please come to our Zhejiang University to take a look. Our graduates are quite excellent." Dean Zhou, who was acting as a judge by the side, smiled and approached, initiating a conversation with Chen Shen, the big sponsor. Such top 10 galas at the departmental level are held every year. The venue and equipment are already in place, so it doesn't cost much. The real expenses come from the contestants' costumes, awards, and the fees for inviting professional judges from the singing industry. In the past, a gala at the city college would typically require about 100,000 in funding. Unexpectedly, this year, an investment company voluntarily offered 1 million, so Dean Zhou, as a school leader, naturally welcomed Chen Shen, the big boss, with a smile. "You're too kind, Dean Zhou. Your school indeed has a wealth of talent. If our company has recruitment needs, we will definitely contact your school at the first opportunity," Chen Shen replied with a smile. However, his eyes were constantly scanning the stage where Bai Ying was making her appearance. The nickname Big White Bear was truly well-deserved. With the troublesome coat no longer obscuring her, Bai Ying's top-tier S-shaped figure drew enthusiastic applause from the audience as she stepped onto the stage. "Is she number 8? Looking at her from this angle, she really has the image," Chen Shen exclaimed in admiration, feeling that coming to Zhejiang University tonight was truly worthwhile. As the neon lights on stage lit up and the dry ice created an atmosphere, dozens of girls from various dance clubs began to perform in their sizzling outfits, filling the venue with cheers. The student organizations and student council of the city college had put in a tremendous effort to ensure the success of this top 10 singer gala. They even invited a former contestant from Supergirl, Huang Yali, to perform a warm-up act, singing her hit song by the Butterfly Spring, which further heightened the atmosphere. Chen Shen estimated that a small portion of the 1 million he sponsored had ended up in the pocket of this fated star. After all, She was a celebrity. Earning money from gigs was far better than working ordinary jobs. Being young is truly wonderful. Chen Chen sighed, reminiscing about his time at a vocational school, and comparing it to the facilities at Zhejiang University City College. He felt he had wasted too much of his youth. Fortunately, being reborn allowed him to seize his destiny. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting in the front row of the guest seats with the best view of the entire gala. Listening to the compliments from various deans and teachers around him, he casually critiqued the singing skills of the campus's top 10 singers, scoring them based on personal preference. When contestant number 8, Bai Ying, stepped onto the stage in a flowing silver gown to sing a classic film theme song, Falling in Love with Zhang Wuji, Chen Chen couldn't help but lead the audience in a wolf whistle. Not to mention Bai Ying's appearance, just her highly recognizable voice made the Supergirl judges beside him nod in approval. I really didn't see it before. This girl actually has such talent for singing. Chen Chen was somewhat surprised. It seemed that the big white bear in front of him had not just a pretty face, her lung capacity was impressive, making her quite suitable for singing such classic songs that required vocal strength. After finishing her song, the judges in the front row gave Bai Ying high scores, and the students in the back continued to applaud. As for Chen Chen, he patiently watched the entire top 10 singer competition from the guest seat. In his previous life, he was someone who loved listening to music and had a certain foundation in music appreciation, so he didn't find the 2-hour gala boring at all. On the contrary, he felt that with the support of high-quality sound equipment, the singing skills displayed by these top 10 student singers were basically on par with those internet celebrity singers on Douyin in the future. However, compared to true powerhouse vocalists, there was still a significant gap. After the school leaders took turns presenting awards to the top 10 singers, Chen Chen seized the opportunity to slip into the backstage dressing room. Bai Ying, who had been stunningly beautiful on stage, was now busy removing her makeup while hugging her first-place trophy. Her singing skills had ranked her among the top 3 among the contestants, but with Chen Chen's financial backing, she naturally claimed the first prize. Although it was just the first place in a departmental gala, it was enough to make this girl from Dalo very happy. Brother Feng. Seeing Chen Feng enter with a bouquet of flowers, Bai Ying's face showed a hint of shyness. Her two friends, Lin Chanxian and Zhou Qiong, also joined in the teasing. College students were often so innocent and carefree, enjoying showing off their affection in public without feeling embarrassed, which instead drew cheers from their peers. Having been reborn, it was Chen Chen's first time pursuing a female college student, so he naturally wanted to appear more down-to-earth. You performed well just now. How about I recommend you to sign with a talent agency and debut as a singer? Chen Chen put down the flowers, found a stool, and began to tease. However, he wasn't lying. He truly had that kind of ability. In the entertainment industry over the next few years, it could be said to be a chaotic scene, with various capitalists' ugly children taking center stage in all kinds of programs, especially in TV dramas and movies. The sickly aesthetic of pale, thin, young looks and the Abeo color filter dominating the screen have been constantly criticized by the audience. If someone like Bai Ying, an S-level beauty, were to enter the entertainment industry, relying on her looks, figure, and singing skills, her status would definitely not lose to first-tier female stars. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying's face immediately flushed slightly, and with a hint of insecurity, she said, "I just learned a bit of vocal music when I was young. I'm far from debuting as a singer." In the past, during the 90s, being a star on television was almost every girl's childhood dream. After all, the female stars in front of the camera were always so glamorous and beautiful, receiving admiration and welcome wherever they went. It was only in recent years, with the explosion of internet information, that many stars have fallen from their high pedestals, bringing the entertainment industry down from its divine status. When it comes to money-making professions, it's still those big stars. Otherwise, why would the ugly children of capitalists sharpen their heads to squeeze into the entertainment industry, if not for the dual benefits of fame and fortune? Seeing Bai Ying say this, Lin Shanshan next to her teased, "Big white bear, you're too timid." Zhou Qiong echoed, "Exactly. If we hadn't secretly signed you up, the first place in our department's top 10 singers would have been taken by someone else." Lin Shanshan continued, "Good wine fears no alley. With your looks and figure, big white bear, you could be an actress even without speaking. And once you open your mouth, you definitely have the potential to be a triple threat star in film, television, and music." Bai Ying rolled her eyes at her two friends who were both teasing and flattering her. "I think you two have more potential to debut as comedians. You could definitely sell out with your stand-up." The few dormitory friends were chatting and laughing, while Chen Chen stood by with a smile, acting as the protector of the flowers. After Bai Ying finished removing her makeup and changing her clothes, Chen Chen and the three girls slowly strolled towards the dormitory. It seemed that Lin Shanshan and Zhou Qiong, seeing the mutual affection, deliberately moved ahead, creating a distance of several meters from the little couple behind. It was quite normal for college couples to sneak into the small woods at night. On the way to send the three girls back to the dormitory, Chen saw several pairs of couples from the city college whispering sweet nothings in the dark. So, Chen followed suit, and when the two comedians ahead provided a distraction, he immediately took advantage of the dim light to wrap his arm around Bai Ying's waist. The surprising elasticity of her body and the fragrant scent of her hair made Chen feel a wave of joy. "Brother Feng, Qian and the others haven't gone far yet." Bai Ying didn't resist, her voice soft as she nestled into Chen's embrace. Chen chuckled softly, "It's fine. It's dark enough. They definitely can't see us." When they walked out of the dark garden path and reached the brightly lit dormitory building, Bai Ying's face was already flushed like a peach blossom. However, what Chen didn't expect was that the two leading comedians actually didn't turn back to tease them. Instead, they hurriedly ran over to report, "Big White Bear. Not good. Sun Hongyu is here with a banner to confess his feelings for you." "Sun Hongyu? The guy who was bothering you on WeChat?" Chen raised his eyebrows. Bai Ying's expression changed as she nodded, "That's the annoying guy." As the group turned the corner of the dormitory building, sure enough, in the open space in front of the girls' dormitory, there was a heart-shaped pattern made of white electronic lights. To create a romantic atmosphere, a Ferrari 488 with its high beams on was parked nearby. A young man, handsome and holding a large bouquet of roses, was standing in the light, pacing back and forth. Seeing Bai Ying, the main character, appear, the university students gathered on the balcony of the dormitory all erupted in cheers. The young man, seeing this, was also full of excitement, kneeling on one knee with roses in hand, shouting, "Bai Ying, I like you. Be my girlfriend." Such a clumsy confession scene happens every year on various campuses. Although the approach is cliched, the success rate of confessions is very high. After all, female university students are shy, and being surrounded by so many people cheering can easily make them impulsively agree. However, this time, the confession scene at the girls' dormitory of the city college clearly took a turn for the worse, because the girl named Bai Ying was currently being held by another man, slowly approaching the scene from a distance. This scene not only left the university students on the balcony dumbfounded, even Sun Hongyu, who had dressed up and waited all night, stood there with his mouth agape, as if he had seen a ghost. What the hell? This is going to be interesting. The campus beauty already has a boyfriend, and Sun Hongyu still dares to try to steal her away? Confession failure. A delight to see. This is too embarrassing. If it were me, I would definitely drop out overnight. Hearing the whispers and various taunts from above, Sun Hongyu felt a burning pain on his face. He had meticulously planned for this confession for a long time. First of all, the campus culture at Zhejiang University is very strict. It's harder for ordinary students to drive into the campus than to reach the sky. Only vehicles belonging to faculty and staff have passes to get through security. After all, this is a top university in the country, known for its rigorous academic standards, and to prevent a culture of comparison on campus, they have almost completely barred outside vehicles. To bring his Ferrari 488 onto campus to make a scene, Sun Hongyu had to beg and plead, using connections and money to persuade a lenient counselor to lend him a pass to get the car in. Secondly, the goddess Bai Ying participated in the top 10 singers gala tonight and surprisingly won first place. Seeing the goddess return with a first place trophy, she must be in a much better mood than usual. Seizing this opportunity, with a heart-shaped light show and a carefully selected bouquet of roses, Sun Hongyu felt he had everything going for him and was sure he could win the goddess's heart. However, when he saw his unattainable goddess laughing and talking with another man, he felt as if his head was glowing green like the heart-shaped lights on the ground. Bai Ying, why? I, Sun Hongyu, am wealthy and educated, and I consider my looks, height, and conditions to be no worse than anyone else's. Why would you choose someone like this to humiliate me? You must give me an explanation. Sun Hongyu stood up, his expression twisting from joy to shock. Of course, he wasn't wrong. As a well-known rich and handsome guy at the city college, Sun Hongyu had been very popular with girls since he entered the school. Hangzhou, as a new first-tier city, is filled with wealthy people, and there are many young people whose families treat supercars as everyday vehicles. Under such conditions, being able to get into Zhejiang University by one's own merit, Sun Hongyu could be considered a dragon among the young generation. Not to mention that in college, he could easily pursue any girl he wanted. Unfortunately, the girl he had a crush on, the beauty of the business management department, was taken away by a man who was neither as good-looking nor as tall as him, which was hard for Sun Hongyu to accept. Bai Ying, seeing this, initially wanted to confront him, but was pulled by Chen towards the girls' dormitory door. You go upstairs first, I'll handle the rest. Bai Ying hesitated. Brother Feng, I'm afraid. It's okay, I've got this. Chen comforted him for a moment, then turned to watch Bai Ying and her two friends go upstairs before walking back to Sun Hongyu. He took a pack of Liquidation cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to him, saying, "Young man, have a smoke and calm down for a bit?" Sun Hongyu's eyes were wide with anger, almost murderous. But when he saw the disdainful look on his goddess's face as she went upstairs, he finally came to his senses. Right. Sun Hongyu wasn't anything to Bai Ying, they were just classmates. Before establishing a romantic relationship, why should he expect an explanation from her? His earlier questioning had played out like a "I'm a clown" performance under the gaze of hundreds of eyes. If Qin Shen hadn't interrupted him, who knows what kind of joke he would have made in front of everyone. So, taking advantage of the coolness of the night, Sun Hongyu, with his mind slightly clearer, asked, "What are you to Bai Ying? I've never heard of her having a boyfriend." Of course, he didn't dare to take the Liquidation cigarette offered to him. After all, the person in front of him was his rival in love. If he took the cigarette, wouldn't that mean he was already at a disadvantage? A young man must maintain his pride in a love rivalry. Moreover, this was a campus romance. Once they graduated and entered society, Sun Hongyu believed that with his family background, he had dozens of ways to make the goddess change her mind. Seeing that the other party was still not giving up, Qin Shen took a couple of puffs from the cigarette and pointed at the Ferrari 488, saying, "Nice car, your family must have bought it for you. What are you trying to say?" Sun Hongyu frowned. He didn't like the other person's condescending attitude. Qin Shen continued to exhale smoke, saying, "The time it takes me to finish the cigarette is enough to buy one of these cars." Sun Hongyu, upon hearing this, laughed instead of getting angry. "Just because of you?" This Ferrari 488 was something he had specially ordered from a 5S store, a graduation gift for getting into Zhejiang University, costing over 7 million in total. Even if his parents agreed to buy him this supercar, they felt quite the pinch when it came time to pay. But hearing this seemingly unimpressive rival claim that he could earn over 7 million in the time it took to smoke a cigarette, did he think he was Bill Gates from Microsoft or Jack Ma from Alibaba? Seeing the disbelief on Sun Hongyu's face, Qin Shen didn't bother to explain further. At his level, he didn't need to explain anything to anyone. After finishing the last bit of the cigarette, Qin Shen threw the burning butt on the ground and crushed it with his foot. "My car is here, I won't chat with you anymore. As for who I am, you can go find out. Just don't bother my girlfriend from now on." As soon as he finished speaking, a completely black, ruggedly designed Hongqi L5 drove steadily around the corner from not far away. The classic round headlights and the flags raised on both sides of the front of the car caused a stir on the dormitory balcony. Even Sun Hongyu, who considered himself well off, couldn't help but blink when he saw the Hongqi L5 with a temporary license plate. His momentum instantly weakened. "This is your car?" Compared to an imported Ferrari, the status of the Hongqi L5 was the true top tier in the car world, because even if you had money, you might not be able to buy this car. In the country, those who could sit in this car didn't need much explanation. Just seeing it pass by would make everyone feel an inexplicable aura of power. Moreover, Qin Shen didn't sit in the passenger seat. Instead, he was guided by a well-dressed driver who opened the door for him, confidently taking his seat in the back of the Hongqi L5. The overwhelming aura of a big shot and the indifference directly left Sun Hongyu, a university student, dumbfounded in place. When that Hongqi L5 drove away in the distance, the whispers on the balcony of the dormitory increased significantly. In contrast, Sun Hongyu, who initially wanted to compete with Qin Shen, found his ambitions completely dashed at this moment. This was because Sun Hongyu discovered that the cigarette but Qin Shen had crushed on the ground was actually the legendary Liquidation Fuchin Mountain residence, soft. This high-end, specially supplied rare cigarette costs over 20,000 for a pack. Smoking one costs more than 100. Just like the Hongqi L5 that Qin Shen was riding in, it belonged to the category of priceless luxury goods in China. With such a background and origin, what did it matter if the other party's appearance was not as good as his? If he offended such a big shot in society, it would be enough for Sun Hongyu to suffer if they targeted his parents' business. Even crushing a rich second-generation college student like him might not be much harder than extinguishing a cigarette butt. Once he realized this, Sun Hongyu felt a chill run down his back, and he muttered in disbelief, "Did he just say that one cigarette could earn me this Ferrari? Could it all be true?" As for a college rival like Sun Hongyu, Qin Shen naturally did not take it to heart. In his past life, he had never heard the name Sun Hongyu on the internet. In this life, having already risen, he would not regard such a small character with any importance. After all, having lived two lives, he had once been young and full of vigor, harboring dreams and aspirations for the future after graduation, until he stepped into society and was battered by the materialistic world. Having achieved nothing academically, he found himself with no support after entering society. With limited ability and knowledge, he could not seize opportunities. ultimately becoming just another face in the crowd. This is the true portrayal of most vibrant young people turning into disillusioned middle-aged individuals. It was also the painful realization that Chen Shun from his past life endured until he was over 30. Even for a top student and rich second generation like Sun Hongyu, only a small handful could achieve success in society in the end. Money can open doors. If it weren't for that bizarre lottery ticket, perhaps I would just be a small character now. Sitting in the back seat of the Hongqi L5, Chen Shen listened to the song of the common man echoing in his ears, unknowingly falling into memories of the past. A small accident did not disturb Chen Shen and Bai Ying. Instead, their relationship quickly heated up due to this incident, escalating from an online romance to frequent dates. Besides taking time to express their love, Chen Shen was also busy in the business realm. The A-share market in December began to experience its habitual downturn. The closer it got to the new year, the more the domestic stock market treated its investors with a downward trend. A large amount of capital was busy fleeing before the New Year's Day and Spring Festival holidays. The reason for this situation, aside from year-end settlements, was that the main retail investors in the A-share market were all business owners in reality. As the year-end approached, these bosses were busy settling accounts and clearing debts. Regardless of whether they made money in 2019, by the end of the year, they would tighten their aggressive investment strategies, eager to secure their profits. Of course, there were also some exceptions. For instance, a stock named Saturday, which Chen Shen had been monitoring in the Dingfeng investment office these days, showed a trend of rising against the odds at year-end. Target, Saturday, 002291. SE, quantity, 40 million shares cost, 6. 81 yuan current price, 19. 67 yuan market value, 786. 8 million yuan daily profit and loss, plus 77. 2,334 million yuan, plus 9. 98%, floating profit and loss, plus 514. 4 million yuan, plus 188. 83%, this company, listed on the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, originally focused on selling shoes and was a little-known concept stock in the market. Similar to the previous Jiangnan High Fiber, it was a marginal stock deeply rooted in the real economy. The recent surge in popularity is due to 2019 being the year of internet celebrity marketing, and as the year came to a close, the A-share market was swept by a wave of hype around the internet celebrity economy. The previously obscure company, Saturday, had acquired a specialized internet marketing service provider, Yaowang Network, in 2018. Yaowang Network is quite significant. It has over 50 signed internet celebrities, with a total fan base of about 150 million across short video platforms and cumulative views exceeding 10 billion. Its main business is somewhat similar to the MCN startup company Chen Chen is interested in, Wuyo Media. To fuel the stock price hype, the market leaked the most popular rumor that informed sources revealed that Yaowang Network under Saturday was rumored to sign the top internet celebrity brand Li Ziki. Who is Li Ziki? She is a super top-tier goddess in the Chinese internet celebrity circle. Her video influence is not only domestic but also has a very high level of attention on foreign platforms like YouTube and Douyin. Stimulated by such positive news, retail investors and institutions in the A-share market worked together to label Saturday, a company that originally sold shoes, with the internet celebrity concept tag, pushing it to the top of the hot stocks list. Saturday's stock price began a bull run from early December, soaring from 6 yuan to around 20 yuan. In just 11 trading days, it achieved 9 limit-up boards, causing the entire A-share market to boil. Second board determines the leader, with 3 there are 5, with 5 there are 7, 7 boards become monsters, 9 boards become emperors. Congratulations to Saturday for mastering the 9-yang divine skill. Open the door. Let me in. Rise, envious of the brothers making money inside. This stock seems to be becoming a New Year's monster. Drooling. The New Year's leader has been born. Saturday, I wish to call you the strongest. Investors were buzzing with discussions. The jokes and quips on the stock forum and bullet screens kept rolling. In contrast, Chen Chen, who was seriously analyzing the K-line in front of the computer, was typing away, liquidating his 40 million shares at the limit-up board with a single click. A total of 400,000 hands of sell orders were quickly cut down by half from the over 1 million hands of sealed orders. Watching this soaring big bearish line take action against the trend, the institutions and big speculators busy with holding positions in Saturday began to curse at their own trading boards. It was rare to have a New Year's monster emerge at the end of the year, which gathered confidence in the A-share market. Couldn't it just follow a continuous board trend and break the superstition of the 9-yang divine skill? Thus, various institutions and speculators placed orders to protect the board, allowing that 400,000 hands of sell orders to create a K-line pit and then seal it back up again. This miraculous scene of the board exploding and then sealing back up in just half a minute left a group of small retail investors waiting in Saturday dumbfounded. What the hell? What just happened? Wide-eyed, nuclear button on the board, dog head, this operation feels strangely familiar. Shivering, wow, I almost forgot. It must be Brother Fong clearing out. Did Brother Fong precisely escape on the board again? Finished, the Joyang divine skill is about to fail, covering face, run. With the shift in market sentiment, a significant divergence began to appear. Originally, the order volume for Saturday was over 1 million hands, but it started to see a massive escape and withdrawal of orders, entering a continuous wash and shake mode near the. As for Chen Chen, watching the more than 500 million earned from this wave of short-term operations after returning to Hangzhou, his face also showed a few more indescribable joys. In his previous life, Saturday had risen all the way to after the Spring Festival, and the major shareholders took advantage of this wave of heat to cash out, selling the entire company to retail investors. As for the rumor about signing Li Ziqi, in Chen Chen's eyes as a reborn person, it was completely unfounded. After the pandemic, who didn't know that Li Ziqi was tricked by his old employer? The MCN company that was exposed at that time was not the one called Yaowang Network, but someone else. As for the A-share market, it was all about expectations. Those insider messages revealed by related persons were just for show. Behind the scenes, it was actually a carnival action where the big players united with institutions to cut retail investors' leaks. The same routine, the same script, was not uncommon in the A-share market. By the time this wave of New Year speculation ended, Saturday would also be brought back to its original form, renamed Yaowang Network, and enter years of a downward trend. Making a short-term profit of 500 million in a short period could also offset part of the salary expenses for this year's more than 4,000 employees. What a pity! This New Year monster is still too small. Arbitraging over 500 million in half a month, just consider it a donation to the A-share market. Chen Chen clicked his tongue while staring at the K-line trend. He turned off the computer and got up to stretch his stiff neck in the office. Just as he was relaxing, Lin Yueran, who usually exuded a workplace elite style, knocked on the office door wearing an elegant blue and white evening gown. Chairman Chen, it's time for the Zhejiang Business Conference to start. Shall we head out now? Chen Chen's eyes lit up at the sight. He didn't expect the usually unassuming iceberg beauty to have such substantial assets under the fabric of the evening dress. So he commented, Yueran, you look beautiful today. This evening dress suits you very well. Lin Yueran's face flushed slightly at his words, and she mumbled, thank you for the compliment, Chairman Chen. I'll go call Master Gao up. After saying that, this iceberg beauty hurriedly fled, leaving Chen Chen, who was twisting his waist, gazing out at the sunset through the large floor-to-ceiling window in a daze, finally going to exchange ideas with those business tycoons from my previous life. I hope this conference won't disappoint me. The Hangzhou Expo Center is located in the Shaoshan area. It was once famous for serving as the main venue for the G20 summit. Although it is not as large as the National Exhibition and Convention Center in the Magic City, it is the top venue within Jiang Province, with an entrance fee of 100 yuan just to visit. By the time Chen Chen arrived at the entrance of the Expo Center in a Hongqi L5, it was already dark. Under the large display board at the entrance, business elites were continuously gathering to sign after getting out of various luxury cars. The Zhejiang Business Conference, as the largest business forum event in Jiang Province, has a very high threshold for participation, with starting valuations measured in hundreds of millions. Those who can attend here are either the heads of local leading enterprises or the chairman of listed companies. As a newly minted billionaire, Chen Chen attracted considerable media attention as soon as he got out of the car, because such a young participant was rare in previous Zhejiang business conferences. Thus, various shudder sounds rang out. Chen Chen, leading the elegantly dressed Lin Yueran, slowly ascended the steps to enter the conference hall, casually leaving a hasty signature on the large backdrop at the entrance. Are you nervous? Not really. Lin Yueran maintained a smile throughout. Having interned at an investment bank, she was no stranger to attending such business forums. However, the conferences she had attended in the past were not as high profile. They mostly featured a few billionaires kicking things off and then inviting some young people to join. Unlike this top-tier conference, where all the attendees were big names frequently appearing in financial news. You go to the side hall and grab a bite first. I'll come find you after I finish my tour. Chen Chen whispered a few words in Lin Yueran's ear. The main hall had limited space, with only 200 to 300 seats available when the chairs were set up. The remaining attendees, like Lin Yueran, were all waiting in the side hall. Of course, waiting in the side hall was also quite sophisticated. It wasn't just about randomly eating the buffet, it required mingling and exchanging business cards and contact information with those corporate executives. Many venture capital projects and business collaborations often sparked during this waiting period. As for Chen Shan, after receiving a gold-edged red silk scarf at the entrance of the conference, he followed the crowd into the main venue. According to the nameplate on the seat, he found his place in the second row, designated for Dingfeng Investment. I didn't expect to be this close. Chen Shen sat down boldly. All around him were somewhat familiar faces of middle-aged and older individuals. Seeing a young guy like him sitting in a seat meant for someone with assets in the billions, the older gentleman nearby cast curious glances his way. This young man looks unfamiliar. What business are you in? Asked an older gentleman named Sher from a local municipal landscaping company called Shengda Group, which also had a valuation in the billions, though it ranked at the bottom among the top 100 enterprises in Jiang province. However, for ordinary people, being worth billions was considered a top figure in their social circles. Our Dingfeng Investment mainly focuses on financial investment. We have a bit of a reputation in the A-share market, Chen Chen replied politely. Sure, Hongliang's expression shifted to one of realization. Young people these days are impressive. Those who can achieve results in finance make far more than us in the real industry. Among the billion-dollar seats, everyone was at least in their 40s. With Chen Chen, a post-90s individual, sitting among them, it naturally drew quite a few glances. Dingfeng Investment? That Brother Feng who's been making waves in the A-share market recently. I didn't expect Brother Feng to be so young. We should have a good chat later. Several big shots nearby, who were keeping an eye on the stock market, jumped into the conversation, and some even took out their phones to add Chen Chen on WeChat. For business people at their level, aside from their main business, the biggest concern was the issue of asset depreciation. Faced with currency devaluation and the continuous shrinkage of fixed assets, most billionaires would pull out some funds for financial investments. They either set up loan companies to lend indirectly or look for suitable opportunities to invest in trusted private equity products. Compared to the meager interest from bank savings, financial investments were always the quickest way to make money. In fact, many listed companies had stopped focusing on their main business and spent their days speculating in the stock market. As long as they could make money legally, they didn't care how it came in. So when Chen Shen introduced himself, these big shots, who were struggling to find places for their funds, all gathered around to chat, and Sher Hongliang from Xingda was slightly taken aback. It turned out this young man was much more famous than him, an old hand. Is the return rate for Brother Feng in the A-share market very high? Sher Hongliang asked curiously. The president of Nici Group, He Ming, chimed in, not just high. With a principal of 300 million entering the market, he made over 10 billion in half a year. He even acquired an established listed company. Old Sher, you've been in business for decades. I bet you haven't made as much as Brother Feng in just half a year. This president of Nici was also a big player in the real industry, mainly dealing in cleaning products, with tens of thousands of employees under him. Relying solely on laundry, soap, and other cleaning products, they achieved an annual output value of over 30 billion, placing them in the middle tier of the top 500 manufacturing enterprises in the country. The most important thing is that the NACE Group is not publicly listed and relies entirely on real industry to support its revenue, making it a leading enterprise in the Lishui area. In ancient times, this would have been a role of a local tyrant. When He Ming confirmed this, even Sher Hongliang, who usually doesn't pay much attention to the stock market, couldn't help but show surprise on his face. The A-share market is notorious, and the billionaires present all know it well. It is a magical arena filled with all sorts of demons and capital manipulators. Extracting real gold and silver from it is much more difficult than engaging in real industry. I wonder if President Feng accepts outside funding. My family trust just happens to have a sum of money maturing, and there's nowhere good to put it. Sher Hongliang's eyes turned, planning to establish a relationship with this fated young man beside him. Chen Shen saw a business opportunity and immediately took out a few customized platinum business cards from his pocket. Our Dingfeng Investment was just established not long ago, and our qualifications are relatively weak. However, we should obtain the licenses for private equity and public funds around the Spring Festival. At that time, if you brothers are willing to support us, just contact me on WeChat, and we at Dingfeng Investment will definitely not disappoint the trust of every investor. As soon as these words were spoken, the middle-aged big shots nearby all showed interest. In this day and age, it's not easy to find a stable, high-return private equity team, especially when the capital volume reaches the 100 billion level. There are only 49 firms in the entire Jiang province that can steadily earn profits from the capital market, and the average annualized return of these 49 private equity firms is a mere 19%. In contrast, Dingfeng Investment, although established for a short time, has astonishing results. In just half a year, they achieved a staggering 6,000% return. More importantly, such a fierce performance was achieved by Chen Chen using his own funds for speculation. Once they open up public and private offerings, it's estimated that the threshold for Dingfeng investment will be trampled by high net worth individuals from all over the country. Therefore, there was no need for excessive promotion. As soon as Chen Chen sat among these billionaires, he quickly became the center of attention, and within minutes, his pocket of platinum business cards was emptied. Even in the front row, several big shots turned around to cast scrutinizing glances. The chatting time before the opening of the Zhejiang Business Conference was not long. As more than 200 seats gradually filled up, the noise of private conversations in the venue began to decrease. Those present were prominent figures in Jiang Province's business community, each with their own status and pride. To make a joke, if a few grenades were thrown into this large business conference, the explosion would likely impact the real economy to a scale of trillions. As a newly minted billionaire, after adding the WeChat contacts of the big shots around him, Chen Chen began to drift off and thought at his seat. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the side door of the venue opened, and the audience erupted into warm applause. Amidst the thunderous applause, several familiar figures from Chen Chen's past life walked out from the side door. The leading figure was the president of the entire Zhejiang Business Conference, also the renowned founder of Alibaba, Jack Ma, who had made a name for himself over the past decade. This Jack Ma, who pioneered the era of e-commerce in China, successfully claimed the title of the richest person in the country in 2019 with a personal fortune of $275 billion. In 2019, anyone involved in entrepreneurship or the e-commerce industry would regard Jack Ma as an idol. Since his student days, Chen Chen had often followed this person's movements. It can be said that from the 2008 Beijing Olympics to the present, Jack Ma's influence in the Chinese business world has been among the very top. The other party's slightest movement can frequently make headlines. For instance, the joke about not being interested in money came from this president's mouth and quickly became a popular meme online. Of course, it was still the end of 2019, and the future uproar over the Ant Group incident had yet to unfold. Jack Ma's halo remained intact. Just his simple entrance drew a standing ovation from the audience. Naturally, the several business consultants accompanying him were also heavyweight figures in Jiang Province. One was the late founder of Hua, another was Su Guanjuan from Wanxiang Group, and the last was Nan Chenghui, the well-known owner of Chint Electric in Wenzhou. This last individual was also elected as the second chairman of the council after Jack Ma stepped down from his position at the Zhejiang Business Conference and moved overseas. All of them are big shots from the past. In this life, I wonder if I can mix in and become a consultant. Chen Chen squinted his eyes, beginning to compare his worth with these bigwigs in his heart. As these business giants took their seats, the atmosphere at the conference began to heat up. First, the host on stage read out a series of blessings and meaningless opening remarks. Then, Jack Ma from Alibaba took the stage to deliver the 2019 summary for Zhejiang businessmen on behalf of the entire business association. This entrepreneurial giant, who could say not interested in money, was very eloquent, and his summary speech was filled with golden phrases. Whether analyzing the domestic and international economic situation or discussing the development of various industries in Jiang Province, Jack Ma could easily handle it, delivering an impromptu speech. Chen Chen, as a reborn individual, nodded from time to time. No wonder he's the richest man in the country. He really has some skills. The subsequent speeches from the other business consultants also contained a lot of valuable insights, but compared to Jack Ma's speech, there was quite a gap. Once the ceremonial opening ended, the conference officially moved on to various topics. In addition to inviting representatives from various industries in Jiang Province to share their insights, Chen Chen, as the only 90s representative with a net worth of over 10 billion present, was unexpectedly invited to the stage towards the end of the conference. This was a traditional segment of the Zhejiang Business Conference, inviting the youngest participant to the stage for a Q&A, symbolizing the passing of the torch and promoting the youthful image of Zhejiang businessmen. As soon as Chen Chen took the stage, Nan Chenghui, one of the four chairs, greeted him warmly. "My fellow townsman from Wenzhou is impressive. At just 26 years old, you've built your fortune from scratch and made it to the second row. We, the front waves, should support more back waves like you, General Feng." Seeing this, Jack Ma also joked, as the old saying goes, the back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves, and the front waves die on the beach. General Feng has achieved so much at such a young age. When I was your age, I hadn't even solved my basic needs. I estimate that in a few years, we front waves will have nowhere to find food. Chen Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't expect this Jack Ma, who claimed to be uninterested in money, to have such self-awareness. However, he still held the microphone and humbly said, you seniors are too kind. As a back wave of the Zhejiang Business Conference, I should learn from every front wave present. The interaction among these four veteran figures from the Zhejiang business circle and a fledgling newcomer sparked a wonderful chemical reaction. Just a simple exchange of pleasantries made the audience burst into laughter. The female host invited from Hangzhou TV, seeing this, quickly pulled out 3 topics from the rolling agenda on the screen to avoid missing the subsequent segments due to excessive joking. The host asked, General Feng, the first question, as a new generation entrepreneur born in the 90s, what are your views on the economic trends for the year 2020? As a reborn individual, Chen Chen naturally knew the economic trends both domestically and internationally in 2020. Many key pieces of information were the capital for rise he would rely on for survival and development in the future. Such predictive news, he would try to keep to himself as much as possible. After pondering for a moment, Shen Chun chose to be vague. I am not very optimistic about the overall economic situation next year, because external factors are too complex. Making money in 2020 will be very difficult. As soon as these words were spoken, the big shots from the Zhejiang business circle present all sighed inwardly. The trend of slowing economic growth had already begun to show signs in 2019. After China joined the WTO in 2001, its GDP had been running at a high double-digit growth rate for over a decade. During these years, both the stock market and real estate market surged, completing several rounds of wealth creation and the reshuffling of old and new capital. Even in the face of the global subprime mortgage crisis in 2008, China's GDP did not show signs of slowing down. It wasn't until last year when the American leader across the ocean announced tariffs, and a series of trade frictions hit, that the entire economic foundation was affected. Of course, as a reborn individual, Chen Chen knew that the trade war that started in 2018 was just an appetizer. Despite the GDP growth rate dropping from 6.8% to 6.1% in the past 2 years, the real turning point would have to wait until after the Spring Festival when the pandemic struck. Under the multiple blockades of the American biological and technological wars, the domestic GDP growth rate in 2020 was directly slashed to 2.3%. Not only did China suffer, but the economies of the United States, Japan, South Korea, and the European Union were also severely impacted. After the pandemic spiraled out of control, the GDP growth of many developed countries, including the United States, turned negative. If it weren't for manually altering GDP statistics and the nuclear-powered infinite money printing machine harvesting globally, they probably wouldn't even need to endure the pandemic for 3 years. The United States would have collapsed directly due to debt issues. Seeing that the atmosphere on site was not quite right, the host immediately continued with the topic, Mr. Feng, since you believe the economic situation next year will be quite severe, what role should our Zhejiang Business Conference play next year? Or, as a rising star in the financial investment sector, do you have any good advice for the business veterans present on how to avoid risks? Upon hearing this, Chen Chen smirked. It's simple. Invest your money in me. I guarantee that all of you will have a prosperous year next year. As soon as these words were spoken, laughter erupted in the room. It turned out that this young man had been somewhat restrained while handing out business cards and adding WeChat earlier. Now on stage, he didn't forget to advertise his own company. The Zhejiang Business Conference had been held for over a decade, and Chen Chen's unabashed act of asking for money was unprecedented. What he meant by bringing everyone to have a prosperous year was not just empty talk. He had 5 years more memory than the big shots in the Zhejiang business circle, allowing him to clearly grasp the various fluctuation points in the capital market. Coupled with his initial positioning of Dingfeng Investment, it was not a company that only sought to benefit itself. Instead, he aimed to learn from BlackRock and Blackstone, to gather various domestic capital and create a capital giant belonging to China. If Dingfeng Investment could eventually step out into the international capital arena and compete with those top players, that would be the greatest significance of Chen Chen as a reborn individual. After all, in Chen Chen's view, China had suffered too many losses in the international capital market in the past. Countless private wealth and national old brands were swept away by those Western capital interest groups in collusion with insiders. For instance, the well-known Beibinjiang soda was acquired by Pepsi, the chicken essence brand Taitulai, often seen on television, was swallowed by Nestle, and Super Small Appliances became a subsidiary brand of the French SEB Group. Behind national brands like Schweinhui and Debao stand foreign giants like Goldman Sachs and Johnson & Johnson. These foreign investments come to China and can easily gather up dollar bills from the international capital market with just a flick of their fingers, acquiring these national brands at the lowest cost. They then disguise themselves as national brands, infiltrating various industries and reaping the enormous dividends from China's rise and development. Even someone like Jack Ma, the president of the Zhejiang Chamber of Commerce present here, is not an exception. his rise is also a result of foreign capital's infiltration into China. As for the so-called founders of domestic B2C e-commerce like Alibaba and Taobao, that is merely a joke. Before Taobao, American companies like Amazon and eBay had already reached into China. It was just that they struggled to adapt to the local market back then, allowing the latecomer Taobao to seize the opportunity. More than 50% of the profits that Alibaba generates in China's e-commerce market end up in the pockets of foreign investors like SoftBank, Vanguard, and BlackRock. Only a small portion remains for Jack Ma and the other founders of Alibaba to share. They speak of inspiring entrepreneurial stories to the Chinese people, while externally, they are merely puppets of foreign capital. After the pandemic, Jack Ma's reputation on the internet collapsed for this very reason. So, when Chen Chen faced the host's first question and suggested that everyone invest their money in him, his aim was simply to unite the Zhejiang Business Alliance and attract more like-minded comrades for the future of Dingfeng Capital's overseas expansion. Whether the big shots present were willing to join was beyond Chen Chen's control. After all, trying to extract money from these seasoned business veterans was no easier than winning the top prize in the lottery. Seeing that Chen Chen's few words had already stirred the atmosphere of the conference, even overshadowing his own presence, Jack Ma, as the president of the Zhejiang Chamber of Commerce, couldn't help but interrupt. Financial investment is a zero-sum game. Mr. Feng, you are young and accomplished, and it's rare to achieve fame in the stock market. However, as a senior, I must remind you that young people should avoid arrogance and impatience and be aware of the risks in the capital market. The other party, relying on his status as a wealthy elder, was offering advice to Chen Chen, which others might see as a touching moment of legacy at the Zhejiang Business Conference. However, knowing Jack Ma's future development, Chen Chen scoffed at it. He had already returned to life once. What risk was there to fear? This seemingly impartial advice was merely an attempt to interrupt Chen Chen's momentum and hint to the business peers present not to be blinded by high returns. Cutting off someone's financial path is akin to killing their parents. The intent was undeniably sinister. Nevertheless, Chen Chen maintained a humble demeanor, smiling slightly at Jack Ma. I only represent myself. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Ma. After that, he scanned the older business leaders in the audience. I wonder if the seniors present have the habit of browsing the internet? If you often go online, you must have heard the saying, young people advise experts not to give advice. As soon as he said this, the entire conference erupted in laughter. In the past, those so-called experts and scholars who popped up from nowhere frequently made outrageous suggestions in the media, which many young people found displeasing. Thus, during the pandemic, the term expert was completely transformed into the derisive brick expert under the condemnation of young netizens. The phrase young people advise experts not to give advice, which became popular in May 2022, was now being used by Chen Chen to openly represent the vast majority of young people, countering Jack Ma's earlier suggestion. You all have finished speaking, a group that has enjoyed the development dividends of Huaxia. What is left for the young people? The 996 blessings? Jack Ma also caught the heated rebuttal in his tone, and instead of getting angry, he laughed. What a spirited young wave. Chen Chen leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs without a hint of timidity. If you're not spirited, how can you call yourself young? The host, seeing the two business leaders from different generations at loggerheads, quickly interrupted their conversation, temporarily smoothing things over with a second rather unnutritious question. When the third question rolled out, the host continued, So, Mr. Feng, as a leading figure among the younger generation of investors, do you have any good investment advice for the young audience in front of the screen? This Zhejiang Business Conference was live-streamed across the internet. Although the number of viewers was not large, and its popularity did not rank among the top 100 live broadcasts, those who clicked in were mostly young people interested in financial news or domestic capital trends. After pondering for a moment, Chen Chen spoke into the camera, delivering the third shocking statement of the conference. I advise all young people in Huaxia, for the next few years, absolutely do not buy a house. Whether it's emptying 6 wallets or taking out loans, do not entertain the thought of buying a house. Keep your money firmly in your own pocket, eat and drink as you please, or buy a car and take your parents on a trip. Fulfilling a filial duty is far more meaningful than buying a house. Advise young people not to buy houses? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Zhejiang Business Conference venue stirred. Many of the attendees were business leaders who had made their fortunes in real estate. In fact, in 2019, nearly half of the national rich list was composed of those who had built their wealth through real estate. If young people stop buying houses, then these executives who have reaped the development dividends from real estate will face dire consequences. After all, real estate in Huaxia is currently one of the main economic growth tracks aside from manufacturing. Acquiring land to raise funds, pre-selling shared expenses, asset packaging and refinancing with the help of shadow banking, a real estate project can brazenly engage in first, second, or even third rounds of financing, playing the leverage and hot potato game to the extreme. The real estate strategies developed by the Hong Kong tycoons in the last century have now been taken to the limit by mainland billionaires. For instance, Hong Tai Sue's Belt Company, with only 3.9 billion renminbi in self-owned funds, can leverage a staggering 20 trillion in assets through a series of financial maneuvers. After the pandemic, when housing prices plummeted, Hong Tai's 20 trillion asset package was nearly cut by 3/4, with over 1.3 trillion in property value evaporating in a few years. This is just the situation of Hong Tai alone. Many real estate giants like Bai Guiyuan, Bolong, Greenland, Fuli, Rongchuang, and Xingfu have all suffered. Even those real estate developers from Fujian who love to play with leverage, like Zhang Rong, nearly vanished in the following years. What remains are mostly state-owned property developers, barely surviving the crisis of real estate companies collapsing in the future thanks to local government backing. The price paid for this is not just the soaring local hidden debts, but also those young people in Huaxia who entered the market at high prices before 2020. To get married and raise families, a property worth millions has nearly drained every Huaxia household. Unable to afford it, they borrowed down payments, borrowed from relatives, and nearly emptied all 6 wallets for the sake of continuing the family line. When housing prices began to plummet, the banks continued to collect mortgage payments and interest without fail. Some people even entered this game without fully understanding the mortgage repayment methods, muddling through the process. During the pandemic, when it became unbearable, I wanted to sell the only remaining property I had to pay off my mortgage debt. As a result, when the young man turned around, he found that even if he sold the house, he would still owe the bank a mountain of debt. All the money he earned after struggling for over a decade since graduating from university was buried in the real estate market. If the leverage frenzy in the A-share market in 2015 was timely halted by the village chief, then the real estate bubble, which is 100 times more dangerous than the stock market's leverage frenzy, is what China should actively burst right now. Chen Chen proposed this suggestion to awaken a group of slightly sensible young people in front of the screen, relying on his title as a young entrepreneurial leader of the post-90s generation. Of course, this radical rhetoric had no market at the end of 2019. Everyone at the conference, including the host, was greatly shocked by Chen Chen's statements. Mr. Fong, does your advice to young people not to buy houses mean that you are not optimistic about the future development of real estate? The host asked awkwardly. Chen Chen smiled mysteriously. I am among the wealthiest of the post-90s, yet I am still renting a house. With that, the real estate developers in the audience all changed their expressions. Although Chen Chen did not explicitly state his views on the future of real estate, he set an example by renting, leaving endless room for imagination for the young netizens in front of the screen. If even this billionaire is renting, one can imagine the depth of the pit involved. Because from the outside, this well-known figure in the A-share market, Brother Fong, started with financial speculation and places great importance on the return rate on paper. If the risk of an investment target far exceeds the return rate, Brother Fong would definitely not touch it. Furthermore, Chen Chen hails from Wenzhou. What can ordinary people think of when mentioning Wenzhou? Of course, it's the name of the Wenzhou real estate speculation group. In the world, any excellent real estate project can see a bunch of Wenzhou people waving cash to buy, driving up prices and then profiting from reselling. With such a background, Chen Chen, however, does not touch real estate projects at all, and even leads by example by renting. One can imagine the huge response this segment of the live Q&A at the Zhejiang Business Conference will evoke among young people. So when Chen Chen finished answering 3 questions and returned to his seat, a large group of real estate developers from the Zhejiang business circle nearby cast him complex glances. Some were admiring, some were disdainful, and some carried a hint of hostility. After all, in the business world of China, cutting off someone's financial path is akin to killing their parents. Everyone knows that there is a bubble in real estate, and sooner or later, the shoe will drop. But this is ultimately a game similar to the Emperor's New Clothes in Andersen's fairy tale, where everyone pretends to be confused while knowing the truth. Only Chen Chen, as a reborn person, disregards worldly views and is not afraid of offending others, standing up in such an important occasion at the Zhejiang Business Conference, becoming the innocent child in the Emperor's New Clothes story. Is Mr. Fong really renting a house now? I have a vacant villa by the CC wetland that I originally planned to use for retirement. The location and environment are very good. Would you like me to give you a building? The neighbor, Shi Hongliang, wanted to build a good relationship with Chen Chen, so he waved his hand generously, directly offering a villa worth tens of millions. He, being in the municipal landscaping business, was not on the same path as the real estate developers. He also hoped to rely on Dingfeng Investment to help manage part of his family trust funds, which meant he had something to ask for. Moreover, that retirement villa was something Shi Hongliang acquired at a low price over a decade ago, so giving it away didn't hurt him at all. Seeing this, Chen laughed heartily. I'm used to living in a large flat now, so I won't take what others love. Mr. Sure wants to manage his assets later, just come to Dingphone to find me. Upon hearing this, Sure Hongliang felt that the matter was half settled, and a smile appeared on his face. The boss of Nice on the left, He Ming, seeing the lively conversation between the old and the young, also joined in. Old Sure, you can't hog it all. This matter has to include me. Naturally, Chen welcomed the business that came knocking. While the topic on stage hadn't ended, he kept chatting with these Zhejiang business tycoons about the progress of private equity funds. In the blink of an eye, he had already received investment intentions from more than a dozen Zhejiang business leaders. However, what Chen did not expect was that when the main topic of the Zhejiang business conference concluded, everyone began to disperse to the side hall, planning to grab something to eat to fill their stomachs before entering the next small circle. Nan Chenghui, the boss of Zhengtai Electric, proactively approached him. Young man, what you just said was too bold. It offended too many people. You need to be more careful in the business association from now on, or you might get schemed against without making any money. Elders from Wenzhou often refer to their juniors as young man, and Chen felt a sense of familiarity hearing the local dialect, so he scratched his head and said, Uncle Nan, it's not that I'm young and impulsive, I just didn't think before I spoke. Now you're scared and learned to call me uncle? Is Jack Ma someone you can offend? You. Nan Chenghui laughed and scolded him a couple of times, then took the initiative to lead Chen to the side hall. Later, I'll introduce you to the old guys from our Wenzhou business group. Remember, when we're out, we Wenzhou merchants are all one family, so don't confront people like you did just now. Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. After more than half a year of rebirth and laying out plans, he had finally found his own stronghold. Wenzhou, located at the southernmost tip of Jiang province, is adjacent to the northern Fujian region. Due to its mountainous terrain and scarce resources, along with its complex dialects that blend the genes of Zhejiang and Fujian, this barren land has historically nurtured a group of Wenzhou people who are big gamblers and love to venture out. Chen's ancestors were part of those who migrated from northern Fujian to escape war. After the pandemic, there was a time when it was touted online that Fuzhou people are everywhere in the world. Wherever there are Chinese people, there is bound to be a shadow of Fuzhou people. Little did they know, before entering the 21st century, it was the Wenzhou people who were the main characters among many overseas Chinese and overseas merchants, relying on over 800,000 overseas Chinese continuously sending back funds and technology. Since the reform and opening up, from a button, a lighter, a pair of leather shoes, to the first domestic civil aviation passenger route, all were pioneered by Wenzhou bosses. After decades of continuous development, the shoe and clothing leather, photovoltaic electrical appliances, mechanical processing, and various small commodity processing have become a mature industrial chain benefiting over 9 million people in Wenzhou. Among them, the more influential representatives were the Wenzhou business tycoons standing in the corners of the venue, whom Chen recognized at first glance after entering the side hall of the Zhejiang Business Conference. Hu Chengong from Delixi Electric, Wang Jintao from Aokong Group, Jean Bo from Red Dragonfly, and so on, are all well-known figures in the local business community. Among them, Yu Xiaoping from Huafeng Group, Zhang Wani from Ruili Group, are also Chen's fellow townsmen from Ruixian. Everyone spoke in a Wenzhou dialect that outsiders couldn't understand, and as soon as they met, they felt a sense of closeness, chatting in the corner of the side hall. Of course, the reason Chen could quickly break into the small group was also due to his impressive track record in the A-share market. In just half a year, he had accumulated a fortune of over 20 billion, held a controlling stake in a listed company, and built a medical device production base in Ruixian's coastal industrial park with a total investment of no less than 5 billion. In the context of grasping both finance and industry, even if the rise is too rapid, Chen is already able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the old-school Wenzhou businessmen, like those in the Wenzhou business circle, who are also worth billions. Of course, among these people, there are still impressive figures that Chen looks up to. That is a refined middle-aged man, subtly centered within the entire Wenzhou business community. Old Xiang, do you see this young man Xiaofeng? Does he have the same spirit as the young old Wang back in the day? As soon as Nan Chenghui arrived, he immediately introduced Chen to this refined middle-aged man. The refined middle-aged man smiled slightly. Indeed, he is not inferior to old Wang back then. This person is none other than Xiang Qingshan, the chairman of Qingshan Holdings, who is hidden among many wealthy individuals in Wenzhou and is so low-key that there are hardly any photos of him in the news. He is also the world nickel king who, in March 2022, during the international capital market event known as the Demon Nickel War, forced various foreign capital giants to bow their heads and submit due to an epic short squeeze. When it comes to Qingshan Holdings, not many ordinary people know its details. Even in Wenzhou, there are not many who know of this company, but it is enough to know that this Wenzhou company controls 80% of the world's nickel ore resources and has the largest stainless steel production globally. In reality, Xingshan Holdings has about 56,000 employees, with an annual revenue exceeding 380 billion, and the entire company's market value surpasses 1 trillion, ranking 14th among the top 500 private enterprises in China, making it a true industry giant. To joke a bit, whenever Xiang Qingshan sneezes, the global nickel-related futures market trembles. Yet, such a top figure who can dominate the international asset market is willing to play a supporting role in the Wenzhou business circle, even giving the position of Zhujiang Chamber of Commerce president to Nan Chenghui in the future, which shows his low profile in dealing with people. Who is the old Wang that Uncle Xiang and Uncle Nan mentioned? Chen Chen asked, puzzled. At this moment, Yu Xiaoping from Huafeng Chemical stepped forward to explain. Xiaofeng, you are too young. You haven't experienced the most glorious time of Wenzhou businessmen in the 1990s. The old Wang they are talking about is actually Wang Junyao, one of the three heroes of Wenzhou back then. As soon as this was said, the several Wenzhou business tycoons present all showed a hint of nostalgia. The three heroes of Wenzhou were Nan Chenghui from Yueqing, Xiang Qingshan from Longwan, and the last one, Wang Junyao from Xiangnan. When it comes to Wang Junyao, every person from Wenzhou has endless topics to discuss. That was a legend, a symbol among Wenzhou businessmen, and the most regrettable entrepreneurial talent for all Wenzhou people. It is known that a good company can often influence the development of a city. Just like Hangzhou, which incubated Alibaba and Taobao, allowing this city, once represented by the beautiful West Lake, to rise to become a new first-tier metropolis in the country. Jack Ma, who was just criticized by Qin Chen on the main stage, also became one of the representative figures of Hangzhou and even the Chinese business community due to his successful founding of Alibaba. Wang Juanyao's status in the business world was akin to that of Jack Ma in Wenzhou. It can also be said that these old Wenzhou businessmen present were once the backbone of the past. As for the business achievements of this former tycoon, even now they can be called formidable. After the reform and opening up, the first passenger flight route contracted by a private entity in China was opened by Wang Junyao himself. In that turbulent era, while various heroes were busy making a fortune, Wang Junyao dared to break through the policy taboos of that time, opening a door for the future civil aviation industry in China, which would be worth trillions, and it would not be an exaggeration to call it audacious. Founded by Wang Junyao, Junyao Airlines had already owned hundreds of passenger planes in the 1990s, including Boeing and Airbus models, and this airline continues to operate steadily in the skies of China to this day. The Junyao Group, which he personally established, was a true leading enterprise in Wenzhou during the 1990s. Its business scope extended into private aviation, dairy, real estate, taxi transportation, and healthcare industries. In contrast, that year, Jack Ma had just returned to Hangzhou from the capital to start his business, while Wang Juanyao's net worth had already reached hundreds of billions. To say it without exaggeration, if this legendary Wenzhou businessman were alive today, with Wang Juanyao's vision and business foresight, those on the rich list like Wang Jianlin, Jack Ma, Pony Ma, and Su Jiayin would probably have to bow down before him. Unfortunately, with Wang Juanyao's untimely death from cancer at the age of 38, all past glories faded like a dream. Without Wang Junyao at the helm, the subsequent development of the Junyao Group, like many other Wenzhou businesses, lost its leader and began to blend into the crowd. Among the remaining three Wenzhou elites, Nan Chenghui and Xiang Qingshan, although both were prominent figures of the same era as Wang Junyao, the former was more about maintaining the status quo than making progress, while the latter preferred to remain low-key and develop quietly. By 2019, the Wenzhou business community had already become like a scattered sand, each fighting their own battles. Even the entire economy of Wenzhou had stagnated after Wang Juanyao's passing. It wasn't until Chen Chen's Dingfeng investment suddenly rose that a spark of new vitality was injected into the lifeless Wenzhou business group. Of course, after hearing about the impressive achievements of the former top three Wenzhou businessmen, Chen Chen couldn't help but sigh. In his view, if the great Wang Junyao were still alive, the young people in Wenzhou today wouldn't have to worry about job prospects after graduation. Even in his past life, Chen Chen wouldn't have had to fall into despair and work in a factory just to make ends meet. The person has passed, and discussing these old stories here is meaningless. The future development of Wenzhou's economy will depend on young talents like Xiaofeng. Xiang Qingshan interrupted this nostalgic topic. As the only one in the team capable of reaching a trillion scale, many people listened to Xiang Qingshan's words. As for Chen Shen, after understanding the current situation of the Wenzhou business community, he presented his first grand plan in front of everyone. Dear seniors, I have a major project in the planning stage, and I wonder if you are interested in hearing about it. If this project succeeds, I can't guarantee that everyone's net worth will multiply several times, but opening a trillion-level industrial track for Wenzhou is definitely possible. A new trillion-level track? As Chen Shen painted this grand vision, the veteran Wenzhou businessmen present all perked up their ears. After all, the current Wenzhou is no longer as strong as it once was. By 2019, the total GDP of Wenzhou, which governs 4 urban districts, 5 counties, and 3 county-level cities, barely reached over 660 billion, with a per capita GDP of only 63,600 yuan. In contrast, Ningbo, which was once known as one of the twin heroes of Jiang province alongside Wenzhou in the 1990s, had already entered the trillion GDP club in 2017, leaving Wenzhou far behind. The reason for the current situation, aside from the passing of the backbone of the Wenzhou business community, Mr. Wang Junyao, is also intricately related to China's accession to the WTO in 2001. Speaking of this, one must mention the industrial transfer that was a hot topic after the pandemic before Chen Shen's rebirth. In fact, industrial transfer is not an innovative concept in the country. As early as the beginning of the 21st century, this policy had been piloted in Wenzhou. In order to accommodate the entry of the World Trade Organization and to establish Shanghai as the economic center of China, around 2001, a series of well-known companies that had risen in Wenzhou, such as Junyao Group, Samir Group, Dafeng Real Estate, and Meters Banhui, relocated their headquarters to Shanghai at that special moment. With the departure of these leading enterprises, the economy of Wenzhou felt as if its backbone had been pulled out, and from then on, it began to languish. Even the plans to build a rail transit or urban subway were delayed repeatedly due to a lack of funds, and it wasn't until before Chen Shen's rebirth that they barely managed to produce 2 half-dead light rail lines. Now, when Chen Shen brought up the term trillion-dollar track again, it was like throwing a bomb into the stagnant waters of the Wenzhou business community. Even though they all knew Chen Shen was just painting a big picture and trying to entice them, Xiang Qingshan and Nan Chenghui couldn't help but be moved. Uncles and brothers, you should all know that I have set up a medical device production base in the Binhai Industrial Park. Actually, this is just the first step in my plan. My real goal is to build the first medical and health industry city in the country and even the world in Ruixian. Chen Shen's eyes sparkled as he revealed his long-conceived plan. Medical health industry city? So, Xiaofeng, what you mean is a wholesale distribution center similar to the Yiwu International Commodity City, but only for medical devices and pharmaceuticals? Nan Xinghui's eyes turned, and as the eldest among the 3 Wenzhou business leaders, he immediately understood Chen Shen's intention. Because the Yiwu small commodity market was, to be honest, initially built with the help of Wenzhou merchants. In the 1990s, similar wholesale markets were being built across the country. The origin of these small commodity wholesale markets actually dates back to the container markets of the former Soviet Union. During that era, a large number of Wenzhou merchants ventured to the northeastern border to do business, and through various fortuitous circumstances, they learned and improved upon this business model from the Russians. Before 2008, places like the old train station in Wenzhou and the shopping mall on Binhai Road in Ruixian were famous nationwide wholesale markets. Merchants from all over the country gathered in these 2 places to purchase shoes, clothing, and various small electrical goods produced by factories throughout Wenzhou. Brands like Aokong, Kongnai, Red Dragonfly, and Spider King swept the nation during that time, earning Wenzhou the title of Shoe City of China. It wasn't until the Yiwu International Commodity City and Hangzhou's Sijiking came to copy the homework, leveraging their geographical advantages, transportation cost benefits, and the rise of e-commerce, that the traditional wholesale markets of Ruixian and Wenzhou's old train station were gradually eliminated from the historical stage. Of course, Wenzhou had many glorious achievements in the business field in the past. The Shoe City of China, the electric appliance capital of China, the lighter city of China, the button city, and the hometown of auto parts, among others, had many industries that once held the crown in their respective fields. However, under the broader context of industrial transfer, many industry titles were taken away by emerging competitors. The Medical Health City project proposed by Chen Shen aimed to take advantage of the pandemic, avoiding the spotlight of the Yiwu International Commodity City and Hangzhou's Alibaba e-commerce, and to reopen a unique industrial track for Wenzhou. Medical health? Huh? It's so similar. This track was also proposed by old Wang back in the day. Xiang Qingshan's eyes showed a hint of nostalgia. In Chen Shen, this current backbone of the Wenzhou business community saw a shadow of a past acquaintance. Because the health brand under Junyao Group has successfully gone public on the A-share market, it shows how far-sighted the layout vision of Wang Junyao, one of the three heroes back then, was. Even if only a little afterglow remains, it is enough for his family to benefit for generations. Xiaofeng, your idea is good, but none of us here are in the medical device or pharmaceutical industry, so how can we help you? Asked Yu Xiaoping, a fellow villager from Ruixian. This big shot's main business is in chemical polymer materials, and he has achieved the #1 position in the country with just the polyurethane industry. Huafeng Group has an annual output value of around 30 billion, with nearly 20,000 employees, consistently holding the top position in Ruixian. However, just as Yu Xiaoping asked, the local businessmen present have no connection to the medical and health industry, and even if they wanted to enter this field, they would be unable to do so due to a lack of expertise. After all, their specialties are unrelated. It wouldn't make sense to have these bosses who sell shoes, electrical appliances, automotive parts, and industrial raw materials switch careers to produce medical supplies, would it? Or to ask them to pool their money together? Uncles and aunts, you don't need to invest, just wait until my Blue Health Mall officially opens, and then establish an e-commerce department to join in. Chen Chen explained briefly about the concept of Blue Health Mall. Upon hearing this, Yin Qingshan and the others frowned. Wasn't this so-called Blue Health Mall just a copy of Taobao, Tmall, or JD.com? In the e-commerce field of Huaxia in 2019, aside from Pinduoduo, which could still compete with these two industry giants, platforms like Vipshop and Suning.com were all in a state of near collapse. Even the former richest man Wang Jianlin had taken a huge fall in the e-commerce arena alongside the Penguin. What charm could this yet-to-be-launched Blue Health Mall have to carve out a path in an already mature e-commerce market? Just relying on those so-called medical devices and drugs? The local businessmen present couldn't understand and couldn't even begin to imagine. When the pandemic hit, how crazy would buyers and consumers across the country and even the world be to snatch up a box of masks, a thermometer, or a pack of cold medicine online? Chen Chen wanted to leverage the massive traffic wave after the Spring Festival to create a golden avenue for Blue Health Mall and the declining Wensure. As for competing with established e-commerce giants like Alibaba, JD, and PDD, Chen Chen was already mentally prepared. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offended Jack Ma of Alibaba in just a few words during the main stage of the Zhejiang Business Conference. It was all just paving the way for the upcoming platform battles. The Zhejiang Business Conference at the end of 2019 concluded amidst various clamors and discussions in small circles. On the way back, Chen Chen leaned back in the rear seat of the Hongqi L5, contemplating his future business plans while admiring the urban night scene of Hangzhou outside the car window. At this moment, due to his mind racing, he didn't notice that Lin Yueton, sitting next to him, was secretly observing him with admiration. This ice queen didn't idle away her time while waiting in the side hall. She took advantage of the 2-hour wait to network with many business elites, expanding her venture capital connections. However, what made Lin Yueton feel most proud was that her young boss could actually compete on stage with a top figure like Jack Ma. What level was Jack Ma of Alibaba? He was a figure who had influenced the Huaxia business world for nearly a decade. The fact that her boss could share the stage with such a top influencer made all the business elites in the side hall turn their heads in surprise when the live broadcast was shown. Moreover, Chen Chen had been spouting golden quotes at the conference, and his 3 responses to questions about young investors resonated deeply with the young audience. Having this opportunity to observe her boss up close, Lin Yueton's admiration for Chen Chen was about to overflow. Of course, at this moment, Chen Chen had no mind to flirt with his female subordinate. His mind was filled with how to truly activate the resources controlled by the group of big shots in the Wenzhou business circle. For Chen Chen, a reborn individual, after winning that peculiar lottery, he had achieved true financial freedom. He was no longer lacking in material enjoyment. What truly piqued his interest was how to give back the value and wealth he created to society, while also driving the economy of his hometown, Wenzhou, to achieve a second leap forward. As for why he wanted to bring in old-school Wenzhou businessmen like Nan Chenghui and Xiang Qingshan, it was not only because of their influence but also out of genuine admiration for these veteran entrepreneurs. During the industrial migration after China joined the WTO in 2001, companies like Zhengtai Group and Qingshan Holdings could have followed the main force of Wenzhou businessmen to settle in Shanghai and enjoyed nearly 20 years of development dividends there. However, under the leadership of the two heroes, they unanimously chose to stay in Wenzhou and dedicate their lifelong efforts to their hometown. Nowadays, the Wenzhou business circle is primarily focused on manufacturing, with finance as a supplement. Each large enterprise employs at least a few thousand people, and many employ tens of thousands, most of whom are local residents, affecting the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of families in Wenzhou. This structure is what Chen Chen admires the most and is the main reason he wants to lead these naive compatriots to explore new avenues. That night, as a reborn individual, Chen Chen thought a lot. Meanwhile, the aftermath of his interview at the Zhejiang Business Conference caused a huge stir on the internet. First, the phrase "young people advise experts not to advise" trended on social media. This hot meme, born from the future in 2022, was brought up by Qin Shen ahead of time, almost hitting the heart of all young netizens. Another point is that as a new generation billionaire born in the 90s, Qin Shen's suggestion at the conference to young people not to buy houses began to influence the entire market under the internet's hype. Originally, by the end of the year, the housing and car markets in China were at their peak transaction season. After all, after a year of hard work, ordinary people were thinking about taking out their savings to buy big items and improve their lives. Whether it was discussing marriage or preparing for a new home for their children, major real estate projects would launch promotional activities at the end of the year. The transaction volume in the housing and car markets at the end of the year was even more robust than the so-called Golden September and Silver October. When Qin Shen suggested not to buy houses, a portion of young people who were paying attention to internet trends completely disagreed. Didn't they see that this young billionaire, dubbed by the media as skilled at extracting high returns from the stock market, was advising against buying houses? They must have thought he had insider information that ordinary people couldn't access, knowing in advance that housing prices were about to drop. The scene at the Zhejiang Business Conference where he fiercely confronted Jack Ma was then hyped up by various self-media. Young people following the trending topics online began to advise their parents to be cautious and to avoid buying houses in the near future. Even if they were to buy a house, they should wait until after the holidays. In such a bizarre atmosphere, the once booming housing market suddenly felt like it had been doused with cold water, and the transaction volume over the weekend was directly halved. Many real estate agents and salespeople took to social media to complain about the strange situation that weekend. Deals that had been going well inexplicably fell through. As a result, there was a chorus of complaints throughout the real estate market, with many industry professionals and experts starting to lash out at Qin Shen. They said that a young man who started in financial investment knew nothing about real estate. Of course, this was still the situation in the domestic housing market. When the market opened on Monday morning, the entire A-share market experienced a rare low opening gap since December. Originally, the Shanghai Composite Index, which had been heated up by stocks like Saturday, suddenly plummeted nearly 100 points from its high of 3,200. More than 272 real estate companies saw their stocks decline to varying degrees. Some dropped a few points, while others directly hit the limit down by 10 points. Even well-known real estate companies listed in Hong Kong, such as Begiyuan, Hongtai, and Sunac, all experienced a spectacular plunge. Related sectors like building materials, decoration, and home furnishings also began to show a chain reaction of collective declines, as if they had caught a severe disease. Retail investors gathered in the stock forum, originally hoping to profit from the hype before the new year, woke up early to wait for the market to open. But when they looked, they were completely stunned by the sudden scene of thousands of stocks turning red. What the heck? What's going on? Is the stock market crash back? Explosion. As soon as Brother Fong spoke, the real estate sector led the decline. Collapse. This is what happens when he speaks. Facepalm. Retail investors in the forum were buzzing with discussions, and the screen was filled with flash crash, retail investors, emojis. After all, Brother Fong is a top speculator in today's A-share market, and his golden reputation is quite impressive. Stocks operated by Brother Fong either soar or plummet, almost influencing the market trends for nearly half a year. With Brother Feng's bearish remarks on the real estate market, how could the already fragile A-share market not turn a vast green? Therefore, Qin Shen, who was watching the morning trends, even posted a meme with a silly panda head and a black question mark emoji on his social account. His post made netizens and retail investors laugh in anger. Brother Fong said, "This is definitely not my doing. It's none of my business, haha." Brother Fong must be scared this time, laughing and crying. Brother Fong, please say something nice to the outside world. Facepalm, our A-share market is weak and can't handle your antics. Husky sticking out tongue. JPG, there's an insider. Stop trading. Over. Qin Shen didn't expect that his few remarks at the Zhejiang Business Conference would have such a significant chain reaction, even affecting the entire Chinese stock market. As a reborn person, what he feared most now was not the Securities Regulatory Commission or the village chief. After all, since entering the market in May, all of Qin Shen's trading operations have been clean, without any insider information or violations. Before obtaining private and public fund licenses, Qin Shen only had one stock account, mainly playing a one-sided all-in strategy in the A-share market. If honest individual investors like him were caught, then there would be no living person left in the entire A-share market. What Chen Chen was most worried about now was that the more he did, the greater the impact on future trends. Once the historical process underwent a significant change, his advantage as a reborn person would be lost. Take the sudden flash crash in the real estate sector, for instance. It was completely absent in his past life memories. Therefore, Chen Chen had worried for half a day while watching the market. Fortunately, by Monday afternoon, the A-share market began to regain strength. The more than 100-point pit created by the real estate sector was lifted back up by a mysterious force from the brokerage sector. Looking at the K-line repair chart, Chen Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. It seems the higher-ups stepped in to stabilize the market. Otherwise, I couldn't bear the blame for this crash. After 2 days of fluctuations in the A-share market, which had not temporarily deviated from the trends of past memories, Chen Chen's anxious heart finally eased a bit. However, before the New Year's holiday arrived, he still had quite a few work-related matters to handle. Taking advantage of the good weather in Hangzhou, Chen Chen first visited the Huaya High-Tech Industrial Park located in the Binjiang district. The operations center for the Blue Guard Mall project he had previously instructed was currently settled in this park. The reason for placing the future e-commerce operations center of the Blue Guard system here was entirely due to its geographical advantages. Huaya is very close to major internet companies like Alibaba and NetEase, with a straight-line distance of less than 1 kilometer. It is very convenient for HR to recruit talent. Since he had already offended Jack Ma at the conference, Chen Chen had no psychological burden when he swung his pickaxe at Alibaba. Moreover, this place is right next to the Xiaosha University town, providing a rich reserve of human resources, with IT programmers and fresh graduates almost everywhere. With such environmental advantages, Chen Chen's initial investment of 200 million yuan had already made the operations center of the Blue Guard Mall look somewhat presentable. Upon arrival, Chen Chen saw the operations center bustling with activity. The densely packed workstations were filled with various high-end computers and large screens dedicated to programming, all running busily. Programmers dressed in plaid shirts, wearing black-rimmed glasses, and sporting P-level name tags were coming in and out of various office areas, with at least 100 people already on duty. As soon as the operations center's head, Shui Ziyuan, heard that the big boss was coming for a surprise inspection, he immediately led 2 capable subordinates to invite this young chairman, who seemed a bit out of place, into the office. "Chairman Chen, I'm sorry, we've been busy catching up on progress lately, and the office is too messy to tidy up," Shui Ziyuan said, looking at the overflowing ashtray and scattered notebooks, his face showing a bit of embarrassment. He was a big shot in the industry recruited through a headhunter, 42 years old this year. He had previously worked in Alibaba and the Penguin e-commerce department, holding a relatively high position, being a senior expert at the P12 level and above in large companies. Due to the failure of the e-commerce project between Penguin and Wanda, even a technical expert like Shui Ziyuan was affected. Not getting along well at his old company and often being undermined by his superiors, old Shui decided to jump ship with the help of a headhunter. Of course, when Chen Chen saw the messy office, he was not angry but rather pleased. After glancing at Shui Ziyuan's disheveled, greasy hairstyle, he could tell at a glance that this unkempt guy was someone who got things done. So he sat down on the sofa without any disdain and inquired about the progress of the Blue Guard Mall project. "To be honest, Chairman Chen, our Blue Guard Mall app is currently undergoing stress testing. The public beta version will be officially launched right after the new year," Shui Ziyuan reported while taking out a notebook. Chen Chen didn't know much about IT. In his past life, he was just a factory worker who liked to post jokes in the comments section. But even if he hadn't seen a pig run, he had eaten pork. With the leading memories of the next 5 years, Chen Chen immediately asked Shui Ziyuan for a download link for the test version of the app. After downloading it to his phone, he quickly browsed through it. The app interface design was very similar to the layouts of JD and Taobao, with a navigation menu at the top and product links pushed by the back-end algorithm below. The color scheme adopted the unique blue and white tones of the Blue Guard system, looking very avant-garde and novel. However, after just a few scrolls, Chen Chen immediately made several suggestions. Remove all these big data algorithm push links at the bottom of the homepage. There shouldn't be any splash screen ads, and the automatic live broadcast feature should be completely deleted. As soon as these words were spoken, the trio in the office erupted in exclamations. Those in IT dread encountering an outsider leading the industry. They worked hard for more than a month, optimizing countless versions. In order to fix the code and eliminate bugs, they stayed up late, losing countless brain cells and shedding end strands of hair. The boss can't just come in for the first time and say to cut everything, right? So, as the project leader, Shui Ziyuan argued, "Chairman Chen, what you mentioned are the most common e-commerce platform features on the market. If we cut all of them, won't our app be a bit too monotonous? Chen smiled non-committally. What's wrong with a monotonous function? User experience is the most important. As a reborn person, he was well aware of how flashy those e-commerce platform apps became after the pandemic. Clicking in, there were a bunch of jump links and live streaming sales rooms that ordinary users disliked. During holidays, they would come up with activity version updates that directly lowered the user experience to the minimum. And those messy discounts, coupons, and vouchers made any online shopping consumer's head hurt. If it weren't for the market being monopolized by a few leading e-commerce platforms, with no other choices, Chen from his previous life would have wanted to uninstall apps like Taobao, Pinduoduo, and JD from his phone long ago. Now that there was an opportunity to create an e-commerce platform himself, Chen naturally wanted to keep it as simple as possible. Of course, there was a reason behind Chen's reckless cutting of functions like slicing fruit. The more complex the app's functions, the higher the hardware performance requirements for the phone. When the pandemic hit, over 1 billion people from all over the country would need to scramble for masks. At that time, a large group of middle-aged and elderly consumers with old or antique phones would join the rush, so the simpler and smaller the Blueguard Mall app was, the more suitable it would be for widespread promotion. Listening to Chen's suggestions for changes to the homepage interface and the underlying design logic, he even proactively asked a technician for a 10-year-old smartphone for running tests. Xue Ziyuan and the others were all surprised. It turned out that this young chairman was not an outsider but had his own unique insights into UI design. After Chen's revisions, the Blueguard Mall app's interface indeed became much more streamlined, even giving off a sense of returning to simplicity with a retro aesthetic after a trial run. Thus, the way everyone looked at Chen shifted from disdain to a bit of awe. They weren't afraid of the boss messing around, they were afraid the boss truly understood the field. Those of them working in software design had no technical flaws, but sometimes there weren't many who truly understood the users. Take Alibaba's Alipay, for example, which has been criticized since its inception. Not only was Alipay's interface flashy, but it also ran very sluggishly. An app produced by a big company had a UI design as poor as if the project had been outsourced to a third-rate small team. In contrast, Tencent's WeChat Pay was simple and user-friendly. A stroll through the vegetable market showed that most of the older vegetable vendors were using WeChat Pay, highlighting the huge gap in technical foundation between the two. Of course, in addition to suggesting revisions to the app, Chen also observed the web version and WeChat mini program version of Blueguard Mall on site, once again providing some unique suggestions as a reborn person. Additionally, regarding the integration of electronic payment ports, Chen made adjustments, drag Alipay's default position to the end, and move WeChat Pay to the front. The remaining Union Pay and others can be placed in the middle by default. Due to the lack of an internet finance license, Blueguard Mall could only use payment ports from other major companies for now. However, after falling out with Jack Ma, Chen naturally wouldn't use his own product to help his competitor attract traffic. In his vision, Blueguard Mall was supposed to compete with Taobao and Tmall, and continuing to default on Alipay payments was like aiding the enemy. Chairman Chen, I see you have high hopes for Penguin's WeChat. Should I contact my old employer to get us a separate independent window under the WeChat wallet? Xue Ziyuan asked. When JD was besieged by Alibaba in the market back then, they used the strategy of clinging to a big leg, leveraging WeChat's port to drive traffic, which allowed them to carve out a bloody path and regain a foothold in the market. However, Chen did not lack traffic at the moment. He knew that once the pandemic hit, all the traffic in the country would focus on Blueguard Mall. Therefore, he immediately rejected Xue Ziyuan's proposal. Firstly, he did not want to give up shares like JD's strong brother, and secondly, Blueguard Mall was too small at this point. A platform that wasn't even officially launched had no right to ask WeChat for help in driving traffic. Let's first establish a good relationship with WeChat, and we can discuss the independent window later when conditions allow for deeper cooperation. But we must finalize the collaboration with Douyin e-commerce first. Prepare the back-end services in advance to facilitate the entry of Douyin merchants later, Chen instructed, emphasizing another important matter. As a reborn individual, Chen understood that the future domestic e-commerce market would belong to Douyin e-commerce. With the unique charm of internet celebrities promoting products, Douyin e-commerce would carve out a bloody path from the existing dominance of Taobao, Pinduoduo, and JD in the coming years. In 2019, Douyin e-commerce had not truly risen yet and was the smallest among the 4 mainstream e-commerce platforms in the future. Blueguard Mall was even less than a small player in front of these e-commerce giants. It was like the cooperation between Wu and Shu against Chao Wei during the Three Kingdoms period. Forming alliances to resist the strong was currently the best survival strategy for Blueguard Mall. Bites Douyin e-commerce? I understand, I'll have someone follow up immediately, Xue Ziyuan said, his eyes lighting up at Chen Chen's analysis. People like them, who were tech experts, had their own skills, but their overall perspective was far inferior to that of Chen Chen, the leader of the enterprise. Take this pressure test, for example. When Xue Ziyuan suggested using 1 million daily active users for the test, Chen Chen immediately decided to add 2 more zeros to that number. Over 100 million daily active users for the pressure test? Chairman Chen, isn't that a bit wasteful? Xue Ziyuan and several subordinates shivered at the thought. It's worth noting that JD's daily active user count was only over 60 million now. As a newly established e-commerce platform with no reputation in the industry, how could they gather so many users? Just test it, as I said. Don't worry about the server expenses. To me, it's just small change. Chen Chen waved his hand and issued a firm order, relying on his identity as an investor. However, Chen Chen's visit to Blue Guard Mall was not just a simple inspection and guidance. When he announced that he would inject an additional 500 million in reserve funds into the Blue Guard Mall project, Xue Ziyuan and his team all lit up with excitement. They all knew their investor was not short on money, but they didn't expect him to be this generous. Just for an invisible e-commerce platform project, he poured in 700 million. This was quite rare in the internet startup scene. Of course, with this large investment, the Blue Guard Mall project team would not only need to upgrade their hardware and software but also expand their personnel significantly according to Chen Chen's requirements. Despite the year-end approaching, with major companies celebrating their annual performance, the period before and after the new year was a peak time for programmers to leave and switch jobs. Many programmers who were unhappy in their original positions would take their year-end bonuses and leave without a second thought. Chen Chen planned to seize this opportunity to contact these people before the pandemic lockdown, and then recruit a batch of IT talents from the market. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome to hire after the pandemic hit. By then, the entire internet workplace would be working online, and for a startup team, having employees working from home would significantly reduce operational efficiency. Therefore, in addition to announcing an additional investment of 500 million, Chen Chen also urged the HR department to hurry up and recruit people before the Spring Festival. Besides ensuring adequate salary and benefits, Chen Chen specifically approved a settlement bonus to attract talent. Anyone who could start before the Spring Festival would receive a corresponding financial subsidy based on their job level, ranging from a few thousand yuan to even over 100,000. As for the overtime pay for those who would stay on duty during the holiday, Chen Chen generously raised it from the market-recognized 3 times salary to 5 times salary. With such generous rewards, the entire Blue Guard Mall project team became highly motivated, and the number of employees signing up to stay during the Spring Festival surged. Working for such a generous boss was a dream come true for almost all job seekers. Even the accompanying secretary, Tang Jingjing, asked, "Mr. Chen, will other project teams also follow the 5 times salary standard? The annual meeting is coming up. Should we announce this standard in advance?" Chen Chen nodded. Overtime pay within the company will follow a unified standard. Those willing to stay on duty during the Spring Festival will also receive an additional cash bonus of 888 yuan. In his previous life, he had worked in a factory and understood the mindset of frontline employees. When discussing overtime with employees at the end of the year, one must not appeal to sentiment or future development. As a newly established company, Blue Guard Technology had no glorious entrepreneurial history, so it was most practical to talk money directly with the employees. A sudden inspection of the internet project under his name concluded successfully under Chen Chen's generous spending. During this trip to the operations center, he not only provided numerous suggestions for the Blue Guard Mall software but also temporarily finalized several major business strategies. Since this e-commerce platform was positioned to compete with Tmall and JD.com, there were clear threshold requirements for recruiting businesses. First, the registered capital of the enterprise must not be less than 1 million, and the operating duration must meet at least 1 year. In the early stages of Taobao and Pinduoduo, counterfeit and inferior products were rampant. Even after 10 years of cultivation, this problem still persisted. To eliminate such occurrences, in addition to increasing back-end reviews, the entry threshold for shops must be raised. Besides requiring the marketing department of Blue Guard Technology to connect with major domestic and international medical device and pharmaceutical brands, Chen Chen also helped Blue Guard Mall find suppliers for daily necessities in advance. The Wenshu area, as the supply chain source for Yiwu's small commodity and Sijiking wholesale markets, was filled with small and medium sellers on Taobao and Pinduoduo. Coupled with the response from local leading brands like Chint Electric and Alcon Leather, as long as they could increase daily active traffic, they need not worry about a lack of merchants. As for the fee standards for merchants, Chen Chen also made clear distinctions. Small and medium sellers could be exempt from annual fees, and even transaction commissions could be waived. However, the deposit for entry needed to be raised to a minimum of 100,000 to ensure after-sales safety and eliminate unscrupulous merchants. In addition, discussions on logistics and delivery needed to be comprehensive, with established courier systems like Shinton, Yunda, Shunphone, and the Postal Service all needing to be connected. If it weren't for limited funds, Qin Shen would have wanted to set up his own courier team. At the very least, one should learn from JD's Chang Gu and build a service system to complete the last mile of delivery for e-commerce and express delivery. In short, the difficulty of starting an internet business is even greater than that of doing real industry. It's not something that can be clarified in just a few words. Qin Shen could only outline a big framework and let his employees figure out how to push it forward. Time flies, and before long, it was once again the annual Christmas on December 25th. In his previous life, Qin Shen had no particular feelings for this foreign holiday. However, now that he had a girlfriend and had shed his identity as a single dog, he couldn't help but indulge in the customs. After all, no matter what holiday couples in the country celebrate, it ultimately turns into Valentine's Day, leading to a flurry of activity in hotels. So, taking advantage of the training session at the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China provincial branch where Zhu Yao, his main girlfriend, was attending, Qin Shen specially arranged an itinerary. The temporary rental flat at Sunshine Coast was off limits. That place bore traces of Pan Yu's life, and if Zhu Yao stayed there, it would immediately expose him. Women are naturally like Sherlock Holmes, able to detect whether their partners are cheating or being unfaithful from the tiniest details. Therefore, Qin Shen booked a presidential suite at the Hilton on Qingchun Road as a temporary resting place for his girlfriend's visit to Hangzhou. Compared to the hotel accommodations reimbursed by the bank, the suite at the Hilton was naturally luxurious to the extreme. Even the colleagues from the bank who came along for training felt that Zhu Yao's boyfriend was incredibly considerate, secretly envying him. On Christmas Eve, after having dinner at a Black Pearl restaurant, the young couple, who had just confirmed their relationship, joined the throngs of men and women in Hangzhou to watch the city light show at Xianjiang Century New City's Riverside Park. The ubiquitous Christmas tree decorations and the occasional appearance of Santa Claus cosplayers made the atmosphere very lively. Hangzhou is so lively. In Ruixian, there are only a few small activities at the Woyue Plaza during Christmas, Zhu Yao said, looking at the crowd around her, tightly gripping Qin Shen's hand. Hangzhou is a new first-tier city, full of opportunities and hot money. Young people love to come here to be Hangzhou drifters, which is definitely much better than Ruixian. Qin Shen smiled slightly, leading Zhu Yao to squeeze in front of a Santa Claus carrying a large sack. The Santa Claus was originally just standing in the park taking photos with the young people enjoying themselves. Upon seeing Qin Shen, it was as if they had exchanged a secret signal. He took out a beautifully wrapped Christmas gift from the large sack and handed it to Zhu Yao. "Is this for me?" Zhu Yao was taken aback by the sudden gift. Turning back, she saw Qin Shen signaling her to open the box, and she immediately realized it was a little surprise arranged by her boyfriend. After all, with so many people around to watch and take pictures, she was the only one receiving a Christmas gift. As she took the gift box, the young people gathered around began to cheer. "Hurry, open it and see. This is a Christmas gift I specially prepared for you," Qin Shen whispered in Zhu Yao's ear. Zhu Yao's cheeks flushed as she slowly opened the gift box amidst the cheers. Inside the box was a striking red button. Zhu Yao, not quite understanding what the button was for, could only gently press it under the urging of the onlookers. The next second, the city light show across the Qiantang River, which had just finished, unexpectedly lit up again at that moment. A reindeer pulling a sleigh leaped into the scene, gradually stepping out from the LED light show of the buildings. This sudden scene sent the entire Riverside Park into a frenzy. "Look, it's a drone. They actually arranged a drone show tonight?" All the visitors present were stunned by this timely Christmas performance, quickly taking out their phones to take photos and videos. When the sleigh made of drone slowly moved overhead, and the little deer turned back to drop a small gift box marked with the character from the sky, the entire Binjiang Park erupted. Coupled with the additional light show and drone performance, it turned out that this was all orchestrated by the couple in front of us? How much did this cost to make his girlfriend happy? Especially the young female tourists on site, their gazes towards Zhu Yao were almost twisted with envy and jealousy. Because that glowing gift box descending from the sky was not just for show. It was being delivered by a small drone, which was carrying a car key, flying low to present it to Zhu Yao. At the same time, 7 trucks adorned with Christmas decorations pulled over from the main road outside the park. These trucks were not carrying containers, but transparent gift boxes illuminated from within. Inside the boxes were 7 colorful Volkswagen Beetles in red, orange, yellow, green, blue, pink, and purple, each with a label spray painted with the character on the doorframe. "Yao Yao, didn't you want to drive? I didn't know which car you liked, so I bought you 7 Beetles. From now on, you can change the color you drive to work every day," and have a different good mood every day, Chen Chen explained, pointing at the row of gifts. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yao's face turned even redder, completely enveloped by happiness and joy, as she hugged Chen Chen's arm and said, "Thank you, darling." When she pressed the car key in her hand, the 7 cute beetles simultaneously lit up their unlock lights. One car key unlocking 7 cars? This scene instantly drove the young women in Hangzhou present into a frenzy of jealousy. This guy is too good at flirting. Thus, the visitors celebrating the holiday took photos, posted on social media, and even the trending topics on Douyin and Xiaohongshu were completely dominated that night by this unique Christmas gift in Binjiang Park. Women are emotional beings, and they are also prone to jealousy. The Christmas card-giving ceremony that took place in Binjiang Park ignited a fiery gossip among female netizens online. Who wouldn't want such a generous and romantic boyfriend? Consequently, under the deep digging of many female netizens, the details of this Christmas proposal ceremony became a hot topic among local female influencers in Hangzhou. Although the idea of gifting a car-blind box to a girlfriend had been played out on the streets by wealthy individuals since the pandemic, with various supercars and Rolls-Royces being transported in this manner, this concept of a car-blind box was making its debut in 2019. Thus, on Weibo and Xiaohongshu, various cost details of this gift show were disclosed by insiders from various industries. First was the cost of the City Light Show, which was significantly more expensive than the advertising screen prices at the Bund in Shanghai. The opening cost was 50,000 yuan per second, and it took a total of 1 minute for the sleigh with the little deer to come out, costing a total of 3 million yuan. Even more exaggerated was that the light show in Hangzhou had no sales channels. One had to have deep connections to find the management to take on this business. The second was the drone performance, which deployed over 5,000 drones to create the Christmas deer, costing over 1 million yuan. Finally, there were the 7 different colored Volkswagen Beetles, which had been discontinued since July 2019. They were not available for purchase in the country. It was only through Chen Chen's connections as the owner of a car dealership that he managed to import these new cars from Mexico, with each one quoted at over 400,000 yuan including customs clearance, totaling over 3 million yuan for the 7 cars including service fees. Once the gift list worth over 7 million was compiled, the female netizens on Xiaohongshu and Weibo were all envious. Guys, who understands? To surprise his girlfriend, this guy spent over 7 million in just a few minutes. I'm shocked, looking at the Christmas gifts my boyfriend prepared. It's either lipstick or perfume. Disappointed. Don't even mention it. My boyfriend just treated me to a bowl of spicy hot pot and that was it. Facepalm. Sigh. Comparing people makes one feel inferior. Sigh. The netizens were all discussing. The identities of the male and female leads in the video were also thoroughly investigated in this gossip. The male lead, Chen Chen, was relatively fine. Recently trending online, he was quickly recognized as a new billionaire in his 90s from Wonshur. However, the female lead, with her graceful demeanor, was quite unfamiliar. It was only later that a classmate and colleague of Zhu Yao stepped forward anonymously to reveal her identity as a bank employee from a small town. This revelation made the female netizens following the story even more envious. A young billionaire lavishly pursuing an ordinary girl from a regular family? Isn't this just a modern version of the Cinderella fairy tale? Thus, while the female netizens were gossiping and sending their blessings, they couldn't help but wish to insert themselves into the story. Many even became quite obsessed with it. Naturally, Chen Chen paid no attention to the commotion online. On the night he presented the carefully prepared gifts, he accompanied his girlfriend to a Hilton suite for a romantic evening. Since it was Zhu Yao's first time, Chen Chen was particularly gentle that night. The day after Christmas, after dropping his girlfriend off for training, he returned to Dingfeng Investment to handle affairs as usual. His secretary, Tang Jingjing, came in with dark circles under her eyes, a bit jealous, holding a pile of documents. It seemed this secretary had stayed up late reading the trending gossip about her boss. As a result, the way she looked at Chen Chen this morning was almost piercing. Jingjing, why did you close the door? Chen Chen had been focused on the A-share market trends, studying the capital market layout for the coming year. But upon hearing the sound of the door clicking shut, he immediately sensed something was off. Looking up, he saw Tang Jingjing dressed in office attire, with red lips, a white shirt, and a black leather skirt, wearing thick black purple stockings for winter, with 2 buttons of her collar deliberately undone. What was worse, this leggy secretary had even put on a pair of extremely seductive office glasses, slowly walking over to Chen Chen's side while holding the documents. Before Chen Chen could react, she knelt down under the boss's chair, tossed her hair back, and looked up at the young chairman with a side glance, lightly biting her red lips. I didn't lock the door, you know. Hearing such provocative words, Chen Chen was completely stunned. This newly hired secretary really knew how to play. Coming in early in the morning to pull this stunt? Soon, the office was filled with the sound of Chen Chen gasping for air from the heating. This woman was venting all her pent-up feelings from spending Christmas alone on him. After about 40 minutes, after reporting on the progress of various projects, the once slightly downcast Tang Jingjing walked out of the chairman's office as if she had taken a revitalizing tonic, her demeanor full of spring-like joy. Even Lin Yuan, who had just clocked in, found it hard to believe seeing the radiant state of the boss's secretary. Jingjing, which skincare product have you switched to recently? Your skin looks almost explosive, Lin Yuan asked curiously. With a smile like a peach blossom, Tang Jingjing replied, my boyfriend just gifted me an imported La Mer essence lotion, and the results are amazing. I'll send you a link later, you can try it out. Is La Mer's essence lotion really that good? I've only used SK2's Miracle Water before, maybe I should switch it up and give it a try. As soon as Lin Yuetong heard this, she immediately remembered her little notebook. For women, work and career are secondary, the effort spent on beauty is the main focus of daily life. Thus, these two women, who were closest to Chen Chen in the workplace, began discussing skincare in the break area of Dingfeng investment. They also gossiped about the commotion their boss had caused online during last night's Christmas celebration. Meanwhile, Chen Chen, who had been drained twice in a short period, was now slumped in his office chair, eyes vacant and legs weak, staring at the fluctuating A-share K-line chart on the screen, letting his account balance rise and fall with it. This guy had completely entered a state of contemplation after the earlier chaos. As for work, let's set that aside for now. After Christmas 2019, the gears of time began to turn rapidly once again. The various projects of Blue Guard were progressing steadily, and medical supplies were continuously accumulating in warehouses across the country. In fact, by December, there were already signs of COVID-19 symptoms emerging in Wujian City, Hubei Province. This was because, at the end of October, during the 7th CISM Military World Games, the Americans sent over 369 athletes to compete, among whom several carried the vaping pneumonia virus. After the games, a few American athletes were taken away by experts due to severe symptoms. One can imagine how disgusting American biological warfare is. Of course, after more than a month of latent transmission, Wujian's medical system had already seen some patients with similar symptoms. However, with less than a month until the traditional Chinese New Year, the emergence of a few cases did not attract the attention of the Chinese CDC. As a reborn individual, Chen Chen knew that the outbreak in Wujian City would occur in a month. Moreover, Wujiang was a transportation hub in China, with rail, land, and inland water transport converging here. A significant portion of the National Express logistics warehouse transfer points were located around Wujiang City. Taking advantage of this geographical advantage, Chen Chen smoothly established Blue Guard Technology's largest material warehouse in the logistics park on the outskirts of Wujiang City. If the production capacity of the Blue Guard production base in Ruixian could reach 40% before the arrival of the Spring Festival, continuously supplying medical materials, then after the pandemic lockdown, the warehouse in Wujiang City could stockpile over 1 billion medical masks, 2 million protective suits, 1 million fever-reducing patches, more than 500,000 thermometers, and no less than 30,000 portable home ventilators. We've basically done everything we can. If we keep pushing for more, the people below will start to get suspicious. Chen Chen glanced at the reserves in various warehouses. Since production capacity was still on the rise, and with a focus on the transfer warehouse in Wujiang City, the planned stockpile of 500 million masks for major provincial cities had only reached 20% of the target. Unless the pandemic lockdown was imminent tomorrow, Chen Chen didn't dare to openly urge the people below to ramp up production. Besides keeping an eye on the developments in Wujiang City, Chen Chen also monitored the domestic A-share market daily. Fortunately, the fantastical Chinese stock market hadn't changed much from his previous life, oscillating around 3,200 points throughout December. Since the end of the leveraged bull market in 2015, the defense of the 3,000-point mark had continued until Chen Chen was reborn. He didn't expect to make any significant money in this last month before the pandemic. As long as the overall direction remained unchanged, that was enough. Additionally, on the eve of New Year's Day, the venture capital team led by Lin Yuetong also brought back some good news. Regarding the second round of financing for the future top MCN agency, Wuyo Media, preliminary intentions had already been reached. Dingfeng Investment will invest 160 million to lead the round, acquiring 10% of Wuyo Media's shares. In recent days, Chen Chen also took the time to visit Wuyo Media and had an in-depth conversation with CEO Lei Yi. When he learned that Chen Chen was heavily investing in a new e-commerce platform that would officially launch after New Year's, Lei Yi was taken aback. He didn't expect this new investor to not only have substantial funds but also a broad vision. The reason for the over 60 million premium to lead their second round was to enable Lei Yi's Douyin influencers to one day drive traffic to Blue Way Mall through live streaming. Although this involved the emerging giant ByteDance, seeing Chen Chen speak confidently and his outlook on the influencer economy left a very deep impression on Lei. Of course, Chen Chen's visit to Wuyo Media was not just a simple tour. The Christmas gift prepared for Zhu Yao had such explosive influence that it ignited trouble in Chen Chen's harem. When Baiying, who was studying at the city college, learned through social media that Chen Chen had actually gotten a girlfriend and had prepared a unique Christmas gift for his main girlfriend, she immediately called him to confront him. Upon realizing his time management had gone awry, Chen Chen was done for. He had no choice but to drive overnight to the city college, soothing and comforting her. Relying on his charm as a young billionaire, he finally managed to calm down Baiying, the big white bear. However, to prevent further chaos in his harem and the current scene of vying for favor, Chen Chen specifically brought Baiying's information along. Taking the opportunity to visit Wuyo Media, he handed her information to Lei. Mr. Lei, please help me take a look at my girlfriend's qualifications. I want to promote her to become a top influencer, and if that doesn't work, push her into the entertainment industry to become a leading actress. There's no cap on funding. Upon hearing this, Lei was stunned. What does it mean that there's no cap on funding? Are young investors nowadays this aggressive? Fortunately, Baiying's qualifications were indeed outstanding. After watching the highlights of the Top 10 Singers Gala that Chen Chen brought, Lei, as an industry insider, immediately brightened up and said, "Director Chen, Miss Bai's qualifications are excellent. I feel that it would be a bit of a loss for her to become an influencer. If she can enter the entertainment industry, she will definitely be able to star in major films." Chen Chen nodded in agreement. He considered his judgment to be good. Choosing a confidant was not just about looks. Features, height, appearance, figure, temperament, etc. all had to be exceptional. Compared to the current aesthetic of pale, thin, and youthful, Baiying's external conditions were very reminiscent of the Hong Kong star style of the 80s and 90s, making her instantly likable. After discussing with Lei for a long time, Chen Chen first asked Wuyo Media to draft a non-binding agent contract to sign Baiying. After a year or two, when Baiying graduated with her master's degree, he would send her for further studies and find opportunities to promote her as a singer or actress. After all, the pandemic was about to hit, and the global entertainment industry would face significant impacts in the next 2 years. Cinemas would close, theaters would shut down, and even well-known filming locations like Hollywood and Hengdian would frequently go on strike. Various film crews faced funding withdrawals, and box office failures were rampant. In such a harsh environment, pushing Baiying to debut would not be wise. It would be better to send her for further studies to enhance her skills first. Naturally, Lei fully agreed with Chen Chen's proposal. As an established media company, Lei managed numerous artist training resources and could tailor a training process specifically for Baiying. With the support of Chen Chen and Baiying's own academic prowess as a top student from Zhejiang University, even if she were to take a shortcut and get into Beijing Film Academy, Central Academy of Drama, or Shanghai Theatre Academy for further studies, it wouldn't be a problem. However, just thinking about how in the past few days, she had been drained of her resources by various jealous female friends with a high frequency of 3 to 4 deliveries each day, Chen Chen felt an inexplicable soreness in his lower back. Young people can't take it. It seems that when I go back, I need to start taking those 6-flavor Remania pills. After a series of comforting and deliveries, and using the sweet talk of debuting as a star to coax her for a few days, Baiying's emotions finally stabilized. After all, she knew that the boyfriend she found was not an ordinary one, but a high-flying billionaire. Those well-known rich second-generation individuals on the internet, which one of them doesn't have a harem of beautiful women around them? Take that son of the Wanda tycoon, Principal Wang, for example. He has gone through dozens of internet celebrity girlfriends, seamlessly connecting one after another. He even held several selection events to choose his consort. Everyone knows he knows how to play, but everyone also tacitly agrees that he has the right to play. This is the true portrayal of the current era's laugh at the poor, not at the courtesan. Of course, aside from Baiying throwing a tantrum, Chen Chen also had a hidden beauty, Pan Yu, at his temporary residence in Hangzhou. During work, he was also being squeezed by a jealous Tang Jingjing. Surrounded by 4 women, he was almost in a state of constant exhaustion every day. Fortunately, after his girlfriend Zhu Yao trained in Hangzhou for a few days, she happily drove back to Ruixian in her favorite bright red Beetle just before the New Year holiday. Otherwise, Chen Chen would have been so weak he could barely walk these past few days. After finalizing the second round of lead investment for Wuyo Media, Chen Chen's business layout in Hangzhou finally came to a temporary close. He had been juggling work and 4 women, busy flying around every day. Despite this, he still found time to self-study and obtain a fund manager qualification certificate. As a poor student, he surprisingly earned this qualification with just a college diploma, which is quite rare in the entire investment circle. After all, if you casually open a fund type, the fund managers working there are either graduates with bachelor's, master's, or doctoral degrees from key universities like 985 or 211, or social elites returning from prestigious international schools. In his previous life, Chen Chen was just an ordinary person working in a factory, selling his labor to tighten screws. Being able to self-study and succeed by squeezing time shows that there are no mediocre people in this world, only lazy ones. It's really not easy. With this certificate, I can now play with private equity and public funds. Chen Chen held the issued qualification certificate with a look of emotion. He also instructed Lin Yuetong to hurry up and engage with some small fund companies in the market to negotiate acquisitions. Dingfeng Investment was established too recently. If he relied solely on accumulating experience to handle the procedures, it would take several years. With the pandemic approaching, Chen Chen could only activate his cash capabilities to strive for an acquisition of a public fund at a premium before the Spring Festival. As for private equity, that was simpler, the license had already been approved. The remaining task was to reach out to the market and recruit suitable PE investors and investment institutions to come and provide funds. Coincidentally, he met a group of business tycoons from Jiang Province at the Zhejiang Business Conference, and many of them were interested in investing money for him to manage. So, taking advantage of the upcoming New Year holiday, Chen Chen created a small group of several dozen people, naming it Dingfeng Private Equity Investor Group No. 1, and conveniently tagged everyone, "Dear seniors, with the new year approaching, I would like to wish all of you a happy new year in advance. My ancestral home is moving to a new residence, and I welcome all of you to come for a special farmhouse feast and discuss next year's investment matters." This private invitation quickly brought out all the big shots who had previously shown interest in investing. The group chat was flooded with various congratulatory messages like "Congratulations, Mr. Feng, on your new home," and many big names expressed their intention to visit Ruwei County in Wanzhou. Some were busy with their own family matters and said they would send a trusted aide to discuss. After all, Dingfeng Investment's achievements in the A share market were quite impressive. Recently, according to rumors, they had reportedly pulled out over 500 million in cash profits from the stock market. In terms of making money quickly, few in the group could compare to the rising star Chen Chen. Time passed in the blink of an eye. On the last day before New Year's Day, Chen Chen took a Hongqi car back to his hometown in the countryside. Thanks to accelerated cash flow, a traditional Chinese villa that would normally take a year to build was completed in just 6 months with round-the-clock work. From the foundation and framework to the interior and exterior decoration, this countryside villa, covering over 1,000 square meters and standing 6 stories tall, was almost entirely built with money. Although it couldn't compare to the extravagant mansions in Fujian province, Chen Chen's ancestral home had a great location. Nestled against the mountains and by the water, with the Panlong mountain at its back, a waterfall cascaded down into a valley visible from the window. Beyond the back mountain was the Panlong Reservoir, built in the 1960s, known for its beautiful scenery and flocks of egrets. Next to the reservoir stood the Wuling Temple, where a revered monk once resided. During the Spring Festival, throngs of worshippers would come to the mountain to pray for blessings. In such a feng shui treasure land, a billionaire suddenly emerged. It was easy to imagine the commotion caused by Chen Chen's ancestral home moving. In the surrounding 10 miles, including Panlong Town and Ruwei County, all relatives and neighbors connected to the old Chen family took advantage of the New Year's holiday to visit. Additionally, local leading enterprises like Huafeng Group and Ruili Group sent representatives with gifts, and many Zhejiang business tycoons that Chen Chen had called out in the group also came in person. Just after celebrating the joyous New Year's transition from 2019 to 2020, the newly paved main road into Qin Village was almost filled with various luxury cars. "Old Sher, why aren't you staying in Hangzhou? What brings you all the way to this mountain valley?" He Ming, the boss of Nice Group, ran into an old acquaintance on the road as he got out of the car. This big shot from Nice lived in Lishui, right next to Wenzhou, and could reach here in less than 2 hours by car. Coincidentally, with the New Year holiday, He Ming thought it was a good time to visit. To his surprise, Shi Hongliang, the boss of Shengda, who had come from even farther away, also showed up. "It's old He. What are we all doing here so far away? Do I even need to say?" Shi Hongliang chuckled and put his arm around the old acquaintance. Of course, this boss sure came from a municipal landscaping background. Those in this industry generally had a good grasp of feng shui and ancient fortune-telling techniques. So, after walking just a few steps in Qin Village, Shi Hongliang looked far towards Chen Chen's ancestral home and the environment of Panlong Mountain, exclaiming, "Mr. Fang's old home is incredible. What a great feng shui layout. Gathering dragons, gathering energy, gathering water, this place must have produced high-ranking officials or even princes in the past." He Ming, hearing this, looked skeptical. is that true? Sure, Hong Liang, with a confident expression, replied, Old he, you don't believe it? If you don't, we can make a bet. He Ming said, let's bet. Whoever loses has to drink 3 cups. The two of them laughed and joked, growing increasingly superstitious about feng shui and fortune as they aged. So, while the housewarming banquet had yet to begin, these 2 billionaires became interested and wandered into the ancestral hall of Chen village. As expected, in the main hall of the ancestral temple, 3 ancestors of the Chen family were enshrined. One of them was dressed in a bright red official robe from the Ming dynasty, and a decree granted by the Ming emperor hung from the beams above. Ha ha, old he, this time you've lost. This Chen Fenggong was a second-rank official during his lifetime, and after retirement, he even received a commendation decree from Emperor Wanli. It seems you must be punished for your drinking, Shi Hongliang said, unable to contain his joy. He Ming, seeing this, also felt a sense of emotion. This place truly is a treasure of feng shui. With the protection of our ancestors, it's no wonder that this Panlong township has produced such a young talent like Peak General. On New Year's Day 2020, the Chen family ancestral home was festooned with lights and decorations, hosting a grand banquet. At the entrance, the sound of 100,000 firecrackers mixed with fireworks worth tens of thousands of yuan exploded continuously. Due to the overwhelming number of guests, the banquet tables, numbering over 200, extended from the courtyard of the ancestral home all the way to the ancestral temple. To host relatives and friends from various places, as well as distinguished guests, the elder father Chen Hongman had called upon nearly all the skilled village chefs from Panlong town. Fearing there wouldn't be enough hands, he even summoned half of the chef team from the Lanwei production base to assist. The dishes served were primarily a modified Huayang cuisine from the Zhejiang and Fujian regions, featuring abalone, Australian lobster, Alaskan king crab, yellow croaker from the East China Sea, crab from Sanmen, and ribbonfish from Zhoushan, either steamed or cooked in scallion oil, with all kinds of precious seafood served as if they were free. To organize this housewarming banquet, Chen specifically spent over 2 million yuan on ingredients, not including the costs for alcohol and tobacco. Overall, by the end of the banquet, the visiting guests were all left with greasy mouths. Especially his mother, Li Yuanhan, beamed with joy, becoming the main character of the entire housewarming feast. As the saying goes, a mother is honored by her son. The old Chen family had been impoverished and weak for over a decade, and it was not easy to raise a dragon among men. Relatives from the maternal side, who usually did not visit, all came bearing gifts to pay their respects. During the banquet, relatives and friends exchanged pleasantries, frequently coming over to toast, continuing the bonds of the past. Of course, the elder father Chen Hongman also enjoyed boundless glory. This former ordinary farmer, simply holding a wine glass and toasting guests at each table, found that no matter their background, the guests at the large round table stood up to offer polite compliments in Chen's honor. As the saying goes, when poor, no one asks. When rich, distant relatives come. When you become particularly wealthy, everyone around you turns into a good person. The lively banquet lasted for over 3 hours, almost from noon until evening. Even then, some relatives were reluctant to leave, staying at the tables to play cards and chat, reminiscing and teasing about Chen's sudden rise to wealth. As the saying goes, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, relatives and friends who once looked down on the Chen family's eldest son were now all slapped in the face. As for Chen himself, after greeting various relatives with his official girlfriend Zhu Yao, he let her chat with his mother for a while. He then went to the second-floor reception room of the new house to discuss business with the visiting big bosses from Zhejiang. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to come. This is the PE fundraising agreement drafted by Dingfeng Investment. Please take a look, and if you have any questions, feel free to raise them, Chen said, signaling Master Gao to distribute dozens of copies of the documents. As everyone saw the meat of the matter, they all sat up straight on the sofas with the investment agreements in hand. Minimum investment threshold is 100 million yuan, with a lockup period of 1 year, and an annualized return rate promised to be no less than 20%. Management service fee of 8%? That's quite expensive. Capital protected private placement. If the annualized return does not meet expectations, Dingfeng Investment will cover the shortfall from its own pocket? No wonder it's Peak General. He comes in with a big surprise right away. Looking at it this way, that 8% management fee doesn't seem like much at all. After indulging in food and drink, Shi Hongliang looked at the private placement agreement and was astonished to find a capital protection clause added. This was unprecedented in the entire private equity circle. After all, the average return rate in the domestic financial private equity sector is just over 10%, and the risks are very high. No private equity firm would dare to confidently claim that they can guarantee the safety of the principal. In the event of a black swan event like the leveraged bull market of 2015, losing the principal is a common occurrence. When the pandemic hit and major banks tightened their lending, it became extremely difficult to find even capital-protected financial products in the market, let alone high-yield private equity investments like this one. As soon as they finished reading the agreement, the Zhejiang business tycoons present, or their representatives, began pulling out their phones to make calls. Some were inquiring about financial conditions, while others were calling their backers to ask about investment funds. After gathering information, the initial intended amount for Dingfeng Investments' private placement reached a scale of 13.5 billion. Just from the management fees involved, Chen could earn 1.08 billion. Since this was a short-term investment project of 1 year, each firm maintained a wait-and-see attitude. Some contributed 100 million, while others, like the bosses of NIC and Shangdi, each invested 500 to 600 million to test the waters. After all, Chen had only been in the A-share market for half a year. Although his track record was impressive, his foundation was too shallow. These investors were also concerned that a newcomer to the A-share market might not be able to handle such large capital operations. To raise 13.5 billion in the first round of fundraising was already quite remarkable. Thank you all for your support. After the New Year holiday, when the finance and legal departments officially resume work, our Dingfeng Investments' first private equity fund pool will enter the formal closed phase. I'll give everyone 3 days to mobilize funds. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Chen smiled as he scanned the crowd. With this private equity funding secured, there would be many things he could do. Not to mention the material expenses during the pandemic, just taking a tour of the A-share market could yield a significant profit. As for the supervision of these funds, in this magical investment market in the country, even public funds are hard to regulate, with various insider trading issues, let alone such small private placements. Once the money was in Chen's hands, how it would be used was ultimately up to him to decide. This was clearly stated in the investment agreement, and the investors present tacitly accepted it. As long as he could guarantee the return rate, even if Chen took the money to gamble in Macau, no one would raise an objection. President Feng is too polite. It's just a small amount. The funds will definitely be transferred to your company's account within 3 days after signing the contract. Yes, but the closed period is too short. If it could be extended for a few more years, we might be able to invest even more. Exactly. President Feng, you can't eat alone. Don't forget about us older brothers. The meeting room buzzed with discussion. Seeing this, Chen patiently explained, we at Dingfeng are new to the private equity circle, and we must deliver results in the coming year to live up to the trust of our investors. The reason for the 1-year closed period is also to allow both parties to build mutual trust. Everyone nodded in agreement. Building trust between investors and both parties requires time and a process. Moreover, this was a significant investment involving hundreds of millions, with real money being put in. For traditional industry bosses like Shi Hongliang, pulling out 500 million meant using up their retirement funds. 1 year is neither long nor short. When the next new year arrives and they redeem their principal and profits, it will be clear whether Chen and Dingfeng Investment have the capability to manage large funds. Of course, Chen's approach was also to set the stage for future negotiations. Once these people tasted the benefits, if fundraising were to start again at this time next year, the management fees would not simply be at the rate of 8%. After finalizing the initial private placement fund pool of 13.5 billion, Chen made a small request to the Zhejiang business tycoons present. He welcomed each group company to join the newly launched Lanwei Mall as invited brand partners. The people present were involved in a wide range of industries, but the majority were focused on real estate and manufacturing. Even someone like Shi Hongliang from Shengda Group, who was engaged in municipal landscaping, had several supporting building material factories and nurseries that could sell products online. Opening a merchant account at Lanwei Mall was a matter of minutes, right? Chen, this is where you're wrong. He quietly set up an e-commerce platform. Is he worried that we old brothers won't support him? He Ming joked while lounging on the sofa, and the other Zhejiang business tycoons nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Chen quickly apologized. This Lanwei Mall is just a small project I put together casually, and I didn't spend any money on promotion. It would be great if you brothers are willing to join. If this had been during the lunch banquet, such joking would likely have led Chen to pour himself a few drinks as punishment. The reason the boss of NIC was so supportive was that after hearing Shi Banjian's talk about feng shui, he increasingly felt that this young man would grow to be a prominent figure in the Chinese business world. Therefore, He Ming was also the one who invested the most in this initial private placement, contributing a full 600 million for Chen to manage. Of course, for daily chemical companies like NIC, joining another e-commerce platform was equivalent to opening another sales channel. Regardless of how Lanwei Mall would develop in the future, whether it would sink like Penguin e-commerce or rise like Pinduoduo, it was not something these tycoons needed to worry about. After all, They had already invested billions, so allowing their brands to enter Lanwei Mall was just a small favor, and they could simply instruct their subordinates to handle it later. However, no one expected that this e-commerce platform, launched on New Year's Day 2020, would unleash a terrifying energy that would sweep across the globe in the future. In the evening, as the guests departed, Chen Chen held Zhu Yao's hand and followed his parents up the mountain to pay respects to their deceased ancestors with flower baskets. The graves in Wenshur were shaped like armchairs, humorously referred to as chair graves. Layer upon layer, those within 5 generations were buried in a prime feng shui location. Only after splitting the family would they seek another place to build a grave. Now that the ancestral home had moved, and the younger generations were enjoying a rich material life, they could not forget their roots. Therefore, whenever significant events occurred in the family, it was essential to go up the mountain to burn incense and bow to their ancestors. Xiaofeng has also become successful now. It's a pity your grandparents passed away early and can't enjoy the blessings of their grandchildren, said Chen Hongmin, the eldest of this lineage, leading a few siblings in a moment of nostalgia. Chen Chen looked at the newly renovated impressive ancestral grave with a stiff expression, silently following his parents' generation to bow and burn paper money. After the grave visit, he took Xu Yao for a walk on the dam of the Panlong Reservoir. Gazing at the reservoir from his childhood memories and the green mountains reflecting in the sunset, Chen Chen leaned in and asked, Yao, are you still comfortable staying at my house? Zhu Yao's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. Uncle and auntie are very nice to me. As the default future daughter-in-law, her first visit was filled with Chen Chen's parents' affection. They stuffed her with red envelopes and adorned her with family heirloom gold and silver bracelets. Even during the meal, she was served various dishes. After chatting for a while, Zhu Yao found that Chen Chen's parents and his relatives were quite easygoing, and they did not look down on her, who came from an ordinary family, just because of their background as a billionaire family. Zhu Yao also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, there were a few chatty relatives who joked at the dinner table that with Chen Chen's current conditions, it would be no problem for him to marry a movie star in the future, which resulted in a scolding from his mother, Li Yuan. This scene also made Zhu Yao feel a little less of a sense of unfamiliarity and distance. However, just thinking about the upcoming spring festival in more than half a month made her uneasy. As Chen Chen's girlfriend, he would definitely be visiting his family. The thought of the overwhelming attention from aunts and uncles during the new year made Zhu Yao's ears turn red. The influence of Chen Chen's ancestral home relocation banquet was still fermenting. In addition to the dozens of executives he met at the Zhujiang Business Conference who sent congratulatory gifts, many local big shots from the Wenzhou business circle were also busy. Although figures like Nan Chenghui and Xiang Qingshan did not come in person, they sent representatives to deliver gifts. A small portion of the initial 13.5 billion yuan fund for Dingfeng private equity came from these local big shots. Besides that, the grand banquet Chen Chen held at his hometown was also discussed in stock forum posts. Some retail investors from Ruixian even came to enjoy the food and drinks, casually taking photos and live streaming the event. Brother Feng's house is incredible. Look at these 2 large Paisho stone carvings at the entrance. Definitely a guardian beast that only lets wealth in. And these green plants at the entrance, all with narrow leaves, not a single round leaf. Does anyone see any significance in this? Wow, you can't say that. These leaves hanging down look too much like a sickle. Even the Paisho swallowing gold is fine, but do the green plants have to be so particular? Of course, this is all about feng shui. For companies and stores, they must place a few pots of needle leaf and sword leaf plants at the entrance, so every customer coming in loses a bit of their fortune. Listening to you, Brother Feng's ancestral home is indeed impressive. Look at the Chinese-style flying eaves and upturned corners. Turned upside down it looks just like a saw. Still calling him Brother Feng? It's clearly Feng cut. The money they earn is all from us small investors losing out. Due to the one-day holiday for New Year's Day in 2020, the people across the country were busy stealing moments of leisure, enjoying this short and precious single day off. The A-share market was also closed for a day, and with no market to trade, retail investors flocked to this live streaming post to leave comments. Some lamented the abundance of dishes at the banquet, while others mocked the bizarre style of Chen Chen's newly renovated ancestral home. Of course, there were also retail investors paying attention to Brother Feng's investment moves, bringing up the Lanwei Mall that went online early this morning. Brother Feng is getting into e-commerce? Let me take a look. This app's interface design is quite simple and retro, and it runs smoothly without any lag. However, I checked it out, and there are very few sellers, mostly medical devices and pharmaceuticals. There are also some local brand products from Wenshur, probably trying to create a small niche market. I was just about to stock up on some cold medicine. Guess what? They don't even offer free shipping, and they want to compete with Tmall and JD? Probably just a project looking to raise some money and run. Brother Feng has been dominating the A-share market for half a year, and finally has a misstep, waiting for this trash mall to close down. The reason retail investors in the stock forum held such resentment towards Chin Fong was entirely due to being caught off guard in 2019 by the major cancer stocks. From the beginning of the year with Oriental Communication, to the current year-end Small Demon King, Saturday. Every emergence of a demon stock is a gambling opportunity for retail investors to revel in. Unfortunately, the malicious manipulators in this big A market are everywhere, and both institutions and speculative funds are generally behaving poorly. The reality for retail investors has become 1 profit, 2 break-evens, 7 losses. Even if one manages to catch the main upward wave of a demon stock, they will soon be devoured by another junk stock. Out of 10 people who enter, having one person secure a profit is already considered good. Haven't you heard that experts say, retail investors in A shares are here to contribute? If retail investors really make money, what will institutions and listed companies do? Thus, under such an atmosphere, retail investors have developed a hostile sentiment towards Brother Fong, the top speculator who wins repeatedly. Why should all the money be taken by you, Brother Fong? Why should we retail investors lose money? Even in that livestream post about the housewarming party, there were retail investors who lost everything complaining. Every brick in Brother Feng's ancestral home has a share of our contribution. What a cry but have no tears. So when Chin Fong sat bored at night scrolling through his phone and saw the New Year's denunciations and complaints in the stock forum, he realized the atmosphere was off. Whether someone was deliberately stirring the pot and pointing fingers at him or not, Chin felt a bit restless. After pondering for a moment, Chin immediately edited a post titled in the new year, Brother Fong will help everyone make money together. The content of the post was simple. He announced that he had just obtained his fund practitioner license. He also informed all shareholders in the stock forum that a brand new public fund under Dingfeng Investment would be launched around the Spring Festival, welcoming all shareholders to join. Once this news was released, the entire stock forum erupted. Even stock trading software like East Money and Tongwashan quickly pinned and pushed this good news. Wow! Brother Fong is actually going to help us small investors make money? Waiting for the fund to be listed, I'm going to buy in big. But speaking of which, Brother Fong only has a college diploma. Eyes wide, once Brother Feng's license is out, it will crush a whole bunch of regular firms, laughing and crying. A miracle of 60 times in 6 months. Must get on board. Strong, I've pulled out all my Huabei, Jibai, online loans, and credit cards, just waiting for Brother Feng's fund to be listed. Going all in is an art. The discussion direction in the stock forum shifted accordingly. Of course, some asked how could a private fund and a public fund be managed simultaneously. Some retail investors worried that Brother Fong, used to small-cap demon stocks, might not adapt well to managing large funds. In short, various experts and industry insiders began to frequently speak out to clarify, and some fund practitioners laughed at this extremely arrogant advertisement post. How could a medium-sized private fund with a scale of hundreds of billions have the audacity to claim it can definitely help retail investors make money? If the biggest shares were dictated by Brother Fong, wouldn't that shake the authority of these large institutions and manipulators? Thus, many capital tycoons have already set their sights on this little shark, Brother Fong, who has shown his fangs, planning to find opportunities to hunt him down in the A-share market a few times, teaching this arrogant upstart how to behave. In short, this New Year's Eve of 2020 is destined to have countless big A players lose sleep over the preview post released by Chin. Of course, tonight, the one also losing sleep is Shui Ziyuan, the head of the operations center of Lanwei Mall. After months of effort, the e-commerce platform finally opened for public testing on New Year's Day. However, by the end of the day, the back-end data was almost unbearable to look at. Due to not investing in normal promotional expenses and relying solely on Chen's personal influence to drive sales, the download volume of Lanwei Mall was less than 500,000 in a day. The average daily active users were less than 100,000. With this level of traffic, it was even less than a larger Crown store on Taobao or Tmall. To this end, Shui Ziyuan specifically asked Chen whether it was necessary to find a few large social media platforms for exposure, to do some hard and soft advertising. The response he received was simply, "Old Shui, temporarily forget about the performance data. Just focus on doing your own job well, maintaining the platform and the team, smile. P.S. The New Year red envelopes will still be sent." Looking at the young chairman's playful reply, Shui Ziyuan was left speechless. Since the investors were not worried about the performance, what was there for him, a worker, to be afraid of? Fortunately, the Blue Way Mall was not without its merits. With a simple interface and efficient user experience, it lacked the chaotic coupons, discounts, and live stream selling that plagued other platforms. Compared to the flashy mainstream e-commerce platforms today, the app launched by Blue Way Mall could almost be considered a breath of fresh air. As a result, among the hundreds of thousands of users who downloaded it, many actively gave the Blue Whale Mall app a 5-star rating on iOS, Android, and other download platforms. The number of merchants applying to join the platform was also rapidly increasing. Of course, the listing of Blue Whale Mall caught the attention of the market departments of e-commerce giants like JD, Alibaba, and Pinduoduo. The result? Goodness! The download volume on the first day was already a flop. With this, they still wanted to play in e-commerce? Even the likes of Jack Ma and other e-commerce tycoons didn't bat an eye. The launch news of Blue Whale Mall was drowned out in the clamor of the internet, not even making a splash on trending searches. The day after the New Year's holiday, Chen Shen got up early as usual. He first went for a morning jog on the back mountain to exercise a bit. After that, he visited the production base of Blue Whale Technology to inspect the operation of various production lines. Seeing that there were no issues at the factory, Chen Shen drove back to Hangzhou in a Hongqi car. At this time, there were less than 20 days until the pandemic hit, and Chen Shen planned to handle his work in the last 2 weeks before retreating to his family's courtyard in Shen Village to avoid the coronavirus. On January 3, 2020, he met with representatives sent by various investors to formally sign the investment agreement, and conveniently transferred the newly received 13.5 billion yuan to the private equity fund's account. January 6, Monday, was also the first day Chen Shen officially took office as a private equity fund manager. That morning, around 9 a.m., after working out with Pan Yuchen at the Weisher Fitness Club, he arrived at the newly established trading room of Dingfeng Investment. As a formal fund company that would integrate both private and public offerings in the future, Dingfeng Investment had already hired 2 fund managers and 5 traders at high salaries to assist Chen Shen, the boss. Previously, he had been operating alone, and with a large amount of capital, it was inevitable that he would feel overwhelmed. Of course, this trading room, located in the corner of the 25th floor of the Kunhe Center, was also the only office-restricted area of Dingfeng Investment's headquarters. 4 fully armed bodyguards stood at the entrance, along with 3 electronic access gates. With hundreds of billions of yuan flowing inside, the security of the funds had to be ensured. Access to the trading room was strictly limited and scrutinized to prevent any violations. Since he intended to make the Dingfeng brand well known, Chen Shen had to impose strict requirements on his subordinates, eliminating insider trading and the practice of fund practitioners copying each other's work or secretly helping one another. However, due to Chen Shen's lateness that morning, the 2 fund managers and traders in the trading room were privately complaining. It's already past 9:15, and the boss still hasn't arrived? This is too willful. Even if it's private equity, shouldn't he pay attention to the morning session? Is he planning to skip the bidding phase? After all, our boss comes from a wild background. Maybe he has a trading logic we don't understand. The trading room was filled with sarcastic remarks. Especially the 2 fund managers with over 10 years of experience, Meng Su and Yu Ziheo, were now frowning deeply. It was the first time they encountered a boss arriving so late. Working in fund management is not like other office jobs. They all arrived at the company around 7 a.m. for the routine investment morning meeting, discussing domestic and international markets and news with the intelligence office staff. After all, trading stocks in China relies heavily on news and expectations. If they lag behind others in information, they would likely miss out on any opportunities. Of course, this group of newcomers dared not speak too loudly. The trading room had 360-degree surveillance cameras everywhere. If one day the boss was in a bad mood and decided to check the footage, their daily complaints about the boss could become evidence of social death. Moreover, as the renowned brother Feng in the A-share market, their new boss's impressive record of 60 times returns in 6 months was something everyone looked up to. Otherwise, they wouldn't have jumped ship to this newly established Dingfeng Investment. The goal was to learn and observe the trading methods of brother Feng up close. If they could learn even a trick or 2 from him, it would be enough for this group of small fry in the fund market. While they were chatting, the protagonist, Chen Shen, swiped the access card and entered the trading room, looking sweaty. "Boss, good morning." Everyone quickly stood up to greet him. Chen Shen had a towel draped around his neck from his morning exercise and relaxedly surveyed the atmosphere in the trading room. Seeing his subordinates showing him great respect, he immediately signaled for everyone to take their seats. "Old Meng, old Yu, have you 2 decided? Who will manage the private equity?" Chen Shen glanced at the 2 fund managers. Meng Su stepped forward and said, "Boss, I discussed it with Yu Ge, and for now, I will manage the private equity. If new colleagues join later, we can divide the work based on performance as you suggested." Chen Shen nodded. "Then let's handle it this way. Everyone, get ready, and let's officially start working." As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 traders excitedly opened the A-share market. A flurry of red and green stock codes rolled across the big screen in the trading room. Since it was Dingfeng Private Equity's first time entering the market, everyone was looking forward to the performance of the legendary brother phone that the market had been talking about. Of course, Chen Shen did not disappoint them. After scanning the A-share market this morning, he immediately began to direct 002838 Dayan shares, enter with 200 million, target price below 10 yuan, buy it all. 600211 Sichuan Pharmaceutical, buy 500 million, this stock needs to be held for more than half a year, old Meng, pay attention. Depending on the situation, do some trading to lower the holding cost over the next 6 months. Meng Su, who was observing, quickly nodded and took out a notebook to start recording. He thought to himself, our boss seems particularly optimistic about stocks in the pharmaceutical and textile industries. Of course, the industry elites present did not know that the two stocks Chen Shen started with, Dayan shares and Sichuan Pharmaceutical, were actually new stocks that had suddenly surged in response to market sentiment after the pandemic hit. The former produced polypropylene melt-blown material for masks, while the latter was a pharmaceutical company producing vaccines, especially Dayan shares, which would quadruple in the next month and a half. If it weren't for the small market cap of just over 5 billion, Chen Shen wouldn't have only invested 200 million. 000700 Magic Technology, buy as much as possible below 4 yuan, just fill the position without raising the sign. 600527 Jiangnan High Fiber, new. When Chen Shen reported on the listed company he controlled, his tone suddenly paused. The trader responsible for placing orders also stopped his hands. Meng Su saw this and hurriedly spoke up, boss, Jiangnan High Fiber is related to us, are you sure you want to buy in? Isn't the risk a bit too high? Chen Shen pondered for a moment after hearing this, and finally said, the village chief's restriction clause does not prohibit private equity institutions from subscribing to publicly issued secondary market stocks of related parties. As long as it doesn't involve manipulating stock prices, the risk is not too great. Once he understood this point, Chen Shen immediately issued an order to fully invest 25% of the position in Jiangnan High Fiber, new. A quarter of the position, a full 3 billion in funds to aggressively go for one stock? Is this the peak trading method that dominates the A shares? Too aggressive. Looks like he wants to hold the shares for half a year before breaking even? Is the boss really that confident in the listed company he controls? Countless doubts flashed through everyone's minds. The upper limit position for private equity funds in individual stocks is 25%. Exceeding this line is considered a violation. This means that for a 10 billion fund, only 5 billion can be used to gamble on one stock. Public funds have a limit of 10%, and the regulations are stricter than those for private equity. Of course, for Chen Shen, since he wants to speculate on a wave of pandemic-themed stocks, the newly acquired Jiangnan High Fiber is undoubtedly the best choice. After all, after upgrading the production line, Jiangnan High Fiber's factory can achieve an annual output of over 100,000 tons of melt-blown fabric. Coupled with a relatively large market capitalization, currently over 30 billion, it has a natural advantage compared to stocks like Dayan shares that deal in mask materials. After issuing a series of orders in the exchange, the newly arrived 5 billion private equity funds began to enter the market in batches. Of course, after seeing Chen Shen's stock selection theme, Meng Su and others also realized that their boss really seems to have a strong preference for pharmaceutical stocks and textile raw material stocks. Among the more than 20 stocks selected this morning, over 90% of the targets were related to vaccines, pharmaceuticals, medical devices, and textile materials. Meanwhile, large blue-chip hot stocks like securities, banks, and chip manufacturing were completely ignored. 000158 Changshan Jiaozilong. Cough cough, Changshan Baiming. Let's buy this stock with the last bit of position. Chen Shen's lips curled slightly. He recalled the trends in the A-share market before his rebirth. In 2024, a policy-driven short bull market arrived, and Changshan Jiaozilong had more than 50 consecutive limit-ups, repeatedly harvesting profits and leaving all shareholders dumbfounded. And now, at the beginning of 2020, this stock could actually be associated with the mask label. So, with a sense of wicked fun, Chen Shen decided to scoop it up in the final stages. After all, once the pandemic hit, the more than 20 stocks he selected would all have their own short-term market. Trading them was definitely better than speculating on the deceptive brokers. However, what he never expected was that just after he spent about 40 minutes issuing stock selection instructions for the private equity fund and casually announced he was leaving work early, the stock, 000700 Magic Technology, surged directly to the limit-up position after the operator bought over 300 million. With over 2 million hands locked in, the entire market fell into a frenzy. This scene left Meng Su and the others in the trading room completely dumbfounded. Wow! Magic Technology just sealed the board like that? In less than an hour, the the stock's paper profit exceeded 30 million. Can you catch dragons and grab monsters with just one move? Is this the strength of the peak trader in the A-share market? Next time, I won't dare to complain about the boss being late. At this moment, everyone in the trading room was convinced by Qin Shen's stock selection prowess. Not to mention those pharmaceutical and textile stocks, just looking at Magic Technology. This is a listed company that specializes in the automotive supply chain, producing automotive bumpers, molds, plastic products, and so on. The reason for the stock price soaring after New Year's Day in 2020 was that Musk's Tesla was building a factory in China, accelerating the process of localization. And Magic Technology was originally a supplier for Tesla's North American factory, so it was labeled with the Tesla concept in the A-share market. In the subsequent market rally, the stock price achieved a threefold increase within 45 trading days. Qin Shen's move was a powerful limit up, and rather than being a coincidence, it was more about leveraging the memories of a reborn person to enter the market early and gain an information advantage. Of course, after completing the stock selection strategy for the private equity fund, he felt a twinge of regret. That was because the investment agreements drafted for He Ming, Shi Hongliang, and other Zhejiang businessmen were a bit too generous. When the pandemic hit, this batch of newly entered 13.5 billion private equity funds, in Qin Shen's view, should at least multiply by 5 or 6 times. By then, when it came time for year-end liquidation, those profits exceeding a 20% return would also have to be given away. If it weren't for the consideration that this initial private equity project was meant to showcase impressive results for Dingfeng Investment, establishing a benchmark in the capital market, Qin Shen would have had to draft a supplementary agreement with a tiered fee structure for He Ming and the others to sign. Forget it. It's just a few $100 billion in profits. Compared to the big money to be made later, these are just small gains, Qin Shen comforted himself. For the reputation and prestige of Dingfeng Investment, this time the real investment in the private equity fund would be seen as a benefit for the investors. In the following days, Qin Shen hardly came to the trading room. After clocking in on the first day, the selected various thematic stocks had to wait for the subsequent market to ferment. The fluctuations in individual stocks during this period could be monitored by industry elites like Meng Su. If everything had to be decided by him as the boss, then why hire these fund managers and traders? Just to feed them? Of course, in the last bit of time before the pandemic hit, Qin Shen was not idle either. With the Spring Festival holiday approaching, members of various project teams under Dingfeng Investment, subsidiaries, and over 4,000 grassroots employees from different regions were all gathered. On Saturday, January 11th, they convened at the banquet hall of the Jiangwo Hotel by Beima Lake in Hangzhou to participate in the first annual corporate meeting of Dingfeng Investment. Since it was the first time holding a year-end meeting for employees, Qin Shen specifically had the finance department approve a budget of over 20 million. As a post-90s boss, he liked to be generous with his employees. Not only was the main venue chosen at the top banquet hall in Hangzhou, but the venue rental alone cost 150,000 for the night. The price range for dishes at each table was set above 10,000. Even the production base in Ruixian and the Jiangnan High Fiber Factory in Wuxian had set up live-streaming subvenues for the annual meeting that night. In addition, Qin Shen also specially invited several internet celebrities from Woyo Media to perform and warm up the atmosphere. Various year-end gifts nearly filled the background stage of the venue. Chairman Chen, it's about time. Do you want to go up and say a few words to everyone? At the main table below the stage, Xie Zhikong, the head of the Lanwei system and Qin Shen's top confidant, was beaming as he handed Qin Shen a microphone. This guy was now in charge of the business over at Jiangnan High Fiber, running around Hangzhou, Ruixian, and Wuxian. He probably had quite a few social engagements, and he looked a bit overworked and overweight compared to when he first joined. Of course, those who could sit at the main table were all directors from various departments under Dingfeng Investment. Even the vice president and project team leaders could only sit at the two tables next to it. All right, I'll go up and say a few words. You guys are always trying to pull a fast one on me. I bet if I don't speak, you won't even pick up your chopsticks. Qin Shen took the microphone and playfully scolded Xie Zhikong a couple of times. Since it was the first time holding the annual meeting, he didn't invite those investor friends and their families to come and mooch off the food. Everyone present was his loyal subordinates. With no outsiders around, the atmosphere could really heat up. Sure enough, when the chairman was about to take the stage to speak, the entire banquet hall erupted in warm applause. The two internet celebrity hosts invited from Woyo Media also joined in the fun, saying, "Where did your applause go? Do you still want Chairman Chen to give out year-end bonuses? Clap. Make it even more enthusiastic." The sound of clapping, accompanied by various cheers and whistles, finally coaxed Qin Shen, the focus of the event, onto the stage. Looking at the densely packed employees below and the scenes of the subvenues flashing across the projection screen, Chen Chen, who had lived a second life, felt a bit emotional at this moment, inwardly muttering, "With this many people, I might as well be a teacher, right?" Of course, playful as he was, Chen Chen maintained a smile throughout. He looked at the employees before him, took the microphone, and said, "Welcome, brothers and sisters, to join the new family of Dingfeng. As the chairman and investor, I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of the management team to the 4,226 grassroots employees for their hard work over the past 6 months." As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from both the venue and the sub-venues. Once the applause subsided, Chen Chen continued, "As chairman, after being busy for half a year, I actually have a few heartfelt words to share with everyone. However, I thought it would be better to skip the sentimental nonsense and lengthy speeches, because since Dingfeng Group was established, we have emphasized efficiency and pragmatism, with swift and decisive as our work motto from management to grassroots. Spend less time on bureaucracy and more time on practical work. By the new year, all of you brothers and sisters will reap what you desire at Dingfeng." Upon hearing this, everyone attending the annual meeting nodded in agreement. With Chairman Chen Chen setting an example, all the subsidiaries under Dingfeng Investment adhered to this pragmatic work style. Recently, they also launched their own OA management system, with those who needed to work doing their jobs. Rarely did they encounter the petty issues of factionalism and trivial matters that plagued large enterprises. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Dingfeng Investment had only been established for a short time. In another 2 years, once the management had settled in and the power and interests within the company had been divided, some of the problems seen in larger enterprises would naturally emerge. However, at this moment, the employees below were still quite honest, and Chairman Chen Chen felt relatively satisfied. So he publicly announced on stage, "This year marks the inaugural year of our Dingfeng investment. Since various projects have yet to achieve results in the market, the group is currently burning money without returns. Therefore, I won't be giving out those ridiculous rewards like cars and houses for now, lest the chairman of other companies hear about it and criticize me for breaking the rules of the annual meeting." As soon as these words were spoken, the employees below burst into laughter. In recent years, the trend of comparison and flaunting in the country had become increasingly pronounced. Every year-end, when major companies held their annual meetings, the media would compete to report on all sorts of bizarre year-end bonuses. Some would throw money at the event, some would give away cars, and others would dump piles of cash for employees to grab within a time limit. Chen Chen didn't like to engage in such flashy gimmicks, so after the laughter subsided, he continued to announce on stage, "But not giving out year-end bonuses is not an option. Otherwise, after tonight's annual meeting, you brothers and sisters will definitely criticize me for being stingy as the boss. So I thought, let's set the standard for this year's year-end bonus a bit lower. Just based on each employee's basic salary, we'll give out 2 extra months' pay. Is everyone satisfied?" As soon as the news of the year-end bonus was announced, both the on-site and remote locations erupted in excitement, with cheers rising and falling like waves. Everyone was shouting satisfied. After all, the current Dingfeng company, as Chen Chen said, had only just been established not long ago. All projects were burning through money, with no sign of any returns. How could they even talk about year-end bonuses when they weren't making a profit? Getting a box of eggs or a bag of fruits and rice would be considered good. At this moment, being willing to give employees 2 months' salary as a year-end bonus showed just how generous Chen Chen, the boss, was. Who wouldn't want to work for a boss who liked to spend money like this? Thus, the atmosphere at the annual meeting heated up completely after the announcement of the year-end bonus. For the employees, no matter how grandly the bosses spoke at the annual meeting, nothing was more tangible than the money in hand. Having lived 2 lives and accumulated over 20 years of experience in society after graduation, having held no less than 8 jobs, Chen Chen understood the psychological state of a grassroots employee very well. Instead of painting a grand vision and talking about the future, it was better to directly give out 2 months' salary as a year-end bonus, allowing employees to have a prosperous new year. With some savings in hand, they could afford to spend money during the Spring Festival and enjoy a better material life. Of course, the salaries at several subsidiaries under Dingfeng Investment were already among the top levels in the industry. Not to mention the Lanwei Mall project, which was packed with programmers, and the asset management and venture capital departments, where workplace elites gathered for high salaries and positions. Just taking the frontline technicians at the Mask and Jiangnan high-fiber melt-blown fabric production lines as an example, after deducting the 5 insurances and 1 fund paid by the company, each person's average salary could exceed 7,000 yuan. This didn't even include overtime pay and performance bonuses. It was very easy to take home over 9,000 yuan a month. Keep in mind, these were very traditional manufacturing factories. They were once jokingly referred to as sweatshops. With such high salaries, the entry requirement was only a high school diploma, and they even provided meals and accommodation. In contrast, the average salary in the same industry hadn't even crossed the 6,000 yuan threshold. Although working on the production line might be a bit tough, the generous treatment made the entry barriers at Lanwei Technology and Jiangnan High Fiber's production bases nearly broken by job seekers from nearby parks. Especially at the security room at the entrance, they received so many cigarettes from incoming workers every day that they reportedly couldn't even smoke them all. Why? It was all to find out from the factory security when they would be expanding recruitment and if there were any job opportunities. For those coming from slightly economically lagging provinces like Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan, if a family of 3 could get into Lanwei Technology to work on masks or temperature guns, it was no joke to say that after working for a year in such a factory, they could return to their small county town and buy a house outright. So when Chen Chen announced the year-end bonus of 2 extra months' salary, the mouths of over 4,000 employees were practically grinning from ear to ear. This was just the year-end bonus after half a year of operation, with the company not yet making a profit. If in the next year or two the company really started making money, with the generosity displayed by this young boss, wouldn't they just take off immediately? After the annual meeting, everyone was exhilarated. Even the next day on the production line, every employee was particularly energetic. Of course, besides announcing the year-end bonus, Chen Chen also took the opportunity, while being frequently toasted by his subordinates, to grab the microphone from the host and shout, "All employees who stay to work during the Spring Festival will receive 10 times the overtime pay." His loud shout turned the faces of his tablemates, CFO Li Mei and HR Director Lin Xin, green. The notice of 5 times the salary had just been issued, and the list of employees staying behind to work overtime had just been finalized, and now the boss was changing the rules again. Wasn't this just giving them, the management, more work to do? Everyone thought Chen Chen was drunk and had made this decision under the influence of alcohol. Little did they know, he had done this deliberately during the important occasion of the annual meeting. Because in about 10 days, the COVID-19 pandemic that would affect the global economic trend for the next few years was about to arrive. At this time, being able to retain more employees for duty during the Spring Festival would slightly bypass the issues of manpower shortages in various factories during the initial lockdown phase of the pandemic. Upon reflection, aside from being labeled as a time management master and a playboy, the latest tag of scheming boy truly fit Chen Chen. The first annual meeting concluded amidst the revelry of all employees at Dingfeng Investment. The next day, a hungover Chen Chen didn't even go to the office, instead staying at his rental apartment in Hangzhou, fooling around all day with his head resting on Pan Yu's thigh. It wasn't until the 3rd day after the annual meeting that he visited the 24th and 25th floors of the Kunhe Center and called in a few trusted directors in Hangzhou for a small meeting. The meeting clarified that after the Spring Festival, all subsidiaries and project teams would undergo group integration to facilitate future corporate management. For example, the subsidiaries of the Lanwei system, including Lanwei Technology, Lanwei Transportation, Lanwei Mall, and Jiangnan High Fiber, would merge into the Lanwei Technology Group, with Xie Jikong appointed as CEO of Lanwei Technology Group. Based on performance over the past 6 months, the heads of various project teams would be promoted and assigned as general managers of the subsidiaries, fully responsible for the business advancement below them. After the integration and delegation of power, some personnel resource waste could be saved, while also giving the executives more work responsibilities. The main purpose of this was that Chen Chen wanted to take it easy. After the new year, he would still have to ask each project about their progress through his secretary, Tang Jingjing. After the integration, he would only need to inquire one-on-one with the newly promoted subsidiary general managers about relevant situations. However, this approach also had its downsides, as it could easily lead to corporate corruption. Each subsidiary would become an independent little kingdom, capable of devising countless ways to resist the parent company's orders. To address this, Chen Chen could only rely on KPI growth metrics and the soon-to-be-established regulatory department to restrain the employees below. After all, the company had grown to a scale of thousands of people and involved various industries in different locations, and no matter how capable Chen Chen was, he couldn't manage everything. Delegating power to subordinates was only a matter of time. Regarding Chen Chen's proposal, Xie Jikong and the other directors all raised their hands in agreement. These guys had been working with Chen Chen for over half a year and had already figured out their boss's decisive character. At this point, there was no other way but to cooperate in advancing the integration. Moreover, after the integration, their power would significantly increase, and they didn't need to think much before voting in favor. As for the subsequent large-scale personnel changes and the selection of general managers for each subsidiary, it was likely that there would be some competition among the trusted ones present. After joining Chen Chen's team for over half a year, many of the executives brought by Xie Jikong had already switched allegiances. Aside from finance and HR, which were firmly in Chen Chen's hands, the sales director Zhou Tong, procurement director Lin Jichao, and the head of the marketing and public relations department Li Liang all had their own agendas. However, Chen Chen was not worried about this group of subordinates competing against each other. In fact, he even encouraged it. In Huaxia, it is a society of personal connections. Wherever there are people, there is a network. As long as the executives do not band together to waste company resources, Chen Chen, as the boss, would not interfere even if they fought behind the scenes. In the following week of workdays, each department submitted the personnel transfer lists of the subsidiary's general manager and various vice presidents and supervisors. There were quite a few conflicting candidates for positions, and both Chen Chen and Lin Qin made adjustments one by one. By January 16, after finishing all work arrangements in Hangzhou, Chen Chen sent his close friend Pan Yu back home on the high-speed train. Only then did he set off for his hometown in Ruixian. He had originally planned to pick up Bai Ying along the way, but unfortunately, this girl was a university student and had an earlier break. After feeling a bit jealous and sulking for a while, Chen Chen had no choice but to return home alone, seeking to avoid the peak of the pandemic. Little did he expect that after just 2 days of quiet time with his parents, a high school reunion that hadn't been held for 7 or 8 years would inexplicably take place. Chen Chen initially didn't want to go. After so many years since graduation, the ties with his high school classmates had long faded. Moreover, the COVID-19 virus was spreading in various places, especially in the Wunshe area, where people traveled from all over for business. A large number of returning businesspeople and workers had brought the virus back with them. Going out to visit relatives and friends at this time would be foolish, right? However, he didn't expect that this high school reunion would be very grand, with even former teachers and homeroom teachers speaking in the class group, saying they would attend. With no other choice, Chen Chen had to bring Zhu Yao along to participate, pretend to join. Ruixian No. 2 High School used to be an ordinary senior high school. Its admission rate was average in the county, with only about 20% of students able to enter undergraduate programs each year. When Chen Chen was studying there, the school had no distinctive teaching methods, and the school spirit was terrible. Students either played games or were in the back row fooling around, dating, and wasting their time. Compared to Ruixian No. 1 High School, which had an admission rate of over 85%, Ruixian No. 2 High School could be said to be a place that specifically sent students to vocational colleges. However, it was later said that Jiang Province reformed the college entrance examination, changing the previously mandatory English course to an elective, and the admission rate of Ruixian No. 2 High School began to soar. The school spirit also became more serious. Take this reunion of Class 4 from the 2011 cohort, for instance. The men and women attending were actually stopped at the school gate by the security guard. According to the guard, there were still senior students studying hard for their final exams, and outsiders could not enter freely. If it weren't for the old homeroom teacher Yu Shelwei leading the way, this visit to their alma mater would have likely been a bust. You kids, all grown up, are you used to society after graduating? Old Yu looked at the group of former students at the gate, a happy smile on her face. They were all adults now, having long shed the youthful awkwardness of high school. A few even arrived in flashy cars, either BMWs or Porsches, clearly from well-off families or doing well in society. Teacher Yu, we all miss you. Look, Huang Shuya even brought her baby to the reunion just to see you, said class monitor Guiyan. The marriage culture in the Wunshe area was still quite strong, with many girls getting married right after graduating from university. Among the old classmates from Class 4, several female classmates pushed strollers to share parenting tips, reminiscing about their close friendships from back in the day. This scene made homeroom teacher Old Yu feel quite emotional. Of course, what moved her the most was the student named Chen Chen from Class 4. Back in school, he was a transparent figure in the class, average in looks and academics, and came from a poor family. After graduation, he lost contact for many years, and she thought he would fade into obscurity. But when she heard about him again, it was actually the principal who called to inform her that one of her 2011 graduates had become an outstanding alumnus. At 26 years old, worth billions, he topped the list of wealthy individuals born in the 90s and even took the stage to speak at the important Zhejiang Business Conference. He invested billions in the Binjiang Industrial Park in Ruixian, creating jobs for thousands in the local area. Such an outstanding alumnus has never been seen in the history of Ruixian No. 2 High School. So, taking advantage of the new year, we thought about inviting this year's students back to their alma mater to reminisce about the past teacher-student bond, raising children and achieving success in your career. You kids have all become the pillars of society. Old Yu squinted his eyes, searching for Chen Chen in the crowd. After looking around and not finding him, he had to ask, why hasn't Chen Chen arrived yet? The class monitor, Guiyan, immediately replied seriously, We notified Chen Chen in the group that he was stuck in a bit of traffic and should be coming. As soon as this was said, the old classmates present stirred with excitement. Chen Chen's sudden rise to fame made this group of classmates, who were all around 26 years old, feel a bit uncomfortable. At this age, everyone had just graduated from university 4 or 5 years ago. Some in the class were doing quite well, either landing government jobs or taking over family businesses. But someone like Chen Chen, who suddenly amassed a fortune of billions, seemed like a fairy tale among the classmates in class 4. So when the classmates talked about Chen Chen, there was laughter, but also a hint of strange emotions in their tone. Just then, a beige beetle car slowly approached from the road. When the car stopped and the door opened, Zhu Yao, dressed in a white down jacket, appeared, holding Chen Chen's hand as they walked into the crowd. Accompanying them was Zhu Yao's best friend, Huang Yingying. As soon as they appeared, the gathered classmates erupted in excitement. Wow! Yao Yao is really with Chen Chen? High school romance, our role models. The female classmates were all very excited, their gossiping spirits ignited. Meanwhile, the male classmates wore expressions of surprise and melancholy. The most beautiful girl in the class, once the object of countless crushes from the boys of No. 2 high school, was now in someone else's arms. Just looking at it made them feel a wave of sorrow and a heaviness in their chests. Perhaps this is youth. Of course, there were also those in the crowd who felt dissatisfied, believing Chen Chen was not worthy of Zhu Yao. Take Yi Zijuan, the math class representative from a wealthy family who returned from studying abroad. He came to the high school reunion hoping to bask in the goddess's glory, relying on his youthful talent. For this, he had dressed up in high-end attire and borrowed his parents' Porsche Cayenne to make an impression, secretly hoping to compete with Chen Chen. But when he saw that Chen Chen didn't even drive his own car and just arrived in the goddess's beetle, and was immediately surrounded by classmates and teachers offering congratulations and blessings, Yi Zijuan's heart was thrown into turmoil. It turned out that Chen Chen had long since moved beyond the lowly pursuits of cars, houses, and money. All he needed to do was show up, and he instantly became the center of attention. This gap, this level, made Yi Zijuan feel defeated, because he saw in Chen Chen the unique aura of those successful and renowned figures in society. Even the principal of No. 2 high school, who rushed over upon hearing the news, acted submissively in front of Chen Chen. What qualifications did he, a recent graduate who hadn't yet made a mark in society, have to compare himself to Chen Chen? That would just be asking for trouble. So, after a moment of daze in the crowd, Yi Zijuan had to put away his desire for Zhu Yao and joined his classmates in visiting their old classroom at their alma mater. Meanwhile, Chen Chen held Zhu Yao's hand the entire time, wandering around taking photos and chatting with old classmates, reminiscing about their mischievous student days. After visiting for a couple of hours, as evening approached, everyone planned to take their cars to the reserved Rue County International Hotel for the banquet. Chen Chen deliberately took a check out of his pocket and handed it to his former homeroom teacher, Mr. Yu. Teacher Yu, this is a small token of my appreciation for my alma mater. Please pass it on to the school. It can be used to repair the dormitories for the younger students or to add some new books and teaching equipment. Upon seeing the figure of 10 million on the check, Yu Shelwei was so excited that she could hardly contain herself. Xiao Feng, you've really grown up and become successful. The teachers are very pleased. Should we call the principal to discuss having a donation ceremony after the school year starts? Chen Chen shook his head. Let's skip the ceremony. It's just a small amount of money, no need to trouble the younger students. Yu Shelwei nodded in agreement and carefully put away the check. Then I'll thank you on behalf of the school, Xiao Feng. The classmates who were watching saw Chen Chen's lavish spending of millions, treating money like dirt demeanor, and they all felt a pang of envy. They were all adults who had entered society and understood the value of that 10 million. Among the 46 classmates, very few would earn that much money in their lifetime, let alone casually give it to their alma mater. Thus, at the banquet of the reunion that day, many people ended up drinking to excess. And in the thin history of Rue County No. 2 High School, the appearance of Chen Chen, a reborn individual, added a vivid stroke to its narrative. The reunion stirred a surge of emotions among a group of young men and women. The arrival of the homeroom teacher and various subject teachers also reminded everyone of their youthful campus life. Of course, there was a second activity after the banquet. Class monitor Guiyan suggested going to a KTV to sing, while the boys suggested playing billiards or going to an internet cafe for some gaming. Chen Chen naturally couldn't resist the trend. He had few friends of his age, and with this group of old classmates sharing common youthful memories, he joined Zhu Yao in experiencing the atmosphere of young people. After having fun until midnight and finishing the reunion, Chen Chen called Master Gao for a ride. After all, both he and Zhu Yao had toasted the teachers at the banquet and had each had a little red wine, so they couldn't drive the beetle anymore. When the Hongji L5 stopped at the entrance of Zhu Yao's community, Chen Chen deliberately took a medical kit from the trunk and handed it to Zhu Yao. Yao Yao, the spring flu is rampant, and there's news about a new virus outbreak in Wujiang. Take these masks and fever medicine home to stock up. If you run out, just let me know, and I'll send someone over. Zhu Yao nodded and lightly kissed Chen Chen's cheek. Got it. You should go home and rest early. The young couple embraced for a moment before temporarily parting at the foot of the building. Watching Zhu Yao disappear into the hallway, Chen Chen took out a cigarette and lit it. He had originally wanted to take Zhu Yao back to the countryside to avoid the pandemic in the city during the new year. However, considering the customs in Wenshur, it was easy for an unmarried girl to be gossiped about if she stayed at the boy's house during the new year. Plus, Zhu Yao had mentioned that she wanted to spend the new year with her parents at home. So, Chen Chen had to give up the idea of staying over at his girlfriend's place. After finishing his cigarette, Chen Chen hurriedly got into the Hongqi car as the cold night wind hit him. As the car started heading towards the countryside, Chen Chen, who had closed his eyes to rest, suddenly spoke. Master Gao, it's already New Year's Eve tonight. You don't need to work overtime tomorrow. Go back home for the new year. Have you booked your tickets? Gao Lei, who was holding the steering wheel, replied, the company booked the high-speed train tickets for us. It takes about 10 hours to get to my hometown. I was thinking that you might need the car during the new year, so I planned to stay and work a bit. Chen Chen opened his eyes and looked at the brightly lit scenery outside the car window. No need to go through all that trouble. This year, we can't go around much. I basically won't need the car. Remember to take a medical kit with you when you go back, and wear a mask for protection on the way. Gao Lei frowned upon hearing this. The new virus in Wujiang had been making headlines in the news these days, almost every day appearing on the trending list, showing no signs of abating. Since even his boss, a person so informed, had brought it up, it seemed that wearing a mask was indeed necessary. After chatting for a while in the car, Gao Lei began to feel the urge to return home. As personal bodyguards, they were not supposed to have any holidays. While earning a high salary, they also lost a certain degree of freedom. Fortunately, Chen Chen, the boss, was relatively young and open-minded, not requiring too much formality, which made Gao Lei feel increasingly comfortable in this new job. As history rolled forward, while the ordinary people of Huaxia were immersed in the atmosphere of the Spring Festival holiday, the news about the pneumonia virus of unknown origin intensified online. Coupled with several doctors from Wujiang stepping forward as whistleblowers, the higher-ups in Huaxia, especially the Health and Family Planning Commission, began to pay attention to this human-to-human coronavirus similar to SARS. A few days after Chen Chen attended a class reunion and was dragged by his parents to visit relatives and friends for the New Year's Eve dinner, on the morning of January 23rd, to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus epidemic, all public transport, subways, ferries, and long-distance passenger transport in Wujiang City were suspended, and the access points to the city, such as airports and train stations, were temporarily closed. Subsequently, provinces, autonomous regions, and municipalities across Huaxia began to activate a Level 1 emergency response for epidemic prevention and control. Once this significant epidemic prevention and control news was announced, the entire nation was shocked. The trending topics were dominated by news of the unknown pneumonia and the lockdown in Wujiang. Because at this time, it was only one day away from the most important night for the people of Huaxia, New Year's Eve. Announcing a lockdown the day before the legal holiday startled countless people who were joyfully preparing for the Spring Festival. Since the founding of the country, such a significant lockdown had only occurred twice before, and both times it was only in sparsely populated remote cities. However, this time, Wujiang was different. This place was currently the transportation hub of Huaxia, the capital city of Hubei province, with a permanent population of 11 million. This did not even account for the workers and travelers passing through on their way home for the new year. Once the news of the lockdown was announced, the ancient city of Wujiang became an island, and this central transportation hub of Huaxia hit the pause button. When Chen Chen learned of the lockdown announcement, he was at home watching the news with his parents. The news footage showed a sanitation vehicle spraying disinfectant on the streets of Wujiang, which left Chen Hongmin, who was a bit older and had seen a lot in life, astonished. My goodness, it's incredible. Just like that, they locked down such a big city as Wujiang? Meanwhile, Li Yuan was also discussing in the Chen village group chat on his phone. Now the village is spreading the word that they are going to check people with Hubei license plates or those who have been to Wujiang. A case was found in Panlong town, and the person has been sent to the county hospital for examination. As a first-hand witness of the pandemic lockdown in his previous life, Chen Chen remained remarkably calm at this moment. He knew that the current lockdown in Wujiang was just a small matter. In the following days, as the epidemic prevention and control spread nationwide, even small corners like Chen village in the mountains would have barriers set up, allowing only entry and no exit. Of course, after the official lockdown announcement in Wujiang, Chen Shen's phone began to vibrate incessantly. The executives of the Lanwei Group, who had received the news in advance, were all at him in the group chat, discussing the lockdown turmoil while also flattering him. Chairman Chen is truly insightful. I heard from old Xia that Chairman Chen knew about this electronic cigarette virus emerging in America back in July last year. I didn't believe it at first. Covering face, today, it turns out that this virus has indeed spread to us. Shocked. At Chen, how will the company departments be arranged next? Question. After the announcement of the lockdown due to the Wujiang epidemic, the admiration of Chen Shen's subordinates had already reached an unimaginable level. Even several senior executives who had gone home for the Spring Festival holiday were all ears, planning to listen to Chen Shen's admonitions on WeChat. Chen Shen naturally would not miss the opportunity. He immediately opened a video call and held a brief video conference for all executives of the Lanwei Group in the guest room on the second floor of his home. During the meeting, Chen Shen clearly pointed out that the employees who remained must fulfill their duties, not be afraid of the virus, and carry out internal prevention and disinfection work. He emphasized the need to enhance the training of security personnel at the entrance and strictly prohibit irrelevant outsiders and vehicles from entering the various production bases. In addition, all senior executives who had taken leave to go home for the new year must log in daily to report their work, remotely command internal affairs of the group, and cooperate with the epidemic prevention efforts in various places. Even while working from home, they could not neglect their responsibilities, especially Li Liang from the Marketing and Public Relations Department, who was mentioned several times by Chen Shen during the meeting. He was required to pay special attention to the online public opinion trends and to have the verified social media accounts of the Lanwei Group on Weibo, Douyin, Xiaohongshu, etc. uniformly release a statement supporting the epidemic prevention efforts in Wujiang City. The announcement contained only one sentence: spare no effort to support Wujiang. This Spring Festival holiday in 2020 was destined to be uneasy for everyone. Following the announcement of the lockdown in Wujiang City on January 23, just a day later, on New Year's Eve, the entire Hubei province issued a public health notice, initiating a Level 1 response to major public health emergencies, announcing a large-scale lockdown throughout the province. That night, Chen Shen did not dare to wander elsewhere. After a rather uninspiring New Year's Eve dinner at home, he set off fireworks with a group of cousins who had returned for the new year in the newly built ancestral courtyard. This was the most traditional activity of the Spring Festival, although many cities prohibited fireworks to prevent air pollution and fires. However, in Chen Village, the sound of firecrackers still echoed in the countryside, bidding farewell to the old year. As the noisy year of the ox came to an end, the midnight bell on the Spring Festival gala on television rang, and people across China began to feel anxious. The so-called Year of the Rat was fraught with disasters, diseases, and financial losses. News about the epidemic in Wujiang City exploded online almost every few minutes. Watching the increasing number of cases on their phone screens, the hearts of the people across the country were stirred. The once joyful and festive atmosphere of family reunions during the Spring Festival was swept away this year. Instead, the trending phrases "United we stand," "Fight against the epidemic," and "Go Wujiang" topped the search lists of major internet apps. By midnight on New Year's Eve, Hubei province had reported a total of 729 cases of pneumonia caused by the novel coronavirus, with 572 cases in Wujiang City. The total confirmed cases in the province reached 830, including 177 severe cases and 25 deaths. Just a day later, on January 25, the first day of the Lunar New Year, the total number of infected patients in Hubei province increased to 1,052, with 618 cases in Wujiang City, and the death toll quickly rose to 45. On January 26, the second day of the Lunar New Year, the total confirmed cases reached 2,744, with 461 severe cases, and the cumulative death toll soared to 80. Faced with such a fierce new virus, the people of China, who were huddled at home for the Spring Festival, began to panic inexplicably, because the mortality rate of this new virus was too damn high. It's even more terrifying than the SARS outbreak in 2004. As a result, the shelves of pharmacies and drugstores everywhere were quickly emptied of cold and fever medications, as well as various drugs for preventing and treating respiratory infections. Even Li Yuan, the mother of the village's information department head, was loudly shouting the rumors from the Chun village group while cooking with several aunts and cousins. Several pharmacies and clinics in Panlong town have been cleared out. I heard it's even worse in the county town, with cold medicine and Banlan root being sold for 200 yuan a box. Those who run pharmacies are making a fortune. Chen Shen couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. Memories from his past life hinted at a resurgence of panic buying of various medical supplies. Due to the sudden outbreak, there was a severe shortage of masks, medicines, and other supplies everywhere, compounded by the fact that most express deliveries were suspended during the Spring Festival holiday, rendering even online shopping channels temporarily ineffective. Additionally, foreign pharmaceutical institutions had collectively planned for a long time to target China, purchasing most of the domestic medical supplies to take abroad. On mainstream e-commerce platforms like Taobao, Tmall, JD.com, and Pinduoduo, even if some sellers listed masks and thermometers, they would be snatched up by frenzied online shoppers in no time. The helpless common people could only rush to nearby pharmacies, clinics, and hospitals to grab supplies. Meanwhile, some unscrupulous merchants took advantage of the situation, shamelessly profiting from the national crisis. Fortunately, Chen Village had not yet been significantly affected. On the very day that Wujing City announced a formal lockdown, Chen arranged for the Lanwei production base to temporarily send a container of medical kits to be distributed free of charge to all villagers. Each medical kit contained 3 boxes of 100 disposable medical masks, a thermometer, a box of fever-reducing patches, a bottle of disinfectant, and various medications for treating colds and fevers that had been procured in advance from suppliers. A family of 3 could last through the first 3 months of the pandemic as long as they didn't go out running around. Of course, the emergency medical kit was only produced in a total of 100,000 sets. Apart from a portion distributed to the thousands of employees who had returned home for the Spring Festival holiday, the rest were sent to the warehouse in Wujing City with the logistics convoy. Meanwhile, the speed of the pandemic's development exceeded everyone's imagination. On January 25, the temporary office of the Wujing City Prevention and Control Center issued another message to the public. Due to the lockdown measures and the continuous increase in confirmed patient cases, the medical supplies in major hospitals in Wujing City were running low, possibly only enough to last for 3 to 5 days, and they were reluctantly starting to seek assistance nationwide for various medical supplies. At the same time, major hospitals in Wujing, such as the Tongji Medical College-affiliated Harmony Hospital and Wujing University People's Hospital, also issued announcements on social media to accept donations. As soon as this news broke, the whole country was in an uproar. Ordinary citizens, who had been frantically raiding nearby pharmacies, began to look for opportunities to send the few medications and masks they had managed to buy via express delivery to various donation points in Wujing City. Even though they didn't have enough for themselves, they were eager to support Wujing. At the same time, many domestic pharmaceutical companies also took action, announcing that they were working overtime to produce various medical supplies to aid Wujing. Lanfan Medical, Mindray Medical, and others donated medical equipment, while Jindong Pharmaceutical, Tianchili, Shuxiangu, Guizhou Bailing, and Shuyao Group actively donated medicines. In addition, domestic e-commerce giants like Alibaba, JD.com, and Pinduoduo announced their donations and were ramping up efforts to procure various medical supplies from domestic and international sources to assist Wujing City. Over 300 domestic celebrities and artists contributed their own money, raising over 100 million yuan to purchase supplies for Wujing City. Patriotic overseas Chinese and international students have also joined forces, frequently visiting foreign pharmacies to stock up and organize air shipments back to the country. Just like the earthquake in 2008, the Chinese nation has erupted with a cohesion that shocks the world at this moment. Of course, there are also some old shady dealings involved. Foreign pharmaceutical companies like Bayer, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, and Varian Medical, which have been rooted in China for many years, only symbolically contributed some money for donations during media interviews at the beginning of the pandemic, without transporting the supplies sent abroad back to the country. Because this pandemic situation was originally a biological war launched against China in cooperation with the Americans. After the New Year's Eve, the pandemic surged, and news media reported updates from Hubei province every few minutes. Among the supplies involved, surgical masks, medical protective masks, protective clothing, hand sanitizers, and peracetic acid disinfectant solutions became high-frequency terms mentioned in the news. Due to the rapid development of the pandemic in its early stages, various medical supplies had already been nearly emptied by foreign pharmaceutical giants months ago. After the fermentation of the pandemic during the New Year's Eve and the first day of the new year, hundreds of millions of ordinary citizens in the country rushed to buy and stock up. At this moment, whether in offline pharmacies or clinics, or on major online e-commerce platforms, the inventory of mask-related supplies collectively hit zero. Even if one had money, it was impossible to place an order online for related supplies. A pack of 100 disposable masks in WeChat groups was even speculated to be over 1,000 yuan. This was dozens of times more expensive than usual, and this still couldn't guarantee that it was from a big brand. All were masks from small workshops with no quality assurance. Even worse, during the Spring Festival, e-commerce itself was on holiday, and many sellers of medical devices had their bosses on vacation, with online customer service responses mostly being automated replies from robots. The express delivery industry was largely on holiday and suspended operations. Even SF Express had multiple routes delayed until after the second day of the new year to start deliveries. Major pharmaceutical companies and the textile industry were also affected by the trade frictions with the Americans, and this year, major factories lacked orders, organizing workers to take leave a month in advance. At this time, trying to recall staff to ramp up production was impossible. Whether it was raw materials, workers, or those old machines, everything was lagging behind, and production could only resume after the Spring Festival was completely over. In the face of such a rampant pandemic situation, who could guarantee when production could resume? When so many unfavorable factors for pandemic control came together, the chain reaction that ensued was terrifying to imagine. The city of Wuhan, with a population of 10 million, became like a black hole for supplies, continuously sending out calls for help after the lockdown. The supplies in major hospitals in Wuhan were frequently in urgent need. There was a severe shortage of hospital beds, medicines, and masks. Even frontline medical staff faced large-scale infections due to inadequate protective measures and a lack of protective clothing, leading to a serious shortage of personnel in various hospitals. Every piece of unfavorable news regarding the pandemic broadcasted made all the Chinese citizens on holiday during the Spring Festival feel a deep sense of anxiety. The beginning of the Year of the Rat in 2020 can be said to have lost all festive spirit. Although external factors were unfavorable, Wuhan was exerting all its efforts for self-rescue. On the night before New Year's Eve, January 23rd, the city's construction bureau urgently convened a special meeting with units like China Construction 3rd Engineering Bureau to study and implement the construction plans for Huashinshan and Leishanshan hospitals. In just one day, on the night of January 24th, the relevant design plans were rushed out overnight. On January 25th, the second day of the Lunar New Year, the two miraculous hospitals, Leishanshan and Huashinshan, symbolizing the eradication of all epidemics and diseases, began rapid construction after the temporary mobilization of 30,000 top talents in the construction field and hundreds of engineering machines. The construction sites of the two hospitals were live-streamed across the internet by social media platforms such as Baidu, Tencent, Douyin, and Weibo. Netizens across the country, confined at home, flocked to the live streams to cheer for Wujiang City. Go Wujiang City! Hang in there, Wujiang City! United we stand, we will overcome the epidemic. Over 100 million people watched the construction progress online simultaneously. Staying at home during the Spring Festival was already boring, and there were plenty of night owls staying up late online. Even in the early hours, the bullet comments and the major live streams continued to flood the screen. Meanwhile, several major white goods giants, including Gree, Haier, Midea, and TCL, announced at the same time that they would quickly allocate air conditioners, fresh air systems, disinfection lamps, and other appliances to support the construction projects of the two hospitals. Relevant hospitals across the country received notifications on New Year's Eve to cancel their holidays, starting to form medical teams and mobilizing large numbers of medical staff with supplies to rush to the front lines in Wujiang for epidemic prevention. At this moment, the busiest and most media-attended place was the Wujiang City Disease Control Command Center, where the sound of ringing phones was incessant. The staff at the command center had been working through several nights, continuously receiving calls for help from various hospitals in the city and inquiries about material assistance from across the country. Harmonious Hospital needs 200,000 masks and 3,000 protective suits. Quickly dispatch from the nearest warehouse. Zhongnan Hospital needs 200 surgical gowns, 500 surgical masks, and 8,095 masks. The maternity hospital is about to run out of injection syringes and needs another 100 protective suits. The People's Hospital is short of. The total number of confirmed COVID-19 cases in the city and the material shortages were reported to the command center almost every 10 minutes, waiting for allocation. Vice Mayor Wang, who was in charge of medical prevention and control in Wujiang City, was staring at the summary of medical material shortages on the big screen with bloodshot eyes. This Vice Mayor Wang had been stationed at the Disease Control Command Center since a few days before the city was locked down on the 23rd, having endured a whole week, with his face showing an unhealthy dark sheen. As for the other leadership groups in Wujiang City, they were also guiding work on the front lines in various districts, promoting the implementation of epidemic prevention and control in every community and street. Mayor, why don't you take a short nap? You've been up for several nights. I'm worried about your health, the secretary said with concern. I'm fine. Right now, fighting the epidemic is the most important thing. Vice Mayor Wang waved his hand, took a sip of strong tea to refresh himself, and listened to the new reports of material shortages from the operator, then turned back to ask, Where are the 500,095 masks donated by the Penguin Group? There is already someone tracking it in the work group. The Penguin's supplies should be airlifted to the airport by tomorrow morning. Also, Pakistan has announced that they have collected 300,000 masks, 800 sets of protective suits, and 6,800 pairs of gloves to donate to us in Wujiang, and they are currently urgently dispatching military transport planes to send them over, expected to arrive by early morning tonight, the secretary reported honestly with the gathered information. In the early stages of the epidemic, when medical supplies were unavailable on the domestic market, even a domestic internet giant like Penguin could only procure 500,095 masks locally in Shenzhen and send over 300 million in medical funds. One can imagine how fiercely foreign pharmaceutical companies, collaborating with the Americans in biological warfare, had scavenged in advance within the country. So the aid from Pakistan has arrived? Vice Mayor Wang was momentarily taken aback. As the saying goes, those who are righteous receive more help, while those who are not receive little. As a great nation, China has always had a good reputation worldwide. In the early days of the pandemic, many friendly countries announced donations of supplies, but few responded as quickly as Pakistan. After all, they themselves are struggling financially, and the supplies they gathered couldn't match the stock of a single city in China. Just seeing the rolling shortages of supplies on the big screen made Vice Mayor Wang's heart feel like it was hanging over a cliff. He knew that in this urgent situation, if things dragged on, it wouldn't last long. Even with the help of overseas Chinese compatriots and medical teams rushing to assist in procuring medical supplies, it would take at least several days, if not more than a week, for these supplies to be shipped and transported to the airport in Wujiang. How many patients and frontline medical staff would be infected due to the lack of supplies during this time? Thinking of this, Vice Mayor Wang felt a sense of urgency and helplessness that made it hard to sleep. A skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. No matter how high-ranking the leaders, they were all worried about the nationwide shortage of medical supplies at this moment. Just then, an emergency assistance call suddenly came through to a nearby operator's landline. The next second, a gasp was heard in the command center, and the staff member responsible for answering the call jumped up from their seat. What did you say? Blue Guard Technology Group is donating 1.28 billion medical masks. They're piled up in the logistics center warehouse in Jiangxia district, and they're currently being loaded onto trucks? Say that again louder. How many? How many are being donated? The operator's voice trembled, thinking they had misheard the organization. Because in recent times, no one had promised to deliver such a large quantity of supplies to Wujiang City. Even the famous Penguin Group had only procured 500,095 masks. E-commerce platforms like JD and Alibaba had only sent medical supplies worth a few million yuan in their first batch to Wujiang. This sudden promise from an unfamiliar company to donate 1.28 billion masks left the operator feeling a bit dazed, thinking they had been sleep-deprived and were hallucinating. Even before hanging up, they felt shadows moving beside them. All the leaders present at the Epidemic Prevention Command Center, from the office director to the highest-ranking Vice Mayor Wang, quickly surrounded the young operator. Comrade, quickly put this call on speakerphone. Confirm the authenticity of the supplies with the other side. Vice Mayor Wang panted. When he heard the word billion, he had jumped over from his desk several meters away. The entire medical supply system in Wujiang City was in urgent need, and he couldn't care less about maintaining a leader's image. Confirming the information was the priority. However, the operator felt a bit nervous being surrounded by so many leaders. Plus, the number reported on the other end of the call was so astonishing that now, realizing it, they hesitated to speak again. Forget it, I'll take the call. Comrade, you've worked hard, go take a break. Vice Mayor Wang swiftly took the landline phone and switched it to speaker mode. The mayor's secretary, seeing this, hurriedly brought a cup of brown sugar water to help the young operator soothe their throat and replenish their blood sugar. The young man's face was pale. He must have jumped up too suddenly just now. On the other end of the phone, a man's urging voice came through. Hello, can you hear me? Are you taking notes over there? Vice Mayor Wang quickly responded. I can hear you, comrade. I am Wang Jintao, the vice mayor in charge of the medical system in Wujiang City. May I ask how much material your company is donating? Hello, Mayor Wang. I am Li Liang, the marketing director of Jiang Province Blue Guard Technology Group. Our group currently has a batch of medical equipment worth over 5 billion yuan, stored in the logistics center warehouse in Jiangxia district. Among them are 1.12 billion disposable medical masks, 100 million N95 masks, and 60 million N98 masks, totaling 1.26 billion masks. In addition, there are 3 million pieces of medical protective clothing, 5 million household fever-reducing patches, 300,000 thermometers, 100,000 small ventilators, and 80,000 blood oxygen monitors. Li Liang was listing the donated supplies on the other end, and the command center fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened. They thought they had misheard. If these items were real, the huge gap in epidemic prevention supplies in Wujin City could be perfectly filled. Even in terms of masks, distributing 100 to each citizen in the city would leave plenty to spare. The most important thing was that this batch of supplies was all stored in the logistics center warehouse in Jiangxia district. Although that place was a bit remote, it would take less than 30 minutes to drive to the center of Wujin City, even with the current lockdown traffic conditions. This sudden influx of medical equipment made Vice Mayor Wang, who had answered the call, breathe a little heavier. Comrade, are these supplies you mentioned real? Are you sure you're not joking? At this moment, even the vice mayor had to doubt the authenticity of this supply list. There was no way. It was just too damn much. It was more than the total donations from Penguin, Alibaba, JD, and all major domestic pharmaceutical companies and listed enterprises combined. This was simply not on the same scale. A few million could only be compared to over 10 billion? Upon hearing this, Li Liang on the other end immediately replied seriously, Mayor Wang, as the public relations head of the group, I wouldn't dare joke with you. Lives are at stake, and we must race against time to prevent the spread of the epidemic. To be honest, our Blue Guard Technology Group is currently the largest mask manufacturer in the country, with full import and export qualifications for medical equipment from countries like the US, Japan, and Europe. If we run all 50 production lines at full capacity, we can basically produce over 100 million medical masks a day. This batch of donated supplies was planned in advance, intended to be distributed to the entire central China region after the Spring Festival, and coincidentally accumulated in the transit warehouse in Wujin City. Moreover, our chairman Chen Shen personally instructed after seeing the news situation in Wujin City that this batch of medical supplies must be delivered to the command center immediately, free of charge and unconditionally, following the arrangements of the leaders. After hearing this detailed explanation, the previously tense atmosphere in the command center erupted into cheers loud enough to lift the roof. Vice Mayor Wang, who had been holding his breath and working overnight for several days, clenched his fists and waved them vigorously in the air. This person was not joking with him. The tone was definitely serious. Even the export license numbers for the medical equipment were clearly stated, and they were the most difficult export qualifications to obtain from several developed countries. Thinking about it this way, the quality of this massive aid supply must be top-notch. More critically, just as Vice Mayor Wang was on the phone, the secretary next to him had a sudden idea and hurriedly instructed the command center staff to search online for detailed information about the Blue Guard Technology Group. Whether it was Baidu Baiki or various industry news and historical updates about this Jiang province company, everything was projected onto the command center's large screen at that moment. The bold red highlighted phrases such as 400 billion market value total scale, Blue Safety Guardian emerges, investors intend to create the first stock of a Chinese family medical brand, and expected that after some products go into production, the scale will surpass that of American 3M's capacity, struck a chord with everyone present. Of course, the reason the leaders of Wujing City had not heard of this company is that Blue Guard Technology Group is currently a relatively unknown entity nationwide. Since the company's brand was established only 6 months ago, most of the previous time was spent honing its internal capabilities. As mentioned in the relevant reports on the big screen, it is estimated that this domestic brand will officially go into production and achieve a certain market share in the home medical device field several years later. Such situations are quite common in major investment incubation projects, especially in industries like manufacturing. It takes a few years to streamline production processes and techniques before good products can be made. Furthermore, since its establishment, Blue Guard Technology Group has not spent a single penny on promotion or advertising. Even the few flagship products that have been launched are not performing well in terms of promotion and sales through distributors. Traditional pharmacy sales channels are firmly held by established domestic manufacturers and foreign pharmaceutical companies. Even if they can engage in price wars in the mask sector, it is still very difficult for the Blue Safety Guardian brand to penetrate the market in a short time. The products haven't even been rolled out for sale yet. Naturally, fewer people know about it. As for the famous Peak Brother in the A-share market, he is only well known in the stock market. Chen Shen has always been labeled as the chairman of Dingfeng Investment. The subsidiaries he incubates have hardly attracted any attention outside of the stock market and the one-share area. Therefore, after seeing the exposure materials on the big screen, Vice Mayor Wang, who saw a glimmer of hope, immediately calmed his excited emotions and took a deep breath into the phone, saying, thank you for the strong support from Blue Guard Technology Group. On behalf of all public officials in Wujing City and the frontline epidemic prevention personnel, as well as the 11 million citizens of Wujing City, I express our sincerest gratitude to your group. You are the saviors of Wujing City. As the saying goes, those who help themselves are helped by heaven. The 5 billion worth of medical equipment gift package provided by Blue Guard Technology has given the isolated Wujing City a glimpse of hope. As the Disease Prevention and Control Command Center reported this massive donation of materials up the chain, Blue Guard Technology Group, originally an obscure medical device manufacturer in the country, began to be frequently mentioned by higher-ups. Some said that the internal industrial assessment in China was not thorough enough, leading to the oversight of such a crucial company. Others said it was heaven's blessing for China. Whenever the Chinese nation faces difficulties, heroes always emerge to turn the tide and save the people from peril. At this moment, Blue Guard Technology Group undoubtedly became the heroic enterprise that the higher-ups referred to as emerging out of nowhere. Meanwhile, through grassroots personnel in Jiangxia district personally visiting the logistics center to verify the authenticity of this massive donation of materials, and receiving approval from the higher-ups, Vice Mayor Wang of Wujing City swept away the previous pressure and disclosed this huge donation to the media waiting outside the command center. This revelation not only left the reporters on-site stunned but also caused a sensation across the entire domestic internet. On various social media platforms, short video sites, and search engines, the trending topics were completely dominated by phrases like Blue Shield Technology Group donates 5 billion medical supplies to assist in the fight against the epidemic and 26 billion masks have arrived in Wujing City. My goodness, wide-eyed, 5 billion worth of supplies just donated like that. Impressive, over a billion masks ready to be dispatched at any moment? Questioning, what does Blue Shield Technology even do? How could their warehouse have so many medical supplies? The citizens of Wujing City are saved. Oh yeah, hundreds of millions of internet users were stirred up. During the Spring Festival holiday, news about the epidemic lockdown in Wujing City was constantly emerging, with new updates popping up online almost every few minutes. However, due to the suddenness of the situation and the local shortage of medical supplies and healthcare personnel, every piece of news from the front line of the epidemic was mostly negative. The daily updates on the rising number of confirmed cases and deaths left the people of Huaxia feeling uneasy throughout the Spring Festival. Then suddenly, a heaven-sent gift package arrived, akin to retail investors in the A-share market, who, in a daze, suddenly saw their stocks surge with astonishing good news. Everyone was searching online for information about Blue Shield Technology Group. The hospitals in Wujing City, which were already overwhelmed, were most affected by this donation news. As frontline healthcare workers, wrapped in protective suits they had worn for days, rushed between the beds of critically ill patients, a liaison responsible for requesting aid from the command center suddenly kicked open the isolation door in the corridor and shouted, "All on-duty doctors and nurses, come to the changing room in batches immediately to change into new protective suits and N98 masks." Change protective suits and masks? N98 masks, really? New protective suits have arrived? Great! I've worn this protective suit for days, and it's torn in so many places. I didn't want to change it before, it was starting to smell bad. Finally, new ones have come. The doctors and nurses all showed a hint of surprise. Hospitals had been seeking external assistance, but the various protective supplies sent were merely a drop in the bucket. Sometimes, they didn't even see boxes of masks, most were in bulk bags. As the stock in the warehouse dwindled, these frontline healthcare workers began to use their little ingenuity to DIY. If a protective suit tore, they would use tape, cling film, and plastic bags to patch it up. If a mask was worn out, they would spray it with disinfectant, dry it, and reuse it. In short, as long as their gear held out, they would make it last as long as possible. Now, with large container trucks emblazoned with eye-catching Blue Shield logos delivering tons of masks, protective suits, small ventilators, blood oxygen monitors, fever patches, and other supplies to the major hospitals in Wujing City, the entire medical system of Wujing City was in an uproar. Various WeChat groups were buzzing with news of arrivals and short videos capturing the moment, sharing their good news. With this nearly unlimited supply of medical materials as a foundation, the confidence and morale of the frontline epidemic workers soared at a visible pace. This boost in confidence was incredibly timely for such a major public health crisis. For healthcare workers, fighting the epidemic was not terrifying, they were the most professional. What they feared was being on the front line and facing a lack of clothing and medicine, missing timely logistical support. Previously, due to the shortage of supplies, hospitals had prepared for the worst, hoping to last a few more days. Waiting for the medical teams from other places to arrive for support might bring a new turning point. But now, with these container trucks bearing blue shields delivering large quantities of supplies, the the temporary unloading has become a challenge. There's no way. There are just too many things. A standard 40-foot container starts with 20 to 30 tons of goods. Smaller hospitals lack forklifts and unloading tools, and relying solely on the available manpower is simply not enough to unload everything. At this moment, in the various community groups of Wujin City, messages began to spread, centered around certain hospitals, recruiting volunteers to rush to the front lines. A large number of Wujin citizens, who had been hiding at home due to lockdowns, eagerly signed up in the group, disregarding their family's advice. In an old community in the Jiang'an district of Wujin City, a young man who learned about the volunteer recruitment in the group wrapped himself in a coat and planned to rush out. "Mom, I have urgent business to attend to." His mother, who was cooking in the kitchen, immediately rushed out with a spatula in hand. "Son, what are you thinking? Are you trying to be a hero? The building corridors are sealed off. Why are you going out? There are viruses outside. You don't even have a medical mask to help. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" The young man waved his hand and pulled out a cloth mask he had hidden at home from the shoe cabinet, putting it on his face. "Mom, it's fine. The maternal and child hospital said they need people to unload supplies. They just received a large batch of goods, and the doctors and nurses are too busy saving lives to handle it. Volunteers need to gather at the community entrance within 5 minutes. The community will provide protective suits and medical masks. I'm a party member. If I don't go, who will?" After saying that, the young man opened the door that had been locked for days and rushed down the corridor, ignoring his parents' pleas. Similar scenes unfolded in various community streets of Wujin City, as countless young people wearing volunteer armbands began to gather in an orderly fashion to head to the nearest hospital. These red-armed volunteers suddenly appearing on the streets, combined with the blue and white container trucks traveling along the city's main roads, created a century-defining scene that went viral in Wujin City's social circles. Countless citizens of Wujin, locked down at home, captured images of these trucks and volunteers through their balcony windows. Before great disasters, there are always sons and daughters of Huaxia stepping forward, heading against the tide towards the most dangerous places. And on this day, the prominent blue shield logo that frequently appeared in Wujin citizens' WeChat moments successfully went viral online, completely stepping onto the world stage. While Wujin City's self-rescue efforts against the pandemic were in full swing, far away in an old community in Songjiang district of the Magic City, Zhou Jiqiang, who had just finished a day of driving for Didi, hurriedly returned to his cramped rental apartment with a bag of fresh vegetables and fruits. "Dad, you've worked hard." His daughter, who was in kindergarten, ran over and hugged Zhou Jiqiang's leg, wearing a red tang suit and holding a cheerful red lantern, looking very cute. "Baby, Daddy missed you so much." Zhou Jiqiang picked up his daughter and kissed her twice. As a migrant worker from the neighboring Anhui province, this was the second spring festival that the three of them spent in the Magic City. However, due to the lockdowns announced in Wujin City and Hubei province around New Year's Eve, the festive atmosphere in the internationally renowned metropolis had significantly diminished compared to previous years. Take Zhou Jiqiang's job driving for Didi, for example. The Spring Festival holiday should have been the most profitable time of the year, second only to the National Day. Not only did the platform provide subsidies for each ride, but the locals in the Magic City would occasionally tip a little extra as a reward for hard work. In previous years during the Spring Festival, he would work for more than half a month, earning at least 1 or 2,000 yuan a day. But this year, everywhere is cold and desolate. After wandering around all day, the orders assigned by the platform are pitifully few. As dinner time approached, Zhou Jiqiang decided to return to this temporary little nest to have a quick bite, planning to go out again after dark to see the situation. His wife was busy reheating the leftovers from New Year's Eve, and when she saw her husband come back, she asked, "Did you buy any masks?" Zhou Jiqiang awkwardly smiled while holding their daughter. "The pharmacies are all sold out. I went around several districts during the day and checked over a dozen pharmacies, all out of stock." His wife frowned. "Still couldn't get any?" "Can't find them on Taobao either, and the pharmacies have no stock. You're out there all day picking up passengers. If you accidentally get infected, what are we going to do? It's really driving me crazy." Seeing his wife complain, Zhou Jiqiang could only smile awkwardly. During these few days of the Spring Festival in the Magic City, the prices of masks and antiviral cold medicines had skyrocketed, and even having money didn't guarantee you could buy them. As a Didi driver, Zhou Jiqiang was among the more informed people. In the several large Didi groups he joined, there were actually people reselling various medical supplies for epidemic prevention every day. A bag of masks had been marked up to 2,000 yuan, and a pack of 10 tablets of ibuprofen for fever and headaches had even reached 3,000 yuan. If it weren't for his tight budget, busy paying off the mortgage for the new house in his hometown, Zhou Jiqiang might have gritted his teeth and bought those masks that were more expensive than gold from those unscrupulous resellers. After all, he had a wife and child at home, and he was worried about putting them at risk while he was out running around. As for the medicines, Jo Ji-cheon wasn't too worried. His daughter was still young and often caught colds and fevers at kindergarten, so their rental house had a good stock of leftover children's cold medicine and ibuprofen suspension from when his daughter was sick. If an adult caught the flu, they could just increase the dosage a bit to manage. While he was pondering, Jo Ji-cheon suddenly felt his phone vibrate with a notification. When he opened it, it wasn't a new order, but rather many colleagues in the DD group were sharing screenshots of their online purchases. The screenshots showed that an order for a pack of 100 disposable medical masks had been successfully placed, and the payment amount was only 112 yuan. That was dozens of times cheaper than the masks on the black market. Wow! How did old Chen get these masks so cheap? Jo Ji-cheon quickly scrolled through the chat history in the WeChat group. When he reached the beginning, a download link for an app called Blueguard Mall caught his attention. The person who posted this download link was the group owner, who kindly shouted in the group, "At everyone, brothers, don't buy those black market goods anymore. Quickly download this app. The masks in this mall are endless. I've already stocked up on 10 bags for myself, so hurry up and place your orders." There's a notice saying that in a couple of days, drivers who don't wear masks won't be allowed to have their faces verified to drive. With the group owner's shout, the entire DD group erupted. This was a group of 1,000 people, all DD drivers making a living in the Magic City. The epidemic had just broken out in Hubei province and hadn't fully spread to the Magic City yet, so various industries in the Magic City were still operating as usual. If they were blocked by the platform's facial recognition verification, wouldn't these DD drivers be wasting their time? They were counting on making more money during the Spring Festival. So Jo Ji-cheon immediately clicked the link and hurriedly downloaded the e-commerce app called Blueguard Mall. The app was small, with a total size of only 25 megabytes, and the installation was quickly completed. When he opened the interface, the unfamiliar blue and white background and the streamlined, clean navigation menu made Jo Ji-cheon's eyes widen. He felt a bit like he had downloaded a retro app from 7 or 8 years ago when smartphones were just starting to rise. There were no flashy live broadcasts or pop-up advertisements, and the operation was smooth without any lag. Moreover, in the interface menu bar, there was a very prominent medical masks navigation. Clicking in, a product thumbnail window similar to those on Taobao and JD appeared. From ordinary disposable medical masks to N95 and N98 masks, everything was available, even custom high-end masks with breathing valves. Each product window was labeled self-operated. The most important thing was that the prices were not high. The cheapest pack of 100 disposable masks was priced at 100 yuan, and a box of N95 masks was 500 yuan. Self-operated products? Are these produced by this e-commerce platform itself? Jo Ji-cheon felt a stir in his heart and hurriedly clicked on the cheapest disposable medical mask. He still had a mortgage to pay and thought he should save wherever he could, so he decided to buy the cheap ones to get by for a while. As soon as he clicked into the product details page, Jo Ji-cheon thought he was seeing things. The stock quantity of this self-operated disposable medical mask from Blue Shield Mall actually reached an astonishing 25,210,354 pieces. If it weren't for the constantly refreshing stock number and the group leader's husband's comments along with the online shopping reviews from peers, Jo Ji-cheon would have thought he had stumbled upon some chaotic scam app. After all, the e-commerce sellers on JD and Taobao on his phone, every one of them selling masks had a stock number of 0. Some had even taken down their product pages. Forget it, just buy it first. The group leader drives a Mercedes Maybach for business. He can't be scamming us for this little bit. Jo Ji-cheon mumbled a few words and quickly registered an account, filled in the delivery address, and ordered 2 bags of disposable masks. He didn't expect that this unfamiliar platform would charge for shipping even for self-operated masks. Was the free shipping halo for Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai no longer effective? However, considering it was for emergency masks, Jo Ji-cheon accepted the 12 yuan express delivery fee. After exiting, he browsed around Blue Shield Mall and found that the platform also sold children's masks with cartoon styles, and the prices were reasonable, all at the normal market price before the outbreak. Thinking of his lovely daughter being stuck in the cramped rental apartment every day, unable to go downstairs to play, Jo Ji-cheon ordered without a second thought. After merging a few orders, it showed that the nearest city warehouse was preparing the goods, expected to be delivered the next morning. This made Jo Ji-cheon sit up straighter at the dinner table, holding up his phone order and boasting, "Wife, I got masks." "You got masks? Where did you get them?" His wife, who was serving dishes on the table, asked curiously. During the day, while taking care of the child, she had been asking neighbors about where to find masks. After all, The family had a pillar of the family running around outside all day, and as a DD driver, he was the most likely to come into contact with sources of infection, so his wife was definitely 100% worried. Unfortunately, she had asked around in various WeChat groups in Zaya Hongshu, and had also checked online on Taobao and JD, but in the current Shanghai, not only was it impossible to buy masks, even the shadow of a mask was nowhere to be seen. If her husband suddenly said he had managed to get some online, anyone would feel something was off. Seeing his wife pressing for details, Zhou Jichang, with a hint of pride, pulled out the Blue Shield Mall app shared by the group leader to show her. His wife looked skeptical. "It's not a scam platform, is it? There are so many online scammers these days. It shouldn't be. I see many people in our DD group placing orders." As a DD driver, Zhou Jichang ran around all over Shanghai every day, meeting passengers from all over the place. He had more channels to receive information than the average person. Whenever he heard any juicy gossip at home, he would share it with his wife. This was also one of the few things he could show off as the pillar of the family. This time, when he saw his wife questioning him, in order to maintain his image as the head of the family, Zhou Jichang hurriedly searched online for this unfamiliar e-commerce platform. To his surprise, as soon as he opened the browser, it was at the top of the trending list. Scrolling down, the huge donation of medical supplies to Wujiang City was also ranked second. Following that was the Blue Guard technology group behind this e-commerce platform. Judging by the heat and the time it was listed, all these trending topics had just appeared in the few minutes since he had returned home with the car. Wasn't that a coincidence? Honey, if you don't believe it, take a look. This Blue Guard Mall is even in the news. The big company behind it donated over 1 billion masks to Wujiang City in one go. Seeing this, Zhou Jichang quickly explained with the news he found. When his wife saw it was in the news, she took the opportunity to download the Blue Guard Mall app on her phone while eating. However, when she clicked on the main page's medical mask navigation bar, the entire app interface visibly lagged. After refreshing several times, when she finally squeezed into the product details page, the stock of disposable masks, which had just been over 25 million, had now dwindled to just over 1 million. "How many packs of masks did you grab just now?" 3 packs. 1 pack is children's masks for Shaochang. What's wrong? You blockhead. How long will 3 packs last? His wife complained and hurriedly registered to fill in her information, wanting to grab a few more packs to stock up at home for emergencies. But when she finished filling out the information and switched back to the product page, the remaining stock of over 1 million disposable medical masks was completely wiped out. This left the young couple from Shanghai staring in disbelief. This rush was just too insane. It wasn't just disposable masks, all self-operated products on the Blue Guard Mall, like thermometers, fever patches, and even expensive portable home ventilators, were all snatched up within 30 minutes after the news broke. Due to the fierce spread of the pandemic, people across the country were in a hurry to stock up on masks and medical supplies. Major e-commerce platforms and pharmacies had already been raided a few days before New Year's Eve. At this moment, a suddenly emerging e-commerce platform with stock was too tempting to resist, so they rushed in to grab what they could. Initially, this e-commerce app was only spreading in small circles within various WeChat groups. However, when the group company behind Blue Guard Mall made headlines for its generous aid to Wujiang City, the massive influx of traffic created a viral marketing effect. At this time, millions of Chinese netizens, sensing the opportunity, unleashed an unimaginable energy, fiercely attacking the Blue Guard Mall. The speed of the purchases was several times crazier than during the Double 11 shopping festival. Meanwhile, far away at the Blue Guard Mall's operations center in Hangzhou, the person in charge, Shui Ziyuan, was also worried about the overwhelming traffic. What was he worried about? It was simply that the traffic was too large. In just 1 hour, the search and download volume for Blue Guard Mall on Android and Apple iOS app stores suddenly surged geometrically. With every second refresh in the backend, new registered users for Blue Guard Mall were increasing at a rate of millions. If it weren't for the pressure test conducted in advance, 4 billion level traffic as per the boss's request before the New Year's public test, and if they hadn't cut down many complex embedded functions under the boss's instructions, the Blue Guard Mall would have been completely overwhelmed by netizens from all over the country by now. Boss, our own servers are running at 160% overclock. The traffic coming in from the WeChat mini program has crashed. The data on the web version is also surging. What should we do? Hurry up and give us a signal. If we don't divert traffic soon, the mall will be paralyzed immediately. Hearing the urgent shout from the on-duty programmer, Shui Ziyuan quickly snapped back to reality. He instructed his assistant to call out in the company group to gather those employees who were on leave to come online and work extra shifts to cope with the surge in traffic. He also swiftly contacted the CEO of a server operator he had dined with a few times, temporarily adding 200,000 servers for diversion backup. Major e-commerce platforms like Taobao, JD, and Pinduoduo are supported by hundreds of thousands of servers. Otherwise, just the daily active users numbering in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions would be enough to overwhelm these platforms. The Blue Guard Mall, having just recently entered public testing and with a download count that had been lackluster, had daily active users that had plummeted. Therefore, they hadn't invested much in server hardware. Most of the servers were rented from server operators. At this moment, with several hundred million new users flooding in, the impact was several times more terrifying than the rush for train tickets during the Spring Festival. Thus, despite Xue Ziyuan and the programmers on duty during the Spring Festival reacting promptly, the Blue Guard Mall app unexpectedly crashed 3 times in the next half day. As a result, Xue Ziyuan had to initiate a video conference to inform the group's CEO, Xie Zhikong, and Chairman Chen Chen about the emergency situation. Xie Zhikong didn't say much. Being from the medical device industry, he wasn't very familiar with e-commerce. Instead, it was Chen Chen who said during the video call, "Learn from this setback. Take this opportunity to optimize the mall's bugs. Also, hurry up and recruit more programmers and open more servers for traffic reserves. Old Xue, you've actually handled this very well. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just go ahead and do it." With the boss's approval, Xue Ziyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Chen Chen, after announcing a significant aid of 5 billion in medical supplies to Wujing City, had just finished a few days of quiet vacation at his hometown in Chen Village, which was now coming to an end, because someone from above had arrived. Due to the rampant spread of the virus, the atmosphere in the Ruixian Guxiang Coastal Industrial Park during the Spring Festival was tense. To prevent the spread of the virus, the gates of all enterprises in the park were tightly closed, and even those who remained to produce were proceeding cautiously. Of course, there were exceptions. At the production base of Blue Guard Technology Group, however, it was bustling with activity. After the chairman promised 10 times the overtime pay at the annual meeting, nearly 1,500 employees chose to sacrifice their holidays to stay on the job for such an outrageous overtime fee. After all, working 1 day was equivalent to 10 days' income. The Blue Guard Group had a total of 15 days off during the Spring Festival. If they clocked in for all 15 days, it would be equivalent to earning 5 months' salary. With such high returns, over 70% of employees chose to stay. Only those who hadn't returned home for the new year in several years, feeling homesick, or those who weren't in dire need of money took the medical kits provided by the company and set off for home. Of course, the production base also prepared various New Year activities for the employees who stayed to work overtime. The cafeteria improved its meal offerings significantly, serving lavish dishes, slaughtering pigs, and providing seafood. Each project team arranged small programs at night to liven up the dull atmosphere of working overtime during the Spring Festival, making many of the employees who stayed feel a bit reluctant to leave. However, just as this harmonious atmosphere of overtime was unfolding, the pandemic suddenly hit Wujing City. Several project teams that had originally planned for daytime production and nighttime rest began to switch to 3 shifts. Production lines for masks, protective clothing, fever-reducing patches, and thermometers were all running at full capacity, nearly smoking from the workload. Meanwhile, the gates of the Blue Guard Technology Park began to open and close frequently to welcome the logistics trucks. On January 27th, the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, a large number of black luxury executive cars and yellow-white minibuses suddenly arrived at the entrance of the park. Chen Chen, who had long been notified to come for discussions, was wearing a mask and stood inside the park with a group of remaining executives behind him. Seeing the leader's convoy approaching, he quickly went to greet them. Due to Blue Shield Technology's outstanding performance during the pandemic, donating medical supplies worth 5 billion directly packaged as airdrop boxes to the front line in Wujing City, the higher-ups had to send people to inspect and offer condolences, as well as conduct a related interview. Among the convoy were leaders from various levels of Wenshu and Ruixian, as well as Deputy Director Liu from the Health Commission's Epidemic Prevention Office, along with a large team from China's Central Television for interviews. After exchanging a few New Year greetings, they began the formal proceedings. Watching the interview team set up their cameras, Chen Chen knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he, as the main spokesperson for Blue Shield Technology, led the group of leaders to change into protective suits and toured the busy production workshops. Observing the brand-new, highly automated mask production lines rapidly churning out boxes of finished masks, and the clean room workshops that were dust-free and sterile, the leaders nodded in satisfaction. This pandemic had come on strong, yet Blue Shield technology managed to rise against the tide, clearly demonstrating their capabilities. They had managed to scale up and advance the production of a simple mask to such a level, with no other competitors nationwide. Leaders, our group's mask production capacity has now reached 100%, capable of producing about 108 million masks per day. However, due to the Spring Festival holiday, some employees have returned home for the new year, so we are a bit short-staffed. The production lines for other pandemic-related products are only operating at about 60% capacity, Shin Chen explained, distributing several newly launched N98 high-grade masks printed with flags and emblems to the attendees. These flags and emblems were not casually printed. Blue Shield technology had obtained authorization before producing them. They had already received unified orders from above, and wherever they could be produced, they would appear in important national events and on the faces of leaders at all levels in the future. Seeing this, Deputy Director Liu said, "Your company's production line is indeed on par with foreign medical device companies like 3M. The staffing issue is indeed a bit troublesome. The pandemic is spreading, and cities are tightening lockdowns. To expedite the resumption of work and production for key pandemic enterprises like yours, our Health Commission has specially issued a batch of passes to ensure your employees can return to work smoothly after the Spring Festival." Shen quickly thanked him upon receiving the approval for the passes. The value of these passes during the early stages of the pandemic was 100 times higher than that of masks. In the previous life, Wonshur was the second hardest hit area after Wujing City, where businesspeople brought the COVID-19 virus back home for the new year. This led to the entire Wonshur area being locked down from February 3rd until gradually reopening in March. To resume work and production early and ensure a continuous supply of pandemic resources, these passes were absolutely essential. Of course, after the inspection of the production workshop, the leaders present asked what further assistance and support Blue Shield Group needed from above, or what valuable suggestions Blue Shield technology could provide as a key player in the pandemic response. Shen realized that his opportunity to shine had come. The visit from the higher-ups was not just a formality. Due to the rapid outbreak of the pandemic, coinciding with the critical period of the Spring Festival, and in the absence of large-scale city lockdown experience, the higher-ups wanted to hear valuable opinions from the grassroots. In a short time, they aimed to gather ideas and summarize a set of epidemic prevention methods suitable for the conditions of Huaxia. Coincidentally, Shin Chen was a reborn individual, equipped with valuable experience from future years of pandemic control, which could help Huaxia avoid many detours in epidemic prevention. Thus, after taking a seat in the conference room of the production base, Shin Chen immediately instructed his executives to present the materials he had prepared in advance regarding Blue Guard Technology's suggestions on the prevention and control of the COVID-19 pandemic. Besides the usual points about ensuring sufficient medical and daily supplies and prioritizing the resumption of work and production for pharmaceutical companies, several suggestions stood out, such as strictly preventing market price fluctuations, disrupting market order, and standardizing the retail prices of key supplies like masks. Additionally, creating a nationwide unified health code and travel code, as well as localized lockdown suggestions for tracing the source of the pandemic, provided fresh ideas that the attending leaders had not previously considered. Especially the Deputy Director Liu, who had come from above, was immediately intrigued by these methods not yet popularized in this lifetime after seeing them on the PPT, and began to inquire about them one by one. General Xiaofeng, let's start with the first point. What is the rationale behind standardizing the retail price of masks? Your company, as the largest mask manufacturer in the country, wouldn't you want the price of masks to be as high as possible? The higher the price of masks, the more your company earns, right? Hearing Deputy Director Liu's question, Shen Chen nearly froze. This was a life and death question. If he answered poorly, it wouldn't be a complete disaster, but it would significantly tarnish his impression with the higher-ups. After all, Huaxia was currently following its unique market economy model, continuously deepening reform and opening up with a degree of freedom in business even higher than that of the so-called developed countries in the West. However, freedom aside, there were still things that needed regulation. If the prices of all goods were determined by the market, and essential living supplies like rice prices soared to 20 yuan per jean like they did before Qin Shen's rebirth, that would be absurd. Therefore, ideas like Hayek's invisible hand simply wouldn't work in Huaxia. After pondering for a moment, Shen Chen began to explain in detail, leaders, as a law-abiding and principled investor, I naturally hope that the companies I invest in earn as much as possible. However, given the current situation, I have already made enough profit. So much so that I feel the money is burning in my hands. Upon hearing this, the leaders present were all taken aback. Shen Chen then picked up a disposable mask on the table and continued his analysis. excluding expenses for raw materials, labor, equipment, packaging, and energy consumption, the cost for Blue Guard technology to manufacture this mask is approximately 5 cents. With a retail price set at 1 yuan, that leaves a gross profit of 95 cents. Marx mentioned in Capital, if there is a 50% profit, capital will take risks. If there is a 100% profit, capital dares to risk the gallows. If there is a 300% profit, capital dares to trample on all laws of the world. Calculating this way, the profit for this mask has already reached 1,900%. Once the pandemic spreads nationwide, the demand for masks will increase significantly. At that time, regardless of the industry, in order to compete for this profit pie, they will likely rush in at any cost. It will then be difficult to manage and contain this beast of capital. So I suggest that it would be best to set a fixed price for key supplies like masks and protective clothing at the beginning of the pandemic to prevent anyone from taking risks for profit and disrupting the normal market order. As soon as he finished speaking, all the leaders present nodded in agreement. The situation Chen Chen described had already appeared in the market. Before the Blue Shield Mall became popular, the price of masks in the black market had skyrocketed hundreds of times, and the prices of medicines and thermometers had been driven up even more fiercely. In Yiwu and Guangzhou, several cases of counterfeit masks and substandard products had also been investigated in recent days. At this time, unifying the factory price and retail price of medical supplies would definitely be beneficial for maintaining the livelihood of the people. Of course, in Chen Chen's memories from his previous life, the price limit for masks was gradually implemented only after February. By bringing up this suggestion now, Chen Chen hoped that the higher-ups would pay attention to the economic logic behind the pandemic. The first suggestion is already being studied by the relevant departments. Although we have abolished the crime of speculation, those who dare to disrupt the market order and hinder epidemic prevention will definitely be severely punished. Deputy Director Lu's eyes were sharp, and he then pointed to the second suggestion he was most interested in regarding the health code and travel code. In his previous life, the launch dates for these two codes were February 13th and March 6th, respectively. These two codes accompanied Chen Chen's daily life during the 3 years of the pandemic. Whether traveling for business or entering crowded places like markets and supermarkets, one had to scan the code. Due to the varying number of confirmed cases in different regions at the beginning of the pandemic, and the lockdowns in various provinces and cities, the requirements for these two codes became increasingly stringent. Almost every province and city had developed its own health code system. For those who frequently traveled for business, upon exiting train stations or airports, they had to register with various local codes, leading to long lines of people complaining at the entrances. At this moment, Chen Chen brought up these two codes in hopes of improving the fragmented situation from his previous life, aiming to unify the health code and travel code into a single nationwide code for the convenience of the public. To persuade these leaders, Chen Chen began to explain in detail about the dual codes. The original intention behind the design of the health code and travel code is to effectively identify whether a person has visited high-risk areas or come into contact with infected individuals through signal positioning by telecommunications providers, avoiding blanket lockdowns in restricted areas. If these two codes can be widely adopted, I personally believe they will greatly assist in epidemic prevention and the subsequent resumption of work and production, restoring social order. Upon hearing this, Deputy Director Lu's eyes lit up, and he couldn't hide his excitement. The use of high-tech signal positioning for epidemic control could be considered a pioneering approach in China, something even the top think tanks had not yet considered. Deputy Director Lu then asked, "I see your company has built a large e-commerce platform like Blue Shield Mall, accommodating millions of users to buy masks. I assume you have a solid foundation in IT program development. How quickly could you develop a mini program for the health code and travel code?" Seeing that the higher-ups intended to reuse Blue Shield Mall and give them more responsibilities, Chen Chen immediately connected with Shui Ziyuan, who was far away in Hangzhou, and asked some key questions on speakerphone. He also mentioned some optimization suggestions for the dual codes from his previous life and ultimately received a clear response. If we have the cooperation of mobile and telecommunications operators, our programming team at Blue Shield Mall could have these two codes ready for official testing in about 3 days. And so, in the previous life, the dual codes that accompanied 1.4 billion people in China for 3 years were released nearly a month and a half early. Of course, the health code itself doesn't really involve much technological content. In the previous life, a bunch of small IT companies with connections took on the bids from various localities, and with just 1 or 2 programmers, they could complete it in a few days. A 3-day deadline for IT experts like Shui Ziyuan was considered very generous. When Deputy Director Lu heard about this timeline, He nodded in satisfaction. Then this health code and itinerary code will be entrusted to you, Blue Guard Technology, for development. I will contact the relevant communication departments to assist you with the subsequent development work, and the related expenses will be allocated accordingly. Upon hearing such a result, Chen Chen couldn't help but clench his fists. After laying the groundwork for over half a year since his rebirth, it was finally bearing fruit with the arrival of the pandemic. With the integration of the dual codes and their widespread application, Blue Guard Mall could truly be said to have a promising future. The founders of the health code and itinerary code in the previous life were Ma Xiaodong, the former head of Alibaba's Taobao data optimizer. This leading figure in China's big data industry graduated from Huaxia University of Science and Technology, and after leaving Alibaba, he started his own business, leading a team to develop the Big Data Magic Mirror project. He even once reached the top of the big data industry, later being absorbed by the national team and becoming an expert consultant in the field of big data. Chen Chen's early intervention was merely taking advantage of the rebirth, extending a lifeline for Blue Guard Mall. Although in the early stages of the pandemic, relying on ample material reserves and a buying frenzy, this newly emerging e-commerce platform was unlikely to lack traffic. However, as the pandemic progressed and various regions organized the resumption of work and production, the production capacity of masks and other medical supplies began to surge. Then competitors like Alibaba, JD, and Pinduoduo would find ways to block Blue Guard Mall's rise. Not to mention, just the strategies of low-price group buying and free shipping would be enough to trouble Blue Guard Mall. Ordinary people shop online on Taobao primarily to save money and buy cheaper than offline. Even a price difference of 1 dime would prompt online shoppers to compare across multiple platforms. Moreover, after 3 years of the pandemic, the total volume of e-commerce consumption has been rising year by year, and ordinary people confined at home have developed the habit of shopping online. Therefore, being able to intercept the ports of WeChat and Alipay in advance and exclusively integrate the dual codes would be enough for Blue Guard Mall to gain a significant advantage and remain resilient during the next 3 years of the pandemic. With such a fortuitous start, if the team at Blue Guard Mall fails to achieve any results, then it would be a shame, and Chen Chen could be considered to have made the utmost effort as an investor in this project. Of course, the discussion in the conference room regarding pandemic prevention and control suggestions was not yet over. When it was time for the third question, Deputy Director Liu also showed a rather interested expression. General Xiaofeng, what are the considerations for tracing the source of the virus? Currently, our grassroots cadres and volunteers are conducting tracking-style lockdowns targeting the contact groups and living and working places of patients. For example, the epidemic areas in Wujing City have basically been implemented down to various community streets, and even specific buildings and units within neighborhoods can be marked accordingly. With such meticulous work, could it be that there are still other oversights? As the saying goes, those in power are often confused while bystanders see clearly. As a reborn individual and a first-hand witness of the pandemic in the previous life, Chen Chen was well aware of many confidential documents that had been declassified due to party struggles within the United States. Additionally, during the past few days spent celebrating the new year at home, a large number of public intellectuals, internet trolls, and pretentious literary types had begun to emerge online. Various sarcastic remarks regarding the pandemic prevention and control in Wujing City had surfaced, especially on platforms like Vblog, where prominent figures were constantly writing diary entries and essays, garnering astonishing click rates and shares. You should know that back in 2020, which serious person would write a diary online, and even publicly promote their diary? Only these people who received funding, contributing nothing to society, spend their days online whining in coordination with the Americans to slander our mother. When the pandemic control in China achieved a phased victory, the so-called developed countries in the West began to suffer from the backlash of biological warfare, and that Trump across the ocean could no longer sit still. He directly followed the rhetoric of these domestic dogs, widely promoting in the media the so-called Chinese virus affecting the global economy, demanding that China compensate the world for $100 trillion in economic losses. It was just like the rhetoric of the East Asian sick man a century ago, trying to use public opinion to unjustly label China. Faced with such a situation, Chen Chen, as a child of China, naturally could not tolerate it. Director Liu, and all the leaders present, where do you think the source of the pandemic in Wujing City really comes from? And don't you all find it strange? Why, in just half a year since the establishment of Blue Guard technology, have we so coincidentally hit the jackpot in the mask industry, which is like a money printing machine? Could it be that I, a law-abiding entrepreneur, could become the peak immortal that people online are touting? Chen Chen retorted. The visiting leaders present also showed expressions of surprise and suspicion. With the sudden emergence of Blue Guard technology, conspiracy theories about his company's involvement in the pandemic began to spread wildly online. Originally, during the Spring Festival holiday, netizens were quite idle. Coupled with the lockdown at home, the usual festive atmosphere of the Spring Festival was swept away, and most of the netizens' energy was consumed in the arena of public opinion on the internet. Even though they were frantically buying masks and other medical supplies produced by Blue Guard technology online, it did not prevent everyone from gossiping about the matter, especially the retail investors in the stock forum who understood the rise of Brother Peak, after he announced his strong support for Wujing City, directly gave him the nickname Peak Immortal in the stock forum. If he wasn't a prophet, how could Brother Peak, the semi-immortal, concentrate so many coincidences and resources to create China's #1 mask company in such a short time? The deeper one dug into this matter, the more impressive it became. Even the leaders present had heard of the nickname Peak Immortal. There was no way. Gossip is human nature, and even leaders cannot escape having a heart for gossip. Director Liu, as a leader of the Health Commission, naturally knew more insider information than ordinary people and understood how the pandemic came about, so he tentatively spoke up. Young Peak, you must have received some wind beforehand to start deepening your layout in the medical device industry, right? Chen Chen saw the opportunity and immediately nodded. Director Liu is correct. I actually knew about the existence of this coronavirus back in the summer of 2019. To be precise, it was in July 2019. As he spoke, the PPT in the conference room began to roll on. The commercial intelligence that his confidant Xie Zhikong had sent spies to investigate in the United States regarding Wisconsin electronic cigarette pneumonia, as well as a piece of information about the transmission path related to the Military World Games in Wujing City, and the information about major foreign pharmaceutical companies purchasing domestic medical supplies in the second half of 2019, were all revealed by Chen Chen months in advance at this critical moment. Looking at the shocking data on the big screen, as well as the almost identical clinical responses and death rate ratios between electronic cigarette pneumonia and coronavirus infections, all the leaders present were taken aback. So this pandemic was not a natural disaster of the year of the rat, but rather a deliberate poisoning from the Americans. Director Liu's expression also changed as he looked at this commercial investigation intelligence, because the information provided by Chen Chen basically coincides with what was learned above. However, when the PPT rolled to the next page, a special world map was displayed, marking the 336 biological laboratories established by the Americans in over 30 countries worldwide. Each time there was a news report of a deliberate leak from these laboratories, it would trigger a major public health crisis globally, similar to Ebola, monkeypox, SARS, or COVID-19. Director Liu's face immediately changed, and he slammed the table, saying, "These bastards, they have gone too far. It's simply inhumane. This is against humanity. Xiaofeng, your information has come at just the right time. It will greatly help in tracing the source of the virus. Make a copy of this information for me, and also send a copy to our comrades at the China Central Television. This time, we must make the Americans give us and the world an explanation. This detailed information aimed at tracing the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic is of great significance for China at the current early stage of the pandemic. If this information can be utilized, it will not only allow for a preemptive strike in the public opinion arena, catching the Americans off guard, but it can also help uncover the transmission chain of the virus infection in advance." In Chen Chen's memories from his previous life, after the lockdown in Wujing City, most media attention was focused on the South China seafood wholesale market as the outbreak point. Even the local Epidemic Prevention Command Center continued to investigate along this line. The more they investigated, the more the number of infected individuals seemed to multiply, leaving everyone baffled. It wasn't until a few months after the outbreak that the situation reversed, and people suddenly realized that they had been in the dark all along. The source of the COVID-19 outbreak in Wujing City was not those imported frozen seafood at the seafood market. In fact, the main source of transmission was not these frozen seafood imported from the Americans, but rather the American athletes at the Military World Games and those who had come into contact with them at that time. Additionally, a large number of international students, overseas Chinese, and foreign businessmen who returned from the U.S. before the lockdown during the Spring Festival also became missed targets. Especially those who had visited Wisconsin and had contact with the e-cigarette pneumonia cases were the high-risk group that needed to be closely monitored at this moment. As long as the source of the virus transmission could be cut off in advance, a portion of the pandemic could be nipped in the bud, greatly reducing the number of infections and severe cases. In Chen Shen's view, the value of this information was no less than the supplies donated to Wujing City, because if handled properly, it could truly save many lives. This is also why he took such great risks to bring this information to light in advance. The leaders came and went in a hurry. The third day of the Lunar New Year should have been a time of bright lights and a joyful holiday celebrated nationwide. However, due to the pandemic, everyone had to work overtime. Of course, this time, Deputy Director Lu's visit not only added burdens to Blue Guard technology but also gathered valuable opinions from the grassroots level. There were no announcements of rewards or commendations yet. After all, the pandemic was rampant, and the battle against it had just begun. It was impossible to give out rewards at this time. They would definitely wait until a phased victory in the epidemic prevention efforts before finding a time to collectively commend a batch of advanced deeds, individuals, and enterprises that emerged during the fight against the pandemic. Nevertheless, Chen Shen had already gained a lot. In addition to obtaining the most important pass for resuming work and production during the pandemic, the implementation of the dual code proposal, and that important business intelligence, he had also gained an additional layer of protection beyond the 5 billion worth of donated supplies. After this battle, the people of the nation would owe Chen Shen a debt of gratitude. As long as Chen Shen doesn't self-destruct in the future and does something particularly outrageous, he should be able to navigate the business landscape in the country without much hindrance. Of course, aside from offering some valuable insights on pandemic response from his past life to Deputy Director Lu, the local leadership teams in Wenshe and Ruixian also took this opportunity to consult the young boss Chen Shen on the pandemic response strategies suitable for local development. Thus, Chen Shen reiterated the trillion yuan track related to the medical and health industry that he had previously discussed with the big shots of the Wenzhou business community at the Zhujiang Business Conference. If he had proposed the idea of creating a medical and health industry city unique to Wenshe before the pandemic, many would have scoffed at it. After all, the entire GDP of Wenshe is only a little over 600 billion. Suddenly jumping to a trillion would surely make others think he was talking nonsense. But now it's different. With the arrival of the pandemic and the reality check it brought, anyone with a discerning eye knows that Blue Guard Technology Group is poised to make a significant profit during this crisis. And as Chen Shen mentioned in the conference room, just producing masks is like running a money printing machine. Not to mention the enormous industrial chain spawned by other pandemic-related drugs, vaccines, various medical devices, and subsequent rehabilitation projects. So, with Blue Guard technology as a typical case, the local leaders in Wenshe and Ruixian had no choice but to take Chen Shen's trillion yuan track idea seriously. Seeing that several local leaders were somewhat intrigued, Chen Shen seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to drop a bombshell. I plan to relocate the headquarters of Blue Guard Technology Group from Hangzhou back to Ruixian after the Spring Festival to facilitate the operation of the production base here. Upon hearing this, the accompanying county head Qin from Ruixian couldn't help but smile broadly. General Manager Xiaofeng sets an example and drives the economic development of his hometown. On behalf of Ruixian, I sincerely thank you. When your company relocates, feel free to let me know what assistance you need. How could he not express gratitude for the green light? This Blue Guard Technology Group is a super unicorn with an annual output value about to soar to the tens of billions. Moreover, it balances both the real manufacturing industry and the internet IT industry, excelling in both realms during the pandemic. For such a company to be willing to move from a new first-tier city like Hangzhou to this remote corner is truly a rare occurrence. It's worth noting that Ruixian's annual GDP barely breaks a trillion, and that's only thanks to local leading enterprises like Huafeng and Ruili holding it up. If such a unicorn company could be tied to Ruixian, the GDP for the new year would likely multiply several times, taking off right from the ground. With such a monumental achievement falling into their laps, anyone would wake up smiling from the dream. Even Mayor Zhang of Wenshe couldn't hide his friendly smile upon learning this significant news. Before leaving, he patted Chen Shen on the shoulder and said, "Young man, keep up the good work. The future of Wenshe depends on you young people." Watching the leader's convoy drive out of the factory area, Chen Shen, after finishing the interview with China's Central Television, finally let out a long sigh of relief. Dealing with these big shots was far more stressful than confronting Jack Ma at the Zhujiang Business Conference. Fortunately, having been reborn for a while and experienced many grand occasions, Chen Shen found that his mindset had become much more resilient. As the old saying goes, the environment changes the individual, and the times create heroes. In his past life, he had been meekly tightening screws in the factory. Now, having returned to live again, he was no longer content with mediocrity, and even his overall spirit had greatly improved. After planning and strategizing for half a year, my foundation has now been established. Next, it's time to continue honing my internal skills, seize the opportunity presented by the pandemic, sweep through the industry, and step out into the world. Chen Chen took a moment to rest in his office, his gaze sharpening. After adjusting his mindset, he immediately summoned all the senior executives of Blue Guard Technology for the first important online meeting of the new year. During the meeting, Chen Chen emphasized the importance of 6 products in the fight against the pandemic and urged the production department to ramp up production. The issue of insufficient manpower had already been addressed with relevant passes issued from above. As soon as the Spring Festival holiday ended, Blue Guard Technology would definitely be among the first to resume work and production. Moreover, they could take advantage of the Spring Festival period to recruit in advance across the entire Wen City. Most of the production lines Chen Chen procured were highly automated, and employees could be trained in just a few hours. As long as they met the personnel department's requirements, they could be hired. In addition, the 50 mask production lines were already unable to meet the current domestic demand. Blue Guard Mall had originally stocked 25 million disposable masks, which were sold out in less than an hour due to online shoppers. Even so, there were still hundreds of millions of newly registered users who couldn't get any. They could only wait until after midnight when Blue Guard Mall's backend would replenish new stock in real time based on the number of products offline from the production base. In Chen Chen's view, facing a super domestic market with a population of 1.4 billion, a mere daily production of 108 million masks was nothing. During the peak of the pandemic, the daily consumption of masks in the country reached over 3 billion. Even if production capacity increased tenfold, the domestic market alone could absorb it all. There was also the international market, which was a blue ocean, and they couldn't let foreign companies like 3M monopolize it. Chairman Chen, we can keep up with the mask raw materials. Jiangnan High Fiber's melt-blown fabric produces over 300 tons daily, and most of what they send is still in stock. But the production line, Xia Jikong hesitated. After the outbreak of the pandemic, several senior executives had privately discussed the issue of increasing production capacity. In the face of the current golden track of masks, major domestic manufacturing companies were eager to move, just waiting for the order from above to start following up. Especially BYD, which originally supplied production lines to Chen Chen, had already made it clear that they couldn't spare manpower to create new production lines, because Brother Boatman was already on the scene. As a result, Chen Chen could only seek assistance nearby. Don't worry about the production line. I will immediately contact Ruili Group to have them send personnel to help us replicate BYD's production line. Ruili was a leading mechanical manufacturing company in Ruexian, deeply rooted in the automotive parts and mechanical processing industry for many years. The boss, Zhang Wani, had met Chen Chen at the Zhujiang Business Conference. Previously, when the ancestral home held a relocation banquet, they even sent a representative to attend and invested 200 million in Dingfeng private equity. With this layer of interest, replicating a production line would definitely be a piece of cake for them. Moreover, mask machines were originally only produced in Wen City and Dongguan before the outbreak, and there were no restrictions on the patents. Suddenly, with the explosion of the market, the boss of Ruili had already been eager to try, and he had actively contacted Chen Chen several times on WeChat in the past few days. Of course, besides this critical production line, Chen Chen also looked at the video conference at the old factory director Shang Dongxing of Jiangnan High Fiber. Old Shang, what is the market price of melt-blown fabric now? The other party had been recently promoted to the director of Jiangnan High Fiber and was doing an excellent job, working diligently and selflessly. With Xie Jikong's job transfer, the position of general manager of Jiangnan High Fiber had now been taken over by this highly regarded old factory director Shang. Seeing the chairman personally asking about the raw material prices, Shang Dongsheng, wearing reading glasses, pulled up a screenshot of a WeChat group chat. Chairman Chen, the market price of melt-blown fabric has risen from 8,000 yuan per ton before New Year's Eve to 220,000 yuan per ton now. Basically, every half hour, the quotes in my dealer group have to go up by 10%. As soon as these words were spoken, the executives present all looked shocked. The raw material market had gone completely crazy in the days since the outbreak of the pandemic. Listening to Shang Dongxing's real-time report, the executives were all lost in their own thoughts. They all knew that their group was going to make a lot of money from this pandemic. They never expected that the previous frenzy of netizens snatching up masks and various medical supplies on the Lanwei Mall was just a small scene. The real big money was actually in the raw material known as melt-blown fabric. When everyone looked at Chen Chen, who was calm and composed at the main seat, they couldn't help but admire their boss's foresight to the point of being in awe. With just over 10 billion in cash, he had acquired Jiangnan High Fiber, this golden goose. With this ability comparable to a Midas touch, there was no one else like him in the entire country. Of course, when Chen Chen heard that the price of melt-blown fabric had risen to 220,000 per ton, he remained very calm inside, because in his view, 220,000 per ton was just a small scene. From his past life memories, by March, the authorities would officially intervene in the market, encouraging major manufacturing enterprises to enter the medical device industry to address the shortage of epidemic prevention materials on the market. Only then would the entire melt-blown fabric market truly go wild, skyrocketing to over 900,000 per ton. State-owned enterprises, private enterprises, foreign enterprises, and even small grassroots groups were all scrambling, nearly losing their minds over a bit of raw material. That would be the real spectacle to watch. However, for now, Chen would definitely not be soft-hearted about this windfall. After asking a few key data points, he instructed in the video conference, Sister Tong, send some personnel from the sales department to assist Lao Sheng in selling the excess melt-blown fabric capacity daily as spot goods. The starting price will be 450,000 per ton. Following market fluctuations, we won't sell below this price. And it must be cash. We won't release the goods until the money is received. No credit. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Tong and Shang Dongsheng immediately took notes. Currently, the production base had a daily mask production capacity of only 108 million, with melt-blown fabric consumption at just over 80 tons. The remaining surplus of over 200 tons of capacity was a waste if hoarded. Before the new mask production line was replicated, they had to take advantage of this market wave to cash out the excess melt-blown fabric. Because the crazy price increase of melt-blown fabric in the past life only lasted until September, the supply-demand imbalance at 900,000/ton was very short-lived. After all, the manufacturing process for melt-blown fabric was not complex. As long as the market was given a little reaction time, provinces like Su, Jiangyi, and Guang, where the textile industry was concentrated, would quickly fill the gap in capacity after the Spring Festival. If they didn't rake in a hefty profit at this time, it would be a disservice to the name peak cutting. Nevertheless, the executives were still shocked by the speed at which the group was profiting from selling excess raw materials. All of them were high achievers. With a little mental calculation, they could quickly conclude that in the coming period, Lanwei Technology Group would generate a daily net profit of 90 million or even over a billion in cash flow. Meanwhile, the manufacturing cost of melt-blown fabric at Jiangnanhai Fiber was currently only about 2,200 yuan per ton. After deducting a tiny bit of cost, the rest was all profit. This speed of making money was several times stronger than Chen manipulating a few big stocks in the A-share market. As a result, even Zhou Tong, who was in charge of sales, looked at Chen with slightly pursed lips, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. This young chairman was truly impressive. Of course, as the prices of melt-blown fabric and mask ear straps rose, the prices of related upstream raw materials like polypropylene, PP, were also skyrocketing correspondingly. This is a semicrystalline thermoplastic polymer, a polymeric chemical material developed by the German and Italian Nobel Prize winners Ziegler and Natta in the 1950s, which is widely used in industrial production. Polypropylene, PP, has a very large production capacity domestically, mainly used in the plastics industry, while the textile industry is just a side application. By 2020, the annual production of PP in the country was close to 30 million tons. With the arrival of the pandemic, in the next 3 years, the production capacity of polypropylene is expected to increase by 5 million tons each year. Fortunately, Chen had made timely arrangements before the raw material prices skyrocketed, signing long-term supply agreements with several polypropylene suppliers from Jiangnanhai Fiber, which included a market price increase limit of no more than 30% per year. Unless those polypropylene suppliers are willing to pay a hefty penalty to breach the contract, they will have to supply for a few months as agreed. Polypropylene, huh? We still need to contact Huafeng Chemical later. It would be best to transfer part of Jiangnanhai Fiber's melt-blown fabric production capacity to Ruexian, connecting the entire upstream and downstream industrial chain closely to maximize the efficiency of mask production. Chen narrowed his eyes, beginning to calculate the subsequent developments in his mind. Of course, the video conference had not yet ended. After announcing the liquidation of excess raw materials for cash, Chen instructed Shui Ziyuan, whose dark circles had deepened, on a few suggestions regarding the Blue Guard Mall. In addition to cooperating with the higher-ups to create a dual-code system, the Blue Guard Mall must strengthen its back-end review mechanism concerning the recent surge in medical supplies purchases, strictly prevent masks, thermometers, fever patches, and other items sold from the mall from being hoarded by scalpers and resold at inflated prices in the market. Old Shui, have the review department pay attention to those IP addresses that placed large orders previously. Any suspected scalpers should be blacklisted and shipments halted. For those already shipped, we need to retrieve the items. Also, send a notice to all mall users stating that each new registered user can only place an order for 1 pack of 100 medical masks within a month, implementing a purchase limit. Currently, the production capacity of the group's self-operated products cannot keep up with the speed of online purchases, so we can only lower the user experience for now, Chen Shen instructed. Having experienced the pandemic in his previous life, he knew the harm that scalpers and second-hand dealers could do to the market. Take, for example, a thermometer worth over 60 yuan before the pandemic, which could be resold by scalpers in bulk packages. During the peak of the pandemic in his previous life, a package of 500 thermometers valued at 30,000 yuan could be resold among scalpers in the Shenzhen market for over 5 million. And this was not even a spot delivery but a TM futures transaction based on information asymmetry. The goods hadn't even arrived yet, but money was already being exchanged. Such a game of passing the buck was crazier than the financial maneuvers of Wall Street traders. Most ordinary users of Blue Guard Mall were still struggling to monitor stock updates at midnight, only to find that the newly replenished stock was swept clean by scalpers using high-tech software before they could refresh the product page. If this group of scalpers successfully exploited the loopholes, it would greatly impact the reputation of Blue Guard Mall. Therefore, it was essential to fill the purchasing loopholes during the initial explosive growth phase of the mall. Chen Shen didn't want the platform he had painstakingly built to be exploited by these scalpers for their unscrupulous profits. A high-level executive meeting was held vigorously, and all arrangements for the various departments and subsidiaries under Blue Guard Technology were temporarily put in place after the outbreak of the pandemic. The rest depended on the success of the pandemic control measures and changes in the domestic market. However, based on Chen Shen's predictions, with him, a reborn individual, stirring things up, the pandemic in Wujiang City this time should be much better controlled than in his previous life. After all, whether it was materials or information, they had arrived months earlier than in his previous life. As expected, after returning to his hometown in Chen Village to continue celebrating the festival in the evening, Chen Shen was enjoying a meal with a large group of family members. As soon as it hit 7 p.m., the newly installed 100-inch TV in the living room began broadcasting the unchanging China television news. At first, the whole family was eating and watching, chatting about the pandemic prevention efforts in Wujiang City and Hubei province due to the hard work of frontline workers, as well as the timely support from medical teams across the country and the proper arrangement of various medical supplies. However, when a clip from an interview filmed by Lanwei Technology earlier that morning flashed across the screen, the entire family, who had been eating, drinking, and chatting, instantly erupted. "My brother is on TV. Good kid, he's really made it this time. He's on China television news? When was this filmed?" Several cousins screamed, while the old father and a few uncles kept asking questions. If it hadn't been for the news clip passing by too quickly, in just over 20 seconds, the whole family would have probably pulled out their phones to record a video. After all, this was the 7 p.m. China television news. To be featured in such a news segment meant that his status had already reached the sky. Moreover, rural people love to show off, so after dinner, the news of Chen Shen being on TV would surely explode in the Chen Village group chat. "It's just being on TV, calm down. There will be many more opportunities in the future, and you'll get used to it," Chen Shen said, cracking open a large crab claw, munching on it while starting to show off. In fact, he was not calm at all. He hadn't expected the China television team to be so efficient. The interview he had done during the day was broadcast nationwide that evening. With this news interview as a backing, he could say that his status had gained another layer. Chen Hongmin, seeing his son's sudden display of arrogance learned from who knows where, immediately laughed and scolded. "Good for you, you little rascal. Why are you puffing up just because I praised you a bit? No manners. Hurry up and pour some wine for your uncles." For a moment, the atmosphere in the Chen Village villa was filled with joy. Of course, Chen Shen still underestimated the influence of China television news. Not long after dinner, he began to receive an increasing number of messages on his phone. The first to react were the Zhejiang business tycoons who had invested in Dingfeng. These old guys were well informed and were top players in the business world, needing to gauge trends and movements from above. They had to watch the news segment at 7 p.m. every day. Discovering a familiar new wave from the Zhejiang Business Conference frequently appearing on TV, they would definitely come over to greet and tease him. "At Shenzhen, your Lanwei technology has become nationally famous this time. Like, to be able to shine among so many pandemic fighting companies, don't forget us old brothers if you have good projects to collaborate on in the future." Fist bump, exactly, little Feng. Who in the country doesn't know you hit the jackpot with the medical device sector? It looks like you're definitely going to make big money in the new year. Bull emoji, the Zhejiang business tycoons discussed in the group. Rarely during the Spring Festival holiday, and due to the pandemic being locked down at home, the tycoons had the leisure to chat in the group. Especially He Ming and Shi Hongliang, who were particularly shameless, were singing along in the group. These two had invested the most money in the first phase of Dingfeng's private placement, and Sher Hongliang had even taken out his retirement savings. After returning home, he was scolded by his wife and son for a while, worried that the 500 million would go down the drain. After all, Dingfeng's private placement had just started, and no one knew if that famous brother Feng in the A-share market had the strength to operate large funds. At present, due to the rampant COVID-19 pandemic, the economic situation at the beginning of the year of the rat has suddenly become unclear. Especially in the domestic capital market, it has long been in a state of alarm due to widespread lockdowns. Various rumors are flying everywhere. If it weren't for the week-long closure of the A-shares market during the Spring Festival holiday, the major stocks would likely have plummeted several hundred points at the opening to show investors their bottom line. Now, it seems that this brother Feng is completely unaffected by the pandemic. He directly laid out a plan to invest heavily in the healthcare sector 6 months in advance and has shone brightly in the fight against the pandemic in Wujing City. He even made it onto China's central television. With this keen sense of market trends, Sher Hongliang feels that his 500 million yuan retirement fund investment is well worth it. Privately chatting with He Ming, the boss of Nice Group, both felt they had previously invested too little. Besides that, the small group of Wenzhou merchants is also lively. Nancheng Hui, who is celebrating the new year at home, even shared a screenshot of the news from CCTV and tagged Chen. Xiao Feng, congratulations. We old guys have been in business for half our lives and have hardly been on TV, grinning. Talents emerge in every generation, and the new generation surpasses the old, laughing. Our Wenzhou merchants have successors. Thumbs up. Of course, besides praising Chen for his success, some anxious seniors in the group began to ask about the healthcare industry matter that Chen had mentioned before. Especially the two fellow townsmen from Ruixian, Yu Xiaoping from Huafeng Chemical and Zhang Wani from Ruili Group, who were the most active in the group at this time. Their companies are closest to the production base of Lanwei Technology, just a 20-minute drive away. If there's any good opportunity to collaborate or benefit, they would definitely put on a bold face to join in. After all, what good is a face in front of real interests? So, Chen sent a New Year red envelope of 168 yuan, which sounds like prosperity all the way, in the Wenzhou merchants' large group, wishing all the seniors a happy new year. He also tagged everyone, asking if they had time in the next few days to visit his factory and discuss how to make money together during the pandemic. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere in the small group became even more enthusiastic, with everyone responding. After all, previously, Chen was just a rising small player at the Zhujiang Merchants Conference, wealthy but lacking social influence. With a different status, his words naturally carried less weight in the Wenzhou Merchants Group. Regarding the trillion-level healthcare industry, at that time, Chen could only hint at it. But now it's different, with the halo of being on TV. When Chen Feng brought up the old topic again, none of the veteran Wenzhou merchants in the small group were unmoved. After all, the economy in Wenzhou has been sluggish in recent years, with all industries experiencing weak growth, especially since this group mainly focuses on real industry. With the thin profit margins in real industry, working hard for 10 years wouldn't bring much change. So, everyone in the group discussed and decided to take advantage of the fact that Wenzhou had not yet been completely locked down to hold a small tea party at the production base of Lanwei Technology tomorrow afternoon, which is the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, to see what Chen is really up to. Due to Chen's significant influence from being on TV, besides the business people in his circle sending their congratulations, his girlfriend Zhu Yao also sent her admiration as soon as she learned the news. "Darling, you are amazing." Throwing flowers. Chen replied, "Just a small scene all for the sake of world peace." Rabbit appearing. Although they cannot meet in person due to the COVID-19 virus, this young couple in love has not stopped chatting online, expressing their longing for each other despite being in the same city but unable to meet. Of course, Zhu Yao also knew that her boyfriend was engaged in a great cause that benefited the country and the people, so after the pandemic began, she encouraged Chen every day on WeChat. With such a lovely girlfriend caring for him, Chen felt that life was becoming more and more interesting. Naturally, the other few beautiful friends also came to celebrate with him after hearing the news. Especially Pan Yu, who was far away in her hometown in Hunan province, even sent a video of consolation. In the video, she wore tight yoga clothes and performed a difficult split between two chairs, accompanied by a sultry voice saying, "Brother Feng, I miss you." Watching this, Chen felt a stir in his heart. Unfortunately, with Pan Yu being so far away, he could only suppress his improper thoughts. It seemed that due to the pandemic during the new year, he was destined to miss the chance to enjoy the company of these beautiful friends. On January 28, 2020, the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, it was a good day for travel and alliances. Although the pandemic in Wenshan had begun to rise, with news of sporadic infections and lockdowns emerging every few hours, Under the intelligence provided by Qin Shen tracing the source and the scientific prevention suggestions to avoid a one-size-fits-all approach, the trend of the pandemic's spread was effectively curbed. The source of infection was accurately identified in a timely manner, and the spread and number of infections were significantly reduced compared to the previous life. As a result, various districts and counties in Wenshan, which were supposed to announce a lockdown on February 2nd, were still operating normally on the fourth day of the Lunar New Year. After 2 p.m., various luxury cars began to enter the production base of Lanwei Technology in succession. Among them, Rolls-Royces were the most common, and the least were Mercedes-Benz business vans. "Welcome, uncles and aunts, to my little nephew's tea party." As Chen Shen saw everyone arriving one after another, he began to greet them. Besides the prominent figures Xiang Qingshan and Nan Chenghui, many big bosses from the Wenshan business circle whom he had met in Hangzhou also came. In addition, among the dozens of people, there were also some young unfamiliar faces, clearly the direct heirs of various families. Most of the Wenshan business owners of this generation, who started their businesses by seizing opportunities in the era, were born in the 1950s and 60s and were now approaching retirement age. For example, Yu Xiaoping from Huafeng Chemical was 62 years old this year, already quite old, and many of his businesses had long been handed over to his sons. Taking this opportunity, he brought his children along to visit and get acquainted with the rising neighbor, Lanwei Technology. The two companies were only more than 10 kilometers apart in a straight line on the map, separated by the Feiyun River estuary, so they were indeed neighbors. Of course, local business owners in Wenshan have always preferred to manage their businesses in a family enterprise model. The saying, "appointing the capable without avoiding relatives," is often criticized by keyboard warriors on the internet as a feudal and ignorant business philosophy in China, but it is actually widely popular around the world. Almost all top giants in the Fortune 500 adopt family-style management. For instance, the Walmart family, which has long topped the Fortune 500, the Rockefeller family behind ExxonMobil, the Toyota family ranked 9th, and the Samsung family from the United States, among others. This includes the old wealthy families in Hong Kong, where the responsibility for succession and inheritance is always entrusted to their own children, with only a few who have squandered their fortunes hiring professional managers to run their businesses. Because wealth has accumulated to such a level, entrepreneurs invest heavily in elite education for their descendants, resulting in a much higher probability of producing talented individuals compared to ordinary people. The dozens of young faces gathered here are the second-generation heirs of the Wenshan business circle. This group of people knows each other privately and has their own small circle. However, as soon as they got off the car, this group of second-generation business heirs were all secretly sizing up Qin Shen, who was able to engage in lively discussions with their parents. In the eyes of these second-generation heirs, Qin Shen's rise as a peer was too rapid, and his achievements were too impressive. In just over half a year, he had traversed the path to success that took their parents a lifetime. He had even appeared on the television news yesterday, making him quite the sensation. So much so that as soon as they were seated at the tea party, a famous scene unfolded in the meticulously arranged conference room on the second floor. All the old Wenzhou merchants present subtly regarded Qin Shen as their leader, pushing him to sit in the central position of honor, while the second-generation heirs who came along to listen took their seats at the edges. Besides being the host of this tea party, Qin Shen was also admired for his vision and strength. In terms of speed of making money and social influence, at this moment, the fully accomplished Qin Shen was already on par with the second of the three heroes, Nan Chenghui and Xiang Qingshan, exuding the demeanor of a leader in the new era of Wenzhou merchants. "Since everyone is here, let's cut the small talk and officially start this tea party," Qin Shen said, narrowing his eyes as he scanned the room. Seeing that the senior figures and even the second-generation heirs were all wearing masks with the blue Safety Guardian Shield watermark logo, he knew that his leadership over the Wenzhou merchants' overall development was basically assured. As everyone sensed that the main event was about to begin, they all put down their freshly brewed premium Wenzhou early tea, a local Longjing from Wenzhou, and perked up their ears to listen. Qin Shen, sitting in the central position, took out a newly launched disposable medical mask and said, "First, I'd like everyone to guess, how large of a market do you think this little mask can generate during this pandemic?" As soon as he said this, the old Wenzhou merchants and the second-generation heirs began to whisper among themselves. Among them, the most visionary and experienced, Xiang Qingshan, who frequently battled with foreign giants internationally, was the first to speak. "I guess a single mask could generate a market scale of around 100 billion. Nan Chenghui, hearing this, also chimed in with a mature remark, "My prediction is similar to old Xiang's. Just our domestic consumption alone could support a mask market worth several hundred billion to a trillion." The remaining bosses from Delixi, Aokang, Hongqiangting, and Huafeng also conservatively estimated the scale to be around 100 billion. Only sitting beside them, a girl with flowing black hair and phoenix-like eyes offered a different suggestion. Wearing a mask, she predicted in a voice as sweet as silver bells, "My prediction is similar to my dad's, but let's change the unit, it should be a $1 trillion scale." As soon as she said this, everyone in the conference room turned to look at her. Even Chen Chen, sitting at the head, regarded this bold prediction with newfound respect, thinking to himself, "These second-generation Wenzhou merchants are indeed not just living off their parents. There are indeed a few elites among them." Because the $1 trillion scale she predicted coincided exactly with the total value of masks during the 3 years of the pandemic in the previous life. In 2020, as the world's largest industrial power, China exported a total of 224.2 billion masks, with a total value reaching 340 billion. After entering 2021, due to achieving a phased victory in pandemic control, the production and sales of masks began to halve. By the end of the pandemic in 2022, the total export volume of masks had dropped to only 66.2 billion, just twice the level before the pandemic. However, even so, the total value of masks over the 3 years of the pandemic still exceeded $1 trillion, marking a wealth frenzy in the real manufacturing industry. But this answer, which would happen in the future, was known only to heaven, earth, and the reborn. This group of Wenzhou merchants had yet to experience it. So, Chen Chen curiously asked, "How did you come up with the $1 trillion figure?" Just as the other party was speaking, Chen Chen had already learned from the nearby Xiang Qingshan that this long-haired girl was none other than the legitimate daughter of the business tycoon, Xiang Qingqing. The other party was of a similar age to Chen Chen, graduated from the Imperial Capital University, and later went to Cambridge for further studies. After returning from studying abroad, she currently works as a futures manager at Qingshan Holdings, fully responsible for the company's nickel futures-related business in the international market. In terms of family background and academic experience, this girl was indeed a standout among her peers. At this moment, Xiang Qingqing was also keenly observing Chen Chen, who was in the center position. When this peer business leader asked her a question, she patiently explained, "I calculated this based on the world population and the daily mask consumption in the epidemic area of Wujing City." Immediately after, Xiang Qingqing asked a staff member nearby for a whiteboard and listed several key data points and calculation formulas on it. Wujing City has a population of over 10 million. And after receiving a 5 billion material package from Lanwei Technology, the daily mask consumption during the lockdown period has reached about 15 million masks. This means that during the epidemic, each person needs to consume 1.5 masks per day. This information was disclosed in the television news last night at 7 p.m., and relevant data can now be found on the domestic internet. Using Wujing City as a case study to extrapolate to the world's 8 billion population, it can be concluded that if the epidemic goes out of control, the global daily mask consumption will reach 12 billion masks. However, this is just an idealized estimate, almost assuming the maximum transmission power of the COVID-19 virus. Therefore, Xiang Qingqing made a mark on the whiteboard and took a compromise value of 6 billion masks/global daily consumption. Combining this with the past similar SARS epidemic that lasted for 9 months, she further calculated that to completely resolve the current COVID-19 pandemic, a total consumption of no less than 16.2 trillion masks would be required. Of course, this also involves complex calculations of import and export foreign exchange. After all, the price of a single mask exported to developed countries like Japan, South Korea, and the United States cannot be calculated using the domestic retail price of 1 yuan. Moreover, since Chen Chen was discussing the total value of masks from the manufacturing perspective, the retail terminal price should not be used for calculations. Xiang Qingqing used a compromise factory price of 0.5 yuan per mask for her calculations. With this conversion, she arrived at the following formula on the whiteboard: 16.2 trillion masks times 0.5 yuan equals 8 trillion yuan is almost equal to $110 billion US. After seeing Xiang Qingqing's logical calculations, the business tycoons present all showed expressions of understanding. It turned out that the question Chen Chen had just asked about the total value of masks was hiding such a set of mathematical economic logic. Even Chen Chen couldn't help but lead the applause after seeing what she had written on the whiteboard. No wonder she's a top student from the Imperial Capital University. Truly impressive. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Feng. Xiang Qingqing smiled with her beautiful eyes exposed, gracefully returning to her seat, attracting the attention of a group of second-generation elites. In Chen Chen's view, this girl was not a reborn person and naturally did not know that this COVID-19 pandemic, which would affect the whole world, would last for a full 3 years. Even before Chen Chen was reborn, the COVID-19 virus had not been completely eradicated by humanity. Instead, after a series of measures, it became a common virus coexisting with humans. Furthermore, Xiang Qingqing was unaware that after the Spring Festival, the government would actively encourage domestic enterprises to enter the mask-related industries to fill the domestic mask consumption gap. By March, state-owned enterprises, private enterprises, civil organizations, and foreign enterprises in China would receive the news and begin to flock into this golden track. As more people make masks, competition will naturally arise, and the retail price of 1 yuan will inevitably drop. In the absence of so much critical intelligence support, the other party, relying solely on the data they currently possess, can still deduce the figure of hundreds of billions of dollars, which is quite close to the mask production value in the previous life, enough to show the excellence of this woman. Sitting next to her, Xiang Qingshan also showed a hint of satisfaction. He had devoted all his efforts to cultivating this precious daughter and had very high expectations for her. He never expected that there would finally be a day when she could shine. After all, everyone present were familiar old Wenzhou merchants, and at their level, they were all financially well off. In private exchanges, the only thing they could compare was their own children. Even one of the three heroes, Nan Chenghui, looked at the formulas on the whiteboard and nodded in admiration. "Old Xiang, it seems that your sister-in-law really has a way with education at home. I need to learn from your family later." However, after praising Xiang Qingshan for having a good daughter, the conversation quickly shifted as he pointed to the whiteboard. Since a single mask can reach the scale of hundreds of billions, then the remaining miscellaneous medical devices combined should easily reach the trillion level. I think Xiaofeng gathered us old guys together to persuade us Wenzhou merchants to collectively enter this new track. As soon as this was said, everyone present refocused their attention on Chen Chen. Because in everyone's eyes, no matter how excellent Xiang Qingqing was, she was still just a junior hiding under her father's wing. In terms of overall standing, she was far behind this emerging genius from the post-90s generation. Uncle Nan is right. The purpose of this tea party is to bring everyone together to share this trillion-level big cake. Whether we can seize the opportunity and capture a share of the market depends on whether you uncles can work together. Qinshan smiled slightly and took out the prepared PPT. On the PPT was a map, marking Wenzhou in Jiang Province, Guangzhou in Guangdong Province, Suzhou in Jiangsu Province, and Taoxian County in Hubei Province. As soon as these cities were marked, boss Qi Lihui of George White, who had a smaller role in the Wenzhou merchant group and had not had much chance to speak, suddenly said, "Oh, isn't this the 4 strong textile cities?" George White is a listed company in neighboring Pingyang, mainly engaged in workplace clothing and school uniforms, so he immediately recognized the significance of these 4 places marked by Chen Chen. Seeing this, Chen Chen returned him a knowing look. The so-called 4 strong textile cities are the 4 regions in the entire textile industry with the most concentrated and advantageous resources. Wenzhou, backed by the 4 Seasons Green and Yiwu market, along with overseas Chinese communities around the world serving as export outposts, is a major city for traditional textile exports. Guangzhou in Guangdong Province and Suzhou in Jiangsu Province are also well known as traditional leaders in the clothing and textile industry since ancient times. However, the last one, Taoxian County directly under Hubei Province, left many of the old Wenzhou merchants who were not in the textile industry puzzled. How could this small county-level city compete with a provincial capital and 2 prefecture-level cities for a share of the future medical device market worth trillions? Seeing that everyone's interest was piqued, Chen Chen patiently explained, the industrial positioning of Taoxian County is very similar to that of Ruotian, and their GDP is almost on par. The reason I singled it out is that this place specializes in producing technical talents for the textile industry. I believe Uncle Qi here should understand this better than I do. Qi Lihui of George White nodded quickly. Xiaofeng is right. The Tao County has a significant position in the textile and garment industry in the Guangdong region, able to quickly gather a group of talents and resources to enter the mask industry. To put it bluntly, out of more than 1 million people in Tao County, half rely on clothing and textiles to make a living. There are quite a few employees in my factory from Tao County. Once this was said, everyone suddenly realized. In fact, medical masks, to put it simply, are just light industrial textiles with a medical attribute. The production process is not difficult, and the entry threshold is very low. In the previous life, there were only 4 places in the country that could leverage the advantages of the textile industry to make a leap and divide the big cake of masks all at once. Among them, Tao County took the biggest share, boosting the county's average annual GDP from 80 billion to a scale of 100 billion over 3 years of the pandemic, almost turning itself into a fat cat overnight, while Wenzhou was the one that got the least from the mask cake among these 4 cities. Chen Chen marked it out now, wanting to completely reverse the situation from the previous life. Tao County? I remember Lei Jun from Xiaomi is also from this place. Nan Chenghui chimed in, causing a stir at the tea party. The one who focuses on cost performance, Lei Jun from Xiaomi? No wonder Xiaofeng sees it as a competitor. this place is indeed impressive. Xiao Feng, you just arrange it. Whatever the division of labor, we old folks will follow your lead. Looking at the eager old Wenzhou merchants ready to make a big move, Qinshen couldn't help but smile, since all you uncles are willing to listen to your little nephew. Next, let's clearly divide our businesses according to the products and band together to take the biggest piece of the pandemic cake. Since the atmosphere had already been set, what remained was the division of labor among various industries and the allocation of the profit cake for each family. Thus, Qinshen flipped through the PPT, switching the map to the 12 districts and counties of Wenzhou, making a deep division based on the existing strong industries in each district and county. As soon as everyone saw the meat show beginning, they all focused intently on the Wenzhou map marked with industrial divisions. Let's start with Yueqing County. Yueqing's strength is in electrical manufacturing, with over 10,000 supporting enterprises in the county. So, the subsequent medical electrical appliances related to the pandemic, such as temperature guns, home ventilators, ECMO devices, and UV disinfection lamps, will be handed over to Uncle Nan to start working on. I estimate that the annual output value of these scattered electrical appliances, including future export value, will not be less than 100 billion renminbi. Qinshen glanced at the Yueqing bosses led by Zheng Tai's Nan Chenghui and Delixi's Hu Chenggong. These people are all from the low-voltage electrical industry, having played out thousands of variations in switch electrical equipment, and are undoubtedly the big brothers of the industry. They had previously attempted to transform and enter the white and black appliance industries. However, the domestic home appliance market is too competitive, already firmly held by industry giants like Gree, Haier, and Midea. Additionally, the entire Wenzhou missed the rise of e-commerce in the first 10 years and did not benefit from that red dividend. Currently, Yueqing's electrical industry can only continue to rely on the old foundation of low-voltage electrical appliances, while also doing some processing for others. Chen Shen's suggestion to lead the way in medical-related electrical appliances made everyone, including Nan Chenghui, smile knowingly. This is a niche field of electrical equipment that emerged after the pandemic, and currently, there are no related industrial parks in the country. If they don't do it, others will rush in. So, as the representative of the Yueqing team, Nan Chenghui nodded and said, Xiao Feng's suggestion is good. I'll initiate an industry proposal for all of Yueqing when I get back, and everyone will work together to develop the medical electrical appliances. Having settled the Yueqing bosses, Chen Shen then looked towards the Wenzhou main city group led by Xiang Qingshan. These bosses' enterprises are distributed across the three main urban areas of Luqing, Longwan, and Ohai, involving a wide range of industries, from footwear and leather goods to stainless steel machinery, making it difficult to unify and integrate like in Yueqing. Chen Shen simply proposed the most prudent method. I suggest focusing on traditional medical devices in the main city, such as a complete set of surgical instruments like knives, scissors, forceps, tweezers, hooks, and infusion devices, which have a long-term market. If conditions allow later, we can invest in R&D to upgrade to advanced medical devices, like implantable materials and medical beauty products, which are future blue ocean tracks. They won't suddenly collapse after a period of time just because the pandemic ends. We might even be able to incubate a few related listed companies. Of course, if anyone wants to make masks or protective clothing, I won't stop them. But I suggest everyone act quickly. After 6 months, it will be very difficult to make high profits from masks. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingshan was slightly moved. The situation in the main city is indeed a bit complex, and it's not suitable for everyone to rush in and engage in the low-end mask industry. I'll have everyone look into the projects you mentioned. We at Qingshan Holdings do have some related businesses in surgical instruments that can serve as a reference. Once this was said, the bosses in the main city all had different expressions, calculating which of the medical device products listed in the PPT would be most suitable for their own transformation and investment. After all, those attending the tea party were mostly seasoned businessmen with fortunes starting in the billions. This group of people often had multiple ventures. Aside from their main businesses like leather, shoes and goods, they also had various side businesses in finance and real estate. Even if they couldn't do it themselves, they could take the project back and distribute it to relatives and friends. There were many people following behind them, ready to help. In short, they wanted to keep the profits within their own circle. Then let's tentatively agree on the main city for now. Chen Shen saw that the most difficult issue in the main city had agreed to his temporary arrangement and let out a slight sigh of relief. He then turned his attention to the three neighboring counties of Ruixian, Pingyang, and Sangnan, which were all in similar situations, with very similar industries. Footwear, clothing, textiles, dyeing, bags, as well as automotive parts manufacturing and various small commodity processing were all strong points for these three. So Chen Shen began to assign tasks. Uncle Yu, if Huafeng spins off a department to transform into polypropylene, how long will it take to go offline? Huafeng Group's main business is polyurethane, PU, and related spandex fibers, commonly used in materials like breathable mesh for sports shoes and seats and armrests in cars, as well as the outer shells of pull boxes, and of course, some spandex fibers can also be used in the medical industry. Upon hearing that it was finally his area of expertise, Yu Xiaoping from Huafeng immediately brightened up and said, "They're all chemical synthetic materials. It's very quick to change the process to make polypropylene PP. Give me a week, and we can go offline. There's no need to worry about production capacity." Of course, he wasn't just boasting. Huafeng has several subsidiaries with 5 major production bases across the country, with an annual production capacity of over 700,000 tons of polyurethane. Many small chemical and plastic factories that support his company have also ventured into the polypropylene PP industry. Chen Shen remembered that when he was a child living in Chen Village, every village had small workshops sorting through foreign garbage to pick out plastics. They would sort and crush those plastic products into different colored and categorized plastic pellets, which became the recycled raw materials for Huafeng's chemical and plastic enterprises in Ruixian. Moreover, the preparation process for polypropylene PP is much simpler than that for polyurethane PU, and even small workshops can manage it. Handing over the core material of polypropylene from the milk-blown fabric to Huafeng Group to lead the production is currently the most suitable option. The polypropylene raw materials related to masks. Let's have Huafeng take the lead in drafting for the industry. The orders should be plentiful. Even if our Lanwei technology can't procure enough, there will be a large number of people wanting to make masks who will come knocking, Chen Chen declared. Yu Xiaoping nodded at this, lifted his teacup, took a sip, and suppressed his inner excitement. Huafeng had long coveted the cake of the polypropylene industry, but lacked a suitable entry point in timing. With the pandemic upon us, the opportunity had presented itself, and Yu Xiaoping naturally wanted to seize it before retirement. At the very least, supplying raw materials to Lanwei Technology could generate tens of billions in new revenue. How did Huafeng rise to prominence in the past? Wasn't it by supplying raw materials to a group of shoe factory owners from Wenzhou? Yu Xiaoping was very familiar with this process. Of course, once the raw materials for masks were secured, the corresponding production line equipment couldn't be overlooked. Chen Shen directly named Zhang Wani, the boss of Ruili, with whom he had privately discussed for several days. This boss Zhang was very shrewd. He specialized in processing automotive and motorcycle parts. In his previous life, he had led a group of small mechanical factories in Ruixian to collectively gamble on mask machines as the pandemic approached, making a huge profit from those speculators after resuming work in March. A small mask machine that originally cost around 8,000 to 9,000 yuan was sold for dozens or even hundreds of times its price, pulling the struggling Ruili Group back from the brink of bankruptcy. Now that Chen Shen had named him as the leading supplier of production line equipment, Zhang Wani was naturally all smiles, patting his chest and assuring, "The production line is on us at Ruili." Chen Shen's performance at the tea party was not yet over. After reassuring the major players in Wenzhou, such as Zhengtai, Xingshan Holdings, Huafeng, and Ruili, the remaining small and medium-sized listed companies focused on textiles, clothing, footwear, and bags were easy to handle. For instance, companies like Alcon, Red Dragonfly, and George White were assigned to produce masks and protective clothing, which were in high demand during the pandemic. After all, these companies had skilled workers, and once the raw material and equipment process issues were resolved, they would quickly adapt to mask production. Chen Shen was not worried about these old Wenzhou merchants competing with each other in private, because once the pandemic truly spread, the orders from around the world would be overwhelming. This included his own Lanwei technology. Despite the impressive daily production of over 100 million masks, it still couldn't meet the domestic and international demand gap. Rather than letting the opportunity slip to other strong textile cities, it was better to mobilize all Wenzhou merchants to seize the largest piece of the cake first. Of course, the reason Chen Shen could command the various industry leaders in Wenzhou was not only due to his current golden halo but also because the emergence of the Lanwei Mall sales terminal gave Wenzhou merchants hope. Once the goods were produced, they had to find a way to sell them, right? In the past, the rise of Alibaba e-commerce and the Yiwu International Commodity City had almost firmly held the sales terminals within Jiang Province. In the Wenzhou area, apart from those dealing in raw materials and equipment who had their own traditional sales channels, anyone involved in product terminal sales had to join these two online and offline sales systems to acquire customers. The sudden rise of Lanwei Mall offered everyone hope to break the existing rigid sales system. Most importantly, Lanwei Mall was a platform incubated by the people of Wenzhou themselves, and the significance of this was self-evident. Thus, after Chen Shen assigned various profitable pandemic projects, the topic of the tea party shifted to the sales terminal and the most challenging aspect of the physical industry, customer acquisition. First, I want to thank all the uncles and aunts for previously joining our Lanway Mall. Taking this opportunity, I will clarify a few operational ideas for the Blue Guard Mall to everyone. As Chen Chen spoke, he continued to click on the last page of the PPT. He shared with the attendees the daily active user count of the Blue Guard Mall, as well as the vision of establishing a medical health city in Ruwatian after the relocation of the Blue Guard Technology Group. The bosses present were all individuals who had experienced the most glorious era of Wonjo merchants in the 1990s, and they all knew that the profit from terminal retail was the highest. The previous storefronts attracted customers, while the small workshops and factories produced goods. This was the most important reason for Wonjo businessmen to venture far and wide in the past. Looking at the final trump card presented by Chin Chen, everyone finally understood the ambition of this young man before them. He not only aimed to integrate all Wonjo merchants into the online sales terminals of the Blue Guard system but also had already planned the traditional offline sales routes of the wholesale market. However, the wholesale market Chen Chen envisioned was no longer an all-encompassing, inclusive place like the Iwu International Small Commodities City, but rather a medical health city specifically targeting the medical industry, involving medical devices, various pharmaceuticals, and supporting health service industry products, paving a path of differentiated competition. Previously, at the Zhujiang Merchants Conference, Chen Chen had only briefly mentioned this project. Now, seeing the full picture of the project, the Wonjo merchant group present became lively with thoughts. Xiaofeng, where do you plan to set up this medical health city in Ruwatian? Yu Xiaoping asked. As the head of a leading local enterprise in Ruwatian, he naturally understood the influence of such a wholesale market on a city. Take the Iwu Small Commodities City, for example. Before it was completed, Iwu's local GDP was only around 10 billion. However, once the international small commodities city officially settled in Iwu, the GDP skyrocketed as if a lid had been lifted, growing at a rate of 10 billion each year, and it continued to soar to over 200 billion without any apparent limit. Buyers from all over the world gathered in Iwu, injecting economic vitality into this previously underdeveloped small county. In the past, Ruwatian had also participated in the competition for small commodities city projects. The old mall in Ruwatian was famous nationwide during Chen Chen's childhood, and it was backed by the entire small commodities industry of Wonjo, but ultimately declined due to geographical and transportation factors. Now that Chen Chen brought up the old matter, it was naturally to carve out a unique industrial track for Ruwatian and the entire Wonjo city. The Medical Health City project will be built on the original site of the old mall in Ruwatian. I will contact the county to quickly promote the implementation of this project, and I will trouble all of you uncles and aunts to come and support it. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately began to discuss. Xiaofeng, you are too polite. Opening a stall also helps all Wonjo merchants find sales channels. Who doesn't want to do business right at their doorstep? If it weren't for you, Xiaofeng, leading the way during this pandemic, we would probably still be fighting our own battles. Just remember to leave us a good stall position. A business tea talk that affected over 9 million people in Wonjo started at 2 p.m. and lasted until after 5 p.m. During the meeting, all Wonjo merchants expressed their opinions, and with Chen Chen, the reborn individual, pointing out the way, integrating resources from various industries in Wonjo, the previously stagnant Wonjo merchant group was revitalized. By the evening, as each family began to leave one after another, Xiang Qingshan, who had just been privately kept by Chen Chen for a while, smiled as he got into his limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom with his daughter, Xiang Qingqing. Dad, are we just going to watch this kid from Ruwatian become the martial arts leader of all Wonjo merchants? His momentum is almost overshadowing you, Xiang Qingqing muttered after getting into the car. Before Chen Chen's sudden emergence, Qingshan Holdings was undoubtedly the top leader in the Wonjo area, a trillion-level market value entity, apart from the Anbang system that collapsed back then, has no rival to Xiang Qingshan. What do you mean by that kid from Ruwatian? You, my girl, usually so proud and arrogant, are feeling unconvinced now that you've met a true expert among your peers? Xiang Qingshan teased his daughter with a laugh. Xiang Qingqing puffed her cheeks like a goldfish and muttered, "It's not that I'm unconvinced. Others are indeed impressive, able to take charge in front of so many uncles and manage everything comprehensively. Moreover, they can divide the cake in a way that everyone is satisfied. Among all the young people I've seen, none are as outstanding as him." Seeing this, Xiang Qingshan nodded in agreement. After your uncle Wang passed away, the Wenshan gang lost its leader and has long been in disarray. What Xiaofeng is doing now is even bolder than what your uncle Wang did back in the day. With him as a catfish, there's no worry about this group of sardines not swimming. If it weren't for the fact that this kid is already in a relationship, I would have wanted to take him as my son-in-law. Upon hearing this, Xiang Qingqing's face turned bright red. Dad, what are you saying? Just agreeing to exchange $2 billion in foreign currency was enough. and now you want to give away your most precious daughter? Seeing his usually serious daughter show such a girlish demeanor, Xiang Qingshan couldn't help but laugh heartily. You're not a child anymore. It's indeed time to talk about marriage. If you wait a few more years, you'll become an old maid. You saw it at the tea party just now. Your uncles and elders would love to catch a son-in-law under the banner and bring Xiaofeng home. In my life, I've only seen one young man as excellent as him, and Xiaofeng is the second. As for that $2 billion in foreign currency, let's consider it a good connection. This kid has quite a talent in finance. He must have sensed some trends in the international market. Listening to her father's analysis, Xiang Qingqing fell silent. Remembering the spirited figure from the recently concluded tea party, she couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart. After all, Chen Shen's performance as a reborn person was indeed too dazzling for his peers. Standing by the window, watching the convoy of Wunshan gang bigwigs gradually leave her factory area, Chen Shen felt that his half-year planning during the pandemic had finally reached a significant milestone. In his view, the Wunshan gang, like many business associations and hometown associations, was merely a loose organization of merchants, lacking sufficient constraints. To command this group of bigwigs, each with their own agendas, to cooperate and unite for major undertakings, one couldn't rely on lofty principles. It was necessary to cater to their interests and entice them, bringing everyone together to share the pandemic's cake. Moreover, when he issued orders to the Wunshan gang, he could only direct them in broad strokes and couldn't discuss more in-depth details about equity and share cooperation, because once it involved issues of equity and fundraising, the loose organizational framework of the Wunshan gang would immediately fall apart. The reason was simple: there were too many people in the organization, and each boss had their own pride and ideas. If it weren't for the recent halo of success, there would likely be quite a few who privately resented being directed by this young lad, Chen Shen. Therefore, the best solution was for Chen Shen to take charge of the online Lanwei Mall and the offline Medical Health City as sales terminals, integrating all the resources of the Wunshan gang into them. It was as if he had built a large platform, introducing a new track, leaving the rest to these Wunshan bosses to perform. The root cause was still that Chen Shen's foundation in the real economy was too shallow. Although he had entered the market 6 months in advance, in the emerging track of medical equipment related to the pandemic, Chen Shen couldn't possibly capture all the explosive dividends. He currently had over 4,000 employees, and achieving the current situation of making a fortune daily was already the limit. Even the current project of masks, which is comparable to a money printing machine, needs to bring in new teammates to grow and strengthen together. However, one should not underestimate the money-making ability of the Blueguard Mall and Medical Health City projects. Take the existing competitors, Alibaba and Yiwu International Small Commodity City, for example. Alibaba relies on transaction commissions from a vast number of e-commerce sellers and various service fees, with its main business revenue reaching 104 billion in 2020 alone. On the other hand, Yiwu International Small Commodity City earns over 20 billion in cash annually through wholesale stall rentals. Although Chen Shen's Blueguard Mall has not yet grown to Alibaba's level, it has already begun to show its ferocity amid the pandemic's rush for supplies. Next, he just needs to further solidify the foundation of Blueguard Mall, find the incoming daily active traffic, and cultivate new users' consumption habits, which will allow him to steadily collect a large amount of commission and entry fees from sellers for a long time to come. In simple terms, Chen Shen aims to be the landlord for all the local merchants and e-commerce sellers across the region, enjoying the easy life of a property owner. However, to implement the other project, Medical Health City, he must first persuade the county. If necessary, he will have to allocate a portion of the shares to the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of Ruixian. Because such a local specialty project, which concerns the livelihoods of the entire county's residents, cannot be accomplished by a single businessman, it requires mobilizing the county's resources for related support. The initial land acquisition, demolition near the old mall, supporting road construction, tax incentives, etc., all require cooperation from the county to advance. After the tea party ended, he proactively approached Xiang Qingshan to exchange for $2 billion in foreign exchange. This was also due to Xiang Qingshan Holdings' long-standing influence in the international nickel futures market, holding a substantial amount of foreign exchange. Most of the established local merchants present were focused on the domestic market, and only a giant like Xiang Qingshan Holdings could produce such a large sum of US dollars. As long as this foreign exchange fund is in place, Chen Shen can wait for the pandemic to spill over, leveraging the black swan events from his past life to make a quick profit from the international capital market, accelerating the expansion of Dingfeng investment. $2 billion at an exchange rate of 1 to 7, without charging me any fees. This time I owe Boss Xiang a big favor. However, a total of 14 billion yuan in working capital needs to be allocated, and it must be in place by the end of February. With some squeezing, I can barely manage it. Chen Chen calculated his cash flow, finding that he had less than 5 billion in liquid assets left. Fortunately, in the coming period, Blue Guard technology, this cash cow, would bring in no less than 200 to 300 million daily. Once the mask production capacity rises again, this cash inflow speed will increase significantly and last for a long time. Thinking of this, Chen Chen's steps down the stairs were filled with a bit of cheer. No matter how much is said, earning money that belongs to oneself is the most important. As soon as the tea party on the 4th day of the new year ended, the gears of time once again entered high-speed operation. Due to Chen Chen's advance leak of information regarding the Wisconsin electronic cigarette pneumonia, the phenomenon of the pandemic spilling over in Wujiang City was weakened by several times compared to his past life. With effective source interception, the daily new infection cases and suspected confirmed cases reported online have significantly decreased compared to before. The theories about the origin of the pandemic on the internet were also silenced by the unified stance from above, which directly rendered the long-brewing Western public opinion speechless. Major foreign media outlets that had originally clamored to take advantage of the pandemic to smear China fell silent collectively. Even because of the overflow of public opinion, even the Americans far across the ocean are in a state of panic. As China announced the source of the pandemic, netizens around the world are now focusing their criticism on the unethical things the Americans have been doing behind the scenes. This also made Chen Chen, who was still on holiday at his home, feel that he had truly done something meaningful since his rebirth. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, after welcoming the god of wealth, on January 30th, the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, the god of poverty was sent off, and all industries officially opened for business. In his capacity as chairman, Chen Chen sent out several thousand red envelopes worth 188 yuan each in the large groups of Dingfeng and Lanwei companies. This immediately triggered a scene where over 4,000 online employees scrambled for them on WeChat. If it weren't for the fact that the large groups of these two companies had a unified ban on speaking, only allowing executives to post important announcements, the screen would probably be filled with silly expressions like "thank you, boss," for the red envelope and wishing Chairman Chen 10 big fat sons. Of course, on the 6th day, the entrances of Dingfeng Investment and Lanwei Technology Group's subsidiaries were filled with fireworks and firecrackers, symbolizing the prosperous start of the new year. However, on February 1st, the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, the city of Wunshe, which was the second hardest hit area at the beginning of the pandemic, could not avoid announcing a lockdown, just like in his previous life. Hiding in his hometown of Chen Village, Chen Chen watched the live news while constantly comforting Zhu Yao and a few close female friends. With the lockdown in Wunshe, the difficulty of meeting with this group of lovers increased again. Fortunately, the lockdown did not affect the resumption of work at Lanwei Technology. After receiving the pass issued by the authorities, over 4,000 employees under Chen Chen were able to return to work normally. As for him, due to concerns about being infected by the rampant COVID-19 virus outside, he obediently stayed at home in Chen Village without stepping out. After all, in this life, he had not yet received the relevant vaccine, and his body had not yet developed antibodies against the virus. If he were to go out and get infected, he would probably end up with severe symptoms. Of course, staying at home did not mean that Chen Chen's plans to make money were put on hold, because just the day after Wunshe announced the lockdown, on February 3rd, the A-share market, which had been closed for a full 10 days due to the Spring Festival, surprisingly opened for business without being affected by the pandemic. On February 3rd, the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, at 9:15 a.m., before the bidding began, Chen Chen opened his personal stock account, which had been sealed for 10 days, in his newly renovated study at home. Just like many retail investors, due to the sudden situation during the Spring Festival, many industries had fallen into an irresistible standstill after the new year began. It should be noted that before the Spring Festival break, the pandemic in Wujiang City had just started to rise, far from the severity of the current lockdown. Small retail investors thought they could go home and enjoy a peaceful and prosperous new year. Because the index had climbed back above 3,100 points before the year-end closing, the stock forum was filled with joyous messages celebrating the Spring Festival. However, as soon as the holiday ended, looking at the opening K-line chart that resembled a sickle, all the retail investors squatting in front of their computers and phones couldn't help but shiver. What the hell? 2,800 points? It's just been a year. Did we just evaporate over 300 points at the start? The stock forum was in complete chaos. Faced with such a massive drop at the opening, retail investors who wanted to retreat were frantically placing sell orders, and many speculators were left dazed. Especially those who were heavily trapped, they exclaimed, "It's over. I knew it. I almost dropped my bowl, brothers. The wind is tight, I'm out. I'm leaving first." The suffocating market trend led to a barrage of complaints in the stock forum. Fortunately, there was no circuit breaker mechanism, so retail investors could run if they could, otherwise, the market would have to close immediately as soon as it opened. Of course, among the thousands of stocks, there are some that stand out, especially in the pharmaceutical and medical device sectors. Surprisingly, they did not show any decline after the market opened this morning. Instead, they collectively turned positive and strengthened. A large amount of risk-averse capital began to flock in like fish drawn to bait. Any stock related to pharmaceuticals was on the rise. Among them, the most eye-catching one was the stock labeled as part of the blue guard by many retail investors, Jiangnan High Fiber, NU. Even before the official opening, during the bidding phase, Jiangnan High Fiber, NU, was unceremoniously capped at the limit up at a price of 268.88 yuan per share. By 9:30 when the market officially opened, there were over 1.8 million hands of massive buy orders all betting on it. With almost no fluctuations, Jiangnan High Fiber, NU, surged to the top of the popularity list among over 5,000 stocks in the market. It was truly a remarkable start to the new year. It's too scary outside, just looking at it makes me shiver. Here with Peak Brother is safe, powerful. Damn it! Over 50 billion in funds waiting to buy? Is it really necessary to be this exaggerated? Blackman ? The announcement disclosed that Jiangnan High Fiber expects to produce over 100,000 tons of melt-blown fabric this year. Waving glow stick, why buy it? What's the logic? Because even if they only sell melt-blown fabric, they can generate over 50 billion in stable revenue a year. Major institutions predict Jiangnan High Fiber's total revenue and profit for 2020 will likely exceed its current total market value. So how many price-to-earnings ratios does that calculate to? Laughing and crying. P.S. Melt-blown fabric is currently priced at 520,000 yuan per ton. Awesome. The first Demon King of the Year of the Rat is undoubtedly Jiangnan High Fiber. Charge. Brothers, let's go for it together. Old man waving hand, winning with club models, losing goes to work. The related stock forum was buzzing with heated discussions, with the number of posts and comments skyrocketing at a visible speed. Any stockholder who had successfully boarded before the new year could hardly contain their excitement, because this stock was destined to perform strongly in the upcoming period. Positive news from all directions gathered together, forming an unstoppable upward trend in the market. Of course, the one who benefited the most was the actual controller, Chen Chen. At this moment, the largest holder of Jiangnan High Fiber was Chen Chen and Dingfeng Investment, two concerted actors. Together, they held over 65% of the shares. Dilution from targeted placements plus repurchase of shares from small shareholders before the new year. As long as the market stabilizes and rises by 10%, Chen Chen's net worth could increase by 3 billion. The pressure of this situation even made Chen Chen feel a bit inexplicably fearful. Fortunately, he had seen various grand scenes during the Spring Festival and received affirmation from above. His golden body was already established. After watching the red market trend of Jiangnan High Fiber, NU, Chen Chen shifted his focus to his personal holdings. Due to the 6-month lockup period after the stock was lifted, and part of the equity being pledged to ICBC for cashing out, he could not move it for now. However, the only remaining big, demon stock from 2019 in Chen Chen's personal account was nearing the time for liquidation. Target, Maiching Technology Quantity, 23. 58.29 million cost, 17. 21 yuan current price, 125. 20 yuan market value, 295,281. 88 million yuan daily profit and loss, minus 168. 90 million yuan, minus 5. 72%. Floating profit and loss, plus 2,547. 19 million yuan, plus 627. 9%. With such a big drop after the Spring Festival, it seems we won't see this stock rise to its historical peak of 180 yuan. However, a cost of 400 million can yield over 6 times the New Year's return, which is not bad for one of last year's top 10 hot stocks. Chen Chen squinted, calculating the significant funding gap for several urgent projects he needed to manage next. Without a second thought, he began to sell off the stock of Maiching Technology, which he had held for several months, in small-timed batches, even setting overnight conditional orders. He must clear out all of Maiching Technology within this week's trading days. In his past life's memory, the current drastic drop was just temporary. It would quickly rebound in the following trading days. The market fundamentals were still very stable. As long as he followed the next wave of the main upward trend, he could sell off this hot stock that hadn't peaked yet in batches. Besides that, several stocks held in the private equity market, such as Sichuan Pharmaceutical, also rose against the market trend after the opening, showing a similar speculative trend as in his past life. Of course, what Chen Chen cared about the most was the public fund he had been planning for a long time, which finally received good news after the market opened on the first day after the holiday. In the company group, Yuziheo, who was responsible for business follow-up, reported promptly, "Boss, we have basically reached an agreement with Tianqi Fund, acquiring the entire portfolio at a 25% premium, with a total market value of 106 million. Chen Chen immediately replied, "Once the legal audit is done and I sign online, I'll have finance transfer the funds immediately. I have big plans for the public fund in the coming period. At everyone received. Salute, received. Happy New Year, boss, received." Over. On the first trading day after the Spring Festival holiday, the A-shares finally closed smoothly under the watchful eyes of the public. By the close at 3 p.m., the index was reported at over 2,700 points. Those retail investors, whose awareness had been dulled by the market, flooded the stock forum with complaints after the close. Meanwhile, the financial experts who had long been active online seized the opportunity to call on all shareholders to contribute to the market rescue. At this moment, any slight disturbance could affect the already weak market sentiment. Especially the calls from those financial experts acted like adding fuel to the fire, further dampening the A-shares. As expected, when the market opened again on February 4th, the A-shares once again opened down 50 points without any surprise. From the end of the year to the beginning of the new year, the market had been closed for 10 days, and the changes in the market exceeded everyone's expectations. Shareholders expressed their frustration, angry at the situation. However, the early morning drop seemed to have stimulated self-rescue funds, and with the injection of a mysterious force, traditional sectors like securities and banks began to collectively rise and turn positive as noon approached. Coupled with the pharmaceutical sector's continued strength, the A-shares surprisingly ended the second day of the Year of the Rat with a gain of plus 1.34%, rebounding over 100 points to close around 2,750 points. The total market turnover surged to 374 billion. Watching the A-shares rebound violently, the panic in the stock market was swept away. Pharmaceuticals, banks, and profit-making sectors are going crazy. 2 days of 10 centimeters up. Brothers, just go all in and it's done. Let's get bullish, everyone was discussing, and the posts in the stock forum started to increase nonstop. The retail investors' memories were like goldfish, forgetting everything after just 7 seconds. Clearly dazed from the previous day's losses, today they saw a slight rebound in their holdings, and everyone was as jubilant as if it were the new year. Chen Chen looked at the commotion in the forum and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This group of lovely retail investors could be said to be the epitome of finding joy in hardship. In the following 2 days, the A-share market continued to strengthen and rebound. With the support of mysterious forces, the index repeatedly broke through 2,800 points. Watching their account balances rebound strongly every day, the retail investors in the forum became much happier, especially those who had previously bought shares of Jiangnan High Fiber, new. As soon as the bidding started at 9:15, they watched that red one line jump up in segments, grinning from ear to ear. Feels good. It's limit up again. Dragon King's crooked mouth, clocking out as soon as the market opens 10 cm limit up every day, not a bit anxious, even feeling a bit amused. Thanks to A-shares for the New Year red envelope, heart gesture, due to widespread pandemic control measures, various industries were in a temporary vacation phase. Most retail investors were just ordinary people in real life, unable to return to work, and every day they would wake up and stare at their accounts with nothing else to do. Without income from salaries, they hoped the stocks would rise a bit. Of course, Chen Chen hadn't been idle these past few days. After spending 130 million to complete the acquisition of Tianqi Fund Company, the new fund under Dingfeng Investment was rapidly being renamed and registered. The reason for taking the acquisition route was that starting a new fund from scratch took a very long time. The normal fund release process needs to be registered with the Fund Industry Association, product design approval from the Securities Regulatory Commission, confirmation of issuance, public fundraising, construction and closure period, formal operation and open redemption. Completing this entire process could take as little as 3 months, or as long as 6 months. With the current market below 3,000 points, just picking up a bit of the bottom and holding it for a few months could yield profits, and Chen Chen naturally didn't want to miss such a good opportunity to make money. So he entrusted an intermediary to quickly acquire a nearly bankrupt and restructuring fund company in the market, allowing Tianqi Fund Company to unify the net value of its originally issued single variety fund. He also reported to the village chief to rename the Tianqi Mixed Fund to Dingfeng Mixed Growth Fund. Due to the impact of pandemic control, the A-share market urgently needed funds to rescue the situation, and for this newly registered public fund, the village chief opened a green channel for quick approval. Thus, before the market closed on Friday, Chen Chen, who had obtained formal fund issuance qualifications, posted a small advertisement on the stock forum and his social media accounts. The fund I promised to help everyone make money before the new year is officially online. Starting next Monday, I will personally lead the operation of this new fund. Fund code 168888, Dingfeng Mixed Growth. Zafobo and major securities apps have opened sales channels. Welcome all brothers and sisters to come and support. After last year's various posts showcasing profits and achievements, Qin Shen's account in the stock forum had already reached the level of a super influencer with 1 million followers. His promotional post immediately caused a sensation in the forum. What the hell? Brother Feng is actually serious? Is Brother Feng going to help us poor retail investors get rich? 168888. This number is really auspicious, definitely a new wealth code. Blowing up. Bye. Let's charge forward with Brother Feng. Those who bought Jiangnan High Fiber have all made money. This wave definitely won't miss the chance to ride along, holding up signs. Brother Feng's 6-month 60 times miracle is back. Must buy a wave to support. As the big A once again closed in the red, the stock investors who had been keeping an eye on it all day were buzzing about this new fund. Mainly, it was the label of Brother Feng, which had become a very prominent top-tier speculator in the market. With his personal aura, it was natural that many would pay attention to the Dingfeng fund. Moreover, many retail investors had just been severely cut, and seeing Brother Feng stepping up to lead the trading, the buying sentiment was naturally extremely strong. Of course, there were also some small retail investors who liked to go off-topic, and after looking at the basic information released about the Dingfeng Mixed Growth Fund, they began to shift their focus in different directions. Just 2 months away from turning 27, and a public fund manager with only a college diploma? I can't believe it. Brother Feng is actually this young? I remember the minimum age in the fund market was always 27. Did Brother Feng just break the record? By the way, what kind of degree is a college diploma? I haven't seen anyone below a 985-11 master's degree in the fund market. Doghead. Brother Feng battling a bunch of highly educated fund managers. Just thinking about that scene feels thrilling, laughing and crying. The focus of the investors, aside from the personal resume information disclosed by Qin Shen on the fund manager's practice certificate, was also on the previous holdings of the renamed Dingfeng Mixed Growth Fund. Domestic public funds and private funds still have significant differences. They need to disclose their holdings periodically through quarterly reports, semi-annual reports, and annual reports, allowing investors to see the trends of the fund varieties. In addition, public funds can only reach a maximum of 10% limit on the buying and selling of a single stock. For example, with a fund of 100 million, they can only invest 10 million in a single stock. Exceeding that would be considered a violation. Unlike private funds, which can hold up to 25% of a single stock position. How bad was the previous fund manager of Tianqi? What kind of junk did they buy in the top 10 holdings? Shrug, an annualized -6. 21% for the whole of 2019. Can you believe that? Shocked, this has underperformed the A-share market. I feel like I could do better, laughing to death. It must be that previous manager, secretly engaging in insider trading and pocketing the profits, laughing. The investors began to mock the top 10 holdings inside, because the disclosed stocks were either bottom-tier penny stocks or small junk from niche sectors, with a few already overhyped by the market. A fund this poor is quite rare among the more than 7,000 public funds in the country. Of course, if it weren't for the outstanding performance of the Tianqi Fund Company's boss the previous year, Qin Shen probably wouldn't have had the chance to acquire it at a low price now. Thus, as the various small investors in the stock forum chatted about everything under the sun, a large group of small investors who had been battered by the Big A began to blindly trust Brother Feng's glorious historical achievements and started to invest in this new fund with a net value of 1. After 2 days of information fermentation over the weekend, a total of 24 million retail investors pulled out the last of their bullets from their pockets and bought into this mixed growth fund under Dingfeng investment through various channels like Zafubo. The buying atmosphere was not just enthusiastic, it was simply explosive. Even many of the fund practitioners in the industry were shocked by Brother Feng's terrifying appeal. At the beginning of the new year in 2020, the A-share market was collapsing due to the impact of the pandemic, and the fund market was also affected. It was far from the wave of sudden popularity that the funds would see 1 or 2 years later. A large number of high-net-worth investors, seeing the unfavorable situation in the domestic capital market, began to withdraw from the market, choosing to cash out and stand on the sidelines for a while. Don't look at the retail investors getting cut every day, but they've gained experience from being cut for so long. When they see the market direction is wrong, they can run away faster than a rabbit. Just in the first trading week after the Spring Festival, the entire A-share market saw a net outflow of over 50 billion, and fund redemptions reached a staggering scale of hundreds of billions. At this moment, a handsome guy suddenly popped up, naturally attracting the envy of his peers. Moreover, Chen Chen set a super low threshold of 100 yuan for the public fund he managed, and any small retail investor hanging around the stock forum would, to some extent, invest a little out of respect for Brother Feng to see the response. Some would invest just 100 yuan to test the waters. Losing this little money wouldn't be a big deal. It could just mean eating a few less pig's trotters or smoking a couple fewer packs of cigarettes. Some larger retail investors, scared by the A-shares, even went directly to the Dingfeng Investment Fund's official website to invest large amounts like 500,000 or 1 million yuan. Thus, under such a hot subscription, by the time the market opened next Monday, the Dingfeng Mixed Growth Fund's total funds had skyrocketed from 102 million after the merger to a whopping 1 billion. Even Chen Chen, who had just celebrated the Lantern Festival back in his hometown, didn't expect the market's reaction to this new fund to be so significant. 24 million users subscribed. It seems they are all unfortunate souls baptized by the Big A. Chen Chen shook his head and sighed, recalling his past life. The hard-earned money from his job was originally meant to invest in A-shares or funds to earn a little extra, making his tough life a bit more comfortable. Didn't those experts say online every day, if you don't manage your finances won't manage you? As a result, under such brainwashing rhetoric, in his past life, whenever Chen Chen bought in, he was either trapped or severely cut. He focused on the meager returns in the market, while others had their eyes directly on his principal. Since he had the opportunity to manage a public fund in this life, Chen Chen was determined to lead the unfortunate souls who trusted him to wrestle out a different color from the Big A. February 10th, Monday. After the Lantern Festival, the pandemic continued to rage outside, and the Big A welcomed its second week of trading after the Spring Festival. At 9 a.m., before the market opened, Chen Chen activated remote command mode in his study. Due to the impact of the COVID-19 virus, he still didn't dare to return to Hangzhou. So, he used online video to direct the few traders who had returned to work with passes in the trading room. Before the market opened, he first held a brief meeting with fund managers Meng Su and Yu Zihao for more than 10 minutes to share his recent investment strategies. As soon as the bidding phase began at 9:15, Chen Chen looked at the slightly lower opening of the Shanghai Composite Index at 2860.50 and immediately began issuing trading instructions. Clear out all the existing holdings of those more than 10 component stocks during the bidding phase. Clear all existing targets at once? Boss, are you sure? The traders were all taken aback. On the first day of the Dingfeng Public Fund, was it really time to play so aggressively before the official opening at 9:30? The more than 10 component stocks left by the Tianqi Fund were worth over 100 million. With the stock prices fluctuating so much during the bidding phase, clearing them out at once could mean losing several million in a single day. Sure, clear them out immediately. If I have trading instructions next time, you guys can discuss any objections privately with Lao Meng or Lao Yu. If it happens a third time, go find HR and submit your resignation, Chen Chen said through the video. The capital market changes every second. If the traders don't follow orders, it could lead to big trouble at critical moments. To maintain his image as the tyrant of the trading room, Chen Chen suddenly gave them a little warning. As soon as the traders heard this, they immediately understood and closed their mouths. Without saying a word, they listed all the more than 10 component stocks left by the Tianqi Fund at low prices for liquidation. One of the female traders glanced at Chen Chen in the video, who exuded the imposing aura of a top player, and muttered to herself, "Is this the trading method of the 60-fold god from the past 6 months? So thrilling. Just a press of a button, and he can crash stocks worth over 100 million. He doesn't even flinch at losing millions during trading. No wonder he's known as the peak brother with the strongest appeal in the A-share market." There was no time to pay attention to the expressions of the other traders. Seeing that the garbage left by the previous trader had been completely cleared out, the 1 billion funds were officially in place. At 9:30, the market opened, and Chen Chen began the next phase of buy orders. 300677 Eagle Medical, set the price at 7 yuan. Buy and load a full position at 10%. A few traders immediately took orders, allocating 100 million in funds, with part of it placing competitive bids in the market to accumulate shares. The other part was placed as off-market orders, what retail investors in the A-share market refer to as dark trading. This off-market channel is accessible to institutional exclusive seats, specifically designed for large fund transactions. Many securities companies have high-threshold client rooms for big clients, such as the 10,000 hand brother in the market, who mostly uses this off-market channel. Small retail investors cannot meet the capital requirements and cannot access this level. Many retail investors are even reluctant to pay for the 188 annual VIP fee on platforms like Tongwashan or Dongfang Saifu, and when the market is bad, they can only helplessly shout in stock forums for a dark trading screenshot to see the trends. It's like ordinary people borrowing VIP memberships for streaming services like Ichi, trying to save wherever they can. Of course, as a reborn person, Chen knows the overall trend of the A-share market in February 2020. During the pandemic lockdown, there was no better choice among the more than 5,000 stocks than medical stocks. So after directing his subordinates to fully invest in Eagle Medical, Chen spoke again, place an order at 15.6 yuan, also fully invest in 603976 Xinchuan Company. The traders immediately began coding to select stocks, placing orders to fill the 100 million funds. Less than 2 minutes later, before the previous order was even completed, Chen focused on the market and issued another command, 688399 Susure Bio, bottom fishing at 73 yuan, filled a position. The traders were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances. Another full position on a single stock? Was the boss planning to turn this new fund into a one-sided gamble, engaging in ultra-short-term trading? Other fund managers handle public funds with caution, researching strategies and sentiment, fearing being targeted by other major institutions in the market. But with Chen, there were no such concerns. Every trading strategy was aggressively all-in. Just do it. At this point, the A-share index was below 3,000 points, and to him, any bottom fishing would be profitable. Moreover, the stocks Chen chose were all pharmaceutical stocks that had surged after the pandemic in his past life, so even if they were temporarily stuck, there was no need to worry. After hesitating with the first 3 stocks, Chen began to truly exert his strength. 002030 Dashi Jin, place an order, buy everything below 5.4 yuan. 600211 Sichuan Pharmaceutical, this stock is our old friend. First place a 1 billion buy order 3% below to support it, buy as much as possible. 002823 Daoan Company, set a limit buy at 19.56 yuan to accumulate shares, and over the next few days, gradually fill the position. 300598 Maicheng Technology, 1 billion entering the market to sweep up. 600527 Jiangnan High Fiber, new, place a 1 billion off-market order, see if anyone is willing to sell. One after another, the stocks were all in, and the people in the trading room were all fired up. No wonder he was the peak brother with a 60-fold return in 6 months. He was just as aggressive in managing public funds. It was only when Chen mentioned buying into Jiangnan High Fiber, new, that Yu Ziheo, who was in charge of the Dingfeng Public Fund, immediately interrupted, saying, "Boss, wait a minute. Jiangnan High Fiber has been on a continuous rise for 5 days last week, and this morning it opened with a limit up, currently priced at 429.81 yuan per share. Are you really going to buy in at such a high price? Isn't the risk too high? Should we wait for a pullback before buying? I'm worried about the risk of a limit down." Amidst the intense speculation in the market and the fermentation of several positive news, Chen's Jiangnan High Fiber, new, had already capitalized on the pandemic lockdown to achieve a series of gains. The stock price had risen more than 60% compared to the opening last Monday. The upward trend was like sesame flowers blooming, and even seasoned professionals like Yu Ziheo felt there was a big risk. Unexpectedly, Chen, who was remotely directing from the screen, smiled slightly at this moment. This is just the beginning. This stock is related to our Dingfeng, and there is still a lot of potential in the market ahead. Take advantage of this small divergence in the market to buy in quickly. If you don't buy now, you won't have the chance when the price hits a new high. After receiving the order, several traders below quickly placed off-market orders. After a week of continuous gains, the institutions and retail investors inside were all eager to act. The number of sealed orders outside had decreased from the initial 1.8 million hands to just over 100,000 hands at a visible speed. With 100 million yuan entering the market to grab shares, soon there were those who wanted to secure their profits, handing over their chips. The trader reported, "Boss, the transactions for Jiangnan High Fiber have been completed." Chen nodded, "Very good, hold on to this stock and don't move it. I estimate it will show unexpected trends in the near future." For the next half hour, Chen was focused on the market trends, continuously selecting stocks. The 1 billion yuan fund pool in the Dingfeng Mixed Growth Fund was gradually invested in 10 stocks that had previously shown extraordinary performance in his memory. Even if the stocks he selected were not in the pharmaceutical sector, they would be textile stocks related to masks. Of course, due to regulations in the fund industry, 5% of the 1 billion yuan must be kept as liquidity. This is because before the market closes at 3 p.m., users who purchase funds have the right to change their minds on the same trading day and redeem their previously bought funds through the subscription and redemption channels. It's similar to the unconditional return policy in e-commerce within 7 days. After selecting the stocks, Chen Chen logged off to play Dota with a few online friends he knew. The domestic A-share market follows the T+1 trading rule, and even fund companies must trade according to the rules. Once the purchase is made, the rest depends on the market's movements. The result was unexpectedly surprising. By the time the market officially closed on Monday afternoon, a wave of exclamations erupted in the Dingfeng investment trading room, because among the 10 stocks selected by Chen Chen in the morning, 2 were in the red, while the remaining 8 turned collectively positive. Among them, 5 stocks even reached a plus 10.0% limit uptrend. Such precise stock picking left veteran fund managers like Meng Su and Yu Zihao dumbfounded. What kind of divine trading is this? After so many years in the industry, aside from witnessing such continuous limit-up operations during the bull market in 2015, they had never seen such an extraordinary intraday trading performance during the bear market. By 9:30 p.m., as over 7,000 public funds in the fund market updated their information collectively, the fund with the largest single-day increase, which had been firmly held at the top position by Yifangda's fund variety for months, was directly overtaken by the Dingfeng Mixed Growth Fund. This miraculous scene sent the retail investors in the stock forum into a frenzy. What the heck? Wide-eyed, Dingfeng Mixed Growth Net Value, 1.0699 yuan, single-day increase plus 6.99%? What kind of fund is this? Why is it rising more fiercely than individual stocks? From being at the bottom to reaching the top, Brother Feng has once again become a god of killing. Awesome, Brother Feng is eternal. He cuts into the big A without mercy, laughing and crying, damn it, I withdrew my order for this fund before 3 p.m., damn it, angry, I forgot to check the stock forum for news over the weekend, didn't buy in with Brother Feng in advance, and today I got hit by the big cancer stocks, losing 5 points. It feels like I lost 100 million, slapping thigh, everyone move aside. I want to buy this stock like crazy. No one stop me. Suspenders plus basketball. The reason why the Dingfeng Mixed Growth Fund surged on its first day on Monday, landing at the top of the fund rankings, is entirely because Chen Chen picked those 10 individual stocks that were way beyond expectations. Due to the sudden crash in the A shares at the start of the new year, all the risk-averse funds in the market were reallocating and switching stocks. Whether retail investors or speculative funds, institutions collectively rushed into the medical sector. At this time, no matter which fund manager came in, they would blindly choose suitable targets in the medical sector. And Chen Chen just happened to have memories from his past life. Through a series of selections, he captured those familiar little medical stocks. At this point, saying he was operating based on insider information is not an exaggeration at all, because this guy Chen Chen had a cheat, with a complete memory of the K-line trends for the next 5 years. For him, a reborn person, having 5 out of 10 component stocks hit the daily limit is just a small scene. Of course, the small retail investors and fund holders outside didn't know so much inside information. In the eyes of outsiders, the reason why Dingfeng Fund could land at the top was entirely due to Brother Feng's operational strength. This was only the first day in charge, and he achieved an epic opening performance with a single-day increase of plus 6.99%. Once the big A truly strengthens later, wouldn't this Dingfeng Fund soar? Thus, retail investors and fund holders began to make large-scale bets. Previously, over the weekend, as the information just started to ferment, 24 million households bought into the Dingfeng Mixed Growth Fund at the first opportunity, most of whom only scraped together the 100 yuan threshold to get in. Only a small portion of people actually spent a lot of money to buy into this new fund. As a result, after seeing that this new fund proved itself in just one trading day, it not only outperformed the market but also surpassed 90% of the individual stocks in the big A market. The retail investors who felt they had bought too little began to slap themselves, cursing their lack of trust in Brother Feng's glorious record, and started to rush to buy in. All the funds that could be mobilized in their accounts were thrown into the Dingfeng Fund. As a result, by the time the next morning's trading began, the originally 10.7 billion scale of funds exploded to 50 billion. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Chen Chen, who was brushing his teeth in a hurry, quickly instructed Yu Zihao to close all the subscription channels in advance. What does it mean for a fund that has only been released for 3 days to have a net inflow of over 4 billion in subscription funds in a single day? It's as crazy as the new Neza movie in theaters achieving 100% attendance for every screening. When the news broke, even the entire fund market was shaken. Because in 2020, the fund market was far from being as hot as it would be in a few years, and some future famous star fund managers had not yet made a name for themselves on the internet. Before the arrival of the 2 super short bull markets of SaaS fragrance technology plus, with lithium, go anywhere, there were only 7,914 public fund products in the domestic market, with a total asset management scale of only 19.89 trillion yuan. By 2024, however, the number of public fund products surged to 12,400, with all kinds of diverse fund products emerging, and the fund market's asset volume skyrocketed to 32.83 trillion. In just 4 short years, the fund market has nearly doubled, which shows that in the coming years, investors' confidence in the domestic capital market will be boosted. However, at this moment, Chen must quickly cool himself down physically. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's financial path is like killing their parents. Everyone has rushed to buy Dingfeng mixed growth, so how will other institutions in the fund market view this? Especially those top institutions like Huaxia Fund and Yifangda, which are backed by major banks and have almost limitless connections. Chen sudden emergence is equivalent to snatching part of their meal. He has directly intercepted the clientele that should have belonged to them. If he doesn't close the subscription channel now, he can expect to be besieged by these large institutions. However, as Chen halted the subscription channel, retail investors and fund holders in the stock bar were not having it. What's going on? Why can't we buy? What do you mean by technical reasons? Temporarily closing the subscription channel and only allowing free redemptions. Black man ? Someone explain this. Feeling confused, the market is about to open. I haven't gotten in yet. Crying, a large number of retail investors outside, waving cash and not having gotten in, were all denouncing Dingfeng Fund. Meanwhile, far away in the CBD of Magic City, in the president's office of a company called Zifeng Trust, the middle-aged president Lin Chengdong, wearing a mask, was playing miniature golf in his office. Just as he was getting into the game, his secretary rushed in with a document. President Lin, the Dingfeng Fund you asked me to keep an eye on just announced that it has closed the subscription channel due to technical reasons. Upon hearing this, Lin Chengdong put down his golf club, took a glance at the document, and showed a hint of surprise on his face. It seems this brother Feng is scared too. Closing the subscription is this kid's way of cooling himself down. The secretary frowned. Cooling down? Lin Chengdong laughed heartily. If it were any other large fund, 4 billion a day wouldn't be a big deal. But this kid's foundation in the financial market is too shallow. Previously, he could mess around in the secondary market without anyone caring. Now that the money is flowing in, he feels the heat himself. With this risk awareness, it seems this brother Feng indeed has some skills. The secretary continued to ask, so should we Zifeng still reach out to Dingfeng Fund? Lin Chengdong tossed the document aside and picked up the golf club again. Let's observe for a few days and let the market cool down. When the time is right, we can go talk to them. There are no shortage of speculative experts in the Big A. There have been a few who achieved 10,000-fold returns when the previous leader was around. What's lacking are those who can achieve high returns and firmly establish themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, he sank another putt. The same scene was happening in various large trust institutions. Due to the brilliant performance of 60 times in 6 months, and managing tens of billions to hundreds of billions in large funds, Chen and his Dingfeng investment had long entered the sights of major established asset management companies. The reason no one had approached for cooperation yet was due to the controlled pandemic, coupled with the unclear domestic financial market conditions and the overly complex intertwining of internal and external negative factors. After halting the subscription channel, Chen enjoyed a hearty breakfast before heading back to his study to play Dota 2 and his own LOL. He found that after becoming a successful entrepreneur, he was particularly adept at playing these MOBA competitive games. His skills hadn't changed much. He had to admit that he was getting older and less nimble. However, after gaining confidence, he felt particularly resilient when lining up against opponents. His overall game awareness had also become very strong. He was able to command when to team fight and when to retreat, issuing orders in voice chat, and even became the core carry in the 5-man team. As for the Dingfeng Fund, they just completed the establishment of 10 component stocks yesterday and also outlined the subsequent trading strategies. Even with the new 4 billion yuan in subscriptions, it's sufficient to continue adding positions according to yesterday's stock selection direction. As the helmsman, Chen only needs to glance at the market trends at the opening and closing. As long as there are no black swan events, there shouldn't be any major issues. After all, as long as the pandemic is not over, this wave of the pharmaceutical sector can continue to surge for a while. Sure enough, just at 9:30 p.m. on the night Dingfeng closed the subscription channel, the updated real-time data on the fund's growth ranking left those who missed the opportunity stunned by the new fund that had suddenly appeared at the top. Dingfeng Fund net value, 1,154 yuan, daily increase plus 4.55%. Wide-eyed, leading the second place Yifangda by more than 3 points. Black men ? Why is this fund so fierce? What kind of fund is this? Could it be the rumored 6th generation aerospace combat fund? Doghead, open the door. Let me in. I've been scammed by the Big A again for 3 points. Crying loudly, 1,000 people begging Brother Phone to reopen the subscription channel, spitting blood, please open the door +1 plus 10,086. The net value update on the night of February 11th allowed all retail investors who had already bought Dingphone Fund to sleep soundly. Some even went all in on this fund, excitedly unable to sleep, and prepared a late-night snack with ice-cold beer at home. After all, with the pandemic lockdown outside, barbecue shops were closed, and KTVs were inaccessible. For now, they could only enjoy the high returns of the Dingphone Fund at home. When the ranking was updated again on the night of February 12th, seeing the net value rise to 1,622 yuan, with a daily return of +4.6%, the wealthy investors who had gone all in were wildly cheering in their living rooms, waving their undershirts and shouting ole ole. The commotion was so loud that it even prompted the wife, who was in the room with the sleeping child, to rush out and scold him. "What are you howling about at this hour? Are you going crazy at home?" The husband then realized he had gotten a bit too carried away and hurriedly approached his wife with his phone, saying, "Honey, the fund I bought is skyrocketing. Just look." The wife, somewhat skeptical, leaned in to take a look and indeed saw that her husband's fund account had increased by over 160,000 yuan. "How did it rise so much? How much did you invest in total?" She frowned. After the Lantern Festival, various industries were looking forward to resuming work and production. Most people who had been locked down at home had lost their income, and even middle to high income families like theirs were worried about the pandemic lockdown. Suddenly having an extra 100,000 yuan was extremely important for a family. Monthly household expenses and mortgage payments now had a temporary solution. The husband scratched his head and chuckled. "I invested 1 million yuan as principal, but I felt it was too little. The manager of this fund is really impressive. It's the Brother Phone I mentioned to you before. He helped me earn 160,000 in just 3 days. Hearing this, the wife's expression softened a bit. "No wonder you've been clamoring for late-night snacks these past few days. But speaking of which, where did this 1 million yuan principal come from? I had no idea you had so much savings in your account." The husband's face stiffened, sensing trouble. His secret stash was about to be exposed. He quickly used the high returns from these past few days to coax his wife back to the room to rest. A similar scene was actually happening all over the country. Outside, a group of retail investors and shareholders who had missed the opportunity were shouting to get on board. "Snow Ant, if you have the ability, open the door." The sand sculpture Panda Yamadakan has exploded in the comments section of the Dingphone Mixed Growth Fund. After all, in just 3 days, this fund led by Brother Phone has achieved a cumulative growth rate of 16.22%. What does a 3-day growth of 16.22% mean? To small retail investors in the A shares, rounding it off is roughly equivalent to 2 limit-up days. It's no exaggeration to say that given the current trend of the Big A, how difficult it is to catch a limit-up day. Some retail investors who have been watching the market for a long time can hardly catch 2 limit-up days in a year, instead being low open and buried alive by chasing highs every day. Moreover, this fierce return comes from a fund, not from those individual stocks that like to deceive. After buying, you can just set it aside, eat and drink during the day, go to work, and check the profit updates every night. There's no need to worry about being buried alive by malicious institutions, nor fear encountering any black swan events like suspensions. As long as you can buy in, you can honestly lie down and earn profits. Even if the 5% fee is expensive, so what? Stockholders and fund investors don't care about that. In their view, any fund that can help small investors make money is a damn good fund. So every night when the fund's net value updates, discussions about the Dingphone Fund in the stock forum increase, with some even jokingly calling this fund the Dingphone Battle Fund. It keeps rising every day without stopping. Isn't it the fighter jet among funds? On February 13th, the Dingphone Fund's net value was 1,2033, with a daily increase of +4.11%. On February 14th, the evening of the A shares closing on Friday, the Dingphone Fund's net value updated to 1,2511 yuan, with a daily increase of +4.78%. In the second trading week after the Spring Festival holiday, the Dingphone Mixed Growth Fund achieved an astonishing +25.11% growth rate, riding high and claiming the top position among public funds. The entire capital market was in an uproar. A fund with such a fierce increase is rare worldwide. Other funds that operate for a whole year and achieve a return of over 20% are considered star funds. Moreover, the current capital market is recognized as being in a bear market phase, without the crazy trend of limit-up days seen in a bull market. The Dingphone Fund achieved a +25.11% return in just 1 week, almost rubbing all the other funds at the bottom of the list into the ground repeatedly. What Yafangda, Josher Fund, Bosch Fund, all have to step aside. Upon seeing such a crazy return, and with retail investors who have already bought sharing their fund earnings in the comments section, countless stockholders and fund investors who have not yet entered the market felt envious. Brother Fong, please open the door quickly. Kneeling request, if you don't open the door, the community will come to deliver benefits. Doghead, I want to send Brother Fong some local specialties. Licking the knife. Faced with the almost frenzied subscription sentiment in the market, Chen Chen remained unmoved. Instead, he stayed at home playing games for a whole week, honestly being a homebody. If he were to recklessly open subscriptions at this time, raising hundreds of billions in a day would be easy. Of course, during this week in the domestic capital market, besides the Dingfeng Mixed Growth Fund's crazy return, there was another stock related to Brother Fong that was also gaining momentum in the A-share market. Jiangnan High Fiber, new. This stock closed at 634 yuan per share at 1500 hours on Friday, with a single-day increase of plus 9.99%. In the 10 trading days after the holiday, this stock, labeled as Blue Guard Technology, successfully completed a 10-day limit-up streak under the spotlight, continuing to firmly hold the No. 1 popularity position in the entire market. The retail investors and institutions surrounding this have gone completely crazy. It is known that there has always been a set of stock trading maxims in the short-term market of the A-shares. It is said, 1 board makes a name, 3 boards become a, 4 boards fall apart, 5 boards seal the top leader, 7 boards succeed to become the, and 9 ascends to become the. However, has practiced the renowned in the A-shares to an unprecedented 10th level. Under such unbelievable speculation, in the last 3 minutes of the closing phase, there were still nearly 1 million sealed orders hanging outside, eager to continue the sprint. This shows how frenzied the capital market's pursuit of this is. With the stock price being pushed higher and higher, compared to the first day of trading last week, market value has skyrocketed to 6 times to a total market value of 72.6 billion. However, sharp-eyed people know that in the increasingly rising price environment of melt-blown fabric, this is far from over. Even Chen Chen himself was stimulated by the retail investors in the stock forum shouting buy. So, taking advantage of the Friday closing point, Chen Chen had Xie Zhikang cooperate with the general manager of Shang Dongsheng to cool down. With the consent of all shareholders, they issued a warning announcement titled regarding recent abnormal fluctuations in company stock price, reminding investors to be cautious of risks. As soon as this announcement was released, the entire A-share market was in an uproar. After the market closed on Friday evening, the discussion atmosphere in the stock forum was heated. A bunch of retail investors who were still celebrating the success of this S10 consecutive boards were spamming like they were on a high. Congratulations to for successfully reaching the 10th board. 9 boards ascend to the 10 boards ascend to. Next week is likely to become a deity. Neza, brothers inside, hold on tight. There should be another wave of next week. Charge. Look at its stock price breaking through the 600 barrier. I would call you the strongest. 2 weeks of main rising waves in a row. Who else? JPG, wow. The big brother upstairs, you've made a fortune. Why not get off the car and let us have some soup too? Envy drooling. I just got on the car midway last week, and I've already made 2 times. Planning to find a place for a massage after the market closes? Any recommendations? IP, bro. We're from the same place. I know that area best. Do you want to go to a regular one or an irregular one? Hey, 1010? Definitely a proper massage. Preferably blind massage. I have tough skin and meat. It's more effective. Silly panda wearing a silver bracelet. The number of posts and comments refreshed wildly, with a new post coming out almost every few seconds. Although the stock market had closed, the bragging couldn't stop. This was the only joy for the stock investors. Unfortunately, such good times didn't last long. Just half an hour after the 3 p.m. closing, the retail investors chatting in the stock forum suddenly saw that it issued a risk warning announcement. This immediately doused a bucket of cold water on the already heated stock forum. Wow, it's over. Can't rise anymore. Covering face, is there a big shot to interpret this announcement? Trembling, I just got on the car today. Struck by lightning. A large group of confused small investors were anxiously waiting for the interpretation of the announcement posts. For such a total leader with the highest popularity in the city, it was common to see those big investors, influencers, and experts. Sure enough, just a few minutes after the risk warning announcement was released, a retail investor with over 100,000 followers, ID named Iron-Blooded Eagle Captain, stood up and began to analyze the wording of the announcement word by word. I just finished reading the announcement, which consists of 324 characters and 12 punctuation marks. There is nothing severe in the wording, just a normal risk warning about stock price fluctuations. Companies that normally exit a continuous limit uptrend will issue similar announcements after a few limit ups. Based on the announcement, Jiangnan High Fiber has probably not yet been named by the village chief, it is an internal board's proactive risk reminder aimed at cooling down the market. The company's fundamentals have not changed recently, and the melt-blown fabric business is very stable. Prediction: the market sentiment will still be there when it opens next Monday, and the divergence won't be too big. Everyone just needs to keep calm. Showing holding profits, with such insightful analysis posted, the retail investors in the stock forum began to praise him in the comments. "You're the best, Eagle Team." Every time a hot stock appears, we can see the Eagle Team's shadow. Followed, did the Eagle Team do tea on the board? After building a position for 5 trading days, he actually achieved a 62% return? High skill, bold heart. The retail investors who were a bit anxious due to the risk warning announcement were now no longer worried. The stock forum's big shot, iron-blooded Eagle captain, was still in the game. Others had holdings worth tens of millions, which they couldn't compare to. If the big shots chose to hold their positions, what was there for these retail investors to worry about? Thus, the expressions of "continue the music, continue the dance," plus DJ Dog Head Shake, flooded the stock forum again. When Chen Chen saw the commotion in the stock forum, he couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. Chasing highs and cutting losses, ignoring risks was the nature of stock investors. Moreover, the fundamentals of Jiangnan Fiber, New, were indeed explosive. As long as the pandemic was not over, the company's main business would basically not be affected. In such a big context, even Chen Chen himself would choose to chase in when operating the Dingfeng private equity and public funds. Not to mention this group of retail investors who came smelling money. It was basically unrealistic to scare off these speculative traders with just a risk warning announcement. Over the weekend, news about Jiangnan Fiber, New, achieving 10 consecutive limit ups continued to ferment in the capital market. In addition, due to the pandemic, the city of Wenzhou, which had been under lockdown for 2 weeks, finally welcomed the lifting of restrictions in some areas, and Ruixian happened to be among the first batch of unblocked counties. In this life, Wenzhou's frontline in the fight against the pandemic received substantial medical supplies from Blue Guard Technology Group as support, coupled with the effectiveness of the tracing back to the source intelligence. Additionally, Chen Chen's advice led various places to adopt a zoning approach, combined with the dual-code promotion of Blue Guard Mall, effectively preventing a one-size-fits-all scientific method for pandemic prevention. Under such a harmonious political and social environment, Wenzhou, which should have been the second most severely affected area by the pandemic, actually had its lockdown period shortened by more than a month compared to the previous life. Moreover, the number of patients infected with the COVID-19 virus was also reduced by more than half compared to the previous life. For Chen Chen personally, in this life, he could be said to have saved countless lives and accumulated immense merit. Of course, after the city announced a large-scale lifting of restrictions, various industrial zones in Ruixian, Liqing, Pingyang, Sangnan, and other places began to celebrate with drums and firecrackers, organizing large-scale resumption of work and production. The big shots from the Wenzhou business group, who had been assigned tasks at the Tea Party, also began to take frequent actions, advocating in their respective industries and formally launching an assault on the medical equipment sector, the big industrial cake, according to Chen Chen's suggestions. The migrant workers from remote areas such as Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan, holding the passes issued by various companies in Wenzhou, began to organize charter flights and high-speed trains back to Wenzhou in an orderly manner. This included Blue Shield technology in the coastal industrial zone, which welcomed over 3,000 new and old employees returning from the Spring Festival holiday within 2 days of the lockdown being lifted. The increase of more than 2,000 new employees was largely due to effective publicity. In addition to Blue Shield technology's strong support for epidemic prevention in Wujiang City, the old employees who returned home for the holiday each brought a medical kit back to their hometowns. Initially, they thought these kits were of little use, but when the pandemic hit, everyone realized that these items could actually save lives. Through the promotion of salary and benefits during the New Year's Eve dinner and at the drinking table, many fellow villagers who had been working in big cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen were quickly lured over by these old employees. In the factories in Wenzhou, it was common to see groups of fellow villagers working together. As long as the food, accommodation, and treatment were good, it was not uncommon for entire villages to work in the same factory. However, this situation kept the HR department extremely busy. Additionally, due to the need for capacity expansion at Blue Shield Technology Group, the HR team worked overtime throughout the Spring Festival, initiating online interview invitations based on resume requirements. Anyone who met the recruitment criteria and passed the interview could be arranged for free charter flights and pass services. Among them, the one who was most eager to return was Tang Jingjing, Chen Chen's personal secretary. As the saying goes, a short separation is better than a new marriage. Coupled with the youthful desire for more, as soon as Tang Jingjing returned to work, she closed the door to the chairman's office and leaned close to Chen Shen's ear, whispering, "Chairman Chen, I have some tips for you to meet your boyfriend." As soon as she finished speaking, she lightly lifted her loose, casual pants, revealing a hint of alluring purple stockings. This sight made Chen Shen, who had been holding back for more than half a month, feel excited. He pulled the charming Tang Jingjing into his arms and hummed, "She is just my little sister. My sister says purple is very charming, this enchantress. She really knows how to have fun more and more. With my capacity, it's only a matter of time before I get drained dry." Watching Tang Jingjing, with a radiant face, leave with a folder, Chen Shen glanced at a hint of purple in the trash can, clicked his tongue twice, changed into protective clothing, and went to inspect several workshops. During the lockdown, Blue Shield Technologies' production base was running at full capacity. Every day, over 100 million masks and various medical supplies were continuously produced, then transported by container trucks emblazoned with the Blue Shield logo to warehouses across the country for nearby distribution. The remaining employees worked in 3 shifts, and fortunately, everyone received 10 times the overtime pay, making it both tiring and rewarding. Meanwhile, in dozens of previously vacant workshops, a new batch of mask production lines urgently ordered from Ruili Group was being installed and debugged. With the old production line from BYD as a physical reference, Boss Zhang from Ruili brought dozens of mechanical engineers with Sharingan to replicate every component of the old production line. According to Chen Shen's procurement requirements, by mid-March, at least 100 new mask production lines must be established in these vacant workshops, doubling the existing mask production capacity. This would perfectly digest the melt-blown fabric production capacity from Jiangnan High Fiber. If there were any shortages in raw materials, they would be sourced locally from Ruixian, truly realizing the nominal possibility of producing over 300 million masks daily. Of course, if it weren't for Chen Shen's slightly larger appetite when he first came to rent the factory space, directly acquired 8 complete factory areas from the coastal industrial zone, with nearly 2 million square meters of usable workshop space. Otherwise, just think about such explosive production capacity, there would probably be no place to install the equipment. Since this was the real resumption of work after the Spring Festival, during his inspection of the frontline workshops, Chen Shen distributed several thousand red envelopes that the finance department had prepared in advance for the new year. Each red envelope contained 688 yuan. In Chen Shen's view, this amount of money was not much, it was just for good luck in the new year. Nevertheless, it still caused a strong reaction among a large number of new and old employees of Blue Guard Technology. After all, these frontline workers had previously worked in other factories. After the Spring Festival, it was considered quite good if their previous bosses were willing to give them a 100 yuan red envelope. A generous boss like Chen Shen, who first sent online red envelopes in the company group and then distributed physical red envelopes, was rare. Thus, voices of "Thank you, Chairman Chen," and "Thank you, boss," were heard everywhere. After walking through the entire factory area and distributing red envelopes to over 5,000 people, Chen Shen felt a bit numb in his hands and feet. After getting into the Hongqi car driven by Master Gao, he reported a familiar address. The day before yesterday, Friday, was supposed to be Valentine's Day, but he missed the date with his girlfriend due to being locked down at home. Now that Ruixian was officially unsealed, Chen Shen naturally wanted to meet Zhu Yao first to relieve his longing. "Chairman Chen, the masks our company made have really come in handy. To be honest, just a few days after the lockdown in Wujing City, the delivery truck arrived. Almost everyone in my hometown is basically wearing the masks produced by our Blue Guard Technology." On the way, Master Gao kept talking about his experiences returning home for the new year, especially the few medical kits he brought back home, which contained masks, thermometers, protective suits, and various medicines, had alleviated the urgent needs of Master Gao's family during the home lockdown. His hometown is relatively remote, in Gansu province. It takes half an hour to drive to the nearest town, and there is only one health clinic in the entire township. When the pandemic hit, everyone was on edge, and it was impossible to buy masks in such a small place. At this time, Master Gao, who had listened to Chen Shen's suggestion and prepared several medical kits to take home for the new year, naturally became a hero in his hometown. "Is that so? I'm glad to help you all." Chen Shen smiled slightly in the back seat after hearing this, looking at the bustling Ruixian outside the window, feeling that the meaning of his rebirth was becoming somewhat tangible at this moment. At night, Chen Shen, who was supposed to take his girlfriend Zhu Yao out on a date, found that all the restaurants and hotels in Ruixian were in a semi-closed state. Even those that were open basically did not allow dining in and only offered takeout. With no other choice, he had to ask Master Gao to buy 2 bottles of Mutai and Wulianye from a nearby liquor store, along with a few packs of Likun cigarettes from the trunk of the Hongqi, and awkwardly made his first visit to his girlfriend's home. This first visit to the girl's family should have been done during the new year. However, due to the pandemic, By the time the lockdown was lifted, it was already after the Lantern Festival. Nevertheless, Zhu Yao's family showed immense warmth towards Chen Shen's arrival. Zhu's mother hurriedly prepared a table full of delicious dishes. Future father-in-law Zhu Qingfeng chatted with Chen Shen at the dinner table about various interesting stories from the pandemic during the new year and expressed gratitude for the large order Chen Shen had sent, which helped him successfully get promoted to the position of vice president of the Wansong branch. The couple's satisfaction with Chen Shen privately reached a full 100%. It is not an exaggeration to say that if Chen Shen were to present the betrothal gifts and certificate in person at that moment, he could probably take Zhu Yao home the next day to get engaged according to the customs of Ruexian. After all, this guy was so outstanding that he had even appeared on television during the new year. What could future father-in-law and mother-in-law do at home after being locked down? They could only pay attention to the news and follow the major events happening in the news. The future son-in-law being able to appear on television with the leaders, just saying it out loud could give his daughter quite a bit of face. Of course, after a hearty meal and drinks, Chen Shen finally entered the goddess of his past life's room for a visit. Don't look around too much. Zhu Yao blushed and hid some private items. The room was filled with cartoon character figurines and two-dimensional wallpapers, along with a high-end gaming computer covered in stickers, which left Chen Shen in awe. No wonder she was an old mage who hadn't dated by the age of 30 in his past life. With this room setup, he could easily stay home for a lifetime. Yao Yao, your room is truly a treasure, Chen Shen exclaimed, casually picking up an album to flip through. He discovered a group photo from a school trip during high school, where he and Zhu Yao surprisingly sat next to each other. In the photo, Chen Shen looked youthful and naive, while Zhu Yao, sitting beside him, had the same rosy cheeks as now. The so-called fate might have already begun in the past life. Of course, after having a couple of drinks with his future father-in-law, Chen Shen didn't dare to stay overnight at Zhu Yao's house. He felt guilty, afraid of revealing himself in the middle of the night. After all, in Zhu Yao's understanding, Chen Shen had been hiding at his hometown for the past half-month, with no chance to interact with women. So, he left his girlfriend's house under the pretext of worrying about his parents, returning to Chen Village to avoid a disaster. On Monday, the A shares opened as usual. Stimulated by the good news of resuming work and production across various regions, the A-share index opened high for a rare occasion. It swept away the previous sluggishness and stood back above 3,000 points after the holiday. Especially led by the pharmaceutical sector, over 4,000 stocks in the city rose, with more than 500 hitting the daily limit. Retail investors in the stock forum were in an uproar. Wow! Thousands of stocks hit the limit. Wide-eyed, after being suppressed for so long, a rebound is inevitable. Bull, is today the real new year? Everything is in the red. 3,000 points have been reclaimed. Is 5,000 points far behind? Brothers, let's charge together. The bull market is back. Sickle and Iron Bull, retail investors spread the news, and various financial bloggers frequently voiced, fellow villagers, the bull is back. Of course, while the A-shares were all in the red. Jiangnan High Fiber, new, recognized as the most popular stock in the city, undoubtedly sounded the so-called bull market counterattack horn among experts. On Monday morning, Jiangnan High Fiber opened at a price of 697.4 per share. By the close at 3 p.m., this super stock, which had achieved 11 consecutive limits, once again crowned itself at the No. 1 position with a 10.0% increase. On Tuesday, February 18th, the same open and closed script played out again with Jiangnan High Fiber. Amid the market's excited sentiment of the bull is back, retail investors rushed to bet, with over 500,000 hands of sealed orders pushing this superstock to hit the limit during the bidding phase, ending the day's trading. At this point, Jiangnan High Fiber's stock price closed at 767.1 per share, successfully breaking through the 700 yuan mark. However, by Wednesday morning, as the index surged and then retreated, significant fluctuations began to appear in Jiangnan High Fiber's market. Around 10 a.m., the previously unanimous bullish limit market was violently pried open by those who had entered the market in the past few days. Retail investors, due to their small courage and severe panic, generally couldn't hold on to such exaggerated high-priced stocks, and upon seeing the 7-shaped sickle reappear, they chose to take profits and exit. This was worth over 80,000 yuan for just 100 shares. How many retail investors could hold on steadily? This was no longer a monster, it was a big bomb in hand. What surprised everyone was that after shaking for an hour in the market, just before the noon break, a massive influx of funds entered the market again, sweeping away all the sell orders for Jiangnan High Fiber, new, in a manner akin to lighting a firecracker, and subsequently firmly pushing the stock price to the 843.81 per share. The entire market formed a textbook-like T-shape. By the time the market closed at 3 p.m., there were still over 200,000 hands of buy orders hanging outside for Jiangnan High Fiber, new. The total trading volume for the day surged to over 20 billion, and the turnover rate jumped from below 1% during the previous limit up to 20%. This scene left the retail investors who had been washed out in the morning dumbfounded. Wow, this morning was definitely the institutions doing tea, collaborating with the old inside to smash the, tricking us small retail investors into selling, facepalm. It's normal for retail investors to panic and run when scared by the main force, helpless shrug. It's already hit 13 limit ups. Can this continue to rise? Awkward, this is called rotating hands to lift the sedan. The new main force has high aspirations. Is there really no market trend to look forward to? Tactical lean back, the stock forum was buzzing with discussions, and the focus of the entire city was concentrated here. As expected, when Thursday came, Jiangnan High Fiber, new, successfully transitioned from the previous day's volatile washout to a shrinking volume upward attack, with both trading volume and turnover rate plummeting, once again initiating the familiar limit up mode. By the time the market closed in the afternoon, the stock price settled at 928.19 per share, with a daily increase of plus 9.99%. This left those retail investors who had panicked and handed over their chips the day before feeling utterly regretful. Because from a normal person's perspective, this Jiangnan had already hit 13 or 14 limit ups, and the stock price had nearly quadrupled from the beginning to now. Even if the fundamentals of this stock were excellent, it would likely need to wait for a pullback before showing any further market trends. At this point, if they didn't run, once the main force inside truly took action, everyone would probably be waiting to be buried alive. But no one expected that this stock, labeled with Peak Brother plus Blue Guard technology, Jiangnan High Fiber, new, would be so stubborn and unreasonable. Even before the opening on the last trading day this Friday, a well-informed person suddenly came forward to reveal that the parent company of Jiangnan High Fiber, Blue Guard Technology Group, was currently accelerating the expansion of mask production capacity in Ruixian. They even attached an interview from the local TV station in Ruixian, as well as a spot price of 720,000 per ton from a certain meltblown fabric procurement group. Once this news broke, those retail investors who had been washed out midway finally realized what was happening. It turned out that the violent washout on Wednesday was due to the new main force having received insider information about the hidden good news behind this company. What is stock trading about? It's about expectations. Even if Jiangnan High Fiber itself doesn't increase production, the parent company is increasing production. In the current pandemic where medical supplies are in short supply, rounding it off is equivalent to a significant good news. Thus, amidst the fragrant words of retail investors, the market for Jiangnan High Fiber, new, once again formed an unyielding one shape at 9:30 a.m. on Friday. The other wave of main forces that had forcibly entered the market a few days ago didn't even bother to put on a show this time. This group, relying on their ample chips and abundant funds, made this market-recognized leading stock achieve a rare 15 consecutive in the history of the A-share market under the watchful eyes of the public. However, before this new main force could revel in their success for too long in their trading room, a phone call from the village chief directly reached Chen Shen, the bystander who had been watching the whole time. Just before the market closed at 3 p.m. on Friday, an official announcement from Jiangnan High Fiber, new, was abruptly pushed out. Due to recent fluctuations in stock prices, the company will implement an emergency suspension of trading in the market, as resolved by the Securities Regulatory Commission and all shareholders. Once the announcement was made, the market exploded. Those major players who were popping champagne in the trading room were now all pale and sweating profusely. The emergency notice did not disclose the resumption time. Moreover, it was issued just before the market closed. The warning was almost overflowing from the phone screen. It's over. Here comes the little flying stick, the village chief's great sealing technique. The third generation catches Orochimaru. You guys causing trouble, don't you think about whose territory this is, husky sticking out its tongue. JPG, the myth of 15 consecutive rising days has come to an end. Jiangnan the Demon Emperor is probably going to be completely finished. Sigh, fortunately, I got washed out a couple of days ago, this time it's a safe landing. I won't touch such a top stock again. A false alarm. The small investors in the stock forum were overjoyed. The village chief's timely intervention helped them take revenge, releasing a lot of pent-up frustration. However, Chen Shen, the actual controller of Jiangnan High Fiber, knew that the insider information was not as simple as outsiders thought. Because just the day after he received the village chief's call, on Saturday morning, a director's son from the central bank and Director Zhao from the Wu County Social Security Bureau arrived together at the Lanwei Technology production base. On Saturday morning, in the reception room of Lanwei Technology, Chen Chen was on the sofa, pouring the treasured premium Wonyo early tea for the leaders who had come from afar, and casually opened the formal topic of the meeting. To be honest with you, I have really suffered an unwarranted disaster this time. I was busy with resuming work and production back in my hometown, contributing my part to the fight against the epidemic. As a result, a bunch of people in the market are trying to take advantage of our Lonway Technology subsidiary, always wanting to cut a piece of meat from this honest investor. If it weren't for the village chief overseeing the situation and intervening in time, those people would have succeeded by now. Currently, the A-share market implements a T+1 trading rule. All accounts entering the market are under the village chief's heavenly eye surveillance, and any insider trading cannot escape the scrutiny above. The 15 consecutive rising days of Jiangnan High Fiber, new, drew the village chief's attention, which was only a matter of time. Moreover, there were people inside taking reckless risks, and even Chen Chen felt that those people were hopeless. Of course, with the stock price of the company he controlled soaring, Chen Chen, as the largest shareholder, was definitely the most suspicious. So, right from the start, Chen Chen made it clear that he was a bystander. After all, in the last 3 trading weeks, aside from allowing the fund under Dingfeng to buy a small amount of Jiangnan High Fiber, new, stocks, he hadn't dared to touch this stock with his personal account at all. Because at the moment when all the market's popularity was concentrated, touching such a high-voltage line would mean he would be the first to go down. Even with the golden body halo, he wouldn't reap any good rewards. Moreover, Chen Chen was currently making several $100 million in cash daily just from making masks and selling melt-blown fabric, so there was no need to touch such high-risk investments. Director Sun, seeing this powerful brother Feng of A-share acting pitifully in front of him, smiled wryly as he listened to his grievances. For those suspected of illegally manipulating the market, the Securities Regulatory Commission and relevant departments will definitely strike hard in the shortest time possible. Brother Feng can just sit back and enjoy the show. There's no need to worry about the normal operation of the enterprise being affected. This leader from the central bank was naturally clarifying Chen Chen's cooperation with the village chief's emergency suspension, while also absolving him of responsibility in this matter. Of course, after receiving the village chief's call for the first time yesterday afternoon, Chen Chen had anticipated that this would be the outcome. I just didn't expect that the village chief would act so swiftly this time. Even if the city's top influencer said to press on, they still pressed on, using a show of force to warn others, giving the market no chance to refute. I wonder if the leaders have come here this time for any other issues? Chen Chen continued to serve tea and cigarettes to the big shots, listening attentively with a compliant demeanor. Director Sun smiled slightly. I have 3 matters to discuss during this visit. The first is to convey the village chief's intentions. The second is mainly to discuss with you, Mr. Feng, as a high-level investor, the trends and predictions of various economic situations both domestically and internationally this year. Mr. Feng, your performance in the A-share market over the past 6 months has been outstanding, and I believe you have your own unique trading experiences. I wonder if you could share them with me privately. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Chen immediately sat up straight. After all, in the 3rd trading week of February that just ended, aside from the market's top stock, Jiangnan High Fiber, new, the mixed growth fund under Dingfeng Investment also led the entire fund market with a net value of 1.4579 and a total 5-day increase of 20.68%. Such impressive results made many fund managers feel embarrassed. Fund companies have been frequently holding meetings recently to analyze and dig deep into the trading strategies of Dingfeng Fund's exclusive institutional seats, trying to decipher the hidden wealth code behind this high return rate from the fleeting capital trends in the market. As a result, even the village chief had to intervene. The saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be blown down by the wind, meaning that the fragile small market of a cannot withstand Brother Feng swinging a big knife around. After understanding the village chief's hint of warning plus protection, Chen Chen immediately began to reflect on the spot. Director Sun, those high-yield results were actually just a joke I made in my youthful arrogance. To be honest, when I first entered the market, as a small player in the A-share market, I really wanted to prove myself in front of the older brothers in the stock forum. So I executed an aggressive short-term speculative strategy, which almost led me to become addicted. After being enlightened by the village chief and Director Sun, I suddenly realized, after the market opens next week, I will lead the 2 major funds under Dingfeng Investment to change their investment style, resolutely avoiding speculative operations like institutional one-day trips, and deeply implement the investment philosophy of long-term value growth. Chen Chen's lengthy monologue left Director Zhao of the Wu County Social Security Bureau, who was busy drinking tea, and the accompanying staff dumbfounded. Meow meow meow? What did Director Sun just say? Wasn't he the one who actively sought out Brother Feng to discuss future economic situations? Everyone perked up their ears, ready to listen to Brother Feng's grand discourse. How did it suddenly turn into Brother Feng reflecting and making guarantees? Could it be that Director Sun's words contained some secrets they couldn't understand? Chen Shen's ability to grasp the underlying meaning with just a few words and his top-notch comprehension skills left everyone in the reception room feeling a mix of confusion and admiration. Even Director Sun was slightly taken aback, then displayed a look of "this child can be taught" and said, "Since Mr. Fong has such awareness, please ensure to maintain unity of knowledge and action in the domestic market in the future." Chen Shen immediately presented a pledge: "Rest assured, leaders, finance is the lifeblood of the real economy. I will ensure that Dingfeng Investment firmly adheres to the concept of value growth, hoping to grow into a solid cornerstone of the A-share market in the future. And recently, the international capital market has been turbulent. I plan to take some funds abroad to contribute my part to the financial industry of Huaxia." As soon as these words were spoken, Director Sun's eyes lit up, and he nodded in approval. "For future overseas investments, if you encounter any troubles that you can't handle, feel free to keep in touch with me." In his view, this brother Fong recognized in the A-share market has great abilities. After more than half a year of growth, he has already revealed top-notch market risk sensitivity and predictive capabilities. This guy is like the Monkey King who jumped out of a stone in Journey to the West, causing a ruckus in the capital market. A financial deity like him would be better off expanding into the international capital market rather than stirring up trouble domestically. It would be best to unleash his phone cut skills and cooperate with the central bank's main forces to conduct guerrilla warfare on Wall Street, giving a hard poke to those American capital consortiums and financial operators. In recent years of trade friction, the capital that Huaxia has sent out has suffered losses at the hands of the Americans. Although both sides have their wins and losses, the international capital market is ultimately the Americans' territory, with the rules set by them, so Huaxia's capital will inherently face challenges when going out. At this time, a real trading deity emerges wanting to stir the waters, and the central bank naturally has to show support. "Thank you for your concern, leader." Chen Shen happily added Director Sun on WeChat, and then in the reception room, he officially entered the second topic with everyone. In the reception room of Lanwei Technology, while everyone was enjoying tea, they were secretly all ears, wanting to hear Chen Shen, the suddenly rising top speculator from the post-90s generation, share his profound insights on the economic trends both domestically and internationally in 2020. After all, this individual had accurately predicted the most lucrative medical equipment sector during the pandemic 6 months in advance through various subtle business intelligence, not to mention the various wealth records he set in the past 6 months and the wealth myth he created. Just this foresight and decisiveness made the leaders present not dare to underestimate him. Of course, the second matter that Director Sun mentioned was a very vague big issue, also the central bank's most concerned topic regarding the economic direction at the start of the year. If handed over to those financial experts in the market to discuss, they could probably write dozens of predictive economic papers on this issue. However, when it came to Chen Shen's mouth, it was summarized in a simple and clear sentence: "Leader, this year, money will likely be very hard to earn." This statement, carrying a hint of depth and groundedness, made everyone present change their expressions. After all, with the pandemic causing such a stir, anyone with eyes knows that the economy will be affected. There's no way to avoid it. The only question is how significant and far-reaching this impact will be and which aspects it will involve, and no one can say for sure. Even the recognized Feng half-sage in the A-share market wouldn't dare to reveal too much of the secrets, for fear of bringing trouble upon himself in the future. However, it was clear that Director Sun had come with a mission. After pondering over Chen Shen's words, he quickly followed up with a question: "Since Brother Feng says that money will be hard to earn this year, could you point out a few directions for us to consider? Just speak freely, don't have any psychological burden, let's just chat as friends." Seeing that the leader intended to get to the bottom of things, Chen Shen knew he couldn't escape this topic. He could only roll his eyes, take a couple of sips from his teacup to moisten his throat, and began his performance as a reborn individual. "Then let's first talk about the direction of the domestic economy." Seeing Brother Feng start to explain his insights, everyone hurriedly took out their notebooks to take notes. The first difficulty is that the income of ordinary people will be affected, especially in the last month or two, as the pandemic prevention and control continues. Before achieving any phased victory in the fight against the virus, a group of people will directly lose their income due to various reasons such as being unable to go out, relying solely on personal family savings to maintain their living expenses. In this case, what kind of chain reaction will occur? Let's boldly speculate. As he spoke, Chen Shen placed several empty cups on the coffee table, then found a notepad to write and draw, sticking labels on the cups that read food, housing, and education and medical care, the three essential family expenditures, with a standard time unit of month. He then stuck a note on the transparent teapot filled with tea that read savings of an ordinary family of 3. Upon seeing this, Director Zhao from the Social Security Bureau of Wu County frowned and muttered, "Relying solely on savings to maintain life, Isn't that just eating away at one's resources? Chen Chen nodded. What the leader said is correct. It is indeed eating away at resources, and it is a forced situation. He then picked up the teapot and poured a very small amount of tea into the empty cup labeled food expenditure. The prices of basic goods in the country have always been well maintained, especially for essential living items like grains, oils, rice, flour, meat, eggs, milk, fruits, and vegetables, which have all reached extremely low levels globally. So when the attendees saw Chen Chen pour a little tea into the first empty cup, they all appeared normal. This is the confidence that comes from China's self-sufficiency in food, unmatched by any other country in the world. Next, when pouring into the second cup labeled education and medical care, Chen Chen poured in 2 to 3 times more tea than before, explaining, although the family of 3 is confined at home, medical and educational needs cannot stop. Especially for families with children, online classes must still be attended. Therefore, tuition fees and miscellaneous expenses for school still need to be paid. Additionally, for COVID-19, various medicines and masks must be purchased, and I believe the leaders have no objections to this expenditure, right? The crowd nodded in silent agreement. Currently, the pandemic is still spreading domestically. Although schools have delayed formal classes, online courses on DingTalk have become a new trend in education. Moreover, in the face of the pandemic, ordinary families also need to stockpile some medicines and medical supplies for emergencies. The person known as Brother Foam has played an indispensable role in maintaining the prices of household medical supplies at normal levels. If it weren't for Blue Guard technology taking the lead in donations and stabilizing the prices of masks and other supplies, the education and medical care cup would have required several times more tea to fill. However, when Chen Chen raised the teapot high and continued to pour into the last cup labeled housing expenditure, the tea was about to overflow, showing no signs of stopping. The leaders present all changed their expressions collectively, because at this moment, the water in the teapot was already less than half. This means that relying solely on the little savings in the teapot, an ordinary family of 3 would not last even 2 months before their savings would be depleted, and they might even have to incur additional debt to sustain their lives. How could this be? How can the housing expenditure of an ordinary family of 3 be so high? Even if income is cut off, logically speaking, it shouldn't be so short a time before they can't hold on. Several staff members from the Social Security Bureau were in a flurry. They all belong to the middle income group, receiving benefits and stable salaries from their units, and naturally cannot understand what it means to lack a stable income as an ordinary family of 3. At this moment, Chen Chen said little, instead watching the entire tea tray simulation with a sigh from Director Sun. The result of ordinary families emptying 6 wallets to buy a house has finally shown some signs of backlash in the face of this irresistible pandemic. I wonder what good suggestions and methods President Fong has for this first difficulty, Director Sun asked, taking a deep breath. As a staff member of the central bank, he understood various economic data in the country better than anyone else and was well aware of the authenticity of Chen Chen's tea tray simulation. Don't be fooled by the hard-working Chinese people, who have stood at the forefront of all nations in the world with their habits of hard work and saving. But that was a trait of the older generation. The younger generation, growing up in today's rapidly changing consumption environment, has long lost the habit of desperately saving money that characterized their predecessors. Under the stimulus of the environment, young people living paycheck to paycheck, using credit cards, borrowing online loans, and relying on buy now, pay later schemes are everywhere. In such a macro environment, it would be a miracle for an ordinary family of 3 to survive just 2 months on their savings at the beginning of the pandemic. When the leader pressed for answers, Chen Chen naturally offered his insights. Actually, it's simple to solve. We need to handle special cases specially. Let the major banks cooperate with each other to reduce or postpone the recent mortgage deductions, so that ordinary families can basically hold on until work and production resume. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Feng poured the tea from the large cup labeled housing expenses back into the teapot. The savings teapot, which was about to run dry, visibly filled up again at a noticeable speed. This scene brightened Director Sun's eyes, and he exclaimed, "What a great special case handling!" In fact, Chen Chen's proposal to have the major banks cooperate to reduce or postpone mortgage deductions was not his personal creation. In his previous life, due to the impact of the pandemic, ordinary people burdened with mortgages found it difficult to maintain their lives solely on savings due to reduced or completely cut off incomes, let alone take out a large sum of money to repay loans. The overdue rates of major banks soared, and seeing the situation was dire, they had no choice but to cooperate with the central bank to introduce temporary measures such as postponing mortgage payments, extending loans, and reducing interest. Additionally, during the pandemic, the number of transactions for new and second-hand houses plummeted, and housing prices began to decline without a doubt. By bringing out this temporary measure of postponing mortgage deductions in advance, Chen Chen aimed to slow down the rate of decline in housing prices, or rather, to achieve a soft landing before the drop, to avoid affecting too many innocent citizens. President Feng's suggestion of special case handling is excellent. In extraordinary times, we must use extraordinary means. Delaying mortgage deductions can soothe people's livelihoods and allow the banking and financial industry to return to its original purpose of serving the public, Director Sun noted in his notebook, increasingly convinced that this approach was feasible. After all, more than a month had passed since the pandemic began in Wujing City. The widespread overdue situations in banks, small loans, and guarantee companies had already shown signs of rising. If deductions could be postponed for a few periods, it would definitely save a large number of ordinary families of three from economic distress. As for whether the banks would implement this measure, unless those bank presidents were tired of living, they would have to cooperate honestly when the central bank took action. Of course, the discussion regarding the direction of the domestic economy was far from over. After discussing the first difficulty related to personal finances, Chen Chen replaced the sticky notes on the teapot and teacups. The second difficulty is for enterprises, especially for small and micro enterprises. Take the restaurant industry at the entrance of the community as an example. After the pandemic lockdown, these restaurants could not operate normally. Even if they organized to resume work and production, they could not conduct dine-in business. After a significant drop in enterprise income, rent, utilities, and bank loans still need to be paid. Therefore, I predict that in the coming period, a large number of small and micro enterprises will be affected, especially in the restaurant and other physical industries, which will be among the hardest hit. Hearing this, everyone furrowed their brows, imagining the desolate and bleak scene of various restaurants in their community closing down. Small and micro enterprises are the capillaries of the private economy, an important link closely related to the daily lives of ordinary people. Countless ordinary families rely on a small shop to make a living. Husband and wife shops and elderly couple shops are almost everywhere in communities across China. If such an important link encounters a major problem, the resulting chain reaction would be no less severe than a real estate crisis. As for pleading with kind-hearted landlords to lower rent during the pandemic, that was almost unrealistic. Even in Chen Chen's previous life, landlords willing to consider their tenants were a rare minority. Moreover, there was no way to implement strict regulations to force landlords to reduce or waive rent, which was akin to an unsolvable deadlock. After pondering for a moment, Director Sun scanned the teacups on the tray, each newly labeled with rent, utilities, labor costs, and bank loans, and finally pointed out the key issue. The second difficulty mentioned by President Feng ultimately lies with the banks. Chen Chen nodded, that's right. To ensure the survival of these small and micro enterprises, the banking sector must cooperate vigorously to loosen monetary policy, lower the financing thresholds for small and micro enterprises, and encourage them to secure financing. In his previous life, when the pandemic struck, major commercial banks reacted too slowly, fearing an increase in non-performing assets, and thus adopted a strategy of tightening credit. They not only narrowed the channels for external lending but also withdrew loans from already struggling small and medium-sized enterprises, engaging in preemptive loan recoveries and other disruptive actions. Such a frigid approach only exacerbated the survival crisis for small and micro enterprises. Therefore, in this life, when Chen Chen had the opportunity to advise the central bank, he naturally wanted to curb this trend in advance. Upon hearing this suggestion, Director Sun immediately pressed, what if these small and micro enterprises, after obtaining financing, do not invest it in production and operations, but instead violate regulations and enter the real estate market? The situation described by this central bank leader had occurred in the past. In the years leading up to the real estate boom, a large number of operators liked to take out substantial business loans from banks to invest in property speculation. As a result, relevant policies were introduced to curb that momentum, but to no avail. After all, making money in real business was no match for the quick profits from real estate speculation. Seeing this, Chen Chen quickly spoke up, leader, given the current situation, domestic housing prices are bound to fall. Anyone bold enough to invest in real estate speculation now will surely face dire consequences. Everyone present smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. Some of the younger staff members, who were interested in the internet, even recalled his remarks at last year's Zhejiang Business Conference, where he advised young people to refrain from buying houses for the time being. It seemed that this brother Feng had already anticipated this situation before the pandemic occurred. With such a realization, everyone began to genuinely admire Chen Chen's foresight in risk detection. It seems that to boost the private economy during this battle against the pandemic, cooperation among major banks is indeed essential. Even if they cannot play a significant role, at the very least, they should not create more chaos. Director Sun made a few notes in his notebook, acknowledging Chen Chen's second suggestion. However, just thinking about the impending decline in housing prices made Director Sun's brow furrow even tighter. Because the two difficulties Chen Chen mentioned were inextricably linked to housing loans and rents in the real estate market. It could be said that the current real estate market is one of the important pillars of China's economy. If the real estate market were to experience a downturn, the resulting chain reaction would unleash an unimaginable tidal wave. So Director Sun looked at Brother Feng, who had top-notch predictive abilities, with a hint of a pleading gaze. Brother Feng, do you have any good suggestions regarding the direction of the domestic real estate market? Chen Chen shook his head and collected all the sticky notes on the tea tray. I do have a not-so-great idea regarding the real estate market, but it's a bit too radical and very difficult to implement. Seeing Brother Feng keeping them in suspense, everyone showed a hint of curiosity. Even Brother Feng, who is usually bold and outspoken, found this method radical, which meant the idea must be quite unique. Brother Feng, why not share it with everyone? Perhaps your idea could provide us with a brand new perspective on solving the real estate issue, Director Sun encouraged, signaling him to speak freely. Chen Chen saw that the atmosphere had built up to this point, so he decided not to hold back. The solution is actually very simple. In the future, we should find ways to recover the wealth lost in the real estate market from other places. Just balance the accounts. As soon as he said this, everyone present was taken aback. What a bizarre idea. The real estate market is so large that it can't just be balanced out by saying so. Even Director Sun was turning the thought over in his mind, pondering Chen Chen's balancing theory, and finally tentatively asked, Brother Feng mentioned recovering from other places. Is this other place the stock market? Chen Chen took a sip of tea with an inscrutable expression. That's right. It's the stock market. And it's our A shares. After hearing Chen Chen's bizarre balancing suggestion, all the visitors in the reception room, except for Director Sun from the central bank, showed expressions of disbelief. They were all too familiar with what the infamous A shares were like, having dealt with stock trading privately. If it were the U.S. stock market or other international markets, perhaps Chen Chen's balancing theory would have some persuasive power. After all, the American stock market has been rising for years, backed by the dollar's hegemony, gathering capital wealth from around the world. The total market value of the U.S. stock market reached $46.69 trillion in 2019, more than twice the annual GDP of the U.S. In contrast, at the beginning of 2020, the total market value of the more than 5,000 listed companies in the A shares barely reached 60 trillion yuan, less than half of China's GDP. As for the total market value of the domestic real estate market, it had already reached 339 trillion yuan by the end of last year, which is three times China's annual GDP. No matter how you look at it, there is no way to relate these two figures to balancing the accounts. The gap is just too large. One is 60 trillion, the other is 339 trillion. No matter how you calculate it, there is an insurmountable gap. However, Director Sun from the central bank was still intrigued by Chen Chen's novel balancing theory. Brother Feng, could you elaborate further and share with everyone how to balance the real estate market using A shares? Because at this moment, housing prices in various places had already shown signs of plummeting, with significant declines in the transaction volumes of new and second-hand homes. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that housing prices were going to drop, and they would likely plummet, especially during the pandemic, with even a possibility of being halved. Before finding a suitable method to stabilize the real estate market, any good suggestions that came up would have to be carefully considered by the central bank. Moreover, Director Sun's primary purpose for coming this time was to pay attention to the movements in the A-share market. As the discussion about the direction of the domestic economic situation reached its conclusion, unexpectedly, Brother Feng brought it back to the stock market. Anyone would want to hear what kind of scheme Brother Feng was concocting at this moment. Seeing that the leaders were interested, Chen Chen began to argue, to truly achieve a balance in the real estate market, relying solely on the current A shares is definitely not enough. The gap in scale is just too large. But this gap is not difficult to resolve. The first point is to encourage capital to enter the market, boost confidence in the A share market, and ensure that everyone who enters the market makes money. As soon as these words were spoken, Director Sun frowned. He recalled the frenzied atmosphere of stock trading in 2015. At that time, the GDP of Huaxia was 69 trillion, while the total market value of A shares skyrocketed from 37 trillion at the beginning of the year to 71 trillion by May in just 6 months. Subsequently, in order to curb the rampant bull market, the central bank and the regulatory commission took various measures to barely suppress the speculative momentum of the public leveraging up. However, that series of measures instilled a natural fear of A shares among the public, to the point where people were almost afraid to even mention stocks. Now that Chen Chen was bringing up the idea of capital entering the market again, Was he trying to walk down the old path of 15 years ago? Even Director Zhao, who had a deep memory of that wave from 2015, hurriedly interrupted, President Phone, wait a moment. The theory you mentioned about ensuring that everyone who enters the market makes money simply cannot hold. The consensus in A-shares is that 1 earns 2, breaks even, and 7 lose. If everyone is making money in the stock market, then who is losing it? Chen Shen poured tea for Director Zhao. Then according to what you said, why has the American stock market been rising continuously without any corrections? Who are they making money from? It can't be that as soon as the nuclear-powered money printing machine starts, dollars just flow into the U.S. stock market, right? Director Zhao was taken aback, caught off guard by the counter-question. The American capital market is globally recognized as the industry leader, attracting hot money and investors from all over the world. In recent years, the U.S. stock market has seen its market value continuously soar without major fluctuations. Anyone who engages in value investing in the U.S. stock market, avoiding high-risk trades, has made money to some extent. Even a large number of domestic unicorn companies choose to go public in the U.S. stock market for fundraising rather than staying in the A-share market. Seeing Director Zhao at a loss for words, Chen Shen used the teacup and teapot on the tray as a metaphor. This small teacup represents the past A-shares, while this large teapot represents the current A-shares. The reason for the change in scale is that the wealth of Huaxia is continuously increasing, and the funds flowing into the stock market will gradually grow. If we want the A-share market to absorb the real estate market, we need to let this large teapot continue to grow until it becomes a larger teacup, instead of just trying to stabilize and suppress the growth of A-shares like we are now. Director Sun's eyes revealed a glimmer of insight, as if he had caught on to some key information, nodding repeatedly. I think I understand your line of thought, President Phone. In ancient times, Xiangyang established trust by setting up a wooden post, which quickly elevated the Qin state to a strong nation, ultimately leading to Qin Shi Huang's unification of the 6 states. If we can establish trust in A-shares now, attracting private and global capital to enter the A-share market and expand it, the wealth generated during this process indeed has a high probability of absorbing the wealth loss from the real estate market. Seeing that this leader from the central bank understood his idea of balancing the accounts, Chen Shen continued to build momentum. Increasing the value of A-shares can not only absorb the real estate market but also facilitate the circulation of private wealth, addressing the 2 major difficulties I mentioned earlier. Because if everyone is making money in the stock market, they will definitely find ways to spend it, which will greatly stimulate consumption. Take me as an example. As a beneficiary of this wealth creation in A-shares, once the pandemic is over, I will definitely open up and give my employees salaries and bonuses to encourage them to consume, enhancing their sense of material well-being. In terms of knowledge and action, we will truly achieve the rich leading the poor. As soon as these words were spoken, the leaders present all revealed knowing smiles. Recently, the high benefits and high salaries of Lanwei technology have frequently made headlines. Workers from all over the country, after returning to work and production, have sharpened their minds to submit resumes to this newly emerging unicorn company. Under such circumstances, Chen Shen still wants to continue increasing the benefits, which shows that what Brother Feng said about the rich helping the poor indeed has some truth to it. Of course, Chen Shen's intention to steer the conversation towards the stock market is also considering the future direction of the domestic economy. In ancient times, the wealthy salt merchants of the Jiangnan region liked to bury their earned silver underground, either to pass it on to future generations or to prepare for future needs. In fact, doing so not only tightens the currency circulation in the market but also brings about significant wealth depreciation issues. Because with less circulating silver, deflation naturally follows. Before Chen Shen was reborn, the Americans were caught in severe inflation, while Huaxia entered in irresistible deflation. The jokesters in the stock forum humorously referred to this trade friction as the battle of high blood pressure against low blood sugar. Especially at the onset of the pandemic, ordinary people, after experiencing an income crisis, would subconsciously save money, developing the habit of saving to cope with future uncertainties. 3 years after the pandemic, discussions about wealth among the people of Huaxia were not about who bought what property worth how much, but rather how much money was saved this year. Influencers teaching people how to lie flat, manage finances, and save money emerged like mushrooms after rain in the following 3 years. To solve the future deflation problem, the best approach is also to get the wealth circulating among the people. For the retail investors in the A-share market, getting them to spend money online to buy a new pair of underwear to replace their old, hole-ridden ones is something they would resist at all costs. However, getting these guys to spend money to average down, chase rising stocks, flirt with girls in the market, or get massages and foot baths is something they would do without a second thought. Because wealth creation in the stock market is the best way to promote wealth circulation and stimulate consumption. In the previous life, the central bank conducted a policy-driven short bull market to test the A-share market's reaction. If the operation is successful in advance, it can not only mitigate the impact of the pandemic but also shift the real estate market from a hard landing to a soft landing, helping Huaxia's economy break free from the quagmire. It can be said to be a strategy that achieves multiple goals. No wonder Brother Fong says this is a method that isn't really a method. Wealth creation in the stock market needs to be approached from multiple angles, and regulation in this area must be continuously strengthened. Implementing it is indeed very difficult and complex. However, there is still room for maneuver. After listening to this lengthy discourse on the balance theory, Director Sun couldn't help but applaud. Although this balance theory is overly idealistic, some key measures do align well with the current economic situation in Huaxia. Seeing that the other party was somewhat moved, Chen Shen patted his chest and assured, if there is ever a need for our Dingfeng investment in the future, the leaders can just speak up. Seeing Brother Feng so proactive, Director Sun closed his notebook. Just in time, there is a small matter that needs to trouble Brother Feng. Let Director Zhao discuss this last matter with you personally. The staff from the Wu County Social Security Bureau, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately perked up as soon as the theoretical discussion on the economic situation concluded, especially that participating Director Zhao, who at this moment, somewhat shyly blushed and said, could Brother Fong let go of a bit of the shares in Jiangnanhai Fiber for our Wu County citizens? Earlier, when Chen Shen saw the staff from the Wu County Social Security Bureau arrive, he had already guessed that the behind-the-scenes victims of Jiangnanhai Fiber, had come. This local listed company in Wuxian was once obscure in the A-share market, almost the bottom dweller among over 5,000 stocks. Even in Wuxian, it wasn't a leading enterprise, at most just a slightly larger taxpayer in the county. However, with a little guidance from Chen Shen, the reborn individual, Jiangnanhai Fiber, after changing its main business direction, took off directly amid the current pandemic. Relying solely on the melt-blown fabric business, it could earn hundreds of billions in profit in a year. From a once neglected and down-and-out company, it transformed into a dazzling golden phoenix. According to the current A-share market conditions and the fundamentals of Jiangnanhai Fiber, it is easy for this listed company in Wuxian to grow its market value to several hundred billion in the future. Such a level of listed company can be said to be the rightful local leader in a small county. However, the social security funds in Wuxian currently account for less than 2% of the total share capital of Jiangnanhai Fiber, Watching this golden egg-laying phoenix about to fly away, Director Zhao of the local Social Security Bureau naturally put on a bold face and brought people to seek Chen Shen, the actual controller of Jiangnanhai Fiber, to sell shares. I have indeed considered cashing out some shares recently. I wonder what kind of price the leaders can offer. Chen Shen did not refuse immediately but instead began to negotiate with the other party. After all, Jiangnanhai Fiber, was just a temporary external investment project providing him with cash flow. Moreover, a high-profit situation of melt-blown fabric would last at most for another 6 months before it ended. In a few months, as the production capacity of melt-blown fabric in major domestic textile enterprises increased and raw material prices dropped, the hype surrounding Jiangnanhai Fiber, would come to an end. Rather than waiting for the stock price to retract and letting the meat rot in his hands, it was better to take advantage of the current good market conditions to sell at a good price and cash out early. More importantly, the shares of Jiangnanhai Fiber held by Chen Shen were currently restricted by the shareholding rules, and there was still more than a month left before the selling restriction could be lifted. At this time, having a big spender come in early to take over, especially under the mediation of the central bank, Chen Shen would definitely want to give the other party some face. Seeing that this peak figure in the A-share market was loosening up, Director Zhao's expression also relaxed a lot. Currently, our Wuxian Social Security Bureau has gathered a fund of 30 billion for entering the market, and we want to enter at a price of 600 yuan per share. I wonder if President Feng can part with some shares. Upon hearing this offer, Chen Shen immediately found it hard to hold back. Leader, your bargaining is too aggressive. You come in and cut the closing price of 1,021 yuan by 40%. Even if my family runs a bank and is wealthy, I can't agree to this price. Moreover, the stock price of Jiangnanhai Fiber is far from its peak. I expect that within the next month, the stock price will at least rise to 3,000 yuan per share before stabilizing. Hearing the stock price prediction from this post-90s stock god in the A-share market, everyone from the Wuxian Social Security Bureau had their eyelids jump. Each one thought to themselves, goodness, 3,000 yuan per share? Then the total market value of Jiangnanhai Fiber would grow to over 300 billion. This is significantly higher than the annual GDP of Wuxian. No wonder the county is sending people to forcibly get on board with President Feng, risking infection even before the pandemic ends. Upon hearing this future stock price, Director Zhao was also willing to take a risk. wiping the tea stains from the corner of his mouth. President Feng. The stock market is fleeting. Who can really say for sure? If you say it will rise to 3,000, will it really rise to 3,000? Moreover, the social security funds entering the market are not allowed to incur losses. This is the lifeline for over 1 million elderly people in Wuxian, and you can't enter the secondary market, otherwise, missing out is just a matter of time. How about you, Mr. Feng? Give me a hint on whether we can negotiate a suitable buying price? Upon hearing the other party address him with such respect, Chen Chen knew that Wu County was coming with sincerity. After all, Jiangnan High Fiber Factory was a local enterprise incubated in their area, and Chen Chen, relying on his rebirth to seize the opportunity early, felt he had a share in this cause and effect. So, he haggled with Director Zhao for a while, and with the nod from Director Sun, they came up with a compromise. That was to dilute and transfer part of the shares held by major shareholders in the primary market, conducting a targeted issuance of 100 million circulating shares to the market. Among them, the Social Security Fund of Wu County would acquire 50 million of these newly issued circulating shares at a price of 600 yuan per share in the primary market. The remaining 50 million shares would be automatically allocated to existing retail investors and small shareholders in the secondary market through dividends. After this round of targeted issuance, the total share capital of Jiangnan High Fiber, New, would rise from the original 100 million shares to 200 million shares. As for the future stock price after the review, it would adjust from the closing price of 1,021 yuan per share on Friday to 650 yuan per share after the issuance. The total market value of this stock would also expand from just over 1 trillion to over 1.3 trillion, anchored by the 30 billion yuan from the Wu County Social Security Fund, bypassing the continuous speculative process. With this set of operations, it can be said that all parties received their respective benefits. First, the retail investors and existing shareholders saw their holdings increase in number and slightly improve in value due to the market value expansion. Secondly, the Wu County Social Security Fund successfully entered at a reasonable price. With the Social Security funds buying in, it could also help support the stock price of Jiangnan High Fiber. As Director Zhao said, social security funds are generally not allowed to incur losses in the market. In the future, even if the melt-blown fabric market passes and there are operational issues leading to a significant drop in stock price, it would not fall below the 600 yuan per share purchase price of the Social Security Fund. Of course, Chen Chen and Dingfeng Investment, as the actual controllers of Jiangnan High Fiber and the first and second largest shareholders, would sell the most shares in this round of targeted issuance and thus profit the most. Chen Chen's total shareholding ratio dropped from 65% to about 45% after this round of targeted issuance, while he gained 24 billion yuan in liquidity from the Wu County Social Security Fund. Based on the previous market value of 1 trillion before the suspension, Chen Chen could cash out up to 20% of diluted shares for 20 billion yuan from the market. This in and out transaction resulted in a price difference of 4 billion yuan. Moreover, cashing out by major shareholders would generally be accompanied by severe price fluctuations or even crashes, making it uncertain whether he could cash out 20 billion yuan from the secondary market. Besides, forcing the Social Security Fund to come on board did not come without a cost for Wu County. In the future, regarding the operations of Jiangnan High Fiber, Wu County could not intervene and could only participate in annual dividends, and they must always align with Chen Chen in actions. All of this had to be written into the agreement with terms confirmed, and with the central bank acting as a third-party notary, even if Wu County wanted to renege in the future, they couldn't. The company I bought for 1.3 billion last year. I let go of some shares, and the company is still in my hands. The raw material company has the backing support from Wu County, plus the central bank as a witness, and I can also gain an additional 24 billion in cash. The only loss is that I will receive 20% less in profit dividends in the future. Chen Chen calculated in his heart, feeling that this deal was incredibly worthwhile. He had almost maximized the profits from the Jiangnan High Fiber venture. In a peaceful atmosphere, the matter regarding the Wu County Social Security Fund was successfully negotiated. Once the draft agreement was signed, Director Sun and Director Zhao returned with the fruits of their trip to report back. Watching the black luxury cars stream out of the Blue Guard Technology Park, Lin Yuetong, who was assisting, asked in confusion, Chairman Chen, is it really that simple to sell 20% of Jiangnan High Fiber's shares? In Lin Yuetong's view, this 20% stake could potentially yield hundreds of billions in profit in the future. Selling it off so easily felt like a significant loss. Chen Chen smiled slightly at her words, thinking the girl was still a bit naive and didn't understand the ways of the world. He pointed to the trucks unloading melt-blown fabric in the park and said, if we don't sell, do you think these trucks can smoothly leave Wu County? Lin Yuetong frowned at his words, hesitating to respond. Chen Chen continued, Are you trying to say it's very dark? That the investment environment abroad is better? I can bet you that if this were to happen abroad, those American capitalists wouldn't even sit down to negotiate with me. They'd find an excuse and freeze my assets directly. Lin Yueton's eyes flickered, still somewhat unable to believe what Chun Chin said. Because the pandemic had just begun, the shiny facade of American democracy, which had been disguised for decades, had not yet been completely torn down. Global investors, including international students like Lin Yuetong, still recognized that the U.S. was the most advanced and fair investment market. Little did they know that after some time, as the pandemic spread, Wall Street would face various black swan events leading to a collapse in credibility, and $0 purchases would start to rise from within the U.S. The Western capitalists, who had disguised themselves for decades, would completely tear off their facade of freedom and democracy in front of the world under internal and external pressures. Chen Chen's decision to sell shares and extract a large sum of cash from the Wu County Social Security Fund was also a preparatory move for the next step of capital going abroad to respond to the Black Swan event in March. After sending off a few leaders, the domestic capital market became unusually lively over the next weekend. First, the village chief began to take action, implementing a temporary suspension of trading for Jiangnan High Fiber, NU, on Friday afternoon, and by Saturday morning, 3 domestic speculative institutions based in the Magic City had their headquarters raided, with people, computers, and servers taken away. By the time various rumors spread through financial media, WeChat groups in the financial circle, and stock forums, it was already Saturday night. At that moment, Chen Shen was at home with his parents and his girlfriend Zhu Yao, enjoying a hot pot meal together. They had prepared a yin-yang pot base, with a table full of green vegetables grown by the villagers and various high-end ingredients. Fresh matsutake mushrooms just picked, air-freighted Australian M12 beef, Sunite lamb rolls, fresh tripe piled like a small mountain, Southeast Asian black tiger shrimp, New Zealand black gold abalone, fish balls from Wonshire, and even a long, fat mantis shrimp the size of a girl's forearm. Even the Chaozhou beef balls were freshly made by the chef. After the spring festival, the late spring cold in the Wonshire area was severe, with continuous rainy days making people uncomfortable. Fortunately, after the new house in Chin Village was completed, they installed underfloor heating throughout, and with the hot pot warming them up, the cold and dampness dissipated, making Chin Chin feel as if all his pores were opening up as he ate and drank. Ah, this is satisfying. Chen Chen, enjoying the heat from the hot pot, took a sip of chilled Taitinger champagne while casually scrolling through the live updates in the Jiangnan High Fiber stock forum. According to the current rumors, the 3 speculative institutions in the Magic City that were raided were suspected of illegally manipulating stock prices, severely disrupting the normal trading order of the market, with the estimated amount involved exceeding 10 billion. With such a large amount of money involved, the heads and executives of the 3 institutions are definitely going to face consequences, and even if they are released in the future, they will be banned for life from the domestic securities and futures market. As for the stocks held by these 3 institutions, they will certainly be confiscated after the verdict is delivered. Naturally, the retail investors in the stock forum are all cheering for this outcome. Well done. Thumbs up, my principal was lost because of these guys, so infuriating, over 10 billion. I'd have to work since the Fengshen Bang era to save that up. Maybe I could even share a frame with Neza, laughing and crying. Awkward, the stockholders were discussing animatedly, all gathering in the Jiangnan High Fiber stock forum to chat and joke. After all, in the past week, everyone had basically participated in the miraculous 15 consecutive days of gains of this market leader. Especially the retail investors who were forcibly kicked out on Wednesday were watching the arrest scene with a spectator's attitude. Although the A-share market is magical, it shows no mercy when it comes to touching the high voltage line. However, not long after the discussion around the sewing machine incident began, some retail investors with positions started posting about the resumption of trading for Jiangnan High Fiber, NU. By the way, since the chicken has been killed, when can this stock resume trading? Is there any knowledgeable expert who can explain? Shivering? Chicken? What chicken? I only see a few self-righteous clowns, husky sticking out tongue. JPG, holy crap, it's Brother Phone. Brother Phone replied, "Bro, your post is going to blow up." Flipping cards, as this post was quickly highlighted by the forum moderators, the retail investors in the stock forum were all stirred up. The ID of Brother Phone, who had disappeared for a spring festival holiday, finally reappeared in the stock forum, especially since the actual holder of Jiangnan High Fiber, NU, is none other than Brother Phone himself. With his comment, everyone rushed over to watch. I miss the times when Brother Phone led us small investors to fiercely tackle the A-share market. Last year we made money following him on several big stocks, showing profits. Brother Phone, when will Dingfeng Fund open for subscriptions? Brother Phone, when will Jiangnan High Fiber come out of the little black room? Is there still a market ahead? Thank you for the mask you sent. I'm from Wujing City, heart gesture. Countless retail investors crowded in to ask questions. After all, Brother Phone, as a godlike figure who emerged from the stock forum, if he could just give a nod, the number of likes and replies would immediately soar to 99 plus. If he could come up with a witty comment, he might even attract a wave of traffic and gain thousands of new followers. Soon, Chen Chen's comments were highlighted and pinned, and the number of replies crazily stacked up to hundreds, more outrageous than a murder book. Of course, due to the overwhelming number of comments, Chen Chen only replied to a few representative IP addresses. For example, upon seeing an IP from Wujing City, he asked about the local pandemic recovery situation. Upon seeing a netizen from the Magic City, he inquired if housing prices had dropped. Noticing stockholders from the Guangdong region, he asked if the local screws had started trading and how the pig trotter rice was selling. Overall, a series of down-to-earth replies made the small investors feel even closer to Brother Foam. As for the stock forum users' most concerned issue regarding the suspension of Jiangnan High Fiber, Chen Chen also made a simple statement. Everyone just needs to wait patiently for the notice. There's nothing major, dog head. When those trapped retail investors saw that Brother Foam had manually posted a funny dog head emoji as a hint, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like this is stable. Dog head, I knew with Brother Foam around, Jiangnan the Demon Emperor wouldn't easily go down. Dog head, this, dog head, is very Brother Foam, husky sticking out tongue. JPG, alright, now I can sleep well tonight, thanks to Brother Foam, dog head. The atmosphere in the stock forum became lively again. Even in the new posts that night, it felt awkward not to include a dog head in the lineup. Of course, what made the retail investors even happier was not just Brother Foam popping up in the forum. It was the next day, Sunday afternoon, when a notice about the resumption of trading for Jiangnan High Fiber, new, was disclosed in the forum. Jiangnan High Fiber, new after the latest resolutions by the board of directors and the top 10 shareholders, as well as the approval from the supervisory committee, 3 major adjustments will be made to the company's shares before the scheduled resumption at 9:15 a.m. on Monday. Item 1, a targeted issuance of 100 million new shares to the A-share market, increasing the total circulating shares to 200 million after this round of issuance. Item 2, by board resolution, the company will strategically introduce the Wu County Social Security Fund as the second largest shareholder and transfer 50 million newly issued shares worth 30 billion yuan to this fund through the primary market. Item 3, before this round of resumption, a dividend will be distributed to all shareholders based on their shareholding at a ratio of 1:1, totaling 50 million newly issued shares. This explosive resumption announcement caused a sensation throughout the entire A-share market, especially for the small retail investors in the forum. At this moment, they were all grinning like they were possessed. I can't believe it. Wide-eyed, this time, the sun really came out from the west. Covering face, the village chief didn't manage to take down Jiangnan the Demon Emperor, and he's actually going to give everyone dividends? Lying down in shock, Brother Fong really is giving us small investors a benefit this time. Awesome, brothers still in the game are going to enjoy this wave. The next step is definitely a surge in boards. Envious, it's no wonder the investors were so excited. It was entirely because the words dividend distribution were indeed too rare in the A-share market. Just taking Jiangnan High Fiber, new, as an example. This listed company in Wu County, before being truly taken over by Qin Chen, had financial reports that could only be described as dismal. Not to mention years of losses, even in the years when they were lucky enough to turn a profit. It was at most a profit of a few million. With such little profit in the past, even the old board members like Tao Ji and Yi Jinyu, along with a group of small shareholders, couldn't get enough to share, let alone distribute dividends to the small retail investors who bought in. Thus, back and forth, Jiangnan High Fiber hadn't distributed dividends for over 10 years. Such a phenomenon of withholding dividends is very common in the A-share market. According to statistics, out of more than 5,000 listed companies, less than 3,500 are willing to distribute dividends to the secondary market, while the remaining 1,500 have all turned into turtles withdrawing their heads. The company that has gone the longest without dividends even holds a record of 29 years without distributing any. It's likely that even the investors have given up and left, unwilling to distribute dividends, highlighting just how rare dividends are. Moreover, the companies that do distribute dividends are mostly the blue-chip stocks in the A-share market. Stocks from large state-owned banks, joint stock banks, insurance, securities, and city commercial banks, or traditional stocks like coal and liquor sectors can achieve sustained high dividends. The rest, one by one, are basically stingy and reluctant to give dividends to investors. After all, in the eyes of most A-share listed company owners, the original intention of listing is to raise money in the market. If their own interests are not enough, Why would they distribute dividends to investors? Wouldn't that be the same as killing them? So when Jiangnan Fiber, New, a textile company that had just changed owners, decided to distribute dividends to all shareholders, those retail investors who had bought small cap and penny stocks were all feeling regretful. Why? Why did I sell it? Heartbroken to the point of breathlessness, no more talking, I just got off the ride on Wednesday, crying with my head in my hands. There was once a sincere dividend stock in front of me, but I didn't cherish it, and only regretted it when I lost it. Talking big about stocks, so frustrating. I thought I was just losing a few points after being washed out by those dog-like institutions, but it turned out to be dozens of points. Collapsing and spitting blood, a group of retail investors who had once held Jiangnan Fiber began to share their stories in the stock forum. If they had known that Brother Feng was going to generously distribute dividends, they would have never let go of their shares. Of course, there were also a small number of staunch supporters of Brother Feng who were still holding on to Jiangnan Fiber. Seeing the official announcement of the dividend, they started to show off in the stock forum as if it were the new year. This feels great, even buying 2 lots can earn dividends, showing off holdings. JPG, brothers outside, don't be envious, I've been holding this stock for a full 7 years, and finally got to walk out of the shadows with Brother Feng. Too much to say brings tears, are you envious? You should be. As soon as this announcement came out, I booked a private room at the KTV without a second thought, welding the car door shut, big brother upstairs. Can you take a little brother with you? We're from the same IP area. Lighting a cigarette for the big shot, those retail investors who hadn't sold yet finally felt relieved after being anxious since the village chief sealed the stocks before Friday's close. Especially the one who was shouting about booking a KTV room for Sunday night, who, under the encouragement of a group of LSPs in the forum, directly started a live stream post about going to the KTV to hug girls. Through the live stream, the LSPs in the forum saw rows of beautiful legs, the voluptuous figures, the star-quality singing voices, the dim lighting of the private room, and various kneeling services made the retail investors, who had never seen such things, start spamming, wide-eyed, eyes full of love plus drooling, emojis in the comments. However, just 5 minutes later, the live stream post was banned by the tardy forum moderators. They also put the user with the ID red name Big Knife in a 7-day black room as a warning, with the reason being a violation of the forum's civilized communication rules. What the hell? It's gone already? I forgot to take a screenshot. Covering my face, everyone was just getting into it. Red name brother got banned? Doghead, the moderators were a bit slow this time. Funny, probably enjoying themselves in the background, forgetting they were on duty, laughing so hard I peed. By the way, the quality over there was really good. I'll have to try it next time. Taking notes, of course, aside from these retail investors who like to derail the conversation. There were also a group of serious stock trading experts analyzing the resumption announcement released by Jiangnan Fiber. For instance, the iron-blooded eagle captain who had previously shown up in the forum quickly posted a related analysis. This resumption announcement reveals 2 major positive factors. The first is the dividend distribution, which is Brother Feng's way of giving everyone a red envelope to thank shareholders for their support. The second is the 30 billion cash purchase by the Wu County Social Security Fund, which essentially marks the stock with the backing of Social Security funds. Prediction: personally, I believe the divergence in the stock's future performance will narrow, and the panic caused by the village chief's sealing will disappear, so the adjusted stock price should start to rise again on Monday. Sipping champagne at home, due to this Big V's previous prediction analysis post in the stock forum, where he accurately forecasted the stock price trend, many small investors in Jiangnan Fiber have a strong impression of this idea. So when he made this statement, the small investors in the comments began to bullishly express their views as usual. It's still you, Eagle Team. Even the Eagle Team is optimistic about Jiangnan Demon Emperor's future market. It seems likely that it will continue to rise tomorrow. I just wonder if it will open with a limit up or if it will first wash and shake a bit, giving us small investors a chance to get on board, rubbing hands. The stockholders were discussing fervently. Various prediction and analysis posts began to sprout up like mushrooms after rain. Moreover, these financial Big Vs who make a living from the stock market, along with the market's bullish investors, were all consistently optimistic about Jiangnan Fiber, New. As expected, when February 24th arrived, the A-shares welcomed the 4th trading week after the Spring Festival. On Monday morning at 9:15, before the bidding phase began, the popularity of Jiangnan Fiber, New, was once again undoubtedly pushed to the number 1 position in the market. Coincidentally, this day happened to be the Dragon Head Festival in the traditional Chinese calendar. As the saying goes, on the 2nd day of the 2nd month, the dragon raises its head, and the god of wealth comes to you. This stock, recognized as the most popular among the public, had its updated stock price after the directed issuance and post-adjustment at 650 yuan per share, which opened high at 708 yuan per share during the 9:15 bidding phase. Before the market even officially opened, the increase had already reached 8.92%. Additionally, since the village chief had seized 3 illegal institutions on Saturday, freezing over 10 billion yuan worth of circulating shares, this had, to some extent, reduced the number of circulating shares of Jiangnan High Fiber, new. Thus, in the atmosphere of scarcity being precious, just a few seconds past 9:30, the stock price of Jiangnan High Fiber, new, was lifted by a large number of buyers to the limit-up position of 715 yuan per share. That striking red limit-up board caused a sensation in the entire market. It's limited. It's limited. 16 consecutive rising days achieved. Jiangnan Demon Emperor is invincible. Awesome. The stock forum and bullet comments were filled with cheers and excitement. Regardless of whether the retail investors successfully bought in, at this moment, they were all basking in the festive spirit of the dragon raising its head in the comments section of this stock. Meanwhile, Chen Shen, the actual controller of Jiangnan High Fiber, new, had this morning taken a ride in a Hongqi L5 driven by Master Gao, heading into the headquarters of the invisible giant Qingshan Holdings located in Longwan, Wenzhou. The Longwan district of Wenzhou is situated at the lower reaches of the Ojiang River, with a permanent population of 700,000. The entire area is known for its high-tech industries, with a regional GDP reaching a scale of hundreds of billions. It is also one of the 3 major districts in Wenzhou's main city, the only one adjacent to the East China Sea, which is why the local international airport was located here. However, when it comes to the most well-known and influential enterprise in this area, it has to be Qingshan Holdings Group. This is a stainless steel industry giant with an annual output value of 380 billion yuan and 58,000 employees, ranking 71st among all enterprises in the country. As Chen Chen drove into the Qingshan Holdings Park, he immediately felt a different atmosphere. Everywhere he looked, there were stainless steel decorations, especially the factory buildings within the park, which had a high-end metallic exterior, giving a striking sense of industrial aesthetics. No wonder they are the leader in stainless steel. Just the layout of this factory area is not something my small factory can compare to, Chen Chen remarked. He thought to himself that he had just secured a large amount of 24 billion yuan in liquidity from the Wuxin Social Security Fund. Plus, the meltblown fabric and mask business was bringing in several hundred million every day. With such a large sum of cash on hand, he was worried about not having good investment opportunities. Why not take a portion to build a headquarters for Dingfeng investment like Qingshan Holdings? As he was deep in thought, a red Hongqi L5 sedan with a flashy license plate pulled up to the headquarters of Qingshan Holdings. Xiang Qingshan and his daughter Xiang Qingqing had been waiting in the lobby for quite some time. Xiao Feng, welcome to our Qingshan Holdings. After we finish the formalities, stay for a meal before you leave, Xiang Qingshan said, patting Chen Chen on the shoulder, his face showing a hint of warmth. Uncle Xiang, you are too kind. Chen Chen exchanged pleasantries with him and had Master Gao bring over 2 bags of local specialties as gifts. It was his first visit to the real big shot of Wenshu, and he certainly couldn't come empty-handed. Of course, high-end cigarettes, alcohol, and cigars were not something Xiang Qingshan would appreciate. As a billionaire, he wouldn't be impressed by ordinary gifts. So, Chen Chen specifically prepared 2 bags of sweet potato chips that his parents had dried in their countryside home in Chen Village, hoping to use this touch of local flavor to strengthen their relationship. Sweet potato chips? Good stuff. When I went to Southeast Asia to open a nickel mine, I often ate Indonesian sweet potato chips, but they really can't compare to those from our hometown, Xiang Qingshan said, clicking his tongue and casually taking one to taste. I'm glad you like it, Uncle Xiang. I'll have my parents dry more when they have time, Chen Chen said with a smile. He glanced at Xiang's parents beside him and, seeing no executives accompanying them, flattered him again. Uncle Xiang, you really are practical. A chairman of your stature, and you don't even have a secretary or assistant? Most billionaires, like those from Wanda, Alibaba, or Hangtai, always have a crowd of people around them, emphasizing their status. It's rare to see someone like Xiang Qingshan, who comes out to greet guests without even an executive assistant. This shows that the atmosphere at Qingshan Holdings is likely as low-key as his personality, leaning more towards practicality. The executives focus on their own duties, with less flattery and showmanship, dedicating their main energy to their work. This was a valuable lesson for Chen Chen, who thought he could send his team to Qingshan Holdings for learning and exchange. After all, he was a veteran who had been in business for decades, and there were certainly things that Dingfeng Investment and Lanwei Technology could learn from him. Hearing the compliments, Xiang Qingshan smiled proudly. I'm about to retire. In the group, Aside from major decisions that need my input, everything else is handled by the board and the general managers of the subsidiaries. As for the secretary position, Qingqing is my best secretary. With her managing the trivial matters, I've had much less gray hair." Chen Shen nodded in agreement and greeted Xiang Qingqing, who had caught his eye at the tea party. Today, she wore a light green wool coat, had her hair in a bun, and wore light makeup, looking youthful and beautiful. Seeing her father praise her in front of peers, Xiang Qingqing's face turned slightly red. "Dad, no matter how excellent I am, I can't compare to Brother Feng. Please don't brag about me." Recently, Xiang Qingqing had been paying close attention to the movements in the domestic capital market, especially the Dingfeng Mixed Growth Fund led by Chen Shen, which had dominated the growth rankings for 2 weeks after its launch, leaving all its competitors in the domestic fund industry unable to hold their heads high. If previously Chen Feng had made tens of billions in profits with personal funds, he was merely seen as a somewhat lucky individual in the eyes of large institutions. However, with the emergence of the Dingfeng Fund, anyone in the financial industry knew that this Brother Feng in the A-share market truly had the strength to manage large funds. Even though he wasn't formally trained and was just a college dropout, his performance, which outshone all the highly educated fund managers, was enough to earn genuine admiration from second-generation elites like Xiang Qingqing. Moreover, the other party was a first-generation entrepreneur who excelled in both finance and industry, growing at an astonishing speed and accumulating wealth that was almost on par with her father. As a result, when facing Chen Shen, Xiang Qingqing felt a hint of unusual admiration. Chen Shen, of course, was unaware of Miss Xiang's thoughts. The three lingered in the hall for a moment, chatting and laughing as they went upstairs, soon arriving at Chairman Xiang Qingshan's office. Chen Shen's main purpose for coming this time was to finalize the previously discussed $2 billion foreign exchange matter, so after exchanging a few pleasantries with the Xiang family, he sat down, had a few sips of coffee, and got straight to the point. "Uncle Xiang, I just made a small fortune these past few days and have gathered 14 billion in funds, so I came to bother you right away." For Chen Shen, it was essential to address the main business first. Everything else, like touring the park or dining, was secondary. $2 billion in foreign exchange is quite a significant amount for us at Qingshan Holdings. "I didn't expect you, Xiaofeng, to gather the funds so quickly and come to exchange with me," Xiang Qingshan exclaimed, increasingly impressed by the young man before him. At under 30 years of age, he was already discussing deals worth over 100 billion. Coupled with Chen Shen's remarkable performance during the pandemic, Xiang Qingshan felt that the position of the leading enterprise in Wensher would eventually be taken over by this humble young man. Of course, while it was nice to reflect, he had to fulfill the promises made. Soon, Xiang Qingshan called for finance and legal personnel to come over to sign the agreement and complete the foreign exchange transaction. For an industry giant like Qingshan Holdings, which had long been engaged in international nickel futures, the foreign exchange funds they controlled were likely no less than $20 billion. This could be inferred from the various hedging data revealed during the previous nickel war. After all, Qingshan Holdings was a major player in nickel futures at the London Metal Exchange, LME, with competitors like Glencore and Anglo-American. If their funds and spot resources were insufficient, they could easily be overturned by their rivals. Agreeing to exchange $2 billion with Chen Shen was equivalent to withdrawing 1/10 of their foreign exchange reserves, a significant favor indeed. So, after completing this 14 billion renminbi foreign exchange transaction amidst laughter, Chen Shen suggested, "Uncle Xiang, could you take me to visit the futures trading room at Qingshan Holdings? I'm not very familiar with futures trading yet, but I'm planning to enter the North American capital market soon. Perhaps in the future, our two companies will have the opportunity to collaborate and navigate the foreign market together." "Visit the trading room? Of course, no problem. You, Xiaofeng, are recognized as the stock god of the post-90s generation in the country. Maybe after the visit, you can offer us some good advice and investment strategies for Qingshan Holdings," Xiang Qingshan said with a smile. For a company involved in futures financial trading, the trading room was the core of the business. The ease with which they opened the door to Chen Shen showed that these three Wenzhou businessmen truly regarded him as family, hardly treating him as an outsider. Of course, what Xiang Qingshan cared about most was what Chen Shen mentioned about the potential for their two companies to collaborate in the international capital market. Making money in foreign markets was no easy task. After all, the rules were set by them, and Chinese capital had to be wary of being undermined at every turn. At this moment, having a new top-tier speculator like Chen Shen to support and cover each other would be a significant boost for Qingshan Holdings in establishing a foothold in the international nickel futures market. What stock god of the post-90s? That's just internet hype. When it comes to real trading skills, Uncle Xiang here is the true futures master, Chen Shen quickly downplayed, showing humility. In the face of the domestic T+1 turtle trading rules, the high-frequency trading in the international futures market, measured in milliseconds, truly feels like the younger brother among brothers. Take Xiang Qingshan himself, for instance. He is a master in futures trading. His daughter, Xiang Qingqing, is also a top finance graduate who returned from studying abroad. In front of this family of true experts, Chen Chen, a reborn individual who relies on memories from his past life to speculate on major trends, really has nothing to be proud of. Of course, the Wenzhou area has historically been an excellent breeding ground for mathematical talent in China. The shrewd minds of Wenzhou merchants and businesspeople are largely rooted in an inherent mathematical gene. Figures like Su Buqing and Gu Chaohua from the domestic mathematics community, as well as Jiang Lifu, who became the second mathematics PhD in China after studying at Harvard University in the late Qing dynasty, are all outstanding mathematicians in Wenzhou's history. With such regional genes, studying finance naturally comes easily. After chatting for a while in the office, once the $2 billion foreign exchange transaction was completed, Chen Chen followed the Xiang family to visit the various production workshops at the headquarters of Qingshan Holdings. Our main business at Qingshan Holdings currently includes stainless steel continuous casting, bar and wire products, plate and strip steel, section steel, and nickel iron smelting. Initially, we actually started by making stainless steel doors and windows, Xiang Qingshan explained as the three of them, wearing safety helmets, rode the shuttle bus around the workshops. Qingshan Holdings was established in 1988, originally just a small family workshop making stainless steel doors and windows. It was the kind of small shop that took on home decoration jobs, making security screens in door and window railings, which wouldn't seem to have much technical content in today's eyes. The reason it was able to take off later was that the founder, Xiang Qingshan, keenly noticed that the number of Santana taxis running on the streets of Wenzhou was increasing. He believed that making car door frames was more profitable than producing ordinary doors and windows, so he took a gamble and approached FAW Group, the manufacturer of Santana at the time, to take on the business of importing car door frames. Through cooperation with FAW, he gradually became a supplier of car door frames and wheels for major domestic car manufacturers. Later, he introduced advanced international RKF technology to produce nickel alloys, successfully transforming the company into a leader in the stainless steel industry. Of course, there's an interesting anecdote here. In the 1990s, the operating rights of the Santana taxi, which cost around 700,000 yuan each, were held by another one of the three Wenzhou business tycoons, Wang Junyao. When this topic came up, Xiang Qingshan couldn't help but express his feelings. If old Wang were still around, Wenzhou wouldn't be lagging behind in development like it is now. Fortunately, we have excellent successors like you, Xiaofeng, among the Wenzhou merchants. The future business world will belong to you young people. The local people of Wenzhou don't know much about the Xiang family's entrepreneurial history, and even the reports online are scarce. Chen Chen felt quite fortunate to listen closely to the tycoon recount his entrepreneurial journey after being reborn. On the contrary, Xiang Qingqing, who was listening to this entrepreneurial story that was almost wearing her ears out, remained silent throughout, thinking about how to perform in front of Brother Feng in the trading room later. After enthusiastically touring the various workshops with the Xiang parents, Chen Chen soon arrived at the legendary Qingshan trading room, which had made a name for itself during the Demon Battle. The trading room was not large, accommodating just over 30 workstations. Given that about 50% of the traders were present, it seemed that the trading hours were split between the morning and afternoon sessions and the night session. After all, when it gets dark in China, it is still daytime at the London Metal Exchange, with an 8-hour time difference, making it essential for traders engaged in the International Futures night session from 21 to 2:30 the next morning. Of course, there are many misunderstandings and rumors on the domestic internet regarding participation in international capital market transactions. For example, the most common rumor is that to trade U.S. stocks or international futures, one must go to Hong Kong to find a channel. Little do they know that as long as you have a VPN, getting around the firewall is a matter of minutes. Moreover, with industry giants like Qingshan Holdings, they can set up a dedicated international line without even needing a VPN. As for the funding accounts, just go to a multinational bank under the central bank in advance, and there's no need to go through the hassle of Hong Kong. Brother Feng, do you think our group's traders are at a disadvantage compared to the traders at Dingfeng Investment? Xiang Qingqing asked Chen Chen as she led him on a tour. As the core figure in the Qingshan trading room, Xiang Qingqing is also quite accomplished in futures trading. During the tour, she even brought her own team of 10 to demonstrate high-frequency trading at her workstation. Her speed and market sense were significantly faster than the traders Chen Chen had recruited. To be honest, our traders at Dingfeng still have a considerable gap in strength. Because of the different focuses, the domestic T+1 stock trading rules limit some of the speed, and over time, it tends to slow down. Unless trading Hong Kong or U.S. stocks under the T+0 mechanism, it's hard to match the high-frequency trading of futures, Chen Chen commented candidly. Upon hearing this, Xiang Qingqing's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. She finally regained some face in front of this peer who was a master in speed. However, while the two young people were chatting, Xiang Qingshan suddenly suggested, Qingqing, didn't you intern as a trader at Goldman Sachs and trade U.S. stocks? Xiaofeng is looking to enter the U.S. market soon. Why don't you take a few people to Dingfeng for an exchange? Learn about Dingfeng's investment experience. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiang Qingqing was taken aback. Dad, what did you say? You want me to take a team to exchange ideas with Brother Feng? Chen Chen's expression changed upon hearing this. Because it had been less than half a month since the Black Swan event in March, finding experienced traders with U.S. stock trading experience in the market would not be easy. Firstly, there was not enough time. Team training required time, and secondly, talented traders were already rare. Chen Chen had originally planned to contact the central bank to borrow a trading team from Bank of China or Guotai to stabilize the situation. But now, he was presented with an unexpected option. If he could recruit a talent like Xiang Qingqing and utilize her for a while, it might yield unexpected results. So, Chen Chen immediately took the opportunity and said, Uncle Xiang is right, working in isolation is a big taboo for traders. If Qingqing doesn't mind, I can offer your team a weekly salary of $1 million, as our first offline collaboration with your Qingshan trading room. What do you think? A trading team of 10 receiving a weekly salary of $1 million is not considered an exceptionally high price in the international financial market. An ordinary person wanting to make money must deal with money all day long. The nature of a trader's work is to deal with money daily. Its social status can even rank above that of senior programmers. It is truly a top-paying profession. For example, Wall Street traders have an average annual salary of $470,000, especially futures traders, who are scarce, usually earn more than pure stock traders. The compensation structure for traders typically consists of a base salary plus commission plus year-end bonus. The larger the amount of funds they manage, the higher the returns generated, and thus the commissions can be quite substantial. Like the protagonist Jordan Belfort in the movie The Wolf of Wall Street, who was once a star trader on Wall Street and made $12 million in just 3 minutes. There are also top trading teams under Goldman Sachs, Blackstone, and BlackRock, where many earn annual salaries in the tens of millions. In fact, to some extent, the income of top traders can exceed the salaries of their CEOs. Faced with the weekly salary offered by Chen Chen, Xiang Qingqing did not show any excited reaction. After all, this young lady from the Xiang family grew up in a privileged environment, and trading futures was purely to realize her life value and to pass the time. However, her small team of 10 was different. They were all ordinary people. Upon hearing that a week of business travel to another institution could earn them a reward of $1 million, several of them perked up and looked over at Chen Chen. Well, okay. For the next period, I'll have to trouble Brother Feng to take care of things. Xiang Qingqing glanced at her encouraging father and team members, thought for a moment, and agreed to Chen Chen's collaboration invitation. Seeing that this temporary trading team was secured, Chen Chen was in a good mood. Then it's settled. We'll gather in Hangzhou before the night trading session tomorrow. Xiang Qingqing frowned upon hearing this. Starting tomorrow night? So soon? What else? Opportunities in the international capital market are fleeting. Chen Chen revealed a mysterious smile. This visit to Qingshan Holdings was quite fruitful for Chen Chen. In addition to securing $2 billion in foreign exchange, he also managed to bring back the precious daughter of the business tycoon Xiang Qingshan along with her trading team. During dinner, he intentionally shared a drink with the Xiang father and daughter and several executives from Qingshan Holdings, discussing the recent trends of significant price increases in various stainless steel raw materials due to the pandemic. Even mask machines, a terminal equipment, had seen prices rise dozens of times, and upstream raw materials would surely follow suit. However, the price surge of various precious metals had not truly begun yet. When the global lithium rush starts next year, and the nickel war officially kicks off after 2022, industrial metals like lithium and nickel would be subject to frenzied speculation by international capital, and that would be when the real price increases for metal raw materials would occur. However, Chen Chen did not reveal these key pieces of information about the future under the influence of alcohol. Instead, he discussed the international situation at the dinner table. Some unique viewpoints he shared drew frequent glances from everyone. After returning to Qin village that night, Chen Chen began to pack a few personal items at home, planning to head to Hangzhou early the next morning. His mother, Li Yuan, saw her son preparing to travel far again amid the pandemic, her eyes filled with concern. Xiaofeng, can't you just work from home? The outside is full of the coronavirus. What will you do if you get infected? Chen Chen reassured his parents, Mom and Dad, I'm not alone anymore. I have over 6,000 employees relying on me for their livelihoods. I can't just stay back. After all, those 6,000 employees affected thousands of families. The more wealth he accumulated, the larger the entrepreneurial projects became, and the greater the responsibility on his shoulders. Unknowingly, Chen began to gradually develop the awareness and feelings of a true entrepreneur. On the morning of February 25th, Chen first visited his girlfriend and spent some intimate time with Xu Yao before taking a car back to the long-absent Hangzhou. Due to the pandemic, ride-hailing services in Hangzhou had come to a halt, and the flow of vehicles and people on the streets was visibly decreasing. In the previous life, Hangzhou, as a new first-tier city in the country, had implemented excellent initial prevention and control measures. Additionally, since it was not a heavily infected area, strict lockdowns were not enforced until October. However, with the emergence of Chen, the disruptor, who relied on prearranged medical supplies and information disclosure tracing back to the source, the spread of the epidemic in the country had been weakened by more than half compared to the previous life. It can be said that to some extent, a partial reversal of the future had been achieved. Under such a backdrop, it was even possible that Hangzhou might not have to enforce a lockdown. I hope the Black Swan event in March doesn't bring about major changes. Otherwise, the $2 billion I just acquired will go down the drain, Chen thought as he sat in the back seat of a Hongqi car, gazing at the desolate streets of Hangzhou, his mind racing with thoughts. By the time they arrived at the Kunhe Center, it was already noon. After returning to Dingfeng Investment and taking a quick tour, he had a simple working lunch with a few trusted subordinates, when unexpectedly, the young lady Xiang Qingqing led her team in. That was fast, Chen said, slightly surprised. Isn't it what you said, Brother Feng, that opportunities are fleeting? The earlier we come, the sooner we can adapt to the new environment and see your trading style in advance, Xiang Qingqing replied with a smile. Having grown tired of staying in one place for too long, upon arriving at the new venue, the young lady's beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, seemingly curious about every corner of the office environment at Dingfeng Investment. As the host, Chen naturally led everyone on a tour of Dingfeng Investment. As for the headquarters of Lanwei Technology on the 24th floor, it was currently busy relocating to Ruixian New District in Ruixian following Chen's orders, leaving only a temporary office here, which wasn't particularly interesting to see. So, taking advantage of the time before the market opened at 1 p.m., Chen brought Xiang Qingqing's team to the trading room of Dingfeng. After greeting the two fund managers on duty, he announced the temporary arrival of the Qingshan team to the trading room. He then called over the newly hired Yao Jingrui to give him a few instructions. This person had previously been a senior trader responsible for the international market at CITIC, with over 10 years of experience in various types of businesses, including U.S. stock securities, futures, and financial derivatives, making him quite a versatile talent. Since he had not been promoted to a star trader back at CITIC and privately admired Brother Feng's brilliant achievements, as well as the high salary offered by Dingfeng Investment, he had brought 3 traders along to switch jobs. Old Yao, for the next couple of days, you should help the Qingshan team familiarize themselves with the U.S. stock trading rules. They have been dealing with London precious metals futures, so switching to a different market might take some adjustment. Your main focus will be on trading the Dow Jones, S&P 500, and Nasdaq indices, as well as keeping a close eye on leading stocks like Apple, Tesla, and ExxonMobil, Chen began to instruct. Yao Jingrui took out a notebook, nodding as he jotted down notes. Guiding newcomers was something he was very familiar with as a seasoned trader. However, being in a new environment, he still needed to clarify some details, so he asked, "Boss, should we let Miss Xiang and the others trade on a simulated account first?" Chen shook his head. "No, we go straight to real account training. Each person will be allocated $1 million in foreign exchange funds. It doesn't matter if they lose it all. The goal is to get them up to speed quickly." Upon hearing this, Xiang Qingqing and the others, who had just arrived at the new venue, felt their breaths quicken, their eyes shining with excitement. Was this the rumored aggressive trading style of the famous Fenggu in the A-shares market? Even the newcomers were going straight into real trading. Moreover, with 10 people involved, that was a total of $10 million. The tuition for this training was indeed expensive beyond measure. Even Yao Jingrui, who came from CITIC, couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Wow! I feel like I've really joined an incredible new boss." Of course, Chen's tyrant style in the trading room hasn't truly been showcased yet. After explaining the teaching arrangements for the Qingshan team, he began to direct the strategy for the Dingfeng Mixed Growth Fund under the watchful eyes of dozens in the trading room. Once the A-share market officially opened at 1 p.m., Chen looked at the densely packed red and green codes on the big screen, along with the K-line charts of various stocks. Without a second thought, he started issuing orders. For the current 10 holdings, aside from Jiangnan High Fiber, new, eliminate the rest and reserve the funds. A few traders immediately began to follow the market fluctuations and started unloading in large quantities, the sound of keyboards echoing throughout the trading room. Chang Qingqing, along with her 10-person team from Qingshan Holdings, curiously observed from the side. The sight of a single button press on stocks worth over 7 billion was exhilarating for everyone present. Only Yuziheo, who was in charge of the public offering, frowned, recalling the call the boss received from the village chief last Friday. At this critical juncture of the pandemic, choosing to take profits and exit rather than trading the strong stocks in the pharmaceutical sector must have been influenced by some irresistible force. After all, in this big A, only the village chief could seal off Brother Feng's performance. Boss. Yuziheo was about to speak when Chen Chen interrupted. From now on, I will officially step down from my position as the head of the Dingfeng Mixed Growth Fund for a while, and the trading operations will be fully entrusted to you, Lao Yu. As for the trading strategy direction, just follow what I previously mentioned, Haitian Jiangnan Mawulu, along with a combination of leading stocks from the banking and brokerage sectors. What Chen Chen referred to as Haitian Jiangnan Mawulu was the famous sauce-flavored technology combination from his past life, consisting of Haitian flavor industry, Guizhou Matai, Wuliangye, and Luzhou Laojiao, for major consumer leaders. These 4 stocks officially started to rise in June 2020 and continued to strengthen until the end of 2021. Guizhou Matai, the leader in sauce-flavored technology, had already shown an upward trend in the second half of 2019, and by February, its stock price had reached over 800 yuan per share, which Chen Chen saw as a very good entry point. Of course, this time there was also a rising star, Jiangnan High Fiber, new, a small-cap stock that Chen Chen personally managed, which was trending towards becoming a large blue-chip stock, so he included it as well. Haitian Jiangnan Mawulu? I understand. Yuziheo took out a notebook to jot it down and also disclosed his temporary promotion through the Dingfeng Fund's official website. However, once the news of this temporary leadership change was released, the investors in the Dingfeng Mixed Growth Fund became restless. The atmosphere, which had been filled with joy as they counted their profits daily, was immediately disrupted by this sudden announcement. After all, the Dingfeng Fund had been performing too aggressively during this period. After its name change and listing, in just 11 trading days, the fund's net value had already reached 151.65, with an overall floating profit of 51.65%. Just this report card could be said to be leading the market, attracting the attention of the entire fund market. It was easy to imagine how intense the reaction would be to such an external announcement of a leadership change. What the heck? Brother Feng actually stepped down as fund manager? The announcement says this manager Yuziheo was always Brother Feng's right-hand man. I wonder if he can match Brother Feng's level. Since he was under Brother Feng, he must have some skills, right? What are you afraid of? Even if Brother Feng has stepped down, he will definitely keep an eye on things behind the scenes. Otherwise, how would he explain it to his fans? Dog head arms crossed, not flustered. The major fund-related comments sections began to buzz with frenzied discussions, and even the posts in the stock forum about Brother Feng stepping down as fund manager started to increase. Of course, Chen Chen's choice to temporarily step down was also based on his previous assurance to the central bank. To transform from reckless speculation to long-term value growth, this so-called unity of knowledge and action must be achieved. In addition, temporarily removing himself from the spotlight of the fund market was also Chen Chen's way of physically cooling down Dingfeng Fund. After all, the recent surge of Dingfeng Fund was too fierce, leading industry professionals in the fund market to dig deep and study their aggressive trading strategies, starting to pour into the pharmaceutical sector to speculate wildly. If this trend of speculation continues for too long, it won't be beneficial for the healthy growth of the A-share market in the future. So, with this move of retreating bravely from the current, the domestic capital market sensed a different smell. By the time the market closed that afternoon, the entire A-share market turned largely red. The once hot pharmaceutical sector, aside from Jiangnan High Fiber, new, which continued its 17 consecutive boards, saw other stocks like Sichuan Pharmaceutical, Dao & Company, and Maiching Technology experience varying degrees of pullback. By 9:30 p.m., when the net value of Dingfeng Mixed Growth was announced, the entire fund market exploded. Net value 1.5245, intraday floating profit 0.8%, directly dropped out of the intraday gain leaderboard, now ranked 886th in the market? Is it really that once Brother Feng steps down, it starts to say goodbye? After dominating the leaderboard for 11 trading days with an incredible performance, this was ended by the newly appointed manager Yu? Wide-eyed, I was still looking forward to this manager Yu. This gain is just too disappointing. Facepalm, without Brother Feng, my youth is gone. Dog head, on various off-market fund sales platforms, the complaints about this Dingfeng mixed growth fund instantly reached 999 plus. Among them, the most complaints were about the intraday floating profit being below 1%. After all, fund investors buy funds with the goal of making a profit. With less gain, naturally, there are more complaints, especially since the speculative trend in the pharmaceutical sector of the A-share market was still ongoing. Retail investors who were a bit more skilled and had a strong market sense could easily make a few points from the secondary market every day by trading in and out of speculative stocks. Previously, those who focused on buying this Dingfeng fund were also aiming for Brother Feng's glorious track record, planning to ride along and secure some profits. But this? Many impatient fund investors and retail investors in the stock forum began to wait and see. When the fund was updated again on Wednesday night, the net value of Dingfeng mixed growth not only did not increase but decreased to 1.5122, with an intraday floating loss of minus 1.23%, ranking 5,211th in the market. Once this net value was announced, the complaints in the stock forum grew even louder. What the heck? The newly appointed manager Yu has completely gone crazy. Yesterday, ending Brother Feng's 11 consecutive wins was one thing, but today it's already starting to give back profits? Bull dropped. Where's the so-called Dingfeng Battle Fund? It's gone. Dumbfounded, flying in midair and suddenly changing pilots, isn't that going to crash? Laughing and crying, the pharmaceutical sector outside is doing so well, with 10 cm every day, and this broken fund is still falling? It's just wasting my time, I'm out. Let the remaining brothers make money. Win tight, pull. For fund investors and small retail investors, the most important thing about putting their savings into the stock market in funds is to make money. Seeing their purchased funds start to decline, who cares about Brother Feng or not? They quickly want to redeem it. Moreover, it's not Brother Feng himself who's in charge now, but this manager Yu who seems to have popped up from nowhere. So, after the fund's net value was updated on Wednesday night, a large number of users of the Dingfeng Mixed Growth Fund began to redeem their shares, and the fund, which had originally risen to 7 billion, started to decline at a visibly rapid pace. By Thursday morning when work started, the Dingfeng Mixed Growth Fund had already lost more than half of its value. With dark circles under his eyes and having not slept a wink all night, Yuziheo walked into the trading room holding a cup of strong black coffee, his face devoid of color. The traders present stared at him as if he were a rare national treasure, a giant panda. After all, this newly confirmed fund manager had immediately ended Brother Feng's 11 consecutive rankings upon taking office. No wonder the comments section on stock forums and major fund trading platforms was filled with sarcasm. It was no surprise that even the most patient investors couldn't tolerate a profit adjustment after just 2 days. Old Yu, the boss said not to put too much pressure on yourself. It's normal for a slight profit pullback after adjusting the portfolio and changing stocks. Don't pay attention to those random comments online when you get back. Meng Su, who was in charge of the private equity fund, patted him on the shoulder with a sympathetic look. Yuziheo, with bloodshot eyes and a hoarse voice, nodded, I know. Even his colleagues in the trading room couldn't bear to see him carry this burden. But who told him that old Yu was the boss's chosen successor? To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. If he couldn't withstand this little pressure, he might as well not be a fund manager. Of course, Chen Xin didn't come to the trading room that morning. He had been busy adapting to the time zone changes of the U.S. stock market, staying up late every night. By the time he got up, it was basically around noon the next day. If it weren't for his caring little lover, Pan Yu, who was at their home on the Sunshine Coast making him nourishing ginseng, sea cucumber, and turtle soup, he probably wouldn't even have the energy to play poker by noon. After all, after the spring festival, the two young people hadn't seen each other for nearly a month due to pandemic lockdowns. Upon reuniting, the urge to play poker naturally became stronger. Old Yu really understood my meaning. In just 2 days, he lost over 1 million clients. The ones who haven't left are probably die-hard fans, Chen Xin said, sipping the newly made nourishing soup while watching the chat activity in the work group. He had planned to swing by the trading room later to boost the morale of his team. Unexpectedly, Xiang Qingqing, the young lady, sent a message, clamoring to take her to the Blue Guard Mall's operations center for a look. This young lady from Qingshan Holdings was anything but unfamiliar after arriving in Hangzhou. Most of the second-generation elites from Wenzhou, once they came of age, tended to cluster in Hangzhou or Shanghai, leaving fewer behind in Wenzhou. The chaotic circle of friends in Xiang Qingqing's social life also lived in Hangzhou. Moreover, her parents had bought her a villa in Hangzhou, and with servants and housekeepers at home, her living conditions were honestly better than Chen Chen's. During these 2 days at Dingfeng Investment, without her father's watchful eye, Xiang Qingqing was like a fish in water. There was even a hint of her replacing Tang Jingjing as Chen Chen's little follower. After all, this young lady was a full-time assistant under her father, and she was not only organized in her work but also very skilled in financial investments, making her a true workplace talent. Chen Shen, considering that she was there to learn and exchange ideas, agreed to take her to tour Dingfeng and the Blue Guard system. After finishing Pan Yu's nourishing soup, Chen Shen drove his Hongqi L5 to the Green City Yunqi Rose Garden near the Westlake Scenic Area, picking up the already waiting Xiang Qingqing. Looking at the beautiful villa area nearby and calculating the travel time to Dingfeng Company, Chen Shen became interested in the real estate there. What's the current price of the houses in this area? It looks pretty good. Living with the Westlake Scenic Area behind should be quite healthy. The price of the Rose Garden seems to have risen to 70,000 or 80,000 per square meter now. I can't remember clearly, it was my parents who bought it before. They spent over $1 billion on the building king here, I think. Xiang Qingqing explained. She wore a thin spring coat today, and as soon as she got in the car, she started to take off her coat because the air conditioning was too warm, revealing her graceful curves and impressive assets underneath. Unexpectedly, this young lady from the Xiang family not only had a nice face but also an exceptionally good figure. Even Chen Shen couldn't help but glance at her a couple more times. Over $1 billion for the building king? That doesn't sound too expensive. I should also get a villa by the Westlake to live in. Living in a flat for too long isn't very down to earth. It would be better for my health to change to a place by the mountains and water. The two chatted casually in the car and soon arrived at the Blue Guard Mall Operations Center in the Binjiang Technology Park. Although the headquarters of Blue Guard Technology was moving towards Ruixian, Chen Shen currently had no plans to move the Blue Guard Mall project, which catered to IT professionals. Major internet companies like NetEase, Alibaba, Tencent, and ByteDance chose to root themselves in these first-tier cities, all for the sake of policy support and the concentration of local resources, right? In Chen Shen's impression, among his classmates who studied IT in college, most headed to places like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Hangzhou, with very few staying in Wenzhou. This was because there were no suitable positions for their majors locally, and even if there were, the salary and benefits couldn't compare to those in first-tier cities. If Blue Guard Mall were to move to a small county like Ruixian, it would be uncertain whether they could recruit that many excellent programmers throughout the entire county. Of course, as soon as it was heard that the boss was taking time to inspect, Shui Ziyuan, who had been feeling quite pleased lately, immediately came out to greet him with a few assistants. With the booming sales of self-operated masks and various household medical supplies during the pandemic, along with the exclusive embedding of health codes and travel codes, the entire mall project team was rapidly expanding. Since the last inspection before the new year, the entire project team had only over 200 staff. Just a little over a month later, the current Blue Guard Mall could be said to have undergone a transformation. The number of people in the entire operations center had expanded to over 2,000. Moreover, to accommodate a large number of small and medium sellers, as well as the implementation of platform review and after-sales customer service mechanisms, this employee count could only be said to be just the beginning. In a few months, it was estimated that the Blue Guard Mall would easily expand to over 10,000 employees. This was no joke. Take their competitor Alibaba for example. The staff at Alibaba's headquarters operations center alone numbered over 11,000. The total number of employees at Alibaba worldwide was close to 200,000, equivalent to the population of a small county working in one company. This is the true posture of internet e-commerce platform giants after they have grown up. Blue Guard Mall could only be said to have just started. Chairman Chen, you came at the right time. Later, General Manager Zhang from ByteDance will come to discuss the cooperation on Douyin Mall with us. Some details still need you to oversee, Shui Ziyuan said in a hushed voice. Upon hearing this, Chen Shen's eyes lit up. General Manager Zhang from ByteDance? Then we really need to treat the other party well. Looking at the entire domestic entrepreneurial scene, there are very few people who can make Chen Shen, this reborn individual, feel a bit of admiration. Besides Lei Jun from Xiaomi and Brother Boat from BYD, this general manager Zhang from ByteDance is also among them. As a post-80s generation, he started his entrepreneurial journey right after graduating from university. From the travel vertical content search site Kulxin to partnering with Wang Xing, one of the twin heroes of Longyan, Fujian, to create Fanfu.com, Xionei.com, and Jujifang. The entrepreneurial directions involved are complex and diverse, all leaning towards the internet, and it was only during the fifth venture that the current Byte company was founded. The now globally popular Douyin short videos were not Byte's initial project product. Before Douyin, successful projects like Neihan Tushio, and Shigua Video had already been incubated. After Douyin's success, the business group continued to expand, giving rise to monetizable products like Jianying, Zihongxi Novel, Dongchedi, Feishu, and Pepixia. Over the past decade, General Zhang's entrepreneurial journey can be described as magnificent, almost stepping along the timeline of China's internet transition from PC to mobile. Until Chen Chen returned from his rebirth, the other party successfully topped the list of China's richest with a net worth of 350 billion. However, compared to his financial achievements, what Chen Chen found most remarkable was the successful entry of TikTok into developed markets like Europe, America, and Japan. While conquering the global post-90s and post-00s youth with TikTok, Byte also tore open a gap in the traditional Western public opinion arena, providing China with an excellent audiovisual channel for display and promotion. Just based on this achievement, it is not an exaggeration to call General Zhang the first entrepreneur of the post-80s in the country. Even Xiang Qingqing, who came to visit, was quite interested in this General Zhang of Byte. After all, there isn't a single post-90s young person who doesn't scroll through short videos. Even parents and elders are immersed in it all day long. Just like Tencent's WeChat and Alibaba's Taobao, the emergence of Douyin has almost changed the lifestyle habits of 3 generations in China. General Zhang of Byte, brother Feng of Dingfeng. One is the first entrepreneur of the post-80s, the other is the first self-made entrepreneur of the post-90s. 2 young entrepreneurial leaders meeting. This is truly a collision of Mars and Earth. After learning the news, Xiang Qingqing's eyes sparkled. She felt that stepping out from under her father's wing to follow Chen Chen to Hangzhou was indeed the right choice. After all, opportunities to exchange ideas with the 2 top entrepreneurs of the younger generation are rare. An hour later, at the entrance of the Blue Guard Mall Operations Center, Chen Chen finally met General Zhang of Byte. The other party wore glasses and had a scholarly appearance. Being a software engineering major, he exuded a strong programmer vibe, comparable to Shui Ziyuan beside Chen Chen. Welcome, General Zhang, to our Blue Guard Mall. This is our chairman Chen, Shui Ziyuan stepped forward to introduce. General Zhang had also learned before coming that he would meet the renowned brother Feng, and a smile appeared on his masked face, the famous brother Feng. It's a wish fulfilled to meet you today. Seeing the other party's humble demeanor, Chen Chen also felt amused. Welcome, General Zhang. From now on we are all friends, no need to call me by my nickname. If this scene were to be known by the old brothers in the stock forum, they would surely come up with a joke. General Zhang of Byte has really made it. He can actually share a frame with brother Feng, Doghead. The 2 sides exchanged greetings and shook hands at the entrance, and soon they entered the Blue Guard Mall for a tour. The Blue Guard Mall is expanding rapidly. The entire project is thriving. Very similar to when we first established Byte, General Zhang observed, his eyes filled with emotion. The most important aspect of IT internet entrepreneurship is the number of customer users. Whether it's Alibaba's Taobao and Zifubo, Tencent's WeChat, or the once sensational Meituan and ELE, Me Delivery Wars, or the ride-hailing wars between Didi and Kuaidi. Any project involving internet ports ultimately burns money to compete for customer groups. After all, the wool comes from the sheep. As long as they can stabilize customer acquisition and ensure a certain number of daily active users for their website or app, they can secure the platform's survival and monetization in the future. The Blue Guard Mall project, founded by Chen Chen, although it had a very short incubation period, managed to traverse the entrepreneurial journey of established internet giants over a decade in just 1 month, thanks to the critical timing of the pandemic. Currently, with the support of the dual codes, Blue Guard Mall has surpassed 1 billion registered users, and the daily active user count has climbed to over 800 million, dominating the global app download charts for a month straight. Now, any ordinary person in the country who needs to go out to buy groceries, work, or make a living cannot do without this rising app. Entering and exiting residential communities in various public places, Blue Guard Mall has almost become a standard feature on mobile phones. Such an exaggerated daily active user count and stickiness is only slightly lower than that of Tencent's WeChat, and even Byte's Douyin couldn't catch up in February 2020. This is also why General Zhang from Byte is willing to come and discuss cooperation. General Zhang, you flatter me. I think Byte's Douyin is also very impressive, especially the international version, which has great potential for the future. Chen Chen responded in kind. In short, after these 2 new generation entrepreneurial leaders met, the atmosphere was very harmonious, unlike when Chen Chen previously met Jack Ma from Alibaba, where they exchanged barbs. Instead, they even started a mutual praise mode after chatting for a while. Even the executives accompanying them and the outsider Xiang Qingqing felt confused, wondering if these 2 post-80s and post-90s were being a bit too opportunistic. They were almost shoulder to shoulder, ready to become best buddies on their first meeting. Of course, mutual praise has its limits. After touring the operational center of Blue Guard Mall, the 2 sides finally entered the conference room to begin discussing the agenda of the meeting. General Feng, I came here mainly to discuss a strategic cooperation with Blue Guard Mall to channel traffic from your project into our Douyin Mall. I wonder if General Feng could favor us at Byte. Of course, our Douyin Mall won't take your traffic for free. We will also launch corresponding promotions for masks and other products later, General Zhang adjusted his glasses and said. Listening to the other party's explanation, Chen Chen lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, lost in thought. This cooperation, to put it simply, is Bytes Douyin coveting the traffic from Blueguard Mall, while Blueguard Mall needs the promotional exposure from Douyin. If both sides can reach an agreement, it would be a complementary advantage for each other. After all, Bytes Douyin has not yet truly grown into a giant aircraft carrier 4 years later. Even in terms of profitability, it is still in a state of continuous expansion and loss. Currently, Douyin's daily active user count is over 200 million, but with the deepening impact of the pandemic, it gradually took off after 2020, aiming for a future domestic daily active user count of 600 million and over 1 billion internationally, becoming a true unicorn giant. It was only after 2020 that Byte achieved real profitability, ending the previous mode of continuous cash burning. Realizing this, Chen Chen boldly stated, General Zhang, cooperation for traffic diversion is fine. However, I have a prerequisite. This year's external Series A financing from Byte must be led by our Dingfeng investment. General Feng wants to lead our Byte's external financing this year? General Zhang was momentarily stunned. He had come to the operational center of Blueguard Mall to discuss cooperation, hoping to see if Douyin e-commerce could introduce a super traffic package for mutual advantage, preparing for future competition against Alibaba's Taobao and Tencent's JD. Unexpectedly, before the cooperation was even finalized, this post-90s brother phone started eyeing their Byte shares. It was just like a long-standing internet joke. I took you as a brother, but you were actually coveting my body? Of course, the reason Chen Chen proposed to invest in Byte at this time is that in his past life memories, 2020 was the key year when Byte turned its losses into profits. Starting from this year, the year of the pandemic, Byte continuously advanced its global business, with annual revenue skyrocketing from 140 billion in 2019 to 230 billion in 2020. And this was just the beginning of Byte's takeoff. In the following 4 years, Byte's revenue grew at an astonishing rate of 100% each year. The rapid growth caught the attention of internet companies and venture capital firms worldwide. It can be said that it was undoubtedly the global unicorn company after the pandemic. By the time Chen Feng was reborn, Byte's revenue from the Douyin Plus overseas TikTok business alone had surpassed 1 trillion RMB. At this moment, choosing to forcibly board Byte's fast track and obtain shares through the Series A round seemed to Chen Chen to be the most suitable opportunity. Because once 2020 passed, if he wanted to invest, Byte would no longer be selling shares to outsiders. They would have started making real profits, and only a fool would choose to sell their original shares. As the head of Dingfeng Investment, I personally have great confidence in Byte's future development. Once our two companies achieve cooperation, it will greatly help Byte turn losses into profits. I wonder if General Manager Zhang could part with a little. Would you accept our Dingfeng's investment? Chen Chen reiterated his desire to get on board, indicating that he was not joking. This left General Manager Zhang on the other side in a dilemma. He had come this time solely to discuss traffic cooperation and had not expected Chen Chen to want to buy the Byte shares in his hands. However, thinking about the expansion crisis Byte was currently facing and the precarious cash flow after continuously burning money, General Manager Zhang couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. I wonder what kind of price President Feng can offer? Compared to traditional VC investors, General Manager Zhang preferred to work with young people like Feng. Young people have clear ideas and are easier to communicate with. Moreover, Byte indeed had financing needs at this time, and the disclosed Series F financing was already making waves in the global capital market. If they could introduce a domestic strategic partner at this time, it wouldn't be a bad strategy. After all, for an internet startup of Byte scale, investment decisions are not solely based on money. They must have certain advantages in a specific field or international market to choose to let investors in. For example, the E and F rounds of investment Byte received in 2017 and 2018 were led by a company called Pantai Western Investment with a total of $6 billion. This Pantai Western has a strong background as a private equity firm in the U.S. After choosing to accept their investment, Byte's overseas TikTok was able to promote itself in the U.S. internet market without being affected by some external uncontrollable factors. For your company's currently disclosed Series F financing project, Dingfeng can offer Byte a valuation of $150 billion, with $5 billion in cash flow, as well as a diversion cooperation with Blue Wei Mall. In addition, if General Manager Zhang needs short-term loans or capital turnover, I can personally support you with a 3-year, $10 billion loan, interest-free. However, Byte would need to provide certain asset guarantees as collateral. Chen Chen narrowed his eyes and presented his offer. At this moment, he was making a bold move to get on Byte's train, fearing that General Manager Zhang might not agree. Since the other party's attitude had softened, he certainly had to offer a correspondingly high price. In Chen Chen's past life memories, ByteDance only released 4% of its original shares during the last round of financing in 2020, obtaining a valuation of $100 billion and $4 billion in liquid cash from a hedge fund called Tiger Global Management. By raising the price, he effectively blocked any offers from Tiger Global Management. Such sincerity made General Zhang realize that this post-90s peak brother was indeed very optimistic about ByteDance's development. Otherwise, why would the other party present such a grand gift? After Chen Chen announced this absurdly high financing figure, even the several ByteDance executives accompanying him showed signs of being moved. Because what Chen Chen offered was just too damn much. So much that it overshadowed the offers from numerous international venture capital firms that had come to negotiate, making it impossible for their cash-strapped ByteDance team to refuse face-to-face. A valuation of $150 billion, offering us $5 billion in liquidity, but only asking for 3% of the shares? And can you lend me $10 billion in the short term? It seems the rumors in the domestic capital market are true. This peak brother has a lot of liquid cash from making masks and managing A-share investments. To say $15 billion in liquidity is just like that? This is really incredibly wealthy. While General Zhang couldn't help but marvel internally, he quickly began to calculate. After over a decade of entrepreneurship, this General Zhang of ByteDance finally encountered a young peer whose ambition and capability were not inferior to his own. Of course, Dingfeng and ByteDance were two companies with completely different focuses. One was engaged in financial investment and manufacturing, while the other was entirely on the path of internet technology entrepreneurship. If compared, Dingfeng Investment was like a casino dealer that had already made it big, akin to Sequoia, SoftBank, and Hillhouse. Meanwhile, ByteDance was still just a seasoned gambler who had just made a few folds on the table, not yet grown to the level of an international unicorn giant. Therefore, accepting Chen Chen's investment did not mean that ByteDance was losing face to Dingfeng Investment. However, considering the various factors currently affecting his own company, General Zhang decided to temporarily set aside the topic. I personally appreciate Mr. Peak's optimism about ByteDance. However, regarding the external Series A financing, I need to discuss it carefully with all ByteDance shareholders before I can give you a clear answer. I hope Mr. Peak won't mind. Chen Chen nodded, sensing the opportunity. Then I will await good news from General Zhang and ByteDance. For a unicorn company like ByteDance to make significant financing decisions, it usually takes several months or even more than half a year from initial contact to agreement. This period involves comparing offers and negotiating terms with different venture capital firms, as well as the subsequent release of quarterly and semi-annual financial reports, achieving a waiting for the right price effect in the venture capital market. To truly finalize financing, it typically happens in the summer or the second half of the year. And since it was only the end of February 2020, Chen Chen knew it was impossible to finalize ByteDance Series A lead investment right after their first meeting. At this point, throwing out a bait to pique General Zhang and the ByteDance team's interest was sufficient. As the saying goes, it takes a crowd to lift a flower palanquin. At their level of entrepreneurship, what they lacked most was not money, but a certain degree of social recognition. And Chen Chen, as a post-90s A-share stock god and a newly emerged top investor in the country, was able to raise ByteDance's valuation so high. This was also a form of indirect recognition and optimism, wasn't it? Thus, when the conversation shifted to the collaboration with Blue, the atmosphere between both parties became exceptionally harmonious. First, regarding the issue of mutual traffic, ByteDance would arrange for major MCN companies under Douyin e-commerce to conduct large-scale online live broadcasts for Blue's self-operated products, promoting the sales of Blue's products. In addition, ByteDance will also lift the port restrictions that Douyin e-commerce has on Blue Mall, canceling exclusivity and allowing sellers under its umbrella to be compatible with Blue Mall across platforms. As for what Blue Mall will offer, it will allow self-operated products to be listed on Douyin e-commerce on a large scale. Don't underestimate this. After all, the pandemic is still in its early outbreak stage, and the production capacity of various medical supplies in the country has not yet caught up. Chen Chen agreed to sell self-operated products like masks on Douyin e-commerce, which is equivalent to helping the ByteDance team attract traffic. As for whether to open up authorizations like dual codes later, or to implant live broadcast room jump links as diversion ports within Blue Mall, that will depend on the negotiations for ByteDance Series A financing in the future. Of course, during the conversation, Chen Chen also roughly understood the difficulties ByteDance was facing. One point is that the expansion of the overseas Douyin business is a process that requires continuous cash burning to seize the blue ocean market abroad. Moreover, it's not just a few billion or tens of billions. the annual expenditure scale is often in the hundreds of billions of dollars. The reason it is so high is that the traffic monetization and sales commissions on overseas Douyin are calculated in local currencies, making the costs far higher than those on the domestic Douyin platform. Until the net profit from revenue reaches a level that can cover expenditures, ByteDance's cash-burning actions will not stop. In addition, the second major reason pushing up ByteDance's operating costs is that they do not have a self-built logistics system like JD.com. All the express orders generated by Douyin e-commerce rely on existing mature express services, such as the 3 links and 1 reaches and SF Express, which further increases costs. It should be noted that the 3 links and 1 reaches and SF Express are all in Alibaba's backyard, possessing a certain degree of exclusivity. Without paying a price, how can one access these other companies' express ports? This is also why Douyin e-commerce in the previous life only began to rise slowly after the pandemic hit in 2020, as the short video sector became popular. Relying on others' logistics channels naturally comes at a cost. Moreover, Alibaba's Taobao, Kuaishou backed by Tencent, JD.com, and Pinduoduo have also launched live-streaming sales projects. Faced with competitors from all directions, ByteDance urgently needed a partner who could shield them from bullets and attract firepower, which is why they chose to collaborate with Blue Mall, which had emerged during the pandemic. After more than 2 hours of communication and mutual flattery in business, Chen treated ByteDance General Zhang to dinner and had a couple of drinks. After exchanging WeChat contacts, they bid farewell with a sense of mutual admiration. Brother Fong, do you really have such high hopes for ByteDance? They are indeed notorious for burning money, and it seems they haven't seen profits for many years. Domestic investors are quite hesitant to touch them, Xiang Qingqing asked curiously on the way to Dingfeng Investment. In the afternoon's negotiation, Chen's performance could be said to have crushed General Zhang of ByteDance, an entrepreneurial leader born in the 80s. The disparity in negotiating momentum, akin to that between the client and the contractor, further elevated Xiang Qingqing's admiration for Chen. In addition, the staggering figure of $15 billion made Xiang Qingqing realize the strength of Chen's small treasury. After all, this is a personally owned enterprise, and compared to the complex equity structure of their Qingshan holdings, the entire Dingfeng Investment and Blue Technology are Chen's private kingdom. If he says he can allocate $15 billion for external investment, he can definitely do it. Just from this decisive authority, Xiang Qingqing felt that Chen's status was already on par with her father, who had been in business for decades. In the big cake of e-commerce, ByteDance Douyin e-commerce will be the next industry leader. If spending $15 billion can secure shares in ByteDance, it would be almost as cheap as cabbage. Do you believe that in 2 years, Byte's revenue will surpass that of Qingshan Holdings? Chen smiled slightly, his face showing a hint of confidence and composure. Surpass our Qingshan Holdings in revenue? That would mean an annual revenue of over 400 billion? Xiang Qingqing was also a bit skeptical upon hearing this. In the current domestic e-commerce landscape, dominated by Alibaba, JD, and Pinduoduo, she really couldn't see any space or hope for Byte's Douyin e-commerce to rise. However, seeing Chen's expression of victory in hand, it was likely that this brother Fong had predicted a future that others could not see. So she temporarily buried this small doubt in her heart, waiting for the future to bear fruit. The arrival of the Byte team was just a small episode in Chen's foray into the domestic venture capital market. After returning to Dingfeng Investment, he resumed his night owl routine of monitoring the U.S. stock market. Of course, just as he quietly prepared to go abroad with $2 billion in cash, the stir regarding Brother Fong in the domestic capital market was intensifying. Accompanied by a large-scale resumption of work and production in the Wunshu area, and the collective entry of leading enterprises into the golden avenue of medical devices, news about the leading company Lanwei Technology increasing production began to be disclosed to the market. Driven by favorable factors from the parent company, the stock price of Jiangnan Fiber (NU) rose again after a strong performance on Monday. On Tuesday, February 25th, the day Chen stepped down as the fund manager of Dingfeng, the trading volume of Jiangnan Fiber (NU) expanded to 20 billion during the day's continuous fluctuations, and with the popularity of the city's top stock No. 1, it was successfully sealed by a large fund with a 10.0% increase at 2:30 p.m., the magical 2:30, closing at 786.5 per share. On Wednesday and Thursday, February 26th, the trading of Jiangnan Fiber (NU) began to rise unexpectedly with reduced volume, achieving a 9.99% increase during the morning bidding phase. Over the 2 days, over 800,000 sealed orders outside the market remained firmly in place, maintaining the one-word board format from the morning to the end of the trading day. At this time, the stock price of Jiangnan High Fiber closed at 951.66 per share. By Friday, February 28, the last trading day of February, the stock price of Jiangnan High Fiber (NU) successfully broke through the 1,000 yuan mark, closing at 1046.83 per share before the A-share market closed for the weekend, achieving a rare 20 consecutive increases in the A-share market. At this moment, this previously obscure little stock, Jiangnan High Fiber, had emerged as a rising star in the textile sector, with a total market value reaching an exaggerated 200 billion plus. Discussions in the stock forum surrounding this leading stock gradually shifted from previous excitement to a sense of incredulity. Even the entire A-share market was holding its breath, harboring a subtle expectation for this Demon Emperor leading stock. What the hell? Jiangnan Demon Emperor can still rise? Unknowingly, it's already 20 boards. Awesome, throughout February, it's the strongest. Who else? Damn. If it keeps rising, will it break the myth of Storm Technology's 27 consecutive boards and a 17-fold price increase? Tactical retreat, brothers upstairs. In front of Storm Technology, there's also a 24 consecutive board Bluestone Heavy Equipment. These were all the market leaders in the last bull market. Could it be that our A-share is really going to rise? Wide-eyed, don't be fooled by the daily complaints of the guys in the stock forum. They too have had their moments of glory. During the bull markets of 2007 and 2015, the A-share market once soared above 6,000 and 5,000 points. Among the more than 5,000 stocks in the market, there are bound to be a few legendary leading stocks that emerged alongside the bull market. And these leading stocks are usually labeled as the bull market flag bearers by the market. Like during the bull market in 2007, where Zhongshuyu reached the highest stock price in history right after its listing. And in the second half of 2014, when the bull market just started, Launcher also hit 24 consecutive right after its listing, achieving peak performance from the outset. In addition, Fengbao Keiji had a remarkable record in the 2015 bull market with 27 consecutive, hitting 35 times within 2 months, and its price soared over 40 times from the issue price. However, these legendary stocks that retail investors love to discuss have all somewhat ridden the wave of the previous or the one before last bull market. As for the current economic environment in 2020, with the global capital market entering a bear market, it is basically unrelated to a bull market. When a stock suddenly emerges that can for 20 consecutive boards, it naturally becomes the focus of the entire market. Sure enough, by the end of February, after the weekend news had fermented, the gears of time began to turn again. When the market opened on Monday, March 2nd, Jiangnan Gaxian stock continued to show a trend of a long rainbow. At 9:30 a.m., nearly 100,000 hands of sealed orders once again pushed this stock to the position, closing at 1151.51 per share. Following that, on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, this stock, labeled as the bull market flag bearer, once again achieved consecutive and a super performance. By the close on Thursday afternoon, the stock price had been consistently pushed up to 1532.66 per share, and the company's total market value had inflated to 306.5 billion. The stock forum was buzzing with excitement over the continuous in these few trading days. The entire A-share market was in an uproar. Another? This is already 24 consecutive, breaking the historical second consecutive record. Zhang Wuji's 9-yang divine skill has reached the point of breaking the void, and it still hasn't adjusted? Covering face, this is too exaggerated. This can no longer be called Jiangnan Yaowang, it's TM Jiangnan Yaosheng. Heaven-defying. How can this stock keep rising like it's been injected with adrenaline? Open the door. Let me get on the bus. Snowad knocks on the door. A large number of retail investors who didn't get on the bus after reviewing last week's performance were all lamenting in the comments and on the market's bullet screen. In such a unified emotional market, once the leading stock is shaken off the bus, it becomes difficult to buy back in. And the consequence of not being able to buy the stock is just watching the big profit slip away right in front of them. Moreover, since Jiangnan Gaxian's price broke the 1,000 yuan mark last Friday, the price to buy one lot has now reached an exaggerated 150,000 yuan. Retail investors without any capital dare not even touch such a big stock. They can only watch those wealthy stock forum veterans flaunt their profits in the comments. While feeling extremely unbalanced, they also casually ask if there are any groups offering benefits, hoping to get in and post a rich guy V50 to possibly grab some small red envelopes. Besides the retail investors gathering from all directions to chat and joke in the stock forum of this leading stock, in a high-end office building in Jiang Province's Ningxi, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was staring in amazement at the morning trend, clicking his tongue twice. As expected of Jiangnan Yaowang, the position of the leading stock is unshakable, if it can again before the close on Friday. This middle-aged man, whose real name is Wu Mo, is over 40 years old and was once a member of the Ningxia. His ID in the stock forum is Iron-Blooded Eagle Captain, the one who has repeatedly stood up to analyze various announcements for retail investors. Of course, hitting the for the popular leading stock is just Wu Mo's regular trading strategy. His real money-making opportunity lies in the stock forum, where he relies on trending topics and sharp comments to guide wealthy fans into joining his fan group. By recommending stocks and providing trading guidance, he collects a portion of commissions and tuition fees from these fans. Just after Jiang Nan Yao Huang hit the limit again, the messages in several fan groups under Wu Mo immediately exploded to 99+, especially in one small group with a limit of only 20 people, named Eagle Team High Net Worth Individuals. The notifications were constantly pinging at Wu Mo himself. Red name Big Knife, once again predicted by the Eagle Team. Awesome, Little Foam from Magic City. Sure enough, 24 consecutive boards are stable, showing holdings and profits. Old Tian from Sioux City. Thanks to the Eagle Team's strong recommendation, I've been feasting for 12 days straight. Thumbs up, Old Joe from Sanya Yacht. At Eagle Team, in the past half month, my brothers have almost made a fortune with your picks. How about we gather this weekend as spring begins? I'll cover the accommodation on the yacht, and the rest of the fun activities will be on everyone. Cool, Red name Big Knife. Old Joe, isn't there a lockdown on your side? I've been stuck at home for over a month, and I'm already starving for action. Drooling. This guy with the ID Red name Big Knife is also a prominent figure in the stock forum. He has been warned multiple times by the moderators for posting commercial live streams in popular areas, but his persona as a driving expert has attracted tens of thousands of followers. However, his own stock trading skills are mediocre, suffering losses year after year. If it weren't for his substantial net worth and having joined the Eagle Team's group at the end of last year, he might have lost even the money to trade. Wu Mo smiled at the activity in this small group. The entry threshold for this group is a starting capital of 10 million. To follow the Eagle Team, each person must pay an additional tuition fee of 188,000, resulting in an annual income of 3.76 million from just 20 people. This is also why those financial bloggers and various experts online shout every day to share their trading and achievements. Because charging for stock recommendations is indeed lucrative, akin to selling courses online, it can be said to be highly profitable. Thus, Wu Mo, who holds the title of Eagle Team, frequently bubbles up in this high net worth group, occasionally organizing offline activities to liven up the atmosphere. As soon as he saw a group member suggesting a vacation in Sanya, Wu Mo immediately stepped up to organize. Let's wait until tomorrow, Friday, to see the market trends. If Jiang Nan Yao Huang continues to strengthen, I will personally cover all expenses for the entire trip to Sanya. Once Wu Mo sent this message, the students in the group all exclaimed, Eagle Team is generous. Let Eagle Team spend. Of course, while everyone in the group was looking at the explosive photos of the accommodation and various fun activities shared by Red name Big Knife and Old Joe from Sanya Yacht, a new update from the A-share market was screenshot and sent to this high net worth group by one of the members. Brothers. Latest news. Brother Foam has officially replaced Jack Ma of Alibaba as the richest man in China. In an instant, the high net worth group, which was still discussing what fun activities to do on their vacation in Sanya, erupted in chaos. What the hell? The richest man has changed? Is this true? Thursday, March 5, 2020, the 12th day of the second lunar month. Among the 24 solar terms, this day is also known as Jingjia. The saying goes, with light rain, all flowers bloom anew, and a thunderclap signals the start of Jingjia. During this important spring plowing season, a sensational news broke out in the domestic A-share market just before the closing bell. That is, the renowned Brother Foam, with a net worth of over 300 billion, successfully replaced last year's reigning richest man, Jack Ma of Alibaba, in 2020. He ascended to the highly watched position of the richest man in China. At first, when this piece of gossip broke out, the high net worth individuals in the Eagle Team found it hard to believe. After all, how old is Brother Foam? Compared to Jack Ma of Alibaba, Wang Jianlin of Wanda, and Su Padai of Hangtai, these former richest men in China are all much older. In terms of net worth, experience, or influence, he is far behind these former tycoons. Although Chen Shen began to make a name for himself in the A-share market since last summer, the rise of this post-90s A-share deity has been too short. Even if his net worth is high, it cannot reach the scale of several hundred billion to challenge the throne of the richest man. However, when this piece of gossip, revealed by an insider, was confirmed to have circulated from the Forbes Billionaires team, and it seriously marked the distribution of various industries under Brother Foam, the entire A-share market, including the 20 high net worth individuals in the Eagle Team, was in an uproar. Assets under Brother Foam: Jiangnan High Fiber Holdings 45% valued at 138 billion plus Blue Guard Mall valued at 150 billion plus Dingfeng Investment controlling cash flow of 50 billion plus scale, totaling over 338 billion renminbi. Wow! Wow, is this asset screenshot real? Has Brother Feng really become the richest man in China? He just turned 27 this year, a Chinese richest man under 30. This is incredible. Looking at Brother Feng's asset scale, I feel like I've lived my first half of life as a dog, covering face. The high net worth individuals group was completely blown up. The people following the Eagle team and stock trading are all somewhat successful individuals in various industries, each with a net worth starting from tens of millions. Otherwise, they wouldn't be willing to pay $188,000 in tuition to join the group and follow the stock. This group of successful people in reality usually walks with their heads held high in their social circles, playing very well. Once at the drinking table, they are bound to have an inflated sense of superiority, and after a few drinks, the alcohol can even create a delusion of being the top dog. They can easily belittle past tycoons like Jack Ma, Wang Jianlin, and Su Padai at the table. After all, everyone is a local small tycoon, and they have no connection with these former richest men in China. Privately, they can boast and criticize without affecting their lives. However, when a post-90s individual like Brother Feng ascends to the position of the richest man in China, none of the brothers in the group dare to say a bad word about him privately, except for admiration and respect. Because these 20 people in the group all follow the guidance of the Eagle team and have all invested in the stock of Jiangnan High Fiber, New, which has seen 24 consecutive days of gains. Everyone has made money from this stock controlled by Brother Feng and has profited significantly, so naturally, they will keep their mouths in check. Even Wu Mo, the iron-blooded Eagle captain in Ning City, after seeing the asset screenshot disclosed in the group, couldn't help but exclaim, under 30 and already sitting on the throne of the richest man? This young man is even more impressive than the former leader. Following him to continue copying homework will definitely lead to great market trends. As this piece of gossip spread throughout the A-share market, news related to 90s Blue Guard technology founder becoming the richest man in China, China's new richest man Chen Chen, and Dingfeng investment Chen Chen quickly climbed the trending lists of major media outlets. Because that asset screenshot circulating from the stock forum had already been privately confirmed by the Forbes team under media inquiries. It is known that the global Forbes billionaires list is usually released to the public every April. The first 3 months of the new year are basically a period when the Forbes team investigates, estimates, and ranks the net worth of the top billionaires in each country. In order to shape the authority and influence of their own rankings, the Forbes team begins to warm up and create a buzz a month before the list is announced, triggering a sensational star effect worldwide. After all, the list records the top super-rich individuals from each country. They have amassed billions in wealth and successfully reached the pinnacle of their country's business world. Just thinking about the difficulty of achieving this, along with the brilliant business accomplishments behind those listed, is enough to impress anyone. Being on this list means attracting attention far beyond the small circles of A-share forums. Vblog, Baidu, Douyin, and even the top 3 trending topics on Bilibili, a hub for the ACG community, have been dominated by the breaking news of Chen Chen becoming the richest man in China. After all, Bilibili is a gathering place for young people, especially those born after the 90s who are deeply immersed in the ACG culture. Just opening a Bilibili video, the comments are often like this: look at how at 27, he can be the richest man, and then look at me at 27 working in a factory with less than 4 digits in my savings, still owing on Huabei, credit cards, and Baijiao. We all have a bright future. Smile. To the B-friend above, Brother Feng is actually 26 years old and still has a few months until his 27th birthday. Funny, so heart-wrenching. Facepalm. 338 billion in net worth isn't much, it's just enough to buy over 4,000 Blue Eyes White Dragon gold cards. Doghead, let me tell you a secret, Brother Feng could easily buy Konami, Bandai Namco, Fisher-Price, and Lego with cash alone, laughing and crying. What a top-tier rich guy's comeback. I suggest Brother Feng buy Bilibili too, and give all B-friends a premium membership for free. Happy. The discussions in Bilibili's comments section are lively, and a joyful atmosphere begins to spread across the site. Meanwhile, the comments on Douyin, Vblog, and Zaya Hongsha uniformly flood with hubby. The female netizens go wild, even more openly than when they used to idolize President Sikon on Vblog. After all, Wanda's Sikon was just a rich second generation with a standout persona, and how much he could pull out of his pocket depended on his parents' mood. But Chen Chen is different. He is recognized as a self-made man, having achieved the position of the richest man in China through entrepreneurship. The value of his 300 billion net worth surpasses even President Sitsong's father. Moreover, Chen Chen is younger than President Sikong, not yet 27. The key point is that this newly crowned richest man in China is unmarried. He has no bad habits or scandals, and the carefully prepared gift he gave his girlfriend last Christmas left an indelible impression on countless female netizens. With such conditions, isn't he the perfect national husband? So when gossip related to Chen Chen's wealth is revealed, the female netizens flock to him more fiercely than fish gathering in a river. It's as if a whole ocean of fish is eager to jump into Chen Chen's pond, pushing him to become the king of the sea. This includes his girlfriend Zhu Yao, who is trending, and several close female friends, who immediately start sending him suggestive messages inspired by the hot comments online. Brother phone, can I come into your pond? Fish with feed. JPG, Chen Chen? Black men ? When Chen Chen learned he had become the richest man in China, he had just gotten into the car heading to Dingfeng Investment. It was March, and the date of the previous World Stock Market Black Swan event was drawing closer. In recent days, he had been staying up day and night, adapting to the rhythm of the U.S. stock market. Living a nocturnal life had become his new normal. As for the trends in the domestic A-share market, they were entirely entrusted to a few fund managers. By the time he arrived at the company in the evening, he would take a glance at it. He never expected that at this critical moment in early March, the Forbes team would actually push him to become the new richest man in China. Looking at the screenshots of asset and valuation disclosures online, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. This Forbes billionaire list team really has some investigative ability. Not to mention the value of the shares under his name in Jiangnan High Fiber, New, and the cash flow situation under Dingfeng Investment. Just from the fact that this team gave Lanwei Mall a valuation of 150 billion yuan, one can see their level of expertise. Because currently, Lanwei Mall is still an e-commerce platform exclusively operated by Chen Chen, and the entire project has been established for less than half a year, never having accepted external financing. Without a clear anchor for share value and lacking comprehensive internal financial data, evaluating Lanwei Mall must be considered from multiple aspects. The Forbes team giving a valuation of 150 billion yuan is equivalent to placing Lanwei Mall as the fifth largest e-commerce platform in the country, surpassing the 100 billion market value of Vipshop. The top four e-commerce platforms ahead of Lanwei Mall are Alibaba with a market value of 1.9 trillion, Pinduoduo with 1.3 trillion, Meituan with 900 billion, and JD.com with over 400 billion. Originally, Chen Chen planned to take advantage of the pandemic to let Lanwei Mall refine its internal capabilities, using the traffic from the dual codes to carve out a low-key path among the major domestic e-commerce platforms. However, with the exposure from the Forbes team, it was equivalent to giving Lanwei Mall a public boost that could backfire. Now even JD.com, ranked fourth, might not be able to sit still, fearing that its position would be undermined by this newly rising Lanwei Mall. Of course, the influence triggered by the Forbes team's announcement of Chen Chen's wealth data was not limited to this. After a brief private chat with his girlfriend and a few close friends, the Zhujiang Business Group, Wenzhou Business Group, and Dingfeng private equity groups all began to buzz with activity. Those business tycoons who had private dealings with Chen Chen were all at him in the group, sending their congratulations. Zhujiang Business Group, Xingda Group Shi Hongliang, congratulations, young Master Feng, on becoming the richest man. Thumbs up, nice Ming, young Master Feng is now the richest man, remember to treat us when you have time. Laughs, even Jack Ma, who usually doesn't speak much in this group, stood up at this moment to say, amazing, the previous wave. Fist bump, as the saying goes, many hands make light work. Even those who had some disagreements with Chen Chen before, this former richest man of Alibaba still wanted to build a good relationship with him. After all, in the business world, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Even during the 360 versus Tencent battle, when they were really at odds, Pony Ma from Tencent and Zhou from 360 would still meet privately in a friendly manner. It can be seen that in the grand stage of the domestic business world, it is rare for two parties to meet and fight to the death. At most, they just play little tricks on each other and engage in some subtle scheming. Seeing the constant mentions in the Zhujiang Business Group, Chen Chen took the opportunity to chime in. Thank you all for your congratulations. It's my first time reaching the top of the richest in China, and I feel quite apprehensive. I hope all the elder brothers can support our small business at Dingfeng in the future, for mutual benefit. Handshake. As soon as he mentioned small business, it immediately drew laughter and teasing from the big shots in the group. This 90s richest man is really different, even more pretentious than Alibaba's Jack Ma. With over 300 billion in assets, he still calls it a small business? How are those big shots in the group, who have worked half their lives to accumulate 100 billion, supposed to feel? Under the cheers of the crowd, Chen Chen sent several large red envelopes as an apology, treating it as a way to liven up the atmosphere in the group. Wenzhou Business Group, Zheng Tainan Chenghui, Xiao Feng has really brought honor to us Wenzhou merchants this time. With a fortune of 330 billion, he is the richest man in China, truly deserving. Like Xiang Qingshan, us old fellows have been in business for so many years, and it's hard for us to even make it into the Forbes top 10. Xiao Feng, you've launched a big satellite this time, giving us Wenzhou people a good breath of fresh air. Bull, Hua Fengyu Xiaoping, in the past, there were the 3 Wenzhou merchants, and now we have the richest man in China. A new generation surpasses the old. Well done, fellow townsmen. Congratulations, Aokong Wang Jintao. All Wenzhou merchants should learn from General Feng. We must forget the glories of the past and not rest on our laurels. We should be proactive and strive for new heights. Throwing flowers, the senior Wenzhou merchants in the group all stood up to show their support, even more lively than the last time they went to Lanwei Technology for a tea party. After all, the glorious era of Wenzhou merchants has passed, and now, under Chen Shen's push, it is set to sail again. Having a young junior with the title of richest man in China leading the way is like injecting a strong dose of confidence into all Wenzhou merchants. As the news on the trending topics continued to ferment, it was estimated that tonight, over 9 million people in Wenzhou would be discussing Chen Shen, this post-90s richest man, all night long. Seeing his fellow Wenzhou merchants lifting him up in the group, Chen Shen quickly replied, "Thank you, uncles and aunts, for your encouragement. The new generation of Wenzhou merchants will definitely innovate, forge ahead, and carve out our own path." Showing teeth, the influence of suddenly becoming the richest man in China continued to grow. Besides messages from business tycoons he had collaborated with, messages from friends, family, teachers, and classmates, including his parents, also came in immediately. Throughout this journey, Chen Shen basically didn't do anything serious. He mainly spent his time in the car replying to various congratulatory messages. After arriving at the company, he entered his office with a smile to handle group affairs, under the admiring gazes of the employees at Dingfeng Investment. By dinner time, half of the top 10 trending topics were related to him. Troublesome. Chen Shen sighed softly as he looked at the commotion on the trending topics. Xiang Qingqing, who was having a working meal with him at the Quanha Center cafeteria, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother Feng, aren't you happy now that you're the richest man? This is the richest man in China. My dad has been in business for so many years, and at his peak, he couldn't even make it into the top 10 of Forbes domestic. You are now ranked first on the domestic rich list and 13th internationally. If it were me, I would have woken up laughing from dreaming. You are the idol of all young entrepreneurs." Upon hearing this, Chen Shen put down his phone and looked at the naive young lady with a playful expression. "Xingxing, do you think being the richest man is necessarily a good thing? Isn't being the richest man a good thing?" Xiang Qingqing asked curiously. She then shared her views on the richest man in China at the dinner table. In Xiang Qingqing's view, asset plus investment management companies like Dingfeng Investment lack the ability to attract VC investors and various high-net-worth individuals in society the most. The influence generated by Chen Shen successfully becoming the richest man in China could almost be said to have established a golden signboard for the entire Chinese business community. Just relying on the promotional power of richest man in China means that Chen Shen wouldn't need to advertise much or talk much. Investors would automatically send money to Dingfeng Investment for management. The economic benefits generated behind that are not just as simple as becoming famous. Listening to the other party's analysis, Chen Shen also showed a hint of surprise on his face. Unexpectedly, this young lady from the Xiang family not only has a considerable talent for capital operations but also possesses profound personal insights into the overall strategic perspective. However, the other party only sees the positive influence brought by the richest man in Huaxia and fails to recognize the hidden risks behind it. As the saying goes, fame brings fear, and pigs fear growing fat. In the previous life, the title of richest man in Huaxia was one that countless domestic tycoons avoided like the plague. First, there was the wealthy Huang who ended up in prison, followed by the wealthy Wang from Wanda who had to sell off assets to cover losses. Alibaba's richest man, Jack Ma, fled overseas due to the Ant Group incident and remained silent in the domestic business scene for years. Then came the impending crisis of the richest man Su from Hangtai during the pandemic, followed by the ridicule faced by the successor, the farmer's spring water king. Even earlier, the long-standing richest man among Chinese was Li Zigua, whose reputation collapsed in his later years. Looking at the annual lists of wealthy individuals in Huaxia, very few big bosses have successfully retired from the position of richest man. It is evident that this title is like being burdened with various negative death buffs. Whoever wears it is bound to have bad luck. Only those like the perennial second place, Brother Ma from Penguin and Lei Jun from Xiaomi, can ultimately laugh safely in the end. Of course, the reason so many lamentable events occur around the title of richest man in Huaxia is, in Chen Shen's view, not only because wearing this title is like being a villainous boss in a game, easily attracting hatred, but also because once one occupies the high position of richest man, every move they make is magnified countless times by the media, presented to the public like under an electron microscope. At this point, any richest man sitting in this position with a bit of unsavory past or some messy operations will have the negative impact maximized. This is why when Chen Shen saw the online hype and adoration for him, he would say, "What a hassle." One should not underestimate the common people's resentment towards the wealthy. Just parking a slightly better BBA new car on the street can lead to someone scratching it with their keys. Not to mention someone like the richest man in Huaxia, who has amassed hundreds of billions in wealth. It's almost like jumping into a pile of small monsters with a buff, inviting ridicule. If it weren't for his previous unconditional support for Wujiang and the affordable medical supplies he provided, Chen Shen would have even considered contacting the Forbes team to have them revoke his title of richest man. Of course, Chen Shen did not disclose the future lamentable fates of several richest men from his previous life to Xiang Qingqing. Instead, he analyzed the stakes for her. The title of richest man does not merely symbolize wealth. It represents contributions and responsibilities to society. People like Uncle Xiang are my role models, rooted in their fields, continuously growing, and being pragmatic and low-key to go far. Upon hearing this, Xiang Qingqing also had an epiphany. Her father had actually qualified for the list over a decade ago but had kept the news under wraps, delaying the disclosure of his wealth. It was only in recent years that Qingshan Holdings developed too rapidly in the international market, especially shining in the nickel futures market, clashing with international capital giants, making it impossible to remain hidden any longer, thus reluctantly appearing on the list. Of course, in recent years, there has been a large number of low-profile and visible wealthy individuals like Xiang Qingshan in the country. Founders of Grand Enterprises, Li Zigua from Hong Kong, the Gambling King family from Australia, etc. These individuals possess wealth that far exceeds that of the so-called richest man in Huaxia. The reason these invisible wealthy individuals are unwilling to disclose their wealth data is that they are well aware of the consequences of being associated with the title of richest man. The drawbacks always outweigh the benefits. After discussing the various troubles of the richest man in China at the dinner table, Chen Shen refocused on the U.S. stock market with Xiang Qingqing. After about 10 days of adjustment and teaching, the newly formed international trading team at Dingfeng Investment had become accustomed to the night trading hours, especially the 10-person team led by Xiang Qingqing, which had adapted to the fluctuations and rhythms of the U.S. stock market through frequent tuition payments. However, the cost Chen Shen paid to cultivate a sharp knife team in a short time was quite significant. In addition to the $10 million tuition allocated to the Qingshan team being mostly lost, in recent days, after frequently entering positions in the Dow Jones, S&P 500, and Nasdaq indices and holding a large number of short positions, the Dingfeng International Trading Team's paper losses had already reached over $300 million. Watching the constantly rising loss figures, even the newly joined Yao Jingrui felt a bit startled. They had only just started trading U.S. stocks for a few days, and the paper loss had already exceeded 2 billion yuan. Any new trader in this situation would feel like the sky was about to fall. Such a huge loss, if not handled properly, could lead to the boss firing them in an instant. However, Chen Shen remained calm, continuing to issue large-scale trading strategies to buy short positions in the trading room, allowing the paper loss figures to keep increasing. With the assistance of quantitative trading software, the Dingfeng International Trading Team was currently operating over 300,000 sub-accounts, using only 50 times leverage for speculation on major U.S. stock indices. 50 times leverage. It looked impressive. In reality, in the eyes of seasoned traders on Wall Street, it was merely a beginner's level of leverage. For example, when trading the Dow Jones Industrial Average, after opening an MT4 investment trading account, traders typically operate with leverage up to 200 times. Moreover, the Dow Jones market allows investors to trade with a minimum trading volume of 0.01 lots, where a fluctuation of 1 point results in a profit or loss of $10. This is an almost unimaginable ultra-low threshold in the domestic A-share market. Coupled with the almost unlimited number of accounts and trading frequency, throwing $2 billion into the U.S. stock market would hardly make a splash. No wonder Americans know how to play finance. Just this open attitude of easy entry and exit, with almost no regulatory oversight on funds, is enough to attract financial players from around the world. Of course, high leverage means high returns, but it also comes with extremely high risks. If one were to use 200 times leverage, any drop of 0.5% in the Dow Jones Industrial Average on that day would be enough to wipe out any account that had gone all in on shorting. At this moment, Chen Chen was entering the U.S. stock market with a broad short position using only a 50 times leverage strategy, aiming to avoid having his hard-earned $2 billion in startup capital forcibly liquidated before a black swan event occurred. There's only one trading day left until the black swan on March 9th. It's about time to adjust the strategy. If we wait too long to enter, it might be too late to build positions on a large scale. Chen Chen squinted at the paper loss figures and issued a new trading order, Old Yao. Starting tonight, continue to supplement the margin for the old batch of short positions in the subaccounts to prevent liquidation. Reserve $100 million as emergency margin, and put the remaining $1.5 billion in liquid funds all into 200 times leverage for shorting the Dow Jones Industrial and Nasdaq indices. Upon hearing the boss's orders, Yao Jingrui perked up. However, looking at the over $300 million loss on the screen, a hint of bitterness crept onto his lips. Even with this situation, we're still increasing the short positions? Isn't the boss afraid that this $2 billion will vanish into thin air? On the night of March 5th, the atmosphere in the Dingfeng trading room shifted from the initial tension of practice and teaching to an unusually relaxed and lively state. This change came after Chen Chen issued a revised trading strategy for the international account with a 200 times leverage, leading to a turning point for the Dow Jones Industrial Average, which had been on a winning streak for several days. At 10:30 p.m. China time, coinciding with the opening time of the U.S. Eastern Standard Time, the Dow Jones Industrial Average opened at 26,671, 92 points, down over 400 points from the previous day's close of over 27,090. However, this was just the beginning. As time progressed, panic spread across the U.S. stock market. A large number of short positions accumulated, and the bears suddenly overwhelmed the bulls, causing the Dow to drop to 25,943. 33 points during trading, with a maximum intraday decline exceeding 900 points, a drop of over -3.85%. More than $1.5 trillion evaporated in a single day. The entire international capital market was shaken. It's important to note that the display rules of T+0 markets like the U.S. and Hong Kong stocks are the opposite of those in the domestic A shares. In the U.S. stock market, red indicates a decline, symbolizing danger in market sentiment, akin to a warning when a game character is low on health, constantly flashing a red screen with a warning alert. Conversely, green indicates an increase, resembling the green channel sign seen in hallways, giving a sense of safe passage and an open channel for ascent. Therefore, when the entire market turned red, cheers of "oh yeah" began to echo in the trading room. Because during this overnight trading battle, the previously over $300 million floating loss in Dingfeng Investments International account was quickly wiped out. Additionally, due to Chen Chen's bold and aggressive 200 times leverage trading strategy, the large number of short positions held by Dingfeng Investment generated a massive paper profit of $9.362 billion. At this moment, Dingfeng Investments International account held a staggering market value of $11.362 billion. The money earned, or cut, was more ferocious than the U.S. printing money with nuclear-powered machines. Close half of all short positions and withdraw $5 billion from the subaccount back to the domestic market. The remaining $4.5 billion position will be converted to overnight conditional orders before the market closes, continuing to hold a large number of short positions, and we will see how it goes for delivery when the market opens next Monday. Chen Chen, focused on the various figures on the big screen, began to issue the first phase of profit return instructions. From entering the U.S. stock market at the end of February to now, after planning and laying out for more than 10 trading days, they finally saw the return money. This return money was a bit too damn big, so much so that after the market closed at 4:30 a.m. the next day, seeing the excited traders, Chen Chen couldn't help but say, "This weekend, I will have finance give each of you an extra $1 million bonus as an incentive." As soon as these words were spoken, the trading room erupted in cheers, with shouts of "Long live the boss," and applause nearly shaking the ceiling. Even the 10-member Qingshan team led by Xiang Qingqing was stimulated by Chen Chen's generous distribution method of big chunks of meat and large scales of gold. A $1 million bonus incentive for each person? With the exchange rate of 1:6.99 for the U.S. dollar to the Chinese yuan at this time in 2020, rounding it off means each person received about 7 million yuan. Playing LOL, Dota 2, Honor of Kings, or PUBG, even getting a pentakill in a game wouldn't accumulate this much gold. So, after finishing tonight's trading, as the International Investment Group began to leave for the weekend, even the young lady Xiang Qingqing couldn't help but stay behind to chat with Chen Chen. "Brother phone, are you giving out too much in bonuses this time? If this goes on, I'm afraid none of the 10 teammates I brought will want to go back." Listening to the other person's complaints, Qin Shen laughed heartily. A good bird chooses its tree to perch on, and people strive for higher places. Everyone is a free person, and how they choose to stay or leave in the future is definitely up to them. I just see the profits in hand and want to give a little more to the team to boost their spirits. Upon hearing this casual explanation, Xiang Qingqing rolled her eyes. Who gives employees a boost like that? Just sending an incentive red envelope is equivalent to giving each person half of a large apartment with a river view in Hangzhou. Once they get this money, what mood will these people in the trading room have to jump ship? They'll probably have to follow Qin Shen down this path for the rest of their lives. I think I understand why the old guys in the A shares call you Pete Cut. Your aggressive trading strategy of going all in without any risk hedging is bound to cause big problems sooner or later. If you accidentally blow up next time. Xiang Qingqing initially wanted to persuade Qin Shen to take it easy and know when to stop, but unexpectedly, this guy looked disdainful. Then we'll talk about it when it blows up. The sky is getting bright outside. Qingqing, you should go back and rest early. You've been up all night and have dark circles under your eyes. After saying this, Qin Shen smiled slightly at the young lady and took Master Gao into the elevator, leaving Xiang Qingqing at the elevator door, puffing her cheeks. What a domineering guy. Just thinking about the glorious results of the night, Xiang Qingqing felt that he indeed had the capital to be proud. Nearly $100 billion in daily earnings. He knows how to secure profits. The richest man in China is well-deserved. On the way back to rest, Qin Shen leaned back in the rear seat of the Hongqi car, keeping his eyes closed the whole time. Don't be fooled by this guy's calm exterior. Inside, he was already so excited that his restless hands were constantly making various gestures in front of his stomach, because he knew that the market trends of tonight were just the beginning of the Black Swan event in the international capital market in March. The real turning point of the American stock market had actually begun to show signs as early as last month. In a country like the United States, which heavily relies on cheap industrial products from abroad, the continuous rise in domestic prices over the past decade due to a fixation on financial speculation and the loss of manufacturing has led to this situation. Now, with the pandemic hitting, the U.S. CPI has skyrocketed. Coupled with Qin Shen's role as a disruptor, he first made a significant profit in the medical device sector, then pointed the finger at the U.S. regarding the origin of the pandemic, causing the U.S. to face early condemnation from netizens worldwide. Additionally, due to the ineffective pandemic prevention measures by the U.S. and other developed countries, a large amount of risk-averse capital began to flee from the U.S. stock market. Furthermore, at the end of February, the Federal Reserve announced an emergency rate cut to address market liquidity issues. The failure to reach an agreement on oil production cuts between the Middle East and Russia led to a continuous plummet in global oil prices, affecting the profitability of U.S. oil foreign trade. Under the influence of this series of negative factors, the U.S. stock market, which had sustained a bull market for a full 11 years, finally experienced an epic short squeeze. The Dow Jones Industrial Average had plunged from nearly 30,000 points in mid-February to 26,128 before the close early this morning, and Qin Shen's Dingfeng investment was just one of the many sides aimed at the U.S. stock market at this moment. On the morning of Friday, March 6th, after a night of fierce battles in the U.S. stock market, Qin Shen shed that excitement and, upon returning to the Nanjing Sunshine Coast apartment, turned off his phone and embraced Panyu, entering a mode of recuperation with reverse day and night. Meanwhile, the heat surrounding the change of ownership of the richest man in China that occurred yesterday during the Jingzhi Festival began to fade on the internet as expected. The search volume and rankings related to China's richest man Qin Shen, Lanwei Technology, and Dingfeng investment on hot search lists like Bo, Douyin, and Baidu began to decline continuously. Soon, under the impact of fragmented information, it was replaced by a new wave of gossip events in the entertainment industry and the news of last night's sharp decline in the U.S. stock market. In contrast, the A shares here surprisingly remained unaffected by the international capital market's downturn, instead opening high in the early trading session. It should be noted that last night's decline in the U.S. stock market had already impacted the stock markets of neighboring Japan and South Korea. The Japanese stock market opens an hour earlier than that of China, and coupled with the fact that these two countries are heavily influenced by Western capital, the Japanese market opened with a significant drop this morning, performing a high-altitude plunge in coordination with Wall Street. As for the traditional allies of the US and Europe, their stock markets also entered a downward trend on March 6. the global capital market collectively gasped. However, only China's A shares and Hong Kong stocks showed a rising trend against the market. The reason for this trend is that the sentiment from the stock forum about Brother Feng becoming China's richest man had not yet faded in the A share market. A large number of unfathomably impressive retail investors began to swarm into the stock of Jiangnan Gaoxian, New, to watch closely. Discussions in the stock forum related to Brother Feng's worth and richest man were constantly emerging. By 9:15 a.m., when the bidding began, Jiangnan Yaowang once again opened with no suspense for the 25th consecutive rise. A large amount of off-market funds wanted to buy in, and even the northbound funds, which usually serve as a barometer in the A-share market, gathered here. The so-called northbound funds refer to the capital flowing from the Hong Kong stock market into the mainland stock market. This capital consists not only of local investors' money from Hong Kong but also includes a significant amount of international capital. While Western countries, represented by the US, began to experience widespread stock market turbulence, the risk-averse funds within international capital, aside from shifting to precious metals like gold for hedging, found that entering the mainland stock market through Hong Kong had become the only option. Especially at a time when the COVID-19 pandemic began to spread globally, China, due to its timely response in Wuhan and reasonable measures for lockdown and prevention, along with large-scale organization of resuming work and production, has set an example on a global scale. This has also given international capital a strong confidence in investment. Thus, in this environment, northbound funds began to flood into the A shares for buying. Even if they couldn't grab shares of Jiangnan Gaoxian, New, they could still target hot sectors like banking, securities, and pharmaceuticals for bottom fishing. With such a strong push from both domestic and foreign funds, when the market officially opened at 9:30 a.m. on Friday, the entire A index surged over 200 points, with an intraday increase of 6%. The total market turnover soared to over 800 billion, with a net inflow of over 200 billion. More than 4,000 of the 5,000 plus stocks rose, and over 1,200 stocks directly hit the daily limit upon opening. This represented a scene of Western decline and Eastern rise in the international capital market, leaving all the brothers in the stock forum collectively dumbfounded. What the heck? Wide-eyed, is A-shares on steroids? Why is it so fierce today? Wide-eyed, thousands of stocks hit the limit. The bull is back. Invincible, fellow townsmen, the bull is really back. Doghead, Brother Feng just became China's richest man yesterday, and today he brought the bull back? Facepalm, Brother Feng is truly the rightful banner of the bull market. Breaking voice, the stock forum was as festive as a New Year's celebration, with the number of posts and the level of activity skyrocketing. Because at this moment, any stockholder who wasn't sitting on the sidelines was secretly making money alongside this wave of main rising momentum. A few points are down, but many are up like the 20% limit on the Chinext. Even the trending topics on the internet urgently reposted the spectacle of the A shares after the lunch break. Many small investors, retail investors, who had been severely hurt in the A shares in the past and had no choice but to cut their losses and leave, are now smelling the profit scent of the bull market and are re-downloading trading software like Tumawashin and Dongfang Saifu onto their phones. Among the countless returning small investors, there is one very legendary lucky person. In a cramped rental apartment in an old community in Songjiang District, Shanghai, Zhou Jiqiang, who is confined at home due to lockdown, is currently scrolling through the epidemic updates on the top of the Blue Health Mall app, sighing with a frown. Songjiang District reported 12 new cases yesterday. How long do we have to wait to lift the lockdown? His wife, who is cooking lunch in the kitchen, also has a worried expression as she brings out 2 plates of freshly cooked dishes. Jiqiang, instead of thinking about when the lockdown will end, why not consider changing careers and finding another way out? We can't run Didi anymore, and our family still needs to eat. Listening to his wife's endless complaints about life, Zhou Jiqiang can only look helpless. After the Spring Festival, the epidemic in Wujin City began to spread nationwide, and as the economic center of China and a super first-tier city with frequent population movement, Shanghai also did not escape the transmission chain of the COVID-19 virus. As confirmed cases were discovered one after another, not only did Didi and taxis stop operating, but community and street lockdowns also appeared in various districts. This was still after the authorities gathered opinions and adopted the scientific prevention and control measures of dual-code tracking patients from Blue Health Mall, preventing a one-size-fits-all approach. At the same time, under strict control of market prices, various daily necessities in Shanghai remained within a normal range of price increases, and there was no large-scale shortage of supplies, avoiding price gouging. Otherwise, like in the previous life, a bag of vegetables, meat, and eggs worth over 100 could easily soar to thousands or even tens of thousands during the lockdown. Of course, although prices were stabilized, Didi drivers like Zhou Jiqiang, who were confined at home, unexpectedly lost their source of income. The rent for this apartment is $2,500 a month, the mortgage back home is $3,000 a month, and the car for Didi is also on an installment plan. Adding up the daily food expenses for the three of them, their monthly expenses in Shanghai easily exceed $10,000. As the saying goes, in big cities, you earn big but spend big, don't expect to take a penny home. If it weren't for this damned pandemic, Zhou Jiqian could barely cover the family expenses by running Didi every day. But now, stuck at home, where can he earn that $10,000? What's worse, the savings at home had long been drained for the down payment and renovation of the house back in his hometown. So now, while eating in the rental apartment, the couple's conversation revolves around money. Even their usually cheerful little daughter sensed the strange atmosphere between her parents and lost her usual liveliness. We're almost out of rice. After paying this month's mortgage, I'll only have a little over $3,000 left on my card. You can't go out to drive. What should we do? The wife, who manages the finances, has lost her appetite for food while holding her chopsticks. Seeing this, Zhou Jiqian could only say, "How about I borrow some money for emergencies?" His wife retorted angrily, "Where to borrow? The bank has already lent all it can. And your relatives back home, when they saw we were buying a house and needed a down payment, wouldn't even lend us a few thousand. Borrowing online comes with ridiculously high interest rates." Zhou Jiqian looked at his wife, whose eyes were red with anxiety, and for a moment, he had no idea what to do, so he could only lower his head and eat while thinking of other solutions. Just then, a real-time news push about the A-shares turning completely red caught his attention. He looked at the news and suddenly his expression changed, memories flooding back of when, in 2015, he was persuaded by a few friends who raced cars to invest a sum of money in the A-share stock market. In the first half of 2015, the market was good. Whatever you bought went up. But later, after encountering a significant drop in stock prices, he was so angry that he deleted the Tonguewashan app and stopped playing altogether. Even the stocks worth several thousand yuan inside were considered a loss, left untouched for years. Now, facing an economic crisis at home, Zhou Jiqian immediately recalled his stock account. He didn't even have time to eat and hurriedly downloaded Tonguewashan onto his phone, using his memory and password to recover his account after many years. "I remember I bought a stock, something like Jiangnan Textile. At its peak, it rose to over 7 yuan per share, but then it dropped to just 2 yuan, and I didn't pay much attention to it. If I could sell it now, I could get a few thousand yuan to tide us over." Zhou Jiqian muttered as he explained this unexpected windfall to his wife at the dinner table. However, just as he finished verifying the account password and clicked into the related account of the brokerage firm, Zhou Jiqian's eyes widened. He was almost dumbfounded. 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. 1921 million in market value? Is this my account? Zhou Jiqian was completely shocked by his stock account. The glaring red number of 1921 million pierced through his nerves. It nearly boiled his brain. Even his wife, leaning over to take a look, let out a sharp scream upon seeing the long string of numbers on the phone screen. How can there be so much money? Honey, didn't you say there were only a few thousand left in the stocks? After seeing so much money, his wife immediately wondered if her husband was involved in something shady or hiding something important from her. Otherwise, given their family's financial situation, it certainly didn't match the status of a millionaire. Hearing his wife's scream, Zhou Jiqian's hand trembled in shock, almost dropping the phone. He stammered, I don't know what's going on. Let me sort this out first." After so many years of living in Shanghai, it was the first time he had seen such a large number in his account. Even when he scraped together over 200,000 yuan for a down payment on a house back home, it was nothing compared to the sudden windfall of over 2 million in front of him. Any ordinary person would feel dizzy and breathless, more thrilling than winning the lottery. After the couple spent nearly 10 minutes sorting through the situation at the dinner table, they finally understood how Zhou Jiqian's stock account had accumulated this 2 million in market value. It turned out that just before he deleted the security software in 2015, Zhou Jiqian had held a total of 65,000 shares of Jiangnan High Fiber, old. At that time, the stock price of Jiangnan High Fiber, old, had dropped from the peak of over 7 yuan during the bull market in 2015 to a low of 1.3 yuan per share. The total market value of his holdings was less than 80,000 yuan. The reason Zhou Jiqian forgot about such an important stock account was that in 2015, he was busy planning his wedding and having children with his current wife, dealing with various major life events, and during that time, he simply forgot about it. As for the more than 100,000 yuan he initially invested in the stock market, half was his personal savings before marriage, and part was a wedding fund sponsored by his parents. Due to the significant losses and fearing that his newlywed wife would ask about this private money that symbolized the last bit of his dignity as a man, Zhou Jiqiang simply deleted the securities software and settled down to live a modest life with his wife. Most small retail investors in the stock market are like this. When they suffer significant losses, they can't bear to face it and choose to escape. Unexpectedly, the textile stock he bought, Jiangnan, underwent such a significant fundamental change in the past year. First, the current richest man in China, Chen Shan, took control of Jiangnan High Fiber, old, in September last year and initiated the first round of share reform and renaming, implementing 100 shares into one operation. In this round of operations, Zhou Jiqiang's shareholding was reduced from 65,000 shares to 650 shares, but the stock price of Jiangnan High Fiber, new, continued to rise. Then, during the Spring Festival, the pandemic hit, and shortly after the market reopened, Jiangnan High Fiber, new, conducted a second round of targeted issuance, distributing a 1:1 dividend to all shareholders. Zhou Jiqiang's 650 shares inexplicably doubled to 1,300 shares. Following that, in the past month, Jiangnan's stock soared with 25 consecutive daily limits. The stock price of Jiangnan High Fiber skyrocketed from 1.3 yuan per share before the 2015 adjustment to the current 16.88 yuan per share. This also caused the market value in Zhou Jiqiang's stock account to inexplicably multiply by 26 times. Of course, such foolishly passive winning operations, like deleting accounts, are quite common in the A-share market. There are many small retail investors who are not good at capturing hot stocks or trading, and after being beaten down by major stocks, they either panic and cut their losses or learn to numb themselves. Coupled with the busy work in life and reality, it's quite normal to forget about their stock accounts over time. When the next bull market arrives, the previously diminished market value may return to normal, or even double and reach new highs. However, cases like Zhou Jiqiang, who accurately predicted the next bull market leader 5 years in advance, are extremely rare. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a super lucky person in the bull market, because it was precisely through this foolishly passive winning operation that Zhou Jiqiang successfully avoided the market fluctuations of Jiangnan High Fiber, new, in the past 6 months, as well as the panic emotions during the process of the 25 consecutive daily limits. After all, small investors, seeing their stocks hit the limit a few times makes them panic, thinking about cashing out early. Among 1,000 retail investors, only one might manage to enjoy all the profits from 25 consecutive limits. Thus, after spending some time figuring out the source of the over 2 million in his account, Zhou Jiqiang, taking advantage of the 1 p.m. market opening, without hesitation, sold all 1,300 shares at the limit price. "Is that it? You're selling?" his wife asked curiously from the side. After a thorough study, she understood the charm and value of this rich man's stock. Having risen for over a month without stopping, it felt like selling now might lead to future regrets. Seeing her reaction, Zhou Jiqiang hurriedly explained, "I'm just not cut out for stock trading. With this over 2 million, once the lockdown ends, we can go back to our hometown and live a peaceful life with the baby. I've realized that living in Shanghai is indeed tough. We should pay off the mortgage on our new house back home and take some savings to start a small business. Even a small tobacco and alcohol shop would be fine." Hearing her husband's practical response, his wife's eyes glistened with a few joyful tears. "All right, I'll follow your lead." In this cramped rental room in the urban village, anyone who stays too long feels oppressed. Plus, with her husband off and driving outside, a moment's inattention could lead to an accident, which made her worry even more. Now, this more than 2 million windfall not only solved the temporary economic crisis at home but also gave this small family of 3 a glimpse of hope for a new life. The couple no longer had to worry about their daily living expenses, and while holding their precious daughter, they began to dream of a relaxed life back in their hometown, continuously expressing their gratitude to Chen Shan, the new rich man, for the wealth he brought them. Of course, Zhou Jiqiang didn't forget to take a screenshot of his stock account and send it to the group of DD drivers. He also tagged an old acquaintance from the 2 stock trading groups who had once traded stocks with him. Men, they remain young at heart until death. Showing off is deeply ingrained in their bones. Even at death, they won't forget to show off and act cool in front of others, satisfying their vanity. As soon as Zhou Jiqiang sent out the screenshot of his more than 2 million clearing transaction, the DD driver group exploded. "Lao Zhang from the business charter in Magic City? Xianzi, are you sure this isn't a PS internet picture? Panda scratching head, DD Lao Li, early 8, late 9 damn. Xianzi, you really have a way. You've held this stock for over 5 years without selling? Eyes wide open, awesome. We have a stock god in our group. Thumbs up, brother Chang made so much. Remember to send red envelopes." Lighting a cigarette for the big shot, that night, the screenshot of the transaction slip that circulated in various DD groups, along with the story of the lucky one who achieved financial freedom thanks to Jiang Nan, was embellished and transformed into several different versions that spread into the stock forum. This gave the already hot stock Jiangnan High Fiber a new inspirational hue of the rich helping the poor. It also caused the heat of the A-shares that weekend to spill over into the entire Chinese internet. The bull market. It has completely returned. On the night of March 6, Friday, the US stock market opened low, just like in the previous life. However, the drop that night was not as severe as on March 5. By 4:30 a.m., the Dow Jones Index had fallen to 25,864.78, with the intraday drop narrowing to 0.98%. Nevertheless, even so, the $6.5 billion short position in Dingfeng Investments International Fund account still generated over $5 billion in floating profits during the trading session, thanks to the power of 200 times leverage. As the U.S. stock market continued to decline, Shenzhen closed the $6.5 billion position again, with the majority of the funds returning to the capital account at the Hong Kong port. The remaining $5 billion short position was spread across more than 300,000 quantitative sub-accounts to continue holding, waiting for the U.S. stock market to reopen next Monday. It's a pity I entered the market too late. If I had connections on Wall Street, I could have found a few international institutions or hedge funds to do some financial derivatives or betting funds in advance, and leveraging up to 1,000 times wouldn't be a problem. Looking at the accumulated $11.5 billion in liquid funds in Dingfeng's Hong Kong account, Chen Shen's ambition began to swell. The title of the richest man in China was just a small scene for him. With the impending Black Swan event about to explode, if he operated properly, Chen Shen might have a chance to challenge for the title of the world's richest man. Although those real big sharks and international financial groups beneath the surface are far richer and more influential than the billionaires on the Forbes list, since he had made up his mind to build a capital giant ship belonging to China, Chen Shen was determined to compete for the title of world's richest man. The title of the richest man in China sounds impressive, but it only spins within the domestic basic market. The real skill lies in being able to cut meat from the Americans and those international capital giants. Once he reaches the pinnacle of being the world's richest, Chen Shen will probably be able to create unexpected publicity effects in the capital market with just a wave of his arm. That night, aside from keeping an eye on the movements of the US stock market, Chen Shen also took some time to browse through the stock forum. He found that the story of the driver who made a comeback against Didi was trending in the top posts and hot searches, and a playful smile appeared on his face. This guy is really something. His laid-back winning strategy completely bypassed the panic, breaking the class ceiling and changing his fate. Looking at the screenshots of the holdings and settlements in the posts, the over $2 million in cash was enough for an ordinary person to live a comfortable life without worries. If he had had that $2 million in his previous life working in a factory, he would have probably traveled everywhere, enjoying life, instead of wasting his precious youth on an assembly line. Of course, the increase in posts and hot searches about ordinary people making money in the A-share market also indicated that Chen Shen's previous advice to Director Sun had some effect. It seemed that the higher-ups were likely tacitly approving of the bull market in A-shares. Compared to the previous life stability measures, guiding capital into manufacturing and high-tech industries to promote economic development, this life had seen a tremendous change in the domestic capital market and financial industry with Chen Shen's emergence. The West is declining while the East is rising. This is the future trend. After the 11-year bull market in the US, it's our turn to take the lead in the global bull market, Chen Shen sighed inwardly. Just as he planned to head home to rest after the US stock market closed, he was suddenly stopped by his colleague Xiang Qingqing in the elevator. "Brother phone, are you free this weekend?" Chen Shen, curious, asked. "Free. What's up? Is Miss Qingqing planning to treat me, your temporary boss, to a meal after winning the $100,000 bonus?" Last night's fruitful trading results had led Chen Shen to promise each participating trader a $100,000 bonus as an incentive. As the captain of the Qingshan team, Xiang Qingqing naturally received this money. As for their relationship, it was indeed a temporary employment one within Dingfeng Investment, with a clear hierarchy. So when Chen Shen made that half-joking remark, Xiang Qingqing's face immediately flushed, and she shyly said, "I have a dinner appointment this weekend that I can't avoid. I just wanted to invite you to join me for a meal." "And you have a dinner appointment you can't avoid?" Chen Shen looked surprised and then scrutinized Xiang Qingqing's flustered expression, quickly realizing that this dinner appointment seemed a bit off. If even the daughter of Qingshan Holdings couldn't turn it down, there must be something fishy about it. So, in the corner of the elevator, he leaned in and tentatively asked, "It's not a blind date, is it?" Xiang Qingqing's face turned beet red. "My mom is helping me set it up behind my back, and I can't refuse. I invited a girlfriend to come along, but it feels like we don't have enough people, so I thought." Chen Shen smiled. "So you want to invite me to be your light bulb, to help you keep things in check as the female representative? Xiang Qingqing nodded, her face still flushed. That's about the idea. Brother phone, just tell me if you're free this weekend. Seeing her shy demeanor, Chen Chen was happy to tease this young lady. I'm free. I have to go. Uncle Xiang asked me to take good care of you, so you don't get bullied here in Hangzhou. For such a big matter as a blind date, I, as your older brother, must help you keep an eye on things. As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator door dinged open. After receiving a response, Xiang Qingqing left with a "I'll send you the restaurant address later," and slipped into the basement. Immediately, a white Ferrari roared away. Watching her hurriedly leave, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile. Young people, they just can't stay calm. But then again, I seem to be a young person too. In the midst of his self-talk, the red flag L5 with a flashy license plate smoothly drove from the distance of the parking garage to the front. Accompanying him on the night shift was Master Gao, who got out to help Chen Chen open the car door. Mr. Chen, are you heading back to Sunshine Coast to rest? Master Gao asked. Chen Chen pointed in a direction. Not going home today, let's stay at Jinlin Mansion for a couple of days. Alright. Master Gao immediately understood his boss's intention and drove to the Green City Jinlin Mansion near Jiangda City College. This place is a high-end residential complex that was newly delivered in 2019 in the Gongshu district of Hangzhou, very close to Jiangda City College. Taking advantage of the drop in housing prices during the pandemic, Chen Chen entrusted an agent to buy a fully furnished apartment of over 170 square meters in this complex for around 10 million, to keep a beautiful woman hidden away. As for the property deed, it was registered under the name of Bai Ying, his confidant. She happened to be studying for her master's degree at the city college and had just returned to school after the recent lifting of the pandemic restrictions in Hangzhou. With this new apartment at Jinlin Mansion, Bai Ying could occasionally escape her dormitory on weekends and meet Chen Chen for a date, enjoying a young couple's world together. Sure enough, when they arrived at the 8th floor of Jinlin Mansion, Chen Chen gently unlocked the fingerprint password lock. Upon entering the room, he saw Bai Ying, dressed in a silk home robe, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she leaned over from the sofa, her voice soft. Brother phone, why did you just get off work? Feeling the pressure in front of him, Chen Chen closed the door behind him and wrapped his arms around Bai Ying's ample waist, soothing her. I've been a bit busy with work lately, but it will be fine once this period passes. Hearing this, Bai Ying tightened her embrace around her boyfriend with a hint of concern. Brother phone, I made you oyster seafood porridge. It will be dawn soon, so eat some warm porridge to nourish your stomach and replenish your energy. It's the weekend, so don't think about work, just rest at home. After saying that, she turned to the kitchen, planning to scoop some porridge for Chen Chen. However, little did she know that Chen Chen had been staying up late recently, keeping an eye on the U.S. stock market, and was feeling quite fiery. Looking at Bai Ying's graceful figure, Chen Chen wrapped his arms around her from behind and whispered in her ear, I won't eat porridge for now. Let's eat you first. Immediately, the new apartment at Jinlin Mansion was filled with the sounds of laughter and play. After all, who says oysters are not nourishing? Especially the bluff oysters from New Zealand, paired with various dried scallops, dried abalone, and dried shrimp in the seafood porridge. Chen Chen felt invigorated after finishing half a pot. Even after a night of staying up late and feeling fiery, he still harmonized with Bai Ying's high-pitched voice for a long time. Once the duet was over, Chen Chen held the big white bear seriously and said, Xiaoying, your voice really has something special. How about I send you to a music academy in the Magic City for further studies? If you don't like schools in the country, going abroad is also an option. Royal Academy of Music, Berkeley, Tchaikovsky, you can choose any. Of course, Chen Chen was not just flattering his confidant. At his level of wealth, he could choose from the world's renowned universities without a hitch. As long as he signed a few checks, the doors of Ivy League, 985, and 211 would open for him, and he might even receive honorary alumni and doctoral titles for free. If I go to another school for further studies, won't that mean I have to go very far? Bai Ying blushed. She was actually a bit reluctant to leave her comfortable and cozy little circle. After all, Jiangda is also a top university, and with Chen Chen buying her a house in Jinlin Mansion and regularly providing her with more than enough living expenses, she couldn't help but worry about what kind of competitors might emerge if she left this rich man by her side. Always a bit insecure, she lost her sense of proportion at this moment. Seeing the big white bear in his arms hesitate, Chen Chen encouraged her, don't worry about the distance. I'll arrange a team for you later. You can first go to the music academy for further studies, and whether or not to debut will be your decision. If it really doesn't work out, you can just sing for me in this lifetime. Listening to the gentle words in her ear, Bai Ying felt touched and curled up in her blanket, burying her head deep. I'll do whatever you say. Soon after, the sound of a duet echoed in the room. Due to frequent late nights recently, Chen Chen's schedule and biological clock had become chaotic. Fortunately, the Black Swan event in the US stock market was about to erupt, so this upside-down lifestyle would soon be corrected. Taking advantage of the weekend market closure, Chin Chen relaxed and rested at his close friend's place, living the life of a young couple, sleeping, playing games, scrolling through his phone, ordering takeout from high-end restaurants, and occasionally cooking some delicious food himself, turning the bathroom, kitchen, and living room into their duet venues. After all, both of them were young and enjoyed the pleasures of life. Plus, with their quick recovery of stamina, they indulged in whatever absurdity they desired. Thus, they spent dozens of hours in such absurdity. On Sunday evening, Chen Chen first sent Bai Ying back to school for her evening study session, then changed into casual clothes and went to a high-end restaurant on Jiang Road in Hangzhou to act as a third wheel for Miss Xiang. Brother Feng, this is my best friend Lin Shanshan. Her family is in the pet food business, Xiang Qingqing introduced. For this family-arranged blind date, she had specially dressed up. A beige coat over a well-fitted white turtleneck sweater, light makeup on her face, and a pair of black pearl earrings on her ears. She exuded a refined elegance with a hint of nobility. As the saying goes, people rely on their clothing, and Buddhas rely on gold. You can guess a girl's family background by her outfit and jewelry. There's no need for flashy brand logos, just a glance reveals that Xiang Qingqing's attire is not cheap. Her friend accompanying her had a similar elegant outfit, looking exquisite and far from cheap. Pet food? So, she's the young lady from Pingyang Petty. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen showed a hint of realization on his face. At the tea party held at the production base, many prominent companies from the Wensher area were present. This Petty Pet Company, as the only company in the Wensher area listed on the A-share market for pet food, was also among those at the tea party. However, Lin Shanshan missed the famous scene where Chen Chen pointed out the situation at the tea party because her father, Lin Guangdong, attended instead. Now, being able to meet this new generation leader of Wensher business privately, Lin Shanshan's face showed a mix of curiosity and excitement. What are we compared to the richest man? If Brother Feng ever wants to raise a pet, feel free to consult me. We have high-end services tailored for pets under Petty. Chen Chen nodded in response and added this young lady Lin on WeChat. Regardless of age, the second generation of Wensher business people often mention their family businesses when socializing, facilitating future collaborations and resource integration. Of course, this is also ingrained in the DNA of Wensher people as part of doing business. Long-term exposure has led to discussions about making money among people of all ages in the Wensher area. As for other personal hobbies, they mostly stem from making money. After all, there are very few hobbies in this world that don't require spending money. The two women and one man were chatting and laughing at a riverside table in the restaurant. All in their 20s, there was no generational gap among them. Even with Chen Chen bearing the aura of the richest man in Huaxia, the conversation was filled with jokes. In such a pleasant atmosphere, after waiting for half an hour, Xiang Qingqing's blind date finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. Qingqing, I'm sorry, I just had a business deal at the company, and I had to work a bit longer, which delayed me. The young man immediately apologized upon arrival, then glanced at his tablemates Chen Chen and Lin Shanshan, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Qingqing, do you two know each other? Lin Shanshan asked curiously. Chen Chen also took a quick look at the young man. Dressed in a business style, in a suit and leather shoes, with slicked back hair, he did indeed look quite presentable. However, being chosen by the Xiang family for a blind date must mean he had some background. This is Xin Yufei. His family is in vehicle manufacturing, specifically the Weima automobile that just entered our city, Wensher. We have business dealings with his family and have had dinner together a couple of times, Xiang Qingqing introduced, a hint of embarrassment on her face. After all, Xin Yufei had immediately assumed the role of her boyfriend upon appearing, addressing her with the affectionate Qingqing, which made the other two at the table feel a bit awkward. In reality, she wasn't very familiar with this blind date. They had only met a couple of times and chatted on WeChat for a while. Vehicle manufacturing? The young master of Weima automobile? Upon hearing the young man's background, Chen Chen's face immediately broke into a playful smile. In his previous life, there was a popular joke circulating online: buy a Hangtai presale house, drive a Weima car, drink small tea, and experience a life full of grievances. He never expected to encounter one of the protagonists from that joke at this blind date, which was quite a surprise experience since his rebirth, almost making him laugh out loud. The reason Chen Chen was on the verge of laughing during this blind date was that in his previous life, the domestic vehicle manufacturing industry had produced many jokes and famous scenes. In the car manufacturing arena, it could be said to be a chaotic spectacle, as fantastical as the A-share market. First, there was the infamous boss Jia of Leisure Automobile, who, in 2017, made a killing in the domestic capital market with a handcrafted Faraday Future model car and the phrase "suffocating for dreams." Not only did he fool a bunch of naive stars from the entertainment industry into investing, but he also lured in real estate giants like Sunak and Hangtai. He raised nearly 100 billion but failed to produce a single vehicle that could be normally listed. Boss Jia himself ended up fleeing to the other side of the ocean, continuing to survive in the U.S. stock market with PPTs and model cars. It was precisely because of Boss Jia's outrageous operations that the domestic vehicle manufacturing industry in China took a turn for the worse. In the following years, projects relying on PPTs for fundraising kept popping up across the country. Celine Automobile spent 6 billion to produce a few old-age cars for a press conference at the Bird's Nest, even inviting American star Jason Statham to endorse it. Then there was the youth automobile company that claimed it could run on just adding water, rubbing the intelligence of a bunch of investors into the ground. After that came companies like Hangtai Automobile, known for its belts, the flashy Gala Automobile, and the Extreme U Automobile, all of which faced significant failures post-pandemic. In his previous life, while working in a factory, Chun Chen enjoyed browsing forums like Hupu and Autohome to read jokes from the automotive circle, where everyone would bet on which new energy vehicle company would fail in the new year, adding some humor to the comment sections. Among the many new car-making forces that relied on PPTs for fundraising, Weima Automobile also stunned the entire Chinese automotive circle and the internet with a series of outrageous operations. It should be noted that Weima Automobile is a new energy vehicle company that was founded in 2015, with its brand name derived from the German word Weltmeister, meaning world champion. The founder of Weima Automobile, Shin Hui, has an impressive resume. He previously joined Geely Automobile, helping the Geely team complete the acquisition of the so-called safest car brand, Volvo, which made him famous in the automotive industry. After leaving his old employer Geely, Shin, now at Weima, took his freshly edited PPT project and sought suitable incubation locations with financing from companies like Tencent and Sequoia Capital. Ultimately, amidst the frenzy of betting on the new energy vehicle sector across various regions in China, the Weima project caught the eye of the city of Wenzhou, which was seen as a big fool. With a generous gesture, Wenzhou allocated 1,000 acres of land in the Yuzhang industrial zone for Weima's use. A vehicle manufacturing industrial park was planned around 4 major functions: intelligent manufacturing, intelligent logistics, flexible matching of components, and autonomous driving testing, with an annual production capacity of 100,000 vehicles. The total investment for the project was said to reach 41 billion. Just the first phase of fixed asset investment amounted to 7 billion. At that time, this was undoubtedly a strategic investment project for Wenzhou, which could impact the employment of tens of thousands of ordinary families in the city. Of course, with money, land, and policies readily available, along with strong support from Wenzhou's mature automotive supply chain, Weima also enjoyed a period of glory. Since the first mass-produced vehicle, the Weima EX5, rolled off the production line in 2018, Weima's annual delivery volume exceeded 10,000 units, and by 2020, production capacity soared to over 40,000 units, with annual revenue reaching 743 billion. Compared to contemporaries like Weilai, Xiaopeng, and Li Auto, Weima seemed to have seized various advantages and secured ample financing. Even before its IPO in Hong Kong in 2022, it managed to lure in business tycoons like Li Zhaigua and the gambling king family from Australia. However, all the seemingly glorious circumstances took a sharp turn after the failed IPO in Hong Kong. After 2022, Weima's production and sales plummeted, and the hundreds of billions in financing evaporated amidst blind expansion into a second factory and over 664 S-stores. By September 2023, sensing the impending crisis, Weima's founder Shin took the opportunity during the Munich Auto Show to vanish without a trace. This left the entire Chinese automotive circle in shock. How could a project with hundreds of billions in investment be abandoned so easily? Shin's determination to cut ties and his unreserved attitude towards the big shots in Hong Kong and Australia stunned everyone. Yet, in this life, it was only March 2020, and Weima was still in its prime. At that time, in the domestic capital market, Weima could be considered one of the few unicorns among the new forces in car manufacturing. This was evident in the confident demeanor of Shin Yufei, the young master of Weima, who exuded an air of elite social confidence as he entered the scene. Even his walking carried a hint of self-assuredness. His potential match was the daughter of a trillion-yuan giant like Qingshan Holdings, which made Chen Chen almost unable to hold back a smile at the high standards. Xingqing, who are these two? After taking his seat with a familiar demeanor, Shin Yufei began to size up the 2 female friends at the table. This male-female pairing was quite common in the matchmaking market. If the matchmaking went well, they might even become friends in the future. Therefore, aside from a hint of pride on Shin Yufei's face, his gaze also held a scrutinizing look, wanting to see the backgrounds of Chen Chen and Lin Shanshan. Qingshan frowned slightly and introduced her good friend with a hint of annoyance. However, when it came to introducing Chen Chen, she deliberately held back a bit. "This is my cousin Chen Chen, who works in financial investment in Hangzhou. It turns out to be Brother Feng." "Hello, Brother Feng, nice to meet you. I am the Vice General Manager of Weima Automobile, currently responsible for Weima's global marketing business." Xin Yufei showed a hint of icy on his face. He knew that the real money-making business of Qingshan Holdings was in international nickel futures, and the relatives who dined around the Xiang family were likely also in this line of work. So, while sitting down to eat and chatting with Chen Chen, he deliberately steered the conversation towards the recent trends in the global capital market and the significant drop in the US stock market on the recently concluded Friday trading day. Seeing that the other party didn't even recognize him, Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. As a gold medal project that had landed in Vancouver, how could this young masterson not recognize the richest man in China, or the vice general manager in charge of marketing? Wasn't this ridiculous? Upon taking a closer look at the other party's overly styled appearance and the excited look of someone drained by wine and pleasure, Chen Chen immediately realized that this guy was most likely a slacker. Someone who, with a title arranged by his family, went around bragging and being a good-for-nothing. Not even caring about the recent hot news of the richest man changing hands. Could he be a serious business elite? Sure enough, after a few trivial exchanges of gossip among young people, Xin Yufei half-jokingly said, "Recently, the global pandemic has been rampant, and international investments are not easy to make. But Brother Feng, you definitely don't have to worry about financial investments, with Qingshan Holdings as your big backing. Just following Uncle Xiang and them in nickel futures fluctuations can earn you big money." Upon hearing this, Chen Chen was taken aback, looking at him with an expression as if he were watching a clown, and replied, "Yes, yes, yes, you're right. Uncle Xiang has indeed helped me a lot." Xin Yufei's joke offended the two people at the table. Even Lin Shanshan, who had hardly spoken throughout, awkwardly curled her toes. This cousin who seemed friendly was actually the newly crowned richest man in China. A post-90s stock god worth over 300 billion, needing advice on how to make money from a good-for-nothing young master who relied on his family? Moreover, the nickel futures trading strategy of Qingshan Holdings was a core secret of a big enterprise. How could it be casually leaked to outsiders? Wasn't this indirectly insulting the Xiang family's principles in business? Furthermore, your little Weima automobile hasn't even successfully gone public yet. How far it can go in the future is still uncertain. Being able to use Weima Automobile's status as a partner of Qingshan Holdings to go on a blind date with Miss Xian was already giving you a lot of face. What qualifications did a mere vice general manager of Weima have to point fingers at Qingshan Holdings' futures business during a blind date dinner? Did he really think he was the designated son-in-law of Xiang Qingshan? So, as soon as the meal was finished, when Xin Yufei suggested going to a bar or a high-end spa for relaxation, he was immediately met with a polite refusal from Xiang Qingshan. Even after getting into his Ferrari in the parking lot, Xiang Qingshan sent Xin Yufei a WeChat message saying, "We are not suitable," before even finishing reading Xin Yufei's inquiry reply. Without hesitation, Xiang Qingshan deleted him from her WeChat friends list and, in front of her best friend Lin Shanshan, banged her head against the steering wheel, saying, "Shanshan, I'm done, totally socially dead. I have to go to work for Brother Feng tomorrow night. How am I supposed to face Brother Feng, this new boss?" Lin Shanshan chuckled at the sight and kept comforting her. "Qingqing, your mom really introduced you to a top-notch blind date guy this time. But I think Brother Feng seemed to enjoy the meal quite a bit, so he shouldn't mind too much, right?" Mind? Chen Chen certainly wouldn't mind anything. In fact, after attending this bizarre blind date and playing the light bulb, reminiscing about the dismal outcome of Weima Automobile, he even developed the idea of investing in new energy vehicles. After all, before his rebirth, Chen Chen had personally witnessed the miracle of the sudden explosion in the new energy vehicle sector. In the years following the pandemic, not only did new car-making forces like Weilai and Xiaopeng begin to rise rapidly, but traditional domestic car manufacturers like Geely, Chery, and BYD also continued to make strides, not only pushing joint venture car companies to the brink in the domestic market but even venturing abroad to sell overseas. Their reputation and sales both soared. They even pushed the export sales of domestic cars to the top position in the world. Especially by 2024, the penetration rate of domestic new energy vehicles exceeded 50%. What does a 50% penetration rate mean? It means that for every 2 new cars sold domestically, 1 is a new energy vehicle with a green license plate. Even before Qin Chen's rebirth, the first generation of solid-state batteries had already begun to proliferate in the market. However, in the current year of 2020, the automotive industry was still at a critical turning point, dominated by joint venture fuel vehicles. But by next year, when the global capital market began to speculate wildly on lithium resources, the new energy sector would undergo earth-shattering changes. As for Wyma Motors, which made Chen Chen a bit anxious, it was merely falling in the darkness before dawn. Mr. Xian's strategic suggestion in 1992 to skip the gasoline and diesel stage and achieve a curve overtake on foreign car companies will start to show signs in 2 or 3 years. Now is just the right time to enter the car-making game. Chen Chen squinted his eyes, contemplating how to position himself. Or rather, he needed to find a suitable entry point to venture into the new energy sector that best suited his current situation. Because with so much money brought back from the U.S. stock market by Dingfeng Investment, Chen Chen always needed to spend it wisely. Instead of hoarding cash on the books, it would be better to convert that money into new productive forces to boost the development of domestic new energy vehicles. As for how to enter, that would depend on his next moves. The relaxed and pleasant weekend quietly passed. After spending 2 sweet days with Bai Ying at Jinlin Mansion, on Monday morning, Chen Chen unexpectedly appeared in the trading room of Dingfeng Investment. After thinking all night, he had a clear understanding of the upcoming investment layout. "Boss, aren't you going to watch the night market tonight?" Meng Su, who was in charge of the private equity market, asked curiously. For the past month and a half, Chen Chen had been leading the team to stay up late trading the U.S. stock night market. His sudden appearance in the trading room during the day made a group of traders responsible for the domestic market eager to try their hand. Was the boss planning to return to the A-share market to stir up some action after making a big haul in the U.S. stock market? It was said that the lucky ones in the international team had each earned over $1 million in bonuses just in the past few days of trading. The group had gone wild with joy over the weekend. With their bonuses, they were either looking at houses or ordering luxury cars, while the traders from the other 2 groups were envious to the point of bitterness. If only such wealth could fall into their hands. I still need to keep an eye on it tonight. The international market has been very volatile recently, and we will have to endure a tough period ahead. Chen Chen waved his hand in response. Around 9 o'clock, the A-share traders in the trading room began to arrive one after another. Chen Chen then started the strategy command for the Monday morning session. First, he divided the accumulated cash flow of $11.5 billion that had been withdrawn to the Hong Kong port, converting $5 billion through a large currency exchange bank channel into 35 billion renminbi cash to be sent back to Dingfeng's institutional account in the A-share market. The foreign exchange of the dollar is a very mystical thing. It's hard to go out, but very easy to come in. The deeper reason behind this is actually related to the offshore RMB balance strategy implemented by the central bank. It is precisely because of this top-level framework strategy, similar to a firewall, buffer zone, or isolation belt, that China's economy has avoided being preyed upon by international capital. In contrast, small Southeast Asian countries like Laos, Myanmar, and India, lacking such a firewall, have financial markets that are essentially unprotected from the Americans. Whenever these countries' financial markets develop robustly to a certain extent, a significant portion of national wealth is easily siphoned off by the Americans. The Plaza Accord of the 1980s, the Asian financial crisis of 1997, and the subprime mortgage crisis of 2008 can be seen as instances where Southeast Asian nations were repeatedly harvested by the Americans. Conversely, China's financial market stands firm and has even gradually grown to this day. This comparison reveals that there are indeed high-level strategists above the central bank, who, through the offshore RMB balance strategy of advancing when possible, retreating when necessary, have perfectly avoided the previous financial crises. In a few more years, the central bank could even use its endless U.S. Treasury bonds to borrow new to pay old for those impoverished third-world countries, issuing U.S. bonds to others while holding onto American bonds? Isn't that a direct face-off, openly cuckolding the Americans? In this way, the Americans have no way to deal with the central bank, watching helplessly as this neighbor with the surname Hua comes over with a toolbox to clear the drains. This illustrates just how unprecedented the design of the offshore RMB balance is. At 9:15, as the bidding began, the large screens in the Dingfeng trading room started to show a sea of green. Influenced by the continuous decline of U.S. stocks last Friday, the A-shares opened this morning with a rare adjustment down by several points. "Boss, the 35 billion in funds has all been exchanged and credited," Meng Su reported, focusing on the exchange rate. Besides managing the private equity fund, he also had to oversee Dingfeng Investment's exclusive institutional account. Previously, this exclusive account only had around 1 billion in holdings, all transferred from Chen Chen's personal account. With the arrival of this 35 billion cash, it could be said that the ammunition depot was fully stocked. Chen Shen stood behind the many traders, doing warm-up exercises. Seeing the exchange funds in place, his eyes sharpened, and he grinned. This time, let's all drive together. As soon as these fierce words were spoken, the traders present were taken aback. What does it mean to drive together? Is this something to say in a work setting? However, before the thoughts in their minds could settle, Chen Shen issued the first trading instruction, 00980 Zhongtai Automobile, target price 260 yuan, buy in. Buy as much as there is on the market. Next, I want to take control of this company's car manufacturing qualifications and build cars myself. Zhongtai Automobile? Driving Zhongtai, the one who was the most handsome in the village? The boss said to drive. It turns out he really means cars. As soon as Chen Shen's trading instruction was given, the traders all reacted. Instantly dispelling any inappropriate thoughts, they began to type codes, coordinating to attack stock 00980, Zhongtai Automobile. It is known that there has long been a myth in the domestic automobile circle. Whether ordinary people can drive a 100,000 yuan supercar depends entirely on Zhongtai's measuring tape department. Because in the past, Zhongtai Automobile was definitely a leading figure among many domestic cars in the realm of imitation luxury cars. First, the Zhongtai SR9, a knockoff Porsche Macan, emerged in 2016, achieving nearly 10,000 monthly sales, shattering all perceptions in the domestic car manufacturing circle. Even at that time, Zhongtai's 4S stores would have sales consultants actively presenting Porsche logos to new SR9 owners. After this series of outrageous operations, jokes and trending news about the counterfeit Porsche owners scamming began to emerge endlessly on the internet. This is even more effective than renting luxury cars at high prices, because a fully equipped Porsche Macan costs around 700,000 to 800,000, while a base Zhongtai SR9 only costs 100,000. The appearance of the two cars, after changing the logo, is indistinguishable to ordinary outsiders who don't know much about cars. Even Porsche designers, when visiting the Zhongtai booth at auto shows, would show a puzzled expression like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. This battle also established the Zhongtai measuring tape department, luxury car movers' status in the industry. However, success also comes from imitation, and failure also comes from imitation. Domestic car companies like Geely, BYD, and Chery, although they relied on imitation in their early entrepreneurial stages to open up market channels by mimicking mature models from joint ventures, at least these domestic giants had their own dreams. They invested heavily not only in design and research but also aggressively poached talent from the global automotive industry to strengthen their capabilities and carve out their own path and style. In contrast, after tasting the sweetness of imitating Porsche, Zhongtai continued to run wildly down the path of imitation. From the earliest skin-swapped Audi Q3 to the later Zhongtai Z700, which targeted the Audi S6L, the Zhongtai measuring tape department made the entire car circle tremble. There was no need for research and design, just copy the popular luxury car models on the market. Thus, in this atmosphere of imitation, the domestic car circle in recent years has seen bizarre models like skin-swapped Land Rover Evoque and skin-swapped Toyota Land Cruiser that come with their own memes and traffic. However, this long-term reliance on imitation as a business strategy has led this Jiangsu-based car company, established in 2003, to suffer the consequences. Due to long-term cuts in research and development spending, the various types of counterfeit cars produced by Zhongtai frequently had quality issues, leading to a continuous collapse of market reputation. In recent years, they have frequently gone bankrupt and restructured, completely withdrawing from the mainstream market. Now, Chen Shen has pulled the target of Zhongtai Automobile back out, wanting to see if, with his massive financial support, he can recreate the miracle of the Zhongtai measuring tape department from back in the day. After all, in the past, obscure domestic car companies like Silas, Jianghuai, Haima, and Lifan all regained vitality after being entered by new car-making forces like Huawei, NIO, and Li Auto in the following years. There's no reason why the famous Zhongtai measuring tape department can't be revived. As for Zhongtai Automobile's stock price, after its first bankruptcy restructuring in 2019, it has now dropped to around 250 yuan per share. Definitely not escaping the 250 mark. The entire market capitalization has shrunk to less than 13 billion. Moreover, since this is a car company located in Jiangsu province, with its headquarters in Yongkang County next to Yiwu, over 100 kilometers from Wenzhou, it is very suitable for Chen Shen to acquire. After issuing the trading instructions, the sound of keyboard tapping began to resonate in the Dingfeng trading room. After the market officially opened at 9:30, Zhongtai Automobile's previously declining green market began to see orderly inflows of funds, rhythmically consuming the orders from quantitative trading software. Watching the trading volume continuously rise, the stock bar of Zhongtai Automobile began to stir. Ha! Black men ? Is there a main force entering? The measuring tape department is starting to exert force. The transaction amount actually broke 100 million? The sun is coming out from the west? A few sparse comments flashed across the screen. Because at this moment, Zhongtai Automobile not only had a low stock price, but even the daily trading volume was less than 100 million. Suddenly, with large external funds entering, it naturally excited the small retail investors who had been waiting inside. The number of posts and comments began to increase at a visible speed. Even the sell orders on the market are increasing at a visibly rapid pace. It has been in a downward trend for several years now, and with a big fool coming in to take over, anyone would first sell off to cash out. As for whether the market will rise, with Zhongtai's struggling position among domestic car manufacturers, unless a miracle happens, there's no hope other than continuing to go through bankruptcy restructuring and spinning in the bottom-tier stocks. Of course, the traders at Dingfeng Investment wouldn't be foolish enough to pull the trigger on their first day in the market. After absorbing over 200 million circulating shares, Qin Shen, who was directing from behind, turned the gun again. 300750 Ningde Times, placed by orders 5% below water, target price below 134 yuan, eat up everything. This time we have plenty of bullets. No matter how many sell orders there are for Ningde Times, we'll keep buying in the next few days until this stock hits the limit. The traders, hearing this unlimited all-in strategy, were filled with excitement as they placed their stock code orders. This is the feeling. This is the style. Brother Foam, who is focused on the big A, is back. Of course, with the 35 billion yuan that just re-entered the A share market, Shenzhen wouldn't simply bet on Zhongtai Auto alone. To enter the new energy vehicle market, resource integration is essential. Besides obtaining the complete vehicle manufacturing qualifications of Zhongtai Auto, the indispensable lithium battery for this new energy track is equally crucial. When it comes to future suppliers of automotive lithium batteries, the company that will be known as King Ning in the future, Ningde Times, is currently the top choice. Because in the upcoming 2021 lithium boom, the stock of Ningde Times will start from just over 100 yuan and soar to 692 yuan per share. Non-adjusted, it will rise throughout the year without looking back, with a market value reaching trillions. Such an exaggerated increase has also earned Ningde Times the nickname King Ning and the Big A, alongside the Mutai King of Sauce Aroma Technology, making them the dual champions of the A share market in 2021. Of course, aside from the soaring stock price, Shenzhen values Ningde Times' market share in the lithium battery field the most. After the new energy track gains momentum, globally, any car manufacturer producing electric vehicles will either choose BYD's Blade battery or Ningde Times' Kirin battery. Even Tesla, the American electric vehicle unicorn, is one of Ningde Times' clients. By 2024, Ningde Times will achieve a 45% market share in the power battery sector, almost firmly securing the crown of the global lithium battery market. Additionally, this battery company, headquartered in Ningde County, Fujian Province, is also within a 2-hour drive from Ruiqing, Wenzhou. With such favorable conditions, if Qin Shen doesn't act early, it would be a disservice to his identity as a reborn person. As long as we secure Zhongtai Auto, we'll have the main body for vehicle manufacturing, and for subsequent lithium battery supply, we'll choose King Ning. Next, we just need the autonomous driving software applications. Qin Shen squinted his eyes, shifting his gaze from the big screen of the A-share market to the Hong Kong stock market next door, and once again issued the third trading strategy. HK01810 Xiaomi W, placed by orders 5% below water, buy up all chips below 12 yuan. This stock should be bought using funds from Hong Kong, and the reserved $6.5 billion can be fully utilized. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the trading room was taken aback. Is the boss planning to send funds south to bottom out on this unicorn, Xiaomi? When it comes to domestic smartphone manufacturers, the average person can mostly think of Huawei, Xiaomi, and Oppo. In the era of the rise of mobile internet over the past decade, late June Xiaomi carved out a bloody path amidst the encirclement of international giants like Samsung and Apple, relying on 3 brand strategies: high-cost performance, hunger marketing, and affordability. By 2020, Xiaomi was no longer limited to the positioning of a mobile phone manufacturer. Instead, it built a product ecosystem around its vast Mi fan user base, encompassing everything from power strips, light bulbs, and smart speakers to large appliances like TVs, air conditioners, refrigerators, and vacuum cleaners. Wherever there was a consumer electronic product, Xiaomi was sure to be present. Coupled with Lei Jun's expertise in supply chain integration, any product launched under Xiaomi would inevitably be labeled as high quality at low prices, overwhelming a large number of competitors. Chen Chen recalled wanting to buy Xiaomi stocks on the Hong Kong stock market, not only because he recognized Xiaomi's research and development capabilities in ecological software but also because he knew in advance that Lei Jun would officially enter the automotive industry in 2021. Xiaomi's journey into car manufacturing could be described as fast, precise, and ruthless. With over 100 billion renminbi in cash, Lei Jun completed the construction of Xiaomi's automotive superfactory in just over 2 years, during which he also developed advanced autonomous driving technology and a supporting vehicle system for Xiaomi cars. When Xiaomi's first model, the SU7, was officially released in March 2024, it achieved a terrifying pre-order volume of nearly 90,000 units on the first day of its launch, shocking the entire automotive industry. Of course, the future success of Xiaomi's cars is not only due to Lei Jun's outstanding marketing abilities but also because the product strength of the SU7 is indeed impressive. Priced at over 200,000 renminbi, its performance is comparable to that of a Porsche 911. Its design incorporates elements from luxury cars like the Porsche Taycan and Ferrari Purosangue, resulting in a visually striking vehicle. It is essentially an upgraded version of the Chinese Thai design. It is not just a simple imitation of the exterior, it also integrates a host of cutting-edge technologies related to new energy vehicles. Moreover, the Xiaomi SU7 is positioned as a young plus sporty, and its unique sales model, which allows customers to order cars directly through a mobile app, bypasses traditional car sales methods, attracting countless young consumers. Selling a car that typically costs around 200,000 renminbi using a sales model similar to that of smartphones is something only Lei Jun's Xiaomi could achieve. Chen Shen's current interest in buying Xiaomi stocks is not only because the company's stock is at a historical low of 12 Hong Kong dollars per share but also because he wants to gather suitable partners for future ventures into the automotive field, forming a new force alliance similar to Weilai, Xiaopeng, and Li Auto. Additionally, Xiaomi's ecological chain and software development capabilities are also important to Chen Chen. After all, tuning vehicle systems, autonomous driving, and the 3 electric systems that are standard for new energy vehicles are not something just any IT internet giant can master. In the past, only Huawei, Xiaomi, and Tesla were in the first tier capable of handling these technologies, while new automotive forces like Weilai and Xiaopeng were in the second tier. Traditional domestic car manufacturers like Chery, BYD, and Geely still need to bring in external resources for smart driving, as their self-research capabilities are lacking. Even the currently popular Japanese and German cars will have to kneel and ask Huawei to open up its Harmony OS for smart driving in a few years, indicating that vehicle software is not something that can be mastered just by throwing money at it. Old Shui can manage the Blue Way Mall, but if you really let him handle the smart driving system, it would probably be a struggle. At that time, I will have to rely on Lei Jun's Xiaomi. Chen Chen muttered to himself as he stared at the Hong Kong stock market. His idea was simple. Since he temporarily had no resources to build cars, he could use money to force a deal. If it really didn't work, he would just get on Xiaomi's bandwagon and let Dingfeng Investment take a seat as a major shareholder of Xiaomi. With that investor identity, asking Lei Jun to collaborate on car manufacturing would be a piece of cake, right? However, the traders in the trading room had no idea about their boss's long-term plans for car manufacturing. Looking at the reserved $6.5 billion in funds, which would be exchanged into 50 Hong Kong dollars, $5 billion through the Bank of China Hong Kong branch, a dozen people began to frantically cooperate to bottom-feed Xiaomi's Hong Kong stocks. Each purchase started at tens of thousands of shares. It's important to note that the Hong Kong stock market operates on a T+0 trading rule and has no limits on price fluctuations. You can buy and sell within a single day, and with 50 Hong Kong dollars, $5 billion spread across multiple sub-accounts and high-frequency trading software, the resulting power could not be described as a main rising wave. It was more like a tsunami. Affected by last Friday's sharp decline in the U.S. stock market, this morning's opening of the Hong Kong stock market was similarly alarming, with a sea of red equals decline, green equals rise. Technology stocks like Xiaomi, which came from the mainland to list in Hong Kong, were already not welcomed by the Hong Kong market. In such a market environment, Xiaomi opened down 7% without surprise. Damn it! Another 7-point drop? Staring, in 2019, Xiaomi's revenue was 205.8 billion, with a profit of 11.5 billion, yet it can't support a current market value of 300 billion Hong Kong dollars? Covering face, when American Chinese stocks drop, you drop too? You're too spineless. Spitting blood, nothing can save Xiaomi, no matter how well Lei Jun markets it, lying down to be cut. The retail investors squatting inside were all cursing in the stock forum. The screen was filled with silly meme expressions of sides cutting leaks. Everyone felt that Xiaomi's stock was actually a severely undervalued potential stock. Even Lei Jun himself had revealed to the media in future interviews that Xiaomi had once, at its lowest stock price in 2020, taken out tens of billions in cash to buy back stocks in the secondary market, intending to boost the confidence of shareholders and investors. However, the results were minimal, because what Lei Jun didn't know was that the reason Xiaomi's stock price had been falling for years was not just because the financial report data looked bad. The real background reason was that under the trade friction between China and the US, the entire Hong Kong stock market had been under concentrated pressure from Western capital groups, which had been in a prolonged decline for over 2 years. A large amount of foreign capital that had originally stayed in the Hong Kong stock market had already surged towards Southeast Asian markets like Japan, South Korea, India, and Singapore after 2018. In such a large context, none of these Chinese concept technology stocks coming from the mainland to list in Hong Kong could escape disaster. At this moment, suddenly, a massive influx of 50 Hong Kong dollars, 5 billion entered the market, igniting the stock price of Xiaomi W, which had been lying underwater at -7%. The dense tens of thousands of buy orders and the explosive buying method left the retail investors who had just been cursing dumbfounded. In just 1 minute, the trading volume surged from over 1 billion Hong Kong dollars to over 20 billion Hong Kong dollars. Xiaomi's stock price, under this flood-like buying, skyrocketed from the opening price of 11 Hong Kong dollars per share, which was underwater by -7%, to 15 Hong Kong dollars, 7 per share, with an astonishing increase of 24.93%. The dense tens of thousands of buy orders and the explosive buying method left the retail investors who had just been cursing dumbfounded. What the hell? What the F***? Damn it! Tens of thousands of shares. So many tens of thousands of shares. Are they crazy? Where did this main force come from, suddenly pouring in over 20 billion Hong Kong dollars? The market has been completely bought out. The sudden surge in Xiaomi's stock price has attracted significant attention from the entire Hong Kong stock market. The popularity of Xiaomi W has jumped to become the leader in Hong Kong stocks. Major institutions and retail investors have begun to enter the market, hoping to get a share during this wave of main rising momentum. Unfortunately, the orders on the market have already been swept clean by the traders from Dingfeng Investment. With over 20 billion Hong Kong dollars in buying volume, it devoured all the visible chips like a swarm of locusts. This was thanks to the absence of price limits in the Hong Kong stock market and the ample circulating shares of Xiaomi W, with a total of 25.5 billion shares available for sale. This allowed Chen Chen to make a decisive move to seize the opportunity. If it were in the A-share market, even a single day of absorbing 1 billion funds would likely hit the ceiling. Boss, in this round of stock grabbing, we bought a total of 1.53 billion shares of Xiaomi W, with an average cost of 13.07 per share, accounting for 6% of Xiaomi's total share capital, which has triggered the Hong Kong stock market's disclosure rule. We need to disclose the shareholding information within 3 days, Meng Su excitedly summarized on the spot. Over 20 billion bullets were fired in just a few minutes, and even a seasoned manager like him felt exhilarated by the thrill of acting as a major player. Chen Chen nodded and stroked his chin, saying, "As long as we have enough shares to disclose, we don't need to leave the remaining funds in Xiaomi W to lift the price for others." This over 20 billion forcibly entering Xiaomi is enough for Dingfeng Investment to become one of Xiaomi's top 10 shareholders. With this identity, future discussions for cooperation with Lei Jun will have a starting point. As for profiting from the speculation of Xiaomi's stock price, that is not Chen Chen's main purpose for this investment, because in his past life memories, Xiaomi's stock price would only truly take off a few years later when the SU7 of Xiaomi Auto succeeded in the market, leading to a continuous increase of 4 to 5 times. Even if he wanted to arbitrage, he would have to wait for half a year after the disclosure. Meng Su asked, "Boss, there are still 30 billion Hong Kong dollars, should we go for the A-share market? Or wait and see?" A group of traders also looked back at their boss. The previous aggressive push into the Hong Kong stock market had everyone feeling a bit high, like they had been injected with adrenaline. They had just finished buying one stock, and the excitement from that wave still hadn't faded. Looking at the funds on the Hong Kong stock market, Chen Chen's expression changed, and he had a bolder and more aggressive idea for car manufacturing. HK 01211 BYD, target price 47 Hong Kong dollars. Buy as much as there is on the market until we trigger the disclosure line. By the way, this BYD stock is linked with the A-share market, so we should buy 002594 BYD in the A-share market with the same strategy. Target price 55 yuan for absorption. With these two new trading strategies issued, the Dingfeng trading room was filled with the sound of rapid keyboard tapping. This time, both markets were working together, and the target was the established car manufacturer BYD. The stock price of this company was also low at this time in 2020, and even Warren Buffett was not optimistic, continuously selling off and suppressing it. This was because BYD's overall vehicle sales had been dismal in recent years, with only 450,000 vehicles sold in total in 2019, and the proportion of new energy vehicles was less than 50%. Before the Blade battery and DMI hybrid system truly gained traction, BYD's operating conditions could only be described as ordinary. In contrast, before Qinshen was reborn, BYD's monthly sales could soar to 500,000 vehicles. The gap was so large that even the boatman was now worrying about research and development funds, scrambling to do subcontracting and making masks as side businesses to quickly cash out. Since Qinshen wanted to enter the car manufacturing track, he had to lend BYD a hand both publicly and privately. First, there were those high-speed mask production lines from Blue Guard Technology, which had helped BYD out. Next is BYD, as the second largest lithium battery manufacturer after Ningwang, which has also been deeply involved in the battery industry for 20 years. A well-established car manufacturing company with technology and heritage, Qinshen must pull it into his car-making alliance trench. Thus, 30 billion Hong Kong dollars in funds from the Hong Kong stock market combined with the recently returned 35 billion renminbi from the A-share market made a powerful double strike. The orders on the stock market for BYD and BYD were also crazily swept away by the sudden influx of large orders under the tsunami impact of these two stocks' multiple maneuvers, instantly pushing the trading volume in both markets to over 10 billion. Retail investors and institutions who were just studying Xiaomi's stock price were left dumbfounded by this sudden second wave of violent J-shaped pull-up in the market. Wow! BYD is also skyrocketing? Wide-eyed, is it those big orders again? Scratching head, where did this main force come from? Is the ammunition unlimited? Are they treating money like playbeans? Black men ? Crazy. The Hong Kong stock market has gone completely wild. The red plate turned green. BYD in the Big A is also rising. What kind of market is this? Double dragons playing with pearls? Both A shares and Hong Kong stocks reacted, with trading volumes continuously expanding, and net capital inflow began to turn from negative to positive, abruptly stopping due to the impact of last Friday's sharp decline in the US stock market. It can be said that Qinshen's frenzied bottom fishing and capital grabbing directly ignited the emotional atmosphere of both markets. Technology stocks, lithium batteries, and complete vehicle manufacturing sectors all followed suit and surged. Unfortunately, BYD's circulating stock capital is only 1.09 billion shares, and the order volume on the market is not particularly high. After the pack of traders from Dingfeng Investment rushed in and wildly traded, they only managed to grab over 200 million shares, far from reaching the 5% threshold for a stake. However, even so, it still drove the price of Hong Kong stock, BYD, up to 62.04 per share, with an intraday increase of plus 32%. Meanwhile, the A-share, BYD, also rose in tandem with the Hong Kong stock, being pushed to 65 per share by over 200,000 hands of main capital, hitting the plus 10% limit up. At this point, there were no shares left to buy on the market. Even if there were sporadic orders, they were all small retail investors who had been trapped previously, cashing out and fleeing. Don't worry if you can't grab the shares. Is there any fear of not being able to buy stocks with money? In the next few days, focus the remaining funds on BYD, Xiaomi, and Ningde Times for some swings, and as for Zhongtai Automobile, you must swallow it down. Qinshen glanced at the remaining funds on the market and said, the crowd in the trading room was all taken aback. The nearly 100 billion renminbi liquidity injected from the US stock market harvest, no one knows how much storm it can stir up in the Big A and Hong Kong stock markets. Of course, everyone knows this is just the beginning. After all, the battle on the international trading team side has not yet ended. The boss is so aggressively working both markets, nearly setting up a strong rear for himself, using the Big A and Hong Kong stock markets as a reservoir for Dingfeng Investments funds. Of course, the initial layout for the A-share and Hong Kong stock markets has been temporarily completed. The work on Monday is not yet over. After explaining the strategy for the subsequent independent accounts to Meng Su, Qinshen hurried back to the president's office and called in Lin Yuetong from the venture capital project team and a newly recruited senior venture capital manager, Wu Taining, who joined after the new year. Yuetong and old Wu, temporarily put aside those small projects you have on hand. I have a bigger merger project for you to negotiate." After saying that, Chen Chen turned his computer screen around. The basic information of Zhongtai Automobile that he had just retrieved was presented to the two venture capital managers without reservation on the screen. Zhongtai Automobile? Market value over 13 billion? Is the boss going to enter the car manufacturing business? This is called a bigger one? Lin Yuetong and Wu Taining both looked surprised. Compared to the thousands or millions in venture capital projects they were working on, this acquisition of Zhongtai Automobile is definitely a massive merger project. Of course, for Chen Chen to take over Zhongtai, the speed of accumulating shares in the secondary market would be very slow. The best method is to contact Zhongtai's management in advance, negotiate a target price, and directly proceed with the acquisition from the primary market, similar to how he acquired Jiangnan High Fiber in Wuxian. However, compared to the 3 billion market value of Jiangnan High Fiber, Zhongtai Automobile's fundamentals are clearly much larger. Not only does the vehicle sales business cover the entire country, but there are also 9 vehicle manufacturing plants involved, located in Hangzhou, Wudu, Xianyang, and other places. Acquiring such a physical enterprise in a short period is undoubtedly challenging. Fortunately, the newly arrived Wu Taining has experience in this area. He is a veteran from Citigroup's investment banking division and has overseen several large-scale acquisitions worth tens of billions, showing considerable talent in negotiations. With him as the main player, Lin Yueran assisting, and Chen Chen coordinating in the secondary market to buy at the bottom, a mere 100 billion vehicle company is naturally not a problem. Chairman Chen, what is the budget for this acquisition? Wu Taining asked tentatively. After careful consideration, Chen Chen replied, give you a floating valuation range of 12 billion to 15 billion to negotiate. If we can't reach an agreement, I'll just build a car factory in Wunshe. Wu Taining nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Currently, Zhongtai Automobile has been losing money for years, and it just completed its first round of bankruptcy restructuring last year, which seems to be progressing not very smoothly. There is a risk of being ST in the stock market. A bottom price of 15 billion is definitely too high in my opinion. I think if we offer around 13.5 billion, Yongkang County should agree to sell. Having just joined a new company and immediately taking on such a large acquisition project, Wu Taining also wanted to make a good impression on his boss. So, he took the existing materials related to Zhongtai Automobile in the office and began to analyze them in depth. After explaining the offline acquisition task for Zhongtai Automobile, the venture capital team of dozens from Dingfeng Investment began to spring into action. For Wu Taining, this was his first business after joining, and he wanted to negotiate beautifully to give his boss a good impression of doing things properly. As for Lin Yueran, it was her first time participating in such a high-level project, and even the ice-cold beauty showed a hint of eagerness. By the time they finished discussing some details of the acquisition, it was already noon. Tang Jingjing, as Chen Chen's personal secretary, saw the two from the venture capital team coming out and brought in the prepared meal from outside. Chairman Chen, today's lunch includes your favorite braised pork ribs and pan-fried hairtail fish. I also specially made you a bowl of sea cucumber soup at home, Tang Jingjing said as she placed the insulated food container on the desk. Sea cucumber soup? Chen Chen's expression changed upon hearing this. He opened the small clay pot in front of him and saw a large black sea cucumber surrounded by shiitake mushrooms, red dates, and free-range chicken. Chairman Chen, this is a local recipe from my hometown. It is said that this sea cucumber soup has the effects of tonifying and nourishing the body. You must try it. I simmered it all night to make it, Tang Jingjing said, then turned around and closed the door to the president's office with a thud. Before Chen Chen could savor the exquisite sea cucumber soup made by his secretary, he heard the sound of a bell ringing in the room. Looking up, he saw Tang Jingjing, who was lying on the office sofa, had changed into a different outfit. She was wearing a maid outfit, with a catgirl headband and a little black tail swaying behind her, meowing with a hint of melancholy. Chairman Chen, you've been working night shifts every day lately, and it's been a long time since you've accompanied me. This tempting scene made Chen Chen exclaim, goodness. It turned out that this girl had stayed up all night to make this heartfelt sea cucumber soup for this purpose. Looking again at the end of the black little tail with the bell, which was surprisingly inserted into a passage that shouldn't have appeared, Chen Chen's eyes nearly popped out. Young people really know how to have fun. What lunch is there to eat? I'll eat first and talk later. Chen Chen put down his chopsticks and pounced without a second thought. Immediately, the office was filled with the cheerful melody of someone imitating a cat's meow. Donating any gift can unlock about 10,000 words of detailed content. After lunch, Chen Chen, entering his sage time, fell into a deep sleep on the office sofa. Since he had to keep an eye on the U.S. stock market at night, he needed to take a nap after eating well to recharge. In contrast, over in the A-share and Hong Kong stock markets, after the close on Monday afternoon, around 5 p.m., the release of the double markets leaderboard caused a stir throughout the Chinese capital market. BYD, Xiaomi, and Nangda Times, due to a massive trading volume of hundreds of billions, jumped onto the leaderboard that day. The frequent appearance of institutional trading seats marked with a mosaic star on these three stocks made the entire stock forum boil over. This bottom fishing technique looks strangely familiar. Single-sided all-in, J-shaped dragon rising, this must be Brother Feng's doing. Blow stick, where did Brother Feng get so much free capital? Private equity also has trading restrictions. Dog head, over 50 billion traded in two markets in one day. It doesn't feel like Brother Feng, but rather like the Guojia team made a move. Serious face, the small retail investors in the stock forum were discussing animatedly. At Xiaomi Group's headquarters, Lei Jun, who had just received the news, was analyzing this mysterious institutional trading seat with a group of board members and executives. The appearance of this mysterious institution directly pushed Xiaomi's stock price up by 30%. Such a bold investment was enough to shock everyone at Xiaomi. Mr. Lei, according to the leaderboard statistics, the circulating shares on the market have been consumed by this mysterious institution for over 20 billion, acquiring a total of 153 billion shares, enough to make them one of our top 10 shareholders. Listening to his executives' report, Lei Jun also showed a hint of excitement and joy. Over 20 billion in cash? Looks like a fierce dragon crossing the river. Let's wait a couple of days to see the announcement from the Regulatory Commission, then we'll know who did it. He had been worried about Xiaomi's stock price. Clearly, the fundamentals were absurdly good, yet the stock price was stuck at over 300 billion Hong Kong dollars, unable to rise, continuously declining. Coupled with last week's sharp drop in the U.S. stock market, the global stock markets were also affected. During a weekend meeting, Lei Jun even considered discussing with the executives about pooling funds to rescue the market. Who would have thought that a mysterious institution would suddenly emerge, directly reversing Xiaomi's sluggish stock price? Regardless of the purpose behind this mysterious institution's entry, the fact that they were offering real money to help out would make Lei Jun feel grateful to them. A similar scene unfolded among BYD, Nangda Times, and Zhongtai Automobile after the leaderboard was announced. Any company that Chen Shen had flipped over that night would find it impossible to sleep peacefully. Of course, the capital market trends on March 9, 2020, were destined to be recorded in history, because after dinner, Chen Shen appeared once again in the trading room of Dingfeng Investment. In 2 hours, the Black Swan event from my past life will occur. I wonder how much money will evaporate from Wall Street tonight with me as the disruptor. After sleeping all afternoon and drinking the sea cucumber soup carefully prepared by Secretary Tang, Chen Shen appeared somewhat excited. The frenzied bottom fishing in the Hong Kong and A-share markets during the day was just a small scene for him. The upcoming Black Swan in the U.S. stock market is truly his stage for performance. While waiting in the trading room, members of the Dingfeng Investment International Trading Group arrived one after another. As the leader of the Qingshan team, Xiang Qingqing felt a bit embarrassed upon seeing Chen Shen, who had been waiting in the trading room for quite some time. The bizarre blind date from last night had left her feeling utterly humiliated. When she caught sight of Chen Shen's playful smile, Xiang Qingqing buried her head like an ostrich and silently sat down at her workstation. "What's wrong with you, Qingqing? It's just that I met a weird blind date guy. Later, I'll introduce you to a reliable match. Tall, thin, handsome, a caring little puppy, or a gentle, mature older brother, take your pick." Chen Shen came over to tease her just before the U.S. stock market opened. This remark sparked a wave of gossip in the trading room, especially among the girls in the Qingshan team, who all exclaimed "oh wow" and displayed expressions of curiosity. Upon hearing her colleagues teasing, Xiang Qingqing's face turned crimson, and she nearly buried her head in the keyboard. What does it mean to choose a partner at will? Is this like going to a nightclub to pick a duck or select a gigolo? Moreover, with Chen Shen, the wealthy heir, around, any blind date guy would be exposed for who he really is. So, during the pre-market strategy discussion, Xiang Qingqing secretly glanced at Chen Shen. She thought that although Feng Ji's looks weren't particularly outstanding, in terms of excellence and confidence, there wasn't a single suitable young man in the world who could compare to him. What a pity! If only Feng Ge didn't have a girlfriend. Xiang Qingqing muttered to herself, her mind starting to wander. On March 9th, around 10 p.m., after more than an hour of pre-market strategy and information exchange, the atmosphere in Dingfeng Investment's trading room began to liven up. Due to last week's massive short selling of U.S. stocks, which brought back over $100 million, everyone received $1 million incentive bonus, and the 20-some traders in the international group had developed blind trust in their big boss, Chen Shen, as they rubbed their hands in anticipation. They were just waiting for the US stock market to open on Monday night to dive in and wreak havoc. Of course, at this moment, Chen Shen's heart was steadier than anyone else's present. Looking at the accumulated $5 billion in short positions with 200 times leverage in his US stock account, a strange smile appeared on Chen Shen's lips. After nearly a month of preparation, the arrival of the black swan in the international capital market was finally here. Sure enough, just after 10:30 p.m. on the electronic clock, the U.S. stock market reopened according to local winter time, November to April. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, DJIA, the S&P 500 Index, and the Nasdaq Composite Index, AXIC, the three major indicators representing the U.S. stock market, collectively experienced a flash crash. First to be hit was the S&P 500 Index, which includes 500 large listed companies and represents the overall performance of the U.S. stock market, plummeting over 7% just 4 minutes after the market opened on Monday. This sudden flash crash triggered the first level of the U.S. stock market circuit breaker mechanism, pausing trading for 15 minutes. At the U.S. Stock Exchange on Wall Street, the nearby major investment banks and capital consortium trading rooms were filled with the alarming sound of circuit breaker bells. Compared to the joy of ringing the bell for a U.S. listing, this round of circuit breaker alarms sounded like a deafening death knell for the entire U.S. capital market. The bull market that had lasted for 11 years in the U.S. stock market finally faced an epic collapse. As expected, before the 15-minute trading halt was over, more than a dozen seasoned traders and investors from Wall Street had climbed to the tops of various skyscrapers in Manhattan for their one and only leap of faith in life, and also their last. The market plummeting over 7% triggered a circuit breaker, instantly turning countless leveraged call options to dust. Especially for those greedy capital players on Wall Street, using financial derivatives with leverage up to 1,000 times was a breeze. Once they were forced to liquidate, it wasn't just a lifetime of savings that vanished. They would also be burdened with high-interest debts, the kind that would take a lifetime to repay. If they didn't jump now, when would they? In a little while, they would have to line up just to jump. Of course, according to incomplete statistics from the past, at the moment the S&P 500 triggered the circuit breaker, over 300,000 investor accounts were forcibly liquidated, and within just 4 minutes of the market opening, the U.S. stock market had already evaporated over $1 trillion, giving global investors a thrilling show. And this was just the beginning of this black swan event. Following the end of the 15-minute trading halt, the panic triggered by this circuit breaker began to spread throughout the entire U.S. stock market. The Dow Jones Industrial Average and the Nasdaq Composite Index both fell below the 7% warning line, consecutively triggering the first layer of the 15-minute trading halt mechanism. Especially the Dow Jones Index, which was the main focus of Dingfeng investment, plummeted from an opening of 24,992. 36 points to 23,706, 0.7 points, dropping over -7.79% during the session. The market value evaporated by over $1.2 trillion. The three major indices collectively lost over $3 trillion, and millions of investor accounts worldwide were instantly wiped out in this circuit breaker symphony. The circuit breaker alarms ringing continuously on Monday morning left Wall Street in stunned silence. The Black Monday stock market crash of October 19, 1987, reappeared, dominating the fears of those financial players on Wall Street. Everyone knew that a financial tsunami had once again descended upon the U.S. stock market. In contrast, inside the Dingfeng investment trading room, upon seeing the three major U.S. stock indices consecutively trigger circuit breakers, the sounds of gasps, applause, and the frequent clacking of keyboards never ceased. In less than 50 minutes after the market opened, many quantitative accounts from the international trading team, due to the large number of short positions held in advance last Friday, directly generated an astonishing revenue of $71.2 billion. Compared to last week's significant drop in the U.S. stock market, this financial tsunami triggered by the circuit breaker could be said to have propelled Dingfeng investment to the crest of the wave. It was taking off. Even Chen Shen, looking at the exaggerated floating profit figures, excitedly waved his fists in the trading room. In just 50 minutes, the money he earned exceeded all the profits from his business investments over the past 10 months since his rebirth. What trading achievements could be more thrilling than this scene? Of course, after excitedly rubbing his hands together, Chen Shen quickly issued new trading instructions for the next phase: divide the $71.2 billion profit and withdraw $35 billion to the Hong Kong port first, and do it quickly. Hearing the boss's urging tone, the equally excited traders squatting in front of their computers quickly came to their senses and began to orderly withdraw funds in batches from over 200,000 quantitative subaccounts according to the instructions. In recent years, the Americans, due to their declining strength, along with that certain president's various antics, had to be careful. If they accidentally got their internet cable pulled, that's $71. $2 billion in short profits would become intraday wealth. Therefore, after recently battling the U.S. stock market to gain profits, Chen would always choose to withdraw half of the profits at the first opportunity to avoid unexpected incidents. A mature investor must master the rhythm of trading and know how to cash in. Otherwise, what's the use of just watching the fluctuating position data on the screen? What you see are just virtual numbers. Only when you cash out and secure the profits does it truly become your own real money. A few minutes later, boss, the $35 billion have all been successfully withdrawn to Hong Kong. Yao Jingrui, who was in charge of the international trading team, let out a long sigh of relief at this moment. This morning's real trading, which lasted less than an hour, was more thrilling than his entire career. Of course, with a single-day short-selling profit of $71.2 billion, Yao Jingrui could comfortably rest on his laurels for the rest of his life. Even if he no longer worked in finance in the future, he could still carry the title of gold medal trader and teach everywhere. Just based on today's performance, he could be invited to major business schools as an honorary professor. Besides that, the guest team from Qingshan was also extremely excited, especially the team leader, Xiang Qingqing, who, after seeing the enormous floating profit on the screen, was overflowing with admiration for Chen. A single-day profit of $71.2 billion, equivalent to nearly 500 billion yuan. Even her father's Qingshan Holdings, which had been established for decades since the last century, only reached its current trillion-dollar market value. In just over half a month, Chen had managed to earn back half of Qingshan Holdings. Such terrifying profitability is hard to find in the global capital market. Of course, seeing that most of the profits had been successfully withdrawn, Chen couldn't help but smile and said, "Everyone has cooperated very well. However, I predict that this Black Swan event is not over yet, so everyone stay alert and focused. Keep your composure." Hearing the boss's reminder, the 20-some traders perked up again, all showing a hint of disbelief. The three major U.S. stock indices had all triggered the circuit breaker mechanism. Could there still be changes in the market? Was the first 7% circuit breaker not yet at its end? Would there be a second and third circuit breaker at 13% and 20%? If that were the case, wouldn't the U.S. stock market, which had been bullish for 11 years, be set back half a century? Thinking of this, everyone perked up their ears, waiting for the boss to issue the second phase of trading instructions. Chen scanned the K-line trends of the U.S. stocks after the circuit breaker resumed trading, and with a serious expression, said, "The remaining $36.2 billion will be divided into three batches of $10 billion each, buying call options for the Dow, S&P, and Nasdaq every 2 hours. All positions must be established before the U.S. market closes today. However, since the principal amount is too large, leverage will be capped at 50 times. 200 times is too risky. For the remaining $6.2 billion in liquidity, take half to buy shares of Chinese concept stocks like Alibaba, NDIS, JD, and Baidu. The remaining portion will be used to purchase the A-share index ETF issued by Morgan Stanley, as well as the Huaxia Golden Dragon HXC on Nasdaq. Next, I want to play a long-short reversal. Long-short reversal? Hearing Chen's instructions, everyone in the Dingfeng trading room was stirred. So the boss was really ambitious, wanting to feast on both the profits evaporated by the bullish funds triggered by the U.S. stock market circuit breaker and the subsequent funds injected into the market by the Americans to save the market. Eating from both ends, turning himself into a fat cat. Because after triggering the major circuit breaker, the Americans would definitely try to save the stock market at the first opportunity. After all, today's America is not the same as the past Blue Star leader. With the loss of its industrial system, the only things left to support the American economy are cutting-edge technology, energy, food, and the financial market on Wall Street. If they just watch it collapse, what will the Americans eat in the future? Eat themselves? Therefore, in the next period of time, the U.S. stock market will undoubtedly experience a wave of rescue rally, which is a result that ordinary people can anticipate. The only uncertainty is how long this rescue reaction will take and how long it will last. No one present can say for sure. Even the stock god Buffett would be at a loss when faced with the situation of the three major stock indices being suspended. Just thinking about how their boss confidently adopted the short to long strategy at the first moment, Yao Jingrui and others were filled with countless thoughts. Even Xiang Qingqing, who has a talent for financial trading, was equally puzzled at this moment, How did Brother Phone predict the trend of the suspension in advance? Where did this short to long strategy come from in terms of future market direction? Could it be that this mysterious thing called market sense really exists? The so-called market sense is actually the advanced prediction made by top traders when observing the K-line trends on the market, a combination of innate talent and skills developed through training for financial practitioners. To put it simply, it's like ordinary people playing competitive games like Dota, LOL, CSGO, PUBG, or Honor of Kings, being able to anticipate their opponent's moves while controlling their game character and then making temporary decisions. However, predicting with market sense is very elusive. Out of 100 traders, there might not even be one who can master it. Chen Shen purely relied on the memories of his past life, following the trends of the U.S. stock market in his previous life to dare to take large leveraged, one-sided, brainless short positions. In reality, his trading skills were not even comparable to any random trader present. This entrepreneurial path actually shares some commonalities with Jack Ma's rise at Alibaba back in the day. Jack Ma was also not a top programmer, but he leveraged his experience with the Yellow Pages to gain an early understanding of the information gap between domestic and foreign markets, seizing the success of Amazon in the U.S. He then returned to Hangzhou, capitalizing on the gap in the domestic e-commerce market and the arrival of the PC Internet entrepreneurial era, betting his entire life on the e-commerce track, which led to the success of Alibaba today. At that time, Jack Ma had the advantage of timing, location, and human connection on his entrepreneurial journey. Compared to Jack Ma, Chen Shen had the added reincarnation insurance of foresight, allowing him to achieve such exaggerated returns in a short time. Of course, Chen Shen's strategy of switching from short to long was not without cost. After the opening triggered the suspension of the three major stock indices, the panic in the U.S. stock market was still present. The strength of the short side was very strong. Even after just finishing 3 trading halts and resuming trading, the movements of the 3 major U.S. indices were still fluctuating below the -7% drop line for the day. The initial entry of $10 billion in 50x leverage from Dingfeng Investment had just completed the preliminary position building for call options, and the losses on the market had already reached an exaggerated -$6 billion. The constantly fluctuating loss figures made everyone in the trading room feel their scalps tingle. This loss was all in dollars. Converted to RMB, it meant a loss of nearly 50 billion in an instant. However, despite this, Chen Shen still withstood the pressure from the short side and continued to command from the back, "Don't panic, add margin. We must ensure that the position cannot be forcibly liquidated, holding until the close is our goal." Hearing their boss's firm tone, Xiang Qingqing and Yao Jingrui's expressions sharpened, and their actions quickened. With an additional $20 billion in margin injected in batches, the precarious market situation was stabilized. At this time, the bullish forces on Wall Street that had reacted were also gathering strength, competing against the shorts from around the world. The U.S. stock market's downward trend finally came to a halt, until the close at 5 a.m. On March 10th, the Dow Jones Industrial Average ultimately closed down at 23,851.01 points, rebounding more than 100 points from the lowest point at the time of the suspension. It is evident that the old capital consortiums on Wall Street do not want to see the market they have painstakingly built collapse like this. Of course, according to the information leaked from the previous life, the instigator of today's Black Monday was originally a scheme orchestrated by Blackstone, Vanguard, BlackRock, J.P. Morgan, and several other American capital firms in collaboration with multiple hedge funds. The goal was to take advantage of the massive sell-off in the U.S. stock market to harvest the wealth of investors from around the world. On this day, $3.5 trillion evaporated from the market, most of which ended up in the hands of these consortiums and hedge funds. Chen Shen was merely a disruptor in this black swan event, relying on the boldness of a reborn individual to take a bite out of the big cake. Over $70 billion is just the beginning. It all depends on whether those foreigners dare to let me continue to feast, Chen Shen murmured to himself after the U.S. stock market officially closed. Looking back at the window of the trading room, the skyline of Hangzhou began to faintly brighten at 5 a.m. In early spring, a new day in China was about to begin. At the same time, far across the ocean in the suburbs of New York, a lavish villa estate was hosting a meticulously prepared banquet party. A large number of presidents from Wall Street consortiums and heads of hedge funds gathered here to celebrate the profits made during the market halt, popping champagne. On the 3rd floor of the villa, voices rose and fell in a private small conference room. "We need the Federal Reserve to quickly cut reserve requirements and interest rates. Otherwise, our seemingly unbreakable market could be in jeopardy. All the gamblers in the world are in our market. we must let them taste a bit of sweetness. Only by maintaining the U.S. stock market can we uphold the status of the dollar. The influence of Dongda is exceeding our control. We cannot let the capital market slip away. Several elderly white men, leaning back on the sofa with canes, were smoking cigars, sipping champagne, and discussing the subsequent effects triggered by this round of stock market halts. Each of these old white men wore a similar accessory, a triangular pyramid containing the letter G. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, a young attendant dressed in a suit hurriedly knocked on the conference room door with a list in hand. "Gentlemen, please take a look at this list. A little mouse from Dongda has stolen a dessert from us." The leading old white man took the list, squinted at the values displayed, and with an unhappy expression, turned the vintage ring engraved with J.P. Morgan on his finger, saying, "Over $70 billion? Half of it withdrawn to Hong Kong? Are you sure it's not Dongda's main force?" The reporting young attendant nodded. "Currently, it appears to be a private speculative fund from Dongda. Here are their details." As he spoke, the attendant pulled out a detailed investigation report. Old Morgan glanced at it briefly, revealing a hint of suspicion on his face. "Dingfeng Investment? Established for less than a year, the founder is under 30, skilled in single-sided bets to reap huge profits from the stock market. Since starting in financial operations, they have never used hedging tools? Unbelievable. Such gambler-like operations can actually keep winning. Never a miss. Is he the illegitimate son of God?" Old Morgan exclaimed, quickly distributing the investigation report to the other participants in the meeting. The elderly white men, hailing from the Rockefeller and Rothschild families, were equally astonished when they saw the account profits of Dingfeng Investment. This investment company from Dongda had almost accurately predicted the trend of the stock market halt and heavily bet on it. Without hedging tools, any significant fluctuation could instantly close out the counterpart's $2 billion principal across the ocean. Yet, the counterpart miraculously bet right. It's akin to an ordinary person entering a casino and consecutively winning 9 rounds at the baccarat table. It's just uncanny. One must understand that the U.S. stock market is not without its manipulators. In the A-share market, there are village chiefs who control the overall situation and can see through all violations. However, in the U.S. stock market, the hidden old Jewish families lurking beneath the surface are the true operators behind the scenes. From the moment Chen Chen's Dingfeng Investment snatched food from the tiger's mouth right under their noses, it automatically fell into the sights of these old financial tycoons. A genius in the speculative field, and he actually comes from Dongda. If possible, it would be best to bring him into the fold. If that's not feasible, then we should. Old Morgan made a gesture of cutting his throat to his young subordinate. Yet, the young subordinate looked troubled. "This little mouse is currently the richest person on the surface of Dongda. We can't reach him. The cost of dealing with someone like him would be extremely high. As the saying goes, the imagined business war is filled with high-tech means, while the real business war is illegal and deadly. For these old financial families, making the opponent disappear in a physical sense is the best solution." Old Morgan, upon hearing this, thumped his staff on the ground. "If we can't take him down, then let's take down his company. Freeze his funds. Without the protection of money, this gambler will soon drown in the water, even if God is on his side." Hearing this, the young subordinate nodded and understandingly exited the conference room. Meanwhile, the aftermath of the Black Monday in the U.S. stock market had already spread globally. Just as Chen Chen was off work and returning to Sunshine Coast to rest, news of the U.S. stock indices crashing had crossed 4 oceans and reached every corner of the globe. On the morning of March 10th, the trending topics on the Huaxia internet quickly filled with U.S. stock market crash and Wall Street faces Black Monday. Under the impact of this financial tsunami, the stock markets of South Korea and Japan were the first to plummet alongside the Americans. Following that, the stock markets of various small Southeast Asian countries and Europe all experienced significant declines. Millions of investors in the U.S. stock market faced liquidation, with over $3.5 trillion evaporating, triggering panic in global capital markets. A large amount of risk-averse capital began to seek an exit, causing international gold and other precious metals to surge by several points overnight. Many night owl retail investors in the A-share forums were now unable to sleep. Even the drowsiness of those heading to work in the morning was completely dispelled by this sudden black swan event. It's all over. Trembling, the U.S. stock market has crashed. Is there still a way out for A-shares? Brothers, I feel the situation is grim for the market. Even stock god Buffett couldn't escape this crash. Berkshire Hathaway's stock price plummeted by 6.72%. It was so close to crashing too. Facepalm, this morning, should we choose to run or hold our positions? Teeth chattering, I've already placed overnight orders. The Americans are in a stock disaster. If we don't run now, when will we? Grabbing a bucket to run away, the forum was abuzz with discussions. Before the 9:15 a.m. bidding, several voting hot posts had already topped the forum's homepage. The options in these voting posts were simply A. Hold and observe, B. Liquidate and avoid risk, and C. Empty positions and run away. The votes for options B and C had already filled up, with only a very small number of people voting for option A. After all, the historical performance of A shares was there. In the past, whenever the U.S. stock market experienced a significant drop, A shares would follow suit. Whenever the U.S. stock market had a significant rise, A shares would still drop. In short, no matter how the U.S. stock market performs, the trend of the A shares is extremely mystical. Therefore, after the U.S. stock market triggered a circuit breaker, the panic emotions uncontrollably crossed the Pacific and spread all the way to the A share market. Especially in the markets of South Korea and Japan, which opened earlier than the A shares, the opening this morning was unanimously low and plummeting. Under the impact of this financial tsunami, none of the small retail investors in the stock forums dared to confidently say that our A shares could hold strong. But is that really the case? When the market officially opened at 9:30 a.m. on March 10, China time, the A-share index surprisingly did not open low and turn green. Instead, it showed a trend of soaring in red, with the index opening up more than 300 points to 3,826 points, a rise of 7.8% at the opening. The Hong Kong stock market also saw hundreds of points of increase after the official opening. Leading tech manufacturing stocks like Xiaomi, BYD, Tencent, and Alibaba surged first. Following that, stocks in the A-share market such as Ningde Times, Zhongnanhai Fiber, and Mutai all hit the daily limit, as a large amount of overseas risk-averse funds flooded into the Chinese stock market to buy at the bottom. Sectors like pharmaceuticals, finance, brokerage, ports, and shipping all turned red collectively, with over 2,000 of the more than 5,000 stocks in the market hitting the daily limit. Northbound funds, after the opening, unprecedentedly net flowed in over 500 billion. At the opening of the A-shares, the total transaction volume exceeded 1.5 trillion. This sudden surge at the opening left the originally trembling retail investors in A-shares dumbfounded. Those who liked to open supermarkets in their watchlists found all their trading software like Tongwashan and Dongfang Saifu filled with red. It was hard to find even a patch of green among the sea of red. Wow. Wide-eyed, what happened to the promised escape? Wide-eyed, why is everything hitting the limit? Bull, foreign capital. It's foreign capital buying up A-shares. Facepalm, brothers, don't get off the bus at this time. Foreign capital is here to lift us up. Charge. 4,000 points is no longer a dream. The global financial tsunami turned into a main rising wave in the Chinese stock market. The U.S. stock market triggered a circuit breaker after dropping more than 7 points, while the A-shares and Hong Kong stocks both hit the daily limit. This sudden surge at the opening left all the speculators who were pessimistic about A-shares dumbfounded. Is this still the A-shares they knew? Isn't this rise a bit too outrageous? Of course, this wave of foreign capital flocking into the Chinese stock market to buy at the bottom is also deeply rooted in the fact that China performed exceptionally well during this pandemic. Whether it was the heroic severing of the wrist lockdowns or the subsequent resumption of work and production after gradual lifting of restrictions, the Chinese people demonstrated an unimaginable level of cohesion. Coupled with the steady improvement of the manufacturing industry and a positive economic recovery momentum, compared to the lifeless and rhetoric-driven European and American countries, risk-averse funds from around the world are willing to enter the Chinese market for investment in bottom fishing. After all, the current Chinese stock market is at a historical low. As GDP continues to rise to 2020, the total market value of the A-shares in Hong Kong stocks is less than $18 trillion. In contrast, the U.S. stock market still supports a level of $40 trillion despite the complete collapse of American manufacturing. One can imagine how undervalued the Chinese stock market is. At this time, casually entering to buy at the bottom, as long as one avoids those speculative stocks and estate stocks, one can easily find severely undervalued quality assets with eyes closed. Additionally, Qin Shen's previous advice to the central bank about exchanging the stock market for the real estate market has played a role in this, and the higher-ups are also happy to see the domestic capital market thriving. To develop industries like manufacturing and high technology, the continuous financial support provided by the financial sector is essential. It's like the real economy is the human torso, while the financial stock market is the blood flowing within that torso. Both are indispensable. If the path is misaligned, it will lead to internal issues, just like the current problems faced by the United States. Under such a significant backdrop, as soon as the A-shares opened on Tuesday morning, news of a surge quickly spread across the country. The domestic hot searches, which were initially dominated by terms like U.S. stock market circuit breaker, Black Monday, and U.S. stock market crash, were soon overwhelmed by trending phrases like, "the bull is back." A-shares and Hong Kong stocks surge, both markets' trading volume breaks 2 trillion at opening, and foreign capital frantically bottom-fishing Huaxia stocks. Ordinary people in reality are either locked down at home due to the pandemic or wearing masks at work. Upon seeing such overwhelming hot searches, who could sit still? Those with accounts hurried to log in and check the situation, wondering if the scythe bull had arrived or if a real bull market had returned. Those without accounts were at home trying to find out how to open a stock account. Since they had nothing to do anyway, they thought they might as well try to make some money with the return of the bull market. Consequently, the account opening consultation hotlines of major brokerages like Guitai Junin, CITIC, and GF Securities were overwhelmed. The number of online account applications nearly crashed the servers of major brokerage apps. Because the slogan, "the bull is back," is not something that just started today. The surge in A-shares had already begun in mid-February, with the leading stock, Jiangnan High Fiber, continuously hitting the limit, the change of ownership of Huaxia's richest person, and the brother phone concept stocks leading the market surge. This wave of speculation has been heating up for several weeks. The information had long been brewing. At first, ordinary people thought this was just the old retail investors in the A-share market indulging themselves. However, now that even the foreign capital, known for its speculative nature, is rushing into A-shares and Hong Kong stocks to buy at the bottom, the symbolic meaning is different. Experts have shouted "the bull is back" 1,000 times, but it is not as stimulating or effective as this wave of large-scale bottom fishing by foreign capital. Some action-oriented ordinary people with a bit of financial awareness have already jumped into the A-share market. Big shots, "my account is open. Quickly teach me how to pick stocks, newbie, which stock is good to buy. New here, I put in 20,000 to test the waters. Can someone knowledgeable recommend a reliable stock? Thank you. Can someone give a recommendation? How do you see this sector? They're all limit up. Can I just buy with my eyes closed?" Question: the old-timers in the stock forum, who have held on for years, were dumbfounded when they saw a flood of IDs filled with digital and English gibberish, all LV1 newbies, starting to spam questions about stocks. These newcomers are too reckless. They don't even understand the stock market trading mechanism, haven't figured out apps like Tonghuashan and Dongfang Saifu, and they're already shouting about starting to place bets? Don't they know that after just registering, they have to wait until the next day to trade officially? Besides, with money, who fears not being able to buy stocks in the A-share market? Wait a minute. It seems like they really can't buy stocks right now. As soon as the market opened on Tuesday, over 2,000 individual stocks hit the limit up, with all the top quality stocks being locked at the ceiling. Even those ST stocks with asterisks were pulled up by plus 5% to the top. Even the stocks that had transactions on the board were just small retail orders of 1 or 2 lots. Retail investors and institutions in the market are not foolish. They can see that a real bull market is coming. Do they think they can get them to give up their chips and exit without a few limit ups? Dream on. Many are still waiting for the movement caused by this wave of foreign capital bottom fishing to help them break free from the stocks that have been halved for years. So, the old brothers in the stock forum started to frequently reply to posts, planning to teach these newbies how to trade stocks. "Bro, listen to me and buy this $Conmay pharmaceutical dollar. I guarantee you won't lose, smile. Dude, just follow Foam GE's concept stocks and you'll be fine. The richest man concept guarantees big profits. Dog head. Is anyone grouping up to bottom fish dollar Keller technology dollar, husky sticking out tongue? Newbies, be aware of copying homework. The group is open, no fees, counting money. Don't worry if you can't buy the tickets. Buy the Chi-Next 50 ETF. It can still go up 20 centimeters in a day. Bull. The veteran stockholders inside felt the floating on air sensation of being carried. Outside, a group of new stock, chives, investors, having caught wind of the news, waved their cash and shouted, "Open the door. I want to get on board." In short, under this financial tsunami of the West declining and the East rising, the Chinese stock market was about to take off completely. When Chen Chen learned that the country had ignited a nationwide stock trading craze, it was already dinner time. After a day of rest to regain his energy, he woke up to see his phone filled with trending topics related to A-shares, and a look of confusion and a black man question mark appeared on his face. Nationwide stock trading? Wasn't that supposed to come in September 2024? Have I completely changed history? Chen Chen didn't expect that by leveraging his memories from his past life and following the trend of the US stock market circuit breaker, it would cause such a huge reaction. Just like the rumored butterfly effect. A butterfly flapping its wings in Brazil could cause a tornado in Texas. And the wings flapped by Chen Chen, this reborn individual, triggered a nationwide stock trading phenomenon in the Chinese stock market that had never occurred in his past life in 2020. It should be noted that in the normal trajectory of his past life, this round of nationwide stock trading would have to wait until the policy-driven short bull market in September 2024 to emerge. After that, in 2021 and 2022, A-shares only experienced two slow bull markets, saw Aroma Technology and lithium goes everywhere. Such a near-nationwide stock trading craze had only appeared in the previous two major bull markets. It can be said that this unpredictable historical change had already exceeded Chen Shen's control. It also made him realize that the larger the enterprise he undertook, the more wealth and resources he accumulated, the more the accumulation of many variables was enough to trigger a significant qualitative change. The early return of the bull market is, for now, a good thing for the domestic economic direction, Chen Shen muttered to himself while stroking his chin. In his view, only by attracting the world's hot money into the Chinese capital market could the development of the real manufacturing industry be better promoted. Compared to sending international investors money to the US stock market, allowing major American behind-the-scenes consortiums to repeatedly harvest through black swan events, Chen Shen preferred to see the current situation. After all, when the stock market heats up, more ordinary people can make money from it, which is a great help in promoting the economy. After a simple dinner prepared with love by Pan Yu at his spacious apartment on the Sunshine Coast, Chen Shen took a Hongqi L5 to the Kunhi Center. At this time, the lights were just coming on, and the entire Hangzhou city was enveloped in dazzling neon lights. With the dual-code assistance of the Blue Guard Mall and the continuous supply of medical supplies after resuming work and production, the impact brought by the initial stage of the pandemic had weakened by more than half compared to his past life. On the streets, everyone wore masks, but the flow of people and vehicles was continuous. The vitality of this new first-tier city, Hangzhou, was once again revitalized in mid-March. However, when Chen Shen arrived at the basement of the Kunhi Center and entered the elevator to go to the 25th floor, the young white-collar workers who had just come to work overtime were all chatting about the hot stock market. Have you heard? Sister Zhu from the finance department recently made over 300,000 by trading stocks. Also, there's manager Lin from the project department. I heard he made over 800,000 in just over a month after buying a fund. How come making money in the stock market is so easy? Haven't you seen the trending topic saying everyone is trading stocks? If we're talking about stock trading, the one making the most money in our building has to be Dingfeng Investment on the 25th floor. I heard from a sister who works there that their senior traders just received a bonus of $1 million each. And it's not even the year-end bonus. It's just this month's performance reward. They gave out a performance bonus of $1 million? My goodness, is that for real? Of course it's true. The boss of Dingfeng has become the richest man, and he's very generous to his employees. Recently, several supercars with temporary plates have been parked in our Kunhi's basement, and I heard they were all bought by those traders from Dingfeng Investment. I think I also saw the supercars you mentioned, Lamborghinis and Ferraris. I'm so envious. If only I could work on the 25th floor, with a rich boss. The bonuses and salary would definitely be generous. Dingfeng Investment has a very high entry requirement now. Even a secretarial assistant at the front desk needs a master's degree. Once you get in, it's like holding a golden rice bowl. It's even more stable than passing the civil service exam. That's right. How much can you earn after passing the civil service exam in a month? You can forget about buying a supercar in your lifetime. The young professionals in the elevator were chatting about the gossip and various rumors in the Kunhi Center. Especially during the conversation, they frequently mentioned Dingfeng Investment, which is located in the same office building. With the recent surge in stock trading among the public, this investment company, where the richest man is bound to be the most well-known enterprise in the entire Kunhi Center. Unexpectedly, while they were chatting, they suddenly heard someone behind them say, "Could you please press the button for the 25th floor? Thank you." As soon as this was said, everyone in the elevator couldn't help but glance back. They saw a tall middle-aged man, holding a briefcase, dressed in a suit and looking like a bodyguard, protecting a young man with a mask and a strong aura in the corner. This scene made all the young professionals in the elevator instinctively close their mouths. After Chen Chen and Master Gao got off at their floor, the remaining group of young professionals who came to work overtime erupted in excitement. Wow, that person just now couldn't be Brother Feng, could he? It must be him. I saw a video of him attending an event in the group before. Oh my, the richest man in China with over 300 billion in assets. He actually shared the same elevator with us? I'm going to register a stock account right now to catch some of the rich man's luck. In the field of stock trading, there's a very practical down-to-earth strategy. When a profitable project is even mentioned by young professionals in an office building, it's time to be cautious about the risks involved. If even the elderly sweeping the streets start talking about stocks, it's definitely time to sell. Fortunately, the current surge in public stock trading has just begun. Most of the young professionals working in the Kunhi Center are high-paid elites, and their information is much more reliable than ordinary people, so it's very normal for them to react quickly and make money during the early stages of a bull market. However, listening to the gossip and rumors behind the scenes, Chen felt a bit amused. If it doesn't work out, I'll just get a piece of land and build my own headquarters. That way, I won't have to squeeze in with others and attract attention every day during my commute, Chen muttered to himself. He wasn't worried about drawing attention, he was more concerned that his employees might develop unusual emotions in such an atmosphere. With more money, material desires grow stronger, which can easily lead to psychological changes and a pursuit of stimulating things. If they end up not doing their jobs well, partying every night, and flirting with girls at other companies, bringing the playboy mentality into the workplace could lead to big problems. In his previous life, Chen had seen similar cases in factories. A small department supervisor in a factory, earning tens of thousands a month, managed to get several factory girls pregnant. In the end, he turned his back and refused to take responsibility, making the situation very awkward later on. Moreover, the traders in Dingfeng Investment were all top-notch professionals. With their salaries, a simple gesture would attract young girls and handsome boys to them. So, upon returning to the company, Chen didn't head to the trading room to lay out the strategy for tonight's U.S. stock market trading. Instead, he called the HR director, Lin Qin, who was still working overtime, to his office. "Sister Lin, thank you for your hard work. Are the HR staff still working this late?" Chen began with some small talk. Lin Qin, holding several resumes, had her phone buzzing with messages. "Chairman Chen, our company's departments are expanding, especially the venture capital project department. Didn't you say you wanted to expand to 3 teams with around 100 people? Also, the Blue Guard Mall is recruiting on a large scale, so working overtime is quite normal." Chen nodded upon hearing this. These were tasks he had assigned earlier. Both Dingfeng Investment and Blue Guard Group were working overtime. Even he had been staying up late recently, all for the sake of the company's development, so there was really nothing to say about the overtime. Moreover, both Dingfeng and Blue Guard paid full overtime wages, without the usual penalties or deductions, so employees had little to complain about in their pursuit of more earnings. After discussing some personnel-related work trends with Lin Qin, Chen got straight to the point and shared his observations from the elevator, interspersed with his thoughts. Lin Qin took notes while adjusting her glasses and said, "Chairman Chen, the concerns you have are actually related to the employee's ethics and character. Our HR department included restrictive clauses in the employment agreements during the initial recruitment phase. If you're really worried about potential troublemakers harming the company's reputation, we could regularly organize team-building activities or have our HR talk to the department heads and some employees with poor reputations to give them a timely reminder. After all, our employees are all adults, and they must adhere to company policies. However, our company is still in its early stages, and it will take a long time to solidify our corporate culture." Chen listened to the HR director's mature words and nodded in agreement. Taking this opportunity, he and Lin Qin revised some of the company policies that restricted employees. They also scheduled team-building activities for each department, with all expenses covered by the company. As the company grew larger, management became increasingly challenging. Currently, Dingfeng Investment and Blue Guard Group had nearly reached a workforce of 10,000 employees. The saying goes, when there are 1,000 people, the ground is covered. When there are 10,000, it's boundless. To lead a company of this size well, Chen felt he needed to learn and work harder as a boss. With more employees, management would always be a challenge. Fortunately, both Dingfeng Investment and its subsidiary, Blue Guard Group, were still in the rising phase of their startup journey, and internal factions had not yet solidified, avoiding the traditional ailments of large enterprises. As long as Chen, the helmsman, kept his thoughts steady, it would be relatively easy to manage and discipline subordinates and employees. After confirming the follow-up work plan with the HR department, he temporarily prioritized the construction of corporate culture and atmosphere. Then, Chen approved some important application documents submitted by various departments on the newly established Dingfeng 1.0 intranet. By 10:30 p.m., he arrived at the trading room just in time for the U.S. stock market opening. The traders in the international team were already in place, entering the intense and exciting opening trading period. Originally, there was supposed to be a half-hour strategy meeting before the market opened, but Chen did not show up, leaving everyone feeling uncertain. After all, following a series of operations to reverse short at the end of yesterday's trading, Dingfeng Investment had already accumulated over 5 billion in losses in its U.S. stock accounts. If it weren't for a small rebound at the end of the day, the $10 billion invested in long positions would have been forcibly liquidated. So, facing the U.S. stock market opening on March 10th, none of the traders present dared to predict the market trend. Even the team leader, Yao Jingrui, wore a serious expression as he stared at the opening market. When the big boss Chen Chen appeared, it was as if everyone in the trading room found their anchor, and even the previously tense atmosphere eased considerably. "Boss, are we continuing with yesterday's strategy for today's operations?" Yao Jingrui asked. Chen Chen nodded and glanced at the newly opened U.S. stock market. In particular, the Dow Jones Industrial Average opened tonight at 24,453.00 points, compared to yesterday's closing price of 23,851.02 points after the circuit breaker. The night trading of U.S. stocks today could be said to have opened quite cooperatively high. Just after the market opened, the index rose by 600 points, with a percentage increase of plus 2.5%. It was as if yesterday's circuit breaker had never happened, and the U.S. stock market still displayed a thriving scene. Of course, Chen Chen knew this was just a facade of bluffing in the U.S. stock market, much like the fabricated GDP figures, continue to maintain the strategy of reversing short to long. Look at this big bullish candle. It's the American consortiums and hedge funds coming in to rescue the market. Tonight's battle between bulls and bears will be quite fierce, Chen Chen casually commented, prompting Tang Jingjing to brew a cup of Panama Emerald Estate geisha coffee to bring in. This coffee belongs to the super elite among coffees, not the cheap branded goods found on Taobao. At the original factory, the auction price for this coffee reached $1,029 per pound. Once it flows back into the domestic market, it can easily sell for over 100 yuan per gram, and it's a case of having a price but no market. This is because the production of Emerald Estate coffee beans is limited, and wealthy elites around the world are scrambling to drink it. Of course, even more expensive than this geisha coffee is the civet coffee, which is made from beans that have been eaten and excreted by civet cats. This cat poop coffee can sell for 50,000 yuan per kilogram for the genuine product. Chen Chen drank coffee purely to relieve fatigue. He had been staying up late frequently to monitor the U.S. stock market, so he went with the flow and decided to have some coffee. As for drinking cat poop coffee, he would rather post a joke in the stock forum with his buddies or chat with some gamblers in the comments section. The night trading of the U.S. stock market on March 10th did not change much from the previous life. Due to the panic caused by yesterday's circuit breaker Black Swan event, the bears remained strong. Fortunately, the large American consortiums and hedge funds were equally powerful, managing to lift the three major stock indices that were half a foot in the grave. Coupled with the frequent market rumors about the Federal Reserve's rescue measures of cutting reserve requirements and interest rates, by the time the market closed, the Dow Jones Industrial Average surged to 25,018.16 points, with an intraday increase of plus 4.9%. Chen Chen, who was monitoring the market in the trading room, saw the Dow Jones Index soar to the 25,000-point mark just like in his previous life, and with 20 minutes left before the close, he immediately issued a trading order: liquidate all long positions at the push of a button. This includes Chinese concept stocks and the Golden Dragon ETF. Regardless of how much profit there is, hurry up and close the positions. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the trading room changed their expressions. They had thought that with the boss sipping coffee all night, their long positions would be held overnight. They did not expect such a sudden push of the liquidation button just before the market closed. Fortunately, everyone had already gotten used to Chen Chen's one-sided all-in trading style, and they all began to frantically pound the keyboard, following this wave of rising momentum to liquidate all their positions. After this round of operations, the $36.2 billion invested in the U.S. stock market before yesterday's close, with the support of 50 times leverage, yielded a total of $73.5 billion in profits. Although the leverage was reduced, the principal in the more than 300,000 quantitative sub-accounts had increased a full 7 times compared to before yesterday's circuit breaker. So when they saw the new record high in daily floating profits, everyone in the trading room was almost beside themselves, nearly shouting, "Who else?" They had just cashed out over $70 billion from the U.S. stock market yesterday, and today they had nearly the same amount again. Brother Feng's scythe was even more ferocious than a nuclear-powered money printer. Seeing the excitement in the trading room, Chen Chen remained expressionless and continued to issue orders: withdraw another $35 billion to the Hong Kong port. The remaining $38.5 billion, before the close, reduce the leverage to 35 times and quickly build short positions around the 3 major stock indices. Move fast. There are only a few minutes left until the close. Hearing the boss's new instructions, Yao Jingrui and the others quickened their hands, each thinking, "Goodness, last night they flipped from short to long, and today they were flipping back to short?" Was the boss planning to repeatedly cash out from the U.S. Stock market? Even a big bone stick targeted by a mad dog, after being torn apart repeatedly, how much marrow and meat could possibly be left? However, while they grumbled internally, their hands did not slow down at all. With the assistance of quantitative trading software, they quickly completed the establishment of short positions before the close. This time the leverage was even less, and the position building time was faster than yesterday. Just when everyone thought they would happily close with a record-high historical performance, Yao Jingrui, who was responsible for the capital chain transfer and overall coordination of the U.S. stock market, furrowed his brow and hurriedly raised his hand to report at his workstation. "Boss, there's a situation. Some trading accounts have been marked as high risk and forcibly locked by the back end. Some funds cannot be withdrawn." Upon hearing this, the entire trading room fell into stunned silence. Sub-accounts marked as high risk? Forcibly locked for violations? This was extremely rare in U.S. stock trading, because such actions broke the unspoken rules of freedom and no barriers in the American financial market. Chen Chen frowned upon hearing this and quickly moved to the big screen. "Which brokerage's account is it?" Yao Jingrui pulled up multiple quantitative sub-accounts marked with a red exclamation mark. The accounts currently marked and locked are registered under 5 brokerages: First Securities, D-Line Securities, Vanguard Securities, Interactive Brokers, and Ichuan Wealth Management. The total locked amount is $20 billion. The remaining $15 billion under Tiger Securities and Futu Plus has been successfully withdrawn to the Hong Kong port. Seeing this, Qinshan coldly smiled. "It seems this time we've hurt the Americans, making them eager to pull the plug. Because the 5 brokerage firms that forcibly locked the Dingfeng investment sub-accounts and cut off the $20 billion capital inflow were all American domestic brokerages. For example, Ichuan Wealth Management is backed by Morgan Stanley, and Vanguard Securities is a subsidiary of the Vanguard Group, etc. Before the pandemic in the previous life, the American capital market was perfectly wrapped in an indestructible golden body. However, during the later stages of the pandemic, as internal conflicts in the U.S. erupted and the economy stagnated, various problems followed one after another, and operations like pulling the plug became increasingly common. Unexpectedly, less than a year after his rebirth, Chen Chen encountered this in the U.S. stock market. Seeing the boss's eyes revealing a hint of ferocity behind him, Yao Jingrui, who was making the utmost effort before the close, asked, "Boss, this $20 billion is most likely not going to be withdrawn, including what you just said about using $38.5 billion in funds to continue shorting. Similarly, 60% of the quantitative sub-accounts have been marked and locked." Chen Chen suddenly recalled, "Those accounts that have been marked and locked, can they still continue to short? They just can't withdraw the funds?" Yao Jingrui tapped the keyboard and tested a $1 million sub-account. "Yes, they can still continue normal trading operations, but the funds can't be transferred out. They can only be locked in the U.S. stock market. Even if they make huge profits later, if they can't be transferred back to the domestic market, isn't that a waste? Should I contact these brokers later to discuss?" Seeing this, Chen Shen's eyes lit up. "Since someone wants our meat to rot in the pot, let's play along with their intentions. Quickly leverage this $20 billion that can't be withdrawn to 200 times and short it. After the market closes, call the heads of these 5 major brokers." "La Yao, your English is good. Help me greet the heads of these 5 major brokers." Upon hearing this, Yao Jingrui immediately followed the instructions and took out a small notebook, asking, "Boss, how should I greet them?" Chen Chen said a basic F plus K plus U in English, then raised an international gesture with a cold smile. "Did you learn it?" Lao Yao nodded, immediately understanding. "Got it. After all, this isn't just a few tens of thousands or millions, but a whole $50 billion. Not greeting the other party's whole family would be considered good." Chen Chen had actually anticipated this early on, taking advantage of the Black Swan event to violently harvest the U.S. stock market would definitely encounter results similar to being unplugged. So when he brought $2 billion in capital to battle in the American market, he was extremely cautious and took many precautions against situations like being unplugged. The first point was, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Since the mainstream brokers in Huaxia were not well suited for the U.S. stock market, coupled with high fees for cross-border trading and narrow channels, it was not conducive to quantitative operations. Therefore, after Dingfeng Investment entered the U.S. stock market, they chose a total of 8 brokers. Among them, 5 were local American brokers, and the remaining 3 were more internet-based brokers. Internet brokers like Tiger Securities, whose headquarters are not in North America but in Singapore, with a founder from Huaxia, thus allowing for greater operational flexibility. Unfortunately, although the entry threshold for these internet brokers is low, there are restrictions on large funds. Brokers like Dingfeng Investment, which deal with hundreds of billions plus leverage, are simply beyond the capacity of small brokers, so large funds can only pass through the channels of local American brokers. This led to the risk of being marked in the background and being unplugged. In addition, when Chen followed the Black Swan event to make profits from the evaporated profits caused by circuit breakers, he was extremely cautious. At first, he didn't dare to max out the leverage. His intention was, you big players behind the scenes causing the circuit breakers take the big profits, I'll just follow along and take a small share. Moreover, after making profits, Chen's trading strategy was mostly conservative, gradually reducing the leverage to prevent excessive profits from being unmanageable. He also withdrew most of the daily generated profits in batches to Hong Kong to prevent unexpected issues like being unplugged from happening. However, no matter how much he calculated, he didn't expect the American capital consortiums to react so quickly. Just the day after the circuit breaker, most of the funds he had left in the U.S. stock market were forcibly marked and locked. You should know that in the following month in his previous life, the U.S. stock market's trend was like a roller coaster, going up and down, smoother than the water channel turns of the Akina car god. If Chen could follow the fluctuations he remembered from his previous life to gradually eat away at the profits in the U.S. stock market, accumulating little by little would definitely yield an astonishing return. However, the Americans first cut off his internet connection, warning him not to play in the U.S. stock market. It was as humiliating as if the stock god Gao Jin had come to the casino incognito, and just as he was getting into the game, the casino owner directly froze his chip redemption privileges, casually treating him to a meal of char siu. With Chen's temperament, how could he tolerate such a move? So, after the U.S. stock market closed on March 10th, Chen had Yao Jingrui call the 5 major brokerages to extend his most sincere greetings. He also spread the explosive news that Dingfeng Investment had been locked up by the 5 major brokerages through various U.S. stock chat groups and the circles of seasoned U.S. stock practitioners. Of course, Chen was not foolish enough to post this news on his own social media account. Instead, he used the method of insider information to disseminate it, adding a certain level of intrigue, authenticity, and shareability to the story. As for foreign social media platforms, they were basically controlled by American public opinion, so posting there would be pointless. By the day of March 11th, as this news fermented, it directly made a large number of domestic investors in the U.S. stock market feel a bit uneasy. In various investor groups of thousands and hundreds, discussions about this matter were fervent, and the chat topics were extremely explosive and stimulating. Wow, is this true? Wide-eyed, the 5 major American brokerages teamed up to cut off Brother Feng's internet? This is clearly a circuit breaker. They can't afford to play anymore. They've directly locked Brother Feng's positions. It's said that the locked funds amount to as much as $10 billion. Dingfeng Investment seems to have suffered a huge loss this time. Looks like the U.S. stock market is still not to be touched. It's easy to get in, but hard to get out. With the push of this insider information, even the old brothers in the A-share forums had heard something. Chat screenshots from various U.S. stock groups were flying everywhere, especially in the community of the stock Jiangnan Gaoxian. Everyone was discussing the matter of Brother Feng being locked up by the 5 major brokerages. I was wondering why Brother Feng has been so low-key lately. He hardly bubbles up in the big A. Turns out he went abroad with funds. Over $10 billion. Just like that, they lock it? That's too underhanded. Facepalm. Let's observe a moment of silence for Brother Feng. The Americans have been a bit hysterical these years. It's best not to touch the U.S. stock market. Shrug. The forum was abuzz with discussions. Even some domestic financial media proactively contacted Dingfeng Investment, wanting to ride the wave of attention and see if the insider information was true. Even the branches of the 5 major American brokerages in China were bombarded with such interview calls. Of course, as this serious insider information began to ferment, it was not Chen who couldn't sit still first, but the 5 major American brokerages. Because with the operation of back-end marking and locking positions, over hundreds of thousands of U.S. stock players in China were all in a state of panic. They feared their funds would also be frozen by the Americans, especially in some large U.S. stock exchange groups, which were originally established by the PR teams of brokerages like First Securities and D-Lime. Once such explosive negative news broke, several U.S. stock exchange groups were temporarily muted. As the saying goes, if you have no guilty conscience, you won't fear the ghost knocking at your door at midnight. The muting operations of these large groups further solidified the authenticity of this insider information. For the onlookers, it became even more proactive to spread the news. So by the afternoon of March 11th, representatives of the 5 major brokerages, or rather the behind-the-scenes consortiums of Wall Street, could no longer sit still and sent a senior executive who was on a business trip in China to pay a visit. This time, locking our Dingfeng Investments positions. Does Citibank have a part in it? Don't you know that privately locking a client's investment account is highly taboo in the investment field? Chen Chen received this director from Citigroup, Dugan, in his office. Dugan, an old white man dressed in a suit and leather shoes, spoke fluent Chinese. No, Mr. Chen, I am just an intermediary sent by the 5 major brokerages, not the instigator of this lockup incident. Citigroup warmly welcomes major clients like your company. Moreover, in my personal opinion, your company's quantitative trading in the U.S. stock market does indeed involve certain high-risk behaviors. Chen Chen smiled coldly. Making money counts as high-risk operation? Then who would dare to invest in the U.S. stock market in the future? Just then, Secretary Tang Jingjing brought in a cup of hot coffee. The rich aroma of the coffee made Dugan, who had just rushed in from the bustling city, swallow hard. This beautiful lady, could you also make me a cup? Tang Jingjing chuckled. This cup is our chairman's exclusive Guixia coffee. Mr. Dugan, if you want a drink, how about I make you a pack of Nestle instant coffee? Dugan's face darkened at her words. Forget it. Just pour me a glass of pure water. Thank you. Well, 1 cup of freshly ground top coffee, 1 pack of instant coffee. This treatment clearly showed he was not being treated as a guest. After all, this genius in the investment field of China had just been locked out of $50 billion in the U.S. stock market. Anyone in his position would find it hard to maintain composure and calm. Thinking of this, Dugan, as the intermediary, could only force a smile and get straight to the point. Mr. Chen, I came here this time to invite you to join our investment alliance on Wall Street. For a potential new force in the investment world like your company, staying in China is definitely a waste of resources. Wall Street is the right place for a genius like you to showcase your ambitions. Chen Chen's cold smile remained as he stirred the spoon in his coffee cup. If you want me to join this so-called investment alliance of yours, first unlock our company's account, and then we can discuss further. Dugan forced a smile. Mr. Chen, that's over $50 billion, not 50 billion renminbi. The U.S. stock market has just experienced Black Monday and urgently needs a savior like you to step in and stabilize it. I believe the 5 major brokerages in Wall Street also want you and this capital to stay in America for long-term investment. If you agree to join our alliance, we can even have President Trump issue you a permanent green card, ensuring that your and your company's investments can flow freely around the world. Chen Chen took a sip of coffee and detected a hint of threat in the other party's words. So, if I don't join you, Wall Street will block our Dingfeng's capital from going abroad? Dugan shrugged. If you insist on understanding it that way, I have nothing more to say. Chen Chen set down his coffee cup. As a Chinese, I have no fortune to enjoy this American green card. As soon as the words of refusal came out, a hint of malice flashed in Dugan's eyes. Mr. Chen, there is an old saying in China, those who know the times are wise. I hope your company can seriously consider our conditions, otherwise. Chen Chen sneered. No need to consider. Please help me convey to Wall Street to quickly block me from behind the scenes. Dugan, with a grim expression, mocked. It seems there is no way to negotiate now. I hope Mr. Chen's future investments will be as fortunate as recently. Seeing the first contact directly fall apart, Dugan, a director of Citigroup, straightened his suit and stood up from the sofa, intending to leave. Just then, Tang Jingjing came in with a bottle of French-imported Evian mineral water, but Chen Chen directly stopped her. Jingjing, see Mr. Dugan out, and take this bottle of water downstairs to find a stray dog to feed. Dugan, who had not walked far, immediately darkened his face upon hearing this. He knew that coming here to negotiate as an intermediary had been a humiliation for him. After leaving Dingfeng Investment, Dugan immediately reported the negotiation results to the mastermind across the ocean. A light laugh came from the other end of the phone. Dugan, so you mean you haven't even had a glass of water since you joined this investment genius's company? Just thinking about that bottle of Evian mineral water that was fed to a stray dog in front of him made Dugan's face twitch. Yes, sir. It took me over an hour to get from the Magic City to Hangzhou. But after arriving at the other party's company, I didn't even stay for 10 minutes. They even had a secretary bring in a cup of rose summer coffee right in front of me. The voice on the other end clicked his tongue. It seems this investment genius from Huaxia doesn't really care about our face. There's no need to discuss further. After all, over $50 billion in assets is not a small amount. Old Morgan and the others won't let go easily. Dugan frowned. Sir, are we just going to freeze Dingfeng's assets like this? I'm worried it will cause panic among the investors, because right now, with the spread of rumors, the 5 major brokerage firms in the U.S. have become the targets of many Huaxia shareholders' complaints. If this incident is brought to light, it would be a complete fallout. At that time, it would damage the credibility of Wall Street and the American financial market, and it would also undermine the investment confidence of global investors. The voice on the other end, however, was unconcerned. Don't worry, public opinion is under our control. Investors' memories are as short as fish, soon they will be attracted by the next hot topic. Besides, we are not looking to freeze Dingfeng's assets. We just want this capital to continue to stay in America for value investment within the existing rules. Sooner or later, this investment genius from Huaxia will have to compromise. I hope so. Dugan sighed lightly and hung up the phone. He turned to look at the grand exterior of Cohen in the center of Fuli, recalling Chen Shen's confident demeanor and tone, asking Wall Street to blacklist him, and felt that this matter was far from simply over. Just after Dugan from Citigroup left, it quickly reached the night trading time on March 11th. Knowing about this, Xiang Qingqing took the opportunity to knock on Chen Shen's office door before the U.S. stock market opened. Brother Feng, I heard from within the company that you didn't reach an agreement with Wall Street? Xiang Qingqing asked with a worried expression. Such big news spreads very quickly internally, and Chen Shen had no intention of hiding it. As soon as Dugan came to visit, nearly 100 people at Dingfeng Investment basically knew about it. Of course, Xiang Qingqing felt a bit empathetic because her father, who led Qingshan Holdings, had also experienced similar issues with funds being manipulated when investing abroad. As the world's largest nickel futures trader and the largest private stainless steel enterprise, Qingshan Holdings did not start with the current dominance in the stainless steel market. It took over 30 years for Qingshan Holdings to grow from nothing, during which they also faced significant hardships. After all, the international capital market is not like Huaxia's domestic market. The arena is set by foreigners, and the rules are made by them. Wanting to stir up trouble and bite into someone else's cake is very common. Not being targeted would be the strange thing. I have nothing to discuss with Wall Street. They crossed the line first, Chen Shen said, looking relaxed. In the afternoon, he had been filled with anger during his conversation with Dugan, but fortunately, his secretary Tang Jingjing helped him vent in a brilliant way afterward, so now he was in a state of rational calm. Even with the U.S. stock market about to open, Chen Shen had lost interest in continuing to watch the trading room. He planned to play a couple of games in the office and then go home to sleep. What about all that money in the account? Over $50 billion. How can we just watch it turn into a string of numerical codes? Xiang Qingqing said, a bit indignantly. After coming over to guest star for a while, she now somewhat regarded herself as an employee of Dingfeng Investment. Seeing the company being bullied, her sense of ownership couldn't help but swell. Chen Shen looked at the pouting girl and smiled slightly. What else can we do? Just let it be. Those vampires on Wall Street won't listen to a small karami like me. Brother Feng, you are now the richest man in Huaxia. If you are a small karami, then aren't we just ants? Xiang Qingqing rolled her eyes at his teasing. However, seeing Chen Shen's calm demeanor, she couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for him. If it were her father who had $50 billion locked up, he would probably fly to London that very night and smash the doors of the international precious metals futures market first. After a round of exchanges with Xiang Qingqing in the office, the U.S. stock market night session finally opened at 22:30. It was expected that after Wall Street's self-rescue operation in cooperation with the Federal Reserve yesterday, the 3 major U.S. stock indices would regain strength in the following days and recover from Monday's circuit breaker decline. Who would have thought that as soon as the market opened tonight, the 3 major indices would once again experience a shocking low opening and a plunge? The Dow Jones Industrial Average opened at 24,604, 63 points, dropping more than 400 points from yesterday's close. The 3 major indices turned red in a hurry, dropping by -2% right at the opening, leaving the bulls in the U.S. stock market, who had finally gathered, completely stunned. According to normal logic, after the circuit breaker occurred, the major financial groups on Wall Street should have continued to support the market. This would help build market confidence and concentrate efforts to lift the U.S. stocks back up. However, investors from around the world still underestimated the determination of those behind the scenes to harvest. First, there was a Black Monday performance on Monday with a complete circuit breaker, and then on Tuesday, a flip from short to long, allowing most investors to taste a slight increase. But when it came to Wednesday's opening, there was another violent sell-off, turning the traditionally stable U.S. stocks into a demon stock mode. Once the American nuclear-powered scythe came out, it repeatedly cut up and down, leaving the participating investors completely bewildered. As expected, by the time the U.S. stock market officially closed on March 11th, the Dow Jones Industrial Average closed at 23,553.02 points, a direct drop of -5. 86% from the 25,000-point mark at yesterday's close. The cumulative evaporation amount for the day exceeded $1 trillion again. In just 3 days, the U.S. stock market transformed into a rolling storm turbocharged washing machine, completely going crazy. No matter which large institution or speculative capital entered, anyone who dared to leverage and trade U.S. stocks in these 3 days would have to be repeatedly washed out 2 to 3 times before being spit out. However, Dingfeng Investments' international trading team reaped substantial rewards during this new round of violent sell-off in the U.S. stock market. Because Chen Chen had issued a long-to-short strategy in advance yesterday, the remaining $15.4 billion of safe funds through the Tiger Securities and Futu Plus channel once again generated $31.2 billion in short-selling profits with the help of quantitative software. The expanded short position of $46.6 billion was more than half closed by Dingfeng's traders at the first opportunity. The settled $35 billion was withdrawn back to the Hong Kong market through hidden channels. The remaining $11.6 billion in the safe account, according to Chen Chen's prior arrangement, continued to hold short positions in the U.S. stock market with 50 times leverage. As for the 60% of quantitative funds locked by the 5 major brokerages and the $20 billion that couldn't be returned to Hong Kong, a total of $53.1 billion marked as high risk was supposed to be leveraged up to 200 times to short the 3 major indices, but the system warning popped up in the background and forcibly cancelled it. Although the $53.1 billion short position was also established before yesterday's market close, due to the lack of leverage, only $2.5 billion in paper profit was realized. Even Yao Jingrui, who was in charge of the international team, couldn't help but express his regret on WeChat after seeing the K-line trend of the U.S. stock market tonight. Boss, if this portion of funds hadn't been locked up and could have leveraged normally, tonight's earnings would have easily surpassed $100 billion. Hearing the report from his subordinate while snuggling with Pan Yu in bed, Chen Chen smiled wryly and replied, "Are you not satisfied with having withdrawn $85 billion in profits over 3 days? We only started with $2 billion in principal. The Americans aren't fools. Do you think they would just stand there and let us take advantage of them? Let you stir up trouble JPG, Yao Jingrui, you're right, boss. Worship." Of course, Yao Jingrui genuinely worshipped him. After struggling in the international capital market for over a decade, he had risen from a novice to a star manager. But in the face of Chen Chen's unfathomable predictions and market instincts, Yao Jingrui felt that even as a star manager, there was still much to learn from this young new boss. Just thinking about the $55.6 billion locked in the account made Yao Jingrui, as the team leader, feel a pang of pain. So much money that can only be watched and not used. This is what true wealth in the market looks like. Perhaps because they had just experienced the historic event of Black Monday and the market halt, there was surprisingly no news online about the significant drop in the U.S. stock market tonight. In addition, the rumors about the 5 major brokerages locking up the trading accounts of Dingfeng Investment, which had been buzzing during the day, began to quietly fade under the influence of the Wall Street Capital Consortium. Related discussion posts in stock forums were urgently taken down, and even the screenshots that had been shared in various WeChat groups disappeared without a trace. This subtle infiltration also made Chen Chen, who had rested well for a night, feel the power of the behind-the-scenes capital from Wall Street. After all, the discourse power in the international public opinion arena had been dominated and monopolized by Western capital for nearly a century. Even within Huaxia, internet social platforms like Weibo and Tieba were similarly permeated by these foreign capitals. No need for any crisis public relations, just cut off at the source? Even the channels for voicing opinions are blocked? This method of softening the situation is indeed impressive. Chen Chen browsed the stock forum and couldn't help but exclaim. He suddenly realized that in his previous life, Musk's acquisition of Twitter to establish the X social platform, as well as the near imprisonment of the leader of Chuan University due to internal strife while building his own social platform, were all aimed at breaking the hegemony of traditional public opinion held by these large capitals. Including himself, he had previously discussed investing in Douyin with General Zhang, also hoping to find a stable channel for voicing opinions in the future. The smoke from the March 11th U.S. stock market crash had not yet completely dissipated. On the night of March 12th in Huaxia, after a day of rest, Chen Chen appeared once again in the Dingfeng trading room. Because right after the official opening at 22:30, the 3 major U.S. stock indices once again staged a thrilling roller coaster. Just like in his previous life, the second market halt in the U.S. stock market had arrived. The Dow Jones Industrial Average opened at 22,184. 71 points, a drop of 1,368 points compared to yesterday's close of 23,553. 22. This scene left those who had been investing in the US stock market for years dumbfounded. The stock forum related to the US stock market was even more boiling, with a screen full of confused expressions. 2 market halts within a week? Confused expression, damn. Is America going crazy? Covering face, I just got liquidated on Monday, and I managed to scrape together some funds these past 2 days to try and recover my losses. But as soon as the market opened tonight, I got wrecked again. 10 years of hard-earned money turned to dust. I'm shattered. Hugs to the brother upstairs. I didn't use leverage, but this week's market has reduced my principal to less than 20%, crying loudly. If I had known, I would have gone back to A shares to buy the dip. I'm just a chive. Brothers who bought A shares in Hong Kong stocks this week are reaping the rewards. Seeing you all make money hurts my heart. JPG. The small retail investors in the U.S. stock forum were all left dazed by the sudden market halt. Normally, ordinary investors would think that after yesterday's big drop, the U.S. stock market would surely rebound the next day. After all, the Monday halt and Tuesday's surge is the best example. But now, just 3 days later, the U.S. stock market has experienced another major halt. And this time, Wall Street didn't even bother to put on a show. It just plummeted as soon as the market opened, leaving some investors with overnight long positions unable to react and instantly liquidated. Seeing this, Shin could only share a meme of a stock god he had treasured for a long time in the U.S. stock forum, empathizing with these poor retail investors. Chives, from Huaxia. A tall figure appeared. Buffett, I've lived for 90 years and have only seen this happen once, crossed out, twice, crossed out, 3 times, crossed out, 4 times halting. Stock god holding his head. Wow, Brother Fong has appeared. He's a real person, not a fake ID. Front row. This stock god meme feels like it's rubbing salt in our wounds. Laughing and crying, even stock god Buffett probably didn't expect 2 halts in 1 week. Covering face. Brother Fong, please stop talking. Heartbroken to the point of breathlessness. By the way, wasn't Brother Feng's company account locked by the Americans? He probably lost even more than we did. Dog head. With the famous stock god Brother Fong making an appearance, the U.S. stock forum was once again buzzing with excitement. Many people joined the thread, wanting to discuss the future direction of the U.S. stock market with Brother Fong. As a result, Shen didn't hold back and directly replied with a GIF screenshot from Stephen Chow's movie The Royal Tramp. I want to write a big tragic character on your leg. Such an obvious hint immediately energized many retail investors who were losing money in the U.S. stock market. If even Brother Fong is hinting so clearly, doesn't that mean the U.S. stock market will be even worse next? So why wait? Let's go all in and short it. After all, we've already been liquidated once or twice. What's there to fear? If we die, we die. So some bolder retail investors directly started a live stream in the forum. Those who dared to trade U.S. stocks were all self-proclaimed tech-savvy big-hearted brothers. One brother in the thread even took out a loan of over $100,000 and went to the Chicago exchange to dabble in some financial derivatives, putting 1,000 times leverage on his U.S. stock account and buying up put options on the 3 major indices. But unexpectedly, after a 15-minute halt, the panic triggered by the U.S. stock market halt didn't stop at all. It was like a hippo that had taken a laxative, just pouring out uncontrollably. Especially the Dow Jones Industrial Average, which plunged from 22,184, 71 points at the opening, diving downwards. By the time it closed, it had suicidally crashed to 21,200, 62 points, with a single-day drop of a historic -99%. Keep in mind, this is a bull market that has lasted for 11 years, not the T+1 trading of A shares. The 3 major indices lost 1/10 of their value in a single day. How many people must have been liquidated because of this? Meanwhile, in the forum, the wow sounds were endless. Because the brother who just shouted all in was live streaming the entire time in the post, the fluctuating profit numbers on his leveraged U.S. stock account, which was over 1,000 times, made all the retail investors following the thread feel a jolt of fear. After a few hours, this brother, who had taken out an online loan and entered the market with over 100,000 yuan, directly rode the wave of the U.S. stock market circuit breaker and continued to plummet, quickly ballooning to $600,000. This almost gambling-like operation made Chen Shun unable to resist giving a thumbs up in the live stream post and sending a awesome meme to liven up the atmosphere. Wow, wow, wow. Brother Fong even liked it. Did he just win back nearly 5 million? Awesome, it's only been a few hours, and he's already financially free? Tactical lean back. This brother has definitely figured it out. Brother, have you recouped your losses? All in, brother. Thanks to Brother Feng's guidance earlier, this time I managed to recover my losses successfully, earning back the principal from my previous 3 liquidations, plus an extra 3 million, grinning. Looking at the wealth code shared in the live stream post, all the small retail investors felt a pang of envy. However, this all-in brother indeed had some guts. Just relying on a meme of A, writing the character for tragic, from Brother Feng, he dared to heavily invest all in, which definitely showed he had reached a profound understanding in the stock market. If he wasn't careful and continued to get liquidated, he would probably have to spend the rest of his life working in a factory to pay off his debts. No ordinary person would dare to gamble like this. Of course, just as Chen Chen was scrolling through these live stream posts in the stock forum to pass the time while watching the market, Yao Jingrui, who was in charge of the entire U.S. stock investment, suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, you need to come and see this breaking news. President Chuan just mentioned us directly on Twitter.